A sudden plane crash left me and my 5 beautiful classmates, all with their own unique characteristics, stranded on a desert island. As a university sports committee member, I originally led an ordinary campus life, but because of this plane crash, I became the protagonist of survival on a deserted island. On this uninhabited island, I not only have to face extreme survival challenges, but also have to deal with the harsh natural environment and limited resources on the island. However, when I was almost in despair, a strange voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the sign-in system. The sign-in system gives away a survival manual, provides survival advice to the host at certain times. Identification. Touch an object with your hand and meditate to obtain relevant information about the object. Anti-toxic constitution, immune to natural toxins. And by signing in every day, you can randomly gain an ability improvement among strength, stamina, constitution, agility, and concentration. I followed the system manual to save several beautiful classmates, but when I wanted to call for help, something happened that none of us expected. Ning Shu recalled his experience very seriously. I was awakened by Guer's cry for help. When I woke up, I was under a broadleaf tree. I think it was the buffer between the branches and the open field that kept me alive. What about her? I pointed at Tang Xiaohua. She was lucky. She was hanging on a tree and lost her shoes. She was lucky to survive in this situation. I was worried about Jiang Yao's safety. Ning Shu continued. After I rescued her, I thought the rescue team would be here soon, so we walked towards the beach. There is no shelter here, so if a helicopter flies by, it should be able to see us soon. As a result, I ran into you and Qian as soon as I arrived at the beach. I see. I nodded and told her everything about how I found Lin Qian. Where are we? A weak and delicate voice came. Suddenly, Lu Zhe, Ning Shu, and Tang Xiaohua realized something. They turned around and saw Lin Qian with her hands on the ground, struggling to stand up, looking at them weakly. She actually woke up, very weak, but it was worth being excited about. Great, Qian, you're awake. Ning Shu quickly ran over and held Lin Qian's shoulders. Lin Qian looked around. Squad leader Lu Zhe. Where are we now? Lu Zhe sighed. Something went wrong with the plane halfway. Unfortunately, we fell down, but fortunately, we are all alive. Lin Qian recalled the scene in the cabin at that time. Fear and helplessness revealed in her eyes, as if a nightmare lingering in her mind. Ning Shu thought that he should change the subject. Don't worry, the rescue team will probably be here soon. I hope so. Lu Zhe noticed that Ning Shu was carrying a backpack. There must be something in it. Take it out quickly and replenish your energy first. I'm almost dying of thirst. Ning Shu smiled bitterly, took off his school bag, and took out everything inside one by one. A female novel called The Master of Controlling Husbands, a 100 milliliters bottle of Vaseline hand cream, a bundle of high-end rubber bands, a pencil case, a diary, 2 packs of tissues, a bunch of keys, a whistle, and an unopened pack of 7th-dimension sanitary napkins. Food, a can of Yida xylitol chewing gum, 5 bags of Weilong spicy strips. Lu Zhe picked up a bag of spicy strips and said, chewing gum is fine, but what are you doing with this stuff? Ning Shu sighed. You're not allowed to bring chili sauce on the plane. I was afraid I wouldn't be used to the airplane food, so I brought some spicy strips. Lu Zhe sighed helplessly. Well, this girl loves spicy food so much. Lu Zhe was so thirsty that he couldn't even eat spicy noodles. He finally looked at a 1L water cup, but only poured out 2 drops of water. I said, there's no water. Ning Shu shrugged. There was some before, but we were so thirsty, and I drank half each just now. The water was finished. Ning Shu comforted them, but don't worry too much, just hold on. I believe that this incident is now known to the whole country. I believe that it won't be long before the rescue team arrives. By then, we can eat burgers and drink juice and accept interviews from TV stations. What Ning Shu said made sense, but there are always exceptions. What if they don't come? Lu Zhe said worriedly. If the rescue team doesn't come after 5 hours, we can die happily here. At this time, Lin Qian regained consciousness. She said weakly but firmly, everyone, don't be discouraged. I think Sister Xiaoning is right. For such a big thing, I believe the country will definitely take action. We just need to wait. No, we can't just sit there and wait for death. Lu Zhe suddenly thought of something and rummaged through his pockets. Everyone, look for your phones. After Lu Zhe's reminder, several people went to look for their phones. Lu Zhe's phone was lost, and after searching through the pockets, he found that his face was cleaner than his. Tang Xiao's phone was also lost. Lin Qianqian's phone was not lost. She searched her pockets and took out her new iPhone. However, judging from the water that kept flowing out of the charging port, the phone had been soaked in seawater for too long and was definitely scrapped. After trying, it turned on and it really couldn't be turned on. Ning Shu proudly shook the shiny screen of his phone. See, at the critical moment, you still have to rely on this monitor. Stop talking and hurry up. Call. Who to call? Of course, 110. Will there be signal on the island? Lu Zhe said. It's better to try your luck than to do nothing. 110 has a special Coast Guard channel. If it is close to our landmass, maybe it can receive this signal. Ning Shu quickly unlocked the phone, and then a dialog box popped up that would scare any mobile phone user. Attention, the battery is running out, and the phone will shut down in 30 seconds. The four people said in unison, no way. Lu Zhe reacted quickly, snatched the phone, turned on the dial button, and dialed 110. But at this moment, the phone screen suddenly went black and there was no response. I dropped my phone, looked up to the sky, and sighed, feeling a little frustrated. Ning Shu tapped his phone, a little puzzled. Hey, it's not even 30 seconds yet. Why is it turned off? Lin Qianqian tried to explain, if the battery of the phone is too low, making a call will speed up the battery consumption, causing the phone to shut down faster. Tang Xiaowu couldn't help but complain. I'm so unlucky. Everything can happen to me. Squad leader, why don't you charge yourself fully? Ning Shu muttered. I never thought I would encounter such a thing. I played with my phone for a while before boarding the plane. Who knew this would happen? Tang Xiaowu sighed to the sky. What should I do? I tried to find other ways and open the system, but found that apart from signing in to improve abilities, there was only a survival manual in the system, providing instructions on how to survive on a deserted island. What should we do now? If we think rationally, we should learn how to survive on a deserted island by reading the survival manual. After we have mastered the basic survival skills, we can wait for the rescue team to arrive. This will greatly increase our chances of survival. I said to the three girls, we can't just sit and wait until the rescue team arrives. We must do our best to survive. Ning Shu nodded. Lu Zhe, what do you think? I thought about it and said, let's find fresh water first. I said firmly, a person can survive for more than 20 days without food and only drink water. If they don't drink water for a few days, they will die. We must find fresh water to survive until the rescue team arrives. Tang Xiaowu looked skeptical. How can you survive for more than 20 days without eating and only drinking water? Which book says that? Ning Shu patted Guer on the shoulder and said seriously, this is not written in the book, but in the inhumane human experiment of Unit 731. Tang Xiaowu shuddered with fear and said angrily, damn little devils. I changed the subject and continued to think about the fresh water problem. Fresh water. Ning Shu looked around. Where can I find it? There are no coconut trees on this island. How can there be water? Suddenly, I remembered that we had picked up some mineral water bottles at the beach. Although there were not many, at least it solved the urgent problem. We can look along the beach. Some bottles will have residual water. If we don't find water, we can collect bottles in plastic bags. Now there's plenty of sunshine, and we can use them to distill seawater. I suggested. Ning Shu nodded. Well, it's a good idea. The problem is... I turned to Lin Qianqian. Qianqian, can you walk? Lin Qianqian tried to stand up with difficulty, but her body was still very weak, and she needed someone to support her to walk. I wanted to hold her other side, but Tang Xiaowu got there first and pushed me aside. No need for you. I can hold it. She seemed to not want me to touch Lin Qianqian, but by pushing and pulling, she touched me several more times. I reminded her, remember, we have to walk along the edge of the jungle and try to avoid direct sunlight so as to reduce the consumption of the body. Ning Shu smiled and said, Lu Zhe, you really know a lot. I smiled and said, that's right, if you read a lot of books, you will naturally have more knowledge. The four of us walked along the beach like scavengers, picking up 2 intact plastic bags and 11 clean plastic bottles. Fortunately, we also picked up a Nongfu spring bottle and a pulse bottle. Seeing these bottles, I couldn't help but feel relieved. Picking up domestic beverage bottles means that this island may not be too far from the motherland. But, disappointingly, none of these bottles contained drinkable water. Lin Qianqian was already very tired and seemed to be about to give up. At this moment, she suddenly found a black object on the beach in front of her. Look over there, Lin Qianqian shouted. Tang Xiao's eyes widened. Could it be a stranded dolphin? I squinted my eyes and took a look. What's that look? It's obviously not. Lin Qianqian frowned and whispered, it looks like, hey, is it Yao Yao? Ning Shu rubbed his eyes and said, "It really could be her. Let's go and have a look." Before I could finish my words, I had already rushed to the beach, running towards the white thing. She was wearing a white casual dress, a denim skirt, lace princess socks, and small leather shoes, and looked very pretty. Her skin was very white, and there was still some baby fat on her cheeks. Although her slender legs were a little red from the sun, they were still charming. She was Jiang Yao, the living committee member and also our club's dance partner. Seeing that it was an acquaintance, I quickly ran over and gently lifted Jiang Yao's neck. "Hey, Jiang Yao, Yao Yao." I tried her breathing. It was weak, but her condition was not optimistic at all. Her whole body was exposed to the strong sunlight. Her face was red and hot, and her body was seriously dehydrated. Fortunately, she was still alive. Since I had recovered my physical strength and advanced my skills by signing in, I didn't feel that much effort when I picked up Jiang Yao. Tang Xiao couldn't help but mutter, "When I see Yao Yao, I can't wait to hug her." "Gwr, don't talk too much at this time. Help quickly." Ning Su Site. "Oh." Tang Xiao was a little reluctant, but still started to work. I held Jiang Yao's body, and when I touched her skin, I could clearly feel that her body temperature was too high. "Let's go find a cool place," I whispered, and quickly carried Jiang Yao to the shade of a big tree nearby, carefully laying her body flat. I opened the survival manual, and it said, "Too many clothes will affect heat dissipation. You should help your companions take off their clothes and try to take cooling measures." When it comes to taking off clothes, I can't help but hesitate. After all, Tang Xiao will definitely misunderstand me again. But now, time is life, and there can be no hesitation. I undressed Jiang Yao while trying to remain serious. Jiang Yao is wearing too many clothes. It will affect her breathing and heat dissipation. Tang Xiao muttered, "Are you sure you don't have any other purpose?" I responded coldly. Her body temperature is too high now. If she is not cooled down quickly, she will soon die of dehydration. If you insist on saying the purpose, there is only one, which is to keep her alive. Ning Shu also said with some concern, "It looks like her condition is quite serious." "Touch it," I instructed softly. Ning Shu and Tang Xiao will both touched Jiang Yao's arm and immediately retracted their hands. "Oh my God, it's so hot." "It's all caused by the sun." Lin Qianqian was not idle either. She took off Jiang Yao's shoes, pinched her feet, and said softly, "Lu Zhe is right. We need to cool Yao Yao down quickly. Take off her clothes quickly." "Okay." Ning Shu nodded. "Gwr, come and help." Tang Xiao wanted to say, "Turn away and don't peek," but she saw that I had already turned around and started to check Jiang Yao's phone. As expected, the phone was soaked in water and could not be turned on at all. On the other side, with the help of Tang Xiao, Ning Shu carefully took off Jiang Yao's sailor suit and skirt and placed them under her. She also unbuttoned her bra and temporarily placed it on her chest. "The next step is to find a way to cool down." Ning Shu said, "It's best to use a towel dipped in cold water to apply to the forehead." Cold water? I thought for a moment. Seawater is constantly evaporating and absorbs heat during the evaporation process. The water temperature is lower than the air temperature. We can use seawater instead, Lin Qianqian reminded. However, salt will adhere to the surface of the body, which may reverse osmosis of the water in the body. The purpose is to cool down. Just put a layer of plastic sheet on your forehead. I explained. Ning Shu nodded and then asked, "Who has a towel?" "A handkerchief will do." The three of them looked at each other and shook their heads. Suddenly, I saw Lin Qianqian wear a pair of knee-high socks. The length of the socks was just right to replace the handkerchief. "Hurry, Qianqian, take off your socks," I said hurriedly. Lin Qianqian looked confused. "Ah, it will be too late if you are late," I urged. "Oh." Lin Qianqian blushed shyly, took off her shoes, and carefully took off one of her socks, revealing a snow-white little foot. The other foot was tiptoed and hidden behind her leg. She looked particularly cute with her shy look. But I didn't have time to appreciate these at the moment. Holding her socks, I ran to the beach, soaked them in seawater to clean them, then wrung them dry, folded the socks into a small square, and brought them back to Jiang Yao's forehead. Tang Xiao picked up a leaf and began to fan Jiang Yao, while Lin Qianqian carefully rubbed her palms and soles. After this effort, Jiang Yao's body temperature did drop. At this moment, Jiang Yao's cracked lips moved slightly. Chapter 6. Checking Supplies. At that moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Jiang Yao, and her lips moved slightly, which everyone noticed. Yao Yao moved. Her lips were moving. Did you see it? Yes. Yao Yao, can you hear us talking? Jiang Yao Yao Yao. I saw Jiang Yao utter a word in a low voice from her throat. Water. My heart tightened, and I said immediately, it's not enough to just lower her body temperature. We need water. She has been in the sun for so long. She must be thirsty. If we want to save her, we must give her water immediately. Lin Shanqian said weakly. But we have walked so far and couldn't even find any water, Ning Shu said in annoyance. What should we do? Grr. And I drank all the water. We should have saved some. I sighed. It's no use saying this now. We have to find a way, but the fresh water on the island is so scarce. We are physically exhausted now, and finding enough water is almost a fantasy. I opened the survival manual, and it gave me a suggestion based on the current situation that shocked me. I looked at that page and was speechless, but the situation was urgent, and I had no choice. I raised my head and looked at Ning Shu in Guier. Ning Shu saw me looking at her and seemed a little nervous. Lu Zhe, what are you going to do? You guys drank some water, right? I asked. Yes. Ning Shu noted it. Go find some water, I said directly, handing over a Pocari Sweat bottle. Ning Shu was stunned. If there is water, it will still be needed. Wait, Lu Zhe, what are you doing? I answered seriously. Life is more important than anything else. Don't ask any more questions. Just do the right thing. Remember, you are saving lives. Tang Xiaowu looked at me, blushing, and muttered, This is too. Ning Shu frowned, as if hesitating, but finally made up his mind and took the bottle. The situation is urgent. This is the only way we can do. Let's go. A few minutes later, Xin Guo'er came back. Ning Shu handed me a full bottle of water. I reached out to take it, but she suddenly took the bottle back. Remember, if Yao Yao asks, just say it's muddy water from the beach. I responded seriously. Isn't it? Ning Shu nodded with satisfaction and finally handed the bottle to me. I carefully fed Jiang Yao some water, but she immediately rejected it, and the water slowly flowed out from the corners of her mouth. Tang Xiaowu whispered, That's enough. Let her rest for a while. Ning Shu gently adjusted Jiang Yao's position. After rehydrating her, we rested for a while under the shade of a tree. Jiang Yao seemed to be in a better condition. Now we just had to wait for her to wake up. Lin Shanqian looked at the remaining half bottle of water, pointed at it, and said, Can I drink some? I handed it to her. After she drank half of it, she asked me, Lu Zhe, do you want to drink some too? Forget it, I can hold on. I replied. Tang Xiao was sat under the tree, looking at Ning Shu with a look of help in his eyes. Ning Shu sighed and gave a helpless expression. I felt that I couldn't just sit and wait like this. I had to find something to do. So I said, I plan to check the supplies with everyone to see what tools and resources we have on hand to help us survive on the island and wait for rescue. Everyone cooperated. Ning Shu poured out the contents of the bag. You have read all of this. A novel, hand cream, hairband, tissue, space cup, pencil case, diary, spoon, keys, a pack of Whisper, and the only edible things are a can of chewing gum and a few bags of spicy strips. There's also a dead cell phone. I opened the pencil case and found 3 water-based pens, a mechanical pencil, 2 boxes of pencil strips, an eraser, and a plastic ruler. The notebook had only 3 pages used, and the rest were blank. The cover showed a Chinese girl and a European and American girl snuggling together, with an abstract world map behind them. The pen and diary can be used to record important places, types of plants and animals, tide times, and other information. When making a drifting bottle, you can also draw coordinates and island maps. I said. Ning Shu exclaimed. You can actually think of these? I asked back. What did you think of? Ning Shu said frankly. Shouldn't it be a suicide note or something? I helplessly made a tired expression and picked up a bag of spicy strips. Spicy strips are soy products that can supplement a small amount of protein, but they are very salty and spicy. After eating, you will be thirstier, so no one can eat them now. Everyone nodded, and Ning Shu asked again, What about chewing gum? Chewing gum is also good, but it would be better if it was pure sugar. It is more useful than xylitol now. I replied. Then I picked up a whistle and blew it twice, and the sound was loud. Squad leader, why do you bring this? Ning Shu asked. I bought it specially because I was afraid that everyone would get separated at the airport. I explained. Ning Shu nodded. The whistle can be used as a communication tool when we are separated at close range. Then I picked up the keychain again. There are 2 big keys, 3 small keys, and a magnetic door card on it. Although we can't use it for the time being, we can still use it to try to open the scallop. Fortunately, there is also a nail clipper, so no one has to worry about cutting nails. This is all the supplies we have now and what they are used for. Chapter 7. Start to arrange. After checking Ning Shu's supplies, I turned to Lin Qianqian. Qianqian, what about you? She rummaged through her pockets and took out a few things: a water-soaked cell phone, a card holder with several bank cards, student cards, and some shopping mall membership cards, a total of 11 cards, and a few coins. I nodded. These cards can be used to scrape off water stains on your body after each rinse to reduce the adhesion of salt. As for the coins, I don't know what they are used for yet, but if there are vending machines on the island, they will come in handy. Gora, what about you? Tang Xiaowu blushed, and when she saw me calling her, she hurriedly responded, then took off her jewelry, Givenchy necklace, earrings, and a Longines watch on her wrist. Fortunately, the watch was not damaged and was still running. I took the watch and looked at it. I don't know what the necklace and earrings are for now, but this watch can record time, which is very important. Ningshu looked at me and asked, Lu Zhe, what do you have? I searched my pockets and everything came out. After searching for a long time, I finally pulled out a dead hermit crab. I don't know when it crawled in. It seems that my pockets are cleaner than my face now, I said with a wry smile. Then he shook his wrist. I have a Casio mechanical watch, which can not only record time, but also record date and set alarms. Tang Xiaowu looked down at his watch. Mine is 1:30. I checked my watch and reported the time. Yes, it is June 10th, 1:30 in the afternoon. I remember we boarded the plane at midnight. Ning Shu remembered it more clearly. To be precise, we boarded the plane at 1:55 in the morning. Lin Qianqian added, I remember that at 12 o'clock, the five of us had a midnight snack at the airport. Tang Xiaowu sighed and said, we had a barbecue together yesterday afternoon, but I didn't expect to end up in such a place now. I frowned slightly, feeling a little strange. Why were we the only ones who survived the plane crash? Why didn't we see anyone else? We didn't even see a single body. Suddenly, I remembered that after boarding the plane, the five of us were upgraded for some reason. During the flight, a big hole suddenly appeared in the first-class cabin. Could it be that only the people in the first-class cabin died, and everyone else was fine? This feeling made me feel uneasy, as if we were being cheated. But I didn't think much about it, and continued to check Jiang Yao's condition. Jiang Yao had nothing on her except a broken cell phone. I breathed a sigh of relief. This is all the supplies we have. From now on, we can only rely on these things to hold on until the rescuers arrive. This is easy to say, but difficult to do. I know that most of these supplies seem useless at the moment. It can even be said that on a desert island, all of these things combined are not as useful as a lighter or a knife. Moreover, the four of us girls were not in good condition. Facing this situation, it was actually more difficult than starting with no supplies at all. So what should we do next? It was too hot, so we had to find a place to build a temporary camp and create a relatively cool and comfortable space. But where should we build the camp? Considering that Jiang Yao was still unconscious and Lin Qianqian was also very weak, it was not suitable for anyone to walk too far. Based on the survival manual, I made a suggestion. We are now at the junction of the beach and the jungle. In front of us is the beach that can provide marine resources, and behind us is the jungle that can shelter us from the sun. If a helicopter flies by, we can also quickly get to the beach for help. Instead of running around, why not make this place cooler as our camp? Ning Shu asked, how should we set up the camp? Put up a tent. I shook my head. We don't have the strength and energy to do that now. We can only build a simple shelter where we can rest, distill fresh water, and wait for rescue. My thinking was clear, and everyone had a sense of trust in me. Ning Shu was the first to speak up. Okay, Lu Zhe, we'll do what you say. No matter what, we have to save Yao Yao, and when the rescue team comes, we'll go home together. Tang Xiaowu also waved his fist. Yes, the five of us came out together, and we have to go back together. Although Qianqian was very weak, her spirit seemed to be lifted. Lu Zhe, I can do something too. Chapter 8. 2 Water Extraction Devices. Seeing that everyone was full of enthusiasm, I nodded with satisfaction, observed the surrounding environment, and then began to assign tasks. There are many broadleaf plants here. Let's pick some leaves nearby and spread them on the ground. The leaves have a transpiration effect, which can make the temperature lower than the outside world and reduce the bites of ants and other insects. Go get some seawater in a plastic bag. Seawater has a large specific heat capacity and a lower temperature. Put on Jiang Yao's skin to help cool her down. Okay, responded. I try to make the tasks as simple as possible so that everyone can be motivated to complete them. Lin Qianqian asked, Lu Zhe, what should I do? You should take a rest and help Yao Yao wipe her face and cool her down after you recover your strength, I said. Okay, she replied. Then, Ningshu and I spent about 10 minutes picking some broadleaf plants and spread them out to form an area of about 4 square meters. Then we carefully lifted Jiang Yao onto the leaves and laid her flat on them, while Qian Qian wiped her face and fanned her to cool her down. Tang Xiaowo ran to the beach in the scorching sun and filled a few bottles with seawater. She touched the bottles and found that the water was a little cold, but not much. So she placed the bottles next to Jiang Yao. Although everyone was a little uncertain, perhaps it was a psychological effect, we all felt that sitting on these leaves was indeed a bit cool. However, the sun was still scorching and the sand was so hot that it burned the soles of my feet. I suddenly thought that I could use the heat from the beach to make a distiller. So, I picked a few clean bottles with smaller mouths, filled them halfway with seawater, and buried the bottles in the sand, leaving only the mouths exposed. I then used a bottle with a larger mouth to bend it into a U shape and placed it diagonally over the mouth of the small bottle, and then carefully supported it with a branch. The heat from the beach plus the direct sunlight will cause the seawater to evaporate, and the water vapor will condense into water droplets at the top of the bottle and eventually gather at the bottom of the bent bottle. In this way, you can get fresh water that can be drunk directly. Unfortunately, there are only 3 bottles that can be used, and I don't have a knife to cut the bottles, otherwise I could make 8 or 10 distiller. However, it will take several hours for the distiller to produce fresh water. I looked around and found some ways to get water in the survival manual, but they require specific conditions. I looked up and observed the surroundings: the beach, the jungle, the palm trees, the grass, and countless unknown plants. Wait, a palm tree? I approached the palm tree and looked up, but I didn't see any coconuts. But even without coconuts, the sap of the palm tree can provide water. I walked up to the tree and touched it with my hand, and the information about the tree came to my mind. Palm trees, distributed in tropical and subtropical regions. They can be used as ornamental plants and raw materials for making handicrafts. The palm bark can be made into ropes, etc., and has high economic value. The sap is rich in tannins and tastes astringent. It is not suitable for drinking in large quantities, but it can replenish water at critical moments. I thought to myself, if only I could find a birch tree, but no matter what, as long as I can survive, it's fine. I turned to Qian Qian and said, "Lend me your key." "Oh, what are you going to do?" She handed me the key with some confusion. "Try another way to get water." She looked confused. "The key can also be used?" I picked a spot on the palm tree and started drilling a hole in the trunk with the tip of a key. It took me nearly 20 minutes to finally make a small hole. Then I took a fountain pen from my pencil case, removed the tip and core, and inserted the pen tube into the hole. Ningshu and Tang Xiaowa came over curiously. Tang Xiaowa asked, "Are you going to get water from the tree?" Ningshu was a little skeptical. "Is it drinkable?" The sap of the palm tree contains tannins, which tastes terrible, but can save lives in life and death situations, I explained. Ningshu was a little unconvinced. "It doesn't look like it can produce water." "Let's give it a try anyway," I said. I continued to work hard, and after 10 minutes, I finally fixed the pen tube and used small stones to stabilize it, forming a simple small bowl to collect water. After a while, a drop of water slowly condensed and dripped into the plastic bag. Tang Xiaowen nodded in surprise. "There's water now. Lu Zhe, you are really good." Ningshu also nodded. "At this rate, we can probably collect a full bottle cap tomorrow morning." However, the speed of evaporation is probably faster than the accumulation. I nodded. "It will be slow at first, but it will speed up later. The more water we can accumulate, the more hope we have." Sure enough, after a while, the dripping speed increased, with a drop of water falling every 3 seconds. I looked at my palm, which was red and painful from drilling the hole, and decided not to make the second one for the time being. Several girls were lying or sitting under the broad leaves. Although it was not completely comfortable, they finally had a decent survival environment and were not too embarrassed. At this time, Tang Xiaowa and Ning Shu made 2 headbands with branches and leaves. Although they looked simple and the colors were not very pretty, they could indeed block the scorching sun when worn. "Lu Zhe, here's one for you." Tang Xiaowa handed me a headband. In my opinion, Tang Xiaowa was sometimes annoying and always liked to provoke me, but whenever there was something good, she was always the first to share it. Maybe she was just that special. I took the headband and felt that it was well made. It could indeed block the sunlight and protect my face from sunburn. "Thank you." Several girls sat under the shade of the trees and continued to weave the headbands while chatting. They couldn't help with anything else. Ningshu tried to drill a hole in the bark with a key, but he ran out of energy after 2 minutes. We all sat on the grass and felt a little comfortable, as if we had slowly adapted to this kind of life on the deserted island. I continue to think, in the current situation, if the rescue team can arrive within 24 hours, we may be able to survive. But what if there is no rescue? I know that we should always prepare for the worst. If the rescue team does not come, we have to rely on our own strength to survive. The most important material is water. Not only do we have to rely on sap and distiller, we have to think of other ways. I decided to venture out into the jungle in the hope of finding a sustainable source of water and food so that we could truly escape the threat of death. Chapter 9. First time entering the jungle. I made a decision and stood up. You three stay here to guard Jiang Yao. I'll go around the forest and see if I can find more fresh water and food. Ning Shu was a little worried. No, it's too dangerous. You can't go alone. I replied. It would be inconvenient if there are too many people. I won't go too far. If anything happens, you can blow the whistle. That won't do. Ning Shu stood up firmly and said in a firm tone, It's not easy for the five of us to get together. If you go to the woods alone at this time, what if something happens? How can we explain to your parents? If we don't go, we may all die here. I retorted in a heavy tone. Tang Xiaohua also interrupted anxiously. Even if you're a little bit frivolous, you are our classmate after all. I won't let you take risks alone. If you insist on going, I will go with you reluctantly. I looked at her and said with contempt, Tang Xiaohua, who are you saying is not serious? Tang Xiaohua stuck out her tongue awkwardly, obviously a little embarrassed. Ning Shu frowned and said, If you want to go, Lu Zhe and I will go together. Gwr, you lost one of your shoes. You know what it felt like walking in the woods just now. Tang Xiaohua recalled the embarrassing scene of one foot being bare and the other wearing high-heeled sandal, and had an odd. Then be careful. You go, I will stay in the camp, and take care of Qian and Yao Yao. If there is any danger, just blow the whistle. You won't go too far, right? Ning Shu seemed to have made a decision. Tang Xiaohua agreed reluctantly. Then you guys be careful. I also felt that Ning Shu, as a sensible girl, might be able to help if she went with her, so I nodded. Okay, then let's go now. Then where do we go in? Ning Shu asked. I looked around and pointed to a relatively flat area in the southwest. It's easier to enter the woods from here. We mainly need to find small rivers, streams, berries, or potatoes. Ning Shu frowned. Rodents? They can't be mice. I smiled and said, It's sweet potatoes, cassava potatoes. Of course, it will be better if we can catch mice because they're a good source of protein. Ning Shu shuddered in disgust. I hate mice the most. I comforted her. It's okay. You can call me when the time comes, and I'll take care of it. Ning Shu pouted and said, You said it. We both put on the newly made simple headbands to block the scorching sun, and walked into the jungle with a plastic bag and 2 empty bottles. The terrain in the jungle is a bit high, full of weeds, and bumpy, so walking is very exhausting. We searched on the grass for a while, and found that Ning Shu could not walk anymore. Squad leader, do you want to take a break? I asked with concern. Ning Shu held his knees with both hands and panted, and nodded. I haven't exercised much recently. Nothing. I just wanted to take a break. I replied. Ning Shu hesitated. What's wrong? I drank some water before. I feel like I shouldn't say this, but to be honest, I'm a little thirsty. She wiped the sweat off her head. I know that more than 2 hours have passed since we met. Ning Shu and Tang Xiaohua have been busy washing towels to cool Jiang Yao down and setting up the camp. Even though she drank a lot of water before, her body water content began to decrease as she sweated all the way. I handed her the pulse bottle and asked, Anything else? Ning Shu blushed and said unhappily, No. It seems that most of it has been excreted with sweat. Otherwise, I'll take you back to the camp. Ning Shu shook her head. It's okay. I can hold on for a while, but my throat feels a little smoking. Maybe it will be better after a rest. Well, then you sit for a while. I'll take a look around. Hey, don't go too far. Well, I'm within 20 meters and within your sight at any time. Call me if you go too far. Okay. I started looking nearby, but after a while I didn't find anything. Walking to a pile of bushes, I finally found some clues. I pulled away the weeds and found a wet patch of mud underneath. This place was a bit low, probably where rainwater settled. Because the obstructions in front were too dense, the evaporation rate was also slowed down. I dipped my finger into the muddy water and tasted it. It didn't taste salty. This means that the water is fresh water. Squad leader, come and see. What good stuff did you find? Ning Shu came over curiously. I held the wet soil on my finger to her nose. This is wet soil, and the water inside is fresh water. Ning Shu frowned. You mean, can this be drunk? I smiled and said, maybe it could be drunk after filtering. Filter? We don't have filter paper or measuring cup. Ning Shu looked confused. No. I thought for a moment, you can wrap the soil with pure cotton socks, squeeze it out and filter it. Ning Shu looked at me in shock. Lu Zhe, how did you come up with such a heavy method? I said seriously, Bear Grylls use socks to filter muddy water to get fresh water in Arizona. If you want to survive, you can't care too much about those things. Okay, now the question is, should we use your socks or mine? Chapter 10. Getting fresh water from the soil. My method made Ning Shu feel a little uncomfortable. Lu Zhe, I've watched wilderness survival shows before, and they say that water from the soil can't be drunk directly. There are microorganisms in it, and drinking it rashly will infect you with parasites. You're right. I nodded. But remember one thing. You have to survive to be infected. We don't have a source of fresh water, let alone the conditions to boil water. If we want to survive, we can only use expedient measures. Ning Shu said with a bitter face. Does it have to be like this? Being infected is also a probability event, but if we don't drink water, we will definitely die of thirst. As I said that, I took off my shoes and socks. My socks have been soaked in seawater and are not suitable for filtering. How about yours? Ning Shu was angry and shy. I said, Lu Zhe, why do you always come up with such heavy ideas? The previous incident was too much. Can the water filtered by socks be drunk? Of course. I answered confidently. I put on my socks again. Don't forget, it was that excessive incident before that allowed Yao Yao's body functions to begin to recover. If Yao Yao is lucky enough to survive, you'll be her savior. Don't mention that, okay? Ning Shu's face flushed instantly, and she was obviously a little uncomfortable. She was a little embarrassed and frowned, and her position seemed to be loosened. I'm just curious, where did you learn all this weird survival knowledge? Survival shows, survival anime, and, of course, 100,000 whys. Are you sure? You're not making fun of me on purpose? She asked puzzledly. Of course not, I'm serious. If possible, I'd like to borrow one from you. I said half-jokingly. Ning Shu blushed. No, it's weird to give socks to boys to drink water. I nodded and lay on the grass. Then you drink it yourself. But if I die of thirst in a while, remember to bury me so that I don't have to get up to look for you on the 7th day. Why are you like this? Ning Shu really couldn't do anything to me, but she also understood that I had done so much for everyone and consumed a lot of physical energy. Even if I had to pay a little, it was what I should do. And she also liked to watch survival programs. Thinking back, it seemed that Yi had indeed used this method. She sighed. I feel like I'm crazy for doing this. Then she took off her sneakers and white socks, hesitated for a moment, and shyly handed me one of the white cotton socks. Here you go. Don't complain. I took it and saw that after walking in the jungle for so long, the soles of the socks were still white. I sniffed it, and it didn't smell bad, just a faint smell of sweat. Don't smell it. Ning Shu slapped me. I just wanted to see if I could accept it. It seems that you have the physique of a goddess, so it's not that hard to accept. I laughed and teased her. Ning Shu was a little proud of my praise. That's right. Then I picked up a piece of bark, dug some wet soil, and put it into the little white socks. Then I tightened the mouth and squeezed it slowly. Sure enough, relatively clear water drops condensed underneath. Ning Shu was puzzled at first, and then surprised. Water actually came out. I lifted my socks above my head, raised my head, and caught the dripping water in my mouth. It really quenched my thirst. Ning Shu hesitated for a moment, then followed suit. And indeed, she drank the water. How does it feel? I asked. Well, it's good. It quenches my thirst. But didn't you say it was fresh water? Why is it still a little salty? She frowned. That's the sweat stain on your socks. Ning Shu dry heaved and immediately complained. Haha, you even dislike yourself? It doesn't matter whether it's mine or not. I'll dislike anyone's. You imagine yourself to be a fairy. I am one. We sat back to back on the grass, bickering and drinking water filtered through socks. The afternoon sun shone down, and the scene was actually somewhat sweet and romantic. We changed the wet soil 3 times, but we couldn't squeeze out any more water. However, our extreme thirst symptoms have been relieved. I nodded. Let's go keep looking. I shook my socks, cleaned the dirt off them, put them in my arms, and pulled Ning Shu up. We searched the grass again, but found neither fresh water nor tubers. At this time, I found a bush with dozens of small yellow fruits the size of dates. I don't know if it is edible. I picked one and held it in my hand, thinking for a while, and the information about this thing quickly emerged in my mind. Ning Shu also came over. What is this? A juju. I shook my head. This is called wild persimmon, scientific name junkianzi, a kind of wild fruit. It can be eaten when it is ripe, but it is not ripe yet. It is too sour and astringent. Eating it can easily cause diarrhea. We might as well remember this place and wait for it to be ripe in a few days. But before I could finish, a scream suddenly came from the distance. Then, a rapid whistle sounded. Ning Shu and I were startled at the same time. Oh no, something happened in the camp. Chapter 11. Tang Xiaobo was bitten by a snake. I didn't think too much and pulled Ning Shu to run towards the camp. We rushed into the camp and saw Lin Qianqian hugging the unconscious Jiang Yao and huddled in a corner. Tang Xiaobo was sitting in front of them and was so scared that she burst into tears. 1 meter away from them, there was a 1.5-meter long flower snake lying on a leaf, with its head raised and tongue sticking out. Seeing me running over, Lin Qianqian shouted in panic, "Lu Zhe, a snake?" I saw it. I tried to calm myself down. "Don't move," I said loudly. I remember when I was a kid, my grandfather taught me how to catch snakes. I took off my trousers, tied up my trouser legs, went behind the snake, and pounced on it using my trousers as a bag. The snake was good at attacking, but not good at dodging, and was instantly covered in the pants. It tried desperately to bite people, but couldn't find a place to bite in the pants, so it could only stare at the bright place and try its best to get out. When the snake's head just appeared, I quickly held it down. I grabbed the snake, and information about the snake quickly emerged in my mind. New species. Southeast Asian subspecies of the Bungaroceratus. Likes to eat birds and rodents. Occasionally steals seagull eggs. Has a violent temper, and will actively attack mammals. Systematic naming. Nominal BM Bungaroceratus. Venom neurotoxin. 10% mortality rate. Edible, rich in protein. The snake kept twisting in my hand, and every wriggling of its body made me feel extremely uncomfortable. I quickly put it into my pants, tightened my belt, and tightened the opening to form a closed cloth bag. Then I hung this bag on the tree and looked back at Tang Xiaohua. Tang Xiaohua's tears were falling. When she saw me coming, she burst into tears. "Lu Zhe, I was bitten just now." "What?" I immediately rushed to her. "Where did you get bitten?" Tang Xiaohua bit her lip and endured the pain and said, "Foot, toe." I grabbed her right foot and saw 2 tiny holes on the big toe of her right foot. It turned out that 2 minutes ago, this foraging snake passed by here and crawled towards Jiang Yao and Lin Qianqian. Tang Xiaohua screamed in fear. In order to protect them, she tried to drive the snake away, but she couldn't find a way in a hurry, so she kicked the snake with her foot. As a result, the snake turned around and bit her right on the big toe of her right foot. Ning Shu sighed and said, "Fortunately, it's not a triangular head. This snake should not be poisonous, right?" My face was gloomy. Not all oval-headed venomous snakes are non-venomous. This is a subspecies of the Bungarus multicinctus, and it is quite poisonous. Ah! After hearing what I said, several people were at a loss. Tang Xiaohua cried, "Ah? Am I going to die?" "No," I responded perfunctorily. Time was urgent. Without any hesitation, I immediately pulled down her stockings and pinched the base of her big toe to block the blood circulation. Then I slowly pushed forward, trying to squeeze the venom out of the wound. I pushed too hard, and Tang Xiaohua screamed in pain. "Ouch! Oh, 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 oh." I scolded her. "Tang Xiaohua, be serious." This time Tang Xiaohua did not talk back, but blushed and weakly said, "Oh." Finally, the blood was no longer squeezed out, and most of the snake venom was cleared out, but this did not mean that Tang Xiaohua was out of danger. I quickly opened the survival manual to check the countermeasures for snake venom. The survival manual suggested that tannins can be used to neutralize the venom and effectively alleviate the symptoms of poisoning. Tannin, yes. Isn't that astringent stuff the best antidote to neutralize snake venom? But where can I find it here? Suddenly, I thought of palm tree sap. Isn't its astringency due to the rich content of tannin? I hurriedly checked the sap we had collected. Although it was only a small amount, it might be enough to save Tang Xiaohua's life. I carefully applied the palm sap to her wound. Tang Xiaohua looked at her little foot in my hand, and her face instantly turned as red as a big apple. After I treated the wound, I asked, "Give me a rubber band to support it." Ning Shu hurried to look in her school bag, but Lin Qianqian pulled the hair tie from her hair and said, "Use mine." I took it and tied it around Tang Xiaohua's toes to block the blood circulation as much as possible. "Guer, how do you feel?" I asked. Tang Xiaohua shook his head. "I don't feel anything." I breathed a sigh of relief. Even if the poison entered the body, it wouldn't be much. It didn't damage the senses and respiratory system. This life should be saved. Chapter 12. This snake is our dinner today. Ning Shu was relieved and asked, Lu Zhe, what is the story behind applying this tree sap to wounds? I explained briefly, snake venom is alkaline, and the tannic acid in the plant can neutralize the venom. Palm tree sap is astringent, and almost all astringent foods contain tannic acid, such as raw persimmons. Ning Shu nodded, as if thinking of something. Oh, by the way, do you remember that we saw a juniper plant just now? You said it was not ripe yet and tasted astringent. That's right. Wait, I'll pick a few. Okay, keep a few just in case. Be careful. No problem. 2 minutes later, Ning Shu came back with a small bunch of junkianzi. She applied it to Tang Xiaowo again. The crisis was finally resolved temporarily. However, there are 3 weak girls in the camp now, and Ning Shu is the only one who can work. It seems that the difficulty of the next survival challenge has increased again. Tang Xiaowo looked at Jun Xianzi, who was quite cute. She picked one and put it in her mouth, chewed it, and it was so bitter that she almost took off on the spot. She immediately spit it out. Wow, so sour and bitter. This is not for you to eat. Are you hungry? I pointed to the back. This snake can be our dinner. Lin Xianxian was a little worried, but wild snakes have parasites. You will get sick if you eat them. Don't worry too much about that. I said confidently. The snake population on the island is relatively isolated, and the possibility of infection with parasites is not high. But just in case, we still have to cook it and eat it. Lin Xianxian and Tang Xiaowo looked at each other. Both of them had a deep fear of eating something as slippery as snakes. Ning Shu nodded. I have eaten snakes before, and they were spicy. But what should we do with this thing? I'll deal with it later. I said. Tang Xiaowo whispered. God bless me. I hope I can find other food. Lin Xianxian said expectantly. It would be best if we could catch some tuna or something, but coconut crab would be acceptable too. Ning Shu sighed. How can I be that lucky? I don't ask for much. It would be best if we could catch a wild rabbit and roast it. Tang Xiaowo was anxious. Rabbits are so cute. Wouldn't you feel guilty eating them? Ning Shu sighed. In this situation, don't feel sorry for the rabbit. It's good to have something to eat. Lin Xianxian said, I heard that rabbits have a very low fat content. Eating too much will make you even hungrier. Ning Shu nodded. So, in the wild, its skin and internal organs are more edible than meat, because the back has the highest content of subcutaneous fat and visceral fat, but it is still far less than pork and beef. Tang Xiaowo touched his chin and thought of something. So, rabbits are actually a great product for weight loss. Lin Xianxian asked, Didn't you just say that rabbits are cute? Tang Xiaowo nodded. But if it can maintain its figure, that's another matter. Lin Xianxian touched Tang Xiaowo's calf. Grr, you are already very thin. Ning Shu sighed. It's over. I miss the spicy rabbit head from my hometown. By the way, why hasn't the rescue team come yet? Although I used outer pants to cover the snake, fortunately I was wearing my daily sports shorts inside. I was wearing shorts when I boarded the plane. The air conditioning on the plane was too cold, so I put on a pair of pants and prepared to take a nap. I checked the surrounding woodland again and only breathed a sigh of relief after making sure there were no other snakes. Just as I was checking around the camp, Tang Xiaowo suddenly covered her stomach, her brows furrowed, and she obviously had a bad premonition. Ning Shu noticed something was wrong. Gwr, what's wrong with you? Nothing. Tang Xiaowo forced an awkward smile and whispered, Squad leader, do you have any toilet paper? Ning Shu immediately understood. Miss Gwr wanted to go to the bathroom. Chapter 13. Lu Zhe's Awakening. I had already seen what Tang Xiaowo meant, so in order not to embarrass her, I said, I'll go to the beach and see if I can pick up any seafood. Then I walked towards the beach alone. It was high tide at that time. There was nothing on the beach except some hermit crabs the size of a fingernail. I picked up a hermit crab and looked at it in my hand. This small crab had more shell than meat and could not provide enough calories. It was not worth digesting. I wanted to find a sharp stone or an oyster shell to sharpen into a knife, but I couldn't find a suitable stone after searching for a long time. Sure enough, real survival is not as simple as those so-called survival experts on Douyin and Kuaishou Show. However, I finally found a useful resource. A large piece of kelp that had drifted with the waves. This thing is rich in vitamins and carbohydrates and can be eaten, but because this piece of kelp is too hard, eating it directly may cause a burden on the stomach. But it was better than nothing. I rolled up the kelp, put it in a plastic bag, and carried it back to the campsite. I didn't return empty-handed. Back at the camp, Tang Xiaowo seemed to have completed her first toilet task, but looking at her frowning face, it was obvious that it was not smooth. Yes, her foot was injured, the snake bite was stung, and it hurt, and there was no toilet here, so she couldn't squat down at all, and it was not easy to defecate. I walked closer to her and asked with concern, "Or, how are you?" "Nothing. I feel a little uncomfortable. It will be fine after a while." She forced a smile. At this moment, the system in my mind suddenly sent a prompt. Ding, important supplies, strawberry seeds detected within a radius of 100 meters. Strawberries? I was stunned for a moment. Strawberries are my favorite fruit. If there were strawberries on this island, the quality of life would be improved by several levels. I knew I had to seize this opportunity. I walked over according to the direction provided by the system. After walking about 40 meters, I finally arrived at the marked location and found a broad leaf on the ground. The system showed that the strawberry seeds were under that broad leaf. I walked over and lifted the broad leaf in confusion. Oh my God, I almost collapsed on the spot. There was a small pit under the leaf, and in the pit was a small pool of yellow stuff with a few black dots and a few snow-white tissues. I couldn't help but dry heave, and then I understood. I guessed Gur had eaten strawberries not long ago, so she ate the seeds on the surface of the strawberries and brought them to the island. Because strawberry seeds have anti-digestive enzymes, and because diarrhea accelerates excretion, the seeds were not digested by gastric juice. The situation in front of me made me stunned. The question was, what should I do? Give up directly, or bravely find those seeds and then find a good place to plant them? At first, I thought of giving up and hoping that the rescue team would arrive as soon as possible. But my mind told me that if the rescue team didn't arrive on time, we might have to stay here for a long time. The days with strawberries and the days without strawberries are completely two different worlds. I can't do that. I can't go against my bottom line just because of a few strawberries. I gritted my teeth and made up my mind. I will never do such a thing. Never. However, when I closed my eyes, I suddenly felt countless red, juicy, big strawberries flying around me. Chapter 14. Finding New Freshwater Resources. I finally expressed my opinion in a serious tone. We who are stranded on a desert island must collect all available resources as much as possible. We ate some fruits before boarding the plane, and the seeds of the fruits entered our stomachs and were carried to the island. Because the seeds have antioxidant enzymes, they will not be completely digested. With these seeds, we can open up wasteland and plant fruits. Even if we are rescued later, our lives will not be too bad. When I said this, the two girls looked at each other and seemed to think it made sense. I understand the logic. Lin Qianqian asked weakly, but what kind of strange idea can make you think of looking for seeds in poop? Ning Shu also interrupted and said, by the way, Bei Yi and Yi have never done such a perverted thing. I shrugged. When Democrat was extremely hungry, he would roast the undigested beans in his feces and eat them again. Bear Grylls once squeezed water from elephant feces to drink. In comparison, what we do is nothing. The two girls vomited together. That's perverted enough. I suddenly thought of a key question. By the way, what did you two eat on the plane? Did you eat any fruit? Lin Qianqian frowned in refusal. I don't want to tell you. Ning Shu also pinched her waist and said, Humph, don't want to know. I smiled and said, it's okay if you don't tell me. But if we don't get rescued, in a few months, we will either eat tree bark and kelp or eat all kinds of fruits. You can choose. The two girls' expressions wavered when they heard what I said. Ning Shu whispered to Lin Qianqian, that does make sense. Lin Qianqian blushed and said, we can't let boys search for that thing for us. It will be so embarrassing. Yes. Ning Shu also felt that it made sense. At this time, Tang Xiao's weak voice came from not far away. Squad leader, Qianqian, Lu Zhe, where have you been? Coming. The matter of playing with poop had to be put aside for the time being, and they hurried back to the camp. When we returned to the camp, we found that Tang Xiao's face was livid, his body was hot, and his breathing was a little difficult. I knew that a small amount of snake venom had entered Tang Xiao's heart and lungs. There was no antidote, and unripe wild persimmons were also poisonous, so we couldn't eat too much. What we could do now was to drink more water to speed up the metabolism of body fluids and eliminate toxins. I quickly checked the distiller. More than 4 hours later, each of the three distillers had distilled about 10 milliliters of fresh water, a total of 30 milliliters, which was just a small mouthful of water. I quickly gave it to Tang Xiao to drink. As for the two girls' misunderstanding of me pushing, let time slowly faded away. I looked at my watch, and it was already past 4 in the afternoon. It would be dark in a few hours. I knew that if I wanted to survive, I couldn't just rely on distillation. I had to get more fresh water before dark. So, I decided to go into the woods again. This time, I asked Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian to take care of Tang Xiaohua and Jiang Yao, and I went into the woods alone. Because I was acting alone, I climbed into the woods in the north from a steeper place. This place is obviously more dense than the south, and there are unknown insects all around. I searched carefully. Fortunately, I found a small clump of Hautuinia cordata under a tree. I carefully pulled it off, enough to be a small handful. Hautuinia cordata has a unique taste and is rich in nutrients. It can provide vitamins and carbohydrates for the human body and is a very high-quality wild vegetable resource. More importantly, it also has a certain detoxification effect, although the effect is not strong. Finding a clump of Hautuinia cordata means that this plant exists on the island. If you look carefully, there should be more. I was very happy, but I had almost picked all the Hautuinia cordata nearby. I continued to search, and my efforts paid off. Finally, I found fresh water under a small hillside. It was a small puddle, not very big, and I estimated that the water storage capacity was only about 2 liters. It should be the accumulated water dripping from the mountain, which gathered here to form a puddle. I dipped a little water with my finger and tasted it. It tasted light, fresh water. This is really worth being happy about. Unfortunately, the water is turbid and needs to be filtered more strictly. I quickly looked through the system manual and found suggestions for filtering. Suggestion: if the water is too turbid, you can use the cotton pad of a bra to filter it. I immediately had an idea, and I was delighted. I quickly prepared to filter the water. Chapter 15. Look, I was misunderstood again. The method is a good one, but it is a bit difficult to implement. Asked to borrow. Now the 2 girls already suspected that they were perverted, and they still asked others to borrow that thing. Whether they are willing to lend it to me is another matter. I am afraid that I will never be able to clear my perverted personality in this life. However, think about it again. If I don't do this, I won't be able to get clean, fresh water. Without fresh water, not only will Tang Xiaohua and Jiang Yao be in danger, but even I, Lin Qianqian, and Ning Shu may die here. There is no choice. In order to survive, to stay alive, I have to bite the bullet and do it. I returned to the camp and found that there were only 2 girls left out of the 4. In the distance, Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian were collecting sticks to make a snake-proof fence for the camp. In the camp, Jiang Yao was still asleep, and Tang Xiaohua was lying on his stomach and sleeping. Maybe he was too tired. It would take a lot of time to explain it to them, so why not just use it first? While they were busy, I quietly walked to Jiang Yao's side and gently touched her forehead. Her temperature had dropped, and her breathing was even and strong. I believed she would wake up soon. Her clothes were under her body, and the straps of her bra had been untied, just resting on her chest. If I move quickly, maybe I can get everything done before they wake up. I gently took off the bra. Holy light is shining. I quickly shook my head to get rid of the bad thoughts, and then covered it with clothes. With this, I can filter fresh water. If I work quickly enough, I can return it without anyone noticing. I nodded, left quickly, and ran to the puddle. I squatted down, stacked 2 bowls together, scooped up the dirty water with a leaf, and poured it on top. The dirty water slowly flowed out from the bottom through the 2 layers of cotton pads. The turbid water became clear. It's really a filtering product. It's so useful. I quickly caught it with a bottle. A few minutes later, Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian came back. They saw a strange scene. Ning Shu's face changed, and she pointed at Jiang Yao, who was lying on the ground. Do you feel like something is missing? It's a bra. Lin Qianqian also said in panic, is there a weird person who steals clothes on the deserted island? She thought about it again. Could it be a squirrel? Why would a squirrel steal something like this? I don't know. Well, I'm so embarrassed. Qianqian, give me a hand. Okay. The 2 girls pulled Jiang Yao's sailor uniform out from under her body and covered her more tightly. It's really weird. What's weird? At this time, Tang Xiaohua also woke up with a yawn. Ning Shu asked quickly, Gwar, did you see someone take Jiang Yao's bra away just now? What? Tang Xiaohua's eyes widened. The bra was lost? Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian both nodded. Tang Xiaohua quickly opened his collar to look at his own and breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, mine is still there. After thinking for a while, he said worriedly, could it be Lu Zhe? Ning Shu shook his head and said with certainty, although Lu Zhe's behavior has been a little strange recently, he always solves problems from the perspective of survival. From my impression, he is not the kind of person who would steal girls' clothes. Tang Xiaohua pouted. But he's the only boy here. Who else could it be? Ning Shu hesitated and said, how about this? I will ask him in person. By the way, where did Lu Zhe go? Lin Qianqian thought about it. At that time, he said he was just walking around nearby. He shouldn't have gone far. Ning Shu imagined Lu Zhe masturbating and couldn't help but shudder. He wouldn't play with that kind of thing again. Tang Xiaoguo was stunned. What is he playing with? Ning Shu was sure that if I said, Lu Zhe was playing with your poop, Tang Xiaoguo would die on the spot. So I just said casually, insects or something. Tang Xiaoguo frowned and asked, do all boys like to play that kind of thing? Well, yes. Ning Shu sighed reluctantly. Ning Shu sighed, hey, why is he so worrying? Class monitor, don't worry. Lin Qianqian comforted. Lu Zhe is usually quite reliable. He shouldn't go far. Let's wait patiently for a while. I'm unfamiliar with this deserted island. How can I not be anxious? At this time, Tang Xiaoguo seemed to hear something. Hey, listen. What sound? It sounds like someone is whistling, and the music is a bit unorthodox. Tang Xiaoguo listened carefully. It's Zhu Beiji carrying his wife. Ning Shu stood up. Well, I'll go and take a look. On my side, I filtered 4 bottles of fresh water. I was so happy that I couldn't help but whistle a cheerful tune. After filling the water bottles and carrying them back, I couldn't help but exclaim, 35D, and the familiar milky fragrance. It turns out that my desk mate is really the real deal. If I use Gore, I'll probably have to use it for another hour. But before we reached the campsite, I saw Ning Shu suddenly flash out from behind a tree. She pinched her waist, squinted her eyes slightly, and shook her head in grief. Her eyes were like a mother who had worked hard and suddenly discovered that her son, whom she had placed infinite hopes on, was secretly downloading Japanese pornographic movies. My heart tightened, and I subconsciously hid the thing in my right hand behind my back. 3 minutes later, 3 girls sat opposite me. Ning Shu was very angry, Lin Qianqian was very confused, and Guirer was so angry that she was about to cry. Jiang Yao's bra was placed between them like evidence. I say, is this necessary? Tang Xiaoguo said sadly. Since coming to this island, classmate Lu Zhe has turned from a normal boy into a pervert. He even stole girls' clothes. I don't know what he will do in the future. I said helplessly, I've told you so many times, I use this to get fresh water from the puddle. I picked up the water bottle and shook it. Look, the facts are in front of us. Tang Xiaoguo continued. Okay, even if I understand that you use this to get fresh water, you should at least discuss it with us. Taking it away, secretly like this, is no different from being a pervert. Now that the truth was out, I became more confident. If I tell you the truth, will you agree? Ask yourself, who would lend me money if I asked you to lend me money? Lin Qianqian and Ning Shu looked at each other, both with rejection in their eyes. Look, I'm willing to be wrongly accused of being a pervert in order to save everyone. And what about you? At a critical moment of life and death, you refuse to even give me a bra, and you still blame me. Who said that? Tang Xiaoguo muttered. Tell me nicely, maybe I can borrow it. This answer was quite unexpected. I said casually, your cup is too small. You can't finish it in an hour with your cup. Tang Xiaoguo looked down at her chest, which was not very prominent. With a strong sense of inferiority and a surge of anger, she raised her head angrily and clenched her fists. Lu Zhe, what do you mean? I looked up and saw Tang Xiaoguo's face, which looked like he was about to explode. I'm going to strangle you to death. Chapter 16. Jiang Yao wakes up. Help you overcome mysophobia. The little girl rushed over to me and rode on me, pinching my neck with her 2 little hands. She was so fierce and frightening. I shouted exaggeratedly, help. This made Tang Xiaoguo very angry, and she pinched me. Damn Lu Zhe. I didn't use any strength at all. But at this moment, a vague call came, Lu Zhe. Everyone was stunned, because it was Jiang Yao's voice. We all thought Jiang Yao had woken up, so we hurried over to see her, only to find her eyes closed and her lips trembling slightly. Lu Zhe, Jiang Yao, Yao Yao. We called out together, but Jiang Yao didn't respond, and just kept mumbling my name over and over again. Tang Xiaoguo said angrily, Lu Zhe, why does Yao Yao always call you by your name? How should I know? I also felt very strange. Jiang Yao is my dance partner, who I have known since childhood. We have a good relationship, but not to the extent that she calls you by your name in her dreams. Are you two having an affair? I thought about it and said no. If you hesitate, then there is. Tang Xiaoguo raised his fist and punched. Stop it. I grabbed Tang Xiaoguo's hand. And even if there is, what does it have to do with you? Tang Xiaoguo glared and said, I don't want to see you deceive an ignorant girl. Ning Shu said, don't make noise, listen carefully. Then, we heard Jiang Yao mumble, Lu Zhe, wash your hands before touching me. I breathed a sigh of relief. This is how Jiang Yao and I talk every day. As partners in the dance troupe, we inevitably hold hands and put our arms around each other during competitions. She always asks me to wash my hands several times. She often says, I love cleanliness, and my dance partner must be clean too. The misunderstanding was resolved, and the next thing was to save people. I handed over a bottle of water. Use this. Ning Shu took it, clumsily unscrewed the cap, and poured it into Jiang Yao's mouth. As a result, she couldn't control it well and choked. Lin Xianqian said, Let me do it. She carefully poured the water into the bottle cap, and then poured the water in the bottle cap into Jiang Yao's mouth. After a while, Jiang Yao slowly opened her eyes and saw us dirty classmates. Ah! She screamed and almost fainted again. Several people quickly fanned her and fed her water and pinched her rinzhong. After a while, Jiang Yao finally woke up. What water? She couldn't help but complain. Tang Xiao blurted out. It's nothing, just water from the mud pit. Ugh. Jiang Yao vomited after hearing this. Yes, the first thing Jiang Yao did when she woke up after being stranded on a deserted island was to vomit. This was just because she drank the milky, muddy water. Too disgusting. Jiang Yao screamed madly. What should we do? Lin Xianqian and Tang Xiao were at a loss, and Ning Shu was also at a loss. But I was very clear-headed. Normally, we could accommodate her cleanliness, but in the wilderness, with a harsh environment and scarce supplies, we couldn't let her do this. Thinking of this, I stood up and said in a deep voice, Everyone, get out of the way. Let me enlighten her. Ning Shu hesitated. Can you do it? I answered confidently. Don't worry, I know her best. Lin Xianqian and Tang Xiao was stepped aside. Jiang Yao, I called her. Stay away from me, she said in fear. I sneered, turned her body, held her arms, and lifted her up. Jiang Yao was a little puzzled and said in a panic, Hey, what are you doing? Now is not the time to dance. I pushed her against the tree in a domineering manner, held her shoulders without saying a word, and said solemnly, Everything I'm going to tell you next is what we experienced personally. Although it sounds unbelievable, it was these things that saved your life. Jiang Yao had never seen me like this before. She hunched her arms, her face flushed, and her big watery eyes opened. She looked a little helpless and nodded. We gave you mud puddle water to drink. Not only that, I'll tell you that the bottle that held the water was also picked up. What? Jiang Yao's face flushed, and she felt nauseous and was about to vomit. I sneered and covered her mouth with one hand to prevent her from vomiting. She struggled desperately, but how could she struggle against me? The other three girls stared at the scene in front of them with their mouths wide open, not knowing whether they should stop it or not. But even if it's water from the mud puddle, it's nothing, I said calmly. In order to cool you down, we soaked socks in seawater and applied it to your forehead. Socks, forehead? Jiang Yao's eyes were filled with despair. Seeing her like that, I felt a little distressed. But I knew that being soft-hearted at this time would only hurt her. I gritted my teeth and continued. You may not be able to bear it after hearing this, but I still tell you that there is something even more exaggerated. Ning Shu lost his voice and said, Let's not talk about that. I ignored him and continued. When we first met you, you were extremely dehydrated and on the verge of death. We fed you something dirtier to save you. Crack! Like a bolt of lightning in the clear sky, it struck Jiang Yao's head. At that moment, she felt dizzy. The other three girls were also dumbfounded, not daring to think about what would happen next. Jiang Yao desperately grasped my wrist. She couldn't speak and could only make a whining sound. I didn't intend to end it yet. Even the hand that I used to cover your mouth found more than 20 strawberry seeds in the feces of wild animals not long ago. The hand that searched for seeds and feces, covering my mouth. This was as much of a blow to Jiang Yao as a nuclear bomb. Tang Xiao muttered, What wild animals? I continued solemnly and seriously. But what I want to tell you is, when you were unconscious, we encountered a lot of troubles, but we overcame them one by one. Qianqian fanned you and wiped your body. The squad leader and I found fresh water and food for you, and Guao's toes were bitten by a snake in order to protect you. Everyone is trying hard to survive, trying their best to find limited resources in order to get through the more difficult days to come. Let me ask you, what qualifications do you have to be pretentious, and what qualifications do you have to waste? These questions made Jiang Yao blush, and the urge to vomit was alleviated. I knew that my measures had worked. Next, I will let go and allow you to vomit. But I want to tell you that you must eat whatever you vomit back. Remember, this is not a game. This is real wilderness survival. Chapter 17, The First Ebb Tide. After a few words, I slowly lowered my hand that was covering her mouth. Jiang Yao stood there in a daze, her pupils trembling, and she felt like vomiting again. She quickly covered her mouth and didn't vomit in the end. Jiang Yao had never seen me treat her like this before. In her eyes, I've always been that good-tempered, responsible, and heartless boy. Even if girls bully me, I never make a fuss about it. But today, she saw another side of me. For a moment, she was a little confused. Is this still the Lu Zhe I know? She thought that she should hate my rudeness. But in fact, not only did she not feel disgusted, but she also felt a little strange. Xiao, yeah. She blushed slightly. Thank you. You're welcome. I smiled lightly, and my tone was a little softer than before. I know that it is not realistic for you to completely change in a short period of time, but you must learn to adapt so that you can survive. Do you understand? Jiang Yao nodded. I will try my best. Ning Shu stood up and extended his hand in a friendly manner. Welcome Jiang Yao to officially become a member of the SCM survival team of Jiaodong University. Jiang Yao hesitated for a moment, then extended her hand and shook hands with Ning Shu. Thank you, Monitor. Then she said to Lin Qianqian and Tang Xiaoguo. Thank you too. Lin Qianqian smiled and said, the environment is a bit harsh. I hope the living committee member doesn't mind. Jiang Yao looked around and said, well, it's a bit dirty, but it's okay. This is all thanks to everyone. Hey. At this time, she lowered her head, feeling as if something was missing. Where's my Victoria's Secret? There was really no way to answer this question. I scratched my head and pointed to the beach. Hey, there seems to be something there. I'll go over there for a walk. Then, I slipped away decisively. Ning Shu sighed helplessly when she saw me leave. She handed over the bra. Because it affects your breathing, I will help you take it off. Jiang Yao took the bra, took a look at it, and suddenly screamed in surprise. How come it's dirty inside? There's a lot of mud. I can't wear it. Ning Shu smiled helplessly. To be honest, these bottles of water were filtered with it. Whose idea was it? In order to avoid unnecessary embarrassment between boys and girls, Ning Shu gritted his teeth and decided to take the blame for me. It's me. Jiang Yao was stunned at first. Squad leader, you? Jiang Yao was expected to be furious, but she was very calm. She looked a little disappointed. So, it was the squad leader who used it. I thought it was Lu Zhe. Yao Yao, you won't blame me, will you? How could that be? The monitor's method is very good. I originally thought I was useless, but I didn't expect that I could contribute to the team even though I fainted. As she said that, she deliberately straightened her chest. Tang Xiaoguo looked at her proud figure and said sourly, Hey, girls should be more reserved. Don't forget that there is a boy here. You mean Xiaozhe? Jiang Yao looked at my back not far away and shrugged leisurely. But I can't help it. I can't blindfold Xiaozhe. Jiang Yao called Xiaozhe very intimately, which made Tang Xiaoguo a little unhappy. By the way, Guer, I heard that your foot was bitten by a snake. How is it? Seeing Jiang Yao asking this, Tang Xiaoguo stretched out his little foot, showed the wound, and said pitifully, the snake's venom is very strong. Fortunately, Xiaozhe helped me suck out the venom. I feel much better now. He personally sucked out the snake venom for you? Jiang Yao asked in surprise. Tang Xiaoguo said schemingly, It's embarrassing, but there's nothing I can do. The situation was dangerous. If he didn't do that, I might not be able to survive. I don't know if his future girlfriend will dislike him if she finds out. Jiang Yao thought about it and smiled faintly. No, he was trying to save people. If he had a reasonable girlfriend like me, she would not only understand him, but would also be proud of him. Tang Xiaoguo suppressed her anger and forced a smile. Why do you sound like you're already his girlfriend? Assumingly, but even as a childhood sweetheart, I think his behavior is very manly, isn't it? Tang Xiaoguo was speechless and frowned. She felt that she had encountered a real crisis since she was stranded on the deserted island. She made a comparison in her mind. Compared to Jiang Yao, except for being shorter and having smaller breasts, her appearance is not bad at all. In terms of cuteness, she is slightly better. In addition, she can sing and dance well and has an elegant temperament. There is no reason for her to lose to this misophobia. I don't know what Lu Zhe, this blockhead, thinks. What about me? I didn't think about anything. I just walked to the beach alone and carefully observed the beach and the waves. Soon, I found important information. The highest point the waves had reached not long ago could no longer reach there. In other words, the tide was receding. Look, it's receding. Several girls looked in the direction of the sound. At this time, the sun was setting in the west, getting closer and closer to the sea level, and the air finally became a little cooler. Seagulls and boobies also began to appear, flying along the coastline to find food. Really? The girls exclaimed in surprise. Ning Shu sighed, but there is no sign of the rescue team. I walked back, looked at my watch, and said to the four girls, "Friends, it's 4:30 p.m. now, which is the time when the tide is low on this island." Lin Qianqian took out her notebook and hurriedly recorded it. I continued to analyze. The tide starts to low at 4:30 p.m. Based on the estimate that there are 2 low tides a day, it will reach its lowest point at 10:30 tonight, and then it will start to rise. There will be a second low tide around 4 or 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, and the tide will rise again at 10 a.m. Ning Shu gave me a thumbs up. Amazing, you know all this. Tang Xiaohua said happily. The tide is receding. Can we go fishing to pick up treasures? Like those beach hunting bloggers on Douyin, they always bring back a basket of seafood every time they go fishing. I nodded. Of course you can, but don't hold your hopes too high. Most of the beach hunting videos on Douyin are fake. It's not that easy to go fishing in real life. Hey, maybe we're lucky. Tang Xiaohua said excitedly. If we pick up a king crab, then we don't have to eat that crappy snake? King crab, Ning Shu asked in surprise. What's wrong? It's not allowed. Glur, I said seriously. I can tell you clearly that the probability of picking up a king crab on a beach like this is about the same as the probability of picking up a box of fish-flavored shredded pork rice. Why? Lin Qianqian said weakly. If I remember correctly, king crabs live in the cold, deep sea. Chapter 18. Making fire by rubbing 2 sticks together caused a misunderstanding. Tang Xiaohua was a little disappointed, but soon became excited again. If I can't pick up a king crab, picking up a hairy crab is also very good. Picking up a hairy crab on the beach? Jiang Yao was very surprised. Tang Xiaohua said with certainty. I really picked one up. Ning Shu smiled and said, Are you sure it's a hairy crab and not a swimming crab? Tang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, Aren't all crabs the same? Lin Qianqian said, Of course they are different. Some are sea crabs and some are river crabs. I didn't want to start a discussion about whether it was possible to pick up hairy crabs on the beach, so I said, The question is, can you walk on your feet? Let me try. She tried to lift up her little feet and took 2 steps like a little penguin. See, is it okay? But she only took 2 steps. The sand splashed by the 3rd step accidentally touched the injured area, and she screamed in pain again. I think you should stay in the camp. No, I want to go, Lin Qianqian said. How about this? We take turns supporting her and let her sit wherever there's fun, okay? Several girls raised their hands in agreement. Jiang Yao smiled and winked, inviting Xiaozhe, come with us too. Frankly speaking, searching for supplies on the beach is indeed a very interesting thing, but I know that he has more important things to do now. No, you guys go and have fun. Remember that the 4 of you should not separate and do not leave the camp too far. Blow the whistle if you need to be in danger. Jiang Yao pursed her lips in disappointment and said, Then you must be careful. Tang Xiaohua pouted and said, Yao Yao, come and help me. Lu Zhe smiled and made an okay gesture. Looking at the backs of the 4 girls laughing and talking, I also felt happy. Now, with a simple campsite and a few bottles of fresh water to sustain life, if you think rationally, the most urgent thing is to make a fire. Campfire can not only cook food, but also bring light, warmth, and hope. When you encounter rescue teams and fishing boats, you can also burn wet wood and plastic to make black smoke and send signals. Campfire is as important as fresh water. I think it is necessary to make a campfire before the night falls. However, I don't smoke and I don't have a lighter. Even if I smoke, I'm not allowed to bring it on the plane. How many ways are there to make a fire in the wild? Either find flint and rub it to make fire, or use the principle of convex lens to focus light to make fire. There's also the most commonly used method of making fire by drilling wood. Oh, and there's also battery fire. This is the easiest. But now, the 3 mobile phones are either out of power or soaked in seawater for too long. The batteries have long been broken and cannot be used at all. What other methods are there? I don't know where to find flint, and there is no equipment like convex lenses. The only way that meets the conditions is to make fire by drilling wood. There are several ways to make fire by drilling wood, including using a hand drill, the indigenous Iroquois fire-making device, the bow-shaped fire-making device, and the groove-rubbing method. Lu Zhe carefully weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Rubbing the wood with your hands would definitely not work. That would make your hands full of sticky bacteria, and you would have to know how to use that strength. Otherwise, in less than 10 minutes, several shiny big blisters would definitely grow on your hands. What about the Iroquois push-to-make fire device? No, that's not an option. That device is complicated and requires drilling. I don't have a drill or a machete, so it's impossible to do it. The planing method? Also known as the fire plow method. It's the method Tom Hanks used when he was trying to survive, but it's a bit inefficient. The best way to make fire for me is to use a bow drill. This is the most common way to make fire for dye. This device is relatively simple to make. Find a piece of tough wood and a rope, make a bow, then find a small wooden stick, use the rope to wrap the small wooden stick around, and press it on a piece of wood. When you pull the bow, the small wooden stick will spin rapidly. It is much more efficient than rubbing it directly with your hands. Yes, use a bow drill. After making a plan, we started to implement it. First, we found a place that was sheltered from the wind to prevent the newly started small flame from being blown out. Lu Zhe decided to set up the fire point under a tree 40 meters away from the camp. After the fire stabilized, we moved to the camp. The next step was to find a suitable branch. This was not difficult. In less than 5 minutes, Lu Zhe found a 30 centimeters long branch. He bent it with his hands and found that it was just the right toughness and elasticity. As for the rope, if you don't have time to make it, just use your own shoelaces. Tie one end first, then bend the stick and tie the other end. In less than 3 minutes, a small and simple drill bow is ready. Preparing tinder is also simple. Find 2 dry leaves, rub them in your palms, and you're done. Then I found a dry stick about 15 centimeters long and a piece of thick wood. I rounded the upper and lower ends of the stick on stones, wrapped them with the shoelaces on the bow twice, put the thick wood under the stick, and pressed it with shells on top. Although the material is not perfect, it can be used. I pressed the shell with my left hand and pulled it with my right hand. The wooden stick really started to spin rapidly. It was a bit useless. I only pulled it for a while and my arm started to ache. I had no choice but to try a different posture. I used my right hand to hold the end of the bow and swing it up and down. I only needed to pull my arm back. Hey, you know what? I really felt much more comfortable this way. After a short while, a small hole was drilled into the rough wood. But this was just the beginning. To really start a fire, I needed a lot of patience and perseverance. Half an hour later, I had drilled out quite a lot of sawdust, and the color of the sawdust began to darken. Lu Zhe knew that the end of the drill bit had heated up. At this time, you must not relax, you must continue. At the same time, several girls picked up a lot of good things. There were hermit crabs of different sizes in small bottles and colorful shells in plastic bags. Perhaps in their eyes, the amount of protein and calories is not important. What matters is the appearance. We found so many things. Now, I dare not underestimate us. It's a pity that we didn't find hairy crabs. But it's not bad. We found a lot of small hairy crabs. Those are small sea crabs, and they're so small that if you don't look closely, you might think they are dimes. By the way, do you know how to eat hermit crabs? I don't know. Maybe Lu Zhe knows how to eat it. Come on, let's go see him together. The 4 girls supported each other and returned to the camp, but they did not see Lu Zhe. Ningshu stood on tiptoe and looked around and saw me sitting on the grass not far away, doing something unknown. Over there. Let's go. The 4 girls walked over, but when they were still more than 30 meters away from me, the 4 of them stopped at the same time. Huh, what is he doing? Not far away, I sat on a rock with my back to them, waving my right hand up and down vigorously, not knowing what I was doing. The 4 girls looked at each other. Tang Xiaowei said, "Who knows what he is doing?" Lin Xianxian shook her head in confusion. "Why don't we go over and ask him?" "No." Ning Shu seemed to understand something suddenly. She looked extremely solemn, frowned slightly, and her face turned pale and a little red. Jiang Yao was puzzled. "What's wrong, squad leader?" Ning Shu pursed her lips and said sadly, "I didn't expect that he was actually doing the kind of thing that was said in the legend." Chapter 19. The first plan to rescue Lu Zhe. Chapter 19. The first plan to rescue Lu Zhe. What is that legendary thing? The 3 girls were all stunned. Lin Xianxian was curious. "What's going on?" Tang Xiaowei asked. "Yes, squad leader. Can you explain it more clearly?" That is. Ning Shu stamped her feet in shame and anger. "Oh, I can't say it." Jiang Yao shrugged leisurely. "Well, since the squad leader won't tell us, why don't we just go and take a look?" Tang Xiaowei nodded in agreement. Well, maybe we'll find something interesting. Ningshu immediately ran to the front and stood in front of them. I said, you can't go. Even if Lu Zhe's behavior is inappropriate, we have to give him the minimum respect. Lin Qianqian said softly, but squad leader, the more you say this, the more curious we are. What is going on? Okay, I'll tell you, but we have to get back to camp first. Ningshu led everyone back to the camp, took out the book, Master of Husband Control, and opened a certain page. Ignorant girls, look at this page. Lin Qianqian picked up the book suspiciously and read the excerpt in a clear voice. When Shimin Xiang was 14 years old, he discovered a mysterious movement in the dark. After that, when he came across the word shutter, his understanding was obviously different from that of people of his age, and he began to approach Goethe's intention. This old German man, who has now passed away, once said, "Fear and trembling are the highest virtues of man." The three girls raised their heads, and their three pairs of big watery eyes revealed deep confusion. Ningshu sighed worriedly. This is a bad habit unique to boys. No matter what, we have to save him. While a few girls were chattering in depth about how to help Lu Zhe get rid of his bad habits, a thin puff of black smoke finally came out of the wood ash on Lu Zhe's side. He was so overjoyed that he didn't even bother to rest his sore arms. He quickly poured the wood ash on the rub-dry leaf fluff and blew it in his hands. After a few seconds, flames shot out and ignited the dry leaf fluff. Haha, hard work pays off, and I'm finally famous. Fortunately, I was able to recover my strength after signing in with Qianqian, otherwise I would never have been able to get out of the fire in my current state. He carefully lit the fire. When the fire gets bigger, you can move it closer to the campsite. I wonder how happy those little girls will be when they see me light the fire. Seeing that the fire was becoming stable, he wanted to tell the girls to pick up more stones and wood and build a standard fire near the camp so that he could move the campfire. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and walked back, just in time to see a few girls discussing something in secret. Lu Zhe was a little curious. What are these little girls studying? Very mysterious. He walked over carefully, but unexpectedly he was discovered. Tang Xiao was screamed in fear. Ah, Lu Zhe is here. The four girls immediately huddled together nervously. Lu Zhe was a little puzzled. Hey, what's going on with you guys? Lin Qianqian got nervous and the notebook in her hand fell down. Lu Zhe quickly picked it up. Four girls shouted at the same time, "Don't look." Lu Zhe was stunned. Is there a photo of a girl or something? Why won't you let me see it? Is it your privacy? No, that is... Lu Zhe realized that several girls were hiding something from him, and out of strong curiosity, he took a look at the notebook. Ah, the four girls' faces turned pale. In elegant handwriting it reads, "A plan to help Lu Zhe get rid of bad habits." Below, it was a cartoon image of a boy sitting with his back to the camera, and there were some wavy lines on his arms to represent waving. In an instant, Lu Zhe understood everything. Chapter 20, Mass Social Death Scene. Chapter 20, Mass Social Death Scene. Then next to this picture, various ways to quit smoking are written. Things like proper diet, healthy exercise, and distraction. Very specific. Lu Zhe instantly turned into a statue. Aim. Seeing that the matter had been exposed, Ningshu changed his tone to a serious one. All this is for you, Lu Zhe. Tang Xiao was said helplessly. Lu Zhe, this is not good. You have to quit. Jiang Yao said worriedly. Xiao Zhe, although it would be embarrassing for others, especially girls, to know about this, I believe we are all doing this for your own good. Lin Qianqian said tremblingly. Student Lu Zhe, please focus on your studies and don't do anything harmful to your health. Lu Zhe's eyes were filled with tears. The feeling of being suspected of having bad habits by a girl is devastating enough. What's even more terrible is that these girls are still working together to help and save themselves. I don't know whether to cry or laugh. Just you wait. 3 minutes later, Lu Zhe moved the fire to the camp. He said word by word, "Dear goddesses, please see clearly. I just waved my arms to make fire by rubbing 2 sticks together." 4 girls sat side by side in front of the fire, staring at the burning flames in amazement. A fire? No, that's not a fire. That is the execution ground of collective social execution. We thought, oops, stop talking. I'm almost dying of embarrassment. It's all the squad leader's fault. He has led us astray. How can you blame me? In a situation like that, anyone would misunderstand. You're the only one like that. None of us have that. Hey, how can I face people from now on? Lu Zhe didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, it is not often that you can see four school beauties digging their toes into the ground in embarrassment. What should I do at this time? Forgive them with a magnanimous heart? How is that possible? This is a good opportunity to rectify the survival culture. Lu Zhe deliberately put on a serious tone and coughed twice. In order for us to survive, I've been working so hard to make fire that my arms are almost broken. I didn't expect you to misunderstand it as a bad habit. Tell me, who has such dirty thoughts? The three girls pointed their fingers at Ning Shu. Class monitor. Ning Shu smiled awkwardly. Well, I will reflect on it. But, Lu Zhe, you have to understand me. As the class monitor, I have to care about the physical and mental health of every student. You have been through so many things recently. As a boy, it is not easy to control yourself. Lu Zhe asked curiously, what do you mean it's hard to control yourself? Do you understand boys very well? Ning Shu sighed and said, I don't really understand it. I just read some female-oriented online novels, and some things are described in great detail. Tang Xiaoguo pouted. What do you mean by read a little, monitor? If I remember correctly, you spend your spare time reading novels. Jiang Yao nodded and said with a wicked smile. During the last sports meet, I accidentally saw a clip. It was very dirty. Lin Qianqian blushed. I've seen it too. Ning Shu said helplessly, why? Hey, it only happens occasionally. I watch it for the wonderful plot, the wonderful writing, and the vigorous love, not for that kind of plot. Jiang Yao said leisurely. Who can say for sure? Ning Shu was annoyed and wanted to argue. Hey, I'm telling you guys. Enough. Lu Zhe felt that if he didn't stop it, the topic would go off topic. Let's put aside the literary appreciation for now. Let's talk about how to solve the misunderstanding you four had with me today. How to solve it? How else can it be solved? Ning Shu said in a tangled tone. Lu Zhe, can't we just apologize to you? Jiang Yao twisted her body slightly and came over to pinch Lu Zhe's arm. Yes, classmate, we are all ignorant girls who have been bewitched by boring books and don't know anything. Do you have the heart to punish us? Tang Xiaoguo said, as if it was a matter of course. Even if we are wrong, you are a boy. You should be more generous. Lin Qianqian whispered. In physical education class, you have always taken good care of U.S. girls. Lu Zhe pretended to be in pain and covered his chest. I was not wronged at that time, but now I am wronged. As a boy, do you know how traumatized I am at this moment? Tang Xiaoguo pursed her lips and said proudly, only by punishing us cute people can you heal the wounds in your heart. Lu Zhe was very sure. That's right. In that case. At this time, Ning Shu stood up. She patted her chest responsibly and said, as the monitor, I am the mastermind of this matter. They're at most accomplices. I should bear all the responsibilities. If you must punish them, then punish me alone. Chapter 21, How to Punish the Monitor. Chapter 21, How to Punish the Class Monitor. Seeing Ning Shu is so responsible, the other three girls all looked at him with admiration and gratitude. But Ning Shu understood. What can Lu Zhe punish at this time? It's nothing more than doing more work and taking better care of your companions. What else? I'm the only girl in the best physical condition now. I have to work even if I'm not punished. I might as well take the initiative to take it on and accumulate some good karma. Lu Zhe gave a thumbs up in approval. As expected of you, you are the squad leader. You are responsible. Ning Shu handsomely clasped his fists and said, excuse me. Lu Zhe nodded. I originally wanted to punish 4 people, but since the squad leader took it all on his own, I'll just punish the squad leader. Ning Shu said sternly, tell me, what is the punishment? What is the punishment? Lu Zhe thought about it. What is the most urgent task at the moment? Cook? Build a shelter? They all seem urgent, but they're not the most difficult things to accomplish. That's probably the hardest thing to accomplish. Lu Zhe nodded. Okay, then let the squad leader find seeds for everyone. No problem. Ning Shu responded nonchalantly, but immediately felt something was wrong. What seeds? Lu Zhe explained. Everyone may have eaten fruit before boarding the plane. If you eat fruits such as watermelon or cantaloupe, you may inadvertently swallow the seeds and bring them to the island. Ning Shu suddenly thought of the scene where Lu Zhe was looking for seeds in Tang Xiao's poop. Her face turned pale. You didn't ask me to look for it in poop. Lu Zhe gave a thumbs up and praised. Otherwise, why do you say you are the class leader? You understand everything at once. Ning Shu was stunned. At that moment, a breeze blew past, and her hair on her forehead became extremely messy. She looked at her slender, white, and boneless hands. With these hands, it would be no problem for her to be a hand model. Are we going to look for that kind of thing? Is this something a beautiful girl like me should endure? Ning Shu couldn't help but dry heave. Lu Zhe, maybe the rescue team will come before we grow any fruit. There's no need to waste energy on doing this. Lu Zhe said bluntly. It would be best if the rescue team could come, but what if they don't? Ning Shu was tangled up and said, Isn't there a black box? Lu Zhe said, But is the black box next to us? Do we know how far the plane glided after we fell from it? Even if the black box is next to us now, we'll be found. Ning Shu was stunned. She understood that what Lu Zhe said was not a deliberate scare. In fact, the probability of finding the black box in the sea was too low. Hearing these words, Tang Xiaowu burst into tears. Ah, my parents and Lu Xiaozhe must have thought I was dead. Lu Zhe frowned. What the hell is Lu Xiaozhe? My Bichon Frize. Lu Zhe said angrily. Tang Xiaowu, your dog's name is too exaggerated. It's just a coincidence. Jiang Yao sighed sadly. Now, no one is stopping my parents. They can have a second child without any worries. Lu Zhe said sincerely. Everyone, we don't need to be blindly optimistic, but we don't need to be so pessimistic either. After all, we are all still alive, and as long as we are alive, there's hope. His voice was not loud, but it gave people a very reassuring feeling. Ning Shu nodded in understanding and sniffed again. Classmates, don't worry, I will do that. But Lu Zhe, she raised her head and asked a very realistic question. I'm not going to turn over yours too. Lu Zhe shook his head. Sorry, I haven't eaten any fruit that can easily carry seeds in the past week. If you want to look for them in my feces, I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. Ning Shu shouted angrily. Who is disappointed? I'm extremely grateful. Okay. Suddenly, she thought of something. Since Lu Zhe has not eaten any fruits that are easy to carry seeds in a week, if his other companions have not eaten any fruits that are easy to carry seeds either, then do they not need to do this? By the way, what fruits have you three eaten? Lin Qianqian, Jiang Yao, and Tang Xiaowu all shook their heads like rattles. Never. Lu Zhe was speechless. It's fine if Jiang Yao and Qian said they haven't eaten it, but Tang Xiaowu, you are wrong. Tang Xiaowu pouted. Me neither. Lu Zhe took out the small plastic bag containing strawberry seeds and said, Then tell me, what is this? Tang Xiaowu pretended to be confused even though he knew the truth. What is it? How would I know what it is? Who knows where you got it from? Don't you know that these strawberry seeds were found in your feces? No way. You must have found it from somewhere else and deliberately said it was mine. She is a fairy. How could a fairy poop anywhere like Lu Xiaozhe? Tang Xiaowu, stop being a fairy and be a human, okay? No, that's too embarrassing. Lu Zhe sighed. It seems that everyone is prepared to rely on chewing tree bark to supplement carbohydrates in 4 months. At this time, Lin Qianqian said, I think what Lu Zhe said makes sense. On a deserted island, having fruits and not having fruits are completely different days. Moreover, I think that planting and watering can bring expectations and hope to life. Lu Zhe praised. Look, the student council is still aware. Look at you. Lin Qianqian, what did you eat before boarding the plane? I ate pineapple, peach, and drank passion fruit tea. The seeds of the passion fruit may be preserved. Lu Zhe nodded happily. With strawberries, we now have 2 types of seeds that can be planted. Jiang Yao, what about you? I've eaten them. Jiang Yao blushed and thought for a long time before finally saying, Carambola, orange, watermelon. Do they count? Of course, the watermelon seeds are likely to be preserved. There are 3 kinds. Squad leader, what about you? It seems that there is no escape. Ning Shu sighed. Well, I've eaten bananas, cherry tomatoes, pineapples, and cantaloupe. Cantaloupe? Are the seeds gone? Ning Shu shook her head. Actually, I really like to eat the seeds of cantaloupe, so Why are you sighing? This is a good thing. Squad leader, are you ready? Ning Shu looked at her delicate hands and shuddered. This means she has to look for seeds in the poop of all the surviving girls. She looked up at the sky and said with tears in her eyes, Uncles from the rescue team, when will you come to save me? Chapter 22 Tang Xiaowu has diarrhea. Chapter 22 Tang Xiaowu has diarrhea. Seeing the squad leader like this, Lin Qianqian sighed. Otherwise, don't make it difficult for the monitor alone. We will all accept the punishment and find our own way. Jiang Yao nodded. I agree. It makes me feel guilty to let others find my own person. I would rather find it myself. Lu Zhe nodded. Okay, but we must screen them carefully and not miss a single seed. Tang Xiaowu spread out his hands. Since you've already found mine, does that mean I don't need to look for it again? Lu Zhe waved his fingers and said, No, we need to get as many seeds as possible. Don't worry, my stomach is completely empty. Tang Xiaohua had just said half of this sentence when his stomach growled, and then that devastating feeling came back. Tang Xiaohua blushed, feeling bitter in her heart. Damn wild persimmon, it has caused me so much trouble. Ning Shu asked curiously, are you going to go to the bathroom again? Tang Xiaohua felt miserable. As soon as he said that he had emptied his bowels, he felt the urge to defecate. This is too embarrassing. I can't admit it, no matter what I say. At least hold on for a while, until Lu Zhe is sent away. Her face flushed, and she shook her head. How could that be? I said I had emptied my stomach. I'm just a little hungry. Lu Zhe didn't care and said, come to think of it, everyone must be hungry too. The other three girls nodded. Lu Zhe looked at his watch. It was 6:30 in the afternoon, and the sun had just set below the sea level. Lu Zhe wrote down the date and the time of sunset, then closed the notebook. Now, let's prepare dinner. Yeah, I can't wait. What shall we eat? Snake. As he spoke, Lu Zhe took off the trouser bag containing the snake. When he was a child, he saw his grandfather deal with snakes. After dealing with the snake's head, the snake completely lost its ability to attack. Lu Zhe's method was simple and crude. He just observed the approximate position of the snake's head and then smashed it with a stone. After a few stones were thrown, the snake began to twitch. When the snake was tilted out, it was found that its head had become very abstract. Then he pressed the snake on the stone, picked up another stone, and used the edge of the stone to rub the snake's neck continuously, and soon the snake's head was ground off. To be on the safe side, dig a hole and bury the fangs together. The headless snake's body was still twisting. Lu Zhe didn't care. He bit the snake's skin and pulled hard, and the snake's skin was torn off like a sausage casing. The whole process is clean and neat, comparable to that of a professional snake slaughterer. Tang Xiaohua was horrified by what he saw, but he didn't care about being afraid now. She just wanted to find a chance to get Lu Zhe away, so that she could let the monitor take her to the toilet with peace of mind. Lu Zhe, if you want to deal with the snake, go somewhere else. It's cruel and disgusting to do it here. Before Lu Zhe could express his opinion, Jiang Yao retorted, it's almost dark. Where do you want Xiao Zhe to go? Yao Yao, do you like watching such cruel things? Ning Shu said, stop making trouble. Isn't Lu Zhe doing this for everyone? Squad leader, you are biased. In fact, Tang Xiaohua really didn't mean to go against Lu Zhe. She was just feeling more and more upset in her stomach. She frowned and tried hard to endure it. But I can't bear any longer. I have to solve it. Tang Xiaohua suddenly thought of a reason. Squad leader, I don't want to see this cruel scene. Take me away. As she spoke, she looked at Ning Shu and found that she was also staring at Lu Zhe. Squad leader, why are you like this? Ning Shu spread out his hands. It's all done, Guer. Why are you still in such a hurry? But then they heard a devastating sound. Everyone was stunned and looked at Tang Xiaohua at the same time. The messy hair, pale face, and big desperate eyes would probably move even the most cold-blooded person to pity. Chapter 23, Pick out the strawberry seeds yourself. Chapter 23, Pick out the strawberry seeds yourself. In this situation, we can only wash it with seawater. However, if you fill the bottle with seawater and wash it near the camp, you can perfectly preserve the seeds. Ning Shu was at a loss and asked, what should I do? Lu Zhe smiled bitterly and said, Squad leader, find a few clean bottles and fill them with seawater. Then he said to Jiang Yao, Yao Yao, go find some big broadleaves, the kind that come in whole pieces. Okay. Finally, Lin Qianqian was arranged. Qianqian, use your card. There is no time to explain too much. Everyone just do as I say. Seeing how serious Lu Zhe was, the three girls knew that this matter should not be underestimated, so they quickly did as he asked. Tang Xiaohua cried, what should I do? Lu Zhe pointed at her belly. Anything else? Tang Xiaohua not that I vit ven. Can you still squat? Tang Xiaohua pursed his lips and shook his head. At this time, Jiang Yao had already brought the broadleaves. Lu Zhe spread the broadleaves on the beach. Stand on it and take off everything that stuck to you. What do I take off? Tang Xiaohua stamped his feet in anxiety. Lu Zhe saw her embarrassment and turned away. It's okay now. It's okay. But Tang Xiaohua, who once called herself a little fairy, was in such a miserable state. Now I wish I could turn into a hermit crab, crawl into my shell, and then burrow into a sand hole and never come out. But there is no way. The feeling of her stomach collapsing forced her to give in. A few minutes later, she finally completed the epic social death mission. Then, Ningshu and Qian also prepare the seawater in bottles. Pour seawater on yourself and help Guo clean herself. Oh, okay. Ningshu hurriedly did as he was told, but halfway through, he wondered, why not just let Guo wash it in the sea? Lin Qian discovered the key point and whispered, I think it might be because they are afraid of washing away the seeds. The seawater in the bottle rushed onto Tang Xiaohua, and the dirt was washed away and fell on the leaves. The gentle sea breeze blew away the unfriendly smell, and it finally felt less awkward. At this time, Lu Zhe washed his hands in the sea and continued to process the snake meat. He hung the snake's skin on a tree branch, dug out the snake's internal organs, and put them in a torn plastic bag. Then, find the kelp you picked up earlier, roll up the white and fleshy snake with the kelp, use the snake's skin to make a rope, and tie it up section by section, and a kelp snake meat roll is ready. Finally, the kelp snakes were circled around the fire. The heat is evenly transferred to the kelp and snake meat, and the aroma of meat wafts out soon. Tang Xiaohua went to the beach and washed herself carefully several times, and Qian used a car to help her scrape off the seawater. She was clean now, but her clothes were stained with dirt. Qian lent her khaki vest. But if it's blocked from above, there can't be nothing below. Tang Xiaohua kept pulling down the hem of her waistcoat, trying to cover her little butt, which was so embarrassing that it was unbearable to look at. The girls looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Just then, a pair of shorts was thrown over. If you don't mind, wear mine. Tang Xiaohua picked it up in a daze, and it turned out to be Lu Zhe's sports shorts. Boys' shorts. No, he gave me his shorts, so what should he wear? Looking back at Lu Zhe, he was actually wearing the same casual pants he wore to pretend to be a snake. Tang Xiaohua looked up at Lu Zhe. An indescribable gratitude surged in his heart. Even though you've seen so many embarrassing things happen to me, you still don't despise me. It seems that among all the girls, I'm still the most important. She pursed her lips and felt sweet in her heart. He quickly put on Lu Zhe's shorts and tied the waist rope tightly. Wearing a waistcoat and shorts, although a little big, is much more comfortable than wearing a dress. Her body became clean again, and her mood became cheerful. Lu Zhe, thank you. This time, Tang Xiaohua thanked Lu Zhe sincerely. However, Lu Zhe's response was, now, you can pick out the seeds yourself. Tang Xiaohua, yes, I sincerely thank you, and originally expected you to forgive me generously, and then we can reconcile and become friends who can talk about anything. Then, because the girl doesn't mind wearing the boy's shorts, the boy develops feelings beyond friendship, and they start a passionate love affair. Isn't that how all those sweet romance dramas are written? Then, we were rescued together, graduated together, and took the postgraduate entrance examination together. With the blessings of classmates, they entered the palace of marriage. The bridesmaids must be the class leaders, Qian and Jiangyao. After all, there is revolutionary friendship here. After you get married, don't have kids right away. Spend 3 years traveling around the world, and in the 4th year have 2 kids, a boy and a girl. For the boy, he should be a little better than Lu Zhe, and we'll name him Xingzhe. For the girl, she should be as cute as me, and we'll name her Aigua. That's right. The moment Tang Xiaohua put on Lu Zhe's shorts, she had even picked out the names for their 2 children. However, Lu Zhe's words pulled the romantic fantasy back to reality. Looking for seeds. Eventually, you have to endure everything that you shouldn't have to endure at this age. Forget it. Just think of it as paying for love. She walked back to the broad, leaves not far away, which were covered with a layer of yellow, dirty water. There are some small black sesame seeds floating on it. Are they strawberry seeds? She closed her eyes for a while, then picked up a small stick and squatted down. Pinch your nose with one hand and hold a small stick with the other. Pick up the sesame seeds one by one onto the tissue and wipe them clean. Finally, no more floating black sesame seeds could be seen, and Tang Xiaohua burst into tears. It's finally done. She found another stick, dug a small hole on the beach, and buried the broad leaves and the dirty water together. An innocent little hermit crab was also accidentally buried, and she could only apologize, "Sorry, little hermit crab." However, the little hermit crab touched the yellow object and did not run away. Instead, it stretched out its little claws and began to eat it happily. Tang Xiaohua screamed in embarrassment and felt like everything was wrong with him. He immediately developed a psychological trauma towards hermit crabs. Anyway, the most difficult task has been completed. She came to Lu Zhe and shyly handed him the seed packet. My mission is accomplished." Lu Zhe took it and opened it to have a look. There were estimated to be more than 30 seeds, and each seed was wiped clean. He nodded with satisfaction. Girl, you did a good job. Qian teased. Yes, only a cute girl like Guer can preserve the sweet strawberry seeds. Stop talking, Qian. Tang Xiaowu pouted. I really want to never eat food with seeds again. At this moment, the sun had completely set below the sea level. The sky was not very dark yet, but the moon had already appeared. At this time, Lu Zhe discovered that the temperature began to drop rapidly. Chapter 24. Night falls. The temperature suddenly turns cold. Chapter 24. Night falls. The temperature suddenly turns cold. The long-awaited rescue team has not arrived yet. The campfire became the brightest source of light. It brings warmth and comfort to everyone's heart. I couldn't imagine what kind of night they would have to face if they failed to light a fire at this time. The snake meat was also roasted to perfection, giving off an enticing aroma. Dinner's ready. Let's eat. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. If only it weren't snake meat. Lu Zhe picked up the kelp snake with a branch and placed it on a clean stone. At this time, the kelp has been roasted into a crispy state, and the salt and saltiness on the surface have also permeated into the snake meat. Very fragrant. Lu Zhe peeled off a piece of roasted kelp, put it in his mouth, and chewed it, making a crunching sound. It smells so good. It seems I have a talent for being a chef. Do you want to try it? The four girls looked at each other, picked up a small piece each, and put it in their mouths to chew. Then, everyone exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, this is so delicious. This is just kelp. You haven't even tried the snake meat yet. But this is a poisonous snake. Haven't you heard of the saying that the more poisonous a snake is, the better it tastes? This is the ultimate delicacy among snakes." Oh, Lin Qian quickly took out her notebook and wrote it down. Lu Zhe peeled off the kelp and found the tender snake meat inside was cooked to perfection, emitting hot air, white, tender, and soft. I pulled off a piece of meat, and it was hot. Blow it and put it in your mouth. Then have a bite of spicy strips and how to inia chordata. This flavor is absolutely amazing. Several girls were a little resistant to snake meat at first, but they couldn't resist Lu Zhe's tasting effect and the aroma of the snake meat itself, so they carefully took a little and put it in their mouths. At this moment, everyone screamed with happiness. A snake, a piece of kelp, a handful of Hautuinia chordata, a bag of spicy strips, and mud puddle water boiled, and it became the first dinner for the 5 people stranded on a desert island. Delicious food, warm fire. It felt more like a camping trip with good friends, and there was even a sense of happiness. But Lu Zhe understood that this was just the beginning. If the rescue team did not come, they would face even more severe survival challenges. After eating the snake and kelp, everyone felt a little full. Lin Qian asked, Lu Zhe, can hermit crabs be eaten? Lu Zhe picked up a small hermit crab, and some information about hermit crabs came to his mind. He just did some popular science. The hindquarters of hermit crabs are edible, but they have a foul smell, and the ones you caught are too small. The energy they provide is not enough to digest them, so it is not recommended to eat them. Jiang Yao picked up a hermit crab out of curiosity and sniffed it, then threw it away in disgust. It really doesn't smell good, like it fell into the toilet. Tang Xiaowu recalled the scene of the hermit crab eating feces and heaved while covering his mouth. Ning Shu was a little curious. Lu Zhe, how do you know all this strange knowledge? Of course, Lu Zhe couldn't tell them that it was his own system that taught them science. So he just said casually, when I was a kid, I often watched 100,000 Whys. When I grew up, I watched survival shows, so I naturally understood more. Tang Xiaowu nodded and said, just like the class monitor who always reads weird rotten girl stories and even knows the weird hobbies of boys. Ning Shu said angrily, it's purely literary. I'm not a rotten girl. And Qian also often reads novels. By the way, Qian, what kind of novels do you read? Lin Qian thought for a moment and randomly named a few. I read Deep Sleep Like a Dream, and those warm stories like Falling for You. Ning Shu was stunned, huh? Those seem to be lesbian stories. Jiang Yao and Tang Xiaowu were both surprised. Lesbian story? Lin Qian was a little flustered and whispered in defense. So reading a certain type of book doesn't mean that the reader is like that. Ning Shu nodded. Yeah, I watch it occasionally. Then he asked Lu Zhe, what are you most concerned about now? Lu Zhe thought for a moment and uttered 2 words, temperature. As luck would have it, Ning Shu sneezed just after he said these 2 words. Is it a psychological hint? No, The other three girls also felt that the temperature had dropped at some point, and the sea breeze brought a slight chill. Jiang Yao hugged her shoulders and said, "If you hadn't mentioned this, I wouldn't have noticed it. Why is it suddenly so cold?" Lu Zhe shook his head. "Is it because the temperature difference between day and night on the island is too big?" Ning Shu complained. "Aren't we in the tropics? Even if the temperature difference is big, it shouldn't be this cold." Lu Zhe didn't know the reason, but he guessed maybe there are cold and warm currents flowing alternately near this island. Lin Qianqian looked at the messy fire that was blown by the wind and added, "The intersection of different temperatures can also cause the air circulation to speed up, so the wind is stronger at night." Jiang Yao said, "What should we do then?" Tang Xiaohua hugged himself tightly. "I will definitely catch a cold tomorrow." Lu Zhe looked at his watch. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening. He said in a deep voice, "Normally at this time, everyone is either lying on the sofa playing with their phones or doing their papers. But now, we must work together to face the cold nights. How should we deal with it?" Ning Shu asked. "Build a shelter now?" "It's too late." Lu Zhe shook his head. "Even if we have time, we have already consumed a lot of energy today for food, fresh water, and fire. It is difficult to have the strength to build a shelter. We can only do basic response." "Lu Zhe, what are your plans?" Lu Zhe wanted to pick up some firewood and expand the fire to bring more heat. But when he saw the bottomless jungle, he backed off. It is too dangerous to go into the jungle alone at night, and bringing a girl in with you would only hinder your progress. There is no choice but to give up. Checking the survival manual, the advice given there is to boil water to make a thermos. Suddenly, Lu Zhe's eyes lit up. "There is a way." Ning Shu asked, "What method?" "The sand on the surface is cool, but the sand next to the fire is hot." Jiang Yao said, "But we can't stay so close to the fire." Tang Xiaohua also said, "Even if I stay next to the fire, I can only warm my hands and feet, and my body will still be very cold." "Okay, listen to me." Lu Zhe continued. "This matter is divided into 3 steps in total, and each step is not difficult to implement in practice. But I need everyone's unconditional cooperation." The girls looked at each other and nodded. "The first step is to dig a sand pit where everyone can sleep and plant broad leaves around it to block the sea breeze." Ning Shu nodded. "Digging a hole in the sand is not very difficult. Planting broad leaves is also easy. What's next?" "The pebbles you dig out can be heated in the fire." Tang Xiaohua was puzzled. "Heating the stones? Aren't we the ones who are cold?" "Yes, but we need to use the stones to keep warm." Lin Qianqian nodded. "I understand." The third step is to lay a layer of heated stones in the sandpit. This way the temperature inside the sandpit will be higher than outside. Lu Zhe shook his head. "No, if it is released like this, the heat will dissipate quickly." Jiang Yao asked, "Then how do we do it?" Lu Zhe took a bottle and said, "Use the bottle you picked up to hold seawater and put a few hot stones in it. Then we will have a thermos bottle at about 50 to 60 degrees. Chapter 25, Everyone go to sleep, I will keep watch. Chapter 25, Everyone go to sleep, I will keep watch. What a good idea." Ning Shu couldn't help but praise. Qianqian counted the bottles and said, "We have collected 20 bottles, which is equivalent to 20 hot packs. These 20 hot packs should be able to help us get through the cold night." "What a great idea." Jiang Yao also praised. "The most important thing is that it is easy to operate and can be replenished at any time." Tang Xiaohua nodded. "It has the same style as I did back then." Lu Zhe warned, "Remember, be careful when putting the pebbles into the bottle, so as not to burn the bottle mouth and screw it tightly." Jiang Yao said, "Don't worry, leave it to me. Once the plan is made, it's time to implement it." The sand was relatively soft and easy to dig. Lu Ziningshu was responsible for digging. Tang Xiaohua picked up stones, and Jiang Yao was responsible for putting the stones into the fire to heat them. Lin Qianqian was responsible for collecting seawater, then picking up the hot stones with branches and carefully putting them into the bottle. Squeak! As soon as the hot stones were put into the bottle, the seawater made a scalding sound, but after shaking it, it was immediately neutralized with the seawater and turned into hot water at about 50 to 60 degrees. Although it is still a little hot to hold, it will not damage the bottle. In just half an hour, Jiang Yao made more than 10 thermos bottles. To keep warm, bury in sand first. At the same time, Lu Zhe and Ning Shu also used branches to dig out a square sandpit that was 2 meters long and 2 meters wide. Dry with fire. Then the broad leaves that were originally spread on the ground were inserted diagonally around the area to cover the entire sandpit and use it as a quilt. The thermos in the sand pit emitted bursts of heat, just like a heater, driving away the severe cold in the middle of the night. Tang Xiao was said happily while lying in the sand pit. Wow, it's warm and happy. Jiang Yao also lay down and thought to herself, it feels like sleeping in a grave. Do you think a native will jump out in the middle of the night and bury us all? Tang Xiao was screamed in fear. Ning Shu also shuddered. Yao Yao, it's the middle of the night. Can you please not tell scary stories? Jiang Yao stuck out her tongue. How exciting! Tang Xiao yelled. What kind of excitement is this? I'm frightened to the point of peeing. At this time, Ning Shu discovered a new problem. A 2-meter-wide sand pit is barely enough for 4 people to sleep in. Lu Zhe will definitely not be able to squeeze in. Lin Qianqian blushed and said, besides, we are all girls, so it's okay for us to sleep together, but it's a bit difficult for boys here. Jiang Yao, who was lying on the edge, pushed aside the broad leaves and scurried to the side. Xiaozhe, squeeze in and sleep next to me. Tang Xiao felt a little uncomfortable being squeezed by Jiang Yao and said, Yao Yao, don't squeeze me. Jiang Yao disagreed. I just feel sorry for Xiaozhe and want him to sleep. Can't you just give in? Tang Xiao was annoyed. You are the only one who cares about others, right? Jiang Yao smiled. Of course, you're not the kind of person who would cause trouble for Xiaozhe. Ning Shu smiled bitterly. Why are you two so teasing? Shiti, I don't. Hey, speaking of squad leader Lu Zhe, why don't you dig a bigger hole? Because there is no need. Lu Zhe looked at the distant sea. Why? Has the rescue team arrived? Where is the human figure? Lu Zhe explained. Because tonight the 5 of us can't all sleep. One person has to keep watch. When they heard the word night watch, the 4 girls exclaimed at the same time. We still need to keep watch. I'm so tired. Who can still guard it? I'm so sleepy. I want to sleep until the mountains are gone and the earth and sky meet and the world ends. Only Ning Shu said seriously. Do we really need to keep watch? Lu Zhe nodded. This is our first night on a deserted island. If there is any emergency in the middle of the night, we must be prepared to deal with it in time. In addition, we have to take care of the fire, add firewood, and change hot water for our companions. If a rescue team really arrives, they can also send out a signal quickly. So, someone has to keep watch. But everyone is so tired. Either we draw lots, or we take turns to guard. If no one wants to, I'll guard it. Ning Shu thought about it, and said with awareness, Lu Zhe, you are the one who has worked the hardest today. How can I let you keep watch? If someone must keep watch, then I, as the squad leader, will do it. Everyone was moved by Ning Shu's sense of responsibility. Lin Qianqian thought for a moment and said, Squad leader, you are also very tired. I haven't done anything since I woke up. Let me take care of it. Tang Xiao was also moved and said, actually, I'm not that tired. I can definitely keep watch. Leave it to me today. Seeing this, Jiang Yao also expressed her opinion. Everyone stop arguing. I wake up the latest and do the least work. If there is anyone who needs to keep watch, it should be me. Lu Zhe understood that although these girls were usually noisy and disturbing, they were still very sensible and considerate when it came to the critical moment. As for myself, with the support of the system, my physical strength has surpassed my original self. Although I have used a lot of it, it is not yet used up. In that case, don't let them guard it. Thinking of this, Lu Zhe stretched his body and said, it suddenly occurred to me that if a prehistoric python or Godzilla crawled out in the middle of the night, you wouldn't know how to deal with it, so I'll guard it myself on the first day. Tang Xiao pouted. You're scaring me again. Jiang Yao said worriedly. You can't stay awake all night. Lin Qianqian also worriedly said, your body will be damaged. Lu Zhe smiled and said, I will take a nap when the sun rises, and then you can take over for me. Ning Shu thought for a moment and said, no need to wait until then. I'll get up in 4 hours and take care of the second half for you. During this time, the rest of you can sleep peacefully. Lu Zhe thought about it and felt that it was okay. Okay, let's go to bed early and get enough rest to face tomorrow's challenges. I believe there won't be any challenges tomorrow. The rescue team's boat will definitely come to pick us up. That would be best. Thank you for your hard work, squad leader and Lu Zhe. Then go to sleep. Good night. Qianqian, you hug me too tight. Saw the... For girls slept in the sand pit, one next to the other, and soon their sweet snoring sounds were heard. They were too tired. I was so tired that I fell asleep as soon as I lay down. Lu Zhe sat in front of the fire, warming his hands. Looking at the 4 beautiful girls in front of him, he felt a desire to protect and a sense of responsibility. Let's add some firewood first. Lu Zhe broke off a few branches and added them to the fire. The flames jumped and crackled. Bring some warmth to the quiet night. Lu Zhe picked up a bottle of hot sand and put it inside his clothes, and his chest felt warm. This was bound to be a tough night. It just so happens that I don't have time during the day, so I take advantage of the quiet night to open the system and check my system data. Chapter 26, I really didn't mean to touch a girl's feet. Chapter 26, I really didn't mean to touch a girl's feet. Host, Lu Zhe. Age 18, ability. 1. Survival manual. 2. The power of discernment. 3. Antitoxique constitution. Lu Zhe has a general understanding of the characteristics and usage of the 3 abilities. The survival manual is an encyclopedia of survival that allows you to look up survival knowledge in your mind at any time. The power of identification allows you to identify the characteristics of objects by touch, and the resistance constitution means immunity to toxins. So let's look at the specific data. Strength, 10. Physical fitness, 10. Agility, 11. Spirit, 10. Physical strength, 10. Note, 10 is the host's original physical fitness value. Every increase of 1 point is equivalent to adding 1/10 of the original Lu Zhe on the original basis. Here is a detailed explanation. 1. Strength. It can improve the strength of limbs, explosive power, bite force, jumping strength, throwing strength, and other intuitive strength. This data can be stacked infinitely. 2. Physical fitness. Can improve physical fitness limit, physical fitness reserve, physical fitness recovery speed, and endurance. Each point added can instantly restore 1 unit of the host's initial physical strength. This data can be stacked infinitely. 3. Agility. Can improve running speed, reaction speed, jumping speed, climbing speed, dodging, etc. This data is infinitely close to the limit of carbon-based biology. 4. Perception. Enhanced sensory system, including vision, also includes the ability to freely adjust farsightedness, night vision, etc., throwing and shooting accuracy. Hearing, the limit of carbon-based biology, sound positioning, and smell, the limit of carbon-based biology. The initial state and enhanced state can be switched freely. 5. Physical fitness. Improve the host's muscle strength, bone density, skin toughness, as well as antiviral and anti-infection capabilities, as well as the speed of recovery from injuries. This data is infinitely close to the limit of carbon-based biology. These are my 5 abilities. They look good, but the speed of addition is a bit slow. Signing in once a day will randomly increase your physical strength by 1 point. So today, I was busy all day and only gained 1 point of physical strength. If he hadn't been on the deserted island for 3 to 5 years, he would have had the physique of Captain America. So, when can I sign in for the second time? At 12 a.m. every day, you can start signing in for the next day. In addition, there are weekly, monthly, and annual sign-ins. Weekly sign-in. Sign in for 7 consecutive days to get an important reminder. Monthly sign-in. Sign in for 1 month, continuously to get a 1-year proficiency skill at random. Special note, if you fail to complete the sign-in within 24 hours on the same day, it will be regarded as a broken sign-in. If the sign-in is broken, it cannot be re-signed. Although it will not affect the daily sign-in, it will affect the weekly and monthly sign-in rewards. Please pay attention to the host. I see, but what does it mean to sign in? The system did not clearly explain such an important matter. Or did I overlook it and the system assumed that it already knew the sign-in method? Lu Zhe recalled the first time he successfully signed in, which was when he was saving Qian. Does saving a person count as signing in? That's too difficult. Lu Zhe sighed and pondered the contents of the system, but could not find any clues. Forget it. It's better to rely on myself than on this weak system. Then he began to think about what he would do tomorrow. Again, if the rescue team arrives, all problems will be solved. But he didn't come. Continuing to search for fresh water and food must be a top priority. Whether to look for a more suitable campsite needs to be considered again. Once you find a campsite, you need to consider building a decent shelter. The more wood for burning, the better. Picking up and breaking branches is too troublesome, so if possible, you should make a stone axe to cut wood. We also need to catch the low tide at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning to pick up more supplies that have floated onto the beach, such as water bottles, plastic bags, cans, and all kinds of household garbage. The more we collect, the better. You also need to find a place with a wide view and put out a distress signal so that rescuers and helicopters or speedboats can see it immediately. Oh, and we need to explore the island further. Circle the island along the coastline, find the highest point of the island, and draw a topographic map of the island. It doesn't matter if you don't think about it, but once you start thinking about it, you will find that there are too many urgent and important things. It seems that living on a deserted island with scarce supplies is not as easy as imagined. Let's just do the things at hand first. He prepared to take out a few bottles that had gone cold and refill them with hot seawater. When he reached his hand into the sand pit through the leaves, he touched someone's feet. Warm, slender, and fits perfectly in the hand, making your heart beat fast. Judging from the position, it's probably Yao Yao. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to touch my female classmate's feet. I just wanted to get the sand bottle. He took out the sand bottle at her feet and replaced it with a hot one. I changed the place again and touched another little foot. Lu Zhe was shocked. He felt this one was as cold as ice. Looking further up, my calves were still trembling slightly. Lu Zhe patted his calf. Is it Guer? No one responded, but Jiang Yao next to her rubbed her eyes and sat up. She pursed her lips and said sourly, Xiaozhe, if you want to touch me, just do it secretly. I will pretend that I can't see it. Why do you ask Guer to do anything? I said, you didn't sleep. She smiled leisurely, raised her foot and rubbed it on Lu Zhe's arm. At least you woke me up just now? Hey, why didn't I realize it before? Do you like touching girls' feet? Lu Zhe was helpless. What a misunderstanding. What's the misunderstanding? Didn't you touch my pussy and then touch someone else's? Yes. No. Lu Zhe's head hurt. I was just changing the sand bottle for you, and then I found that Guer's feet were very cold. Really? Jiang Yao stretched out her foot to touch Tang Xiao's foot, and then pulled it back in shock. Wow, it's so cold. Her voice startled Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian, and the two girls sat up, rubbing their sleepy eyes. What's wrong? Guer is not normal. Tell her to get up. Tang Xiao slept between Lin Qianqian and Jiang Yao, and both of them called out to Tang Xiao. I saw her body shaking gently and humming indistinctly. Oh no, she's having the fit. No, this is not a pendulum. He touched Tang Xiao's forehead, and Tang Xiao's message came to his mind. A small amount of snake venom has overwhelmed the patient's immune system, causing severe cold and catching a cold. I see. Identification capabilities can also detect disease. This is a cold caused by damaged immunity, not malaria. A cold. Jiang Yao let out a long sigh. It's okay. Isn't it just a common cold? Ning Shu shook her head. We are short of medicines and antibiotics. Even a common cold can be fatal. And this isn't a common cold. Lu Zhe said solemnly. This is a complication caused by the snake venom attacking the immune system. Lin Qianqian added. This means that before her immune system recovers, any disturbance could make her sick. That's right. Ning Su asket vorriedli. What should we do now? Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, there is no medicine. We must keep her body temperature up now. Everyone, gather all the hot sand bottles together. Several girls quickly brought over the warm sand bottles and placed them around Tang Xiao. But she still closed her eyes and kept mumbling. The body was shaking constantly. The sea breeze blew, and everyone could still feel the chill, and several girls tightened their shoulders at the same time. Chapter Haimui Bai Saving Tang Xia Google. Chapter Haimui Bai Saving Tang Xia Google. Tang Xiao caught a cold due to a damaged immune system. He was shivering badly. Lin Qianqian weakly made a suggestion. Rubbing your hands together can make your palms warm. We can use this method to keep Guer warm. Ning Shu nodded. Good idea. Several people rubbed their hands together, warmed their palms, and pressed them on Tang Xiao's body. However, even so, it feels like a drop in the bucket. Moreover, it seems to be more serious than before. What should I do? Lin Qianqian said distressfully when she saw Tang Xiao mumbling. Lu Zhe put his hand into the sand pit and was suddenly startled. He found that the temperature of the sand pit had become lower than before. He understood. Although the sand bottles were placed around Tang Xiao to provide heat, the other three girls sat up. Little did they know that they themselves were also a stable source of heat. They lifted up the broad leaves and left the sand pit, causing serious heat loss. Lu Zhe checked the survival manual. The advice given in the manual was not new. When it is cold, companions can stick close to each other to prevent heat loss. This reminded Lu Zhe of a scene that often appears in TV dramas. A woman falls into ice water, and a man uses his body to keep her warm in order to maintain her body temperature. Warm yourself with the body temperature of your companions. However, although it sounds a bit bloody, it is still an effective method. If I go there myself, I will definitely be suspected of having bad intentions. It doesn't matter, aren't there still three girls? Saving lives is important. I need you to hug each other now and use your body temperature to warm Ning Shu thought for a moment and said, well, that's a solution. Let me go first. Lin Qianqian blushed and said, let me go first. If I can save Guer, I don't mind hugging her naked. Ning Shu frowned. There's no need to be naked. Lu Zhe added, it's best to have two people, one in front and one behind, so that we can preserve her temperature to the maximum extent. Then there's no need to argue. Qianqian, you go in front and I'll go behind. Lin Qianqian blushed. Well, okay. Lin Qianqian and Ning Shu hugged Tang Xiaowu tightly, one in front and one behind. The two girls used their body temperature to keep their companion warm. Sure enough, Tang Xiaowu's condition seemed to have recovered a little. Jiang Yao said, then what should I do? While changing the water and sand, Lu Zhe said, you continue to rest. I'll call you if I need you. Jiang Yao thought for a moment and sat next to Lu Zhe. Maybe I slept too much during the day, so I can't sleep now. Let me help you. Without waiting for Lu Zhe to express his opinion, she started to help. With her help, Lu Zhe's speed in burning stones and filling bottles has improved significantly. After a while, another round of thermos replacement was completed. Lu Zhe handed the last 2 hot sand bottles to Jiang Yao. You've worked hard, take a rest. Hey, we have known each other for many years. Why are you being so polite to me? As he said this, he placed the 2 water bottles at Tang Xiao's feet and sat next to Lu Zhe. Honestly, Xiao Zhe, I think you're quite warm. Do you mind if I lean on you for a while? We're the best partners. Of course we don't mind. Come on. Lu Zhe patted his shoulders generously. Jiang Yao smiled sweetly, put her arm around Lu Zhe's arm, and gently rested her head on his shoulder. Just like a young couple. Facing the fire, no one spoke. But after a while, Lu Zhe discovered that Jiang Yao had started sobbing without him noticing. Hey, what's wrong with you? Fine. Jiang Yao twitched slightly and wiped her tears with the back of her hand. I was just moved to see everyone saving Guer together. I think, when I was sleeping, everyone must have tried their best to save me. Lu Zhe knew that although Jiang Yao and Guer often quarreled, they actually cared about each other very much. It's true. When we found you, you had been exposed to the sun for who knows how long. Your body temperature was hot. If it was 10 minutes later, you would have been cooked. Hey, Jiang Yao pinched him lightly and said, and Guer, when a girl encounters a snake, her first reaction is to run away, but she chose to kick it away to protect me. She looked at Tang Xiaowu, her eyes full of gratitude. Guer, even though she is sometimes very noisy and willful, she is actually a very good girl. This was the first time Lu Zhe saw Jiang Yao being so sentimental. But it's normal. Under such a huge disaster, people's mentality will inevitably change. Lu Zhe, you said, the other passengers, will they all die? Lu Zhe sighed. Frankly speaking, he hasn't seriously thought about this issue since he woke up. It's not that I'm too lazy to think, but that I dare not think. He was afraid that the consequences of his thinking would cause him excessive pain and destroy his belief in living. And now Jiang Yao asked. Lu Zhe could only shake his head. Actually, I don't know either. But there were so many passengers on the plane. Why were only a few of us alive? Yeah, speaking of which, there are only a few people from our class. I'm also very surprised. According to common sense, we should have met different passengers, some who survived and some who died. Jiang Yao nodded. Is it just because we sat in first class? This was a ridiculous statement, but it made Lu Zhe's mind move. He turned around and looked at Jiang Yao. Don't tell me, it might really be like this. Speaking of which, the summer camp activities organized by the school have a history of 7 years. 16 universities in the Asia-Pacific region are friendly schools, and they hold an international academic summer camp every year during graduation season. Each school sends dozens of student representatives to participate in various knowledge and physical fitness competitions. Each class at Shanghai Jiaotong University sent 1 to 5 student representatives with good grades and good temperament to participate. This time, due to flight problems, there were 5 seats missing. The 50 students from other classes all took a flight to Australia on June 9th, while the 5 students from the business management class could only take the flight on June 10th. At that time, the pretty flight attendant said, to make up for the flight error, we have upgraded the cabin for you 5 people for free. Several students originally thought that they could sit in leather recliners, drink coffee, and leisurely reach their destination. But I didn't expect that a big hole would appear in this cabin halfway. Lu Zhe nodded. In that case, it is possible that only a few of us were bullied and sucked out of the plane, and the others may not have been. That's possible. Jiang Yao thought for a moment and said, if only the first-class cabin had a hole, Would the others be able to follow the plane all the way to their destination? Lu Zhe pondered for a moment and shook his head. Let's not talk about whether the plane can return to its original altitude. Even if it can, the plane with a hole in it is very likely to break due to negative pressure and impact. So they have no chance of survival? Lu Zhe thought about it again. Not necessarily. If the plane made an emergency landing on the sea, because the overall material of the plane is relatively light, seawater will not pour in from the hole above. If rescuers arrive at this time, everyone on the plane will be saved. Jiang Yao sighed. Do you think we are lucky or unlucky? Lu Zhe smiled and said, lucky. Yes, although the last guess has a certain probability of happening. The possibility is very small. It is also possible that all the people on the plane died in the sea. Lu Zhe's words gave Jiang Yao some comfort, and a faint smile appeared on her cheeks. Leaning on Lu Zhe, she adjusted herself to a more comfortable position and gradually fell asleep. Lu Zhe was afraid that she would be cold, so he hugged her tighter. Under the moonlight, Jiang Yao's beautiful hair covered her pretty face, which made Lu Zhe feel a little moved. He reached out and gently smoothed Jiang Yao's hair, and couldn't help but kiss her hair lightly. At this moment, another prompt popped up in my mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have completed the sign-in Agility +1. You have signed in for 2 consecutive days. Chapter 28, it seems I have to do it myself. Chapter 28, it seems that I have to do it myself. Lu Zhe was shocked. How come he had completed the sign-in suddenly? I looked at my watch. It was 1:55 a.m. What exactly triggered it? Have no idea, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, it seems quite easy to complete the sign-in now. What's the use of agility at this time? It's not as useful as strength. While meditating, you can clearly feel that your body is lighter. My 100-meter record is 11.9 seconds. I don't know how fast I can run now. Xiao Zhe. Jiang Yao muttered again. Lu Zhe can feel Tang Xiao's thoughts, and similarly, he can also feel Jiang Yao's thoughts. At this point, no matter which of them you confess to, you can establish a relationship. Then he asked himself, which one did he like better? After thinking for a long time, I still couldn't come up with a definite answer. He felt that Lin Qianqian and Ning Xu were also good, but it's normal. Each of the 4 girls is sweet and cute in her own way. How to choose between them is a world problem. Besides, once you establish a romantic relationship with one of them, you have to deliberately keep a distance from the other 3. In the future, when you get along with others, you'll have to take this and that into consideration. This is not only not conducive to survival, but also easily affects the relationship between classmates. So the smart thing to do is to keep it as it is. Thinking of this, Lu Zhe also felt sleepy. Just as he was about to take a nap, he heard a achoo. Who sneezed? It's me. Ning Shu's voice. Jiang Yao hadn't slept well either, so she woke up too. How's good? Not only has Guo'er's condition not improved, I also As he said this, he sneezed again. Needless to say, her body was also affected by the cold. She sat up, shivering as she hugged a hot bottle. Where's Qianqian? Pushing aside the leaves, by the light of the fire, I saw Lin Qianqian holding Tang Xiaogua. Jiang Yao couldn't help but sigh. Hey, if you read too much Yuri literature, you will become abnormal. Ning Xu scratched his head. I watch it too. I won't be like her. Jiang Yao reached out and touched Lin Qianqian's hands and feet, which were very cold. She worriedly said, if this continues, Qianqian might catch a cold. Lin Qianqian heard the sound and woke up. It's okay, Lu Zhe said. Sure enough, you caught a cold. You two must stop now. But Guo'er is still cold. Lin Qianqian blamed herself. Oh, my physical condition is too poor. At this time, Jiang Yao said, there is no other way. We girls are too weak. Then she suddenly thought of something, slowly raised her head, and looked at Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe felt a little uncomfortable being stared at. What's going on? Although I still have some grudges in my heart, there is nothing I can do. The responsibility of saving Guo'er can only fall on you. Among us, you have the best physique. Even in such a cold day, your body is still warm. If I join you, the 2 of you can hold Guo'er together, which will definitely help relieve her cold. This, mentally speaking, he doesn't mind hugging a beautiful girl, no matter who she is. But accepting it directly would seem too impatient. I pretended to refuse, but I was afraid that I would really delay. At this time, Ning Xu also said, although Guo'er may misunderstand, it is an emergency and there is no other way now. Lu Zhe, you go ahead. Lin Qianqian also said, even if Guo'er will be angry, I believe she will forgive you. Ning Xu curled her lips. Humph, she won't be angry. Seeing that all three girls said so, what's there to worry about? Just go for it. Then I will help her this time with reluctance. By the way, squad leader, what about you and Qian? Lin Qian said, don't worry, the squad leader and I can hug each other for warmth. Ning Shu yelled, who wants to hug you? Lin Qian said seriously, it was said on the survival show that hugging each other can reduce heat loss. Lu Zhe and Jiang Yao looked at each other and nodded, protecting Tang Xiao together. The sandpit was originally 2 meters wide, but because everyone huddled together to keep warm, the space required by each person was reduced a little, and 5 people could barely squeeze in. You're not even to mention. In this way, Ning Shu and Lin Qian's bodies gradually warmed up, and Lu Zhe and Jiang Yao, holding Tang Xiao, also provided her with a stable source of heat. Tang Xiao's symptoms finally stabilized. Xiaozhe. Jiang Yao pursed her lips and said, do you think we're like a parent hugging a sick child together? Tang Xiao is only about 1.55 meters tall, looking petite and cute. In Lu Zhe and Jiang Yao's arms, she really looks like a sick child. I think you have a very rich imagination. Well, if I had a daughter like this, I would definitely not want a second child. Jiang Yao smiled and held Lu Zhe's hand. Is that so, Xiaozhe? Lu Zhe said casually. He had no intention of playing house with Jiang Yao. He understood that the battle for survival had just begun and sustainable freshwater resources had not yet been found. Be sure to maintain your physical strength and control your emotions. Willfulness and indulgence will harm both Guer and yourself. What should I do? Let's recite some ancient Chinese text. I have forgotten almost everything else, but I can still recite the memorial to the emperor on leaving the capital. He recited the memorial to the emperor on leaving the capital twice, and fell asleep quickly even though he was hugging a beautiful girl. I don't know how long I slept before Lu Zhe was woken up by the system. Lu Zhe opened his eyes lazily. The sky was gray. Suddenly, a ray of sunlight shone down. Through the gaps between the broad leaves, it shone onto his and Tang Xiao's faces. It is a beautiful morning. He looked at his watch. It was 5:45 in the morning. Oh my God, this night lasted 11 hours. Tang Xiao was still in his arms, with the tip of her nose less than 2 centimeters away from him. Her breathing became even. She stopped mumbling, and even her body temperature returned to normal. Lu Zhe was secretly happy. It seems that Guer has survived. Only then did he have the mind to look at Tang Xiao up close. Her face was as soft as cream, without any freckles or acne marks, with long eyelashes and a sweet scent. No wonder so many boys in school were chasing her. Unconsciously, he also had a heart-beating feeling towards Tang Xiao and moved closer to her unconsciously. But at this moment, Tang Xiao opened his eyes with a ying sound. At this moment, the tips of their noses almost touched. Huh? Tang Xiao was also a little puzzled. When I was sleeping, I was lying with my besties, but when I woke up, I was in Lu Zhe's arms. What happens? Her little face suddenly turned red. Huh? Is he gonna kiss me? Why did you stop? Lu Zhe, you guy, why can't you be a little braver? People won't blame you. Why did Lu Zhe hesitate? He understood that if he kissed Tang Xiao, they would really be dating. Now he is still holding Jiang Yao's little hand. At this moment, Tang Xiao suddenly thrust his body forward, bumped over, and hit Lu Zhe directly on the mouth. Kissed. Then, she shouted angrily, who bumped into me? Jiang Yao behind him opened her sleepy eyes in confusion. I didn't move either. Tang Xiao pouted. Yao Yao, you bumped into me and ruined my first kiss. First kiss. And you, Lu Zhe. Tang Xiao angrily hit Lu Zhe lightly. When someone bumped into you, you didn't even try to dodge. You just stood there motionless, clearly trying to take advantage of him. Guer, be a decent person. Even bandits are not as unreasonable as you. Is that so? Tang Xiao blushed. Well, no matter what, my first kiss is gone. So tell me what to do. Chapter 29 begins the second day of survival. Chapter 29. The second day of survival begins. Tang Xiao's mischief made Lu Zhe feel like he was being scammed. Also, why would I sleep in your arms? I slept with you before I even had my first love, and I can't get married. I don't care, but you have to take responsibility. Tang Xiao punched Lu Zhe's chest with her little fist. Don't be willful, Guer. Who is so willful? You secretly hug someone to sleep, and you don't want to take responsibility? Jiang Yao sighed and said, you fainted from the cold yesterday, and were almost in danger. Everyone used their bodies to keep you warm, so you managed to survive. Why are you making trouble as soon as you wake up? Yesterday I was shaking all over like I was having the hiccups. Is it so serious? Tang Xiao still felt scared when he recalled the feeling of falling into an ice cave in his sleep. Don't we have a fire? A fire. Speaking of the campfire, Lu Zhe suddenly remembered. Yes, the fire. He hurriedly moved Tang Xiao's head away, pushed aside the broad leaves, and got out. Tang Xiao yelled, "Stop being so rude, please." Lu Zhe had no time to care about Tang Xiao and hurried to the fire. Oops. The open flame had disappeared, and the fire had been reduced to half ash, with only a wisp of green smoke rising slowly. See, this is what happens when no one tend the fire. Lu Zhe quickly added more branches and blew hard for a while, and the flames finally came out again. Lu Zhe was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Ah, that was close. Jiang Yao asked, "Xiaozhou, what's wrong?" The fire almost went out. Ah, but don't worry, he's been rescued now. Jiang Yao also let out a sigh of relief. Then, Lu Zhe looked at his watch. See Zolklaki Sharpi. It is now June 11th, the second day of being stranded on the desert island. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the sun was rising and the waves were roaring. There was still no sign of the rescue team on the endless sea surface. Lu Zhe thought to himself, the difference between day and night is not that big, which means it is located between the Tropic of Cancer and the equator. The large difference in temperature between day and night indicates that there may be intermittent cold currents passing nearby. Although the temperature is not very high yet, I believe it won't be long before the temperature on the island will get hot. What about the other two girls? Pushing the leaves aside, Ning Shu lay on her back in the sand, with her arms and legs spread out. Lin Qianqian lay on her side on her arms, with her hands on her chest and her legs on hers. Looks very dependent. Hearing the sound, Lin Qianqian and Ning Shu also woke up. The two girls rubbed their eyes and sat up from the sandpit. Lin Qianqian pursed her lips and said softly, "Good morning, everyone." Ning Shu stretched himself and said, "Ah, what a nice day. Hey, Guo, are you okay?" Tang Xiao smiled and said, "The little princess has been resurrected with full health." Jiang Yao praised, "It seems that everyone is in good condition." Lu Zhe nodded. "Congratulations, everyone. We have successfully survived the first day on the deserted island." After a simple good morning greeting, Ning Shu gave everyone a piece of chewing gum, and everyone began to discuss the survival plan for the next day. Find fresh water, food, keep fire, build shelter, make distress signals, collect seeds, make knives. It seems like everything is urgent. But Lu Zhe believes that at present, the most urgent things are three things. First, find fresh water. A normal person needs about 1-2 L of fresh water every day, and more is needed on hot tropical islands. They had drunk all the fresh water they got from the mud pit yesterday, and now they didn't have a drop of fresh water at all, so they had to find enough fresh water before the temperature rose. Second, maintain a campfire. Fire is very important to them. Firstly, it can be used to bake food and distill fresh water. Secondly, it can provide warmth at night. Third, if there are ships passing by, you can throw plastic product into the fire to create black smoke and send signals to passing ships. However, to maintain a campfire, you need to have enough wood, otherwise the fuel will run out and the campfire will go out. Now, there is very little branch wood left. Therefore, collecting enough wood is also a top priority. The third is to send out a distress signal. Now, although only one day has passed since the disaster, the news must have spread over there, and the search and rescue team may arrive soon. Because campfires cannot be lit with plastic to produce black smoke at any time, a more intuitive distress signal is needed. For example, display an SOS signal in a wide area, or tie a conspicuous flag high up, easy to find by helicopters and search and rescue boats. If we miss the first search and rescue, the search intensity at the same location will be greatly reduced, and doing these things at that time will be of little use. Lu Zhe finally said, "I have decided that our tasks this morning are three things. One is to find fresh water and food, 2 is to collect wood to maintain the fire, and 3 is to set up a distress signal. The plan is finalized, and the next step is to implement it." Ning Shu stretched lazily. "Should we divide into groups or do it together?" Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, "We must divide into groups. If we want to find something, we have to leave the camp. Guer can't travel long distances now, so someone must take care of her. Who of you will stay in the camp with her?" Tang Xiao said, "I can go." Lu Zhe shook his head. "No, your immunity is too weak now. If something happens again, you will be hopeless. Besides, branches are scarce now, and the fire needs someone to look after it, so you should stay in the camp." Lin Qianqian volunteered and said, I can accompany Guer. Jiang Yao nodded. Then Qianqian and Guer will stay in the camp. Lu Zhe, the squad leader, and I will go find supplies. Okowo. Ning Shu asked Lu Zhe, what do you think of this division? Lu Zhe nodded. Okay. So, where do we start? Lu Zhe pointed to the beach and said, it's low tide now. Let's walk along the coast to the west. That's an unexplored area. We should pick up usable plastic bags, bottles, cans, edible shellfish, snails, and crabs. In short, we should pick up whatever we see as long as it's useful. Ning Shu and Jiang Yao simultaneously made an okay gesture. So the three of them said goodbye to Lin Qianqian and Tang Xiaohua, then put on their empty backpacks and walked west together. The sun has just risen, but the sky is already completely bright. The sea breeze in the early morning is gentle and soft. The sky is deep blue. The waves are like snow nearby. The white clouds are like cotton in the distance. The sky is clear and blue, and occasionally unknown seabirds fly by, making high-pitched calls, which makes people feel relaxed and happy. Ning Shu opened her arms and said, if everyone's clothes weren't so dirty, I would have thought we were at a beach summer camp party. Jiang Yao nodded. Yes, if the plane hadn't crashed, we would be on the other side of the ocean now. Lu Zhe looked at his clothes and pants, which were covered with grayish-white sea sand and looked very dirty. But it doesn't matter. Just take it off, shake it, and put it back on, and it will be much better. Jiang Yao complained. Xiaozhe, boys can take off their clothes and throw sand away at will, but what about us girls? Lu Zhe smiled and said, I can turn around and not look. Jiang Yao smiled and said, I really want to take a bath. As she spoke, she walked to the beach, leaped into the sea. The seawater in the early morning was warm and comfortable, not too cold. She swam happily, and the mud and sand on her body had long been washed away. Then she emerged from the sea, with strands of hair sticking to her face and sea water dripping on her chest. She looked looming, like a little mermaid in human form. Chapter 30 Stacking People to Get Coconuts. Chapter 30 Stacking People to Get Coconuts. Xiaozhe. She happily splashed water at Lu Zhe and then giggled. Only then did Lu Zhe notice that Jiang Yao had such a great figure. He hadn't noticed it after being her partner for so long. Ning Shu held his forehead and said, Yao Yao, have you forgotten what you are missing now? Jiang Yao then remembered that her bra was dirty, so she only wore her outer clothes, which were soaked with sea water and clung to her body, showing off her exquisite and enchanting figure. You splashed water on my face. Oops, I wasn't paying attention. Saw thee. Jiang Yao quickly ran to Lu Zhe and said distressedly, Hey, let me help you wipe it. As he said that, he lifted up his clothes and wanted to wipe Lu Zhe's nose. But she inadvertently revealed her slender waist. Is this definitely water wiping? It must be intentional. I said stop making trouble, okay? Although Lu Zhe was also attracted, he knew that now was not the time to pick up girls. He frowned in mock displeasure. We don't have much time. If we can't find fresh water before noon, everyone may be in danger. Jiang Yao nodded. Oh, keep going, and keep an eye on the supplies under your feet. Having said that, Lu Zhe walked forward without looking back. He had to walk in front. If Ning Shu saw the changes in the front of his pants, he would have strange guesses. Jiang Yao pouted and said, okay, and followed. The three continued walking forward, picking up some bottles, cans, plastic bags, and a few slippers. Fortunately, there were two girls' flip-flops, although they were different colors, one red and one yellow, both size 34, which was just enough to make a pair. Ning Shu tried it on and said, it's a little small, but Guer can wear it. She doesn't need to wear high heels anymore. I also picked up a small bag of mussels and a few crabs and conches. There are some barnacles growing on the rocks, but without a suitable knife, there is no way to open them. Give up first. All we can do is keep moving forward. Then, they came across what they had been waiting for. Coconut tree. There were 2 coconut trees, each with 15 or 16 ripe coconuts, and some unripe coconuts hanging in clusters on the trees. There were a few ripe ones that had fallen on the ground, and they were a light brown in color. This is so exciting. At that moment, Ning Shu and Jiang Yao high-fived and laughed. Jiang Yao said happily, there are about 200 milliliters of coconut milk in a coconut. There are about 30 coconuts, which means there are about 6,000 milliliters of coconut milk. Ning Shu snapped his fingers. Today's fresh water problem has been solved. Add distilled water, and that's about it. Lu Zhe was also very happy. He knew that although the fresh water provided by the 2 coconut trees would not last them for long, it made him realize that the coconut species existed on this island. This way it would be possible to find more on the island. The ones that fell are easy to deal with, but how do we get the ones that are above down? Those that have fallen off should also be checked. Some of them are probably spoiled and cannot be eaten. Lu Zhe observed the two coconut trees. They seemed to be of different species. One was tall and thin, and the other was short and fat. The tree is tall and thin, with a diameter of about 30 centimeters, more than 10 meters high, and the trunk is bent in a certain arc. Lu Zhe rubbed his palms, held the tree trunk tightly, and climbed up easily. Then he picked the coconuts one by one and threw them on the beach. Get 15 coconuts at once. The other coconut tree is only 5 meters high, but has a diameter of nearly half a meter, and there are even more coconuts hanging on the tree. But because the trunk was too thick, it was difficult to gain foothold when climbing. It's totally out of reach. What should we do? Throw a rock down on it or wait for it to fall off on its own? Lu Zhe shook his head. We don't have time to wait. He thought about it and came up with a solution. He is 1.8 meters tall, Ning Shu is 1.67 meters tall, and Jiang Yao is 1.64 meters tall. If 3 people stand on each other's shoulders, the length will be close to 5 meters, and they might be able to get the coconut down. By the way, the 3 of us can work together. Squad leader, you stand on my shoulders for a while, and then Yao Yao climbs up and stands on your shoulders. Ning Shu's eyes lit up. Good idea. But he thought again. Then Lu Zhe, you have to bear the weight of 2 people. Can you bear it? Lu Zhe smiled and said, this amount of weight is nothing at all. The key is whether you can bear it. Me? Of course. Jiang Yao said, I'm stepping on a monitor's shoulder. How embarrassing. Ning Shu waved his hand indifferently. It's just for survival. It's nothing. Lu Zhe nodded and said, I will bend down in front of the tree trunk in a moment. The squad leader will go up first, and Yao Yao will climb up last. Remember, lean forward and lie on the tree trunk. Don't lean back. Do you understand? The 2 girls nodded together, understood. Lu Zhe came under the tree and bent down. Ning Shu took off her shoes and stepped barefoot on Lu Zhe's shoulders. Okay, it's your turn, Yao Yao. Squad leader, I'm sorry. Jiang Yao also took off her shoes, grabbed Lu Zhe's arm, and climbed up, then climbed onto Ning Shu. Finally, Lu Zhe straightened his body first, then Ning Shu, and finally, Jiang Yao also straightened her body. Ning Shu stepped barefoot on Lu Zhe's shoulders. Jiang Yao held the tree trunk with one hand and stretched the other hand upwards to reach the coconuts above. In the end, it didn't take much effort to get one down. The coconut fell onto the beach with a pop. Haha, perfect. Yao Yao, that's great. Come on. It's quite easy. Yao Yao is best at standing on high places. Puff. Another one came down. This time the coconut fell on a protruding rock and bounced onto the beach. Then, he reached down several more in succession. As more and more coconuts appeared on the ground, everyone's hearts were filled with excitement. That one over there is a little short. Xiaozhe, can you move to the left? Okay, hold on tight. Lu Zhe slowly moved to the left, but just as he moved a little, Jiang Yao almost fell down. Hey, you two watch out, I'm not ready yet. Lu Zhe had no choice but to look up, but as soon as he looked up, he saw something strange. Ning Shu was wearing a tennis skirt, but no leggings. It turned out to be a white background with a pink border and a cartoon bear. Accident? Purely accidental. I really didn't mean to see all this. Ning Shu felt something was wrong, so she lowered her head and suddenly saw Lu Zhe's face looking up. Ning Shu suddenly realized and trembled unconsciously. Ah, pervers. This is an accident, really. Oh, don't look at it. She subconsciously pressed her skirt, but didn't pay attention to keeping her balance. As a result, his body fell backwards. Lu Zhe was afraid that they would get hurt, so he reached out to catch them. But he saw that the little bear blocked his view and smashed straight into his face. Chapter 31. Face hit by a bear. Chapter 31. Face hit by a bear. Puff. The 3 people screamed at the same time and fell down. Ning Shu rubbed his waist. It hurts. But Lu Zhe's muffled voice came from the bottom of her. But the one who is in pain should be me. Ning Shu was startled and found herself sitting right on Lu Zhe's face. I could actually clearly feel the other person's voice. That is his nose. Ning Shu's face suddenly turned red like a tomato. She jumped up in fright. Lu Zhe, are you okay? Lu Zhe rubbed his sore nose. Don't worry about me. Look at Yao Yao. Etude. Jiang Yao cried. Ning Shu suddenly remembered that Jiang Yao was at a higher position than herself, so her fall would be more serious. She quickly asked, Yao Yao, how are you? My foot hit a rock. Ning-Shu was suddenly startled when she saw that there was a large red spot on Jiang Yao's ankle. Oh no! Lu Zhe hurried over and gently touched Jiang Yao's ankle with his hand. Ouch, it hurts so much. The system sent a message: ankle ligament sprained. Commonly known as sprained ankle. I sprained my ankle, it's pretty serious. But luckily, it's not a fracture. Oh my god, Yao Yao. Ning-Shu felt self-blaming and distressed. Jiang Yao shook her head. Squad leader, it's really not Lu Zhe's fault. I was the one who asked him to look up. Ning-Shu wanted to argue for something, hesitated for a moment, and sighed. Actually, I also know. Lu Zhe frowned. What do you know? I know you want to move, so you have to look up, but looking up you can't help but see. You're a normal boy, so it's normal to look at that kind of scene a little more. Jiang Yao nodded. Yes, it just shows that you are also very charming, squad leader. Yao Yao, I want to ask you if you can think more normally. Ning-Shu complained, and then said, Hey, it's all my fault. I got you hurt. It's okay. Jiang Yao said it was okay, but her eyebrows were tightly furrowed, and she was obviously in severe pain. Lu Zhe, how is Yao Yao? Lu Zhe checked Jiang Yao's ankle and said, This degree of sprain will take more than a week to heal. During this time, the foot must remain in a state of recuperation and must be rubbed with herbs every day. Jiang Yao was surprised. Then I can't leave? Lu Zhe nodded. To be frank, that's the case. Ning-Shu was still blaming herself. I should have worn leggings, and even if I was seen, I should have ensured the safety of myself and my companions first. Lu Zhe nodded. The fact that you can realize this means that you are not hopeless. Ning-Shu said helplessly. Lu Zhe, think of a way. Things are very serious. Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, Yao Yao can't move long distances now, and there's Guer over there, so she can't walk very far either. Now we have to make a choice, either bring Yao Yao to the camp, or bring Guer and Qianqian here. Ning-Shu said without hesitation, The campsite is over there, and the bonfire is over there too. Of course we should take Yao Yao back. Jiang Yao asked. But what about these coconuts? Ning-Shu was stunned for a moment. Yes, there are so many coconuts. Even if I hold 4 or 5 at a time, I will have to hold them many times. Lu Zhe imagined that Jiang Yao weighed about 90 kilograms, while Tang Xiaoguo weighed less than 80 kilograms. What else can I say? Mobile Guer is more cost-effective. Jiang Yao shrugged. But if that happens, that little slut Guer will complain again. Otherwise, you should just help me get back. We can carry the coconuts over there bit by bit. There's no one else on this island anyway, so they won't be stolen. Little slut. Ning-Shu focused on Qingqi. Yao Yao, what kind of tiger and wolf words are you using? That's not the point. Lu Zhe stood up, looked around, and said, Have you noticed that there are more types of vegetation here than in the camp? And there are more rocks as well. Ning-Shu also took a closer look and found many plants that he had never seen in the camp over there. He nodded and said, If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have discovered them. It's true. There are more plants, which means we can probably find more food here than over there. There are more stones, which means it's easier to place a distress signal. Jiang Yao nodded. Is that so? Ouch, that hurts. Lu Zhe made the arrangements very seriously. Squad leader, you stay here and take care of Jiang Yao, and pick up some firewood and stones. I will go back to find Qianqian and Guer, and bring the campfire over. Ning-Shu made an okay gesture. After Lu Zhe arranged for Ning-Shu and Jiang Yao, he walked back alone. He walked faster alone and returned to the camp in less than 10 minutes. Lin Qianqian and Tang Xiaoguo were both surprised to see Lu Zhe coming back alone. Tang Xiaoguo shouted, Lu Zhe, you lost the squad leader and Yao Yao. Lin Qianqian frowned. Guer, don't say unlucky words. Tang Xiaoguo immediately covered his mouth. Lu Zhe said in a deep voice, Yao Yao's leg is injured and she can't move long distances. I think instead of bringing her back, I might as well take you there and move the camp at the same time. Hearing that Jiang Yao was injured, Lin Qianqian was a little anxious and asked with concern, Is it serious? Lu Zhe shook his head. It's not serious, but it's not light either. But I can't move for a short time. Tang Xiaoguo stretched out his feet and protested. Why are we moving? Look, my feet are still injured. The other prisoner is sick. The living environment there is better than here. There are coconut trees as well, so it's more suitable for camping. Lin Qianqian was surprised and asked, Coconut tree? Are there coconuts? Lu Zhe nodded. We picked more than 20. Really? That's great. When do you leave? Now. Lu Zhe took out a can, stuffed it with hay, put the half-burned charcoal in, then stuffed it with hay again to block the mouth of the can. In this way, the charcoal blocks will neither go out nor burn too quickly. It can last for at least half an hour. Throw the rest of the stuff here first and come back to get it later. Lu Zhe carried the things and the torch, and Lin Qianqian supported Tang Xiaohua and walked forward. But the speed is too slow. Lu Zhe looked at the fire in his hand. At this rate, the fire would be out by the time he got there. Do you want to hug Tang Xiaohua? Walking on the beach is already unstable, and if you hold a girl in your arms, it would be easy to fall. Just carry it. Chapter 32. Gum opens coconut. Chapter 32. Gum opens coconut. Gwr, do you want to take a ride? Tang Xiaohua suddenly looked expectant. Hey, why are you so kind today? This is too slow. We must speed up. Otherwise we won't reach our destination even after the fire is out. Tang Xiaohua tilted his head. Do you want to carry me on your back? No. As he said that, Lu Zhe squatted down, grabbed Tang Xiaohua's waist with both hands, and lifted him up. Why? Tang Xiaohua's waist was pressed on Lu Zhe's shoulders, and her two snow-white legs were hanging in front of Lu Zhe's chest. Oh, why do you have to do this? Hey, big brother, you don't know how to do a princess hug. Lu Zhe snorted. Shut up. If you say that again, I'll throw you down. Oh, Tang Xiaohua really shut up obediently. He carried Tang Xiaohua on his shoulders, holding on with his right hand to prevent her from falling, and holding a bag of empty bottles and cans in his left hand. It really didn't take much effort. The fire was taken care of by Lin Qianqian. Lin Qianqian smiled and said, It feels like I'm carrying a pig. After walking for about half an hour, the three people arrived at the two coconut trees. Ning Shu picked up a pile of wood nearby, prepared the fire, and was now busy cracking coconuts. At this time, the fire in Lin Qianqian's hand was about to go out. So Lu Zhe quickly put Tang Xiaohua down and rekindled the fire. Lin Qianqian put down her things and went to check on Jiang Yao's sprain. She found that it had swelled up like a big carrot. Lin Qianqian said distressfully, Does it hurt? A little bit. Jiang Yao looked at Tang Xiaohua and said, Gor, you are too willful. Xiaozhe is so tired, and you still bully him. Tang Xiaohua said proudly. It was Brother Xiaozhe who took the initiative to ask to carry me like this. I refused several times, but Brother Xiaozhe might be heartbroken and would not let me go by myself no matter what. Tang Xiaohua, I beg you to be a human being. Lu Zhe looked helpless. It was indeed me who took the initiative to ask you to come, but because it would be too slow for you to walk on your own, I was afraid that if we delayed too long, the fire would go out. So I brought you here like this. Tang Xiaohua stuck out her tongue awkwardly. Jiang Yao gave a surprised expression. Oh, so that's how it is, huh? It feels like a father taking care of his daughter. Tang Xiaohua said angrily. Who is the daughter? Jiang Yao said leisurely. Whoever is cute is the one. Tang Xiaohua couldn't do it all at once. As they were chatting, Lin Qianqian spotted more than 20 coconuts on the ground and said in surprise, There really are so many coconuts. Now we have something to drink. Tang Xiaohua said, Hurry up, open one. I'm almost dying of thirst. Ning Shu rubbed his sore arm and said, Don't be happy too soon. I've been smashing it for a long time, but couldn't crack a single one open. Lu Zhe asked, What did you use to hit it? Ning Shu pointed to the protruding rock on the beach and said, This. I've also seen Yi survive. He was smashing the rock with a coconut. Lu Zhe observed the stone and said, That's a solution, but the stone isn't sharp enough, and you're not strong enough, so it's normal that you can't break it. Then can you do it? Of course I can. But when Lu Zhe saw more than 20 coconuts, he muttered to himself, I can crack them open, but it will be exhausting to open all these 20 coconuts. Are there any tools now? Nothing. At this time, Tang Xiaohua used chewing gum as bubble gum and blew out a small bubble. Lu Zhe suddenly thought of a solution. Squad leader, give me the gum. One piece is not enough for you. Just give it to me. Ning Shu hesitated for a moment, pinched the gum in her mouth, and handed it to Lu Zhe with a blushing face. Sister, I mean in the box. Oh, Ning Shu threw the gum over awkwardly. Lu Zhe poured out a few grains, put them in his mouth, chewed them twice, then spit them out, and pinched a cone on the rock. Then he picked up a coconut and smashed it hard at the cone. Chapter 33, Sending a Distress Signal. Chapter 33, Sending a Distress Signal. Puff! The chewing gum was gone. When I picked it up and looked at the bottom, there was only a white dot left. That was the chewing gum embedded in the coconut. Lu Zhe picked out the chewing gum, and sure enough, a small hole appeared. Ah, it worked! Lu Zhe raised it to his mouth, and a stream of coconut juice flowed down and fell into his mouth. Ning Shu opened his eyes wide. Wow! Lu Zhe, you are amazing. You can even think of such a ridiculous method. Tang Xiaohua shouted. This is too unscientific. Lin Qianqian said, it's actually very scientific. This is a non-Newtonian fluid. It is very strong at the moment of impact. There is a scientific basis for this. Jiang Yao nodded. Strange knowledge +1. Hey, buddy, why didn't I realize you have such ideas before? Lu Zhe was not modest at all. That was because you didn't pay attention before. If you had observed earlier, you would have discovered it earlier. Wait a minute. I'll open a few more and we can drink together. It's settled. Lu Zhe used chewing gum as a sharp object and opened 5 coconuts in a row. Cheers. Each person had one and drank to their heart's content. It was so comfortable. Each person added about 200 milliliters of coconut water. But this only allows you to drink the coconut milk, and you still cannot eat the coconut meat inside. But it's not bad. I finally got to drink coconut milk. I told you. How can you survive in the wilderness without drinking coconut milk? Tang Xiao was said happily. Jiang Yao asked worriedly. But do I have to use up a few pieces of chewing gum every time? Ning Shu shook the gum bottle. There are more than 40 pieces left, and they can be used 7 or 8 times. Lu Zhe weighed a stone and said, don't worry. There are no sharp stones here, but there are some elsewhere. As long as you are strong enough, opening a coconut is not a problem. Tang Xiao said, in fact, it's enough for us to hold on until the rescue team arrives. Oh, why haven't the rescue team come yet? Are they really going to leave us here? Ning Shu was worried. What if the rescue team comes, but the landing point happens to be the enemy before us? Lu Zhe said he didn't care. It's okay. As long as the rescue team can find traces of our life, they will go to the island to search. When I left the camp, I left our route information on the rocks. If the rescue team passes by there, they will definitely see it. Ning Shu asked again, what should we do next? Just wait here. Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, I definitely can't just sit there and wait. I want to get a landmark and some tools. No matter what, we have to be prepared for the rescue team not to come. Lin Qianqian said weakly, Lu Zhe, we don't know what to do. Ning Shu also expressed his opinion. We will all listen to you. Lu Zhe nodded and said, now while the sun isn't shining brightly, let's pick up some rocks nearby. We can use them to signal for help and find sharp rocks to make tools. Also, I saw some bull grass on the edge of the beach, so I pulled as much as I could and put on the rocks to dry. When there's enough sunlight, it will turn into hay in a few hours. Ning Shu asked, what is hay used for? As fuel. Lu Zhe pulled out 2 blades of grass and held them in his hand. The hay can be tied into ropes and made into straw sandals. Even if we don't do anything else, we can spread it on the ground as a blanket. It's much more comfortable than sleeping directly on a beach. Ning Shu stroked his chin and said, that's a good idea. I didn't feel uncomfortable sleeping in the sand pit yesterday. Yes, since we've been stranded here, we must not only survive, but also live as comfortably as possible. Otherwise, eczema and dermatitis may take our lives. Lin Qianqian also said, I can't wait to do things now. Jiang Yao said, then grr, and I can't go out to collect stones and pull weeds. We need to do something. Yao Yao, boil seawater in a can and put it aside. Cover it with a plastic bag. After a while, the steam will condense on the plastic bag and it will become drinkable fresh water. Don't we have coconuts? These few coconuts are not enough for us to drink for a long time. Before we find a sustainable source of fresh water, we must collect every drop of fresh water we can use. Tang Xiao asked, do I do this too? Lu Zhe took out Ning Shu's plastic bag and poured out some of the mussels and crabs he had picked up. Grill some seafood for us for breakfast. Okay, my family runs a restaurant, so I'm good at this. After agreeing, several people started working separately. Chapter 34, Making Distilled Water. Chapter 34, Making Distilled Water. There were many large and small stones on the beach, and soon all the nearby stones had been picked up. There are more than 80 pieces of various sizes. Lu Zhe arranged these stones into a large SOS landmark that was 5 meters wide and 8 meters long. I believe that if a helicopter were to fly around the island searching, even if it couldn't see the fire and smoke, it would definitely see this sign. Qianqian picked up 3 bottles, 2 cans, different types of plastic bags, and a beer bottle cap nearby. Ning Shu spent half a day pulling weeds, and his hands were almost swollen. He only pulled a small pile, so his efficiency was not very high. The temperature rose rapidly during the day, and by around 10 in the morning, the temperature on the island was close to 30 degrees. Lu Zhe weighed the pros and cons and decided that if he continued to work hard, he might get heat stroke. Proper rest and conserving energy are also key to survival. He first called a few friends to come under the tree to drink water and cool off. Coconut water contains electrolytes and sugar, which restored some of our strength. Jiang Yao has obtained 50 milliliters of fresh water through steam distillation. Although it is not a lot, it means that a second source of fresh water has been obtained. Tang Xiao with slab crab and mussel skewers were also grilled. Everyone endured the exaggerated fishy smell and ate a disgusting seafood feast. But this is not Guo'er's fault. Cooking seafood without seasoning over an uncontrollable heat will create a mixture of burnt smell and half-cooked fishy taste. It would be a miracle if it tasted good. But on a deserted island, this is the best food available under the current circumstances. After eating this breakfast, I finally regained some strength. The big sun climbed up to the sky, and the temperature rose higher and higher. We can't do anything under the sun at this time. He decided to take this time to make a tool. What should we do first? He rummaged through the available supplies. I saw the 20 centimeters plastic ruler. A plastic ruler can be sharpened into a knife, but what are the uses of a plastic knife? Isn't this a legitimate use? He threw the ruler to Ning Shu. Squad leader, sharpen one side of the plastic ruler so it can be used to cut grass. Oh, that's an idea. My hand is about to be broken. Don't grind centimeters yet, grind inches. Maybe you'll need it later. Understood. Ning Shu found a stone and rubbed it. It would be better if it was an iron ruler. Iron. Suddenly, Lu Zhe discovered the beer bottle cap that Qian picked up. An idea suddenly came to my mind. If you flatten the bottle cap and sharpen the edge, isn't it just a small knife? Clamp it with a wooden stick and tie it with a straw rope, and it will become a small knife with a handle. So what can this knife do? Chopping wood and hunting is definitely not an option, but cutting fish and shrimp or skinning a mouse should not be a problem. It can also be used to sharpen branches, and once you have a sharp branch, it is equivalent to having a self-defense weapon and a real hunting tool. Lu Zhe found 2 stones and began to smash the bottle cap carefully, trying to make it as flat as possible. Then grind the edge on the stone, pour some seawater from time to time to lubricate it so that the blade will be sharper. Jiang Yao watched for a long time, then tied her hair tightly with a leather string. Lu Zhe, this is easy. Leave it to me. That's fine. Lu Zhe handed the bottle cap disc to Jiang Yao. Just sharpen one side. Clear. After assigning the work in hand to others, Lu Zhe didn't want to sit idle, so he continued to look for stones on the beach, hoping that he could find a stone suitable for making an axe. Now, it is definitely impossible to find the most suitable one, so we can only try our best to choose the more suitable one from the existing stones. Chapter 35. Start making tools. Chapter 35. Start making tools. Lu Zhe checked the SOS stones again, but couldn't find a suitable one. But Lu Zhe told himself not to lose heart. If he couldn't find it, he would create it himself. He picked up a large stone weighing 5 or 6 pounds and smashed it hard at another stone. Bang! The 2 stones collided violently, splashing a burst of debris. If you look closely, you can see there's only a large white spot on the stone. It's also quite hard. Pick it up and smash it again. Bang! Lu Zhe hit the stone 3 times before he finally cracked it. After breaking it down, they still couldn't find the right material to make a stone axe. Tang Xiao was puzzled and asked Jiang Yao beside him, "Hey, what is Lu Zhe doing?" Jiang Yao didn't know either. She thought about it for a long time and then gave an answer. Maybe they're trying to use the knocking to cause air fluctuations, causing the satellite to deviate from its established orbit, and then let the rescue team find us through the cracks in time and space. Your statement is too outrageous. Is there anything more outrageous? That's making stone tools. Tang Xiao sighed helplessly and looked at what Jiang Yao was holding. Then what are you doing? Jiang Yao looked at the polished disc. She actually didn't know what this little thing was used for, but after thinking about it, she still gave a serious explanation. Perhaps it is a quantum key generator in a microscopic dimension, which resonates with the dark matter ripples in the universe through special polishing of its surface microstructure. But now it seems more like an ordinary small round iron piece with one end polished smooth. Tang Xiaogua is tired. Yao Yao, can we speak some human language? Jiang Yao smiled sweetly. Whatever Xiaozhe asked me to do, I will try my best to do it and never ask him why. Tang Xiaohua blushed and yelled madly. Lu Zhe, find me something to do. I can't stand this green tea anymore. Lu Zhe looked at Tang Xiaohua and said seriously, you still have snake venom in your body. Try your best to stay alive and rest as much as possible. Just don't die. After saying that, he smashed the stone in his hand down again. Bang! Another stone was broken. This time, when he dug up the stone, Lu Zhe was surprised to find a palm-sized piece of cracked stone weighing more than 3 pounds, which looked very similar to an axe. If you polish it well and tie a stick to it, you can use it as an axe. Lu Zhe was overjoyed and hurried to polish the stone. On the other side, Ning Shu used a sharp ruler to cut the grass, and his efficiency was indeed greatly improved. But the ruler also wears out quickly. Qian is using the newly picked up bottles to make a distiller, and then using a notebook to record the distillation results. No one paid attention to Tang Xiaohua, so Tang Xiaohua got a big leaf to fan Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe's heart also warmed up. The little girl who was usually arrogant and spoiled sometimes also had her lovely side. The edge of this stone was originally smashed out and could be used as an axe blade, but cannot be too sharp. It should be deliberately blunted and the edge thicker so that the axe will not break easily. Lu Zhe didn't spend much effort to polish it to the ideal state. Jiang Yao had already polished the edge of the flat bottle cap to a very sharp point. "How's it going, buddy? I'm not bad." Lu Zhe took it and looked at it. "Great, I just need it." Lu Zhe found a few wooden sticks, used a small blade to cut the bark, and pulled it off. Then used a thicker wooden stick as the axe handle and tied to the stone axe head with a bark rope, tightening it one by one. "You really made a stone axe?" Lu Zhe swung the pistol and said, "Using this thing to chop wood is much more efficient than picking up firewood." Jiang Yao picked up the small disc. "What about this one?" "Wait. Use a stone axe to cut off a branch 20 centimeters long and thumb thick, and then use a circular blade to smooth the surface. Then split it in half from the middle, clamp the round blade in it, and tighten it up and down with a tree rope, and a small knife with a handle of a rather peculiar shape is made. This is our second tool." Ning Shu shook the already very thin ruler in his hand. "This is my first tool. Lu Zhe, you can't sharpen it anymore, or it will break. Can you make a sickle or something?" "That won't work." Lu Zhe looked at the pile of oxtail grass on the ground and said, "If we spread this grass on the ground after drying it, we'll have a good night's sleep. Put the ruler away for now. Maybe it'll be useful for something else in the future." Chapter 36, Making a Slingshot and Calculating the Direction. Chapter 36, Making a Slingshot and Calculating the Direction. After working for most of the day, we made 2 decent tools, but everyone was hungry again. I didn't go to the beach to pick up food, and there was no sign of the rescue team. But now that I have an axe, I can try to eat something else. Lu Zhe gripped the stone axe in his hand and felt like he was holding the whole world. He gathered his strength and chopped down a coconut with all his might. Puff! The coconut was split open and coconut juice flowed out. I quickly scooped it up and drank it all. Lu Zhe chopped the coconut a few more times and completely split it open, revealing the white flesh inside. Lu Zhe pulled out a piece and said, "Everyone have some." Tang Xiaohua ate a small piece and said, "It's not as crispy as the coconut meat in the canned fruit." Ning Shu tasted it and nodded. "It tastes okay, but it's greasy." Lu Zhe split another coconut. "For us, the greasy coconut meat is more valuable. Eat more. Eat a few pieces raw, then cut them into small pieces with a small circular blade. Roast them on a stone and eat a few more pieces." The stomach felt warm and strength began to flow to the limbs. Now that he had enough strength, Lu Zhe took an axe and started chopping down the small tree. It didn't take much effort to cut down a dead tree, as thick as a wrist. The branches were broken into pieces and used as firewood for the evening. The long trunk can be kept and used to make a decent shelter. Then Lu Zhe discovered something interesting. This little branch is pretty good. This is a tree branch. The main branch is about 2.5 centimeters in diameter, and the 2 forks are slightly thinner, but also thicker than a thumb. With such a perfect appearance, it would be a waste if not used to make a slingshot. Looking at the seagulls and boobies flying in the distance and the pebbles on the ground, Lu Zhe felt it necessary to give it a try. Find materials first. The main body of the slingshot is made of tree branches. Next, it's time to find a rubber band. By the way, I remember Ning Shu had a bundle of very high-end hairbands, 20 pieces in a pack. I have used a few of them, and there is still a lot left, but I don't know if they're suitable for making rubber bands for slingshots. Lu Zhe took one out and used a sharp small round knife to cut open the outer decoration. Inside was a circle of rubber hose similar to a valve core. It was ring-shaped, much thicker than a valve core, and had much greater elasticity. The ring fits perfectly on a girl's slender wrist. When broken, it is 15 centimeters long. If you pull it, it can be as long as 40 centimeters. And it has very good rebound performance, which is an excellent material for making slingshots. Leather pad. Use the soles of beach shoes I found. All done. Next, grind the broken end into a round shape on a stone and use a small round knife to cut the small vertical fork of the bark, peel off the bark, and leave it smooth. In order to achieve greater strength, Lu Zhe took apart 8 rubber bands, tied 4 on one side, then used a ballpoint pen to pierce holes in the leather pad and tied one end of the rubber band to the rubber band. In this way, a perfect slingshot is made. Lu Zhe pulled it while it was quite strong. He took a round pebble and pulled the slingshot towards a tree 20 meters away. As soon as I let go, there was a bang, and the stone flew out. It hit the tree trunk with a pop sound, leaving a big white spot on the trunk. Lu Zhe ran over to take a look, only to find that the bark was all broken. If it hit a bird, it would definitely hurt. Lu Zhe tried a few more times, but unfortunately there were too few round pebbles, which affected his accuracy, and his hit rate was only about 30%. Lu Zhe thought of the system's capabilities. Precise. Can provide accuracy. Should help with slingshots. We don't know when it will be effective. The girls were not idle either. They used this time to wash everyone's dirty clothes, socks, etc. Of course, seawater is used. The fat man hung the washed clothes on a simple clothes hanger made of tree branches, exposing them to the sun. After the moisture is dried, the clothes become hard due to the salt stains. If you rub or shake them with your hands, a lot of dry salt grains will fall off. Although it still feels a little sticky when you wear it, it's better than being covered in poop all the time. Tang Xiao's dress was also clean, but people say that the shallow waistcoat and Lu Zhe shorts are more comfortable to wear. Although she would expose herself from time to time and occasionally show a little bit of her, but she didn't seem to care at all. Comfort is the most important thing. Look at the time. It's already afternoon. There are blue sky and white clouds and blue sea in the distance, but there is no sign of the rescue team. It seems that we may not be able to get rescued today, and everyone is very frustrated. I can no longer do physical work. Lu Zhe tried to shoot the bird with a slingshot, but also failed. The oval pebbles seemed to have ideas of their own, and stupidly did not follow the route Lu Zhe had expected. Now that they are all flying, maybe it will be easier to hit them if they come down. However, we can't just sit there and do nothing now. Lu Zhe began to wonder whether he could calculate the location of the deserted island based on the existing conditions. Chapter 37, Throwing a Message in a Bottle. Chapter 37, Throwing a Message in a Bottle. If you want to know the location of a deserted island, you need a compass. Making a compass sounds difficult, but if you think about it calmly, it may not be impossible. To make a compass, you need a magnetic needle. Think about what is magnetic. Ning Shu's magnetic door card, Lin Qianqian's bank card magnetic stripe, and there's also a magnet-like thing in the mobile phone. It seems that there is more than one way to make a compass. That's the simplest one. Lu Zhe took out a bank card and used a ruler and pencil to draw 2 lines along the magnetic strip, with the 2 lines about 3 millimeters apart. Then use a small round blade to cut along these 2 lines over and over again. After he drew each line about 50 times, he cut the magnetic card into pieces, thus obtaining a thin plastic strip 54 millimeters long and 3 millimeters wide with a magnetic piece in the middle. Then cut off the excess plastic section at the other end of the magnetic sheet, leaving a plastic magnetic needle about 35 millimeters long. Finally, take a half-broken bottle, fill it with water, and gently place the magnetic needle on the water surface. After a while, the magnetic needle will point in one direction. Lu Zhe tried it several times, and the direction was correct. The girls were sitting in the shade, chatting and avoiding the heat. Tang Xiao complained. It seems that we won't be able to wait for the rescue team today. They must think we are dead and are unwilling to spend time looking for us. Qianqian said, it's only halfway through today. Maybe they won't find us until the afternoon. Ning Shu listened for a while and suddenly said, listen, I seem to hear the sound of a helicopter. This sentence excited everyone and they all listened attentively. Finally, Jiang Yao sighed and said, there's no helicopter. It's just your stomach growling, squad leader. After listening again, it is indeed the case. Hey, eating that little bit doesn't have any effect at all. There's coconut meat over there. I can't eat anymore. It's too greasy. Me too. Tang Xiao hugged Ning Shu's belly and said frantically, squad leader, quickly release the helicopter and rescue us home. Ning Shu said, get out of my way. But at this moment, everyone found that Lu Zhe had not participated in the topic. He was drawing something with Ning Shu's notebook. Ning Shu asked curiously, hey, our sports committee member, what are you doing? Lu Zhe said, I'm calculating our position. Location? Can you calculate it? Although it's not very precise, it should be possible to calculate it in theory. Lu Zhe's words attracted the interest of several other people, and everyone gathered around. Ning Shu quickly said, tell me quickly, where are we? Let's talk about the idea first. Lu Zhe hesitated for a moment and continued. In the summer in the northern hemisphere, the daytime is much longer than the nighttime. But here, the difference between daytime and nighttime is only less than half an hour. Do you know what this means? Tang Xiaohua looked confused and asked. We are in the southern hemisphere. Jiang Yao stroked his chin. We are not on Earth. Lu Zhe looked disdainful. Then where are we? Jiang Yao was stunned and asked back. Aren't you the one doing the calculations? Lu Zhe was speechless. It was Lin Qianqian who gave the most reliable answer. The closer you are to the poles, the greater the difference between day and night. The closer you are to the equator, the smaller the difference between day and night. That's right. Lu Zhe nodded approvingly and pointed to the background map on the cover of the notebook. It is now June 11th, around the summer solstice. The difference between day and night here is about 2 hours, which means that our latitude is very small, probably between the equator and the Tropic of Cancer. As he spoke, he carefully drew a horizontal line on the hand-drawn map. Be careful. Ning Shu patted Lu Zhe on the shoulder and said, Dude, I didn't even notice there was a Pacific Ocean map in this book. And you filled in all the areas that were blocked by them. Well, the part that's blocked is the Indian Ocean, which isn't really important. Lu Zhe looked at the map again. Although it may not be very accurate, it should be generally correct. Ning Shu looked at it and said, This latitude should be between 15 and 30 degrees. We are almost in Indonesia. Jiang Yao asked again, Now that we have a latitude, how do we calculate the longitude? Simple. Lu Zhe drew another vertical line on the map. Draw a line connecting the flight paths of Pudong Airport and Kingsford Smith Airport and the intersection of the latitude, and we can know our approximate location. As he spoke, he drew a small circle at the intersection of the two lines. The four girls looked over and asked, Where is this? To the west is the Philippines. To the east should be Palau and Micronesia. To the south is Indonesia. And to the northeast is the Mariana Islands. If you want to ask which island we are on, I actually don't know. Jiang Yao said. So, the black box may have fallen into the Mariana Trench. Ning Shu asked. If we don't know which island it is, can we know which country it belongs to? Lu Zhe shook his head. I'm not sure about that either. It's most likely in the high seas, but what is certain is that it is definitely not under our jurisdiction. Upon hearing the news, the girls were both frustrated and disappointed. Tang Xiaohua sighed. No wonder the rescue team couldn't find us. It turns out we were left outside. Yes, and based on the edge of this circle, we may be more than 800 kilometers away from any nearby country. Tang Xiaohua imagined. 800 kilometers? That doesn't seem very far. Lu Zhe nodded. Well, it's not far, about the same distance as our capital to Seoul. Tang Xiaohua is not very sensitive to numbers. And as soon as a place name is mentioned, the sense of distance immediately comes out. The little face turned pale with fear. So miserable. There's one thing I don't understand. Lin Qianqian tilted her head and thought for a moment. Since we're in the tropics, it shouldn't be that cold even at night. It shouldn't be very cold under normal circumstances, but if it's where cold and warm currents meet, it could happen. Jiang Yao was curious. This should be the Pacific warm pool. There'll also be cold currents? Not ruled out. Lu Zhe adjusted himself to a more comfortable position. I guess it's because the Thousand Islands cold current from north to south split into two when it reached the Philippines. A small stream of cold current flowed here and merged with the north equatorial warm current, causing a large temperature difference between day and night. After hearing what Lu Zhe said, Lin Qianqian suddenly said, I remember now. I read in World Geography that the Galapagos Islands in South America are like this. The cold Peruvian current from the south and the warm equatorial current from the north meet, making the temperature difference between day and night in the tropical archipelago extremely large. There are tropical jungles and penguins living there. Jiang Yao exclaimed. Tropical penguins? That's too abstract. Lu Zhe nodded. Compared to the Galapagos Islands, the warm current here is stronger and the cold current is weaker. So it's not that cold, but compared to other tropical islands, the temperature difference between day and night here is still too large. Lu Zhe looked solemn, just as several girls worried. If the search and rescue team is not in the motherland's territory, it will need complicated procedures and restrictions to enter and exit the territorial waters, and the probability of being found is greatly reduced. Moreover, in this vast sea area, there are nearly 1,000 islands of various sizes. They themselves didn't know which island they were on, even though the rescue team had all the necessary documents. Can you search all the islands? Tang Xiaohua cried. So, we won't be found, right? Lu Zhe comforted them. As long as there are people, there is hope. Don't lose heart. We can send a message to the rescue team in our own way. A few girls looked at each other, all with confused expressions. Chapter 38, Discovery of New Cash Crops. Chapter 38, Discovering New Cash Crops. We all know we need to contact the rescue team, but our phones are either broken or out of battery. What else can we do? Jiang Yao asked. Then use the most primitive method. Lu Zhe picked up a bottle and shook it. Let's make a drifting bottle. A message in a bottle? The four girls looked at each other again. Yes, you can pick up a lot of trash bottles on the beach. We have notebooks again. We can write notes and put them in. More importantly, we could trace out a map and draw our approximate location. So, we have all the ingredients for a message in a bottle. But Jiang Yao still had some doubts. But how much can the probability of being discovered be increased? Lu Zhe said, to be honest, it won't increase the chances of being rescued too much, but it's still better than doing nothing, even if it increases the chances of being discovered by 1%. How about it? Do you want to give it a try? Ning Shu nodded. Of course. Qian also said, yes, just like what the teacher said when I was applying for college. The harder you work, the greater your chances of success. Jiang Yao and Tang Xiaohua also nodded in agreement. Okay, let's start now. Ning Shu waved his little fist. Work together and don't believe in God. Jiang Yao said, we should believe it now. What if they really care about this matter and send our message in the bottle to the rescue team? Tang Xiaohua said, it should be Ma Zhu or the Dragon King of the East China Sea who is in charge of this matter. Jiang Yao nodded. Then let's all worship them. They are all gods, so don't let them pick on you. When making a drift bottle, the most important thing is the bottle. It needs to be strong and well sealed so that it can cross the ocean and reach the land. Because bottles are also needed for survival, and they don't have many bottles in their hands. They finally freed up 3 cleaner ones. Lin Qianqian traced 3 maps according to the cover of her notebook, and then drew an SOS sign at the approximate location of the accident. The number of people, their names, and other important information about their whereabouts were also written down in Chinese and English. After the note was written, Lin Qianqian handed it to Lu Zhe. Please help me check. Is there anything else that needs to be marked? Lu Zhe took a look and found that Lin Qianqian had remembered everything in detail, but there was still one important piece of information missing. Qianqian, add one more piece of information. Today is June 10th. The sun set at 6:30 last night and rose at 5:45 this morning. There are dates and the exact times when the sun rises and sets. Lin Qianqian held the tip of her pen against her pretty face. This information will help the rescue team more accurately determine our location. Lu Zhe praised. That's right. Lin Qianqian followed Lu Zhe's instructions and added the time of sunrise and sunset on each of the 3 notes. So, are we going to throw the message in the bottle now? It's high tide now, so if we throw it out, it will come back. We'll throw it out again when the tide goes out. Of course, there's a chance it will come back, and there's a certain chance it will get caught in the ocean current, but the effect will definitely be much better. Lin Qianqian nodded. Yeah, I understand. Jiang Yao drew a cross on her chest and said devoutly, Amit Ba, God bless you. I hope the rescue team can find our drifting bottle. Ning Shu asked, so we're going to wait for the tide to recede now. Wait until the tide goes out, throw the message in the bottle, and then catch some seafood to use as food for tonight. Then he turned to Lin Qianqian and asked, by the way, Qianqian, how much water did you distill just now? Lin Qianqian shook the bottle and said, it's already about 300 milliliters. Now, there's a thick layer of salt frost inside the jar. It's a bit hard to scrape it off. Otherwise, I could have boiled some more. Lu Zhe nodded. Not bad. I'll use a knife to make a few more natural distiller. I estimate that I can distill 100 to 200 milliliters more fresh water a day. I can make soup in the evening. Lin Qianqian said happily. I'm starting to look forward to it. All in all, it has been more than 24 hours since I woke up. The afternoon sun on the beach was too hot to search the beach. So I planned to search around the camp and throw the message in the bottle later. He walked around the camp and found a small pile of black beans under some bushes. I picked one up and twisted it with my fingers, and it gave off a faint fishy smell. A message came from my mind. Ding, congratulations to the host. Healthy mouse feces was found. Shit, this thing is actually rat shit? Well, it would be abnormal if there were no rats on this island. Lu Zhe also knew that although rats were synonymous with viruses and diseases in cities, not all rats were like that. There are not many disease-carrying rats on the island, and in the wild, they are even a delicacy on the survivor's menu. It can provide protein and amino acids that aid digestion. Compared to low-quality seafood, the smell of rat is actually much stronger. Of course, Lu Zhe has never eaten it, but he heard about it from the Yi and Bear Grylls. But if you only encounter rat droppings and don't even see the shadow of the rat, how can you catch them? Looking for a hole to smoke? When you don't know how many tricks there are, doing this will only alert the enemy. Hey, snake? Thinking of the snake, he thought of the remaining snake entrails. It was originally intended to be used as fish bait, but it might as well be used as rat bait. He thought of the old saying, snakes eat rats for half a year, and rats eat snakes for half a year. In other words, snakes catch mice in the summer and hibernate in the winter. Once they're discovered by mice, they will be used as kin food. The two are mutually reinforcing and mutually exclusive, both like to eat each other, and are both delicacies on each other's menu. Using the entrails of these snakes as bait will definitely attract mice to eat, and then set traps to catch them. Perfect. So how do you set a trap? Lu Zhe opened the survival manual and found a way to use spring branches to make traps. First of all, you need a very thin and soft long rope. There was a small bundle of rubber bands in Ning Shu's pencil case. He took 3 of them and used them together with branches to replace the long rope. Make a slack tie and tie it to the end of the branch. Then, find a tough branch and insert it into the ground, and use a small branch section to stick on the stone as a trigger. Next, you can pour the snake's innards on the ground as bait. Whenever a hungry mouse passes by and touches a branch or trigger, the branch will immediately bounce up and the leather cover will tightly strangle the mouse's feet or tail. After Lu Zhe made the trap, he tried it twice. After making sure it worked, he looked for another place to set the trap. Lu Zhe spent more than half an hour making 3 mouse traps. Unable to just wait for the mouse to take the bait, Lu Zhe decided to do something. Look at the time. It's not time to throw the message in the bottle yet. Tang Xiaohua almost got sick from the cold after sleeping in the sand last night. It's time to build a decent shelter. He took his stone axe and went to the woods, looking for a small tree suitable for building a shelter. The forest was overgrown with weeds, and unknown insects were crawling among the bushes, which was disgusting. Lu Zhe carefully drove them away. There are many kinds of plants here, but it is not easy to find suitable wood. But fortunately, with the stone axe, it was much easier to cut down the trees once we found the right ones. He spent an hour cutting down several long branches that were about 2 or 3 meters long and as thick as a thumb. He was just about to bundle them up and take them back, but just then he heard a whistle coming from the camp. Chapter 39, How Girls Divide Their Territory. Chapter 39, How Girls Divide Their Territory. Something's happening. Lu Zhe quickly put down the tree trunk and ran towards the camp, but saw several girls excitedly waving at him to come over. Lu Zhe, come and take a look. His first feeling was that the rescue team had arrived. I ran over and looked towards the beach, but there was nothing there. Looking back, Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian each held a bunch of green bananas. Their excitement was beyond words. Did you find a banana? Bananas are high-calorie fruits that are rich in carbohydrates and vitamins. In some cases, it can even be used as a staple food. That is something to be excited about. Lu Zhe walked over. Where did you find it? Just now in the woods. Lu Zhe was startled. What are you doing in the woods? Ning Shu hit him. Boys are such a jerk. Go to the bathroom with Qianqian. By the way, how is it going? Did you find the seeds? Is the seed all you have in your mind? Can't you just use a small account? Isn't there something more important? Banana. This is abaca, which is a smaller banana. Ning Shu introduced it as if she knew a lot, then broke off one and gave it to Lu Zhe. Try it. Lu Zhe took it, and the moment his hand touched the thing, a system message immediately came to his mind. Ding. Found important tools and supplies, abaca. Below is a bunch of encyclopedia introductions about abaca, but Lu Zhe clearly saw that it was clearly written inside. Not edible. Hey, have you eaten yet? No. I'm still waiting for you to share it with me. Look, how caring we are. Yes, Xiaozhe. Look how happy you are. Lu Zhe nodded. It's good that you didn't eat it. What do you mean? Lu Zhe weighed the things in his hand and said, You did find very important supplies, but this is abaca, not banana, and it is inedible. Tang Xiaohua blinked his eyes. Abaca? Cauliflower, cauliflower. Is there any difference? Ning Shu was a little unconvinced, so he opened one and took a look. The white flesh is exposed inside. It's no different from a banana. As she spoke, she broke off a piece, and suddenly a bunch of black little bugs came out. Ning Shu was so scared that he screamed and immediately threw away the banana in his hand. There are bugs, so gross. The other 3 girls also threw away their bananas and huddled together, Don't make a fuss. Lu Zhe, however, remained unusually calm. He picked up a half-sliced banana and explained, the black part is not a bug, but its seeds. Both its flesh and seeds are poisonous and cannot be eaten. After hearing what Lu Zhe said, several girls stretched their heads to take a look and found that the small black duck could not move. Lin Xianqian was surprised. It's really a seed? Jiang Yao sighed. It's also a banana. Why can't it be eaten and it looks so disgusting? Tang Xiao was said, because it's not serious. Lu Zhe collected some abaca seeds and put them in empty bottles. Lin Xianqian said, Lu Zhe, you just said that abaca is also an important material, right? That's right. Lu Zhe nodded. If you can't eat it, what can you do with it? This thing is called abaca, also known as Manila hemp. The fruit is shaped like a banana. It is actually one of the most important economic crops in Southeast Asia. Its stems and leaves are rich in plant fibers, which can be used to make ropes, fishing nets, and other things. Ropes made from it are much more useful than ordinary bark ropes. Ning Shu nodded. Swoosh into the temple. Tang Xiao was confused and said, we want food and fresh water. What do we need ropes for? Lu Zhe explained, ropes are an indispensable item in the process of survival. They are even as important as flint, machetes, pots and pans, and tarpaulins. They can be used to make safety ropes, shelters, bamboo rafts, and hammocks. Really? Let's go check out the abaca first. Qian, you take care of them. I'll take Lu Zhe with you. Ning Shu said. Lu Zhe followed Ning Shu into the woods from another direction, and sure enough, he saw an abaca plant not far away. It is about 2 meters tall, with a stem as thick as a thigh, slender and thick leaves, and clusters of banana-like things on them. A rough estimate is that the leather rope that can be pulled off from this abaca plant is at least several dozen meters long, and there must be more than one abaca tree in this forest. Ning Shu was about to move forward when Lu Zhe grabbed him. What? Just as she was about to speak, Lu Zhe covered her mouth and pointed forward. Ning Shu looked carefully and saw a big rat poking its head out from not far away. If Lu Zhe hadn't covered her mouth, she would have definitely screamed out. Don't shout. Lu Zhe whispered in Ning Shu's ear, then quietly grabbed a stone. He was ready to wait for the mouse to come closer and then throw a stone at it. However, the mouse took a few steps forward and found 2 puddles of water on the ground. It sniffed, then in panic disappeared into the grass. Lu Zhe threw the stone, but he didn't take a picture of the mouse, which made him a little disappointed. Ning Shu frowned. Do mice have mysophobia? Where you and Qian peed? Ning Shu was annoyed. Yeah. Lu Zhe thought about it and came to a conclusion. Many mammals will judge the size of each other by the smell and volume of urine, and then think that they have invaded someone else's territory. Obviously, it thought it had mistakenly entered the territory you divided. Divide territory. Ning Shu immediately imagined the scene of dogs draining water under the roots of the tree and was shaking with anger. Seizing the bamboo shoots, Lu Zhe, the girl is just peeing. Is that dividing up the territory? Squad leader, don't be angry. But seriously, what I said is not wrong. Sometimes, the smell of human urine can indeed drive away some animals, but it is only limited to rodents that are smaller than oneself and sensitive. Relatively speaking, the repelling effect of boys' urine is better than that of girls. But if the 5 of us gather together and lie down under the roots of the tree, it will be enough to scare away some medium-sized carnivores. Ning Shu said helplessly, I really don't understand where you learned all this strange knowledge. Of course, Lu Zhe couldn't tell her that there was a survival manual in his system. So he perfunctorily said, 100,000 whys. Didn't we all read it when we were kids? I read books too. How come I didn't learn so much perverted knowledge? While others were making a fire, you led a group of girls to study how to help boys get rid of bad habits. By the way, the knowledge you know is even stranger, isn't it? As soon as these words came out, Ning Shu immediately lost her temper and muttered, Your behavior at that time was exactly the same as described in the book. It's obviously very suspicious, isn't it? What kind of book are you reading? Why does it contain this kind of content? I feel that in a life or death situation, it doesn't matter what we looked at before. Let's just look at abaca. Chapter 40 Strange Knowledge Increased. Chapter 40 Strange Knowledge Increased. Lu Zhe walked over and broke off a leaf. He pulled it from the root, and a long fiber was pulled out. Remove the leaf flesh, soak it, dry it, and twist several strands together to make a rope. The fibers removed from the leaves can be made into thin ropes. If you want something stronger, you can extract it from a stem, but it is more time-consuming and laborious. As he spoke, Lu Zhe began to tear off the abaca tissues one by one. It's true, Ningshu also helped clean up the remaining leaf flesh. In a short while, the two of them pulled 10 abaca ropes from the abaca leaves. Ningshu saw that he had done quite a lot and said, "That's about enough. At least 60. Why so many? Build a shelter." Is the shelter finally starting? Ningshu cheered herself up. It's better to have a dormitory. Hurry up. Half an hour later, the two men had removed more than 60 thin hemp ropes more than 2 meters long. Then braid every 3 strands together like a braid, and make 6 or 7 thicker strands to use as tie ropes. Then he went back. Then Lu Zhe went and carried back the 7 long branches he had cut earlier. Ningshu found a relatively sheltered place between 2 naturally growing small trees. "Friends, let's build a shelter here today." Tang Xiaowa couldn't help much. "What if the rescue team comes while we're doing it?" Lu Zhe smiled and said, "Then let's celebrate. But I think we should prepare for the worst." Jiang Yao sighed. "Yeah, I don't want to sleep in the sand pit anymore." Ningshu expressed his opinion. "Don't say anything. For the sake of our dormitory, let's get started." Lu Zhe picked up the longest branch and said, "Squad leader, help me hold that side. Let's tie the longest branch between the 2 small trees, and then put the other branches on top." "I understand." Lu Zhe began to tangle the branches together. Lin Qianqian also wanted to come over to help. "What can I do?" "Go pick as many leaves as possible to use as windshields." "Okay." Jiang Yao and Tang Xiaowa asked together. "What about us?" "Yao Yao, you weave the leaves together. Guer, you continue to collect fresh water." Lu Zhe thought about it and reminded again. "Be careful not to get burned." "I know." Although it was very tiring working with several people, the mutual cooperation and encouragement made them temporarily forget the feeling of despair. Lu Zhe first put 2 thicker branches together and inserted them deeply into the sand. Then he put 2 branches together 3 meters away. Tie a branch to the bottom of each of the 2 groups of branches. This is a relatively stable tent frame. Then, Lu Zhe tied thin straw ropes between the 2 sets of shelves and placed the leaves that Lin Qianqian and Jiang Yao had arranged on top to serve as windbreaks. Then spread the dried weeds inside, and a complete shelter is built. Although this shelter looks simple, it is very practical. When it is hot during the day, leave one windshield to block the sun, and the other windshield can be removed for ventilation. When it gets cold at night, you can tie ropes on all sides and hang leaves on them to serve as wind blocks, which can provide very good warmth retention. As soon as it was done, several girls sat in it immediately. Tang Xiao was stretched and said, "Wow, it's much cooler now." Lin Qianqian rubbed her dirty little face. "Well, I don't feel so scared anymore." Ningshu lay in the tent. "It feels like summer camp now, but I really want to sleep." Jiang Yao stretched her legs and picked up a dried coconut. "I'm trying to find joy in this difficult time. I still miss the snacks and drinks at home." As he said that, he moved his butt to the side. "Xiaozhe, come in too." When Lu Zhe sat in, he indeed felt much better. Looking at the sky outside the tent, the sun is setting. Everyone can rest for a while, gather enough energy, and wait for the tide to recede before throwing drift bottles and going to the beach. At this moment, Jiang Yao frowned slightly. Then he leaned over and whispered something in Ningshu's ear. Ningshu shook her head. She hesitated for a moment and then said something to Lin Qianqian. Then the 2 girls nodded together. Lin Qianqian pulled out 10 tissues from her backpack and stuffed 5 of them into Jiang Yao's pocket. Then she helped Jiang Yao up and said, "You 2 take a break first. I will take care of some small things with Yao Yao." "Small things?" "Little thing." Lu Zhe guessed that the 2 girls might be going to the bathroom, so he quickly reminded them, "Remember seeds." Jiang Yao said helplessly, "I know." Lin Qianqian supported Jiang Yao into the woods, and soon, Jiang Yao's scream was heard. "Ah? Is there danger again?" Ningshu and Tang Xiaowa immediately became nervous. Lu Zhe said in a deep voice, "You stay here, I'll go take a look. Be careful." Lu Zhe was worried about encountering wild beasts or snakes, so he picked up a stone axe and ran towards the sound. It turned out to be a false alarm because due to the pain in my ankle, I accidentally sat down without squatting steadily and got my butt dirty. After a nauseous vomiting, Lin Qianqian helped her to the beach to wash. Lu Zhe knew that it was no longer realistic to let her pick the seeds by herself. "There's no way I can do it myself." When you have such an experience, you will find that no matter how cute a girl is, the aioli gay is not the crystal macaron color, but has a fruity scent. One look at that thing would make one collapse. However, This glance allowed Lu Zhe to see the small black spots inside. I remember Jiang Yao said that she had eaten dragon fruit. So are the seeds inside here living dragon fruit? He carefully picked one up with a branch and touched it lightly with his fingers. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have found an important resource, a viable dragon fruit seed. It was indeed like that. Lu Zhe didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Do you want to break it open, crush it, and pick out the seeds? No, there's another way. He took off one of his socks, then used 2 branches to pick up the thing and stuff it into the sock. Lu Zhe knew that when surviving in the wilderness, feces was also a very important survival resource. It sounds incredible, but it is true. Human feces contains a lot of oil, which is an excellent source of nutrition for many wild animals. For example, when it comes to fish, Bear Grylls and Adrian Walsh often use their own feces as bait to catch small fish. In addition, feces have a certain warning function. On the African grasslands, in order to avoid being harassed by lions and hyenas, survivors will gather everyone's feces together, mix it with some blood and bone residue, and pile it near the camp. The huge pile of dung and the strong smell of blood seem to be inhabited by a huge and terrifying carnivore. It will scare away lions and hyenas. In addition, the feces of many animals have their own uses. Some can be used as medicine, some can be used to burn firewood, some can be used to cover up human odor, and some can even be used to make sunscreen. The most outrageous and true thing Lu Zhe has ever heard is that people on the grassland would use cow dung to wash dishes. And this is a treatment that only VIPs can enjoy. And now, for the one in the socks, Lu Zhe has an idea to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. One is to use it to catch small fish, and the other is to separate seeds using one's own socks. Chapter 41, Suspicious Things Appear on the Sea. Chapter 41, Something Suspicious Appears on the Sea. He returned to the camp. The coastline had now reached its highest point, and the SOS landmark was also slightly submerged by the seawater. Lu Zhe knew that there were some large rocks just in front of the distress signal. There are several rocks crowded together, and when the tide goes out, small closed puddles are formed there. If any fish do not leave the puddle with the receding tide, they will be trapped here and can only wait for the second high tide to leave. Isn't this a perfect fishing spot? Gwr, I want to use your stockings. Tang Xiaohua, who was squeezing out distilled water, blushed. Lu Zhe, what are you going to do with it? Fishing. You can fish, but you can't be naughty. She said this, but she was very happy in her heart. Lu Zhe had a feeling that she seemed to be eager for him to do something sexy. Lu Zhe took a pair of stockings and checked them. Although there were some threads pulled apart, there were no holes at all. The quality of Balenciaga is still good. He found some resilient branches, bent them into a circle, and tied them tightly with abakar rope. In this way, 5 circles with a diameter of about 15 centimeters were made. Then put the stockings on the 5 circles in turn, leaving a distance of about 10 centimeters in between. The ring of branches held up the stockings, making them look like a fishing net. A fishing net alone is not enough, you also need bait. This one is ready-made. Lu Zhe put the socks containing Jiang Yao's Ali Gay into the fishing net. Then stones were placed at different locations of the fishing net to prevent the fishing net from floating. Now that this matter is done, we just have to wait for the little fish to come in. Lu Zhe washed his hands several times and then drank another coconut. By this time, the sun was setting, the temperature had reached a comfortable level, and the tide was beginning to recede. It's time to go to the beach again. And this time, do you still want to go together? It was already very inconvenient for 3 girls to take care of Tang Xiaohua alone. This time there were 2 girls with foot injuries, and it was really impossible to take care of them. Jiang Yao said, "Forget it, I won't cause any more trouble for you. I'll take care of the fire in the camp." Tang Xiaohua originally wanted to go, but after hearing what Jiang Yao said, he said, "Then I won't go either. I'll continue to distill fresh water for everyone." Lu Zhe also felt that it was unnecessary. It doesn't take too many people to go fishing, and 2 patients need someone to take care of them. I can go by myself today. No. Ning Shu rubbed his dirty hands on his clothes. Although you are a boy, you may still encounter danger if you act alone. Otherwise, I will go with you. Well, wait for me to get ready. What else do you need to prepare? Lu Zhe put the distilled and dried sea salt block on the stone, smashed it into powder, and then put the salt powder into the bottle. Let's see if we can catch some razor clams. Lu Zhening and Shu walked side by side on the beach in the evening, watching the setting sun turn the sea red and stretch their shadows out. This made Ning Shu feel happy, and she suddenly wanted to hold hands with the boy in front of her. But immediately, she shook her head. I told myself secretly in my heart, what am I thinking about? What is going on? I'm still thinking about all this. Besides, I'm the class monitor, and I can't be as obsessed with girls as Guer and Yao Yao. However, when I looked at Lu Zhe from the side, I felt that the boy in front of me was handsome, and the more I looked at him, the more attractive he became. It seems that Guer has good taste. If it weren't for the hentai attributes, he could really be a boyfriend. Obviously, both Yao Yao and Guer are interested in him. So which one does he like more? If he doesn't like either of them, does that mean he likes someone else? Qian or myself? Why not ask? If he is asked to choose one of 4 girls as his girlfriend, who would he choose? Hello, Lu Zhe, Ning Shu asked hesitantly. What's up? I want to ask you a question. Lu Zhe nodded and said seriously, I know what you want to ask. Ning Shu blushed a little. Then, is it convenient for you to tell me the answer? Certainly. Well, go ahead. Lu Zhe said seriously. Just watch. Then he pointed to a small hole in the sand and said, right here. Then pour the crushed salt into the hole, and soon, a bamboo clam pops out. Lu Zhe quickly reached out and grabbed it, slowly pulled it out, then shook it in front of Ning Shu's eyes and said, see, this salt powder is used to catch this. Ning Shu opened his mouth wide, and his eyes twitched. This guy, does he think I want to ask him what the salt powder is used for? Not all small holes will have razor clams. Some will have conches and some hermit crabs, but they won't come out by themselves, so we have to dig them out. But without proper tools, we may not be able to find anything even if we dig deep. As he spoke, Lu Zhe dug in another small hole where no living creature had come out. After a while, he dug out a conch. Then he shook it and said, look, I'm so damn lucky. Ning Shu took it and took a look. The conch was as big as a baby's fist. It was the largest conch he had ever caught since he was stranded on the desert island. The white flesh kept shrinking into the shell, spurting out streams of seawater. It's really amazing. Lu Zhe was generous with his praise. The squad leader is sensible and will focus on survival with me. Those little girls only think about boring things. Ning Shu smiled awkwardly. Just a minute ago, she wanted to ask Lu Zhe a very boring question. Don't ask about this situation. The two walked about 2 kilometers and picked up a lot of empty bottles, broken swimsuits, old slippers, plastic bags, and other supplies along the way. Lu Zhe also found a pile of seaweed. When he pulled it up, he saw that there were more than 20 mussels of various sizes attached to it. In total, we have caught 5 bamboo clams, more than 20 mussels, 2 conchs, and several starfish. Ning Shu wondered, can starfish be eaten? Lu Zhe nodded. Of course. You should have said it earlier. Ning Shu immediately took the plastic bag and went to the beach to pick up starfish. Hello. Lu Zhe quickly stopped him. You can't just pick up starfish. Why? Only females can be eaten. How do you tell the gender? Lu Zhe took out a starfish and pointed at the center of its back. Look at its mouth. The female is orange and the male is white. And not all females can be eaten. Only those in the breeding season can be eaten, so we have to find heavy females. Ning Shu looked at the mouth that was moving like a chrysanthemum and felt something was wrong with her whole body. I turned over 50 or 60 starfish along the way before I picked out 3 that were similar. Sure enough, it's not that easy. Ning Shu stood up by holding her waist, and then she saw something unusual. Ship. When Lu Zhe heard her say there was a boat, he rushed to the shore. Looking from afar, on the distant sea level, there seems to be something floating there. I can't see what it is. Ning Shu hoped that desperately. Lu Zhe also shouted a few times, but immediately realized something was wrong. Stop shouting, it's too far away. No one over there can hear you. What shall we do? We have no fire. Wait a minute, I'll climb up the tree and take a look. Lu Zhe looked around, and there was no tree suitable for climbing. There was no other choice, so he lifted Ning Shu up and said, stand on my shoulders. Oh, okay. Ning Shu stood on Lu Zhe's shoulder, trembling like she was performing an acrobatic trick. Lu Zhe grabbed her ankles to help her keep her balance. Ning Shu was looking over there with his hands on his chest. But at this moment, the sun had already set on the other side of the island. Everything in the distance became gray, and I could no longer see the specific appearance. Ning Shu shouted anxiously, why is the sun setting at this time? Lu Zhe put her down. The sun didn't fall below the sea level. We turned to the other side of the island and were blocked by the high ground on the island. Lu Zhe, is that a boat? Lu Zhe shook his head and said frankly, to be honest, I don't know either. What now? 2 choices. Either wait here or go back to camp. If you wait here, you'll freeze to death at night. Lu Zhe nodded. Ning Shu continued. If we go back to the camp, If we miss this rescue, we may never have another chance. Lu Zhe also nodded. However, we can make a distress signal here, and then use small stones to arrange our names to tell them that there are people here. Come back tomorrow. This is the only way. Hurry. The two people put down what they were holding and quickly picked up stones to use as landmarks. After more than half an hour of work, I finally completed a smaller SOS landmark. Then he used pebbles to spell out, 5 people on the island help. Ning Shu looked at these words. But it's getting darker and darker. Even if a ship passes by here, it may not be found. Rescue ships usually don't search at night. That's enough. Let's go back. The two of them then carried their things back. And just at this moment, Lu Zhe noticed that the things seemed to flash. Chapter 42 Iating Rostedt Hartmeet. Chapter 42 Iating Rostedt Hartmeet. It's very hidden, very quick, and fleeting. Did you see that? What? That thing seemed to flash. I didn't notice it. Ning Shu stood on tiptoe and looked over there. No, you are not seeing things. Lu Zhe looked at the moon rising in the distance and said lightly, maybe. An hour later, the two men returned to the camp, but saw no one by the campfire. Where are the people? Have they been taken away by the rescue team? No. When I got closer, I realized that all 3 girls had taken shelter in the shelter. He was so scared that he was trembling and dare not come out. Lu Zhe asked, what's going on with you guys? Tang Xiao's voice came from inside. There's a ghost. The ghost is screaming. Screaming? What's screaming? I just heard you 3 cowards screaming. Jiang Yao said, no, there really is a ghost. Lin Qianqian said, yes, listen, he is still shouting now. Are you hallucinating? There's obviously nothing. At this moment, a rustling sound came from not far away, followed by a scream of ah. Ning Shu's scalp almost exploded, and she hugged Lu Zhe all of a sudden. It really is true. Lu Zhe finally heard it. The voice was not loud, but very sharp and shrill. When I suddenly heard it, it really sounded like a ghost crying. But immediately, Lu Zhe knew what was going on. He was not frightened, but rather very surprised. That's not a ghost. Just wait. The 3 girls then poked their heads out and said, it seems like Lu Zhe knows about this. Then why didn't he tell us? You didn't mean to scare us. It's very ungentlemanly to scare a girl. Although Lu Zhe is a little weird, he's not that boring, is he? While the girls were talking, Lu Zhe had already gone into the jungle with a torch. After a while, a big rat was taken out from it. It was making that strange sound just now. Several girls were frightened out of their wits. Lu Zhe shook it and said, look, it's just a mouse. This guy stepped on the trap I set. I understand the truth. But why do mice make human sounds? Dan xia gugu xiaodet, Jiang Yao guessed. Could it be that the mouse has become a spirit? As soon as these words came out, the girls hugged each other in fear again. Many rodents make these strange noises in emergency situations. They're actually subconsciously protecting their own kind and keeping them away from danger. Lin Qianqian exclaimed, life is so magical. Ning Shu sighed. It's amazing that rodents can speak foreign languages. The greatness of life is sometimes reflected in how to keep the race going. This spirit of sacrificing one's own interests for the greater good is enough to be admired. So I decided to give it a chance to show its value. As he said that, Lu Zhe grabbed its tail and threw it onto a rock. With a snap, it stopped barking immediately. Eat it. Ning Shu was stunned and asked, should it thank you? No need to thank him, but he should be proud of himself because he is the first rat on this island to have the chance to become human food. As he spoke, Lu Zhe used a small circular blade to cut open its skin and then pulled it hard. The entire rat's skin was torn off by him. Then, Lu Zhe cut off its head, tail, and claws, inserted his fingers into its bloody body, dug out the internal organs, and threw them aside, and then washed the body with seawater. One rat quickly became a rat roe. Then, stretch its body out and tie it to a branch. Next, Lu Zhe ripped open a starfish, picked out its yolk, put it into a spicy snack bag, and squeezed and shook it. Mix the remaining chili oil and starfish yellow thoroughly together, then apply it on the rat meat. Finally, roast the rat meat over the fire. Jiang Yao whispered to Qian Qian, it looked disgusting a few minutes ago. Why do I feel like drooling now? Lin Qianqian smiled and said, I think I'm a pretty good cook, but I don't think I can cook a mouse like this. Tang Xiao said, no matter what, I won't eat this kind of thing. Ning Shu nodded. I hate mice the most. Lu Zhe said he didn't care. This is the condition on a deserted island. It doesn't matter if no one wants to eat. I can eat by myself. Ning Shu sighed. I'd better take care of other things. Tang Xiao asked, Squad leader, what else did you pick up? Ning Shu poured out everything in a plastic bag. When the girls saw the bamboo clams, they were all surprised. Why can Lu Zhe catch this kind of thing? But we can only pick up hermit crabs and conchs. Ning Shu smiled and said, he used a special method. I can teach you later. Several girls started cooking together. Bake the mussels, then put the bamboo clams, kelp and conch meat into a can, pour water over it, and make soup. Dried coconuts are roasted by the fire as the staple food. Compared with the first night, the quality of today's food has obviously improved significantly. After a while, the rat meat gave off an enticing aroma. The aroma of this protein is different from seafood and has a bit of a chicken feel. It made everyone's appetite come out. Lu Zhe pulled off a calf and put in his mouth to chew. It smells so good. Do you want some? The four girls looked at each other. Lin Xianxian was the first to speak. Give me some. Lu Zhe then tore off one of the rat's thighs and handed it to Lin Xianxian. Although it can't compare to chicken legs, it is also the part of the rat with the most meat. Lin Xianxian tore off a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. It's delicious. Like chicken. Seeing that Lin Xianxian had eaten all of it, Tang Xiao swallowed and said, hey, give me some too. Lu Zhe pulled off the other leg and handed it to Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao took a bite and his mouth was full of oil. Wow, it smells so good. Lu Zhe said proudly, I told you can't stay. Ning Shu and Jiang Yao looked at each other, chuckled, and immediately snatched it away, tearing the remaining rat meat into 3 pieces. After the mouse was shared, although each person only ate 1 or 2 bites, the taste of the mouse meat brought everyone an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. After everyone had eaten the rat meat, Ning Shu used a blade to cut open a few bottles, used the bottle bottoms as bowls and the shells as spoons, and distributed seafood soup and roasted coconut meat to everyone. Although the seafood soup is a bit fishy, it is still delicious. The fear of the future is not as strong anymore. Lin Xianxian said with emotion, life in the wilderness is not as bad as imagined. Ning Shu smiled and patted Lu Zhe on the shoulder. Actually, we really have to thank our sports committee member. Jiang Yao smiled and said, that's right, Xiaozhe never embarrasses me. Tang Xiao frowned. Hey, Xiaozhe is a big shot. Why do you talk like he's your family? Ning Shu said, you know what, after being stranded on a deserted island this time, I really feel like we are a family. Lin Xianxian nodded. The monitor is right. Lu Zhe gave me a new perspective on boys. Lu Zhe was a little curious. What do you think? Lin Xianxian smiled and said, boys can be pretty good sometimes. Jiang Yao asked suspiciously. Xianxian, you're not interested in Xiaozhe, are you? Tang Xiao said, hey, Xianxian, aren't you Lily? Chapter 43 caught a small-tailed fish. Chapter 43 caught a small-tailed fish. Guo finally asked a question that everyone was curious about. Is Xianxian a lesbian? Lin Xianxian blushed and frowned. No, it's not. I'm not sure. I just think girls are cuter. Ning Shu hugged Jiang Yao with one hand and Guo with the other. Who do you think is cuter among the 3 of us? Xianxian looked at the 3 girls. Although they all looked dirty, they were all beautiful girls as pretty as flowers. Lin Xianxian swallowed unconsciously. You are all so cute. By the way, Lu Zhe, if it were you, which one would you choose? Only children make choices. Lu Zhe snorted and smiled, stretching out his right hand as if grasping. Hee, I want them all. You wish. You still want it all, you greedy ghost. What are you thinking about, scumbag? The 3 girls immediately couldn't stand it anymore and rushed over, attacking Lu Zhe with punches and pinches. Lu Zhe quickly covered his head to defend himself. He also knew that the girls were not really using any force. Having some fun with everyone can help relieve the despair and stress brought by the deserted island. A few girls were laughing and making the newly built tent sway back and forth. Hey, stop now. The tent is about to be overturned. Well, just stand up again. Yeah, who cares about that kind of thing? The 3 girls said this and actually stopped. After the fight, everyone's face was a little flushed and their hair was a little messy. Xianxian was stunned, her heart beating like a deer. Guo waved her little fist in front of Lu Zhe proudly. Humph, I'll let you off this time, but if you keep talking nonsense next time, I'll make you pay. Jiang Yao blushed and retied her hair. Hey, seriously, did you encounter anything interesting this time? Lu Zhe and Ning Shu looked at each other and said, it really is true. We encountered something strange, but it was too dark at night to see what it was. It looked a bit like a ship. Then, Ning Shu told everyone about the ship-like object he encountered on the horizon. Jiang Yao said, it can't be a rescue fleet. Tang Xiaowu worriedly said. What if they come to this island, and we are not there? Wouldn't we miss it? Ning Shu said. We also sent out a distress signal on the island. If they are really a rescue team, they will definitely see it when they pass by there. Lu Zhe continued. If it's just a passing merchant ship or fishing boat, they won't be able to hear us even if we shout at the top of our lungs at such a long distance. Lin Qianqian nodded. Lu Zhe, what are you going to do? Lu Zhe set the alarm on his watch. I will get up early tomorrow and go over there to see what's going on. Ning Shu said, I'll go with you tomorrow morning. Lu Zhe nodded. Okay. Today's dinner finally made everyone feel a little full. Then several girls squeezed into the shelter and started inviting Lu Zhe. They were all fellow wanderers, and they did not isolate Lu Zhe because of the difference between men and women. Lu Zhe, come in too. Yeah, it's pretty cold outside alone. You are a little heater. With you here, the temperature here will be 2 degrees higher. We have enough firewood today, so there's no need to worry about the fire being put out. Besides, you built the shelter, and we would feel bad if we let you sleep outside. Lu Zhe did not refuse. It's rare that you guys invite me so sincerely, so I won't be polite. A few people made some thermos bottles with hot sand and sea water and surrounded them. The sea breeze was howling outside, but it was warm as spring in the shelter. Ning Shu arranged. In order to avoid unnecessary embarrassment between boys and girls, the 4 of us girls will sleep in a row, Lu Zhe, and you will sleep upright. Is that a problem? Tang Xiaowu blushed and said, What if I catch a cold at night? Otherwise, I'll just have to let brother Xiaozhe sleep next to me. Ning Shu frowned. You don't have any messy ideas. The tent is small, but there are other people here. How could that be? I'm very simple, okay. Jiang Yao rolled her eyes at Tang Xiaowu. Sorry, I didn't notice it at all. Lu Zhe knew that Tang Xiaowu wanted to be close to him, but thinking back to the blood-boiling feeling that night. Thinking rationally, he realized that what he needed most right now was high-quality sleep. So he refused. The temperature here is higher than the sand pit yesterday, and you're in the middle, so you generally won't catch a cold. It's good that we don't affect each other. Then he lay down. But Tang Xiaowu was still not obedient after lying down and touched Lu Zhe's belly with her cold little feet. He was grabbed by Lu Zhe. What are you doing? Your hands are so hot. Please warm them up for me. Lu Zhe pretended to sigh in annoyance and held both of her feet with one hand. That's too perfunctory. If you think it's too perfunctory, take it away. Don't want. After a while, soft and sweet snoring sounds were heard again in the shelter. The little girls fell asleep again. After a while, Lu Zhe also felt sleepy and gradually closed his eyes. Early morning. The alarm on his watch beeped, and Lu Zhe sat up. June 12th, the 3rd day on the deserted island. The 3 girls were sleeping in, but Ning Shu had already left the shelter. He pushed aside the grass and saw Ning Shu roasting coconut meat in front of the fire. Good morning, squad leader. Wake up, Lu Zhe. How about toasted coconut for breakfast? Lu Zhe stretched and lazily rested, feeling that he had recovered a lot of strength after a night's rest. It doesn't matter if it's okay or not. It's good to have something to eat. Thank you for your hard work. No big deal. He crawled out of the shelter and noticed that the tide had receded. The place where Yao Yao Aolajai had set the trap yesterday had separated from the ocean and formed a pool of water. Looking into the distance, he found that the view was much clearer. If you relax again, your vision will return to the level of mild myopia of 200 degrees. What's going on? Meditation system. Lu Zhe discovered that the system data had been updated at this time. Strength 10. Physical fitness 11. Physical strength 10. Agility 11. Perception 11. Checking the system log, I found that the sign-in was completed at 12 a.m., which increased the perception by 1 point. No wonder your eyesight gets better. With a little meditation, my hearing and sense of smell became more sensitive. I don't know how I completed the sign-in, but fortunately it was completed. See how the trap I set yesterday is doing. The mouse trap was not received. He walked over, picked up Tang Xiaowu's stocking trap, and was immediately overjoyed. There were actually 20 or 30 small fish, about an inch in size, jumping around in the stockings. Ning Shu also came over to take a look. So many small fish were caught. What did you use to make the bait? Lu Zhe took out his socks from inside. My socks plus Yao Yao's alligay. What? Ning Shu's pretty face was distorted, and her whole body was abnormal. How could such a cute little fish like to eat that kind of thing? Human feces contains a lot of oil, which is a rare nutrient for them. Then he turned his socks inside out and said, There's something more important. Ning Shu saw small dots like black sesame seeds attached to it. Look, most of the excrement has been soaked in water and dispersed through the gaps in the socks, leaving only the pitaya seeds. You see water and socks to separate the feces and seeds. Ning Shu retched. That's a good idea, but those fish. What happened to the fish? You're not going to eat it, are you? Of course it's for eating. Ning Shu opened his eyes wide. You know what they eat? Lu Zhe disagrees. In fact, many marine organisms feed on the feces of other organisms, including the seafood we eat in the city. This is normal. Then in its stomach. Lu Zhe knew what Ning Shu was concerned about. It's very simple. We use a small blade to cut open its belly and take out the internal organs. The dirt will come out. It's just that this fish is too small, so it's a bit difficult to take out the internal organs. But if you put in some effort, you can still do it. As he spoke, Lu Zhe took a small round blade, cut open the belly of a small fish, and carefully picked out the fish intestines with a branch. Then he sharpened another branch and passed it through the fish's mouth. Just string them together like this, and then you can roast them. The little fish had lost its internal organs and was pierced, but it was still alive and was still twisting its body, making Ning Shu feel a little uncomfortable. By the way, there are 2 bags of spicy strips left. You can spread chili oil on them, which will have a unique flavor. Ning Shu hesitated and whispered, Okay, but don't tell them what bait you used or how you caught it. No. There were 30 small fish in total. After removing the internal organs, they were strung together in strings of 6, making 5 strings in total. Apply chili oil and grill over fire, and soon the aroma of grilled fish will waft out. The scent wafted into the shelter, and all 3 little girls crawled out. It smells like fish. Wow, it smells so good. I want to have some. Squad leader Lu Zhe, where did you get the fish? Just as Lu Zhe was about to speak, Ning Shu pinched his arm. She rushed to say, Lu Zhe caught it at the beach. The meal is ready. Come out and eat. Lu Zhe is so amazing. Thank you for your hard work, squad leader. Thank you for your hard work, Lu Zhe. On behalf of all the beautiful girls in Shanghai Jiaotong University, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for your hard work. By the way, what else is there to eat? Ning Shu smiled and said, in addition to the spicy noodles and grilled fish, there are also grilled coconut meat and crab and kelp soup. This is the last of our spicy noodles. The situation is still grim, but the breakfast is still good. Everyone chatted while eating breakfast. Ning Shu asked an important question. Lu Zhe, what are your plans for today? Lu Zhe looked at his watch. It was 7:40. I have to go to the other side of the island later to see if that thing on the sea level is still there. Chapter 44 Target, the highest point of the island. Chapter 44 Target, the highest point of the island. The thing Lu Zhe mentioned was something that seemed to be a rescue team or an island. Everyone understands. Ning Shu also agreed. Yes, this matter is very important. If what we saw yesterday was a rescue team, we could go home today. Pray. By the way, how many coconuts are left? There's still 5 with water and 11 without water. Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, we have to find some fresh water. Qian, can you please distill more fresh water? We also need to collect more supplies, cans and bottles. The more the better. Lin Qian tilted her head and smiled. No problem. What about you, squad leader? Ning Shu tasted the last bit of spicy oil on the branch. I can't let Lu Zhe go there alone. I want to go with him. I'm afraid I can't stay with my sisters in the camp. Several girls were indeed worried about Lu Zhe going alone. Jiang Yao patted Ning Shu's shoulder and said, I'll leave Xiaozhe to you. Lu Zhe and Ning Shu made some simple preparations, took half a bottle of coconut water, empty backpacks, and once again explored the other side of the island. Along the way, we picked up some supplies. Lu Zhe washed everything he thought he would use and folded it up carefully and put it away. There's a lot of household garbage on the unexplored beach. Bottles, plastic bags, broken fishing nets and rope segments, and a single slipper. While picking up bottles, Ning Shu joked, when we get back, we can set up a scrap recycling station. Does my brother look like a junk collector? Ning Shu took a closer look. Lu Zhe used to be sunny, handsome, and had abdominal muscles. But after these few days of torture, he looked somewhat decadent and embarrassed. But still can't hide his inherent handsomeness. Ning Shu deliberately teased. Too similar. You can follow Brother Shili's path in the future. Lu Zhe nodded. Okay, I'll be the boss and you'll be the employee. Why should I be an employee? So what do you want to be? A boss lady? Ning Shu lightly choked him. Hey, you dare to take advantage of me. I will pinch you. Lu Zhe quickly put away his arm. You twist people all the time, are you a big white goose? Lu Zhe, why are you so irritating? She said she was angry, but her eyes began to secretly look at Lu Zhe. Frankly speaking, Lu Zhe is quite handsome, and if you don't consider his occasional perverted attributes, he is a good candidate for a boyfriend. But Guer and Yao Yao were already arguing with each other, and if I interfered, things would probably get messed up. But she still wanted to ask Lu Zhe something she couldn't ask last time. Hey, let me ask you something. Go ahead. You can't see that Yao Yao and Guer are both interested in you. Lu Zhe nodded frankly. That's right. Since I was a child, many girls have been interested in me. My mother said that I have no other shortcomings except that I am popular with women. The fortune teller said that I have a peach blossom fate and that I am a rare girl killer in a century. Lu Zhe, Ningshu looked at him and said sincerely, if you don't brag, we can still be friends. Bragging? I'm quite modest. Don't talk to me, be serious. Ningshu changed to a more serious tone. If and Yao Yao asked you to choose one to be your girlfriend, who would you choose? Lu Zhe smiled and said, it has to be one. Can we have both? Very greedy. Ningshu stretched out her finger and said, I'm serious. Answer me seriously too. Lu Zhe rarely saw the monitor so serious. Why? The monitor even cares about the classmates' relationships? Will he go back and tell the teacher about it? Am I that kind of person? Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, well, to be honest, I don't know. I want to say that I like both of them, but I'm afraid you'll say I'm a scumbag. But actually, Ningshu said angrily, no, you really like both of them. No. Lu Zhe also changed his tone to a serious one. I like all four of them, including Qian and you, monitor. Ningshu felt a little surprised when he heard this. She felt like she should be very angry, but she couldn't. Why? She doesn't know either. You want to step on four boats? Why? Lu Zhe sighed. I know this is not good, but the four of you have your own strengths, your own cuteness, and your own little flaws. If I have to choose one, I might as well die. Ningshu pretended to be angry and said, Humph, then you can just go die. Then he muttered, you just give half-hearted answers when I ask you questions. You don't tell me a single true word. Lu Zhe scratched his head. He didn't feel that he was being perfunctory at all. On the contrary, he felt that his answer was quite sincere. The two of them walked and chatted as they went, and before long, they arrived at the place they had come to yesterday. Hey, Lu Zhe, look. Lu Zhe looked at the thing, and sure enough, it was still there. Has it been still? It seems a little closer. It's also possible that the lighting was bad last night. Is it a ship? No. This time, Lu Zhe saw it more clearly than last night. After a little meditation, I felt like I was wearing a pair of high-quality glasses that matched well. Then he saw clearly the green top. Okay, it is indeed a small island. Did you see clearly what it was? Ningshu asked. It's a small island. It's not a rescue boat. No wonder it's lying there motionless. Ningshu sighed in disappointment. The island is quite far away, and its specific appearance cannot be seen. In addition, due to the curvature of the horizon itself, the lower half of the island is obscured. If you want to see it more clearly, you have to climb to the highest point of the island. He turned around and looked at the dense, tropical jungle. It's not easy to break into the jungle. You need to deal with insects, snakes, and some unexpected emergencies. But this is a very necessary thing. Even if you don't observe that island, you still need to understand some information about the island you are on. For example, where there are rivers, where there are bamboo forests, and where there are fields suitable for planting. So, no matter from which angle you think about it, you must climb to the highest point of the island. Thinking of this, Lu Zhe said to Ningshu, squad leader, I want to go into the jungle. Why? I need to go to the highest point of the island. First, I can see the situation of the island opposite more clearly. Second, it will also be easier to understand the situation of the island we are on. Ningshu nodded. Okay, let's go together. Lu Zhe also felt that he couldn't just leave Ningshu here, so he thought about it and said, well, let's go into the jungle together. But be very careful. There may be many dangers in the jungle. It's not like we haven't explored the jungle together. That time we were just on the edge. This time we're going deep into the jungle. The danger level is different. Ningshu nodded seriously and said, don't worry. I will listen to you and be very careful. Lu Zhe nodded and stretched out his hand. Ningshu was stunned. What are you doing? Let me hold on. If anything unexpected happens, we can help each other. Oh. Ningshu hesitated and put her hand into Lu Zhe's palm. And at the moment their fingers touched, Ningshu's heart felt like it was bumped by a deer. Chapter 45, A Huge Misunderstanding. Chapter 45, Big Misunderstanding. This was a feeling Ningshu had never experienced before. I couldn't help but be startled, and my heart was secretly beating. What's going on? I remember the last time we went into the jungle together, we were holding hands. Why don't I have this feeling? Could it be that I have fallen in love with this guy? No way. This is about survival, not socializing. Ning Shu followed Lu Zhe with a red face, walking into the jungle with one step deep and one step shallow, feeling confused. The jungle here is difficult to walk in, and Lu Zhe takes every step carefully to ensure safety. He used a branch to slap the grass in front of him to drive away the resting poisonous insects and snakes. While walking in the jungle, Lu Zhe also discovered some good things. He found a bush with small red fruits on it, and holding it in his hand, information came to his mind. Thornberry. Lu Zhe was overjoyed. This is a sweet and sour berry. Although its taste is average, it has the effects of promoting salivation and quenching thirst, clearing away heat and detoxifying. It is a very good wild fruit. He and Ning Shu picked a small bag and ate several each. After walking a little further, trouble came. Ning Shu suddenly covered her stomach, feeling the urge to go to the toilet. Damn it! Why didn't you come earlier or later? What's wrong, squad leader? Ning Shu smiled awkwardly. I kind of want to go to the bathroom. Lu Zhe looked around and nodded. It's right here, I'll turn around. Oh no, why not? Ning Shu blushed and said in great confusion. It's a large size. Large size? Lu Zhe said in surprise. Oh my god, are the cantaloupe seeds finally going to appear? Ning Shu hit Lu Zhe and said, don't mention the seeds. Wait, I will find a place myself. As he spoke, he looked around for a sheltered place. Lu Zhe found a raised stone and checked it. There was no trace of poisonous snakes or insects. This is a good place. Ning Shu took a look, then pushed Lu Zhe. All right, go away. Stay away from me. I will take care of the seeds and other things myself later. Okay, I'm leaving now. Hey, you don't go too far. Okay, I'm within your field of vision. Call me if you need anything. Don't turn around. I'm not that boring. Lu Zhe observed the plants nearby to see if there were any edible wild vegetables and herbs. After a while, Ning Shu let out a long sigh. Solved. When I tried to pull on my pants, I discovered a terrible problem. Finished. No tissues. What should I do? Hey, Lu Zhe, what's wrong? Did you bring tissues? No. Ning Shu cried. Then what should I do? Lu Zhe's solution was simple and crude. Simple. Don't wipe it. Just lift it up. Then go back to the beach and wash it. Ning Shu was annoyed. Lu Zhe, do you really want to see me embarrassed? Lu Zhe replied calmly. No, I'm talking about the safest, most reasonable, and most scientific method. You can't ask me to go back and get it for you. It's quite far. Ning Shu nodded. I'll find a way myself. Lu Zhe suddenly thought of something and reminded him, Squad leader, I advise you not to think of any way, let alone use leaves to wipe it. Pull up your pants and come out immediately. Don't bother with that. Ning Shu came out, carrying a small plastic bag that was tied tightly. Done. Lu Zhe grabbed her wrist and asked, Did you wipe it? Ning Shu raised his eyebrows. It's none of your business. As he said that, Ning Shu was about to walk inside, but after taking 2 steps, he felt an unbearable itch at the base of his thighs. Why? She wanted to scratch it, but was worried that this action would damage her image as a girl. It's very uncomfortable to endure it. At this time, Lu Zhe saw through it and said, You wiped it with leaves, right? Ning Shu said, I'm a girl. You can't just leave me alone. I'll just. Lu Zhe said seriously, It's better to let it hang out for a while than to get hurt. Do you know that when our army was in Southeast Asia, they used golden leaves of unknown origin to wipe their butts? And guess what happened? Ning Shu asked in confusion. What's wrong? Lu Zhe made a pistol gesture with his fingers and tapped his temple. Bang. Suicide. Isn't that interesting? I thought he was poisoned. I've heard similar jokes before, where a dog died after trying mushrooms, and the owner vomited and ended up being crushed by a car. Lu Zhe asked seriously. Then do you know why they committed suicide? The solemn tone made Ning Shu feel a little nervous. She stammered, why? The itch is so unbearable that it's worse than death. Ning Shu shuddered, and thinking about the uncomfortable feeling down there, cold sweat immediately broke out. Which leaf did you use? Just. Ning Shu wanted to walk over, but it felt like 100 little bugs were crawling on her body. She kept stamping her feet, but there was no way to relieve the pain. Lu Zhe walked over helplessly and picked up a leaf stained with poop. The message of leaves came to my mind. New species, Urtica genus S. It has fine hairs and stings like a bee, which is extremely painful and itchy. The purple back has medicinal value. It smells pungent, bitter, cold, and is highly toxic. It is mainly used to treat vomiting. Crushed snake venom is applied. When urticaria first appears, apply this on it, and it will disappear overnight. It seems that purple leaf can remove poison, but this one is green and has no medicinal value. But the key problem is that just a little bit of this stuff on the back of the hand will cause unbearable pain. If it is used to rub sensitive parts, it is hard to imagine what kind of pain Ning Shu will face next. Ning Shu yelled, "Throw it away quickly, it's disgusting." It can be seen that Ning Shu is in extreme pain. It's not just the physical discomfort. Seeing the handsome boy in the class holding a leaf stained with poop makes me want to die. After reading the introduction, Lu Zhe felt relieved. Although the itching was severe, it would not pose a life-threatening risk. So how do you detoxify? Lu Zhe checked the system manual, which gave 3 methods. 1. Wash with plenty of soapy water. There is no such condition. 2. Use herbs for detoxification: wormwood, aster, Oldenlandia diffusa, wild mint, etc. Crush them and apply them to the affected area. There are not that many herbs available now. 3. Emergency treatment methods in the field. Urinate quickly to clean the affected area. Chapter 46: How about dating someone? Chapter 46: How about dating someone? Half a minute later, Lu Zhe handed Ning Shu a bottle of warm water. Here, use this to wash. Ning Shu took the bottle and looked at it. Boss, what is this? Lu Zhe looked calm. Don't ask, the answer is sterile water. Ning Shu finally understood. Lu Zhe patted Ning Shu's shoulder and said, there is no other way now. This is the only choice. You can choose whether to continue to suffer or to deal with it actively. It's your choice. Having said that, Lu Zhe put the bottle there and walked away. Ning Shu looked at the bottle in distress and cried to herself, "Oh my God, why do you want me to go through this? Just play with me to death." Grit your teeth and start rinsing. The unbearable, itchy feeling was finally relieved. Is it over? Let's go then. She didn't move. Seeing that she didn't catch up, Lu Zhe turned around and asked, "What's wrong? Or let's get together." Lu Zhe turned around and saw Ning Shu still standing there. The girl, who is usually sunny and straightforward, looks a little gentle and shy today. "What's wrong with you?" Ning Shu sniffed and said with a little desire, Just one day is not enough? What? We've gone beyond friendship, and I can't accept that. So, we'll be together one day and break up tomorrow." Lu Zhe could see that although Ning Shu looked dirty on the surface, she was actually a very traditional girl. She cares a lot about going beyond the boundaries of friendship with boys, unless he is her boyfriend. If this is still rejected, she may suffer for a long time. "Lu Zhe, you won't dislike me, will you?" Lu Zhe smiled and said, "We agreed on one day." "Okay, just one day." Then he smiled and held out his hand. "We can go together this time, my squad leader goddess." Ning Shu blushed, pursed her lips, nodded twice vigorously, sniffed, walked forward, and put her hand in Lu Zhe's. The island is not big. Although the central area is a bit steep, it is not very high. It took 2 people half an hour to climb up. Looking around, there's indeed no place higher than this. There is a big banyan tree on one end of the ridge of more than 200 meters high. Lu Zhe took off his shirt, took out a pen, and began to observe and record the island. He didn't take the diary, so he just drew the location of the island on his vest. Ning Shu looked at Lu Zhe's perfect abdominal muscles and felt inexplicably dizzy. Lu Zhe's mind was on the island. Judging from the size of this small island, it is only about the size of 20 football fields and is surrounded by the sea. In the middle is highland and dense forest, surrounded by beaches and coastline. There were no lakes, no streams, not even a puddle of water to be seen. Freshwater resources are so scarce. How would we survive if the rescue team didn't come? This made him a little disappointed. At this time, Ning Shu pointed to the west coast and said, "Look, there are so many coconut trees on our island." Lu Zhe observed and analyzed. The ocean current runs from north to south and will wash the coconuts from the opposite island over here. When they pass by the west of our island, they will take root there and grow coconuts. That's right. We'll go over there and pick some, and then we'll have fresh water for tomorrow. But we have fresh water for tomorrow. But what about the future? This small island has very scarce freshwater resources. It was so scarce that it was not enough to provide the daily needs of 5 people. How about a different island? Once Lu Zhe had this thought in mind, he began to observe the small island opposite. The 2 islands are far apart, and a volcano can be vaguely seen. The top of the mountain is green, and it is obvious that it has not erupted for a long time. The island should be very large, at least much larger than the island they were on, because even if they stood on the top of the mountain, they could not see the lowest part of the island. At this time, the sun made the ground shine, and the stuffy feeling came again. On the beach in the northeast direction, a wisp of green smoke slowly rose into the sky. That's the direction of the camp. Take a break and go back later. Lu Zhe said, Ning sunotet, okai. The two of them leaned against the banyan tree together, looking at the nearby beach, the distant waves, and the small island beyond the sea level. Both of them had a lot of thoughts in their minds. Lu Zhe, what do you think we should do if the rescue team still can't find us? Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, stay alive. I believe a fishing boat will pass by here eventually. Will it take long? Lu Zhe pondered for a while and shook his head. I don't know. Ning Shu sighed and looked at the sea for a while. Let's give this island a name. Lu Zhe's heart moved. This is a good idea. Ning Shu thought for a moment and said, since the five of us were stranded here together, how about calling it Five People Island? Lu Zhe shook his head. It sounds like mooncakes. It might as well be called Egg Yolk Lotus Seed Paste Island or Rose Bean Paste Island. They are both better than Wu Ren. Ning Shu couldn't hold back her laughter and punched him lightly. Be serious. Well, it's quite serious. Ning Shu thought for a moment and said, but Wu Ren, it does look like a mooncake. Look at the shape of this island. It's a bit like a goose egg, so it's called Egg Yolk Island. The one opposite. There is a volcano, so let's call it Volcano Island. Okay. Then she took out 2 blackberries and handed one to Lu Zhe. Ning Shu said happily, come, let's drink a toast of the day when we can return to our motherland and go back to school together. Lu Zhe thought it was a bit childish, but considering that they were in the wild and a positive and optimistic attitude was also an indispensable element for survival, he decided to cooperate. Come on, and you won't fail any exams every year after you go back. The 2 men clinked the berries together and threw them into their mouths. Then they looked at each other and laughed unconsciously. Ning Shu laughed and said, I feel like we are so stupid. It's you. I feel much more normal. Hateful. Ning Shu pinched Lu Zhe again. Are you one of the big white geese? Why are you being mean again? Do you think I'm mean to everyone? Ning Shu pursed his lips complacently. I'm only mean to people who have a good relationship with me, and I don't even want to touch bad people. So, I'm quite honored. Of course. Before they knew it, the 2 of them were so close that their faces almost touched, and they both felt a little shy and embarrassed. They all adjusted their sitting positions. Ning Shu smoothed the hair beside her ears, looked at the clouds in the sky, and said lightly, how about a kiss? What? Lu Zhe was a little surprised and thought he had heard wrong. Ning Shu blushed and raised her head. No matter what, we are boyfriend and girlfriend for a day. Since we will be breaking up soon, why not do something boyfriend and girlfriend should do now so that it won't be in vain? That does make sense, but... Hearing the word but, Ning Shu immediately frowned and held up a finger. I'm telling you, this is your only chance. If you miss this opportunity, you won't have it again. Then this opportunity is really precious. Don't say those useless words. Just one sentence. Do you want to kiss me? Kiss. It's a waste if you don't kiss. Come on. Come on. The 2 closed their eyes, leaned forward, and gently touched their lips. It was like a dragonfly touching the water, so light that it couldn't be any lighter, but made Lu Zhe feel a little moved. At this moment, Lu Zhe felt Ning Shu tremble all over. What's wrong with you? Nothing. It's nothing. It's our first kiss after all, so I'm a little excited. Me too. Stop pretending. I saw you kiss Qian and Guar. Qian was saving him, but Guer's was purely an accident. Hearing Lu Zhe's quibbling, Ning Shu was not angry at all. Instead, she smiled and said, that's right. They don't count. Mine is your real first kiss. Okay, Zhe has exclusive certification. Ning Shu smiled and said, do you know that, Lu Zhe? I've read so many romance novels, and I wanted to have a relationship in college. But I never found the right one, and today... She exhaled, tears in her eyes, but a warm smile spread across her face. I am Ning Shu Yuan Man. After saying that, Ning Shu stood up, opened his arms, faced the wind, and shouted at the blue sky and sea. Yeah. The sweet cries were carried away by the wind and waves, but the sadness and troubles were not taken away. At this moment, Lu Zhe was really moved. Chapter 47 Discovery of New Victims Information. Chapter 47 Discovery of New Victims Information. Ning Shu's frankness made Lu Zhe's heart move for the first time. But he understood that they could play house, but in the current situation, they could not really fall in love. It will delay survival and affect the relationship between several girls. Right now, there is nothing more precious than working together. Ning Shu said. She was tired and sat next to Lu Zhe again. Can you lend me your hand for a moment? Having said that, she unceremoniously put her arm around Lu Zhe's arm, leaned on his shoulder, and fell asleep in a short while. There was a little wind on the top of the mountain, and Lu Zhe was afraid that she would catch a cold, so he held her in his arms. The corners of her mouth curved slightly, as if she had a sweet dream. Lu Zhe smiled, thinking that she had fallen asleep, and gently kissed her hair. After a while, he felt a little tired, so he leaned against a tree, closed his eyes, and soon fell asleep. When they woke up, it was already past 3 in the afternoon, and the sun was already setting. It's time to go back. I'm so hungry. I wonder if Qian and the others have prepared any food. We still have berries here. Ning Shu grabbed a few and ate them. Let the rest be given to other friends to try. They haven't eaten them yet. This isn't a good thing. It's far inferior to the fruit in the city. By the way, Lu Zhe, now that we have the seeds, when can we plant the fruits? Lu Zhe shook his head. We haven't found a stable source of fresh water, nor a suitable place to grow crops. These conditions are necessary for planting. Oh, Ning Shu sighed regretfully. If we plant it, how long will it take before we can eat the fruit? Lu Zhe stood up and said, strawberries will take no less than 4 months. Cantaloupe will take less than 4 months. If it's fast, 2.5 months will do. Watermelon will take about 5 or 6 months. That's been a long time. Yes, it's not easy to survive on a deserted island, and it's even harder to live a good life. We must prepare for the worst. Ning Shu nodded. It seems that in the first few months, I can only eat berries and coconut meat to satisfy my cravings. As he said this, he threw another blackberry into his mouth. Lu Zhe smiled and said, don't worry, everything will be fine. Let's go back. Go down the mountain the same way you came, and then walk back to the camp on the other side. Pick some more coconuts while you're at it. It's a must. Now we all depend on coconuts. The two returned to the place where they first observed the island, and then walked in the other direction along the beach. Following this route back to the campsite would be considered a circle around the island. It's a good opportunity to record all the information on the island. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the two men walked into the coconut grove. It is called a coconut grove, but there are only 20 or 30 coconut trees. But this is already worth being excited about. Don't rush to pick the coconuts on the tree. Just pick those on the ground. You will pick up 8 ripe coconuts. This kind of coconut water may not taste good, but the coconut meat inside is even more delicious. If you want to drink water, you have to get green coconuts. I can't take any more. Lu Zhe put them all into his school bag and plastic bag. In addition to coconuts, there are also some plastic bottles stranded here. On a desert island, bottles are important supplies, the more the better. Ning Shu and Lu Zhe picked out the clean ones. Suddenly, Ning Shu found a bottle, picked it up and looked at it. Strange, how did our drifting bottle drift here? Lu Zhe took it and looked at it. The bottle has a red cap and is very clean, with the label already torn off. That's right, one of the 3 messages in bottles they prepared looked like this. Could it be that the message in the bottle that Lin Qian threw away during the low tide turned half a circle and ran to this side of the island? Lu Zhe muttered to himself. That doesn't make sense. Ning Shu said confidently. I was the one who tore off the trademark. Lu Zhe nodded. Then let's take it back and throw it again at another time. Okay. The two men carried a lot of coconuts and bottles and rushed to the camp, finally returning to the camp before dark. Lin Qian, Tang Xiaohua, and Jiang Yao were all very anxious. When they saw them coming back, they wanted to pounce on them directly. You guys have been gone for too long. We are so anxious. Yeah, I thought you were captured by a sea monster. Wow, where did you get so many coconuts? Lu Zhe took off his vest and showed everyone the island map he had drawn. Ning Shu told everyone what he had seen and heard along the way, mainly talking about the small island. Of course, Ning Shu kept her mouth shut about going to the toilet, hurting her anus, and being boyfriend and girlfriend with Lu Zhe for a day. Then, Ning Shu took out the drifting bottle. We are really destined to meet. You threw a drifting bottle, and we picked it up. Lin Qian was stunned. How could it be? We threw it several times, and it rushed back. I was just about to discuss with you to change the time to throw it again. What? Didn't throw it out. Yay. Jiang Yao took out 3 drifting bottles. I'm not kidding you. Our 3 drifting bottles are all here. This is the 4th one. What's going on? There are 2 that are exactly the same. Suddenly, several people realized something that was extremely terrifying. There's a drifting bottle, not ours. Will it? Is it another victim? Open it and take a look. The bottles look the same, but the contents are different. Ning Shu took it again and looked at it, and suddenly realized, Tisk, they are really different. We used the pages torn from my diary, and this one uses tissue paper. Lu Zhe nodded. This is not the same drifting bottle as ours. It's just a coincidence that they used the same bottle. Ning Shu immediately became nervous. So, is this someone who is stranded on a desert island like us? I'm afraid so. Open it and take a look. Lu Zhe unscrewed the lid, put the branch in, and carefully took out the paper towel. The moment it unfolded, several people were startled at the same time. I wrote a whole page in Chinese and English. SOS. I am a survivor of flight CZ-125 to Australia. Now he is stranded on a small island in the Pacific Ocean. The island is probably somewhere near the Philippines or Indonesia. I'm not sure exactly. It's very large with a volcano, bamboo forests, and banana trees. I'm the only survivor, and there's not much food left. I don't know how long I can hold on. I beg the kind-hearted person who found the bottle to deliver this letter to the Chinese embassy as soon as possible or send someone to rescue it. Thank you very much. The signature is CZ-125 flight attendant, Ruan Bing. Ning Shu sighed. Oh my God, he really is a victim, just like us. Hey, Lu Zhe, didn't you say that only the first-class cabin had a hole? Yes. Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, but who else is in the first-class cabin besides us? Several girls looked at each other, and Qian suddenly had an idea. That beautiful flight attendant with black stockings. Chapter 48, Moving Plan. Chapter 48, Moving Plan. Jiang Yao made a guess. Could it be that the flight attendant is on the same island as us? Ning Shu shook his head. It shouldn't be. We walked around and didn't see any signs of human life. Lu Zhe looked at the information on the tissue. Doesn't it say there's a volcano on the island? Where's the volcano on the island we are on? Ning Shu nodded. That's right. Lu Zhe thought about it carefully and said, remember? The coconuts here are most likely drifted from that island by the ocean current. So the drifting bottle is most likely also drifted from that island. The girls looked at each other. I didn't expect that there were other people who survived besides us. Being stranded on a desert island alone is even more miserable than us. But she has food. She's in a much better position than us. We can only survive by eating snakes. Ning Shu thought for a moment and said, Lu Zhe, what do you think about this matter? Lu Zhe has actually been thinking about a question. That means moving. After all, the island they were on was very short of supplies, and according to the flight attendant's description, the supplies on the island opposite were much richer. Lu Zhe said in a deep voice, today my squad leader and I climbed to the highest point of the island and observed the island we are on. We found that freshwater resources are extremely scarce. Not to mention planting. Even daily drinking is far from enough. Tang Xiao was said, hey, isn't it said that there are several coconut trees on this island? The coconuts on those coconut trees can only sustain us for 2 weeks at most. What about after that? Just relying on distilled water? That's unrealistic. The 4 girls were also very worried. They understood that although they were living well for the time being, once the fresh water resources were exhausted, everyone would be in danger of dying of thirst. Jiang Yao said, so you mean to go to that island? Although it's a bit troublesome, in order to survive, we have to consider moving to a place with continuous fresh water. Tang Xiao asked suspiciously, are you sure you think the stewardess is pretty? Ling Qianqian hurriedly explained, no, it's not. Tang Xiao frowned. I'm talking to Lu Zhe. Ning Shu said, well, from the perspective of survival, Lu Zhe's judgment is correct. We can't survive here for long, so we should consider moving. That island is much bigger than this one, and there may be lakes or small rivers. Jiang Yao gently scratched her neck. I can't wait to go to a place with unlimited fresh water so I can take a shower. I feel like I'm going to stink to death. But the problem is, once we leave this island, what should we do if the rescue team can't find us? Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, we can leave a message at the camp here. It will be easier for the rescue team to find us. Tang Xiao blinked. In that case, should we set off tonight or tomorrow? Lin Qianqian sighed. We don't have a boat yet. Jiang Yao also looked helpless. Forget about the boat. We don't even have a swimming ring. Ning Shu finally looked at Lu Zhe. My friend, what are your plans? Lu Zhe pondered for a long time and told his plan. I want to build a sturdy raft and oars within the next 5 days, prepare fresh water, food, and bring necessary supplies, and paddle against the ocean current to the volcanic island within 7 days. It's so far, can you row it? Lu Zhe sighed. If we can't reach the destination, we can only come back and wait for death. Xiao Ning and I walked around and only saw this one island nearby. It's our only chance of survival. What do you think? I'd like to hear everyone's opinions too. Ning Shu raised her hand first. I agree with Lu Zhe. Lin Qianqian also raised her hand. Me too. After all, the flight attendant was quite nice. She even made coffee for us, although she wasn't very skilled. Jiang Yao also raised her hand. I long for the day when we have fresh water. If we always use seawater for cleaning, we will be pickled like salted fish. Finally, everyone looked at Tang Xiaohua. Tang Xiaohua was confused. I have no objection. Let's go wherever you want. Just don't leave me behind. Qian Qian comforted her. Guer is so cute. How could anyone abandon you? After finalizing future plans, everyone started to feel hungry again. Jiang Yao roasted some coconut meat. Tang Xiaohua cooked some crab and kelp soup, and Lin Qianqian went to the sea to pick up some mussels and clams. It wasn't enough to fill me up, but it kept the hunger at bay. Tang Xiaohua sighed and said, We ate roasted coconut meat every day. It was okay at first, but now I feel sick when I smell it. We won't keep eating this stuff. Lu Zhe shook his head. No. If we go to the volcanic island and find a suitable place to plant the cantaloupe seeds we obtained today, we will be able to eat cantaloupe in 2 or 3 months. Jiang Yao asked, Squad leader, have you finished that task? Ning Shu smiled ashamedly. Although there were some minor problems along the way, everything went smoothly. Now we have seeds for cantaloupe, watermelon, and strawberry. Tang Xiaohua said, Come to think of it, you are the only one who hasn't completed it yet, Qianqian. Yes, Qianqian. It seems like you're the only one who hasn't pooped since we were stranded on a desert island. It's not constipation. No, it's not. Lin Qianqian's face immediately turned red. No need for you to worry about this matter. Ning Shu smiled and said, Well, all we are worried about is the passion fruit seeds. It was already the evening of the 3rd day on the deserted island. Qianqian hasn't even had her big bowel movement yet. It could be constipation, or it could be physical discomfort caused by being stranded on a desert island. It may be better tomorrow, and no one cares about it. Everyone, go to bed early. Prepare to collect supplies and build a raft tomorrow morning to start the moving plan. This evening, everyone went into the shelter early. Lu Zhe set the alarm on his watch to 11:55 p.m. and closed his eyes. He needs to determine the specific method of signing in. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of the watch alarm was not very loud, but it woke Lu Zhe up. Lu Zhe rubbed his sleepy eyes and sat up. I couldn't see the girls' sleeping positions in the dark, but I felt someone's feet were resting on my stomach, and the touch was soft and delicate. Lu Zhe held the ankle carefully, picked it up gently, and put it aside, as if afraid of disturbing her dream. Get up and drain the water at the same time. He crawled out of the shelter, and the fire danced in the darkness, illuminating the surrounding trees and shadows on the ground. The dancing flames also made this lonely, deserted island seem to have life. There were incredibly many stars in the sky. Lu Zhe had never seen so many stars in the city. Lu Zhe, Ning Shu's lazy voice. Where are you going? To the bathroom. Wait for me. Let's go together. You. Lu Zhe smiled bitterly. This was the first time in his life that a girl invited him to go to the bathroom together. No. They seem to be sleeping soundly. I'm too lazy to ask them to accompany me, but I'm a little scared to go alone. So let's go together. As he spoke, Ning Shu had already crawled out of the shelter. Under the moonlight, Ning Shu's thick and messy hair and lazy eyes made her pretty and refreshing face even more beautiful. At this moment, Lu Zhe's heart moved again. Hey, what are you looking at? Look at you. Don't look at me. I must be so ugly now. No, it's quite beautiful. Lu Zhe was not being perfunctory. He really thought so. Ning Shu smiled and hit Lu Zhe's arm. Let's go. The two walked to the edge of the jungle about 20 meters away from the camp, tacitly maintaining a distance of about 3 meters. Lu Zhe faced a small tree, and Ning Shu also squatted down. Chapter 49, Let's Get Busy Together. Chapter 49, Let's Get Busy Together. Enjoying the tranquility of the night, the sound of gurgling water can be heard. Clatter. There was no deliberate avoidance or awkwardness, nor was there any excessive shyness or restraint, just like an old couple who had been together for many years. Hey, Lu Zhe, look at the stars at night. There are so many of them. I only saw so many stars when I was in my hometown in the countryside. Yes, with the stars, we can tell the direction without a compass. Hey, straight man, at this moment, can't you think of something elegant and romantic? Going to the bathroom with a monitor, isn't that romantic enough? If I tell this to my roommates, they'll be envious. Haha, This is my first time with a boy, too. Hey, is it still itchy there? Still occasionally, but it's much better. Next time, don't use anything from unknown sources. Don't worry, I will never let a leaf get close to my, but in my life. As he spoke, Ningshu stood up, and Lu Zhe also straightened his shorts. Lu Zhe looked at his watch. It was already 3:03. On the fourth day of being stranded on the deserted island, there was no sign-in information. After all, what happened yesterday to trigger the check-in information? The two of them walked slowly towards the camp. Lu Zhe, we're breaking up today. To be honest, I'm a little reluctant. Lu Zhe was still walking forward, but Ningshu had already stopped. Lu Zhe also stopped and turned around. Under the moonlight, Ningshu's eyes seemed a little red. If one day you marry Yao Yao or Gur, please don't forget me. Lu Zhe smiled and said no. Ningshu nodded, then walked over, suddenly quickened her pace, and threw herself into Lu Zhe's arms. Lu Zhe felt that she was hugging him very tightly, but he did not struggle, and gently hugged Ningshu and kissed her forehead lightly. But at this moment, the system's voice sounded again in Lu Zhe's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have completed the sign-in, Strength +1. You have signed in for 4 consecutive days. Look at the system panel again. Strength, 11. Physical fitness, 11. Physical strength, 10. Agility, 11. Perception, 11. After a little meditation, he felt that his strength had increased significantly. That feeling reminded him of last year when he had just finished the college entrance examination and his physical condition after lifting weights hard in the gym for a month. Lu Zhe was a little confused. What did I do again? However, he seemed to have thought of something. When I signed on the first day, I gave Qianqian artificial respiration. When our lips touched, I gained 1 point of physical energy. He signed in the next day and kept watch with Jiang Yao in the middle of the night. In the early morning, Jiang Yao leaned on him. At that time, he kissed Jiang Yao's forehead in the moonlight and added 1 point of agility. I signed in on the third day and slept holding Guerre's little feet. In the middle of the night, I inexplicably gained 1 point of perception. In the early morning of the fourth day, that is, now, when Ningshu hugged him, he kissed Ningshu's forehead lightly and added 1 point of strength. Could it be that? Will check-in be triggered when contact with companions? Lu Zhe decided to pay attention tomorrow. Thank you, Lu Zhe. Ningshu pushed Lu Zhe away and sniffed. It's quite cold outside. Let's go back to sleep. Lu Zhe nodded. Okay. I slept until the alarm clock rang. Lu Zhe stretched himself, woke everyone up, and then ran to the sea to wash his face. The sky was turning pale, but there was still a chill in the air. Still no sign of the rescue team. Today is June 13th, the 4th day of being stranded on the desert island. Several girls also got up. Students, you can't work efficiently without sufficient physical strength, so the first thing to do is to cook. When I checked the traps, I found that none of the 3 traps caught any mice, and the snake's internal organs had already rotted and started to stink. Fortunately, Guerre's stockings caught more than 20 small fish. These small fishes roasted coconut meat, coconut milk, and the last 5 spicy strips made for a not-so-rich breakfast. Then, Lu Zhe began to arrange tasks. Tang Xiaohua and Jiang Yao both had injuries on their legs and feet and could not walk long distances, so Lu Zhe arranged camping for them. Guerre continued to distill fresh water. Tang Xiaohua was helpless. It's this boring thing again. Guerre, fresh water is always an indispensable resource on a deserted island, and distilled water has an incomparable effect to coconut water, so your mission is very important. Tang Xiaohua nodded. Is that so? Okay then. Yao Yao, I will cut some abaca and tree bark in a while, and I need you to help me make ropes to tie up the raft. Also, lunch has to be given to you, and Jiang Yao thought for a moment and said, making ropes is no problem, but for lunch, it seems that we have no other food except coconuts. That's right. Lu Zhe continued. Squad leader Qianqian, you two need to take your backpacks and plastic bags to the coconut grove on the west coast and continue collecting supplies. Whether it's bottles, torn clothes, slippers, coconuts, or seafood, collect as much as you can. But remember, don't risk reaching coconuts that are too high to avoid falling. Don't take too much at one time. You can go more often. After getting the food, I gave it to Guerre and Yao Yao and asked them to make lunch. Ningshu made an okay gesture. Lin Qianqian asked, no problem. Then Lu Zhe, won't you go with us? Lu Zhe shook his head. I have to cut down as many trees as possible, use the bark to make ropes, and use the trunks to make the main part of the raft. I can't move with you. Ningshu looked at Lu Zhe with some worry and concern. Hey, then you have to go into the woods by yourself. Lu Zhe nodded. There's nothing I can do, but there's a forest to the southwest of the camp. I saw some tree trunks of suitable thickness there, and it's not too far away. Lin Qianqian nodded and said, Lu Zhe, be careful. Lu Zhe handed his watch to Ning Shu. Everyone be careful. At 12 o'clock noon, Yao Yao blows the spoon. We will gather here. Ning Shu took Lu Zhe's watch and put it on her wrist. Okay, at 12 o'clock noon, everyone come back safely. Ugh. Everyone separated and acted separately. Lu Zhe looked around, but didn't find any herbs, so he carried a stone axe and came to the abaca tree. To be precise, it's a cluster of trees. Each long leaf can be pulled out into hundreds of fibers, which can be twisted into dozens of thin ropes. After the tissues are removed and dried, they're twisted together to make a hemp rope that is comparable to nylon rope. Lu Zhe didn't have to spend much effort to cut down the whole bunch of abaca. Then he pulled out a few fibers and tied the abaca hemp in 3 places, top, middle, and bottom. He carried it back to the camp and handed it over to Jiang Yao. When handling, use a plastic bag on your hands and try not to use your hands directly. Clear. Then Lu Zhe went to the woods and started chopping trees. Chapter 50. Are you Yuri? Chapter 50. Are you Yuri? Lu Zhe came to the jungle and needed to find a tree trunk as thick as a girl's calf, then chop it down with a stone axe, and then cut off the branches to make it into logs. This is a boring and hard job. Fortunately, his physical fitness and strength have improved significantly. Girls can't do this because they probably can't even swing a stone axe. With the help of the system, Lu Zhe chopped for a while and then rested for a while. He didn't dare to chop too hard for fear of damaging the stone axe. This stone axe is their most important survival tool at this stage. Therefore, Lu Zhe's felling efficiency was not very high. After a whole morning of felling, he only obtained 13 5-meter-long tree segments. Then they carried the tree sections to the camp one by one. Jiang Yao and Tang Xiao were stunned. Wow, classmate, what did you eat to grow up so strong? Tang Xiao nodded. I belong to the elephant family, haha. Lu Zhe threw the last one on the ground and wiped his sweat. Hey, I belong to Tang Xiaogua. People are praising you, but you are making fun of them. Whether to joke or not is another matter. Could you please not cross your legs when you work? What's the matter? Big sister, you are wearing my shorts. Don't you know that you're showing? Tang Xiaogua looked down and said, Oh, that's disgusting. Hurry up and change into a ladylike posture. Jiang Yao sighed. Hey, I reminded you several times before, who knows if it was intentional or not. As he said this, he shook his head and continued to pull the rope. Lu Zhe had no time to pay attention to Tang Xiao's thoughts. By the way, are the squad leader and Qianqian back? Jiang Yao said, They came back 3 times this morning, bringing a lot of stuff each time. Now, they're almost back. Gor, what time is it? Tang Xiao looked at the watch. It's exactly 12 o'clock. Lu Zhe was just worrying that something might happen when he saw Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian coming back, pulling a large tarpaulin. It turned out that they had picked up a large tarpaulin from somewhere and used it as a stretcher, on which were loaded more than a dozen coconuts and mineral water bottles, as well as some household garbage that had drifted to the island. Lu Zhe smiled approvingly. Not bad. Whose idea was that? Ning Shu hugged Qianqian proudly and said, I found the tarpaulin, and it was Qianqian who came up with the idea. Qianqian's face turned red, and she felt as if she was in a cloud of confusion. Ning Shu urged, Oh, stop talking. Open a coconut quickly, it's getting too hot. The 2 girls were exhausted, so they sat down in the shade and fanned their necks. Their faces were flushed, they were sweating profusely, their hair was stuck to their foreheads, and they were gasping for breath. A different kind of scenery. Lu Zhe used an axe to chop open a few coconuts, then used long grass stalks as straws, inserted them into the coconuts, and gave one to everyone. Report on the progress of the work. I cut 1 abaca and 13 logs. Jiang Yao shook the rope in her hand. 45 hemp ropes. Tang Xiao shook the bottle in his hand. 1 bottle of distilled water distilled from hot water and half a bottle of distilled water naturally exposed to the sun. I'm cooking seafood soup now. Ning Shu put her hands on her hips and looked at the ground. We found 35 mineral water bottles, 2 pieces of torn clothes, 3 slippers, and a torn tarpaulin the size of a bedsheet. Lin Qianqian added, As for food, there are 21 coconuts, 37 mussels, 1 conch, 2 sea urchins, and some kelp. That's pretty good, guys. Lu Zhe nodded and looked at the big sun again. The sun is too strong in the afternoon. The collection work will consume more water, which is not worth the loss. Let's take a rest after dinner and do some simple work in the camp. We could do the heavy work when the sun is not so hot. Qian agreed. Yeah, I didn't feel that tired the first time I came back, but the last time I felt like I was almost sunburned to death. The last time I was this tired was during military training. Ning Shu snorted and laughed. Compared to this, isn't military training child's play? Drink more water. Lu Zhe used a stone axe to split a few coconuts and gave one to each person. After lunch, several people hid under the shelter to avoid the heat and chat. Lu Zhe rested for a while and felt that his strength had recovered a lot. Let's find something else to do. There is not enough wood now. The raft made of 13 pieces of wood has only enough buoyancy to carry one person. More wood would be needed to make the raft strong and stable enough to safely carry the weight of 5 people. He had almost cut down all the suitable small trees near the camp. So he thought about going deeper into the woods to look for more trees or bamboo forests. Everyone stay in the camp. I'm going to go for a walk in the jungle. We have to act alone again. Lu Zhe looked around and said, there is no suitable wood around. If we want to make a bamboo raft, we need to find other forests. No, it's too dangerous to go into the jungle alone. If you really want to go, I'll accompany you. Ning Shu said this and stood up again, but immediately that annoying itch came back again. So I took a tissue and ran behind a tree to relieve the itch. Lin Qian said, Lu Zhe, the monitor doesn't seem to be able to go. I'll go with you. Lu Zhe waved his hand. No, I can do it alone. No, you can't go alone into the deep woods. Ning Shu's voice came from behind the tree. Also, the watch is for you. Lin Qian picked up the notebook and said, Lu Zhe, don't worry, I won't hold you back. Besides, I also want to learn some survival tips from you and do more for our companions. Lu Zhe thought about it, and it made sense. The female classmates were all willing to act with him alone, and it was obvious that they had full trust in him. How could I betray someone's trust? Okay, but there is one thing. Which one? In the jungle, you must obey me in everything. You cannot touch plants you don't recognize, and you cannot use leaves you don't recognize as tissues to wipe your butt. Do you understand? Lin Qian blushed. Who would do that? Lu Zhe smiled nonchalantly. No one. Just reminding you. Lu Zhe emptied his backpack, took 2 tissues with him, and walked into the woods with Lin Qian. Lu Zhe, are we mainly looking for suitable tree trunks this time? Lu Zhe nodded. Tree trunks are important, but other materials are equally important. Remember these kinds of leaves. He took the notebook and drew several types of leaves according to the system manual in his mind. What kind of leaves are these? This is a sweet potato leaf, this is a cassava leaf, and this is a potato leaf. Potatoes can not only provide the body with a lot of carbohydrates, but also provide a sense of fullness. They can be transplanted and planted near the camp. If you see them, you must tell Lin Qian and write them down quickly. I didn't expect that I could learn so much knowledge in the wild. Don't worry, I will pay attention. Anything else? There are also wild vegetables such as hautuinia and purslane, and berries such as blackberry, raspberry, and nightshade. They are all very important foods. It seems that there are still a lot of things to eat in the wild, but it's not easy to find. 99% of the plants in the jungle are not suitable for human consumption. Learn. The 2 of them talked as they walked. Lin Qian was also a top student with a strong desire to learn. No matter what Lu Zhe said, she would appear very curious and then carefully write it down in a small notebook. This gave Lu Zhe a small sense of accomplishment. I was secretly thinking in my heart, what a nice girl. How great it would be if she wasn't a lesbian. He had some doubts about Lin Qian. Was she a lesbian? Why not take this opportunity to ask? Chapter 51, The Embarrassment of Not Having Toilet Paper. Chapter 51, The Embarrassment of No Toilet Paper. Hey, Qian, I want to ask you something. It's a little abrupt. I hope you don't mind. Ugh. Lin Qian pursed her lips and smiled. It's a rare opportunity for a great survival expert to ask me this question. I'm honored. But I don't have enough knowledge about survival, so I can't answer many of the questions. It's not about survival. What is that? Do you have a boy you like? Lin Qian was very curious. Why are you asking me this question all of a sudden? Just asking casually. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. Lin Qian glanced at Lu Zhe, hesitated for a moment, and nodded. I guess so. So, you're not Lily? Lin Qian blushed and hesitated for a while before finally saying, I also like girls. Is that bi-oriented? Don't use that kind of words. It makes you sound like you're abnormal. Lu Zhe smiled bitterly. This is a bit abnormal. However, everyone has their own little secrets. If someone can tell you without hesitation, it means they trust you. There's no need to look at others with prejudice. Lu Zhe nodded, understood. At this moment, a refreshing fragrance came, and the two were inevitably attracted by the scent of flowers. Following the smell, I saw small white, pink, and purple flowers growing among several bushes. It looks a bit like a dandelion, but its fragrance is much stronger than that of a dandelion. Lu Zhe didn't know what kind of flower it was, so he quickly reminded, "Be careful." Lin Qianqian was so scared that she didn't dare to move. Lu Zhe didn't know much about the types of flowers. He could only tell by touching them. He reached out his hand carefully and touched the petals, and the information about this flower came to his mind. Aster flower, Aster genus, Asteraceae, followed by a lot of related introductions. Lu Zhe walked straight past and saw what was behind. Toxicity, non-toxic. Pharmacology. 1. It can prevent cold and relieve cold. It has expectorant and antitussive effects. 2. Antipyretic and antibacterial effects. Lu Zhe felt relieved. It seems that this flower is not only fragrant, but also a good Chinese medicine that can help Ning Shu relieve symptoms. Since he had already extended his hand, it would seem strange to pull it back, so he just picked the flower. He sniffed it, then handed it to Lin Qianqian. "Don't worry, this is aster flower. It smells very good, and it is also a good antibacterial and antipyretic Chinese medicine." His original intention was to ask Lin Qianqian to record this kind of flower in a notebook. But this time it didn't. Lin Qianqian blinked her big eyes and looked at Lu Zhe and said timidly, "Thank you, Lu Zhe." Then, with a blushing face, she took the flower, smelled it, and actually pinned the flower on her chest. Lu Zhe was a little confused. "This won't be. I guess you misunderstood." But telling the truth at this time would be too embarrassing for the girl. Lu Zhe thought about it and decided not to explain. He took out a plastic bag and said, "Let's take some back." Lin Qianqian nodded, pursed her lips, and said happily, "We can decorate the camp and make our home fragrant." Our home. Lu Zhe felt warm inexplicably. Well, that's a good idea. The two men picked asters and walked for a while before finding some wild mint, which also had the effect of repelling mosquitoes and relieving itching. They picked some leaves and put them in the bag. After walking a few hundred meters forward, Lin Qianqian finally found the important supplies that Lu Zhe had been looking for recently. A few sweet potato seedlings. In an inconspicuous shrub, it did not grow very well because it was blocked from sunlight and had a lot of nutrients robbed by the surrounding plants. This made Lu Zhe ecstatic. Lin Qianqian also said happily, "Dig it out quickly. Gotta be careful. Give me a card. I'll leave the financial power to you." Lin Qianqian smiled and handed a black bank card to Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe knew that Qianqian's family was very wealthy. There was no telling how many millions of dollars saved in this card. But it was ironic that it was being used to dig dirt now. He carefully cut the weeds next to it and then slowly dug with a bank card. "Lu Zhe, you don't have to be so careful. Even if it gets damaged, it won't affect your meal. I'm not afraid of damaging the sweet potatoes, but I'm afraid of damaging the stems and leaves." "Are you going to take the whole plant back?" "That's right. The sunlight here is blocked by other plants. We have to find a new place for it. Let it grow bigger sweet potatoes." Lu Zhe spent several hours and finally dug out the whole plant. There are 7 small sweet potato tubers on the root, some of which are as big as a fist and some are smaller than an egg. He found a larger plastic bag and wrapped the entire vine, leaving some soil to prevent it from losing water and withering. But even though Lu Zhe was quite careful, some leaves still fell off. "Is the water flowing?" "It's white." Lu Zhe picked up a leaf and said, "Many plants will ooze out white juice when they are damaged, and some of them contain toxins. Sweet potatoes also have this. Their roots, stems, and leaves all contain a lot of white juice. But its white juice is not only non-toxic, it also contains a lot of vitamins and can cure constipation." Hearing the word constipation, Lin Qianqian blushed and exclaimed, "Ah!" Lu Zhe put a piece of sweet potato leaf in his mouth, chewed it and swallowed it, then handed another piece to Lin Qianqian. "How about it? Do you want one?" Lin Qianqian hesitated for a moment, took it, put it in her mouth, and took a small bite. "Not very tasty. We don't have any seasoning. If we did, the cold mixed sweet potato leaves would be a great cold dish." "Oh." Lin Qianqian quickly wrote it down. Although no water source was found this time, this sweet potato vine is an extremely valuable resource. During the Ming Dynasty, a man stole a sweet potato vine from Southeast Asia and saved thousands of people. The harvest was quite good. This time, Lu Zhe looked at his watch and it was almost 5 o'clock. If he didn't return to the camp, it would be dark. So he took Lin Qianqian and hurried back. At 5:30, the two men returned to the camp. Tang Xiaohua and Jiang Yao were still making ropes and distilling fresh water, but Ning Shu was not in the camp. Where is the squad leader again? Jiang Yao shrugged. I'm not sure. I've been to the forest many times this day. Tang Xiaohua added. She wouldn't tell me even if I asked her. Lu Zhe nodded. Lin Qianqian, please organize the supplies. Go take a look. Following the advice in the survival manual, Lu Zhe split a coconut, crushed aster and mint leaves, and mixed them with coconut juice to make an anti-itch and anti-allergic herbal remedy, which he prepared to give to Ning Shu to relieve her itch. Turning around the woods, I saw Ning Shu catching things there. She looked very embarrassed, but when she saw Lu Zhe coming, she immediately adjusted her posture like a lady and frowned, saying, Hey, you came here without even telling me. Okay, I'll blow the whistle next time. Forget the whistle. What are you doing here? Look at you. Ning Shu was seen in such an embarrassing state and felt a little unhappy. Do you just like to see me embarrassed? Don't say that. I'm here to help you. Help me. Ning Shu immediately imagined Lu Zhe scratching her. Normally, it would be more comfortable to have someone else help her than to do it herself. But for such a pure girl, this was too abrupt. This isn't good. What's wrong with sending me some medicine? As he spoke, Lu Zhe placed the prepared medicine next to Ning Shu. Apply this to relieve inflammation and itching. Medicine. Ning Shu laughed awkwardly twice and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Looking at the herbs that were ground into a paste, Ning Shu was curious. How come you can even do this? Where did you learn it? Lu Zhe said perfunctorily. When I was a kid, I read 100,000 Whys, and it said something about it. I'll teach you later. Are you sure this thing works? It's definitely not as effective as the medicine you get in the pharmacy, but it can definitely provide relief. Okay, I believe you. Chapter 52. Toilet seats suitable for girls. Chapter 52. Toilet seats suitable for girls. For girls, days without toilet paper are a disaster. Ning Shu was applying medicine herself, and Lu Zhe looked at the waves in the distance very gentlemanly. Lu Zhe, what should we do if the toilet paper runs out? Don't worry about this. Even if you don't wipe it off, it won't affect your life. At most, it will just stink a little. Ning Shu frowned and said, That's scary enough. Lu Zhe nodded calmly. There's still a way. Ning Shu had almost finished wiping and pulled up her skirt. What is the solution? In fact, there are many things that can replace toilet paper in the wild, such as clean wild mint leaves, bamboo leaves, leftover coconut meat, and fish slices. You understand all this? Don't forget, I'm a man who has seen 100,000 Whys. I also watched it when I was a kid, but I didn't see so many weird things. The versions are different. When we get back, you must show me your version of 100,000 Whys. Well, Okowo. Lu Zhe smiled faintly and changed the subject unconsciously. By the way, I'm almost starving. I guess the meal is ready over there. For small fish, crabs, kelp, and mussels. There's one more thing today. Wild sweet potato. When girls see sweet potatoes, their surprise is indescribable. Although wild sweet potatoes are much harder and less sweet than those sold in supermarkets, in everyone's opinion, they're the best food available now. Tang Xiaohua said, I've been eating toasted coconut every day these days, and the chili oil is all gone. I'm sick of it. Sweet potatoes are still more delicious. Jiang Yao also exclaimed, This is the first time I've tasted sweet potatoes since I was a kid. Lin Qianqian said, We will eat half today, and I will make sweet potato porridge for everyone tomorrow for the rest. Dang xia gugu sai, Paul dai. Isn't that a delicacy that only gods can eat? Lu Zhe suddenly remembered something. Has Lin Qianqian not gone to the bathroom yet? Qianqian nodded aggrievedly. Ning Shu asked with concern. It's been 3 days. Was it like this before? It was quite normal before. Lin Qianqian blushed. This was the first time in her life that she had discussed the problem of constipation so frankly with her classmates, especially when there are boys present. What's the reason? Lin Qianqian blushed and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, Maybe, he is not used to being on the ground. The other 3 girls looked at each other and agreed with him. Lu Zhe didn't think that digging a deeper hole would solve everything, but it seemed that this was not the case for girls. Suddenly, an idea came to him. Make a simple toilet device. But it's a bit weird. When other people try to survive on a deserted island, they basically spend all their energy on finding fresh water and food, but I just build a simple toilet. It's too abstract. But if you think about it carefully, these 4 girls are different from me. I feel a little uncomfortable all over my body, and it's not suitable for me to squat for a long time. For them, a temporary toilet is indeed needed. Of course, the most important thing is that this toilet device does not require much effort to make and is very simple. After dark, the four girls fell asleep one after another. Lu Zhe wanted to figure out how to sign in, so he couldn't sleep and crawled out of the shelter. He first found some scraps of split tree trunks and tied them together side by side with albacore rope. Two 40 centimeters long and thick tree sections are tied horizontally, and a dozen thinner ones about 20 centimeters in diameter are tied vertically along the two ends of the two long sticks, leaving about 15 centimeters of space in the middle for tying nothing. In this way, a seat with an empty middle is made. Lu Zhe bent it and found it very solid. Then he twisted several thick ropes out of albacore rope and extended them with sailor's knots to make two ropes of equal length. Then climb up the bent coconut tree, fix one end of the two ropes to the trunk, jump down, and tie the other end to the seat. Finally, he wrapped the seat with a piece of torn clothes he picked up, leaving only a 15 centimeters square hole in the middle. In this way, near 12 o'clock, a simple toilet device was ready. Lu Zhe sat on it to test whether it was stable, and the result was very satisfactory. This toilet seat was very sturdy. Let's not talk about it yet. Give them surprise. It was 12 o'clock, but Lu Zhe did not receive any information indicating that he had successfully signed in. He was a little confused. After entering the shelter, he touched Ning Shu and touched Jiang Yao. Tang Xiaohua and Lin Qianqian were also touched, but there was no reaction. Where's the sign-in? Why doesn't it work? Get some sleep and see. June 14th, the fifth day on the deserted island. The sea level was as calm as ever, and there was no sign of the rescue team. Lu Zhe was worried. Maybe the search and rescue team really ignored this island? What confused him even more was that he had not been able to complete the fifth sign-in until now. What's the difference? Just then, Tang Xiaohua and Ning Shu, who had agreed to go to the bathroom together, saw something strange and screamed together. The screaming woke up the other two girls. What is it? Has the rescue team arrived? Dan Siguo shouted, swing, swing. Ning Shu was surprised and asked, Lu Zhe, did you do this? Lu Zhe stretched himself and responded, yes, that's exactly what I did. Brother, why are you so bored making this? Tang Xiaohua said, don't talk about Xiao Zhe. He made this for us to play with, so we won't be bored in the camp this time. Hey, why is there a big hole in the middle? Lu Zhe also got out of the shelter, although this thing looks a bit like a swing, but in fact it is not. Jiang Yao rubbed her eyes and asked curiously, what is this? A nuclear reactor or a quantum collider? Ning Shu nodded seriously and thought, maybe it's a rocket launcher. Several girls burst out laughing. Ladies, stop guessing. I'm telling you, this is a toilet. Toilet. For a moment, the four girls were stunned and all stood there dumbfounded. Looking at the swing again, I felt something was wrong with my whole body. Lin Qianqian murmured, but no matter how you look at it, this thing looks like a swing. Lu Zhe felt it necessary to explain how to use it, so he walked to the side of the swing and said, although it looks like a swing, it has all the functions of toilet. Sitting on it can relieve the pressure on your legs, whether your toes have been bitten by a snake, your ankle is red and swollen, or you're constipated, or you have used unfamiliar leaves. Before Lu Zhe could finish, Ning Shu covered his mouth. If you want to talk about something, just talk about it. Can you stop talking about the dark history? It's so embarrassing for everyone. Gua Air sighed. The squad leader is still good. He cares about our reputation. Unlike Lu Zhe, a straight man, he doesn't know what it means to be gentle and considerate to women. Qianqian blushed and said, speaking of which, the class monitor is the only one who doesn't have a dark history. Jiang Yao frowned and thought for a moment. Just now, Lu Zhe seemed to have mentioned something about leaves. What's going on? There is no situation. Ning Shu smiled awkwardly and whispered something in Lu Zhe's ear through gritted teeth. Keep Z's matter to myself forever. Then he let Lu Zhe go. At this time, Lu Zhe was surprised to find that the moment Ning Shu covered his mouth, the sign-in message in his mind finally sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have completed the sign-in, Strength +1. You have signed in for 5 consecutive days. Chapter 53, Final Preparations Before Going Out to Sea. Chapter 53, Final Preparations Before Going to Sea. Lu Zhe seemed to understand. Could it be that only lips can be used to sign? To sum up, the first day was to save Qianqian. The next day, he kissed Jiang Yao's hair gently. First kiss with Ning Shu on the 4th day. On the 5th day, Ning Shu covered her mouth with her hands. Wait, what happened on the 3rd day? At that time, I was holding Tang Xiaohua's feet and did nothing. Who molested me while I was sleeping? No way. Lu Zhe still didn't understand. But fortunately, the sign-in for the 5th day has been completed. Now Lu Zhe's system data is as follows. Strength, 12. Physical fitness, 11. Physical strength, 10. Agility, 11. Perception, 11. Compared to before, he could clearly feel that his strength had improved significantly. Several girls also discovered that this swing toilet may seem outrageous, but it actually has most of the functions of a toilet. The first thing is that you can sit, and sit very steadily. It relieves the pressure on your legs and makes going to the toilet epically easy. Secondly, it is very hygienic. Dig a sand pit, and when the tide rises and falls, the excrement will be washed into the sea, benefiting the marine life. Third, it also has the elements that girls pursue romance. Just imagine on a beautiful beach, playing on a swing while going to the toilet. This is the correct way for fairies to go to the toilet. But I always feel like something is wrong. The 4 girls looked at this thing with complicated expressions. Jiang Yao said, "But Lu Zhe, if we really use this to go to the toilet, won't we have no privacy?" Ning Shu agreed. "That's a problem. The door is wide open. Didn't you see it?" Lin Qianqian said, "And it seems to be too close to the camp. The smell will be very unfriendly." Tang Xiaohua asked a soul-searching question. "What should I do if it hits my feet?" Lu Zhe said helplessly, "Please, we are stranded on a deserted island. Why do we still care about those trivial things? These things you mentioned are not problems, right?" Then Lu Zhe began to explain item by item. "First of all, it's a privacy issue. When you need it, I will just step away. As for the smell problem, there is a sea breeze, and we won't be living here for long, so we can just overcome it. In 3 days at most, we will go to the volcanic island. Don't forget, if we go too late, the flight attendant may be killed." Ning Shu nodded. What Lu Zhe said makes sense. Jiang Yao recalled the embarrassing scene of herself sitting on the ground, and nodded, saying, "Although it feels strange to go to the toilet on a swing, it's better than accidentally sitting on poop before. I like this idea." Tang Xiaohua said, "I think it's pretty cool too. Lin Qianqian doesn't have to get constipated from squatting for too long. By the way, Xiaozhe, you haven't answered my question yet." Lin Qianqian blushed. "Grr, as long as you don't go to the toilet while swinging on the swing, you won't get wet everywhere." Having said that, it still feels weird for a boy to consider this kind of thing. Although several girls said this, they knew in their hearts that this might indeed solve their big problem. Lu Zhe stretched himself and said, "Everyone will have something to eat soon, and then we will start a new day of work. I will continue to do Bald Chang's work in the woods. If any of you want to try the new bathroom, you can line up to try it after dinner." The 4 girls said together, "You don't have to worry about this." The sweet potato porridge cooked by Lin Qianqian in an iron is sweet and warming to the stomach. Paired with dried fish, it gives people a sense of security and happiness. Before I knew it, the desert island diet had become much better than it was at the beginning. After finishing his meal, Lu Zhe found a piece of soft land near the camp, planted the sweet potato vines there, and then urinated around the area to warn off rodents. He carried a stone axe and went into the woods to cut wood. In the morning, Lu Zhe cut down more than 20 tree trunks and stacked them neatly near the camp. Then he wanted to get up and chop 2 coconuts to quench his thirst, but saw Tang Xiaohua taking a slow walk. "You can go now, Guo." Tang Xiaohua shrugged. "Not bad. Hey, where are you going?" "I'm so thirsty. I'll chop 2 coconuts and drink some." "Oh, you can't go over now." Tang Xiaohua hugged Lu Zhe's arm and took out a half bottle of distilled water. "Drink this first." Lu Zhe took it and took a sip. "What's wrong?" Guo whispered. "Lin Qianqian is in the bathroom. You have to stay away." Lu Zhe said proudly. "Use the swing I made?" "Yes." "Huh. The 4th seed is finally going to be in place, so I'll just hold on for a while." After a while, Lin Qianqian came back with the support of Ning Shu. Without waiting for Lu Zhe to speak, Tang Xiaohua excitedly asked, "Boy or girl?" "Ah, ba, ba, ba. I mean, is the pee coming out?" Lin Qianqian shook her head weakly. "My stomach feels very uncomfortable, but I just can't come out." Looking at her weak posture, you can tell that she must have been trying for a long time. Lu Zhe comforted him. "Don't worry. Take your time." "Yeah." Lin Qianqian nodded with a red face. After cutting wood for a whole morning, Lu Zhe felt his arms a little sore, so he did something else and continued collecting supplies. As evening approached, Lu Zhe picked up another good thing. A broken plastic barrel for salad oil, but unfortunately, there is a hole at the bottom and it cannot be used as a container to store fresh water. I found a honeycomb under the rock, and after smoking away the bees, I got a piece of honey. It was pitch black like a broken brick, and it choked my throat when I licked it, but it tasted quite good when I tasted it carefully. Good things must be preserved. There's also a piece of broken wood with nails on it. Lu Zhe counted them and found that there were more than 20 nails of different sizes stuck on it. You can tell it's old by the degree of decay of the wood. It should be the side or mast of the fishing boat that fell off during the storm. Wood is not very useful, but nails are an essential material for survival. Just a useful tool. It can be made into fish hooks and weapons. It will be better to just make a harpoon and wait until you go down to the sea to harpoon some fish, which can also improve your food. Lu Zhe used a stone axe to split the wood and took out all the nails. Then select two 10 centimeters long nails, straighten them with a stone, and grind off the iron cuttings. Then leave 7 centimeters outside, hammer one end of a thin wooden stick into the side, and then tie the side tightly with rags. A double-pronged harpoon is ready. Lu Zhe tried it, and although it had a simple structure, it felt good. As for the oil barrel, even though it leaks, it still has its uses. Lu Zhe cut open the top cover of the oil barrel with a circular blade, then filled it with soil and carefully transplanted the sweet potato vines into it. Another busy day passed, and Lu Zhe fell asleep early. Late at night, Lu Zhe felt suffocated and woke up to find someone's calf resting on his neck. Look at the watch. It's 2:30 in the morning. Failed to complete the sign-in. With a nervous mood, Lu Zhe gently kissed the calf of someone he didn't know. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have completed the sign-in. Strength +1. You have signed in for 6 consecutive days. Strength 13. Physical fitness 11. Physical strength 10. Agility 11. Perception 11. Lu Zhe lives in Bengbu. Confirm this is the real sign-in. What kind of bullshit setting is this? Fortunately, I have good relationships with people, otherwise I still wouldn't know how to sign in. But now that I know this, I feel relieved. But I always feel that secretly kissing a classmate's calf in the middle of the night is very perverted. But at this moment, the foot was gently put down and gently kicked Lu Zhe's abdominal muscles twice. Lu Zhe swallowed his saliva with a gulp. Looks like someone discovered it, but he didn't make it public. It won't affect my image as a male god, right? It is now June 15th, the 6th day of being stranded on the deserted island, and there is still no sign of the rescue team. Lu Zhe and the 4 girls were busy for another whole day. The raft has been built. After making a few more oars, they can test the water. The coconuts on this island have been basically picked. Excluding those drunk in the past few days, there are still more than 20 left, and 5 bottles of distilled water have been accumulated. There are also dried fish, dried conch slices, cooked clams and mussels, and grilled kelp. Also reserve some purslane and how-to-any core data. It can be used as a source of fresh water and energy at sea. Lu Zhe set the sailing time at 4 p.m. when the sun was not so hot, and tried to reach the volcanic island before dark. Chapter 54, Set Off. Target, Volcano Island. Chapter 54, Set Off. Target, Volcano Island. Everything is ready, but there is still one thing that has not been resolved. That is, Lin Qianqian has not defecated until now. This has become a long-standing problem that troubles everyone. Several of Lin Qianqian's girlfriends were anxious and even tried to use centrifugal force to help her complete the task on the swing, but they failed in the end. Tang Xiaoguo was soaked all over and screamed for the whole morning. Lin Qianqian was so embarrassed that she wanted to crawl into the ground. Lu Zhe looked at his watch. It was already 4:30, which was half an hour later than he had expected. We can't wait any longer. We have to set off. What if Lin Qianqian wants to go to the toilet? Only on the raft. Well, that's fine. As long as I can get out, anywhere is fine. After discussing it, several partners decided to leave now. Because the squad leader and Yao Yao have difficulty walking, everyone needs to get on a raft here, then paddle the raft around to the side of Egg Yolk Island, and then go directly to the volcano island from there. Yeah, okay. Everyone, check to see if there are any supplies you haven't brought. Take down the swing, don't forget it. Where are the stocking nets and mouse traps? The fishing nets have long been dismantled. The mouse trap has been removed. Hey, why is there another sweet potato leaf missing? I'm out of tissues. I used one to wipe Lin Qianqian's, but this morning. Didn't you say sweet potato leaves are safe? Holy crap, you losers. Hey, wipe your ass. Oh, by the way, has the seed come out? No, it's a small one. Oh, forget it. How many bottles did you bring? 36, that's about enough. What about the fire? Put the burning charcoal in a can, then compact it with sawdust. It will last for 2 hours. Yao Yao will watch the fire. If it goes out, we will all be barbecue. Oh, everything is ready. The 5 companions sat on the raft and looked at the former camp, with a hint of sadness in their eyes. No matter what, this small camp has strengthened friendship and brought everyone hope of survival. Goodbye, our camp. Goodbye, Egg Yolk Island. Goodbye, Swing Urinal. Lu Zhe and Yao Yao sat on both sides of the bamboo raft and paddled the wooden oars, and the raft began to move slowly. Half an hour later, they reached the other side of the island. On the island, there was a distress message left by Lu Zhe and Ning Shu. In the distance, the outline of a volcanic island can be vaguely seen. Look, there it is. Ning Shu pointed excitedly. There must be endless coconut milk there, rivers and streams, and freshwater baths. I'm really looking forward to it. Several girls looked up, their faces filled with curiosity and anticipation. A few people chatted while happily paddling against the ocean current towards the volcanic island. Let's row our oars and push the waves away. The beautiful white tower is reflected on the sea, surrounded by green trees and red walls. Several girls were rowing and singing sweet songs in unison. Before we knew it, we had left the shelf area. The raft drifted in a vast ocean, lonely and small. Surrounded by blue water, it gives people a deep and depressing feeling. Singing can at least alleviate some of the fear in everyone's hearts. Tired of singing, Jiang Yao looked into the distance. I say, if we continue like this, I'm afraid we won't be able to reach the volcanic island before dark. Lin Qianqian nodded. Because we can't see its entirety and don't know the height of its apex, we can't accurately calculate the distance. Lu Zhe said, well, the altitude of this kind of island is rarely higher than 200 meters. Based on 200 meters, it will take at most 4 hours to reach the destination. The fastest time is 2 hours. He said he was relieved, but he was actually unsure. If the highest altitude of the island was over 200 meters, it would take even longer to paddle. Tang Xiaohua said it was dark that day. Lu Zhe comforted him. Arriving at night has its advantages. At least it won't be too hot. Whoosh! A black shadow passed leisurely under the raft, and Lu Zhe's heart suddenly tightened. At this time, several girls were still chatting and did not notice the mysterious visitor. Shark? He didn't tell the girls, but just warned them not to play in the water and to paddle as evenly as possible. He understood that sharks have very strong perception abilities and can sense any sign of panic, which will immediately arouse their desire to kill. However, as long as you maintain a certain paddling speed and rhythm, you will generally not disturb these predators. Gradually, he noticed that there were more and more dark shadows swimming under the water. There were no less than 30 or 50 of them in this area of sea alone. It is hard to imagine what would happen if dozens of them attacked the raft together. But at this moment, an accident happened. Lin Qianqian frowned. It's coming. Tang Xiaohua was stunned. What's coming? Jiang Yao said. Stupid, of course it's to go to the toilet. Ning Shu smiled evilly and said, that's perfect. I'll offer it directly to the sea and reward the creatures in the ocean. Lu Zhe said decisively. No. Why? Jiang Yao said. Stupid, of course we have to collect seeds. This is not a matter of whether to plant seeds or not. Lu Zhe knew that if he kept some things secret any longer, it might lead to big trouble. So he said, there are sharks in the water. Human excrement will attract their curiosity about our raft, and they may attack it. They'll eat us. Don't worry too much about that. We're not on their menu, and they usually don't eat us. Several girls breathed a sigh of relief, but unexpectedly, Lu Zhe added, it will only bite us to death out of curiosity. Huh? The girls were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They all looked underwater and saw black shadows swimming around. Jiang Yao exclaimed, oh my god, this is a shark's nest. Tang Xiaohua said worriedly, they are waiting to eat us. Don't worry too much. Except for great white sharks, bull sharks, tiger sharks, and hammerhead sharks, other sharks usually don't attack humans. Ning Shu asked, what if it is one of these 4 sharks? Lu Zhe shook his head. Don't worry, judging from their swimming posture, they should be resting. We just need to stay calm and paddle slowly, and they generally won't attack us rashly. Although Lu Zhe said this, through his enhanced eyesight, he discovered that the shark's head on the seabed protruded to the left and right, which was similar to the description of the hammerhead shark. But the hammerhead shark is the least threatening of the 4 sharks that pose a threat to humans. Qianqian frowned and said, I'm a little. Can't hold it anymore. Lin Qianqian nodded. Ning Shu said, use a plastic bag. That's too social. But it's the safest. Lin Qianqian's face was full of rejection, but it was no use. Tang Xiaohua and Ning Shu looked at each other. Qianqian, the matter is urgent. We must act in our best interests. Yeah, we all have our share of embarrassments. This is nothing. Okay. The two girls picked out a plastic bag and put it on Qianqian's legs. Guo said, "Come on, Qianqian." Ningshu also comforted him. "Don't worry, Lu Zhe can't see it." Lin Qianqian looked at the simple plastic bag and silently dug out a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment with her toes. Chapter 55, Dancing with Sharks. Chapter 55, Dancing with Sharks. With everyone's instigation and encouragement, Lin Qianqian squatted down hesitantly. It is hard to imagine that one day, one of the most beautiful girls in Jiaodong University would go to the toilet in this way. But there is no way. At least it is better than being eaten by a shark. More importantly, we must not implicate our partners. Qianqian was well prepared, but before she could exert any strength, the boat was hit by a small wave. The boat shook slightly, and Lin Qianqian fell to the ground. No, I can't squat steadily. Indeed, squatting on a raft in the water sounds easy, but it is very difficult to do in practice as it sways back and forth. Hold on to the pole, and everyone hold on to Qianqian together. I'll help you cover it with clothes. It's not necessary now. No, there's a boy. Girls are not allowed to watch it either. It's too embarrassing. Lin Qianqian grabbed the pole of the original shelter and finally squatted down. 10 minutes later, everything was finally done. The constipation problem that had troubled everyone for several days was finally solved. Put in a plastic bag and set aside. As luck would have it, the raft was hit by something and shook violently. The bag of poop that was originally placed next to the raft slid into the water after this movement. No, we can't let it fall into the water. Can you imagine a scene where several girls desperately throw themselves toward the edge of the raft just to save a bag of excrement? One reason is for the seeds inside, and the other is because they are worried about attracting sharks. But they're still a little bit off. Just when Ningshu's fingers were only 3 centimeters away from the bag finally fell into the water. Several girls looked at the scene in amazement, not knowing what to do. Lu Zhe handed Ningshu the paddle and said, "Captain, help me control the raft." Then he picked up the harpoon and prepared to use the iron nail on the harpoon to pick up the plastic bag. However, just as the harpoon was about to reach it, a huge mouth suddenly emerged from the water and swallowed the bag in one gulp. The guy swam around, felt something was not right, and spit out again. The bag of stuff was completely scattered in the ocean. The other sharks were attracted by the smell. Oh my God, Lu Zhe was also frightened. But he immediately calmed down and looked carefully at the sharks, which had become interested in the mass. The swimming speed increased. "Hurry up and row the boat and get out of here. Where are the passion fruit seeds? What else do you want? You want your life." Several girls quickly rowed together, and another shark appeared. It has a flat head, bulging eyes, and a mouth without any sharp teeth. It looks harmless and even a little silly. But at this moment, Lu Zhe broke out in a cold sweat. He recognized the shark. It's the hammerhead shark. Lu Zhe didn't want to anger this annoying shark, so he gently poked the shark's face with the blunt head of the harpoon. The shark was touched by the hard object and immediately turned around and swam away. Then, the third one came. The one that was driven away earlier turned in the water and came back. Then the fourth and fifth. They have already developed a strong interest in the object floating on the water in front of them. Lu Zhe kept poking the sharks that swam over, but there were more and more sharks. Several girls panicked and tried to hit the shark with their oars, but the shark bit Guo'er's oar, and she refused to let go. The shark pulled hard, and she watched herself being dragged into the water. The little girl became angry and picked up a stick to hit the shark's eyes. Lu Zhe quickly grabbed her waist and said, "Let go." Only then did Guo'er let go. The shark pulled the oar into the water, chewed it, bit the oar in two, spat it out, and swam away. But the other sharks did not lose interest in the raft. Tang Xiaowo was so excited just now that he fought with the shark for the wooden paddle. When he came to his senses, he felt goosebumps all over his body, and he was so scared that he started crying on the spot. On this side, Ningshu, Lin Qianqian, and Zhang Yao also used oars to drive away the sharks that were surrounding them. Soon, Ningshu's wooden paddle was also pulled away. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Yao's wooden paddle also fell into the water. What's worse is that a shark bit the raft, causing the tree trunks on one side of the raft to break off and fall out. Other places also began to loosen up. If this continues, it won't be long before the raft falls apart. None of them will survive. What method should be used? Lu Zhe suddenly thought of a solution. He picked up a coconut and smashed it on the head of a shark that was swimming up. The shark was a little dazed after being hit and immediately saw a round object and angrily bit in its mouth. But soon, it found that this thing was not delicious. So it chewed it, spit it out, and swam away wagging its tail. Lu Zhe understood. The sharks here have never seen a raft, so they will not attack rashly. They bump into the raft just out of curiosity and temptation and do not really regard the raft as prey. But most of them have seen coconuts. When they realized that there were only unpalatable coconuts on the raft, they lost interest in it. Use coconut. Several girls also picked up coconuts and threw them into the water. All 30 coconuts were thrown into the sea, and they drifted around the boat. The shark chased the coconut, and after catching it and biting it a few times, it felt it was boring and gave up. When the smell of poop dissipated, the sharks swam peacefully again, and the sea area finally returned to calm. Several people sat on the raft, gasping for breath. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Lin Qianqian started crying. Ning Shu said, Who doesn't need to go to the toilet? You can't blame me for not grabbing the plastic bag. Tang Xiaohui said sadly, I put it in the wrong place. Jiang Yao sighed. We are all friends. There's nothing strange about it. Fortunately, everyone is alive. Lu Zhe nodded. Yao Yao is right. No one needs to blame themselves. Being alive is better than anything else. Ning Shu sighed. But the coconut palms are gone, and the oars are lost too. How are we going to row to the volcanic island? Lin Qianqian looked at the sky and sighed, It's getting dark soon. Tang Xiaohui cried, What should I do? Lu Zhe pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, My friends, the current situation is very bad, but there is still hope. We still have a few bottles of distilled water, and we can dismantle some branches to make oars. As long as you are still alive, cheer up. Lu Zhe's words seemed to have some kind of magic, which rekindled a glimmer of hope in the hearts of the girls. Now check the supplies. Jiang Yao said, The coconuts are gone. There are still 5 bottles of distilled water. A few empty bottles were thrown away, but the other supplies are still there. Lin Qianqian said, Only one of the 4 oars is left now. A quarter of the raft has been scattered, and some of the firewood was lost, but there is still some left now. Lu Zhe nodded and analyzed the current situation. Although the coconuts have been discarded, the bearing capacity of the raft has been reduced, so even if some wood is scattered, it can still bear our weight. Chapter 56 Overnight at Sea. Chapter 56 Overnight at Sea. Ning Shu asked, What should we do next? Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, Squad leader, gather all our supplies together. Put everything that can fit into a backpack into the backpack, and pack everything that can't fit into a backpack together. I'll take it with me. Ning Shu made an okay gesture. No problem. Yao Yao, take good care of the fire in the jar and try not to let it go out. If it's cold at night, we'll all rely on it. Jiang Yao nodded, understood. Guo, Tang Xiaohui was frightened just now, and her tearful face was still sobbing. Lu Zhe reached out his hand and wiped away the tears on her face. Are you scared? Tang Xiaohui nodded while sobbing. Lu Zhe knew that it was not easy for the once delicate young lady to pick up a wooden stick and beat a shark. You were very brave just now. Tang Xiaohui raised his dirty face. Really? I chased away several sharks and even dared to snatch food from the shark's mouth. Although I didn't get anything, Tang Xiaohui said, It was just a little bit short at that time. I thought that time at worst I would just fight it. Then I don't know why. I got scared. Lu Zhe comforted him. It's normal. People will secrete more adrenaline in times of crisis, thus ignoring pain and danger. But let's be more steady next time. If the ore is gone, we can make another one. If Guer is gone, who will help us distill fresh water? Hearing what Lu Zhe said, Tang Xiaohui pursed her lips and nodded proudly. She twisted her body. Well, what else do you need me to do now? You and Qianqian check the raft. Tell me if there's anything loose, and I'll tie it up again. Tang Xiaohui and Lin Qianqian looked at each other and said together, Don't worry. The 4 girls were very serious, and Lu Zhe began to concentrate on repairing the loose parts of the raft. 2 hours later, the raft was finally repaired. Although it was smaller than before, it could still barely bear the weight of 5 people. Tang Xiaohui helped Lu Zhe fix the raft and said happily, Okay, we can continue our journey. Lu Zhe shook his head helplessly. Can't you leave? Lin Qianqian sighed. Do we know where to go? How can I not know? Isn't it? Tang Xiaohui originally wanted to point in the direction of the volcanic island, but suddenly discovered problem. The sun had set long ago, and the endless sea was pitch black, with no sign of any islands. The volcanic island in front and the Yoke Island behind are now hidden in the deep night. Lu Zhe frowned and looked at the sky. Try find 1 or 2 constellations he knew and use them to determine the direction. but the light mist rising from the water covered the entire sky. Lu Zhe took out the compass he made. But here on the sea, the compass started shaking and it was impossible to determine the direction accurately. Is there a magnetic field nearby? Or are the waves too unstable? All of this was unexpected for any survivor. However, this is not the most critical issue. The most important thing is that they now lack reference points and don't know whether they're staying where they are or drifting aimlessly with the ocean currents. Perhaps, when the sun comes out tomorrow, we will find that we have drifted to the Pacific Ocean hundreds of miles away. That would be terrible. We have to find a way to secure the raft to prevent it from drifting away with the ocean current. It's easy to say, but how to do it? Even if Mr. Democracy and Bear Grylls came, they would be powerless. At this moment, his sharp eyesight allowed him to vaguely see something floating on the water. It is about 2 sizes smaller than a melon seed and is pitch black. He curiously reached out and fished it out, and a message suddenly came to his mind. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the passion fruit seeds. Passion fruit? Seed? Isn't that from the shallow poop? That's great. I thought I had no chance, but I unexpectedly got it back. After a while, he found another passion fruit seed. After a while, I picked up an empty bottle. Ning Shu recognized this bottle. It was the one that was lost not long ago. I was really lucky to be able to pick it up at this time. Such a small thing and the raft are in the water. Because of resistance, buoyancy, and many other factors, it should not be touched unless... In an instant, Lu Zhe suddenly realized something. Fog means there's no wind. The raft also encountered things like passion fruit seeds, which meant it was not too far from the place where the shark attack occurred. There are usually reefs and very small islands within dozens of miles around the island. If we can find one, we will be able to secure the raft, and when the fog clears tomorrow, we can continue to the volcanic island. Suddenly, Lu Zhe thought of a solution. He immediately began to twist the 3 strands of rope together, making them thick and strong, and then connected and extended them. Lu Zhe, what are you doing? Anchor. We'll use it to secure the boat. As he said this, he tied one section to the handle of the stone axe and threw the stone axe into the water. I will use this to touch the underwater reef. If the raft hits the reef while moving, the stone axe will get stuck in the reef and serve as an anchor. Jiang Yao asked worriedly, what if we encounter a shark? Sharks will generally avoid hard rocks if they encounter them. Even if they are touched, it doesn't matter if it doesn't anger them. They will think it is a natural thing. After saying that, Lu Zhe sighed again. It's a pity that the anchor rope is not long enough to hook directly to the bottom of the water. We can only hope to dive to the reef. Ning Shu asked in confusion, are there any reefs like that nearby? I don't know, but nature is so amazing that any natural structure could appear. If there's one, just don't miss it. As he spoke, Lu Zhe tied the other end of the rope to the tail end of the raft and submerged the stone axe into the water. All done. Everyone is very tired. I'm so tired. Tang Xiao was stretched lazily. Lin Qianqian and Jiang Yao leaned against each other weakly. Ning Shu opened a bottle of distilled water, some dried fish, and dried coconut meat, and distributed a little to everyone. There's nothing left to do. There is no more strenuous work, but there is still some easy work. Ning Shu said, what do you do it easily? Just use your eyes to see. Lu Zhe thought for a moment and began to arrange the tasks. Captain, you can lie down and pay close attention to the underwater situation. Underwater. Ning Shu looked through the gap in the bamboo raft into the dark water. Can't you see anything? Even if you can't see anything, you have to watch it. If you see anything, you have to tell me immediately. Jiang Yao said, what about us? Yao Yao, you can lie down and observe the sky. Once you see the stars or the moon, tell me immediately. This is easy. Lu Zhe handed the harpoon to Lin Qianqian and Tang Xiaohua. Qianqian, you two can lie on your sides and look at the water. Once you spot a bottle floating over, use the harpoon to reach it. Well, I'm so sleepy. What if I fall asleep? Just sleep if you want to. Rest is also very important. I will keep watch. No, that will be too hard. Let's take turns keeping watch. I agree. Chapter 57, we found the plane. Chapter 57, we found the plane. Lu Zhe and several of his friends were floating in the sea. A few girls chatted and slowly fell asleep. Fortunately, the late night on the sea is not as cold as that on Egg Yolk Island. If everyone stays closer, they can still survive such a late night. Lu Zhe endured for 3 hours and picked up 3 drifting coconuts, 2 bottles, and 15 passion fruit seeds. It looks like the last of the plant seeds are in place. At this time, Ning Shu rubbed her eyes and sat up. She yawned and said, Lu Zhe, go to sleep for a while. I'll keep watch from now on. Lu Zhe was also a little sleepy. Seeing Ning Shu say this, he nodded. Okay. Thank you for your hard work. Hey, you're the one who's working hard. Go to sleep. Lu Zhe laid down in the place where Ning Shu had just slept and fell asleep soon after. But I hadn't slept for long before I was awakened by Ning Shu's surprised voice. Lu Zhe, there is something underwater. Lu Zhe opened his eyes, looked at the water, and all sleepiness disappeared in an instant. He saw a scene that he would never forget. The deep sea, the flashing neon lights, and that familiar shape. This is a civilian aircraft sunk in the water. Oh my God! Ning Shu covered her mouth with tears in her eyes. Several other girls were also awakened, and when they saw the scene, they burst into tears. We found our plane, but now it has landed on the seabed. Yes, deep and quiet underwater is the outline of a huge airplane. The navigation lights and anti-collision lights on the wings were still flashing. Lu Zhe didn't expect to see their plane here, and was a little confused for a moment. Lin Qianqian bit her lip. The lights on the plane are still on. Could anyone still be alive? Lu Zhe shook his head. Probably not. Even if the economy class is well sealed, it can't provide enough oxygen to sustain breathing for 7 days. Moreover, judging from the situation of the plane sinking in the water, it is very likely that the fuselage has leaked. Tang Xiao shed tears. How pitiful. Lu Zhe felt it necessary to check the situation of the plane. He thought for a moment and said, I want to go down and take a look. Ning Shu said, Do you want to save people? It's too dangerous. Lu Zhe shook his head. How can I save people? I want to see if I can get back to the cave in the first-class cabin. Maybe I can find some useful supplies there. Even if I can't find it, I can tie it to the plane with a rope to prevent the raft from drifting too far. Jiang Yao grabbed Lu Zhe's arm and said, No, it's too dangerous. Tang Xiao grabbed his other arm. I won't let you go down either. Lin Qianqian said, There are sharks. Lu Zhe observed the surroundings and said, Don't worry, there doesn't seem to be any sharks in this area. Besides, even if we encounter a shark, it usually won't attack rashly as long as we don't provoke it. I know that. That's too dangerous. But if I don't check the situation below, I'll always feel uneasy. Don't worry, if something goes wrong, I'll pull the anchor rope 3 times, and you guys will try your best to pull me up. After saying that, Lu Zhe made a graceful salute gesture and turned over and dived into the water. The 4 girls screamed together. Lu Zhe is a very good swimmer, and his enhanced physique includes endurance, which allows him to stay in the water for a long time. He pulled the rope and swam downstream, the gurgling sound of water echoing in his ears. It's very dark underwater. He was sure that if it weren't for the extremely penetrating navigation lights on the plane, he would never have been able to spot it at night. The plane was submerged in water for about 30 meters. When he sank to about 20 meters, Lu Zhe felt a huge pressure squeezing his chest. His eyes were so painful from being soaked in sea water that he felt like fainting. Do you want to stop diving? Take a break. Although you still feel a little stuffy, you can continue diving. Lu Zhe remembered that the human unequipped freehand diving record was 113 meters. Although he couldn't reach that record, he should be able to keep up. Seeing that the rope was almost not enough, Lu Zhe finally dived to the location of the plane. He looked inside through the front glass of the plane. It was all gray, and suddenly a pale face came over, and Lu Zhe was so startled that he let out a bunch of bubbles. He tried hard to calm himself down. The man was probably in his 40s, wearing a uniform, with his mouth open as if he wanted to say something. This must be the captain. I wonder how heartbroken his parents, wife, and children would be when they saw him like this. Behind him was another floating person who had been dead for a long time and whose face could not be seen clearly. Sure enough, just as he had initially guessed, there was a high probability that the other people on the plane would not survive. Then, Lu Zhe began to swim backwards. There was a cabin door at the back of the plane. Lu Zhe tried to open it from the outside, but failed. There was no method in the survival manual to open the cabin with bare hands. Now, there's only one way to get on the plane. The front part of the cabin was where he had been. Lu Zhe found the broken hole from there. At that time, he and his companions flew out of the cabin through this hole. Now, because the angle of the navigation light could not reach inside, Lu Zhe had to grope his way in. However, when the plane made emergency landing, most of the items in the cabin flew out of the cabin due to the huge negative pressure, and there was almost nothing left in the cabin they were in. Most of the remaining items are fixed to the fuselage, and even if they can be taken, they cannot be removed. For example, onboard TV, desk lamp, and so on. Lu Zhe fumbled around for usable supplies and finally found something useful. A table knife. This is the kind of cutlery knife used for cutting steak. Because it is used exclusively in first class, it has no tip, only a wavy serrated blade. It is smaller than the normal size, about 15 centimeters long and of average sharpness. But the material is very good and highly resistant to corrosion. The surface remains smooth after being soaked in seawater for 7 days. It is much more useful after polishing than a small round knife. Lu Zhe put it in his pocket. Then he touched a remote control. It was originally used to control the LED screen, which was very high-end. When I pressed it, the little red dot in front actually lit up. This means the battery is still usable. Then he touched a plastic bowl, connected to which was a thin plastic tube and a thin wire. And not just one, there are also ones next to it. Lu Zhe immediately understood that this was the oxygen mask on a civil aviation aircraft, which would pop out when air pressure in the cabin was too low. When I pulled the thin thread, bubbles started bubbling out of the plastic bowl. Still usable. This is oxygen. I didn't expect it could be used here. Quickly put it to your mouth and inhale a few bubbles, and you will feel refreshed immediately. The oxygen cylinder cannot be removed, but several plastic tubes, plastic bowls, and cotton threads may be useful. Just cut them with a knife and carry them with you. Then he found a thick curtain. He lifted the curtain and was about to take it down to keep it, but was immediately stunned by the scene behind the curtain. Through the glass, you can see the huge compartment. Several beams of light from navigation lights shone in, illuminating the pale faces on the seats. Some people were floating in the cabin, but most people were sitting in their seats. It seems that all the passengers on this flight, except for them, died in the sea. Lu Zhe did not pull down the curtain, but covered it back. This is to leave the passengers with the last bit of dignity. That desperate feeling of suffocation came over me again, and I couldn't delay any longer. It's time to leave. Lu Zhe observed a 3-second silence for his compatriots, then swam out from the damaged hole in the cabin. He pulled the rope 3 times and immediately felt a force pulling him upward. Chapter 58. Lucky Encounter with Reef. Chapter 58. Lucky Encounter with Reef. As soon as we got on the raft, we found that several little girls were crying. How? Did they also know that the passengers were buried at the bottom of the sea? Why are you crying? Ning Shu wiped her tears with her wrist and said angrily, Lu Zhe, you are amazing. You actually stayed underwater for 5 minutes. It turned out that he had stayed under 30 meters of water for a full 5 minutes. Although I was originally good at swimming, I didn't expect that I would be so strong now. Lu Zhe wiped his face and tried to act as relaxed as possible. The world record is 22 minutes. I need to keep working hard. And you scared us to death. I thought you'd never come back. Tang Xiaohua hugged Lu Zhe and started crying loudly. Lu Zhe felt warm in his heart and touched Tang Xiaohua's head. Don't cry. Lu Zhe, don't take such risks next time. You should know that we are all counting on you. Ning Shu sniffed again and looked at Lu Zhe sincerely. Lu Zhe knew how important he was in the hearts of several girls. They were really scared because they hadn't been up for so long. Okay, I promise I won't do anything so dangerous again. Look at you crying. Besides, there are 4 beautiful girls waiting for me. How can I bear to die? I'm glad to know. Well, did you see anything? Lu Zhe took out a plastic hose, a remote control, and a table knife. These are all I found. The table knife can be made into a weapon after being polished, but I don't know what the hose and remote control are used for yet. Jiang Yao picked it up and looked at it. Oh my God, you really got into the plane? Lu Zhe nodded. What about the other passengers? When mentioning other passengers, Lu Zhe's expression became solemn and calm, and he shook his head. Several girls also showed sadness in their expressions. Ning Shu heaved a sigh of relief. It seems that we are still lucky. Jiang Yao suddenly thought of something. Oh, by the way, since the plane crashed here, the rescue team should be able to find this place quickly based on the black box, right? Lu Zhe shook his head. The black box has a location, but there's an interfering magnetic field here, which may block the signal sent by the black box. Otherwise, the rescue team should have found this place long ago. I see. At this moment, the plane's electrical system finally failed to withstand the erosion of seawater, and all the lights went out. The afterimage of the plane disappeared into the deep seabed, never to be found again. If the raft passed by here just now, they would never be able to discover the plane parked on the seabed. A moment. They lost their reference again. This made several girls worried again. Fortunately, this situation did not last long. After drifting aimlessly for 20 minutes, Lu Zhe's stone axe anchor came into play. The raft suddenly fell violently to the side, and the hemp rope was instantly stretched straight. The next moment, The raft shook violently due to the pull. Lu Zhe was overjoyed, thinking that he had hit a reef, and quickly protected the cupping jar. Oh no, we hit a reef. Don't talk nonsense. This is a good thing. Everyone hurry up. However, Ning's shoe still fell down. She fell into the sea with a splash. Lu Zhe was about to rescue her, but he saw that she actually stood up. What's going on? The water here is very shallow. Lu Zhe quickly reminded. Squad leader, stand there and don't move. Ning's shoe said nervously. I wouldn't dare to move even if you asked me to. Lu Zhe observed that the water level only covered Ning's shoe's ankles, and there were some glowing little fish swimming around. This means that the underwater reef is only about 15 to 20 centimeters from the water surface. He was overjoyed and jumped off the raft carefully. Feel the uneven ground under your feet, and you can feel the protruding corals and slippery seaweed. Coral reef. It really is a coral reef. It's a pity that it didn't surface. But this is also good. Lu Zhe first leveled the raft, then took the harpoon and got off the boat. Ning Shu asked, Lu Zhe, what's going on? We are lucky. This is a coral reef. We can anchor the raft here. Great, I found it. Besides, it's very shallow here, so there's no need to risk diving. Come down and stand for a while. The raft is about to shake out the leftover food. Wait a moment. Let me check if there's any danger nearby. Lu Zhe fixed the raft, held a handful of firewood in his left hand and a harpoon in his right hand, carefully pointed it underwater, and tentatively waded forward. You can see luminous algae and small fish under your feet, as well as beautiful sea slugs. These little creatures swim around under your feet and are not afraid of people at all. There is also a flat fish hiding at the bottom of the water, which suddenly swam out several meters and then lay motionless. After walking more than 10 meters, the water ahead suddenly became deeper, so he pulled out a branch and stuck it into the coral reef. Looking to the left and right, every few meters or so, a branch is inserted as a mark. It seems that this reef is not very big, only 100 square meters near the water surface. But that was enough for them. Everyone can come down and move around. Remember to wear sandals or slippers to avoid the stones cutting your feet. The range of movement is within the signs I put up. Hey, it feels like arriving at a tourist attraction. Understand, tour guide Lu. The girls all changed into the slippers they picked up and stepped into the water. The cool sea water washes over my calves and feet, and it feels extremely comfortable. We can only stay here tonight. Tomorrow morning, when we see the volcanic island, we can set off. Tang Xiaohua and Lin Qianqian played in the water for a while and picked up some scallops and conchs. Ning Shu and Jiang Yao further secured the raft and then sat on the edge of it to rest. At this moment, Lu Zhe's foot touched something. Then he noticed that not far ahead, a fish as big as a large insole flapped its wings twice and swam forward a few meters. Then, a fish next to it was also startled and swam 2 meters away. It's flounder. Lu Zhe was secretly happy. It looks like I can have some decent fish today. Lu Zhe picked up the harpoon, waded quietly into the water, and stabbed a fish fiercely. But the fish was so agile that it dodged by simply twisting its body. I tried twice more but still failed. Lu Zhe felt that his reaction and speed were better than before, but he still failed to stab the flounder. Thinking back on the series of experiences after boarding the ship, Lu Zhe felt a little depressed. He didn't know if he was impulsive. Choosing to take everyone away from Eggshell Island may result in everyone being killed in the sea. Even if you run over there with great difficulty, what should you do if there is really no fresh water on the other side? As he thought this in his mind, a look of frustration also showed on his face. At this time, Jiang Yao felt a little distressed and took a handkerchief to help Lu Zhe wipe the sea water that was gradually reaching his face. Inadvertently, Jiang Yao's hand touched Lu Zhe's lips. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have completed the sign-in. Agility +1. You have signed in for 7 consecutive days. Congratulations to the host. You have signed in for 7 consecutive days, completed the weekly sign-in, and received an important reminder. Volcano Island has sustainable, fresh water resources. The information from the system gave Lu Zhe a shot in the arm. That's right. My judgment was correct. Staying on Eggshell Island means death, and venturing to the volcanic island is the only chance of survival. His agility was improved again, and his will to survive became even stronger. At the same time, the eyes and hands are more stable. Lu Zhe quietly moved over, threw out the harpoon, and accurately stabbed a flounder. Yeah, 1 point. The girls cheered and applauded behind me. Shh, keep your voice down. Don't scare the other fish away. Oh, Chapter 59, Jiang Yao's period is coming. Chapter 59, Jiang Yao's period is here. Even without the viscera and poison sac of the flounder, its meat still tastes very delicious. Lu Zhe cut open the flounder, cleaned it, and gave it to Lin Xianxian to roast on a fire cup. Although the cans are not big, if you put 3 of them together, you can keep filling them with branches, and it will be no problem to roast a fish over a small flame. With his agility, Lu Zhe reacted even faster and caught 5 flounders in no time. Although it can only be grilled one by one, it is thin and can be cooked easily. The small fish under our feet were emitting a dim blue light and were colorful. As the friends ate the grilled flounder, their fear of being stranded in the ocean was somewhat relieved. Lu Zhe, after eating the fish, you should sleep for a while, Ning Shu said with concern. Tang Xiaowu also said, yeah, you must be exhausted. While eating fish, Lu Zhe carefully adjusted his homemade compass. The compass placed on the reef was still pointing randomly. Lu Zhe knew that this place was still affected by an unknown magnetic field. He said perfunctorily, I'm fine. No matter how good you are, you can't be used like a donkey. You're the only man in the team. If you get too tired, who will we rely on? Jiang Yao's complaint was full of concern. Lin Xianxian also said, just rest assured and sleep well. Leave this to us. Lu Zhe didn't get much sleep that night and felt tired. Okay, I'll leave it to you guys. He got on a raft and used his backpack as a pillow, but Tang Xiaowu took the backpack away. I still need to lean on it. Lu Zhe was stunned, but she stretched out her legs slightly arrogantly. There is no pillow. I will reluctantly let you lie on my legs. Is this considered a benefit? Of course, it's a huge benefit. Lu Zhe felt that refusing was not a good behavior after all, so he sighed and lay down reluctantly. After a while, he felt Tang Xiaowu's hands gently kneading his forehead, which was extremely comfortable. I didn't expect you to have this talent. Don't talk too much, go to sleep. Lu Zhe closed his eyes and gradually fell asleep. A few hours later, the sun rose from the sea and the sea breeze blew away the mist. Lu Zhe felt he had slept enough, so he stretched and sat up. The 3 girls sleeping next to him were also startled and woke up. You're awake. Jiang Yao yawned. It seemed that she was the one who kept watch in the second half of the night yesterday. You've had enough sleep, take a rest. Lu Zhe, look over there. Following the direction Jiang Yao pointed, Lu Zhe saw an island. Although the direction has changed, Lu Zhe can confirm that it is a volcanic island. Indeed, it is bigger than imagined. Lu Zhe nodded. Yesterday, we paddled a distance towards the volcanic island. It seems that we drifted a distance with the ocean current in the middle of the night. The route deviated, but fortunately it did not drift out of sight. Lin Xianxian observed the direction of the water flow and said, Lu Zhe, the distance is still very far, and it is completely against the current now. Lu Zhe nodded. He knew that it would be more difficult to row across than he had imagined. But there is no other way. We can't get across with just one, or we need to make a few more hand oars. What raw materials can be used? We still have to take some of the wood off the raft. At this moment, Ning Shu was surprised to find, hey, look in the water. Lu Zhe noticed that in the surrounding sea, a shark fin was exposed above the water, as if guarding something. Looking more carefully, there are more than one nearby. There were about a dozen sharks swimming around the reef. They were a little restless and seemed to want to swim to the shallows, but because the water was too shallow, they couldn't swim up at all. But their purpose was obvious. They had already regarded the 5 people as prey. What's going on? There were no sharks here yesterday. Jiang Yao was stunned. What's wrong with me? You're bleeding. Jiang Yao lowered her head and saw a streak of deep red blood flowing down her white legs, then dissipating into the seawater. It's over. My period is coming. No wonder sharks gathered in groups near the reefs. It turned out that Yao's aunt's blood flowed into the seawater and attracted nearby sharks. Lu Zhe knew that sharks had an extremely sensitive sense of smell and could detect even a small amount of blood. Jiang Yao might have been floating for half a night, and most of it flowed into the sea through the cracks in the raft. It felt like hungry wild dogs smelling a delicious meat bone. Jiang Yao said in annoyance, Oh my God, why did you come at this time instead of earlier or later? Lin Xianxian said, Stop talking, squad leader. Don't you have the 7th dimension? Ning Shu quickly opened a small package and used it to cover Jiang Yao. Then wash the blood off your legs. The shark smelled the blood and went crazy again, splashing the waves and trying to reach the shallows. Several girls were so frightened that they didn't know what to do. At this time, something even more terrible happened. Lu Zhe discovered that the water level had risen a lot compared to last night. The water level was just above the ankles at midnight yesterday, but now it has reached above the calves. At this rate, the water level will be waist-high in half a day. By then, these sharks would definitely rush over and tear them to pieces. Lu Zhe understood that the more critical the moment, the more he had to keep a calm mind. Only in this way can we come up with reasonable countermeasures. Don't panic. Let me think of a solution. After hearing what Lu Zhe said, the girls quieted down, huddled together, and looked at Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe let out a long sigh. Now, stay as quiet as possible. Don't let any blood or body fluids flow into the water. Tang Xiaohua said, "Is it not possible for me to go to the toilet? Hold it in. If you really have to, pee in the bottle. Don't let even a drop leak out. In short, we can't let them smell any of our scent anymore." Several girls nodded. The water level is rising now, but it will take some time for them to swim over. I need to find a way to deal with the sharks, so I'll have to leave the task of making the paddles to you. Let's try to leave this place within 2 hours. The 4 girls looked at each other and said, "Okay, let's put our heads together." Several girls were discussing how to make oars on the raft, but Lu Zhe was lost in thought. We have to find something that can repel sharks. At this moment, the ash in the fire pot was full, and Lu Zhe poured out some and prepared to add more wood. As a result, just after pouring out a little bit, black wood ash mist floated on the water surface. The little fish under his feet saw a mass of black and fled in all directions in fear. Lu Zhe suddenly had an inspiration. By the way, fish are extremely sensitive to black water mist, so the weak cuttlefish and squid use ink spraying to escape and survive in the ocean. He quickly poured out most of the wood ash from the jar, let it cool, and bottled it. Then replaced the branches and wood chips with new ones to burn. Chapter 60 Swimsuit Party. Chapter 60 Swimsuit Party. Lu Zhe and several girls dismantled the boat awning that was made from the shelter and used tree branches, torn clothes, and tarpaulin to make a few simple hand oars. Lu Zhe tried it, and although it wasn't as good as what he did, he could at least do it. By this time, the sun had risen and the temperature began to rise again. The 4 of them shared another bottle of water, and now there was only one last bottle of fresh water and a coconut left. It must be used sparingly. Friends, even though it's very hot now, we have to set off. This process will be very difficult, but I believe as long as we persevere, we will be able to survive. Several girls nodded. Lin Xianxian said, "But what if those sharks bite us? I've already figured out how to deal with them." Lu Zhe looked very confident. Now, it was the 7th day of being stranded on a desert island. The lost airliner lay not far away. Lu Zhe and 4 girls are trapped in a reef shoal in the Pacific Ocean. They need to break through the sharks' territory and go upstream to paddle the raft to a place a few miles away that they named Volcano Island. At this moment, several girls were sitting in the middle of the raft in fear, holding onto the raft tightly with their hands. I was afraid that I would accidentally anger the shark and be thrown into the sea. Lu Zhe pulled up the stone axe, used the harpoon to steadily support the bamboo raft, and left the reef. And at this moment, a shark swam over. Lu Zhe was prepared. He gently touched the shark's forehead with the harpoon, and the shark immediately turned around and left. This alerted the other sharks, and they dared not attack rashly again. But they still did not give up the raft and try to ram it with their bodies. Lu Zhe waved his paddle and pushed a row of bags at the tail of the raft into the water. The bags were filled with wood ash, which instantly dyed the sea black. The sharks were caught off guard and fled in all directions. Lu Zhe knew that his method had worked, so he quickly said, "Now, hurry up." The 4 girls immediately picked up the hand paddles they had made and started paddling. 5 people paddled together, and even though they were rowing against the current, they were still going very fast. But even though they left the reef, they still did not leave the shark's territory. When the first wave of gray fog dissipated, Shark prepared to test again. After a while, they seemed to have forgotten the smell of blood they had smelled not long ago, and began to wander freely and aimlessly again. Only then did Lu Zhe let out a long sigh and sat down. "Are we safe?" Ning Shu asked. Lu Zhe wiped the sweat from his forehead and nodded. "It's safer now." Lin Qianqian exhaled. "That was a close call." Jiang Yao patted her chest and said, "My heart is about to jump out of my chest." Tang Xiaohua wiped away her tears. "I thought everyone was going to die here. Everyone must not relax. We must row at a steady speed and stop provoking the sharks." Several girls nodded. Understood. Having temporarily avoided the shark's attack, they now just had to keep paddling towards the volcanic island until they reached their destination. At this time, they began to face another serious problem: high temperatures, sun exposure, and lack of fresh water. After paddling the raft for half an hour, The girls were sweating profusely. Their lips were chapped, and their foreheads were covered with sweat. Lu Zhe understood that a sunshade device needed to be made to reduce sun exposure and fluid loss. But now, are there any materials? The shelter that originally served as a boat awning was dismantled, and the wooden sticks were used to make oars. The tarpaulin that could have been used as a sunshade was also dismantled by several girls to make oars. So, now he had almost nothing on hand to provide shade. If they were left in the sun for another half an hour, they would definitely become dehydrated. Even if they're not dehydrated, it would not look good if those fair and tender girls were tanned. He checked for things that could be used as a sunshade, and took some rags he had picked up, poked holes in them with nails, connected them with thin ropes, and propped the rags open with wooden sticks. But it's not big enough. In order to have enough shade, they had to use everyone's clothes, Tang Xiao's dress, and Lu Zhe also took off his t-shirt and tied them together, but there was still a part missing. Everyone had a paddle on both sides of the raft at the same time, but the shed was obviously not big enough to provide shade for everyone, so everyone's clothes were needed. What should we do then? Take off everything that can be taken off. Several girls were a little reluctant, but looking at Lu Zhe's expression, he was not joking. Lu Zhe first took off his trousers, leaving him shirtless with only a pair of boxer shorts. The four girls covered their eyes shyly. After a while, everyone went to check quietly and saw that Lu Zhe had indeed propped up the shed with his clothes and pants. It was just as he said, even if his clothes and pants were added, it would not be enough. Now a piece of shade is more precious to them than gold. Tang Xiao said, I will give Qianqian's waistcoat as a gift. Qianqian, you won't mind, I hope. No problem. Jiang Yao said nonchalantly. I still have a pair of shorts. Just wear a bra and panties. Okay, let's just call it a swimsuit party. The girls discussed for a while and decided to take off everything that could be taken off, leaving only the innermost layer of clothes. In this way, the last gap in the awning was really blocked. Now, it really felt like attending a swimsuit party. Although shy, I also feel a little fresh, curious, and a little excited. It's the same for boys and girls. Let's be frank with each other. Lu Zhe, can you please stop staring at me? It's so rude. Lu Zhe tried hard to joke with everyone. You guys are so cute. It would be rude of me not to even look at you. That's true. Look. With this sunshade and occasionally washing our bodies with seawater, everyone felt a lot cooler. But this only relieved the heat on the surface of the body, and other problems gradually emerged. The continuous paddling consumed a lot of everyone's energy. Although we were getting closer to the volcanic island, everyone was showing symptoms of dehydration. Lu Zhe split the coconut, and everyone took a sip, and it was gone. Then, the last bottle of water was given to each person, only 100 milliliters, which just relieved the thirst a little. If you want to replenish water, you have to think of other ways. Chapter 61. Dai's Way of Replenishing Water. Chapter 61. Dai's Way of Replenishing Water. He paddled on one side, and the other four girls paddled on the other side. The small raft moved steadily towards the volcanic island. Everyone, hold on a little longer. We'll have plenty of coconuts when we get to the volcanic island. Several girls looked at each other and said, we can still hold on. I rode for another half an hour. I'm really exhausted. Me too. Lu Zhe looked up at the volcanic island. It was getting closer and closer, with only the last 200 meters left. Everyone, don't stop. Keep rowing. There are only 200 meters left. When we get to the destination, I will open the coconuts for you. Okay, hold on. Use more strength. In order to survive, and for the sake of coconuts, I must not hold everyone back. But at this moment, an unexpected wave hit everyone. However, this time, the negative impact is far more than just shame. Jiang Yao's bright red bloodstains spread in the sea, attracting the attention of the hammerhead shark again. This made them crazy again, and they became curious about the raft again. Hammerhead sharks are ferocious and greedy. They will eat almost any animal in the ocean and are full of strong hostility and desire to attack creatures that do not belong to the ocean. Waste and garbage, including humans and even their own kind, are all their food. Lu Zhe knew that there was no other way but to leave quickly. He quickly said, paddle quickly and leave this sea area. Victory is not far away. The other side is just around the corner. Everyone used up the last bit of their strength and paddled as hard as they could. However, they were still attacked by sharks. Because of the sea serpent hanging behind, the sharks attacked from both sides. And because the raft was repaired in a hurry yesterday, many parts were not very strong and many pieces of wood were scattered. If this continues, the raft will sink before we reach the shore. By then, none of them will survive. Seeing that more and more sharks were attacking, Lu Zhe knew that he couldn't fight them head-on, so he looked around. Suddenly, Lu Zhe discovered that there was a tiny island exposed on the sea not far ahead. It is called an island, but it is actually a small hill protruding out of the water, and the part that protrudes out of the water is only about 15 or 16 square meters. Although it is not big, it is enough for them to temporarily avoid the attack of sharks. Don't stop. Row over there. There are too many sharks. It's going to bite me. The raft is sinking. Lu Zhe looked back and was secretly surprised. There were no less than 7 or 8 sharks attacking the raft. Half of the wood on the raft had been torn off, and several girls' legs were already submerged in the water. In this situation, even Mr. Democracy or Bear Grylls would be confused, let alone a few girls. In such a desperate situation, there is no other choice. Lu Zhe waved the oar and knocked the fire pot stuck on the raft into the water. Squeak! The burning charcoal in the fire pot quickly stirred up a mist when it met the sea water, and the black ashes scattered in the water, scaring the sharks away. Now, Lu Zhe paddled hard, and several girls followed suit. Half a minute later, when the shark came to its senses and tried to attack them again, they had already successfully landed on the tiny island. Several girls sat in the middle of the pocket island, hugging each other. Each of them was so frightened that their faces turned pale and they kept sobbing. But fortunately, no one was injured. Lu Zhe pulled the remaining part of the raft ashore. Fortunately, although most of the wood of the raft was torn away, there were still more than 20 bottles left in plastic bags. The backpack containing important supplies has not been lost. The clothes awning did not fall apart because it was connected to the poles. Lu Zhe pulled these clothes up as well, then prop it up to provide shade. Several girls were crying so hard that they couldn't speak. It would be better to let them cry for a while. Lu Zhe washed his face with seawater. He tried to calm himself down and began to analyze the current situation and think about countermeasures. Chapter 62, Give me your sanitary napkin. Chapter 62, Give me your sanitary pad. They were only about 50 meters away from the beach of the volcanic island. There should be shallow water and sand under your feet. Lu Zhe could clearly see that there were many coconut trees on the volcanic island. Almost 2/3 of the trees were laden with plump coconuts. If you can get there, you can have a full meal with coconut milk. However, it is extremely difficult to pass through this 50-meter sea area. Now, there are a lot of sharks lurking underwater. Their raft was completely destroyed, and the remaining wood was not enough to support the weight of 5 people. If you swim over rashly, you will most likely be torn to pieces by the shark. And staying here is not an option. Look at the watch. 4 o'clock is low tide. Now it is 2 o'clock in the afternoon, still high tide. In a few dozen minutes, this place will be submerged by sea water, and then I will also be eaten by fish. At this time, it is impossible to rely on the system, and you have to find a solution yourself. He let out a long sigh and walked up to the girls. Don't be sad. We still have a chance. Lu Zhe. Ningshu seemed a little indifferent. She smoothed the hair beside her ears and said, Don't comfort us. If possible, go by yourself. Lin Xianxian also nodded. You must have a way to leave, but we are all your burdens. Tang Xiaowu just cried. Jiang Yao was writing something tremblingly. Yao Yao, what are you writing? Suicide note. Jiang Yao looked at Lu Zhe and smiled faintly. It's a pity that she was still a virgin until her death. Lu Zhe sighed. Everyone, now is not the time to think about that kind of thing. Can you cheer up? We shouldn't just give up like this. Lin Xianxian sighed. It won't be long before the sea water floods this place. Tang Xiaowu said. Then the shark will eat us, wow. So, you have to think of a solution before the sea floods. I promise that I will not leave you. If you die, even if I survive, what is the meaning of life? Lu Zhe's true feelings made the 4 girls raise their heads. Yes, you're all so beautiful and cute. I dream of marrying one of you as my wife. Ningshu Bruce hit. So you really think so? Of course. I even want to marry each of you. That's too greedy. Unimportant. Lu Zhe said solemnly. Listen to me. You all performed very well in the face of danger before. You cooked, tended the fire, gathered supplies, and fought off sharks. Now, I need you to continue to cooperate with me. Dry your tears, and the 5 of us will land on the island together. Then we will survive on the island together. After hearing what Lu Zhe said, hope rekindled in the eyes of the 4 girls. Lu Zhe, you have a solution, right? It can't be called a solution, but at least we can try it. Ningshu wiped her tears and stood up. Tell me what to do. Check the supplies first to see if there's anything you can use. Everyone started searching everywhere. Fortunately, the important supplies are all there. Jiang Yao said, a pencil case, a slingshot, a novel wrapped tightly in a plastic bag, a whistle, and 3 unusable cell phones. Cell phone? Etc. Lu Zhe seemed to have thought of something, and Lin Qianqian also seemed to have thought of something. They both said in unison, sharks are sensitive to electrical currents. But is there still electricity? Ning Shu shook his head. Mine must be out of power. Lin Qianqian also sighed. After being soaked in the sea water for so long, even if there is a little, it must have short-circuited and burned. Jiang Yao said, mine too. Although the mobile phone battery cannot be used, it provides ideas. We have something that can be used as a replacement. Lu Zhe took out the remote control. First-class cabins are high-end, and the remote control is waterproof. Forgot about that. Lu Zhe turned on the remote control and took out 2 AA batteries. Then, tie the 2 batteries to the 2 iron nails of the harpoon in different directions. Lin Qianqian said, seawater is not very conductive, but shark skin is very conductive. Lu Zhe nodded. That's right, and sharks are most afraid of electric current. A little bit of electric current will make them flee in panic. Look, another shark-repelling equipment is completed. Jiang Yao said sadly, but I have my period. Then think about it from another angle. Lu Zhe's eyes were full of calmness and composure. Can we use this ant's blood to lure away those sharks? May I? Just watch. Lu Zhe took down a few more pieces of wood and tied them into a smaller boat. Then they took down the awning, asked everyone to put on their own clothes, and made a sail with branches and picked up rags. Then Lu Zhe stretched out his hand. Now please give me your sanitary napkin. Jiang Yao pursed her lips and turned around with a red face. For any girl, handing her sanitary napkin to a boy is an extremely embarrassing experience. But there's no way. This thing is the only thing that can save them now. After fiddling with it for a while, she handed a folded small bag to Lu Zhe. Here. Chapter 63 Successfully Landed on Volcanic Island. Chapter 63 Successfully Landed on Volcanic Island. Give. Lu Zhe simply shook out the sanitary napkin. It really smells fishy. There's no need to explain this. Jiang Yao's face turned red with embarrassment. Lu Zhe placed the sanitary napkin on the back edge of the boat. In a moment, I will push this fake boat in the opposite direction of the island. The wind is now southwesterly, which will blow the fake boat away from the island. The smell of blood will attract sharks to chase, and we will take this opportunity to swim in the opposite direction. Ning Shu nodded. That's a good idea. Tang Xiao was said anxiously. But I can't swim. Lin Qianqian also shook her head. I don't know how to do it either. Jiang Yao blushed and squeezed her legs together, saying, I can do it, but if I go into the water, I'll attract sharks. Out of 4 girls, 3 couldn't swim. But that's not a problem. Lu Zhe picked up a bottle in one hand and the anchor rope in the other. Let's separate the ropes, tie the remaining empty bottles together, and then tie them around our arms and chests as life jackets, so we won't sink. All we need to do is paddle forward as hard as we can. Ning Shu asked, but what about Yao Yao? Lu Zhe thought about it and said, this is easy to handle. He tied the remaining wood together and said, although the remaining wood is not enough to support the weight of the 5 of us, it should be enough to support Yao Yao alone. Lin Qianqian thought about it and suddenly said, yes, as long as Yao Yao lies on it and puts a new sanitary napkin under it, the blood will not flow out. That's it. Lu Zhe tied up the bottles with ropes to make life jackets and put them on the arms of Ning Shu and the others. Okay, Yao Yao, lie down on this bundle of wood, and we'll give you our clothes and important supplies. Jiang Yao nodded. Remember, we need to stroke evenly and try not to be nervous. I estimate that after swimming about 20 meters, our feet should be able to reach the beach. Then we can hold hands and walk onto the beach. No. Lu Zhe nodded, stood up, grabbed the fake boat, gathered all his strength, and pushed it. The fake boat slid 10 meters away and drifted away. When the fake boat drifted away, Lu Zhe took out the roundest stone, pulled up the slingshot, and aimed at the stern. Pa! The sanitary napkin hit the stern of the fake boat accurately and fell into the water. Sure enough, several sharks were attracted over there. Now, Lu Zhe pushed a bundle of wood holding Jiang Yao towards the volcanic island. The other 3 girls followed him into the sea. Tang Xiaohua and Lin Qianqian, who couldn't swim, were in the front. Lu Zhe and Ning Shu were treading water at the back, and although Jiang Yao was lying on a raft, she was also paddling hard. The 5 people swam towards the beach little by little. Just as they were approaching the shallows, a shark really noticed them. A shark swam towards them. Lu Zhe was prepared. He turned around and passed the harpoon tied to a battery to the back. The shark shuddered and fled away with its tail swishing. It really works. It's barely enough to deal with one, but it will be difficult to deal with more. Everyone, hurry up. Then, another one rushed over. As usual, Lu Zhe made a surprise counterattack. However, this time, the nail was poked with a little more force and pierced into the shark's skin. The shark flicked its tail and swam away. However, at this moment, something terrible happened. The shark was injured and left a trail of blood in the ocean. Other sharks smelled the blood and rushed towards it desperately. The bloody mouth bit its companion mercilessly, tearing the shark into pieces in an instant. Tang Xiaowu was terrified, but then he heard Lu Zhe say, "It's reached the sand." He bit the harpoon, pushed his feet on the beach, and pushed forward with force. The wooden piece slid forward more than 10 meters with the four girls. Looking back, a shark rushed towards him. In a flash, Lu Zhe dodged and poked the shark's eye with a harpoon. The shark slapped the water in pain, attracting other sharks. Lu Zhe dived into the water and disappeared. Several girls were terrified. "Lu Zhe, come back soon. I'm going to save Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe, I want to save him too." The next scene, Lu Zhe emerged from the water in front of them. "I need you to save me. Hurry." At this time, the water was not that deep, and the four people pushed Jiang Yao to the shallow water area. Jiang Yao also jumped down, no longer wanting the raft, grabbed the bag, and ran with everyone else. Whoever fell was pulled up by the other companions. Finally, a few friends stumbled onto the beach. At that moment, the four girls were exhausted and had no strength left. They lay on the beach, gasping for breath. At this moment, this sea area has been dyed red by the shark's blood. "Are we dead?" "No, we survived. Is everyone here? If you're not here, please let me know." "They are all." "Very good." Several girls closed their eyes, as if they didn't even have the strength to blink. Escaping death is so exciting that it makes people want to cry. Lu Zhe let out a long sigh. He wanted to sit up, but only then did he realize that he was almost exhausted. He had exerted a tremendous amount of strength and energy in order to make this escape. He stood up and looked at the four girls who were exhausted and gasping for breath, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. When the tide rises, this place will be flooded too. Let's take a break and head over to the woodland. I can't walk anymore. Forget walking. I'm afraid I can't even crawl. Lu Zhe had no choice but to bring the supplies over first. After resting for about 10 minutes, the tide reached their toes. Lu Zhe pulled them all up, and the five of them supported each other and walked to the edge of the woods and sat down. This place is far away from the high tide point, so it should be safe. Fortunately, there were quite a lot of coconuts here. Lu Zhe picked up a dozen, split them with a stone axe, and distributed them to everyone. Each person drank from 3 coconuts to quench their thirst. He tore off some coconut flesh and put it into his mouth to chew. After staying like this for half an hour, everyone's mood and physical strength finally recovered a little. Jiang Yao sighed. "I really escaped death." Tang Xiaowu complained. "This shouldn't be called Volcano Island. It should be called Shark Island." Ning Shu looked around. "Hey, why don't I see the flight attendant?" Lin Qianqian said, "We deviated from our route before landing on the island. She should be on the other side of the island." Jiang Yao said, "We are not going over now. I can't walk at all." Tang Xiaowu said weakly, "Me too." Lu Zhe shook his head. "Everyone has consumed too much energy, and it will take some time to recover." He looked at his watch. It was already 4:30 in the afternoon. "Let's stay here tonight, have a good rest, and gather enough energy. Tomorrow we will explore this volcanic island together." Chapter 64 found something strange. Chapter 64 found something strange. Lu Zhe's proposal was agreed by everyone. Indeed, everyone was so tired that they had difficulty walking a few steps. How could they go around half the island to find someone on the other side? The most rational thing to think about now is that I should find something to eat, get through the night safely, and then do it again tomorrow after I have recovered my strength. Fortunately, we now have some coconuts, so we have enough fresh water and carbohydrates, so we just need some protein. Thinking of this, he said, "I'm going to the beach to find some supplies. You guys count what we have left. Lu Zhe, can you still walk? Don't worry about me. You should be careful of snakes." "Then be careful." Lu Zhe was walking alone on the beach, thinking secretly in his mind. "In order to drive away the shark, I threw away the can containing the fire, and thus lost the pot and the fire. The harpoon was thrown away to drive away the shark, and I had to make a new one later. Otherwise, you can try to start a fire with batteries. It would be nice if I could pick up a lighter. If you were luckier, it would be great to pick up a box of instant noodles. Lu Zhe walked along the beach for 300 or 400 meters and didn't pick up any cans, but he did find some household garbage. There are plastic bags, broken slippers, foreign brand, instant noodle bags, potato chip bags, cans, water bottles, plastic ropes from packaging cartons, etc. I squeezed the instant noodle bag, and it seemed like there was something inside. I looked inside and saw a small blue square bag. It seems to be full. Convenient seasoning? He was delighted and put it in his pocket without even taking out to look at it. Next, we got a few barnacles on the reef. There were quite a lot of them, but it was a bit difficult to knock them off. I also picked up a piece of kelp and a crab the size of a fingernail. Lu Zhe thought that these were enough to provide the body with the necessary protein. Return to camp. Ning Shulin and Qianqian have almost finished their inventory. The books were sealed in plastic bags, so they didn't get damp. The original items in the bag were all there, but the spicy noodles were all eaten 3 days ago. There were more than 10 pieces of chewing gum left, and the few remaining tissues were all soaked and unusable. Lu Zhe nodded. It's good that the things are not lost. Where the other food? I still have the stone axe, which is badly worn. The slingshot and knife are also still there, and there's also an extra Western knife. Lin Qianqian said, there is no dried fish left. There is still half a block of honey in the bottle, and the sweet potato vines are broken. Seeing that the sweet potato vines were broken, Lu Zhe felt a chill in his heart. But a few sweet potatoes can be eaten today. The broken seedlings generally will not die, so you can go back and plant them slowly. Ning Shu asked, Lu Zhe, did you find anything? They're just some household garbage. Bottles, plastic bags, and so on. We also picked up a few barnacles, small crabs, and sweet potatoes. They are our source of protein for tonight. Eat it raw. If there's no fire, you can only eat it raw. Lin Qianqian said, I am not used to the taste of eating barnacles raw. Ning Shu said lazily, if there is aged vinegar and horseradish, I don't mind eating it raw. Lu Zhe remembered the seasoning packet he picked up, took it out and shook it. Look what I found. He was very proud, because with this packet of seasoning at least the dinner wouldn't be too monotonous. However, he was somewhat surprised by the girl's reactions. What is this? That word is... Ning Shu repeated it twice, and suddenly she remembered something, and her face changed immediately. But immediately she coughed twice. Lu Zhe, did you pick this up? Yeah, you didn't expect that. We'll need it soon. Is it necessary? Ning Shu looked at her girlfriends, then looked at herself. He asked in surprise, are you sure you still have the strength? Lu Zhe nodded nonchalantly. Not bad. But she thought about it. I think this should be understandable. After all, any normal boy would have some strange thoughts when looking at 4 beautiful girls in cool clothes. So, who does Lu Zhe want to use it with? Or, he wants to use it with 4 people. She thought about it secretly, but didn't dare to ask. At this time, seabirds appeared on the beach, and Lu Zhe wanted to shoot them again. But the accuracy has not been improved, and I haven't shot a single seabird so far. There is no time to lose. Catch a seabird while your strength recovers. So Lu Zhe ran to the beach to catch seabirds. Chapter 65 Girlfriend on Duty. Chapter 65 Girlfriend on Duty. Hearing Ning Shu say this, Tang Xiaowu felt a little embarrassed and twisted his body. He also sacrificed himself for others. It's for everyone. Jiang Yao nodded, got up, and said, Classmate Gur may not be able to control herself. If someone must control Lu Zhe as a girlfriend, I think no one is more suitable than me. After all, we were classmates in high school and partners in the figure skating club. I object. Tang Xiaowu pointed at Jiang Yao with disdain. Everyone, look at Yao's appearance. The 3 of them looked together. Jiang Yao was seen sitting there like a little duck, with one of her suspenders hanging to the side, her mouth pouting, her long hair messy, her eyes aggrieved, and her every move full of charm. Lin Qianqian held her forehead and sighed. Yao, I can't stand you like this, let alone Lu Zhe. Tang Xiaowu stated. In short, Yao absolutely cannot do that. Ning Shu nodded. Yao can't do it. Guerrer can't do it. It seems that I, as the class monitor, am the only one who can do it. You? Jiang Yao and Tang Xiaowu said together. The squad leader is even worse. Ning Shu was puzzled. Why can't I do it? Jiang Yao said quietly. Speaking of which, you're the only one who knows the most about that kind of thing, squad leader. Tang Xiaowu nodded. Yes, if you always read improper books, your heart must be improper. Ning Shu said angrily. What's wrong with me? I'm very pure. I just have a wider range of knowledge. Jiang Yao sighed slowly. In this case, I'm afraid you will lead Xiaozhou astray. Tang Xiaohua shook his head like a rattle. Tang Xiaohua can't do it, Jiang Yao can't do it, and Ning Shu can't do it either. At this time, Lin Qianqian said weakly, since no one could do it, then I will do it. She thought for a moment and then said, it's a good opportunity to try to change some of my weird attitudes. What? Do you want Lu Zhe to help you change your Yuri tendencies? This way you will be safe. Anyway, Qianqian can't do it either. At this time, Ning Shu suddenly thought of a solution. How about this? We do the duty. What duty? Starting today, everyone will take turns being Lu Zhe's girlfriend on duty for a day, responsible for supervising and restraining him. The others will supervise the girlfriend on duty. Be sure not to cross the line. In short, make sure he restrains his lustful emotions. Girlfriend on duty, this is okay. Tang Xiaohua snapped his fingers. Wait, don't cross the line. What does it mean to cross the line? At most, it's just holding hands. Anything beyond holding hands is considered crossing the line. Holding hands. Jiang Yao thought of the night when she fell asleep, leaning on Lu Zhe's shoulder. Those things that happened before, they all crossed the line. Those related to survival don't count. Jiang Yao nodded. Then I think this is feasible. What about you, Qianqian? Lin Qianqian blushed and pursed her lips. I have no objection. Ning Shu nodded, looking into the distance with a deep and solemn look. Sisters, I declare. The second plan to rescue classmate Lu Zhe has officially started. Hey, why are you lying down again? The three girls lazily said together. Too tired. Ning Shu shrugged. Since you're all tired, I, as the squad leader, will be the first girlfriend on duty on the first day. It will be a good opportunity to set an example for you guys and let you understand the specific work process, so as to facilitate future work. Any opinions? Tang Xiaohua reminded. Remember what you said, squad leader, don't cross the line. You guys are still worried about me. Jiang Yao sighed. As a professor-level old dirty woman, is indeed not very reassuring. What are you talking about? Lin Qianqian shook her hands weakly. Squad leader, I'll cheer you on. Let's talk about Lu Zhe. I tried to shoot boobies with a slingshot, but I couldn't find a stone that was round enough, so the trajectory of the shot was crooked. But fortunately, stones are inexhaustible. He shot more than 20 times and finally hit a boobie. To be precise, he was aiming at one and ended up hitting the one next to it. If you don't focus on the process, the result is still good. Then he quickly pulled out a straw rope from his pocket and tied the wings and legs of the boobie that was caught in the bullet together. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new source of protein, the red-footed boobie. It turns out that this guy is called a red-footed boobie. No wonder its web feet are so red. Then the information about the red-footed boobie came to his mind. This is a large seabird that lives widely in the Pacific and Indian Oceans. Because of its delicious meat, low IQ, and ease of catching, it is hunted in large numbers by some islanders and has become a protected species in some countries because of its being eaten so much. It's edible and delicious. That's enough, no matter whether it is animal protection or not. Didn't Mr. Luo say that when you can't survive in the wild, if you want to eat golden monkeys, eat golden monkeys. If you want to eat Siberian tigers, eat Siberian tigers. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have to be able to catch and defeat it. All in all, it's really worth being happy about getting the boobie. The problem is how to eat it. There's no fire. Forget it. Let's talk about it later. Lu Zhe carried the boobie back to the camp. Several girls opened their eyes wide. Ning Shu exclaimed, Lu Zhe, you really caught it. Lu Zhe boasted a little. For me, it's just an elementary task. It's extremely easy. As he said this, he hung the boobie on a branch. That Lu Zhe? What is it? We have something we want to talk to you about. Seeing that the four girls all seemed to be worried, Lu Zhe was also a little curious. What's the matter? Please sit down first. Lu Zhe sat down in a daze. It looks quite formal. It's quite formal. Ning Shu coughed twice and said, It's about you. Me, what's wrong? In order to ensure the harmony and stability of life on the deserted island, and the stability and unity of the survival team, I had decided to launch the 4+1 activity of mutual assistance among classmates from now on. Lu Zhe was confused. What the hell? In short, I will be your girlfriend on duty today. Wait, Lu Zhe was even more confused. Girlfriend on duty? What the hell? I'm responsible for supervising you, but also for protecting you. Why are you still on duty? 1 day per person. Lu Zhe thought about it and his eyes lit up. What's going on? Can you explain it more clearly? From today on, each of us will be your temporary girlfriend for a day, but we will only care about and understand each other, and help each other to overcome all kinds of emotions and strange thoughts that are not conducive to survival. Lu Zhe thought about it and thought it would be a good idea to have 4 beautiful girls in class serve as his girlfriends on duty every day. But, hey, from the beginning until now, I've been thinking about problems from the perspective of survival. It's you guys who always have weird ideas. Where do we have it? Then where do I get it? Then explain to me what you're going to do with this thing. As he spoke, Ning Shu picked up the small blue bag and waved it proudly in front of Lu Zhe. Chapter 66, Using Strange Things to Make Fire. Chapter 66, Making Fire with Strange Things. This is not Fong. Lu Zhe was just about to mention the instant noodle seasoning packet when he suddenly felt something was wrong. Looking at it more carefully, I was suddenly shocked. Damn, this is not a seasoning packet. It's a condom. You got it wrong. But can I be blamed for this? Who would have thought that someone would stuff in a bag of instant noodles and throw it away? And it's still unopened. Now that I think about it, it's no wonder that a few girls wanted to talk. It turned out that they misunderstood that I was going to use this thing on them. At this moment, Lu Zhe seemed to have thought of something. He looked at the sky and immediately became excited. Give it to me now. What are you going to do? Ning Shu hid the thing behind him. I don't have time to explain. Just give it to me now. Oh, although Ning Shu was puzzled, she still handed the thing to Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe took it in his hand and consulted the survival manual in his mind. In the wild, there are several main ways to make fire, including drilling wood, using flint, using natural fire from lightning or magma, and using convex lenses to focus sunlight to make fire. Among these, the most time-saving, labor-saving, and safest way is to focus light to make fire. The difficulty of this method lies in the inability to obtain a convex lens or substitute items. Now, wouldn't a TT filled with seawater be a perfect convex lens? I looked up at the time again. It was already 5 o'clock. The sun would set in a while. Although the sunset was not as hot now, the light was still sufficient. Hurry up, and you might actually start fire. He quickly tore open the small bag and took out a new TT. When the 4 girls saw this thing, they huddled together in fear. It's really something indecent. What is Lu Zhe going to do? Calm down. Ready? Ready to use it on us? Lu Zhe, don't make things difficult for others. If you want to come for me. Lu Zhe ignored them and broke off some branches and rubbed some hay chips. Lu Zhe, are you listening to us? No time. Then, he took the TT and the bottle and quickly ran to the beach. After a while, he ran back. I saw that he was holding a big water ball with a cute little Chi-Chi on it. Then he cut some branches and hay and placed them on the ground, using water balls to greet the last sunshine of the day. A bright spot condensed on the hay. It was not until now that the 4 girls understood what Lu Zhe was going to do with TT. I think I understand. So, it turns out that it's about making a fire. Squad leader, didn't you say? Oh my God, this is so embarrassing. The 4 girls looked at each other, feeling extremely stupid. Yes, they're just using TT to make a fire. It was them who not only imagined a lot of obscene things, but also came up with ridiculous things like the girlfriend on duty. The 4 girls sat there awkwardly, watching the bright spot turn into a black spot, the black spot turn into a black hole, and then smoke came out. Lu Zhe blew and flames came out of the black hole. What are you still standing there for? Go find some more branches. A few girls knew they were in the wrong, so they all let out an oh and dragged their extremely tired bodies to look for it separately. Soon they found a small pile. These branches were enough for Lu Zhe to start a fire, but not enough to keep it burning for long. At this time, the sun just set below the sea level. It was too late to go to the forest to chop wood, so I just picked up some sticks and used them together. Night falls. The firewood in the fire began to crackle. It brought warmth and comfort to everyone. Lu Zhe killed and plucked the booby, then propped it up with branches and roasted it over the fire. So, you used TT to make fire? Ning Shu said awkwardly with a red face. What else? Lu Zhe sneered. Tell me, who has the weirdest thoughts in his mind? The 3 girls pointed at Ning Shu together again. Ning Shu's face was filled with shame. We thought. Oh, I can't go on. It's all the monitor's fault. He led us astray. Lu Zhe suddenly asked a soul-searching question. I vaguely remember one of you saying, come at me. Who is it? Jiang Yao shrugged. It's not me. Tang Xiaowu shook his head. It's not me either. Lin Qianqian sighed. It's not me either. Ning Shu blushed and waved her hands. Hey, didn't I think you were going to go wild? After all, we are classmates. I can't bear to see you hurt other girls, nor do I want to see you go astray. So, I am ready to sacrifice myself to save you. At most, I will be the only one who suffers. Lu Zhe snorted and laughed. Aren't you afraid that I will really come? Ning Shu blushed. Who? Who is afraid of who? Tang Xiaoguo pointed at Ning Shu and shouted in contempt. It sounds like you are very conscious, but in fact you are the most scheming one, squad leader. Jiang Yao nodded. I am worried about Xiaozhen now. Misunderstanding, all misunderstanding. Ning Shu nudged Lu Zhe with her elbow and said, Lu Zhe, just treat it as a joke. You don't be angry, okay? Angry? Lu Zhe smiled and deliberately put his arm around Ning Shu's shoulders. I won't be angry if you give me a beautiful girlfriend for free. By the way, the squad leader is accompanying me today. Who will be on duty tomorrow? Ning Shu asked in confusion, huh? Huh? The three girls were shocked. No. What's wrong? We decided to take turns being the supervisor because we were afraid that you might not behave properly. Overseer? Jiang Yao explained. Yes, I was on duty as a supervisor in the name of my girlfriend. Lu Zhe nodded. You are afraid that I am a pervert, and then you treat me as your girlfriend and control me. Why can't I understand your train of thought? If you don't understand, then don't understand. Anyway, this is something only your best friends would do to you, so don't take it seriously. Not good. Lu Zhe didn't really take it seriously, but he thought that it was inappropriate to always sign in secretly. Wouldn't it be much more convenient if there was a fixed sign-in person every day? But he pretended to be hurt. I started a fire twice and was misunderstood by you twice. Is this what best friends should do? I'm so sad. Several girls panicked. The strong sense of guilt made them feel a little overwhelmed. Tang Xiaoguo pouted. Then what do you say we should do? Have no idea. I'm sorry. I need effective psychological comfort. Lin Qianqian said. Then, shall I sing a song for you? Lu Zhe shook his head. Jiang Yao said. Can I give you a back rub? Lu Zhe shook his head. Tang Xiaoguo stretched out her little feet and said, Isn't it okay for me to let you touch my feet? Lu Zhe frowned. Tang Xiaoguo, can't you be a little more normal? This is just bullshit psychological comfort. Tang Xiaoguo shrugged. Then what do you say we should do? Of course you have to take responsibility for what you said. Ning Shu thought for a moment and said, You mean we should continue to be your girlfriend on duty? Lu Zhe snapped his fingers and said, Right? You guys work out a duty roster and give it to me later. I want to see if the boobies are ready. After saying that, Lu Zhe happily stood up and went to prepare the roasted boobie. The four girls were left looking at each other. Monitor, you got everyone involved? Chapter 67 Day 8, Searching for a New Island. Chapter 67 Day 8, Searching for a New Island. The roasted boobie coated with honey and oyster sauce has an enticing aroma, but it is a little hot. There are also fragrant sweet potatoes. Lu Zhe blew for a while, then used a dinner knife to cut open the thighs, chest meat, and torso. It's such a blessing to be able to have such a delicious meal when you are exhausted. Divide it into 5 portions, put it on broad leaves, keep 1 portion for yourself, and give the rest to the 4 girls. Ning Shu handed the notebook to Lu Zhe and said, Well, Monday is Yao Yao, Tuesday is me, Wednesday is Qian Qian, Thursday is Ger, and Friday to Sunday are all the same. It's not you today? Why is it still you on Tuesday? Today is just an internship. Lu Zhe nodded. Hey, what's the schedule? In order of size. Oh. Lu Zhe looked at the chests of several people and gave an expression of realization. Suddenly, Ning Shu seemed to realize something. Damn, Lu Zhe, what are you thinking about? As he said that, he reached out to twist Lu Zhe, who was confused. Hey, what are you doing? Let's see if you dare to drive casually. Lu Zhe looked innocent. How could I drive? Ning Shu said word by word. I'm talking about age. Lu Zhe blinked. What else? Ning Shu was so angry that she lost all her temper. I'll say it again, girlfriend is fine, but you can't go beyond holding hands. Even kissing is not allowed? Of course not. Then last time in, Ning Shu glared and said, Okay, only light touches, no French style. Hi, you know a lot. The roasted boobies gave off an enticing aroma. Tang Xiaoguo took a deep sniff and said, Wow, it's hard to imagine that I can eat such delicious seagulls on a deserted island. It's a boobie. Look, this chicken leg is so fat. Again, it's a boobie. Why are its feet red? This is a red-footed boobie, a seabird found across the Pacific Islands. Lin Qianqian thought for a moment and said, I know that in the South China Sea, there's another more precious species, the blue-footed boobie, which is a national second-class protected animal. Tang Xiaoguo said, I don't care whether it is a protected animal or not. It looks easy to catch. The flight attendant lady shouldn't starve to death. Lu Zhe shook his head. You think it's easy to catch because I caught it. Why don't you catch one and try? The friends chatted while eating a whole booby and 5 sweet potatoes. They were still not satisfied, so they ate some coconut meat as a dessert. After eating and drinking, several people lay down by the fire to rest. They really didn't have the energy to build a shelter, so that night the 5 of them lay close together on the sandy grass and fell into a deep sleep. In the morning, the sunlight shines through the leaves of the trees and onto Lu Zhe's face. He stretched and sat up. Look at the watch. It's 6:30 in the morning. It is now June 17th, the 8th day of being stranded on the desert island. Look at the sea. The waves are washing over the beach, leaving puddles of foam. The coastline in the distance was endless and monotonous to the point of making people collapse, but there was still no sign of the rescue team. Everyone recovered their physical strength well after this night, except that their arms and legs were very sore. This is because of muscle soreness caused by excessive exercise the day before. Ningshu and Lin Qianqian prepare breakfast. It's still roasted coconut meat and kelp crab soup. The 5 of them had a simple meal to fill their stomachs. Lu Zhe thought that he should consider further exploring the island to find sustainable fresh water and find a flight attendant. So he asked everyone if they could take action. Yao Yao, how is her ankle? I'm almost recovered. As long as I don't run or jump, I'll be fine. Lu Zhe nodded. Gora, what about you? What's wrong with me? Weren't you bitten by a snake before? Tang Xiaohua shook his feet. I'm recovered, and I'm very flexible. Where's squad leader Qianqian? I've been fine. Me too. Then we can go together. Jiang Yao happily walked up to Lu Zhe and said, Hi, dear. Don't forget, I'm your girlfriend on duty today. Ningshu said, Hey, girlfriend rule number 3, don't use cheesy names. Jiang Yao smiled and said, I know, squad leader. Brother Xiaozhe, what are your plans for today? Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, This time we will act together and search the East Coast, looking for the flight attendant on the one hand and for sustainable fresh water resources on the other. After breakfast, we will set off. That's all. When it comes to traveling, the 4 girls are all excited. After making a plan, Lu Zhe put all the supplies into a school bag, then chopped open the coconuts, cut a small bottle to make a funnel, and asked several girls to help fill the bottles with coconut water for easy carrying. The coconut water you put into the bottle must be consumed on the same day, otherwise it will go bad. Jiang Yao helped Lu Zhe pack up the big stuff. Seeing the fire, she asked, What about the campfire? Should we take it with us? Lu Zhe shook the empty TT and said, This journey may be a bit long, and it is not convenient to bring fire. As long as there is sunlight and sea water, we can use TT to make a fire. Jiang Yao nodded. If I hadn't been stranded on a deserted island, I really wouldn't have known that this little thing could be used in this way. You don't understand. Lu Zhe explained, In the wild, it is not only useful for this, but can also be used as a tourniquet, life jacket, water storage bag, cooling bag, trap, oxygen cylinder, and even as a slingshot. Jiang Yao nodded. I'm ignorant. It seems that the last thing it is suitable for in the wild is to do its job. Yao Yao, does this count as driving? Jiang Yao pouted. Of course not. If it's a girl, can I ask her to drive? In less than half an hour, everything was ready. Lu Zhe put on his backpack, carried his newly made harpoon and stone axe, put out the campfire, and walked southwest along the beach with the 4 girls. Everyone was joking while collecting supplies. It feels like an outing. Jiang Yao held Lu Zhe's hand and faced the sea breeze. At that moment, she felt as if she owned the world. Hey, I think it's much more interesting than a picnic. You can't pick up so many interesting things on a picnic. Tang Xiaohua picked up a children's toy water gun. Although it is a bit crude, it can actually squirt water when filled with water. The little girl was so happy that she started to spray water with a water gun. Lin Qianqian picked up a complete glass canning jar, washed it, and happily put it in the package. This could be used to pickle pickles. Scavenging is fun sometimes. It's just that I'm embarrassed to do it in my old city. Hey, look what this is. Jiang Yao saw a black cloth, shook it open, and saw that it was actually a pair of men's sports shorts. Although a bit old, it is not damaged. Normally, if she saw something like this, she would definitely avoid it with disgust. But at this moment, she ran over happily. Xiaozhe, you try it. Lu Zhe smiled bitterly. How can I try it now? 2. Jiang Yao nodded. This has been soaked in the seawater for a long time, and there's a lot of seaweed on it. It is very dirty. I will wash it for you later, dry it, and rub off the salt stains before wearing it. Okay. Jiang Yao folded her shorts and put them in a plastic bag. Tang Xiaohua pouted jealously. Look, you're already showing concern. Ning Su Sikit. Yeah. then change the subject. When I get back, I'll open a scrap collection station and everyone can come work here. We can recall the good old days and pick up scraps on the street every day. Tang Xiao will express his position. Squad leader, if you dare to open it, I will dare to go. Jiang Yao gave a thumbs up. You are a waste collector after graduating from college. You're really talented, squad leader. Chapter 68 found the flight attendant sisters camp. Chapter 68 found the flight attendants camp. Lin Qianqian said happily, only on the deserted island can we happily pick up things. Back in the city, it becomes boring. Tang Xiaowa nodded. That's right. Lin Qianqian is full of hope for the future. We still have to study hard, then take the postgraduate entrance examination together and find a good job. Graduate school entrance exam. Jiang Yao hesitated for a moment. Hey, Lu Zhe, do you want to take the postgraduate entrance examination? Lu Zhe, what are you doing? A few people were chatting, but they found that Lu Zhe ran to the pile of reefs in front and started looking. What? Good stuff. Come and see. Several girls came over to take a look. I saw strange shellfish growing on every reef, so densely packed that people with trypophobia would feel uncomfortable seeing them. Lu Zhe's eyes lit up. Jiang Yao twisted her body and frowned. Why are there so many oysters? I must be suffering from trypophobia. Originally, these oysters grow in groups on the reefs, and people on the coast are too lazy to eat them. It's just that we didn't find a large gathering place of oysters before, but we found one this time. Great, this will last for a long time. Lu Zhe nodded. With these oysters, we will have enough protein. When we have a pot in the future, we can also use them to make oyster sauce. This is a whole area. It's a pity that there is no minced garlic, vermicelli, and chili peppers. Otherwise, I would eat it every day and never get tired of it. Want to get some to eat? Lu Zhe shook his head. The main task today is to find water and survivors. We can build a temporary camp not far from here and eat whatever we want then. How about a name like Oyster Beach? Good. Lin Qianqian took out a small notebook and wrote down the location of the Oyster Beach, then continued walking forward. After walking about another 2 kilometers, we finally found traces of human activities. Look, coconuts. It's not uncommon to see the occasional coconut on the beach, but seeing more than 30 coconuts arranged in the shape of an SOS on the sand is something worth noting. Ning Shu couldn't help but sigh. Tsk, look at them. They're so wealthy, yet they use coconuts to signal for help. Several people ran over quickly. Lu Zhe discovered that the distress signal was not only made by the coconuts. There were a few coconuts scattered next to a protruding rock. Looking closely, almost all of the coconuts had signs of being smashed, but only 1/3 of them were smashed open. It can be seen how much effort the survivors put in to open these coconuts. But these coconuts are not enough to prove that the person who ended up here was the flight attendant. Then, Tang Xiaowa found another snack bag. Look at this. Lu Zhe took it and looked at it. It was Lay's potato chips, tomato flavor. There's still a faint potato chip flavor in it, but there's no visible leftover residue. Lu Zhe said, if it came from the ocean, the smell must have evaporated. The fact that there is still a smell means that it was eaten recently. Jiang Yao said, look, he even turned the bag over and licked all the crumbs out of it. Ning Shu thought for a moment and said, it must be that flight attendant lady. She shouted at the top of her lungs. Is there anyone there? Is there anyone there? Several other girls also started shouting. Lu Zhe did not shout, but continued searching, but there was no response. Then he found something even more convincing. A blue trolley bag for stewardesses. Open. Inside were empty bread bags, beef jerky bags and ham sausage skins, chocolate wrappers, a 2L Civil Aviation mineral water bottle, and an empty 2L orange juice bottle. I don't know how much was left before. Lu Zhe clearly remembered that on the plane, the flight attendant helped Ning Shu fill the space cup with water using a water bottle like this one. In addition, the orange juice is also in standard bottles that are poured for passengers. Lu Zhe felt slightly relieved. It seemed that her start to survival was much better than his own. But the food will soon be gone, so what happens next? Can it last 8 days? Then he found her wallet in her backpack, which made his heart tighten suddenly. At this time, Lin Qianqian shouted, everyone come and take a look at this. Several people walked over and saw traces of fire in the middle of some stones. There was a large shell on top of them, and some unidentified objects were boiled inside. The fire was out long ago. The contents of the shells attracted large numbers of large ants. Lu Zhe concluded that the wisp of smoke he saw at the time might have come from this fire. Seeing this, Ning Shu was surprised and said, it's amazing, they actually started a fire. Lu Zhe picked up the broken cell phone battery and half a piece of chocolate tin foil nearby. Luckily, the young lady's cell phone has power and has not been soaked in seawater. I just don't know if she made any calls. Tang Xiaohua asked in confusion. Where did the flight attendant go? Lin Qianqian thought for a moment and asked, maybe he went to the beach to catch fish or to the forest to look for food? Lin Qianqian touched the cooled fire and said worriedly, but it seems like the fire has been out for a long time. If we're going to find food, there is no need to put out the campfire. Jiang Yao thought for a moment and asked, did they find a better place to survive and move their camp? Tang Xiaohua said, this is possible. Didn't we move the camp before? Lu Zhe took out Ruan Bing's backpack and asked, if we move the camp, will we throw away this backpack? Several girls exclaimed, oh my God, it's really the stewardess's suitcase. Lin Qianqian thought for a moment and said, this is a very important survival resource. We cannot throw it away no matter what. Jiang Yao guessed. Maybe the rescue team came and took her away? She thought the backpack was useless and left it here. Lu Zhe shook his head and took out Ruan Bing's wallet. What about this? Several people were stunned. Open. Inside were her ID card, work ID, and bank card. Other things can be discarded, but these things cannot be thrown away. Ning Shu said, maybe when the rescue team came, she fainted and the rescue team didn't find the bag. Lu Zhe checked the beach and shook his head. I can't see any foreign ships docked or any traces of other people. Just then, Lu Zhe noticed the things cooking on the shell slices. It's mushrooms. Lin Qianqian also discovered the food inside. I know, this is oyster mushroom. This mushroom looks a bit like an ordinary oyster mushroom, but because it has been cooked, it has become a bit twisted and deformed. Lu Zhe reached out his hand and used 2 fingers to pick out the moldy food. Information about this kind of thing came to my mind. Ding. Dangerous stuff. Psilocybe mushrooms. Contains neurotoxins. Hallucinogenic. Lu Zhe immediately threw away the mushroom in his hand. Then, a lot of information about this mushroom appeared in my mind. Toxic and hallucinogenic. In many places, criminals even cultivate this mushroom as a substitute for drugs. The fact that the mushrooms were cooked in shells suggests that the flight attendant may have eaten this type of mushroom. I hope the flight attendant is dead. Chapter 69. The way the flight attendant opens the door is wrong. Chapter 69. The way the flight attendant opens is wrong. Oh my God, so that's how it is. What's wrong? This is psilocybin mushroom, a poisonous mushroom that can cause hallucinations. In the medical field, it can be used as an antidepressant, but taking too much can be life-threatening. Some criminals have made it into a drug. Jiang Yao said in horror. Could it be that she ate poisonous mushrooms? Lu Zhe nodded. Well, it's very likely. Isn't that dangerous? Given the current situation, she must have eaten it, but we don't know how much she ate. What should we do then? Now, we can only find her as soon as possible and then consider helping her induce vomiting and detoxification. Lu Zhe knew that this was also a stopgap measure. If one took too long to eat, most of the toxins would be absorbed and the effect of vomiting would be greatly reduced. However, there's another possibility that Lu Zhe did not mention. That is, the flight attendant had hallucinations after eating poisonous mushrooms, thought that a rescue team had come from the sea, and then ran into the sea to feed the sharks. Or maybe she ran into the jungle, got lost, and died in the jungle. But Lu Zhe also told himself to be mentally prepared. Be realistic. Although this flight attendant was a nice person, her relationship with them was a little bad after all. This time I came to the volcanic island not for her, but for a better living environment and more useful resources. As for her, of course it would be great if we could save him. But if we can't save her, we have to be open-minded and just say that she is not destined to have that fate. To be more realistic, if it was a man, Lu Zhe wouldn't even want him to survive. It sounds cruel, but there is no way. Resources are limited, and there are 4 beautiful girls. Without the constraints of law and morality, it would be strange if we had no ideas. On a deserted island, the first thing to consider is your own safety and the safety of your companions. But now, Lu Zhe really wanted to know where she was. Even if he's dead, I also want to find out how she died. This would help him to understand the island from all angles. Now there's no way to search in the sea. Lu Zhe decided to look in the jungle to see if he could find some clues. This place can be used as a temporary camp. Everyone stay here. I'm going to go to the woods to see if she has gone into the woods. Let's go together. Lu Zhe thought about it. The tropical jungle is too dangerous. There are poisonous insects, snakes, and ants. I am afraid I can't take care of everyone if we go together. How about this? One person will stay with me. And if I need to carry something out, You can help me get it. Jiang Yao said. I'm your girlfriend on duty. I'll go with you. Lu Zhe shook his head. This is not an expedition. It's about survival and saving lives. Besides, your inguirus injuries haven't fully healed yet, and your shoes are not suitable for exploring the jungle. Can you run when you need to? Jiang Yao nodded regretfully. Okay, I'll stay here too. Give me the TT. I'll try to use it to make a fire. Lu Zhe gave the TT to Jiang Yao. Tang Xiao said, So I can't go either? That's right. Lin Xianxian said, Brother Xiaozhe, I will go with you. Ning Shu also said, If you happen to run into that stewardess who is unconscious, Lu Zhe, you carry her on your back. Qin Xian takes the things, and someone will need to take care of you. I'll go with you too. Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, You two are fine, but you can't wear slippers or sandals when you enter the jungle, lest you step on poisonous insects. Change back into your own shoes. No. Also, once you enter the forest, you must follow my steps closely and obey me in everything in the jungle. Clear. Yao Yao, or if you encounter a snake, you can use a wooden stick to hit the ground to scare it away. Don't pick it up easily, as the snake may crawl up along the stick and bite you. In short, you must be careful. Jiang Yao nodded. Don't worry. Lu Zhe filled 2 bottles of coconut water and took Ning Shu and Qian Qian into the woods. Then, they discovered that the types of vegetation on Volcano Island were far more diverse than on Yoke Island. The Chinese juniper, Houtuania cordata, raspberry, purslane, blackberry, and abaca found on Danhuang Island were all found here. There are also bananas. Real bananas. The ripe fruit can be eaten. Even if the fruit is not ripe, the core, flowers, and roots of the banana can be eaten. If someone who knew about these wild vegetables were stranded here, they would never risk picking mushrooms due to lack of carbohydrate sources. Now, Lu Zhe had no intention of collecting these wild vegetables and fruits. He held a harpoon in one hand and a stone axe in the other and walked carefully into the depths of the forest. Lin Xianxian had never seen such a dense rainforest. She grabbed Lu Zhe's collar and couldn't help but feel a little scared. Hey, Xiaozhe, do you think there are tigers, lions, wolves, or anything like that in here? Lu Zhe shook his head. Don't worry about that. The food chain on the island generally does not allow large, pure carnivores to appear. Lin Xianxian let out a long sigh. Oh, but if there are no lions, tigers, and wolves, I cannot guarantee that there are no small feline carnivores such as caracals and leopard cats, as well as omnivorous wild boars, wild bears, and other creatures, which may be more dangerous than tigers. Ning Shu shuddered. Haha, it's really not an easy level. Lin Xianxian asked again, Is there anything more dangerous than them? Yes. In the tropical jungle, poisonous snakes, parasites, spiders, centipedes, mosquitoes, flies, and other poisonous insects are much more dangerous than carnivorous mammals. But there is one thing that Lu Zhe did not say. He was afraid of scaring the 2 girls. That's a python. Giant pythons often appear on the islands of Southeast Asia. Their enormous strangling force can easily crush a human's chest and then swallow the unconscious person alive. But at the same time, there are 2 sides to every coin. Islands where pythons live usually mean there are freshwater resources. The 3 people walked carefully for more than 100 meters and found a bamboo forest. After that, they could see a small bamboo forest every few distances. This is something to be happy about. Bamboo is a very important survival resource. It can not only be used to make various tools, but also store fresh water. Bamboo leaves can replace toilet paper, and bamboo shoots are also a very nutritious wild vegetable. It seems we have come to the right place. Is bamboo useful? It's very useful. If we had made a bamboo raft on Danhuang Island, the hollow bamboo would have provided greater buoyancy, and we could have come here 2 days earlier. I learned something new. Lin Xianxian took the notebook and started taking notes. Ning Shu smiled and said, I thought you were born in the year of the panda. Seeing bamboo is like seeing a relative. At this time, they heard a strange sound. Mom and Dad, save me. A crying female voice came from deep in the bamboo forest. Lu Zhe, Lin Xianxian, and Ning Shu were all shocked, and then they said in unison, Sister Flight Attendant. Something's wrong. Ning Shu frowned. At this time, what are you calling Mom and Dad for? Lin Xianxian shuddered. Your tone is still like that of a child. Lu Zhe clenched the stone axe and said, No matter what, let's go and take a look first. Chapter 70, When Will You Two Have a Daughter? Chapter 70, When Will You Two Have a Daughter? The 3 of them quickly ran towards the sound. I ran about 20 meters. They saw a woman in a dirty stewardess uniform lying helplessly on the ground in the bamboo forest. She was wearing one high-heeled shoe, and the other was scattered on the side. She was crying and mumbling to herself. The flight attendant is called Ruan Bing. It's really her. Just 5 meters away from her, a 7 or 8 meter long python was slowly crawling toward her. This scene made Lu Zhe sweat. Oh my God! If it was a few seconds later, this young lady would have been dead. The three people quickly shouted, "There is danger, run." The python had poor hearing and did not respond to the calls. However, Ruan Bing was also indifferent. The 1.7 meter tall, beautiful, and elegant flight attendant. At this moment, I really seemed like an ignorant child, lying there helplessly calling for my dad and mom. Without giving it much thought, Lu Zhe handed the harpoon to Lin Qianqian and rushed towards the python with the stone axe. "Lu Zhe, what are you going to do? Don't worry about me. Find a chance to drag her away." Ah! He rushed straight to the python, raised the stone axe, and chopped off the python's neck. He knew that if he hit the target with this blow, everything would be fine. If you miss, you might get into trouble. If you get entangled by this guy and have your chest strangled, you'll be killed no matter how strong you are. Fortunately, the axe hit the python's neck accurately, but it was also a bit of pity. The stone axe had chopped too much wood, and the axe blade was no longer as sharp as it was at the beginning. Even with nearly 3 times the force, it was not able to chop off the python's head in one go. The python felt pain and quickly curled up into a ball. The snake's head retracted into its coiled body, like a twisted pile of feces. Lu Zhe couldn't hit the vital parts anymore. Fortunately, the python had no time to care about the prey in front of it. Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian took this opportunity to pull Ruan Bing aside. "What should I do, Lu Zhe?" Lu Zhe didn't want to get entangled with the snake any longer. "Let's go back to the camp." Having said that, he gave the axe to Ning Shu, turned around, picked up Ruan Bing, and returned the same way. "Lu Zhe, slow down. We can't keep up." "Okay, you guys need to hurry up too." Lin Qianqian and Ning Shu followed Lu Zhe closely, not daring to fall behind even a step. The 3 men ran for 10 minutes and arrived at a rock in an open space, all gasping for breath. Only then did Lu Zhe realize that Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian's legs and shoes were wet. It turned out that they had both wet their pants out of fright. At this time, it doesn't matter whether they pee their pants or not. As long as your legs are not weak, just give a thumbs up to the 2 young ladies. Chasing. I didn't catch up. No, I didn't see it. Lu Zhe took 2 breaths and said, "It's seriously injured. It won't chase us in the short term." Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian were still worried, so they stood back to back, watching in different directions. How can there be such a thing in the jungle? I was scared to death. If it had been a step later, Sister Bing might have become a snack for the python. By the way, how is she? Lu Zhe laid Ruan Bing flat on the stone, only to find that her face was pale and weak, just in terms of appearance and figure. This is a pretty perfect woman, different from the 4 girls. Not only is it beautiful, but it also has a bit of maturity and intelligence. But at this moment, there was a childlike innocence in his eyes. Lu Zhe saw that she was still wearing her work badge, which read, China Southern Airlines, Ruan Bing. He patted her face softly. "Sister Bing, it's us. Wake up." Ruan Bing opened her big watery eyes and looked at them. Suddenly, she pouted and cried out, "Dad, Mom, sister, you are finally here. The big snake wants to eat me." Bing Bing was so scared. As she said that, she threw herself into Lu Zhe's arms. This time, all 3 of them were stunned. The former flight attendant now spoke and behaved like an underage child. Lu Zhe scratched his head. "Oh my God, what's going on? She doesn't recognize us anymore. I think this is more serious than not recognizing us. She must be at least 25 or 26 years old. How could she recognize us as her parents?" Lu Zhe thought for a moment with a serious expression. It must be the toxicity of the psilocybin mushrooms that caused her hallucinations. We have to find a way to induce vomiting in her. But now, she hugged Lu Zhe and Ning Shu tightly, crying like a child. The jungle is full of dangers and is not a place to induce vomiting. Calm him down first, and talk about it when he's safe. Lu Zhe picked Ruan Bing up and said, "Bing Bing, be good. Your parents will protect you." This scene was so shocking that Ning Shu forgot about being scared to death and burst out laughing. "Lu Zhe, can you please stop teasing me?" Lu Zhe frowned and whispered, "We're just brewing our feelings, be serious." Ning Shu waved her hands. "Sorry, I just couldn't help it." After a while, when they saw no python chasing them, the 3 of them took Ruan Bing back to the camp. At this time, Jiang Yao and Tang Xiao had already lit a fire with the TT water ball and were picking up branches and adding firewood. "Hurry, the stewardess found it." "Oh my God, I really found it, thank God." "Wow, You guys are amazing. The two girls quickly put down their work and used clothes to arrange a place. Lu Zhe laid Ruan Bing flat. He wanted to stand up, but found that Ruan Bing was pulling his fingers. Bing Bing wants daddy. As soon as these words were spoken, Tang Xiaohua and Zhang Yao's jaws almost hit their feet. What's going on? Tang Xiaohua pretended to be angry. When did you give birth to another daughter? Lu Zhe pointed at Ning Shu and said, ask the monitor about this. She is the mother of the child. Jiang Yao pinched her waist. Humph, what are you doing behind my back? Ning Shu frowned. Don't talk nonsense. Lu Zhe said it was caused by poisonous mushrooms, which damage his brain, and now his cognition is a bit distorted. Besides, even if you give birth to a child, you can't give birth to a child who is several years older than you. It's quite a bit different. We need to induce vomiting in her now. Lin Qianqian asked, how to induce vomiting? Lu Zhe held Ruan Bing's shoulders and said solemnly, little Bing Bing, you ate something bad. You need to spit out now, okay? Ruan Bing nodded obediently, tried to dry heave twice, and shook her head pitifully. Bing Bing can't vomit. Let me do it. Ning Shu stretched out his fingers and dug into Ruan Bing's throat, making Ruan Bing scream. That won't work either. Jiang Yao sighed. Why is this happening? Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, after living alone on a deserted island for 7 or 8 days, facing hunger, thirst, cold, fear, and even death, people are most likely to think of people they can rely on. She ate psilocybin mushrooms, and because she missed her family too much, she had hallucinations and thought we were her family. Ning Shu asked anxiously, what should we do now? Lu Zhe checked the survival manual. He could induce vomiting by stimulating his companions with something fishy and smelly. Something fishy and smelly? It's okay to leave fish and shrimp overnight. Use poop. Hey, who wants to go to the bathroom? The 4 girls shook their heads at the same time like rattles. Lu Zhe said helplessly, really, it's gone when I really need it. Lu Zhe, don't you think this is too inhumane? Chapter 71 Weird and Effective First Aid Methods. Chapter 71 Weird and Effective First Aid Methods. Lu Zhe didn't use real poop. He found a sea urchin stranded on the beach not far away. He pried open the sea urchin with a table knife. Fortunately, there is still a lot of yellow in it. When I smelled it suddenly, there was a disgusting, fishy smell. It must have been dead for a while, so it cannot be eaten. It will definitely be okay to use it to induce vomiting. Tang Xiaohua came over and teased. Brother Xiaozhe, what are you preparing for? Your daughter is making trouble again. Lu Zhe teased. How can you still make trouble? Fisk, it's much more serious than mine, okay? Lu Zhe used his fingers to scrape off the sea urchin roe. Watch me deal with her. Over at Ruan Bing's side, Lin Qianqian and Jiang Yao were patiently coaxing her to vomit, but she was still crying, Bing Bing can't vomit. Please don't let Bing Bing vomit again. Lu Zhe nodded. Okay, Bing Bing, listen to your daddy and put this in your mouth so that you won't spit it out. Okay, Ruan Bing opened her mouth obediently and put Lu Zhe's finger in her mouth. It stinks. What is that? Lu Zhe nodded and said in a friendly manner, it smells good. It's your Aunt Guire's feces. Hey! Tang Xiaohua widened his eyes and bit Lu Zhe's arm, leaving a row of shallow teeth marks. Oops! Looking at Ruan Bing again, her devastated little face was extremely distorted, and then she vomited with a wow. A mess of stuff was vomited all over the floor. Jiang Yao couldn't help but sigh. Xiaozhe is really talented. He can even fake poop. After vomiting, he started to cry loudly. Dad bullies me. Dad gave Bing Bing unclean food. Bad dad. Ning Shu smiled bitterly and coaxed patiently. Bing Bing, don't cry. Dad actually loves you. He just wants you to spit out the dirty things. Ruan Bing nodded sensibly and cried until she was tired, so she buried her face in Ning Shu's arms. Maybe I was too tired and fell asleep soon. Ning Shu had no choice but to lean against a tree and hold her while the other 3 girls changed her dirty clothes. Lu Zhe took a look at what Ruan Bing vomited out, which had a sour and rotten smell. Need to know what she ate. But now it looks like it's almost all digested, so it's hard to tell what is what. But we have a golden finger. He ran his fingers lightly through the pile of vomit. Anything you touch will be notified. Ding! Grassroot digest. Wild chrysanthemum digest. Raw banana digest. Psilocybe residue, Hawaiian volcanic yellow bamboo residue. It seems that the flight attendant ate a lot of strange things to fill her stomach, including the hallucinogenic psilocybin mushrooms. Why is there Hawaiian volcanic yellow bamboo fungus? Check it out. It can actually be an aphrodisiac. I don't know if vomiting out these things now will alleviate the impact of toxins on the body. He then detected small amounts of chocolate and potato chip residue. I guess Sister Bing has been saving her snacks in order to stay alive longer, so she is still alive today. At this time, Lin Xianxian suddenly said in surprise, "Oh, why is there such a big lump on the young lady's arm?" After hearing what Lin Xianxian said, Lu Zhe quickly got up to check. Usually in the jungle, it is normal to get a small red bump on your body from mosquito bites, but this bump is abnormally large, with a small white dot on the top, which is still wriggling faintly. Several girls felt their scalps tingling. What the hell is this? Lu Zhe placed his finger on the small bag, and a message came to his mind, and his heart skipped a beat. It's a horsefly. What is a horsefly? Does it sting? Lu Zhe shook his head. This is a parasitic fly. It doesn't bite people, but lays its larvae on mosquitoes. When mosquitoes bite mammals, the eggs fall on the surface of the body and drill into the body. After maturing, they come out and transform into the second form. Jiang Yao thought about it and said, when it lays eggs, will the mosquito feel invaded? Is that the point? Ning Shu said, just thinking about a bug under your skin makes your scalp tingle. Hurry, hurry, get out quickly. Not yet. Lu Zhe's meditation survival manual contains the most scientific method of dealing with horsefly larvae. Lu Zhe suddenly remembered something. By the way, squad leader, do you still have a bottle of Vaseline hand cream? You wait. Ning Shu took out the 100 milliliters bottle of Vaseline hand cream from her bag. This is the maximum dose of skincare products allowed on an airplane. It has not been used since the first inspection of the supplies. What do you want this for? Lu Zhe scooped out some with his index finger and spread it evenly on the small bag. Tang Xiaohua asked in a daze, give it a beauty treatment? As Lu Zhe applied the Vaseline, he said, it's not impossible to directly remove the horsefly larvae, but it may cause the larvae to struggle and rupture, releasing biological acid that will infect the blood and cause greater pain to the patient. Applying Vaseline can isolate the air and cause the larvae to die. It will be much safer to remove them at this time. Tang Xiaohua nodded. So this thing also needs to breathe. Of course. At this time, Lin Xianxian said, Lu Zhe, she is bleeding. And, no, it's the calf. Lu Zhe took a look and found that the stockings on her calf were indeed torn and the wound was still bleeding. It's a fresh wound, probably caused in the jungle. After taking off the stockings, I suddenly found a wound about 5 centimeters long. Although it was not very deep, blood was still flowing out. Bandage it quickly. The wound was too long. Needs suturing. This that also requires tools. With light long hair and guoers earrings. Etc. There is something better? He suddenly thought of something. Don't bandage it yet, Yao Yao. Help me press the wound. I'll go find something. What are you looking for? Lu Zhe had already run away. He came to the place where the shells were boiled and searched carefully, and found what he was looking for. Hunt. Pick it up. Ding. Got the Hua's double-sectioned army ant. The following is an introduction to this ant. Aggression, medium. Bite force, high. Mouthpart size, medium. It's not as effective as the African army ants, but it can be used. You put the ant in a bottle, and then caught 10 more. Done. Lu Zhe, where have you been? Catch some ants. Why are you catching ants at this time? You'll find out soon enough. Pour some coconut water and clean the wound. Jiang Yao said, I'll pour the water. Fresh coconut water, cleanse the wound. Then pinch the epidermis. Help me pinch it. Let me do this. Lin Xianxian quickly reached out and grabbed it. Lu Zhe picked up an ant and placed it on the wound. The ant smelled the blood and opened its mouth parts to bite. At the moment of biting, Lu Zhe broke the ant's neck. The head and jaws remained on the wound, which closed tightly together. Chapter 72, Everyone Must Take a Shower. Chapter 72, Everyone Must Take a Shower. Lu Zhe threw away half of the ant's body, leaving only the head and mouth parts biting the wound tightly. Then the second one, and the third one. It took 7 ants to bite the wound tightly together. Lin Xianxian asked, what does this mean? Using ants to sew up wounds is a method used by African natives. This method causes less scars and is sometimes more reliable than needle and thread. Let's learn it. Jiang Yao was confused. Vaseline suffocates horseflies and suture wounds. Oh my God, what kind of weird knowledge have I learned? Tang Xiaohua sighed. I guess the horsefly never dreamed that it would die from lack of oxygen. Ning Shu also sighed. Ants would never have thought that they have the attributes of a tailor. Lin Xianxian let out a long sigh. Is this okay now? Not yet. Lu Zhe shook his head. I'm not sure if there are any other parasitic larvae on her body. If we want to eliminate the hidden dangers, we have to check it thoroughly every inch of her skin. Ningshu thought for a moment and said, "That means I have to take off every piece of clothing the young lady wears and check it?" Lu Zhe nodded. "That's right. So I have to ask you to take care of this matter." Qian became excited. "I will definitely live up to your trust." The other three girls imagined the feeling of tiny maggots crawling under their skin and nodded. "Let's start while she's asleep." Several girls helped Wan Bing take off her clothes. Jiang Yao suddenly asked worriedly, "What do you think? If she wakes up now, will she think we are starving and want to eat her?" Ningshu frowned and said, "Yao Yao, can you think more normally?" Uh-huh. Several girls began to check carefully, and fortunately, Ruan Bing only had a horsefly infestation on her arm. Jiang Yao sighed. "I didn't expect that she's actually F." Tang Xiaohua pouted. "How enviable." Ning Shu was helpless. "Can you two focus more normally? Look at Qian. Hey Qian, what are you looking at?" Lin Qian stared at Ruan Bing's thighs and murmured, "I found a suspicious little red." The three girls looked over, and their faces instantly blushed. Qian, your focus is even weirder. You can see everything here." Lu Zhe said he wanted to check every part of the skin. I just took a look. This place is really a bit suspicious. If it were really here, it would be a tragedy. But isn't it? Is it really hard to tell? This is also the first time I've observed from this perspective. Horsefly eggs. I say, should we ask Lu Zhe about this? I think we should let Lu Zhe confirm it. It's just that this position is a bit hard to describe. Several girls were in a dilemma, and finally Ning Shu made the decision. I think we should let Lu Zhe make the decision. Saving lives is more important than anything else. Lin Qian also nodded. I think so. When Lu Zhe is a doctor, patients shouldn't hide anything from doctors. Jiang Yao and Tang Xiaohua also gave approving looks. Lu Zhe, come here. What's going on? Look here. Lu Zhe turned around and looked in the direction Lin Qian pointed. He felt his brain buzzing and his nose almost bled. I'm still a virgin, but I am forced to watch such cruel scenes. You are really cruel. I am sorry, Lu Zhe. This is also to save lives. Just think of this as a test. If you pass it, it will prove that you are a true gentleman. Don't give me that. I'm not a gentleman. I'm just a normal boy. I'm shy, you know that. Shy. Ning Shu burst into laughter. Don't talk so innocently, okay? Haha, Lu Zhe blushed. How cute. Oh, come on, stop teasing me. What's going on? There's a little red here. I don't know if it's true or not. Wait a minute. Lu Zhe pondered for a moment and recited an ancient text to divert his attention. The late emperor died before he could complete his career. Now he is stranded on a deserted island. What else do I need to check? Forget it. Lu Zhe didn't know whether it was a horsefly larva, so he stretched out his finger and touched the red dot. Ding! A cinnabar mole was found. He allowed a long sigh. This is not a horsefly larva. It's just a vermilion mole. How did you know after you touched it? Feel the horsefly larvae moving around. Several girls breathed a sigh of relief. After all this time, it's just a cinnabar mole? Lu Zhe nodded. That's right, but I still appreciate your rigorous attitude. Tang Xiaohua curled her lips and said, By the way, you have feasted your eyes. I only looked at the little red dot and nothing else. Jiang Yao smiled and said, I believe it. No. Okay, stop explaining. We all understand. Ning Shu changed the subject. Put some clothes on her. Not yet. Why is that? Lu Zhe further explained. There may be insect eggs on her clothes. They need to be washed and exposed to the sun, or baked for 6 or 7 hours before they can be worn. Is that so? Ning Shu thought for a moment. Then let her wear a light coat? No, I'm not sure if there are any insect eggs lurking on her body. I have to clean it first. The girls looked at each other and felt that Lu Zhe's worries were not unreasonable. What should we do then? I suggest that you give her a good scrub from head to toe. Be sure not to touch the area where the surgery took place. Also, wash her clothes thoroughly. Lu Zhe thought for a moment and added, Besides, we have all come into contact with her. Theoretically, we may all have horsefly eggs lurking on our bodies. So, we also have to wash our clothes and take a shower to ensure that there are no eggs on our bodies. Ning Shu was surprised. Then shouldn't we be honest with each other? Jiang Yao thought about it and said, I feel a little excited for some reason. What are you thinking? All these banana leaves can be made into makeshift skirts and shorts. Just use them for the night. Dry them at night, and you can wear them tomorrow. The 4 girls looked at each other and said, Okay, let's do it this way. Lin Qian and Tang Xiaohua went to fill the water with clean sea water to prepare for washing. Jiang Yao and Ning Shu took Ruan Bing's clothes to the rocks by the sea to wash them. Jiang Yao shouted, Hey, Xiao Zhe, take off your clothes and wash them for us. Lu Zhe felt warm in his heart, but still refused. No need for now. I'll go dig some wild vegetables for dinner and wash them when I come back. Lin Xianxian and Tang Xiaoguo washed Sister Bing and wrapped her in banana leaves. Lin Xianxian said to Tang Xiaoguo, let's go to the oyster stall and buy some oyster meat first, and then we can eat together when we come back. After we take a shower and wash our clothes, it won't be convenient for us to walk too far. Tang Xiaoguo was happy to do so. I was just about to go. Let the monitor and Yao Yao look after Sister Bing. The two girls went to Oyster Beach with 2 plastic bags. Then, Lu Zhe took the harpoon and prepared to go into the woods to pick some wild vegetables. He stopped just a few steps into the grass. Cold sweat kept coming out of my head. 15 meters in front of him, there was a giant protein snake with a serious injury on its neck. No, that's not right. The python was staring at him hungrily. Chapter 73, Giant Spicy Strips. Chapter 73, Giant Spicy Strips. That's right. It was the giant python that he had chopped, and now it had come to his door. The place on its neck where the axe had chopped it was bleeding, and the flesh was turned outward, looking horrifying. The python was also afraid of Lu Zhe when it saw him. It stared at Lu Zhe with its head, its eyes filled with vicious hatred. Now, a man and a snake were facing each other, and neither dared to take a step forward. What to do? Lu Zhe knew that he might be able to kill the python by relying on his own strength, but there was also a chance that he would be injured. If we run away with squad leader and the others, who knows if this thing will come back to our house in the middle of the night? He gripped the harpoon tightly and thought about his strategy. Soon, he thought of a solution. He held the harpoon horizontally with his teeth, unbuttoned his trousers with his hands, and began to take them off. At this time, he dared not take his eyes off the python for a moment. He knew that as soon as he took his eyes off it, the beast would most likely attack, bite, and strangle him, and he would have no chance of survival. The python didn't know what Lu Zhe was doing. It only saw a stick in the opponent's mouth and didn't know where to start. It just stared at its opponent. Lu Zhe took this opportunity to safely take off his pants, then lifted his trouser legs and swung them around in circles. This was not behavior the python could understand, and it stared at its pants, a little confused. Suddenly, Lu Zhe threw his pants towards the snake's face. The python subconsciously bit Lu Zhe's pants, and once bitten, it immediately began to twist him. This is the python's innate behavior, and it cannot be changed even if you want to. It was also at this time that its weaknesses were completely exposed. Cloaca, that is the chrysanthemum of the python. Lu Zhe aimed the harpoon at that place and stabbed it hard. Puff! The python's body shook suddenly, and it immediately trembled all over. It opened its body, swung into a straight line, and rolled over, no longer having the strength to launch a second attack. Lu Zhe threw away the harpoon, picked up a huge rock weighing more than 100 pounds, held it high above his head, and smashed it down hard on the snake's head. Bang! Blood and mud splattered everywhere. A hole was smashed into the ground. The snake's head was smashed into meat pulp, and the snake's body was still shaking convulsively. Lu Zhe let out a long sigh and sat down. After resting for a while, he pushed the stone away. The snake's head had been smashed to pieces, leaving it no chance of survival. Its body was still convulsing and shaking. He picked up his pants. It was stained with snake blood and sand, so dirty that it was unbearable to look at, but it had to be washed anyway. Just put it on your shoulders. What to do with the python? Lu Zhe was a little worried. If you leave it here to rot, it will stink in 2 days. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering a new source of protein, python meat. Yes, I almost forgot this thing is edible. Drag it back and take a look. Thinking of this, he grabbed the python's tail and dragged it back to the camp. At that time, Ning Shu and Jiang Yao were washing clothes. Ruan Bing was lying behind them, covered with banana leaves and snoring. Then they saw Lu Zhe with his pants on his shoulders, wearing boxer briefs, bare legs, and walking towards them with difficulty, pulling something. Hey, what is Lu Zhe dragging? I don't know. It's colorful and looks pretty. Let's go and take a look. Then, the 2 little girls saw the python's whole body and were so scared that they almost flew off the spot. The screaming lasted for 3 minutes before it stopped. Ning Shu said angrily, Hey Lu Zhe, why? Did you catch it back? Jiang Yao also shouted, Hurry, hurry, and throw it away. Lu Zhe threw the python on the beach and stretched his waist. Don't be afraid. This guy was crawling towards the camp. I think he wanted to seek revenge on me, but I killed him. What? Jiang Yao yelled. What do you mean by counterattack? Look, it's still moving. Lu Zhe looked back and saw that the python shook its neck from time to time, its rotten head drooped to the side, and snake blood was splattered everywhere. It's true, but that was just a muscle spasm. The head is already broken, so it has no attack power at all. Ning Shu tried his luck and said, Lu Zhe, why? Why did you bring this thing to the camp? What? To eat, of course. This big fish should be enough to last for a long time. The two girls were stunned. It's okay to eat small snakes, but can you eat such a big python? Maybe she is by Sujin. Jiang Yao said tremblingly, Dear, tell me, you are joking, right? Of course not. I'm serious. Can this thing be eaten? This is a Burmese python, also known as the southern snake, the harp snake, and the double-banded boa. It is a subspecies of the Asian rock python in the family Python, and one of the 6 largest snakes in the world. Snake skin is the best material for making eru, and snake meat can be cooked and eaten, and its meat can also be made into smoked foods and sausages. The two girls didn't know what to say. Oh my God, how do you know so much about this stuff? Don't forget, I'm a man who has seen 100,000 Ys. As he said that, Lu Zhe took off his shirt, picked up the axe, and chopped at the snake's head again and again. The blood splashed on his handsome and fair face, creating a strong contrast. After a while, he chopped off the snake's head and then began to dissect the snake's body. The snake's skin was hard and tough. Lu Zhe couldn't cut it with a small round knife or a table knife, so he had to chop it with a stone axe. Still can't chop it open. There was no other choice but to sharpen the axe on a rock by the sea for a long time, and the axe blade finally became sharp again. This time the python was finally cut open. The two girls looked at him stupidly. Is this still the Lu Zhe we know? He's such a contrast to that handsome young boy in school. However, although it looks rough and cruel, it gives people a sense of security. I believe that only by surviving with boys like this can they live safely until now. If it was someone who looked strong on the outside but is weak on the inside, he would have died many times over. Lu Zhe took great pains to cut the python meat into pieces and spread them on the rocks on the beach to dry. The pieces of python meat were still twisting slowly, and the patterned skin showed floating waves, which made people's scalp tingle. Jiang Yao opened her eyes wide and yelled, It's already dismembered. Why is it still moving? It's just a muscle memory spasm. Don't worry, it's dead. Also, the word dismember is not very appropriate this time. I feel like a perverted dismemberment killer. Ning Shu pointed at his bloody face and yelled, You clearly look like him now, don't you? Is there? Jiang Yao took a look and said, It does look very similar. But more importantly, when will these things stop moving? I'm worried that the meat will run away soon. It stops moving after a while. In fact, the same is true for freshly slaughtered beef, which shows how fresh it is. It is said that in the United States across the ocean, chefs will put roasted Burmese python meat on pizza, and it is said to taste very good. Ning Shu immediately imagined the pieces of meat twisting on the pizza. It's over. I have a traumatic experience with pizza. Burmese python is actually more nutritious and more suitable for consumption than rat meat. You will fall in love with it after cooking it. The two girls shook their heads together. No, never. Chapter 74, The True Identity of the Stewardess. Chapter 74, The True Identity of the Stewardess. Lu Zhe obtained about 40 kilograms of python meat, which was only the tenderest part because there was no need to store too much. The remaining meat, scraps, and snake blood are thrown into the shallow water and can be used as bait to catch sea fish. But without a refrigerator, we can't finish eating these 40 kilograms of python meat. By the way, you can smoke leftover meat over a smoker to extend its shelf life. Meat smoked with fireworks can be stored for a week to half a month, and can be stored longer if kept in a dry and ventilated place. In order to preserve the food for a long time, Lu Zhe strung the meat together with bark ropes, hung it on a pile of firewood for smoking, and left a piece to roast on a stone. At this time, Lin Qianqian and Tang Xiaowo also came back. The two girls brought back half a pound of oyster meat. It was said that they had spent more than an hour knocking out these oysters with stones. They enthusiastically showed the fruits of their labor to Lu Zhe. Then I saw 2 whole rows of strange meats hanging in the camp. The two girls looked at the half bag of oyster meat in their hands and suddenly felt unconfident. But when they learned that this row of meat came from the python that almost ate the flight attendant, they were so scared that they trembled all over. Then, a few people picked up some kelp on the beach, dried the kelp, and separated the crystals into crystals and smeared them on the python meat. This white crystal is mannitol and a small amount of salt. It can not only replenish salt for the body, but also serve as a natural seasoning. It is also a holy product for eye tonic. At this time, The flight attendant also woke up. Eat first, then wash up after you're done. Lu Zhe handed a large piece of cooked python meat to Sister Bing. It was fragrant and greasy. She ate a little cautiously, then started eating in big mouthfuls, burning her mouth. My goodness, it's been several days since I last had a meal. The four girls didn't want to eat the meat at first, but seeing how happily she was eating it, they hesitated for a moment and then tore off a piece and put it in their mouths. Not bad. The meat is very tender and chewy. Apart from the unacceptable appearance, it does look a bit like a long-tailed fish. Suddenly, the door to a new world opened. At this point, they have added another hardcore dish to their survival recipe: grilled python meat. After eating and drinking, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. After another half an hour, the clothes were almost washed and I could take a shower. Ning Shu thought for a moment and said, "Then, boys and girls can't take a shower together. I don't mind, but I can go somewhere far away as a gentleman." "No." Jiang Yao blushed and said, "There are sharks in the water. We don't feel safe if you stay away from us." Tang Xiaohua said, "But it's still quite awkward for boys and girls to be honest with each other. This way, we are all near the sea and could be 10 meters apart. Even if we immerse half of our bodies in the sea, we won't be able to see anything. Also, Yao Yao, you can't go into the water. I'm washing on the shore." The girls looked at each other and nodded. Several people went into the water, immersed their entire bodies except their heads, and then took off their clothes one by one. Only then did Lu Zhe realize that he had made a mistake. The sea water is so clear. In the dim shadows, you can clearly see the appearance of several girls. He was worried that his nosebleed would attract sharks, so he quickly turned around and silently recited the memorial to the emperor on leaving the capital again. But he saw Jiang Yao standing naked on the shore. Just at this moment, Tang Xiaohua mischievously splashed water on Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe changed his expression to a wicked one. "Hee, you have aroused my beastly nature. None of you can escape." Tang Xiaohua pretended to be scared and screamed, "Ah, Brother Xiaozhe is going to eat people. Brother Xiaozhe is so scary." Hiding behind Ning Shu and secretly looking over here, Ning Shu smiled, turned around and scratched her armpit, which made her giggle. She ran towards Lin Qianqian again, and Lin Qianqian hugged her and said with a smile, "Brother Xiaozhe, I helped you catch her." Lu Zhe nodded. "Okay, help me bully him." "Receive." "Don't wow." Tang Xiaohua's scream was heard on the sea. More than another hour passed. After washing, everyone used cards to scrape off the sea water on their bodies and made bras and skirts out of banana leaves. Dry the wet, washed clothes over the fire. You know what? After the girls washed themselves and wrapped their bodies with banana leaves, they looked pretty close to their bodies and really looked like flower fairies. After eating and drinking and taking a bath in the sea, Lu Zhe first wrapped himself in banana leaves and then made himself a dye-style grass skirt. Almost done. Check the horsefly larvae on Ruan Bing's arm. The information that the horsefly larva had died came to my mind. It used to take only 6 or 7 hours for the device to die, but now one usually has to wait 24 hours without knowing whether it is dead or alive. Look, what good luck. It's time for the surgery. Whirr, give me your earrings. Okay. Lu Zhe used Tang Xiaohua's earrings to pick out the head of the insect, then pinched it with his fingers and pulled it out easily. This thing is about 1 centimeter long and looks very similar to a maggot. Although it stopped twisting, its white body with small black spots still made people's scalp tingle. Several girls screamed in disgust. Lu Zhe said, "I don't have time to make fishing gear, otherwise it can be used as bait. Step on it, then start thinking about making a camp." He had cut some long branches near the campsite that would serve as the skeleton of a shelter. With the experience of building the shelter before, this time it was much easier. Several partners worked together to build a frame, pull straw ropes, and spread banana leaves. Before it got dark, a simple shelter was built. Although it is a little more simple than the previous one, it can last for 1 night. We can reinforce the camp tomorrow. On this day, Lu Zhe found the 6th survivor, killed a python, and successfully completed an operation. Finally, there were some thrilling little experiences. But there is still one important thing to do. Sign in. He wanted to try out the new guy, but gave up out of respect. "Yao Yao, what's wrong, Lu Zhe? Lend me your hand." "What are you doing?" Jiang Yao blushed, but still handed her hand to Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe took her hand and gently kissed the back of her hand. "Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have completed the sign-in, agility +1. You have signed in for 8 consecutive days. Strength, 13. Physical fitness, 11. Physical strength, 10. Agility, 13. Perception, 11. Sure enough, it's confirmed. At the same time, Lu Zhe discovered another pattern. By touching Ning's shoe to sign in, you gain strength. By touching Jiang Yao to sign in, your agility will increase. By touching and signing in, you increase your physical energy. By touching the fruit to sign in, your perception increases. Coincidence or setting? Lu Zhe didn't know either. But my physical strength hasn't improved yet. What should I do? I don't know either. Anyway, today's task has been completed and his abilities have been further improved. So Lu Zhe is ready to take a rest. Hey, that's it. Jiang Yao tilted her head and looked at him lovingly. Suddenly, Jiang Yao leaned forward and kissed Lu Zhe on the lips. I can't let this happen to me. Lu Zhe smiled and said, I'm going to sleep first. Jiang Yao nodded. Good night. Lu Zhe entered the shelter early and fell asleep on the banana leaves in the camp. At this time, Ruan Bing still had the emotions of a child. Ning Shu finally coaxed her to sleep, and the four girls sent her to the shelter. Seeing Lu Zhe sleeping soundly beside her, they felt a pang of heartache in their hearts. He must have been exhausted after doing so much for his companions that day. They carefully placed Sister Bing on the other side of Lu Zhe and then checked the camp. Not finding any potential danger, he returned to the fire. At this moment, it was already dark and the temperature was gradually dropping. Several girls gathered around the fire. The light and heat drove away the cold and darkness and brought comfort to their souls. Jiang Yao said distressfully, Hey, Xiaozhe has been so busy all day. He has worked so hard. Lin Xianxian also said sadly, I feel that we can only share too little for him. At this time, Ning Shu thought of something. Is everyone tired? I'm a little tired, but definitely not as tired as Lu Zhe. I think so. I'm okay too. Since we have enough fresh water and food for now, I suggest that we set up the camp tonight and give Lu Zhe a surprise tomorrow, okay? That's a good idea. I second the motion. I second this motion. Listen to my instructions this time. While several girls were busy outside the shelter, the woman in the shelter recalled something in her dream. Let's go back 10 days. Shenbing, police number 105-385-8646. The pseudonym for this mission is Ruan Bing. Codename is Booby. Your mission this time is to disguise yourself as a flight attendant, cooperate with the captain and other comrades, take the CZ-125 China-Australia flight, escort Kun to Australia, and hand him over to the Australian police. During this period, other passengers on the train must not be alarmed, adverse social impact must not be caused, and panic must not be triggered. Because they have a lot of evidence of their gang's illegal activities, they may encounter gang obstruction in the process. In order to successfully complete this mission, we contacted the airline and canceled the 5 passengers' flight for the previous flight, creating the illusion that they had already arrived on the previous flight. Please be careful and pay attention to safety. Chapter 75. A Woman Surviving Alone in the Wild. Chapter 75. A Woman Surviving Alone in the Wild. Shenbing believed that this should have been a safe mission, because no matter how crazy the criminals are, they won't be crazy enough to blow up a plane. The Australian police were waiting for the handover at the airport. Once we got off the plane, the mission was basically completed. Maybe I can even go to a nearby outlet store while waiting for the return trip and buy some luxury items for my colleagues. However, who would have expected that the other party's madness was beyond her imagination? The plane crashed midway, and she was thrown out of the plane and stranded on a deserted island. Fortunately, he was caught on a branch and did not die. And along with her fell some daily necessities in the cabin. Drinks, snacks, and cell phones. She dialed the number, but couldn't get through. She initially thought that with the scattered items and the survival knowledge she learned in the police academy, she could stay on the island until rescuers arrived. But when we really face all this, we find that it is not that easy at all. She spent the first night in loneliness and fear. The next night, seeing her phone's battery running low, she decided to do something meaningful. I started a fire using cell phone batteries and chocolate tinfoil and made a simple camp. This also means that she has lost her last means of contact with the outside world. That night, she began to have wild thoughts. She thought about her sister, her father who she didn't know if he was still alive, the innocent people on the plane, and the several colleagues who had carried out the mission with her. She cried for a long time. After crying, I decided to try my best to survive. On the third day, all the fresh water was gone and there was little food left, so she threw out a few bottles. Then start cracking the coconuts. It took 4 hours to open a coconut, but I only got a few sips of water. You will never understand this kind of despair unless you experience it yourself. With no food left, She had to go look for it in the jungle. Only then did she realize that all the survival theories she had learned were completely useless here. There are always some similarities and some differences between real plants and the pictures in books. She could only search based on her impression and then cook it. On the fifth day, faced with the fear of loneliness, thirst, and hunger, she began to despair. Truly desperate. Don't think that real wilderness survival is fun. Of course, if you want to complete a certain challenge and think about the near future, you can lie in bed, eat roast duck, drink red wine, and count your bonuses. Watching the video of the Yi crying like a baby because he was hungry for too long, you might try to hold on. But if you are really alone and everyone in the world thinks you are dead, no one will look for you. The next 10, 20 years, or even the whole life will be spent in this endless loneliness and despair. You will understand how painful it is to live. She wished there was someone to talk to her, even if he's a murderer. But no, all that accompanied him were loneliness and fear. She thought about suicide, but there were only a few people on the mission, and her job was to communicate with the crew, unlike her other colleagues who were all equipped with pistols. She hung the bell on a branch and then put it around her neck. But she eventually gave up because she discovered a mushroom. She knew mushrooms. It is poisonous, hallucinogenic, and contraband. Perhaps eating it can help you forget your current troubles. Maybe I can die happily. Or maybe, when you die, you can still see your family and friends. Then she ate the mushroom. Then it seemed like a dream. I dreamed that I returned to my childhood. Simple, innocent, and carefree. She went to play in the woods. The last time she went into the jungle, she encountered a huge python. Her leg was injured and she couldn't run, so she could only cry and call for her parents. When despair reached its peak, a miracle happened. Dad came down from the sky with an axe and chopped the snake away, and then Mom and sister rescued her together. When I woke up from a trance, I found myself lying on a big bed with a red sheet character written on the bed sheet. Could it be that? Was everything that happened before just a dream? Or am I in a dream now? Then she noticed that there was a man sleeping next to her. I couldn't see his face clearly, but I had a vague feeling that he was very handsome. Who is this? My man? I don't remember being married. She suddenly felt her breathing quicken, and she wanted to hug the man. Since it's just a dream and he's my man, why bother with so much? At the same time, Lu Zhe was also dreaming. Yes, he is a normal boy. It would be strange if he had no reaction after going through so much that day. He dreamed of Jiang Yao. That was the first girl he met after moving to his adoptive parents' home. His adoptive parents treated him very well, but they were very busy, so they sent him to a government kindergarten. In kindergarten, he met Jiang Yao. He is afraid of unfamiliar environments and is unwilling to talk to people. But this little girl always chattered to him endlessly, urged him to wash his hands, told him stories, and applied perfume to him. Later he found out that the two families lived in the same community. As luck would have it, the two went to the same primary school and were assigned to the same class. We went to the same junior high school and even sat at the same table for a while. They went to the same high school and were in the same class. Because they always went home together, their classmates mistook them for a rumored boyfriend and girlfriend, which resulted in no one pursuing Jiang Yao throughout the high school. Later, we were in the same university, in the same class, and even became dance partners in a dance club. This kind of fate made Lu Zhe feel that he might be inseparable from her for the rest of his life. Sometimes he thought that it would be a nice thing to marry Jiang Yao. But Jiang Yao at that time didn't seem to have that intention. Everyone got along like good friends, but no one dared to take a step forward. It was not until they were stranded on a deserted island and became Jiang Yao's girlfriend on duty that Lu Zhe fell in love with Jiang Yao again. Suddenly, it seemed like a girl pounced on me. Yao Yao, stop making trouble. At dawn, Lu Zhe opened his eyes. The first thing he said when he woke up was, "Damn, I didn't expect Yao Yao to fall asleep." Then he saw who was in front of him. His scalp suddenly exploded. At this time, Shen Bing was also startled and opened his eyes. In an instant, both of them were stunned and pushed each other away at the same time. Shen Bing looked around, her eyes full of confusion. Lu Zhe rubbed his head and said, "Nima, no way." Shen Bing lowered her head and found that the banana leaves she was wrapped in had fallen apart. She quickly wrapped them tightly and hugged them to her chest. "What's going on?" She felt a splitting headache and couldn't tell which was a dream and which was real. She slapped her face hard and felt a burning pain. What to do? She grabbed her head, feeling like it was going to explode. Lu Zhe rubbed his head. "What's going on? What else do I want to ask you? I saved you." "Ew, you're the college student? Damn, sis, you finally remembered." At this moment, a girl's voice was heard outside. Wow, so beautiful. Brother Xiaozhe will definitely like it. Hee, I've been busy all night. If he doesn't like it anymore, I'll make him like it. Both of them were a little curious, so they parted the leaves and looked outside. The camp had been cleaned thoroughly, the clothes had been dried, the salt stains had been rubbed off, and Jiang Yao was folding them neatly one by one. The surrounding area is decorated with fences made of stones and branches and colorful asters. Even the wood next to the fire was stacked neatly and orderly. The originally simple campsite, after being decorated like this, actually has a fairy tale-like atmosphere. Shenbing walked out puzzled. You are. When several girls heard her say this, they put down their work and looked over curiously. Is she awake? You won't call me mom anymore. Shenbing rubbed his forehead, and the messy scenes from before kept appearing in front of his eyes. Ning Shu walked over. Hey, do you remember us? Jiang Yao said. We are all first-class passengers. Lin Xianxian said, come to think of it, I have to thank you for upgrading our cabin, Mississippi. Tang Xiaohua also said, but we also saved your life. You are the 5 college students whose flights were changed. Yes. God, give me some time. Shenbing squatted down and rubbed his temple gently. In an instant, countless scattered pieces of information were connected together in her mind. Finally, a complete and continuous picture is formed. You saved me, Tang Xiaohua said proudly. Yes, Ning Shu said. We were originally stranded on another island, but that island was short of supplies. We received your message in the bottle and came to this island. We saw you almost being eaten by a giant snake, so we saved you. Shenbing let out a long sigh, and an indescribable, complex emotion surged in her heart. At this moment, she wanted to cry. Chapter 76, Welcome New Friends. Chapter 76, Welcome New Friends. At this moment, she finally understood that the world before her was the real world. She was rescued by a boy and 4 girls. Shenbing gathered her emotions for a while and said, Then, didn't you encounter a rescue team? Tang Xiaohua shrugged and said, No, I didn't even see a shadow. Shenbing looked at the banana leaves on her body again. Why are we wearing this? It's a long story. At this time, Jiang Yao reminded, Hey, by the way, the clothes are all dry. Everyone should change into their own clothes. Ning Shu said, Breakfast is ready. Tell us about your story, and we can talk while we eat. Although the clothes still feel a bit astringent after rubbing off the salt, they are dry and warm, much more comfortable than before. This made Shenbing feel extremely relieved and comforted. Yes, a week of horrific and lonely life on a deserted island brought her to the brink of despair. Especially at night, the howling of the night wind sounds like the cry of a hungry beast. At that time, she wished she had a partner who could face it with her, even if he is old and ugly. Looking at the 4 lively and lovely girls in front of her, and a boy who looked a little melancholy and indifferent, an indescribable sense of relief surged in her heart, and she couldn't help but sob. Where's Lu Zhe? It's not melancholy or indifference at all. He is very worried. You gave your first time to a woman who is 7 or 8 years older than you for no apparent reason. If you were in her shoes, would you be devastated? I thought it was Jiang Yao, my childhood sweetheart, so I didn't refuse too much. Why didn't you compare the most obvious features at that time? Also, I hope the little girls won't notice. Once they knew about this, the consequences would be very serious. The woman cried. Why are you crying? Because of what happened last night. Sister, I was sleeping soundly. It was you who crawled over here first. That's right. I remember there was no one next to me when I slept. So how come she came to me in the middle of the night? Weird. It's so weird. Signing completed. The physical strength column finally reached 11. Xiaozhe, your new shorts are out of the oven. Try them on. Jiang Yao handed over the shorts with a smile. Oh, Lu Zhe took it and put it on. It was warm and fit him perfectly. Lin Xianxian showed the campsite with a smile. Are we good people? Lu Zhe looked at the newly renovated camp. Be good, Tang Xiaohua said happily. Brother Xiaozhe, you have new shorts. This pair of yours will belong to me forever. Well, can I keep it for washing? Hurry up. Fe. No. Ning Shu held Lu Zhe's arm, frowned, and declared his sovereignty. Pay attention to the scale. Xiaozhe's girlfriend is still here. Jiang Yao reminded quietly. Don't make a big fuss about having an outsider and a girlfriend on duty. Yeah, that's true. After changing clothes, it's time to have breakfast. Ning Shu grilled python meat, dried coconut meat, oyster meat, and small fish skewers. Come, little sister, try one. Shenbing held the fish skewers and wiped her tears, feeling endless emotion in her heart. How did you get so much food? Tang Xiao was said proudly. This is nothing. We have also eaten roast chicken. Ning Shu corrected. That's a booby. Booby. Shin Bing thought of her mission code name and felt a little amused. How did you catch it? Lu Zhe caught it. Lu Zhe. Shin Bing was stunned. That boy's name? Shin Bing secretly glanced at the boy again and felt something strange. Handsome, quite handsome indeed. But, alas, I never dreamed that the youth I had guarded for more than 20 years would be given away like this. But can we blame others for this? I guess my brain was inexplicably hot in the middle of last night. Speaking of which, you shouldn't eat those damn poisonous mushrooms. How do people think of themselves? A loose woman? Oh my God, I can't live like this. Why is your face red, little sister? Lin Qianqian asked curiously. No, I'm Fina. Ning Shu handed her the wallet. Sister flight attendant, is Ruanbing your name? Shinbing took out her ID card and looked at it. Then he thought for a long time, raised his head, and suddenly smiled faintly. No, my name is Shun Bing. Just call me Sister Bing from now on. As he said that, he threw the ID card in the fire. Several girls looked at each other and asked, why? Shin Bing smiled calmly. I took my hometown surname. Lu Zhe vaguely felt that this woman was a person with a story. Your name is Lu Zhe. How old are you this year? 18. Shin Bing breathed a sigh of relief. Now that he was an adult, the pressure in his heart was instantly relieved a lot. Thank you for saving me, Lu Zhe said absent-mindedly. We are all compatriots. It's only natural. Shin Bing looked around and said, it's amazing that 5 people can obtain so many resources just to survive. I'll ask for your advice when I have time. I won't burn my ID card. Even if it's useless, it still has many uses in the wild. Shin Bing was a little embarrassed. Is that so? Lu Zhe ate some python meat and said, Sister Bing, I have something to ask you. Go ahead. You called after you were stranded on the desert island, right? How was the situation? Shin Bing shook her head and said in a serious tone, I called 110, 119, my colleagues, the airline, an emergency rescue at least 60 or 70 times. There was no signal at all. No matter which number I called, I couldn't get through. Lu Zhe nodded. This place is still too far away from our country's land plate. As expected, the signal radiation cannot reach here. Shin Bing asked, where is your original island? Lu Zhe pointed in a direction. Over there, the island is too small, the resources are scarce, and I can't see it. What are your plans next? I want to know everything about this island so that I can survive better on it. Shin Bing smiled helplessly. The resources on this island are not very rich. Jiang Yao and Tang Xiao looked at each other and came to the same conclusion. Is this called scarcity? Compared to Egg Yolk Island, this place is no different from a farmer's market. They have everything you want. Lu Zhe asked again, have you found any freshwater resources? Shin Bing shook her head. I've been looking for it, but I still can't find it. Could it be here? Where there are pythons, there should be fresh water, maybe in a hidden place, or groundwater. Shin Bing was a little confused. How do you know so much about survival knowledge? I prefer this. Ning Shu corrected. No, he has seen 100,000 Ys. Shin Bing looked at Lu Zhe's handsome and frail appearance and smiled. He doesn't look like him. There are many things that don't look like you. For example, you don't look like a flight attendant now. Shin Bing tilted her head and smiled. Really? Several girls looked at each other and nodded. The temperament is a little different. Shin Bing pondered for a moment and let out a long breath. To tell you the truth, I am a police officer, and I am performing a mission by disguising myself as a flight attendant. Ruanbing is my alias. Several girls opened their mouths at the same time. Lu Zhe's heart moved. It is indeed the case. Ning Shu was shocked and said, I say, you shouldn't tell us this. Of course it's inconvenient to talk about the mission, but about my own affairs. Shin Bing thought about it, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. I don't want to hide it. Chapter 77, Don't be disappointed. You won't suffer any loss. Chapter 77, Don't be disappointed. You won't suffer any loss. I live alone for 8 days, facing loneliness and fear, and I especially wanted someone to talk to. Now we have it. They are 5 young and lovely college students. She really didn't want to hide anything. It turns out that she's not only a flight attendant, but also a policewoman. Ning Shu exclaimed in amazement. Anyway, the mission is over, and I'm already dead. Jiang Yao looked her over and said, Sister, you are obviously living a good life. I guess, in mainland China, a memorial service has already been held for me and several of my colleagues on this mission. I don't care. I wonder if they can be named martyrs. Yes, The plane crashed and was lost in the sea. It has not been found for 10 days. Does anyone still think that the passengers and crew members on board are still alive? If you think about it rationally, it definitely won't happen. Shin Bing pursed her lips and let out a long breath. Sorry, I've been alone these days and feel too depressed. I'll feel better if I say some of these words out. I hope you don't mind. Lin Qianqian said sweetly. Of course not. Tang Xiaowen nodded. I feel the same way. Jiang Yao said leisurely. Girl, since we were stranded on the deserted island, I don't see that you are depressed in any way. You're even more excited than usual. Gora pouted. Who said that? When I was first stranded on the desert island, I cried several times. Shinbing also learned from Lu Zhe and Ning Shu that everyone on the plane had died in the sea. Of course, this includes several of her colleagues who disguised themselves as ordinary passengers. Each of them is an elite member of the police force. She sniffed. I knew it. Then he let out a long sigh. But now I feel relieved. I don't have to worry anymore. After finishing the meal, the girls were so sleepy that they went into the shelter to catch up on their sleep. Lin Qianqian carefully tugged at Shun Bing's arm. Sister Bing, do you want to sleep a little longer? I've slept long enough. Ning Shu also yawned. I'll wait a while too. Okay then. Lin Qianqian entered the shelter with a little disappointment. Lu Zhe, whatever you want to do today, I'll accompany you. Lu Zhe looked at her dark circles and pinched her cheeks. You're already like this. You should go to sleep for a while. I said it's okay, it's okay. Ning Shu patted Lu Zhe's arm and smiled. Tell me, what are you going to do today? Shin Bing looked at the handsome boy and beautiful girl in front of her. They seemed like a match made in heaven. I felt a surge of envy and also a sense of inexplicable loss. Why, you two are a couple. Lu Zhe smiled and said, it's just a joke. Ning Shu hugged Lu Zhe and said, that's right. The couple thing is just a joke. We are actually good friends. I see. Shin Bing nodded. I understand. If you're stranded on a deserted island, you need to have some fun. Otherwise, you will suffocate to death. Ning Shu shook his head. That's right. Shin Bing smiled and said, by the way, what are your plans for today? I'll see if I can help. Yes. After saving people, it's time to consider the next steps. Lu Zhe thought about it. Now we have food and coconut water, as well as shelter and campfires. Next, we may have to explore the jungle to find sustainable fresh water and planting sites. If we want to go into the jungle, we need to face unknown dangers, so it is necessary to update our tools. Ning Shu asked, where to start? Lu Zhe handed her the steak knife. Squad leader, sharpen this knife carefully. The purpose is to sharpen the tip and the blade. Ning Shu took it and looked at it. This is a piece of cake. Leave it to me. What about me? Lu Zhe handed her the stone axe. If possible, help me polish it a little bit, so it's sharper, but not too sharp. Shen Bing waited and said in surprise, oh my god, stone axe, you actually made it? How'd you do it? This is a simplified version, not very durable. I can teach you step by step later, but I don't have time for that now. I have other things to do. Next, he wants to make a stone mortar. What is this thing used for? Considering that there would be too many mosquitoes in the jungle, and he might be infected by horseflies, Lu Zhe needed to find some insect-repellent herbs, mash them together, and apply them on his body. This stone mortar is used for pounding and grinding medicine. He first found a large oval pebble with a diameter of 20 centimeters. Use a pencil to draw a circle the size of a bowl on one side of the stone. Then use a nail to knock small holes in this circle, and then knock it again, and half of it will fall off, leaving a relatively flat and smooth surface. Then, polish the rock to make it smoother, and then dig a hole in the semicircular stone to use it as a mortar bowl. This job is a bit strenuous. You need to fix the semicircular stone in the middle of several stones, and use a rough stone to rub it back and forth in the circle. While rubbing, sea water was poured to wash away the stone chips, and gradually, a shallow pit was formed on the surface. At this time, Shun Bing came over. Hey, what's wrong? Your little girlfriend is asleep. Lu Zhe turned around and found Ning Shu lying on a stone with a half-sharpened knife in his hand, drooling and asleep. Yes, I was busy all night yesterday, and I'm really exhausted. Seeing Ning Shu like this, Lu Zhe felt a little distressed. He found that the positions of these girls in his heart were becoming more and more important, but it's also getting more and more confusing. He found that his feelings for each one were deepening. He put the knife aside, picked her up, carried her to the shelter, and gently placed her next to Jiang Yao. Girls are especially cute when they're sleeping. Looking at them sleeping soundly, Lu Zhe showed a faint smile. He suddenly had an idea. Perhaps it wouldn't be bad to live here forever. Come back and continue making tools. Shinbing came up to him and asked, "Do you mind?" Phoenix. Lu Zhe smiled and could tell that Shinbing wanted to talk to him about something. "I think these four little girls are all interested in you." While polishing, Lu Zhe said nonchalantly, "It's just relying on each other and helping each other in desperate situations. If the relationship becomes strained, it will only lead to intrigue." "Which one is the real girlfriend?" Lu Zhe shook his head. "No. You guys." Shinbing asked hesitantly, "Have you ever done that?" "What kind of behavior?" Shinbing carefully chose her words. "It was like what happened between the two of us last night." Lu Zhe paused what he was doing and shook his head. "Actually, our relationship is quite pure." "So this is your first time?" Haha. Fate really plays tricks on me." Shinbing looked at the slightly shy boy and patted his shoulder. "But you won't suffer any loss. This is my first time too." Lu Zhe knew that she might have been influenced by the yellow-skirted bamboo fungus. Otherwise, a rational girl would never do such an outrageous thing. But how should this matter end? "What do you want to do?" "Of course I'll let you take responsibility. Let me tell you, I won't be able to get married if I go back." "Ah." Shinbing chuckled. Forget it. Forget it. I was just teasing you. Actually, I have to say sorry to you." "Why?" "I think I ate poisonous mushrooms. I just want you to believe me. I am very conservative, and I'm not that kind of person." Lu Zhe nodded. "Yeah. Then can you forgive me?" This time, Lu Zhe did not stop what he was doing. "You can't be blamed for everything." Shinbing nodded. She really thought the boy in front of her was very good. "I believe he didn't do it on purpose." "Then, let's agree that we should keep this matter to ourselves, and no one should mention it again, okay?" "Okay." Lu Zhe still looked very hurt. But no one knew that he was actually very happy in his heart. "Why?" "I'm afraid this incident will cause bad consequences. Whether I get entangled or a few girls find out, it will be troublesome. But as a man, it would be a shame to just pull up your pants and leave it alone. As a result, you took the initiative to ask me not to mention it again. That's so nice of you. Do you want it?" However, Lu Zhe still looked depressed. He nodded and said, with a thoughtful look. This made Shinbing feel quite heavy. "Why?" "It seems that it will take some time to accept this reality. If there is a chance, I will give him some more guidance." Chapter 78, Entering the Stone Age. Chapter 78, Entering the Stone Age. But fortunately, everything that needed to be said has been said. There's no need to dwell on this issue for too long. In Shinbing's opinion, although she lost her first time, but in desperate situation, he found 5 companions who could share the joys and sorrows with him. It's totally worth it. The key is that the other party is also a pure little boy, so she feels that she has not suffered any loss. Some things will make you feel relieved if you just say them out loud. It's useless to think too much. The real thing is to cheer up and live bravely. She picked up the stone axe and started grinding hard. Lu Zhe also continued to make the stone mortar. He now had great strength, and he slowly deepened the shallow pit on the pebble. Then he placed some sharp stones in the pit and used one end of a piece of wood to push against them, pressing and twisting it left and right. The strong friction produced more stone chips, and the pit became deeper and deeper. After 2 hours of continuous grinding, Lu Zhe had made a small hole on the stone that was the size of a bowl and about 10 centimeters deep. Use a handful of sand to polish the inside, wash it, and pound it, and the bowl is ready. The rest is easy. Find a piece of wood, use a small circular blade to carve a pestle stick, and polish it smooth with sand. Then you have a perfect stone pestle. During this time, Shinbing sharpened the stone axe and the table knife, and her arms ached from exhaustion. "How about seeing it?" Lu Zhe picked it up and took a look. "Not bad. Let me see yours." Lu Zhe gave her the mortar. Shinbing couldn't help but be surprised. "Oh my God, how much strength does it take to grind such a big hole in the stone? What did you learn before?" "I major in finance. I also like playing football, swimming, and figure skating." "Oh, I really can't tell. Just looking at this bowl, I thought you were a weightlifter." Shinbing thought of something. "Hey, by the way, Lu Zhe, are you interested in learning martial arts? I can teach you." "Not interested." In Lu Zhe's opinion, since there is no fresh water source and arable land is not determined, he really has no time to learn this. Let's wait until it stabilizes. He put the mortar aside, took 2 plastic bags, and walked towards the woods again. "Hey, what are you doing?" "Just pick some mosquito-repellent herbs nearby, or you'll get mosquito bites all over your body." Shinbing thought for a moment and said, "Then I have nothing to do, so I'll go with you." "Okay, I can take more." After entering the forest, Lu Zhe discovered several wild mint plants. This plant is edible and also has the effect of repelling mosquitoes and relieving itching. Lu Zhe picked several pieces. At this time, Shun Bing smelled a strange smell. I can't say whether it smells good or not. It just feels a bit weird. Following the smell, she found a bunch of small white flowers. Hey, little Lu Zhe. Do you know what kind of flower this is? Lu Zhe reached out and touched it. Ding, congratulations to the host. You found wild heather. This is heather. It repels mosquitoes. As he spoke, Lu Zhe picked the flowers and put them into a plastic bag. Heather. Shenbing thought for a moment. I heard this flower is quite dirty, right? Could it be? She covered her nose all of a sudden. This can't be the smell of a boy's place. Lu Zhe sniffed it and nodded. Yes, the smell is similar. This one is even stronger. Shenbing chuckled. Why? You smelled it yourself. Lu Zhe said calmly. Everyone would be curious, okay? Shenbing suppressed her laughter and said, Are you sure you want to apply this scent of flowers on a few girls? Compared to being covered in mosquito bites or having horseflies build shelters under the skin, I think applying it on the body is the right choice. Besides, you can add some wild mint to neutralize the smell. At least it smells better to us humans. Build a shelter under the skin. Okay, I believe you. Shenbing also helped Lu Zhe collect them. She felt that this boy was not only focused and capable, but also had an interesting soul. Back at the camp, Lu Zhe put the heather and wild mint into a mortar bowl, poured some coconut water on it, and then pounded them continuously in the mortar pit with a pestle. Shenbing was watching him from aside. No wonder he was able to survive on a deserted island for so long with 4 girls. It seems that they really have strong survival abilities. How great would it be if this kid was a few years older, or maybe a few years younger? She sighed slowly. In a short while, Lu Zhe had mashed the heather and wild mint into a light green paste. Lu Zhe applied the herbs on his body and several places on his clothes. Do you want some too? Shenbing didn't hesitate. Of course I have to come. He scooped a lump of liquid with his fingers and spread it evenly on his body. Sister Bing, please help them apply the medicine and mix some more mosquito repellent. I still need to make other tools. What else is there to do? Stone knife. Don't you have an axe? The next survival focus is definitely to find a stable water source. If you want to find a water source, you have to go into the jungle. When walking in the jungle, it is inevitable to encounter weeds and vines blocking the way. You must have a knife that can cut through the thorns. An axe is good for chopping wood, but it is not good for cutting through thorns and bushes. The direction is correct, and the ideas are clear. Shenbing nodded, and she had a feeling. Even if the police station's most capable survivor came to this deserted island, he might not do better than this boy. It seems that it is better not to show off my poor survival skills, and cooperating with him is the right choice. Okay, I'll continue making more mosquito-repellent herbs. Lu Zhe began to concentrate on looking for materials to make the knife. He needed to pick out flat flakes of stone from among the various rocks. The best way was to find layered rocks, smash them open, find a hard stone layer, and grind it into a blade. This was also the most difficult part. Lu Zhe spent more than 2 hours searching on the beach and finally found the right stone. This is a rock slab 2 feet wide and half a meter long. It is a bit like a peeled rock layer, thin on one side and thick on the other. The thick part is about 3 centimeters, which is a good material for making stone knives. He dragged the slab of rock ashore and used a pencil and ruler to draw the shape of the blade on the solid part of the slab. Then used the tip of a nail to scratch the line hard. After making deep indentations along the drawn lines, use a wooden stick to hammer in nails and chisel out small holes every 3 or 4 centimeters. This is a very time-consuming and laborious job. If you fail to control the strength properly, the entire stone will be ruined. It took Lu Zhe almost an hour just to dig this circle of small holes. After chiseling a circle, use a stone axe to knock it gently, and soon the excess part will be knocked off. In this way, Lu Zhe obtained a stone piece that was 30 centimeters long, about 10 centimeters wide, 2.5 centimeters thick at the thickest point, and slightly curved. The next step is polishing. Pour seawater on the rock, then grind the thin side finely. After 3 hours, one side has been sharpened into a blade. Considering the strength of the stone knife, he didn't dare to sharpen it too much. The last step is to make the handle. Cut a small tree trunk half a meter long and as thick as a girl's wrist, cut off the branches, peel off the bark, then split it from one side and put a small piece of stone in it. Press it tightly and then tie it tightly with hemp rope. In this way, a primitive stone knife was made. Chapter 79. Looking for cleaning supplies. Chapter 79. Searching for cleaning supplies. In any case, Lu Zhe went from having nothing to now owning a complete set of primitive tools. Sharp table knives, small round blades, harpoons, stone axes, slingshots, stone pestles, and stone knives. Although the production process is very difficult, these tools will play a very important role in the future survival process. Looking at the sky, it was already afternoon, so Lu Zhe roasted some banana hearts and coconuts to eat. Now that there will be no food shortage for the time being, it's time to consider improving our living standards. Bamboo leaf can be used as toilet paper, I think. There are a lot of bamboos here, so you can get some bamboo leaves. Shen Bing is still making mosquito repellent. Let her be busy. He planned to go to the bamboo forest by himself, get some bamboo leaves, and also get some bamboo to improve the camp. Lu Zhe cut 7 or 8 pieces of bamboo and a bundle of bamboo leaves, tied them together, and prepared to carry them back to the camp. Just then, he found a small creature squatting not far away. Looking closely, it turned out to be a bamboo rat. This is very good game. It can provide the human body with a large amount of protein and fat. He quietly took off the slingshot and loaded it with bullets. At this moment, the little thing keenly sensed the danger and ran away. Lu Zhe didn't want to give up, so he hurriedly chased it. After chasing for more than 30 meters, the bamboo rat slipped into the hole. Lu Zhe felt a little regretful, but more of it is happiness. There's still enough meat reserves now, so if we don't catch any, we don't catch any. Even though it's gone now, as long as this species exists on the island, it will be added to the menu sooner or later. He is ready to go back. As I turned around, a reminder came to my mind. Ding. Found important supplies. Neem tree. Looking up, I saw a large red bark tree growing not far away. He was a little curious and walked over. When I touched the bark of the neem tree with my fingers, information about it immediately appears in my mind. Lu Zhe was overjoyed. It turns out that this tree is the legendary toothbrush tree. This tree is widely distributed around the world, and many indigenous peoples of Africa and India use its branches to clean their teeth. Because the resin contains fluoride, biting down on the white pulp can make your teeth strong and white. This is also the reason why many black people have white teeth. Lu Zhe broke off a few bamboos, then carried the bamboo leaves, and neem branches back to the camp. At this time, several girls in the camp also woke up. Seeing that Lu Zhe had brought back a lot of things, they hurried over to take a look. Wow, Lu Zhe, you found something good again. Lu Zhe put down his things. There are substitutes for common items in life. Shen Bing picked up a bamboo leaf. I see. Bamboo leaf can be used to make tea, which can clear away heat, promote diuresis, and treat kidney deficiency. Then Shen Bing smiled meaningfully. But why do you do so much? Do you need to take more supplements? Lu Zhe smiled bitterly. That's true, but I picked so many because they have more important functions. What function? We have run out of toilet paper, and dry bamboo leaves are a safer alternative. They're less irritating to the skin, but the downside is that they are a bit narrow and made of inferior material. Until we find a more suitable alternative, we can use them as toilet paper. Lu Zhe paused and said, Of course you can use it to make tea. Shen Bing was stunned. Sorry, I don't have any such thoughts now. Tang Xiaowu picked up a leaf and felled it. It's so narrow, my hands will be stained with poop. Lin Qianqian nodded. Grr, don't be picky at this time. It's better to have something than nothing. Ning Shu gave a thumbs up. That's very specific. Thumbs up. Jiang Yao picked it up and looked at it. Bamboo wouldn't have thought that its leaf could be used for this. Oh, by the way, what is this branch? It's pretty. Lu Zhe took out a neem branch. This is our toothbrush. Toothbrush. The girls looked at each other, and Tang Xiaowu blinked. How does it look like a toothbrush? This is a neem tree branch. People in Africa and India use it to brush their teeth. As he spoke, Lu Zhe pulled out a stick and chewed one end of it, and one end of the branch was bitten into a brush-like shape. What about toothpaste? Lu Zhe picked up a piece of bamboo charcoal beside the fire, crushed it with a stone, and then smeared the crushed pieces on his teeth. Bamboo charcoal is a natural material for cleaning teeth. Seeing the black foam coming out of Lu Zhe's mouth, Shen Bing and several girls were so scared that they snot. Shen Bing said, Even if bamboo charcoal has absorption power, is it really hygienic to do this? Yeah, it looks gross. There are psychological scars. If you do this again, I won't drink from the same bottle with you anymore. It just looks a little dirty. Bamboo charcoal that has been burned by fire does not even contain microorganisms or bacteria. It is the most hygienic cleaning agent. Just don't brush for too long at a time, as it will damage your gums. 3 minutes later, Lu Zhe brushed his teeth inside and out with a neem tree brush and felt that it was almost done. He took a sip of coconut water, puffed out his cheeks to let the water wash away the carbon ash on his teeth, and then spit it out. Looking at his teeth again, they had become extremely clean and white. Lin Xianxian was surprised and said, "Wow, this really works." "Sure, do you want to try it?" As he spoke, Lu Zhe handed the neem tree branches to several people, and the girls unconsciously stepped back. "Why? You don't want to brush your teeth?" Ning Shu said, "The effect is good, but bamboo charcoal is a little hard to accept." "Of course, you don't have to try. Even if you don't brush your teeth, it won't affect your survival. But after a few weeks, your teeth will turn yellow and then tartar will grow. After a few months, you will have a set of coffee-stained teeth." Ah! Several girls were surprised. "Oops, can't face coffee." It was Shin Bing who took the branch first. "I think it is necessary to try it." As she spoke, she also chewed a piece of neem tree branch, then took a piece of bamboo charcoal from the fire, crushed it, and smeared it on her teeth. He rinsed his mouth like Lu Zhe and spit out. As if by magic, her teeth became incredibly white. It's even better than a real toothbrush and toothpaste. The other girls were envious. Yes, during the 9 days of survival, I've been worrying about fresh water and food every day, so I don't have time to clean my teeth. Chewing gum can only temporarily remove debris between teeth. It is only a temporary solution and not a permanent cure, and there are only a few teeth left. It seems that if you want to maintain white teeth, you have to do this. Seeing that the elegant and beautiful policewoman did this, what are the other girls still hesitating about? Follow the same procedure. Chew the twig, apply the bamboo charcoal, and then pick up the bottle of water. Finally, chew some mint leaves. My teeth have indeed become brighter and whiter, and my breath has become much fresher. Look, this is the correct way to open it as a girl. At this time, Lu Zhe found that the stone mortar he had just made was placed on the fire, and there was water in it. I said, "What's going on here?" Tang Xiao smiled and said, "Cooking. This is a stone mortar." "I know. I could try to develop a new posture and see if I could be a pot." "But," Tang Xiao was squatted down and said, "It's been cooking for so long. Why hasn't the water boiled yet?" Ning Shu also took a look and said, "I said it wouldn't work. It seems to keep the same temperature all the time." Lu Zhe sighed and said, "That's a good idea. The mouth of the bowl is too small, so we can't use too big a fire. The stone wall is too thick, so the heat will be lost before it can be transferred to the inside. It seems that I still can't drink soup." Shin Bing smiled slightly. "It's not that I can't drink it. I have a way just like this." As she spoke, she picked up a small stone from the fire with a branch and threw it in. Squeak! The water inside immediately began to boil. Chapter 80. The sanitary napkins are running out. What should I do? Chapter 80. The sanitary napkins are running out. What should I do? Although it looks a bit unhygienic, you can just use clean stones next time. Wow. Thanks to Miss Shunbing for developing a new use for the stone mortar. Isn't that great? This is what I learned in the police academy. Then he looked at Lu Zhe, as if waiting for praise. It's actually possible this way. Lu Zhe nodded in shock. Shunbing was a little surprised. This wasn't a very advanced means of survival. It would be fine if he was just surprised. Wasn't such a shocked expression a bit too much? Lu Zhe was surprised, but he was not surprised by Shunbing's action. Instead, he suddenly thought of the third way to open the stone mortar. Anyway, I can cook some seafood tonight. Yeah, I haven't had hot seafood soup since I lost the tin can. Lu Zhe stood up and said, "Even if python meat is delicious, we can't keep eating it. It's just right. I'm going to see if there's anything big trapped in the stone nest where the python bones are. You guys prepare some clean stones and roast them on the fire. We'll come back and use them to make fish soup." Ning Shu said, "I'll go with you. You guys can chat with Sister Bing for a while." Lin Xianxian smiled and said, "Okay." Lu Zhe nodded. "Okay, bring a harpoon, a knife, and a plastic bag. Learn." The two men came to the sea nest, which was a pile of rocks. There was a relatively large sea nest that was about 2 meters deep and more than 30 square meters. It was the place where Lu Zhe threw the python's corpse yesterday. The remains of the python thrown away yesterday were still floating inside. After being washed by the tide all night, the seabed that was originally filled with blood became clear again. Several python bones were suspended in the clear sea water. The remaining flesh between the bones had turned white and looked a bit strange. "Hey, I don't see any fish down there. The water is too clear. It's very likely hidden in the rocks. Wait for me to go down." After saying that, Lu Zhe took off his vest and shorts, wearing only a pair of boxer shorts, and jumped into the water with a harpoon in hand. Ning Shu pursed her lips and looked down nervously. Lu Zhe held his breath and dived under the water, carefully moving the harpoon under the rocks, and soon a big fish emerged. The big fish ran out, turned around, and found that it could no longer find the way back to the ocean. so it had to drill into the cracks in the rocks again. Lu Zhe's reaction was extremely quick. He had already predicted its swimming trajectory and stabbed the fish with a harpoon. The nail pierced the fish's body. Ding! Got new protein, 1.8 kilograms of clouded grouper. Boy, that's big. Lu Zhe swam out of the water and threw himself onto the shore. Go ahead. The big fish landed on the beach and was still thrashing around. Ning Shu was surprised and delighted, and quickly took a plastic bag to hold it down. Oh my god, I can't hold it down. Take care of it. There may be more underneath. Hey, be careful. Lu Zhe dived into the water again, and then caught a blue snapper weighing more than 1 pound, 3-banded sea bream weighing about half a pound, and an eel. Ning Shu smiled brightly. Haha, it seems we can really open a Douyin account. This is the remains of a whole python. Normally they won't come to a place like this. Lu Zhe pointed at the python's carcass and said, we actually paid much more protein than we received. We just changed the taste. That's not bad. Come up. There's something else down there. Let me get it up and then we can go back. What? There are a few sea urchins at the bottom of the water. As he spoke, Lu Zhe dived into the water again. When he picked up the sea urchin, he found some khaki-colored things on the stone wall. This won't be. Lu Zhe's eyes lit up, and he touched it with his hand. Ding. Sanitary products found. Sponge silk. Below is some introduction about sponge silk. It is a simple multicellular marine animal and a prototype of SpongeBob SquarePants. The household sponges made of foamed plastic polymers used in daily life are made based on the principle of this sponge. This is a real natural sponge. The world's highest quality sponge silk comes from the Mediterranean and is pure yellow in color. In fact, the quality of this Southeast Asian sponge silk is not bad at all, but the color is not that beautiful, so it is not particularly popular. But it's not bad. You can use it for bathing, washing dishes, nursing, and even bathing your baby. It is the most natural, cleanest, and safest bathroom material. Since these are directly fished out of the sea, they may still carry some bacteria and microorganisms. It can be removed with a knife. He loaded up a dozen sea urchins and a dozen sponges, then emerged from the water. Ning Shu asked curiously, I know sea urchins, but what is this guy? Lu Zhe took a breath and said, Why, you haven't seen SpongeBob? Ning Shu picked one up to feel it and felt like countless little bugs were wriggling in her palm. She was so scared that she threw it back. Oh my god, it's alive. Well, it's alive now, but it will die soon, and then we can use it. As he spoke, Lu Zhe picked up a piece of sponge, squeezed it with his hands, and a large amount of sea water was squeezed out. Release it again, and the sponge becomes soft and fluffy. It's true. Try again. Ning Shu took it carefully. My palms still feel numb, but it's quite fun. Once you understand, the fear disappears. Ning Shu even liked the feeling of holding the sponge and commented in her own words. This is a great stress reliever. Ning Shu and Lu Zhe squeezed out all the kelp from the dozen pieces and returned to the camp with pockets full of seafood. As soon as they arrived at the camp, Ning Shu couldn't help but shout, Ha, look what we caught! I was holding a bag of things, but I didn't see my friends cheering. Jiang Yao and Tang Xiao's mouths were pouting. One was pouting, the other was flattening, and both were tearful. What's wrong with you? Were you having a fight? Neither girl spoke. Lu Zhe was also a little confused. Young ladies, what's wrong? Tang Xiao was said. Lu Zhe, this matter has nothing to do with you. Squad leader, please give us your opinion. Xin Bing shrugged helplessly and pulled him aside. It's like this. Guer's period came, but Yao Yao has used all the sanitary napkins, and there is only one left. The last piece. Guer is useless now, so I'm very unhappy. Qian Qian asked, Lu Zhe, can you make sanitary napkins? Lu Zhe Petrochemical. Is this in the survival manual? Also making sanitary napkins? Will Lorda do it? Will Bear Grylls do it? Josh and Matt would be confused if they came. According to Boy's way of thinking, leaving it alone is the best way to deal with it. No, that won't work, as it will attract insects and ants. That's not a place they can visit. I really need to find something to protect myself, etc. Lu Zhe seemed to think of someone. Sister Sparrow. That's a fierce woman. I remember that she made sanitary napkins. However, are those outdoor sanitary napkins made of hay, moss, and bark sure not to hurt girls' tender little butts? Chapter 81, Island Edition, Sanitary Napkin. Chapter 81, Island Edition, Sanitary Napkin. Of course not with that kind of material. Compared to Sister Sparrow, he now has better quality material, sponge. You could try using it as the main material, adding bamboo charcoal and cotton cloth. You just have to wait until the sponge is completely dead before using it. If it's alive, it will wriggle, and it feels like a little bug crawling around. If you put under your butt, girls will be upset, right? Even if they didn't collapse, Lu Zhe himself would not allow it. That is a sacred and inviolable place. Except for himself, no living creature is allowed to approach. Forehead. Off topic. In fact, the sponges that are fished out will die soon. Then it dries and becomes hard. It becomes soft again after being soaked in water. Therefore, its properties are opposite to those of certain sponge-like substances. If it maintains a certain humidity, it will remain soft and chewy. It's worth a try until you find a better alternative. But if used directly, there will still be bacteria and microorganisms, which can easily destroy the pH balance of the girl's area. Once the constant pH is destroyed, the girl's body fragrance may disappear and she may smell like an old lady. Imagining several beautiful girls carrying the scent of middle-aged women, Lu Zhe felt something was wrong. No, the microorganisms and bacteria must be eliminated. So what should we do specifically? The easiest way is to boil water? That doesn't work either. Although high temperature will kill bacteria and microorganisms, it will also destroy the internal structure of the sponge and directly boil the sponge. Lu Zhe has already thought of a solution. That is the famous pasteurization method. It sounds grand, but the actual principle is very simple. The specific method is to maintain a temperature of 50 to 60 degrees Celsius for 30 minutes, which can kill 99% of the bacteria in the food without destroying the original nutrition and taste of the food. Aseptic eggs and milk are commonly sterilized using this method. The effect is very nice. So what should be used to maintain a constant temperature? Yes, it's the stone mortar. This is the third way Lu Zhe thought of to open the stone mortar pasteurization. Lu Zhe started to produce it. First, make a small fire rack, control the size of the flame, then put the stone mortar in the coconut water and boil it. The heat from a low fire is not enough to completely penetrate the thick wall of the stone mortar, but it can keep the water in the stone mortar at a constant temperature for a long time. After boiling for a while, Lu Zhe tested the water temperature with his hand. It felt a little hot, but when he took a sip, it was not hot enough to burn his mouth. Yes, that's a temperature of about 60 degrees. I waited for a while and tried again. It was still the same temperature. That's it. Next, put a few sponges into the mortar and set the timer to 30 minutes. He didn't sit idle at this time. He started looking for other materials. There are some old clothes in the backpack. One of the cartoon vests, made of pure cotton, had a tear in one place. Judging from the size, it should be a vest for a girl of a few years old. It might have been thrown away by its mother because it was damaged. You can use it to wrap sponges in bamboo charcoal. Small clothes are not afraid of high temperatures. Wash them thoroughly, boil them in a can of water, and then expose them to the sun. After 30 minutes, take out the sponge. At this time, the sponge has already died and the bacteria and microorganisms have been almost completely eliminated. Although rapid cooling after sterilization would be more effective, we don't have that condition now, so we can only settle for the next best thing. Pinch it and it's still elastic. However, a sponge that is too soft will definitely not be comfortable when placed between the legs. In order to give girls the most perfect experience, it has to be made thinner. Cutting it into thin slices will affect its water absorption. It doesn't matter. Lu Zhe got some bamboo charcoal and sandwiched it between two sponges to enhance its adsorption ability. Then cut the girl's clothes into strips of about 20 centimeters and wrap the sponge and bamboo charcoal tightly inside. This ensures its water absorption without being too thick and uncomfortable to wear. Put in your panties and it can play its role perfectly. Lu Zhe did 5 sets. That should be enough for now. At the same time, neither Jiang Yao nor Tang Xiao will use the last sanitary napkin. From the initial dispute to the subsequent humility to the current brainstorming, everyone is discussing a question. How will we live without sanitary napkins? Some say to use hay, some say to use cloth, some say to wash it in seawater each time, and some say that it's no big deal to just hang it out to dry without washing it. But if you think about it carefully, none of them are reliable. And just at this moment, Lu Zhe returned to the camp. When they saw Lu Zhe coming, they all lowered their heads and said nothing. After all, it is still embarrassing for boys to know about girls' troubles. But they underestimated Lu Zhe's honesty. What's wrong? Because we don't have enough sanitary napkins? Both girls blushed. Jiang Yao sighed. Even so, it still feels a bit strange to be asked directly by a boy. It's okay, problem solved. How to solve it? Lu Zhe showed off his masterpiece. Use this. Ning Shu blinked. What is this? Zhe Ji's exclusive secret recipe, island version of sanitary napkins. Qianqian was shocked. Oh my god, you really did it. Ning Shu was petrified, and then asked loudly, why? Would you make such a thing? The other girls also opened their eyes wide. Yeah, that's weird. It's not for you guys, Lu Zhe said proudly. After all, girls are more troublesome. As the only man in the team, you should be happy that I can help you solve your current problems. The four girls looked at each other. Why are you so happy? Something's wrong with my whole body. Shinbing took it awkwardly and pinched it. Hey, it does look like the real thing. What did you use to make it? Sterilized sponges and bamboo charcoal are both materials with strong adsorption capacity. When combined with a sterilized cotton shirt, they can effectively absorb water without causing any adverse effects on the delicate skin there. More importantly, this fabric can be sterilized and reused as a cotton bag. You only need to replace the sponge and bamboo charcoal inside. It is clean, hygienic, and comfortable. It will not affect your exercise during the day and will not leak when you turn over at night. It will definitely give you considerate care and the most intimate protection. After he finished speaking, the girls opened their mouths wide, all completely speechless. Tang Xiao was said, Xiao Zhe, are you serious? Certainly. Ning Shu was dumbfounded. Lu Zhe, don't tell me that you also learned this from 100,000 Ys. This? Lu Zhe wanted to make up another reason, but he couldn't think of one, so he nodded. Yes. Can you tell me which version of 100,000 Ys teaches this kind of thing? That's not important. The key is that it can indeed solve the problems you will face in the future. Even if we have 10 packs, they will be used up soon. That makes sense. But when boys teach science about this, I feel bad all over. Forget it. Lu Zhe is not an outsider. Although Shinbing felt a little helpless, she also understood that if they stayed on the deserted island for too long, these were problems they would have to face sooner or later. She pinched it again and found it to be quite soft and comfortable. She had an idea. Although this thing looked insignificant, it might be able to solve the big problem they were about to face. Chapter 82 Day 10, Exploring the Jungle. Chapter 82 Day 10, Exploring the Jungle. Shinbing pinched it again. I think we can give it a try. How about you guys try it? I really have to try. We can't just leave it hanging. Jiang Yao and Tang Xiao will look at each other. Since it was Lu Zhe who did it, then be a guinea pig for once. Jiang Yao and Tang Xiao each took one, went to the back of the shelter, and fiddled with it for a while before setting it up. Then they all came out with red faces. Lin Qianqian asked curiously, how does it feel? Jiang Yao tilted her head and thought for a moment. To be honest, it's not as hard to accept as I imagined. Tang Xiao pursed her lips. After all, it's Lu Zhe's thing. It's quite comfortable to put it like this. Ning Shu nodded. Anyway, this is the best substitute for sanitary napkins that can be used at this stage. Lu Zhe, you are really a talent. You can even make this thing. Lu Zhe said calmly. People always grow through practice. Only by studying hard and observing carefully like me can we gain a more comfortable life experience in a harsh environment. Are you bragging? Sounds similar. Shinbing walked to the mortar curiously, noticed the tools Lu Zhe used to make these things, and suddenly understood the sterilization principle. In fact, he is really awesome. Hey, how do we cook so many fish? Lin Qianqian's voice came from the other side. Kill 2 to make fish soup, and the rest, we can make grilled fish fillets. They can be preserved for a longer time, and can also be used as snacks. Wow, grilled fish fillet. That just sounds exciting. Can you do it? It's very simple. I'll teach you. Is this also taught by 100,000 Ys? Don't talk nonsense, just study hard. There are clear production methods in the survival manual. Lu Zhe picked up a knife and started to work. Kill the fish and take out the internal organs, then remove the bones and skin, and then spread the meat on the stone. Use a bamboo tube to squeeze out the moisture while baking the stone. Sea fish itself has a salty taste. Apply some honey and press back and forth. Squeeze out all the moisture while baking. At night, everyone finally had fish soup and harvested more than 2 kilograms of grilled fish fillets. Summarize the gains of the 9th day. 2 important stone tools were produced. This means that they have officially entered the Stone Age. In addition, the use of bamboo leaves, neem branches, sponges, and other materials has improved the quality of life. The rescue team still didn't come, but life was getting back on track. But the biggest problem has not yet been solved, which is that we have not yet found a sustainable water source. On a deserted island, without a constant supply of fresh water, one would always be under the threat of death. June 19th, Sunday, sunny. It's 6:30 in the morning. It's the 10th day of being stranded on a desert island. Lu Zhe ate a piece of python meat, 2 pieces of hautuinia cordata, and 2 pieces of roasted coconut meat early in the morning. Carbohydrates, vitamins, proteins, and fats are all replenished. He planned to go deep into the jungle that day and search horizontally along the mountain jungle. He had only one goal: to find a water source such as a mountain spring, stream, or lake, and then move the camp near the water source. He prepared some tools: a stone knife for cutting through thorns, slingshot for hunting. The stone is wrapped in mud and rolled into a round shape, which is then hardened by fire. The shooting accuracy of this projectile is far better than that of ordinary pebbles. There is also a simple compass made of magnetic cards. Then apply mosquito repellent herbs on your body. I also had to bring Ning Shu's backpack, which contained 2 bottles of coconut water and some dried meat and fish slices. Lu Zhe originally planned to act alone, but everyone disagreed. Shen Bing was very worried. Lu Zhe, I may not know other things as well as you do, but it is very dangerous to act alone in the wild. I had no way to do it before, but now we have the conditions, so it's best to bring someone with us. Lu Zhe felt that it was nice to have a girl accompany him, as he could share some things and also talk to her. The most important thing is that you can take the opportunity to complete the sign-in. Yes, but only one person at most. Originally, the most suitable person to work together was Shen Bing. After all, he was more familiar with the terrain here and could serve as a guide. But the stitches on her calf had not yet healed, and a long trek might worsen the injury. Guo'er's period just came, but Yao Yao's period hasn't left yet. Only Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian were able to move more easily. Choose one. Finally, it was confirmed that it was Qianqian who accompanied him into the jungle. The reason is that today is Wednesday, and Qianqian is the girlfriend on duty. Qianqian, you're the one that I trust the most. Remember, a girlfriend on duty must prevent him from being shy. Ning Su varnet earnestly. Qianqian nodded with a smile. Don't worry, squad leader. Lu Zhe also applied mosquito-repellent herbs on Lin Qianqian, and at 8 o'clock in the morning, the 2 of them entered the jungle together. After entering the jungle, they walked up the slope and reached a place about 300 meters from the coastline and began to cross the mountainside. This route is not easy to travel, but it is the easiest way to find fresh water. Under the shade of the trees, there were unknown insects chirping everywhere, which made people feel a little irritated. She could faintly hear birds singing and animals roaring deep in the forest, but she couldn't tell what kind of animals they were. Lin Qianqian was a little scared. Lu Zhe walked in front, constantly swinging the stone knife to cut the thorns in front. Lin Qianqian followed him closely, chatting as they walked to ease the fear in her heart. Originally, Lu Zhe thought that Qianqian would only pay attention to plant and geological information. While chatting, Lin Qianqian suddenly asked, Lu Zhe, you like Sister Bing, right? Lu Zhe was stunned. I didn't expect Lin Qianqian to suddenly ask such a question. Why do you ask? I feel like when you talk to her, the feeling you give people is... Lin Qianqian frowned. It's as if you two have a special relationship. Don't talk nonsense. Lu Zhe thought. Girls can't really have a sixth sense, right? Or did Lin Qianqian discover something that night? Lu Zhe pretended to joke. Why, are you jealous? Lin Qianqian smiled. No, in fact, I don't understand you. What do you mean? Because I also like looking at cute and pretty girls. Sometimes I think if I were a boy, I would be a playboy like you. It's rare for you to be so frank. To be honest, in terms of appearance alone, Lin Qianqian is the most beautiful among the girls. But who would have thought that such a cute girl could have such a strange side? If you like girls, would it make you feel uncomfortable if I asked you to be my on-duty girlfriend? Lin Qianqian shook her head. Being your on-duty girlfriend makes me feel very happy. At least it makes me feel like a normal girl. And what? Lin Qianqian blushed and pursed her lips. You are the only boy I don't hate. Should I be proud? Of course. Lin Qianqian lifted her hair and said, I understand that Xiaozhe likes pretty girls. Besides, I like you like this. Lu Zhe felt like something was wrong. You like it? Lin Qianqian followed behind Lu Zhe and said seriously, I think I should be jealous. But for some reason, when I see the boy I like being intimate with the girl I like, I feel inexplicably happy. Qianqian, there's something wrong with you. Lu Zhe appeared normal on the surface, but he was extremely surprised in his heart. It was the first time he knew there were such girls in the world. Do you want some guidance? Wait, why do you need guidance? If you think about it from your own perspective, there's nothing wrong with this. At least she won't be like Tang Xiaohua, who gets jealous over trivial matters. So here comes the question. If you meet such a girl in your life, will you enlighten her? Chapter 83, Scorpion in the Shot. Chapter 83, Scorpion in the Shot. The two of them walked and talked, and before they knew it, they had been walking for more than 4 hours. But still no water source was found. There was no river or stream, not even a ditch or mud pit. Doesn't the weekly sign-in indicate that this island has freshwater resources? Where? Lin Qianqian was a little tired and a little worried. Lu Zhe, have we walked too far? Lu Zhe looked around. Through the gaps in the woods, you can vaguely see the ocean in the distance. Have you reached the other side of the island? He saw the direction of the sun through the gaps between the branches and felt something was wrong. He took out half of the bottle, poured water into it, placed it on the ground, and then placed the magnetic card compass on it. As the water waves come to rest, the magnetic stripes eventually point in one direction. To be sure, Lu Zhe tried it 3 times in different positions, and the results were the same. He frowned slightly. What's wrong? Lin Qianqian asked. Like the camp, the reverse side points to the sea. Isn't that really normal? Not normal. Lu Zhe shook his head. We've walked so far. Theoretically, we should have reached the side or back of the island, but in the end, we're still on the same side of the island as the camp. This shows that this island is too big. Lin Qianqian looked around. It seems to be very big. I thought the island was bigger than I initially thought, and now it looks like it's probably more than 10 square kilometers, almost as big as a medium-sized town. There should be fresh water on such a big island. Maybe the dry season lasted too long. Lu Zhe said as he squatted down and carefully observed the geological structure under his feet. He found some dry mosses, which should live in moist places, while other grass mosses grew quite lushly. Look here. What's wrong? Lu Zhe pointed to some mosses and said, if I'm not mistaken, there used to be a stream here, but it dried up for too long and plants grew here. Lin Qianqian didn't pay attention at first, but after Lu Zhe said that, she looked carefully. Going down the mountain, there was indeed a path where the vegetation was different from that in other places. If you think about it, it is the traces left by the stream flowing down. That's true. It's a pity that it dried up. Lin Qianqian thought for a moment. The alternation between hot and cold weather is obvious here. In theory, there should be more rain. Lu Zhe also thought of this problem. This should be normal. Maybe this island has special climate characteristics that are unknown to the public. What should we do then? Lu Zhe thought for a while and said, it's not a good idea for us to keep searching like this. We won't be able to find it even if we walk until night. We have to find a way to climb to the highest point of the island and look down at the entire island from above. Maybe we can find a water source. But Lin Qianqian was a little tired. Let's not climb to the top today. Of course. Lu Zhe observed around and said, if we want to climb to the top of the mountain, we need to be more fully prepared. Based on the current estimated size of the mountain, we are not well prepared to enter the jungle. What else do you need? Hammocks, more fresh water, and be prepared to spend the night in the woods. Spending the night in the woods. That's too dangerous. But until the rescue team comes, this is what we have to go through. Let's take a break, eat something, and that's all for today. As he spoke, Lu Zhe took off his backpack and went to get coconut water and dried meat. Lin Qianqian sighed and found a rock to sit on. At this moment, she did not notice that there was an uninvited guest lying on the stone. Suddenly, a pain came from below. Oops, what's wrong? Lin Qianqian's face was filled with fear. I was stabbed. What? Lu Zhe rushed over quickly and slowly helped Lin Qianqian up. She suddenly discovered that there was a giant, crushed scorpion where she had just sat. Lu Zhe was shocked. Wow, this scorpion is at least 10 centimeters long, black all over, and has a red tail. Lu Zhe was shocked. This big brother doesn't look like someone who is easy to mess with. Lin Qianqian was immediately frightened and cried. It's over, I was stung by it. He quickly picked up the dead scorpion with his hands, and information about the scorpion came to his mind. The Malayan red-tailed rainforest scorpion can be used as medicine and as a pet. Its toxicity is generally not fatal, but it can cause swelling and pain, as well as mild muscle discomfort. It looks scary, but it turns out it's not particularly poisonous. By the way, scorpions are different from other poisonous insects. Scorpions in frigid zones and deserts are the most poisonous, while most scorpions in tropical jungles are of average toxicity. So, don't be fooled by this guy's fierce appearance. In fact, the main thing he relies on to survive in the underworld is not his tail needle, but his 2 big pincers. Lu Zhe sighed while holding the scorpion. The big brother was basking in the sun when a little beauty sat on him and killed him. Seeing that the toxicity was not serious, Lu Zhe felt relieved. What should I do? What should I do? Try to move as little as possible. It's okay. This scorpion shouldn't be very poisonous. Despite Lu Zhe's comfort, he was still worried. If Qianqian was hurt, it would be a big trouble. Chapter 84. Carrying Lin Qianqian back to the camp. Chapter 84. Carrying Lin Qianqian back to the camp. Qianqian, don't move. Lu Zhe, what are you going to do? Think of me as a doctor, so I can see how badly you're hurt. This. Qianqian still turned her little face to the side and nodded shyly. Lu Zhe pondered for a moment, and information came to his mind. Test results, normal. Test results, normal. Test results, normal. Test results, normal. Test results, minor scorpion venom wound. It will itch for 3 days and heal on its own. Lu Zhe was relieved. It's okay, it's just a little poisonous. The itching will go away in a few days. Can you? Take your hands out now. Okay. In the jungle, Lu Zhe was standing and Qianqian was sitting. Neither of them dared to look into each other's eyes, feeling a little awkward. In the end, it was Lu Zhe who spoke first. How is it? Can you walk? I still feel a little uncomfortable, but it's okay. She said this, but looking at her frowning brows, it was obvious that she had not fully recovered yet. Eat something, then we'll go back to camp. Lu Zhe took out grilled fish fillets, dried python meat, and coconut water, and the two of them had a simple meal on the spot. Lu Zhe stood on the stone and looked at it. It's not easy to go back the same way, and it's meaningless. This time we go to the beach first, and then walk back from the beach, and we can pick up some treasures. Lin Qianqian nodded. I have no objection. Let's do what you say. However, even though I could walk, I was still a little red and swollen. I finally walked onto the beach, but I felt very uncomfortable. Still feeling uncomfortable, aren't you? Well, it hurts a little when it's rubbed. Then, let me hold you. Lin Qianqian was silent for a few seconds and nodded. Lu Zhe tied the stone knife behind him and picked up Lin Qianqian in a chic princess hug. Lin Qianqian snuggled in Lu Zhe's arms like a little bird. I'm sorry, I've caused you trouble again. Lu Zhe smiled indifferently. If it's a boy, it will be troublesome, but it's okay for a girl. Now Lu Zhe's strength and physical fitness have improved significantly compared to before, and he feels that Lin Qianqian's weight is no different from that of a kitten. Is it troublesome to hold a cat? Not bad. Lu Zhe, can you please not tell my friends about the scorpion bite? I don't want them to worry about me. No problem. Then when we get close to the camp, can you let me walk on my own? Lu Zhe knew that Lin Qianqian was the kind of girl who didn't want to trouble others. If it wasn't really inconvenient to walk, he would never let me hold him. This is not too much to ask. Okay, holding Lin Qianqian, I had no way to pick up things along the way. But completing the sign-in became easy. Lu Zhe lowered his head slightly, and his lips touched the light hair. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have completed the sign-in. Physical strength +1. You have signed in for 10 consecutive days. Data panel. Strength, 13. Physical fitness, 13. Physical strength, 11. Agility, 12. Perception, 11. Sure enough, the so-called randomness of the system is not truly random. Maybe it is random at the beginning, but once it is determined, a person will be bound to a certain ability. In an instant, Lu Zhe's physical energy was replenished. Holding Qianqian, I walked back along the beach at high strides. 2 hours later, the two approached the camp. He was sure that with his original physical strength, it would be impossible for him to carry a girl for 2 hours. But even so, Lu Zhe was a little breathless and sweaty, and his cheeks were slightly flushed. Lu Zhe put Lin Qianqian down and said, We are almost at the campsite. Can we walk back? Qianqian bit her lip. Well, thank you for your hard work. At this time, in the camp, Shenbing was learning to weave hemp rope with Ning Shu, and Tang Xiaohua and Jiang Yao were cooking food. In less than 2 days, Shenbing had become friends with several girls and became their close big sister. At this time, Ning Shu saw that it was getting late and Lu Zhe and Qianqian had not returned yet, so she said worriedly, Didn't Lu Zhe say he would be back before 2 o'clock? Why isn't he back yet so late? Jiang Yao said, Maybe the road is difficult to walk on. I know Lu Zhe. He is very good at managing time. Ning Shu thought for a moment. What do you think happened between the two of them? Tang Xiaohua asked worriedly. Will there be any danger? Ning Shu shook her head. I believe in Lu Zhe's ability to handle crises. I'm talking about another situation. Jiang Yao understood immediately. She shrugged and said, What can happen? Qianqian doesn't like boys. No. Tang Xiaohua thought for a moment. I remember when I was in school, there were more boys chasing after Qianqian than me. but she always politely rejected them and kept them at a distance. But after arriving on the island, I have never seen Qianqian have that kind of attitude towards Lu Zhe, even a little bit. Ning Shu thought. Yes, when she was with Lu Zhe, she seemed to become a normal girl. Shen Bing listened to what the girl said and smiled. Let me explain. From a psychological perspective, this is a bi-orientation. Most syndromes show an overt orientation toward the opposite sex and a covert orientation toward the same sex. Usually, they're no different from normal people, and it is only triggered at certain times. Qianqian is different. She is just the opposite. She has an overt orientation towards the same sex and a covert orientation towards the opposite sex. When she was stranded on the deserted island, she had too much contact with Lu Zhe and thought that this boy was very good. So her covert orientation naturally showed up. Ning Shu was surprised. Oh my God, Sister Bing, you know so much? As a people's defender, I studied psychology when I was in police academy, so I know a thing or two about this. Tang Xiaohua frowned. So, Qianqian is the most dangerous. Jiang Yao thought for a moment. Do you remember she said that she wanted Lu Zhe to help her get rid of some weird hobbies? Ning Shu asked worriedly. Then, did they really do something unspeakable? What are you thinking about? Shen Bing smiled and said, I think Xiaozhe and Qianqian are not the kind of casual people. You are their friends, so you should know them better. Hearing what Shen Bing said, Ning Shu nodded. That's true. Tang Xiaohua thought for a moment and asked again, if something really happened to them, can we tell from some details? Of course. Shen Bing smiled confidently. I'm a professional. Ning Shu asked, Sister Bing, can you tell me about it? Well, you're not kids anymore, so it doesn't hurt to talk about it. Shen Bing thought that would be a good opportunity to teach a few girls how to judge people so that they can avoid taking detours in life. You could try to observe it from several aspects. All three girls came over. First, boys are more tired than girls in this kind of situation. Observe whether boys are sweating a lot or having slight shortness of breath. Usually, if something happens within 20 minutes, it will show, and it is difficult to completely cover it up. For example, a vest is stuck to the skin, the hair is a little messy, etc. Second, are the two of them shy or blushing? Even if the incident has passed, if you observe carefully, you'll find that the two of them will blush when they look at each other. And they will also blush when they are alone, and they will have the feeling that they are worried about something. Girls like Qianqian who don't hide their true colors are easier to identify. Third, look at the walking posture. This is reflected in girls. Usually, girls who have never experienced it will definitely feel uncomfortable after the first time, and their walking posture will be a little awkward. At this point, Shen Bing inadvertently adjusted her sitting posture. See, she walks differently than usual, for example. She squeezes her legs together and walks very slowly, so she can't run. Oh, after hearing these remarks, the three girls were surprised. Sister Bing, you are so amazing. You understand all this. Shen Bing smiled calmly. Don't forget, I deal with criminals all the time. I'm a professional at judging people. Hey, look, they are back. After saying this, Lu Zhe and Lin Qianqian came back from a distance. Chapter 85, Shen Bing's Knowledge Points. Chapter 85, Shen Bing's Knowledge Points. Coconut, chop one quickly. Under the gaze of several girls, Lu Zhe took a coconut and cracked it open as soon as he returned to the camp. His shirt was soaked with sweat, and it was obvious that he had done something physically strenuous not long ago. Looking at Lin Qianqian again, her little face was flushed as if she was worried about something. In comparison, Lu Zhe, who had better physical strength, looked more tired, while the delicate Lin Qianqian was not that tired. Lu Zhe finished chopping the coconut and handed it to Lin Qianqian. Here, have a coconut drink. Lin Qianqian blushed and shook her head, whispering, You've worked hard, you should drink first, and then give it to me when you're full. The three girls opened their eyes wide, and even Shen Bing was stunned. Men sweat, women blush. They care about each other, and their expressions are not very natural. They perfectly match every situation, Sister Bing said. Sisters, is there any evidence more obvious than this? Ning Shu's words trembled a little. Lu Zhe came over. Hey, what are you talking about? Ning Shu adjusted her tone. Lu Zhe, what did you and Qianqian do? To find fresh water, of course. Did you find it? Lu Zhe wiped his sweat and shook his head. We didn't find it. Do you believe it? We didn't even get to the other side of the island. Jiang Yao's eyes were red, and she said resentfully, Yeah, of course I can't find it. I've used my energy to do other things. What's the meaning? Tang Xiaohua blushed and said, Tell me the truth. Lu Zhe, did you do anything? Lin Qianqian immediately thought of the scene of Lu Zhe checking the scorpion venom. Her face turned even redder, her legs clamped tighter, and her expression became even more panicked. No. Then why does Lu Zhe look a little tired? Nonsense. Lu Zhe was annoyed. Walking such a long way, wouldn't you be tired? Then why doesn't Qianqian look that tired? Lu Zhe remembered that Lin Qianqian didn't want anyone to know about that. So he casually said, is it okay if she has good physical strength? Qianqian has better physical strength than you? No. Tang Xiaowu looked incredulous. If I remember correctly, you are on our school football team. Jiang Yao added angrily. She's a member of the dance club, a second-level swimmer, and she even participated in the city's marathon the year she graduated from college, finishing the entire race in 3.5 hours. You said Qianqian has better stamina than you. Shinbing blushed as she ate melons on the side. This boy is really good. Okay, let's not talk about that for now. Ning Shu gathered his emotions and said, I saw you guys came back from the beach. Didn't you pick up anything? In fact, they did encounter some usable daily necessities along the way, but because they were holding Lin Qianqian, they didn't pick them up. Lu Zhe thought that since he had promised Qianqian not to tell anyone, then he should just not tell anyone. I didn't see anything useful. Something's wrong. This is so wrong. Tang Xiao will burst into tears. You really went into the woods, right? What? Go into the woods. Qianqian blushed. No. That must be the case. Look, Qianqian's face is getting even redder. Lu Zhe finally understood what they meant. Sisters, your imaginations are too wild. How can you think of me and Qianqian in such a different way? I think. Shinbing came over. She felt that there were exceptions to everything. Even if Lu Zhe and Qianqian met every condition, it was possible. Hey, wait, what is this? She stretched out her slender fingers and twisted a long hair from Lu Zhe's neck. Among all the girls, only Qianqian has hair this long. It seems like you really need to explain. Sure enough, they went into the woods. He won't drill with me. Jiang Yao also sobbed with red eyes. What, girlfriend on duty? The worst idea ever. Lu Zhe smiled bitterly. This misunderstanding seems to be a bit big. At this time, Lin Qianqian felt that if she didn't tell the truth, Lu Zhe would be wrongly accused. She gritted her teeth and said, you really misunderstood. It was Lu Zhe who carried me back. Carry you back? What? Lin Qianqian blushed. I was stung. Tang Xiaowu was confused and asked, who stung me? Lu Zhe. No, it's a scorpion. Upon hearing this, several girls became nervous at the same time. When the crisis really comes, they all care about their companions very much. Qianqian, you didn't lie? No, I'm telling the truth. Qianqian is not a girl who often lies. Her firm attitude makes it difficult for others to doubt her. Where did you get stung? Goofed. Lin Qianqian's voice was like a mosquito. What are you embarrassed about? We are all girls. Come on, speak louder and tell me where it is. Oh, they all said it was there. Shinbing said, come, let's take a look. It will be dangerous if it is really poisoned. Of course, caring about their companions is one thing, but they also want to verify whether Qianqian is lying. Seeing that everyone said so, Lin Qianqian had no choice but to nod helplessly. Lu Zhe still wanted to eat melon. So Ning Shu stuffed the water gun that Tang Xiaowu had found into Lu Zhe's hands and said, go over there and play by yourself for a while. Don't look over here. Then he glared and added, if this doesn't happen, humph, you're dead. On the other hand, Qianqian experienced social death again. With tears on her face, she looked at the blue sky and the sea, letting her girlfriends study her butt. This feeling will be engraved in my mind forever. Oh my God, I really got stung. Qianqian, does it hurt? Has it been dealt with? Don't worry, it doesn't look serious. Don't worry, the sting is not serious. Besides, Shinbing let out a long sigh. Lu Zhe and Qianqian never did anything excessive. Sister Bing, how did you know? Shinbing lowered her voice and whispered, Qianqian is a virgin. How do you see this? Look here. The 2-minute academic popular science lecture broadened the knowledge of several girls. Sister Bing, you also know this? Sister Bing is a veteran driver, right? No, it's actually work-related. Work reason. Several girls became even more confused and cast strange looks at him. Shinbing smiled bitterly and shrugged. You can't imagine where female drug dealers would hide drugs. Some places are not convenient for men to check, so female police officers like us have to check. You will understand it naturally after seeing it more. We didn't understand it the first time. Shin Bing was curious. Who else have you seen? Recalling the scene when Shin Bing was unconscious and everyone was looking for horsefly larvae, several girls smiled awkwardly. On your own? Mirror, mirror. Have you ever looked in a mirror? Jiang Yao smiled awkwardly. Everyone is curious. After hearing that nothing happened between Lin Qianqian and Lu Zhe, the girls felt relieved, but they were still worried about Qianqian's condition. Qianqian, where did you get stung? In the jungle. What color is the scorpion? It's black, with a red needle on the tail. Shin Bing let out a long sigh. Don't worry. This is a Malayan rainforest scorpion. Although it is poisonous, the poison is not very strong. Shin Bing took another close look at the sting and said, It's okay. Just don't exercise for the next 2 days, and it will heal soon. Can we bring it up now? Lin Qianqian blushed with embarrassment and felt that her life was coming to an end. I'm sorry, Lu Zhe Qianqian. We wronged you. It's because your two actions were so similar to what Sister Bing said. Yes, Sister Bing. Aren't you a professional? Shin Bing rubbed his forehead awkwardly. In fact, even old hunters can make mistakes sometimes. Lu Zhe pretended to be unhappy. Squad leader, it's okay if others blame you wrongly, but you're the last one who should be blamed wrongly. Okay, it's all my fault this time. You can punish me however you want, but don't mention my dark history. Okay, don't blame yourselves. From now on, we should be more discerning when encountering things, and don't doubt our companions casually. Let's work together to face difficulties in the future, okay? The staff's words were always full of positive energy, and several girls nodded. By the way, Lu Zhe, did you find anything during this exploration of the jungle? Lu Zhe said seriously, we walked a long way along the mountainside, but still did not get to the other side of the island. During this time, we found several dry streams, but no usable water sources. The streams are all dry. Shin Bing speculated. Could it be that it hasn't rained on this island for several months? Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, looking at the growth of the moss, the stream has been dry for almost 2 months. Chapter 86, New Survival Plan. Chapter 86, New Survival Plan. A deserted island without rain for 2 months shows how scarce freshwater resources are. Lu Zhe asked again. By the way, how much coconut has been used in the past 2 days? Ning Shu said. The coconuts that were picked earlier are basically all used up. There are about 1/3 left from the ones that were picked later. The rest are out of our reach. Lu Zhe nodded. At this rate, we will have used up all the coconuts around here in less than a week. Ning Shu asked. Where else are there more coconut trees? Lu Zhe shook his head. Using only coconuts is not a solution. Even if we were given all the coconuts on the island, it wouldn't last more than a few months. Shin Bing also nodded. There is too little water in each coconut. Some of them have no water at all, or they are rotten and completely undrinkable. Ning Shu said. Besides, drinking coconut water all the time will cause problems for your body. Tang Xiaowu agreed. Yes, I've been drinking coconut water these days. I feel uncomfortable in my stomach. I want to vomit when I smell coconut. Jiang Yao said. Me too. I'm almost turning into a coconut spirit. Lu Zhe understood the girl's feelings, and in fact, he felt the same way. No matter what time it was, coconuts could never completely replace fresh water. In addition, we need to open up new land and cultivate farmland, and we must find sustainable, fresh water. Shin Bing looked at Lu Zhe again. Lu Zhe, what are your plans next? Really go into the jungle, climb to the highest point of the mountain island, and look for water. Ning Shu said, Don't tell me you guys are not really entering the jungle today. Not really. Lu Zhe shook his head. Today, Qianqian and I walked along the mountainside to find a mountain stream, but judging from the current situation, the mountain streams have dried up. We probably won't find any fresh water if we continue searching like this. Shin Bing asked, Can we find it by entering the jungle? Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, I can't say that we can definitely find it, but at least we have more options. We can find a way to climb to the highest point of the island and overlook the entire island from above. If there's a lake or a river, we should be able to see it. In addition, we can also look for groundwater deep inside the island. Groundwater? Jiang Yao was a little confused. Even if there's groundwater on the island, is it fresh water? Meeting. Lu Zhe nodded affirmatively. Have you ever heard of a term called freshwater lens? Shin Bing thought for a moment and said, I think I've heard it somewhere before. Freshwater lenses, also known as Geben-Herzberg lenses, are a special geographical structure of coral islands. Qianqian said, I think I learned about it in high school, but after entering college, I forgot a lot of high school knowledge. Ning Shu nodded. Me too. Tell me more about it. On coral islands, there are places that are thick in the middle and thin around the edges. The tiny holes in the coral form a filter layer that stores rainwater and allows fresh water to float on top of seawater without mixing. Because this geological phenomenon looks like a convex lens buried underground, it is also called a freshwater lens. Lin Qianqian's eyes lit up. I remember, during the development of our country's artificial island Yongshu Island, many wells were drilled, and fresh water was found in more than one-third of the wells. Scientists have found that this is the result of the mirror phenomenon. Yes, that's it. Lu Zhe nodded. The area of this volcanic island is even larger than Yongshu Island. Although it is not a coral island in the overall sense, some places have the structure of coral islands and should have similar geographical structures. Ning Shu exclaimed, I never thought that you Lu Zhe are also so good at geography. Jiang Yao was a little worried, but I just heard from Qianqian that among the many wells dug on Yongshu Island, only one-third of them had fresh water. So this kind of thing depends on luck. Of course, because the dry season lasted too long, or because of the geological structure of the volcano, it is possible that we dug a very deep pit and found nothing. This is also normal. Lu Zhe said frankly, but if you do nothing, the chances are zero. Shenbing thought for a while and said, it seems that we really need to go into the jungle. So what do you think we should set off? Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, at least wait until your leg injury and the shallow sting have healed. Ning Shu asked, so we are all been going to the jungle together? We don't have to guard the camp. Lu Zhe nodded. Well, within a week, we will have drunk all the coconuts here, and we will have to move. Instead of that, we might as well go into the jungle together and build a camp directly when we find a sustainable freshwater source. This will save us the trouble of coming back to inform those who are left behind. Ning Shu looked at Jiang Yao next to him and said, it feels so exciting to explore the primitive jungle together. Lin Qianqian said, if we camp in the jungle, it will be inconvenient for us to come to the beach. Tang Xiaohua also said, we can't pick up sea treasures or pick barnacles anymore. There's always a trade-off. For us right now, continuous fresh water is far more important than supplies at the seaside. The girls looked at each other. Although everyone felt a little regretful, they all understood that Lu Zhe's judgment was probably the most correct. Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, but don't worry too much. Maybe when we find fresh water, we'll find that it's not far from the sea. We can still go to the sea to pick up treasures every day. Shenbing asked, if the 6 of us go into the jungle, we will need to prepare a lot of things. Lu Zhe thought for a while and nodded. Let me give you a brief overview. First, to enter the jungle, each of us must prepare at least 5 bottles of fresh water. You also need to bring enough food so that you don't have to spend too much energy looking for food in the early stages of entering the jungle. Second, take precautions. There are many more mosquitoes in the jungle than at the beach. Every 2 people should be equipped with a bottle of mosquito repellent. Third, sleeping directly on the ground in the tropical jungle is quite suicidal, so you need to get some ropes to make a hammock when camping. Shenbing nodded. We can use coconut water instead of fresh water. As for food, we have enough reserves now. It seems that the main thing is ropes. Today Ning Shu and the others taught me how to weave ropes with abaca and tree bark. Let's make more ropes during the few days we recover from our injuries. Several girls agreed, saying it was a pity that the warm campsite they had worked so hard to set up would have to be abandoned. Okay, let's finalize the plan. Don't spend any more energy maintaining the shelter during this period. If you have the energy, enrich the fresh water and food diversity to prepare for exploring the jungle. Lu Zhe looked at his watch again and said, it's getting late today. Let's eat something and rest early. We will start preparing to go into the mountains tomorrow. He went to bed early that day, and when he opened his eyes the next morning, he saw Tang Xiaohua looking at him with a cute face. Big sister, what are you doing? Tang Xiaohua pouted. Doesn't the book say that when a boy opens his eyes in the morning, what he most wants to see is his lovely girlfriend looking at him tenderly? Today, I am your girlfriend on duty. Lu Zhe scratched his disheveled hair and said with a wry smile, then you can't scare me. That's so unromantic. Tang Xiaohua wanted to get angry, but gave up after a moment of hesitation. I have made up my mind. I must be the most obedient and caring girlfriend today, so no matter what you say today, I will not be angry. As he spoke, he handed a prepared breakfast to him. Chapter 87, Don't Destroy the Perfect Taste of the Cute Rabbit. Chapter 87, Don't Destroy the Perfect Taste of the Cute Rabbit. It was rare for Guo'er to be so considerate, and Lu Zhe was really surprised. After opening the leaf package, there were 2 conches, some how-to-inia chordata, half a bottle of coconut, kelp and fish soup, and a piece of grilled fish. There weren't a lot of things, but they were cooked to perfection and presented elegantly. Well, there's protein, carbohydrates, and vitamins. Then he picked up the conch. Huh. Even the shell and liver are removed. How thoughtful. Tang Xiao was said happily. Why don't you praise me? Hey, you did that this morning. Yeah. He threw it in his mouth and chewed it. Not bad. Tang Xiao was disappointed. It's over. It's over. Lu Zhe felt that it was not easy for the girl to make breakfast for him early in the morning, and the taste was also good, so it was no big deal to praise her. Lu Zhe immediately frowned and took on a very serious attitude. Hey, you know what? It tasted just so when I first put it in my mouth, but the flavor came out after I chewed it a few times, and then I tasted it again. Wow, it's delicious, so delicious. The cooking time is just right. As he said that, he threw another one into his mouth. Tang Xiao pursed her lips happily. TSK, don't you want to see who did it? Lu Zhe snapped his fingers and looked around. Hey, where are the others? You said you needed a lot of ropes, right? The squad leader and Sister Bing are out collecting bark and charred hemp. As your girlfriend on duty today, I'll be waiting for you to wake up. Is that so? Still no news from the rescue team. Humph. What other news could there be? You've already forgotten about us. Lu Zhe nodded. It seems that you're really preparing for the next step. Then she smiled very gently. Thank you. Seeing Lu Zhe's sincere attitude, Tang Xiao was also very satisfied. Since you are so well behaved, I've decided I will follow you wherever you go today. I promise that I will behave myself and not make trouble today. Lu Zhe pointed at Xiao's toes. Can you do it? No problem. As long as you don't go into the water, you can go anywhere. Lu Zhe thought for a moment. We have to get some freshwater reserves first. Is it still coconut? Coconuts are easy to deal with. We need to find some other freshwater resources. In Lu Zhe's view, not only can the taste of fresh water be adjusted, but obtaining more sources of fresh water can also gain potential points. Where? Take the bottle and follow me. Okay. Lu Zhe brought her to the bamboo forest. In addition to coconuts, some bamboos also contain fresh water. We need to find these bamboos and extract the bamboo core water. I know. I saw it on TikTok. Some of them can even produce red wine. That was filled in beforehand. They're all liars. So boring. It's just for traffic. Lu Zhe took a stick and tapped the bamboo joints lightly, making a tap-tap sound. Listen to this sound. Tang Xiao squinted his eyes and listened for a while, but didn't understand anything. This one is empty. Oh, then he tapped another one. This one is also empty. It may be because the dry season has lasted too long. After knocking about 30 bamboos, finally a bamboo made a tapping sound. That's it. Prepare the bottle. Okay. Lu Zhe took out a nail, drilled a hole at the top of the bamboo joint, and then drilled another hole at the bottom of the bamboo joint, and a stream of clear bamboo water flowed out. Lu Zhe's 6 Wow, this is really bamboo water. Well, try it. Tang Xiao drank a little and said, it tastes like water when you drink it. If you taste it carefully, you will find a glutinous fragrance. It tastes better than coconut water. This section of bamboo water filled half a bottle. Keep looking. The two searched an entire bamboo forest and only collected 5 bottles of bamboo water. But it's not bad. At this moment, Lu Zhe held onto a slightly dry bamboo, and a message came to his mind. A new source of protein has been discovered, bamboo worms. Potential point +1. It turns out there are bamboo worms in this bamboo. Bamboo worms are the larvae of bamboo wasps, living in bamboo joints. They are plump and white, rich in protein and amino acids, and 5 times more nutritious than beef. Although eating insects is a little hard to accept, this thing is too scarce. I heard that it is a high-end food in some places, so I must get it. Lu Zhe picked up the axe and chopped a hole in the bamboo with a few strokes. Ka-ka. The bamboo actually broke by itself and fell onto another bamboo with a crash. Although the gap is a bit bad, our target is not this bamboo, right? Tang Xiao was stunned. Wow, Lu Zhe, do you have a grudge against this bamboo? There's something good in here. When Tang Xiao heard that it was a good thing, he hurried over to take a look, and then he screamed in fear. What good thing is this? It's obviously a maggot. Actually, it's not wrong to call it maggots. People in some places call them bamboo maggots. Do you know what they're used for? Tang Xiao thought of something. Fishing, definitely fishing. How could such a top-grade thing be used as bait? Lu Zhe said as he picked up the bamboo worms one by one. To be honest, this is what we eat. We can fry it or grill it. If we really don't have the conditions, we can eat it raw. Want one? Tang Xiao's face turned pale. Brother Xiaozhe, we are not out of food, are we? Indeed, we have plenty of food now. Then why do we still eat this kind of thing? On a deserted island, ensuring the diversity of food as much as possible will provide the body with comprehensive nutrition, making it easier to resist disease. Tang Xiao covered his mouth. No way. Don't worry. Although this thing can be eaten raw, we have fire, so it's better to roast it. Lu Zhe collected more than 30 bamboo worms and put them in a bottle. And at this moment, the breaking of the bamboo seemed to alarm the local residents. A bamboo rat poked its head out. Lu Zhe's heart moved. One ran away last time. I won't give you a chance this time. Because the bamboo rat was too close to Lu Zhe, any high-end hunting methods were of no use. Lu Zhe still had the bamboo worm bottle in his hand and kicked the bamboo rat directly. The little thing was like a football. With a scream, it flew out, hit a tree, and fell down, never to move again. Tang Xiaobo was surprised and asked, Lu Zhe, you killed a rabbit? Is this a bamboo rat? You actually killed a rabbit? I'll say it again. When you're in the wild, you need to ensure as much food diversity as possible. Tang Xiao was said in a daze. I wanted to eat rabbit for a long time. Lu Zhe almost sprained his waist. Gwr, can you think more normally? Also, this thing is called a bamboo rat, and the one with long ears is called a rabbit. Are you sure? Lu Zhe walked over, picked it up, and took a look. Absolutely right. In the wild, its value is much higher than that of rabbits. Rabbits only have 3% fat, while bamboo rats have up to 20% fat. Living in the city, low fat and high protein are the healthiest, but on a deserted island, high fat and high protein are the best. Tang Xiao took a look and said, Yes, ever since I was stranded on the deserted island, I especially miss the dompa pork in our restaurant. I used to not like eating anything too greasy. Today we collected bamboo water and caught some game. Next I need to get some salt. We don't seem to be short of salt. Eating fish, shrimp, crabs, and kelp at the seaside can basically replenish the salt needed by the human body. But after entering the jungle, it is difficult to replenish salt. So before entering the jungle, we must make enough edible salt. Chapter 88. Confession of an Expert. Chapter 88. Master's Confession. I also know how to make salt. Tang Xiao pursed his lips proudly. Then tell me. Boil seawater, then add fresh water to separate magnesium chloride and other substances based on their solubility. Boil the remaining water until it dries up, and you have table salt. Lu Zhe smiled and said, I didn't expect that you haven't fully returned your high school chemistry knowledge to the teacher. Tang Xiao chuckled. I learned this from TikTok. Lu Zhe shook his head. What Douyin teaches may not be scientific. This method is feasible in theory, but it is very problematic in practice because it requires crystallization of salt at a precise temperature. This kind of boiled sea salt crystallization is not only time-consuming and laborious, but also far from pure enough. Then you have a better idea. Of course. Let's go and look for it. Lu Zhe searched along the beach, found some stones, and discovered some crystals in the cracks between the stones. The ancient method of making salt requires salt pans, which means drying seawater on the salt pans and introducing seawater multiple times, so the concentration will become higher and higher, eventually forming brine. I've heard of that, but that would be even more troublesome. You see, these shallow holes in the cracks of the rocks are repeatedly filled with seawater, which evaporates and forms brine in the shallow holes. After being exposed to the wind and sun day and night, it naturally forms crystals. In a sense, each crack in a rock is equivalent to a small piece of natural salt pan, and the crystals produced are coarse salt. In fact, the ancient salt-making method was improved based on this method. As he spoke, Lu Zhe picked up a crystal from the cracks in the stone and said, This is the salt. It is much closer to table salt than the salt made by steaming and boiling. It can even be eaten directly with ingredients. Isn't it more convenient and simpler than boiled salt? Is it that easy? Tang Xiao pointed at the salt and said, But it looks a bit dirty. It's okay. If it's too dirty, you can use the knowledge you learned in junior high school to purify it, but that will require some fresh water. I know this. Let's purify it with coconut water. It's best to use distilled water. There's sugar in coconut water, and if it's dried up, it'll make the salt bitter. Water from bamboo cores is a good option, but we're still short of filter paper. Tang Xiao frowned. I understand. She turned around and fiddled with it for a while, then took out a small yellow bra. Lu Zhe took it and looked at it. It was still warm. He'd say, after all, how dare you laugh at me? No, I think being small has its advantages. At least it won't shake around when I exercise. Stop. Let's not discuss this issue. Tang Xiao tried hard to force a smile. Okay, Lu Zhe made a gesture. Now that we have the main tools, it doesn't hurt to do it. Use cans and bamboo core water to dissolve the salt, and then use a bra to purify it. Soon, Lu Zhe purified a bottle of pure white salt. Tang Xiaohua took a piece of dried python meat, dipped it in salt, and put it in his mouth. Not bad. It also tastes like glutinous rice. Because of the bamboo water used, the taste of the salt is more layered. Aha, I learned something again. Come on, let's go back. It's almost noon. Let's roast the bamboo rat for lunch. Great. Tang Xiaohua took Lu Zhe's arm. On the way back, Tang Xiaohua suddenly said, Brother Xiaozhe, do you think I'm okay today? It's pretty good. Then, she pursed her lips. Do you like me now? This question, frankly speaking, Tang Xiaohua did not make any trouble today, and was even more obedient than usual, but Lu Zhe always felt that something was missing. He pondered for a long time and said seriously, To be honest, I still like the old Tang Xiaohua who used to make trouble. Tang Xiaohua was stunned. Why? You don't hate me like that. Lu Zhe looked at the clouds in the distance and sighed. To be honest, you are sometimes annoying, but every time when it comes to the critical moment, you can control your temper and contribute to the team. I think that is the real you. Although you are annoying, you have a real, straightforward, and lovely side. In comparison, I prefer you like that. Time seemed to stand still. Lu Zhe noticed that Tang Xiaohua had stopped. Turning back, I saw a little face with tears on it. You stinky Lu Zhe. I made such a big decision and just wanted to behave the best on the day I become your girlfriend, but you actually... Lu Zhe was stunned and thought, did I say something wrong? Tang Xiaohua walked over and raised his fist as if he was going to hit someone, but after hesitating for a moment, his hand did not fall. Suddenly, she threw herself into Lu Zhe's arms and started crying. Lu Zhe felt that he was being hugged too tightly and he could hardly breathe. I am just jealous. I'm jealous that you are so nice to other girls. I'm willful. I just want you to pamper me. Love me. I'm so scared. I'm always afraid that you'll hate me, but I can't help but do things that will make you hate me. I'm also afraid that if I don't behave well today, you will no longer be willing to let me be your on-duty girlfriend. Tang Xiaohua cried with tears in her eyes, as if the emotions that had been suppressed in her heart for days were finally released at this moment. Lu Zhe wanted to let her cry for a while, but she was held too tightly, and most importantly, she was not wearing a bra. The feeling of being close together, it's pretty good, but it would be embarrassing if the little brother didn't listen at this time. He patted Tang Xiaohua on the back gently. Well, my beloved, can you please let me go first? You are strangling me to death. Tang Xiaohua sniffed and let go of her hand. Brother Xiaozhe, to be honest, I said so many weird things today. You don't want me to be your on-duty girlfriend anymore, do you? No, I can promise. Lu Zhe bent down, held up 3 fingers seriously, and looked at Tang Xiaohua affectionately. From now on, all Thursdays of my life, Lu Zhe, will belong only to you, Tang Xiaohua. Tang Xiaohua was very touched at first, but after careful consideration, he felt that something was wrong. He wanted to explode again, but seeing Lu Zhe's serious look, he couldn't help but burst out laughing, and a big bubble of snot came out of his nose. The atmosphere suddenly became strange. Such shameless words, and yet they are said with such affection. Lu Zhe nodded. Look, this is the Tang Xiaohua I know. Tang Xiaohua wiped away her tears and said, Hee, I'm going to bite you and leave my mark on you. Lu Zhe fled in panic. While they were playing around, Tang Xiaohua bit Lu Zhe several times, and Lu Zhe took the opportunity to kiss Tang Xiaohua. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have completed the sign-in. Perception +1. You have signed in for 11 consecutive days. Strength, 13. Physical fitness, 13. Physical strength, 11. Agility, 12. Perception, 12. It's true. After the quarrel between the two, Tang Xiaohua's mood had almost recovered. Xin Bing and her colleagues have picked a large amount of abaca leaves and are soaking them in seawater in preparation for making ropes. You guys are back. What good stuff did you catch? It's a rabbit. Stupid. It's obviously a bamboo rat. Wow, you guys are so awesome. Lin Qianqian exclaimed. Jiang Yao looked at the bamboo rat and said, This guy looks delicious. Capybara. It's a bamboo rat. It's no different from capybara. They're all rodents. There are bamboo worms here, too. Bugs, forget about this one. I thought all the girls would refuse, but Ning Shu was delighted. Bamboo bee, it's absolutely delicious with chili, honey, and salt. It's a pity there's no chili. Who said no? Ning Shu happily picked up a handful of pointy red things and said, Dang, 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 dang. Chili. It's really chilly. She actually found wild chili peppers in the jungle. Wow, Tang Xiaowu was surprised. How strange. How could there be peppers in this place? That does sound strange. Lu Zhe picked it up and squeezed it, and the information of the chili pepper came to his mind. But speaking of which, most chili peppers are native to South America, but Thai peppers are native to Southeast Asia. Chapter 89. Entering the jungle 4 days later. Chapter 89. 4 days later, we started to enter the jungle. It's not just Thailand. These small red peppers are grown in abundance in Malaysia and Indonesia and are exported all over the world. It is very likely that they were brought to this island by seabirds. And because the climate and soil were suitable for growth, they took root and reproduced on the island. As a result, it was discovered by Ning Shu, a foodie, while collecting albacore. With bamboo rats, bamboo bees, salt, pepper, oyster juice, and honey, I think everyone can guess what will happen. With chili, I finally made the most of the cute rabbit and let it show its best side. This is a bamboo rat. Soon, oil began to sizzle out of the fat bamboo rat, and even the smoke from the roasting had a mouth-watering aroma. The oil from the bamboo rat is spread on the bamboo worms and roasted, sprinkled with salt and chili, and another delicacy is ready. Jiang Yao took a deep sniff and said, I never thought that we, who were stranded on a deserted island, would finally be able to eat barbecue. Ning Shu chopped up a bunch of chili peppers and swallowed his saliva. Lu Zhe, I want it spicy, super spicy, super spicy. Then he blurted out something in Sichuan dialect. I've been wanting this for a long time. It's very delicious. Shen Bing was curious. I didn't realize that Xiao Ning is a girl from Sichuan. Ning Shu laughed. From my hometown. Lin Qianqian said weakly. I want less spicy food and more honey. Lu Zhe said, no, you've been bitten by a scorpion, so don't eat spicy food. Lin Qianqian blushed and said, oh, in grievance. Shen Bing said, I just need to be normal. Jiang Yao said, I'd also use less spicy and salt and put in a normal amount of honey. Don't overcook it. Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, why do I feel like I have suddenly become the owner of a barbecue restaurant? Jiang Yao laughed. From now on, squad leader will open a scrap collection station, and Xiao Zhe, you can open a barbecue stall. Tang Xiaowu said happily, sisters, let's go eat a free meal together, haha. Lu Zhe disagreed. Okay, we are all boss ladies, so why not eat as much as you want? Lu Zhe, you're taking advantage of us again. A few people laughed and joked, temporarily forgetting the fear and confusion they had felt after being stranded on the deserted island for so many days. Lu Zhe ate barbecue, listened to the girls' laughter, looked at the boundless ocean, and felt the long-lost peace and tranquility. But when I close my eyes, my mind is filled with information about fresh water. Yes, it looks good now, but that is based on the fact that there are still freshwater reserves. Once the reserves are used up before finding sustainable freshwater resources, we will be in big trouble. It's not raining at all. After eating, we have to continue working to prepare for going into the mountains. And so, 3 more days passed. After 3 days of preparation, Jiang Yao's period had passed long ago. Tang Xiao's period would be over soon, and Shen Bing's leg injury had healed. After the stitches were removed and a bandage made of dry cloth was wrapped around her leg, she could move freely. During the 3 days, Lu Zhe completed the check-in on time every day. He signed once with Ning Shu, once with Gore, and once with Jiang Yao. They all kissed hands, and the 3 girls didn't refuse. I have signed in for 14 consecutive days and completed the 2nd week of weekly sign-in. The reward for weekly sign-in is an important reminder. Important supplies were found 2 kilometers from the south bank, 35 degrees northwest of the jungle. Lu Zhe was shocked. Just when I was worrying about which direction to enter the jungle, this system came up with a recommendation. That's so thoughtful. It is also not known whether the so-called important materials are sustainable freshwater resources. The preparations for entering the forest are nearing completion. Almost all the coconuts have been picked, and the stored coconut water has basically met the requirements for entering the mountains. During this time, Lu Zhe also taught them how to weave hammocks with ropes. Just pull a long rope onto a tree, and then tie a short rope on the long rope every 10 centimeters. Then cross the short ropes and tie knots. A hammock can be made in 2 hours. It is very simple and easy to learn. 2 more days passed. June 25th. It was the 16th day after the plane crash and the 8th day on the volcanic island. On this day, they prepared 6 sets of simple rope hammocks, 20 meters of long rope, 30 bottles of coconut water, and 3 bottles of mosquito-repellent herbs. In addition, Lu Zhe also gave everyone a handy bamboo pole. In the jungle, You can use it to repel invaders, drive away snakes and insects, and use it as a walking stick when you're tired. Also, you can't wear high heels when entering the jungle. So Tang Xiaohua and Ruanbing can only wear slippers they picked up and then wrap their feet and calves with rags soaked in mosquito repellent, which not only prevents mosquito bites, but also fixes the soles of the slippers on their feet. Finally, Lu Zhe used Xinbing's trolley bag as a treasure box and put all the strange things he picked up on the beach in the box. He then used a rope to turn it into a backpack, and Lu Zhe carried it on his back. The rest of the supplies were also packed into marching bags using old clothes and old fabrics that were picked up so that they could be evenly distributed among everyone. Everything is ready. Let's go into the jungle now. Lu Zhe instructed everyone. I'll be at the front, followed by the squad leader, Qian, Gur, Yao Yao, and Bingjia at the end. We'll use a rope and fasten it to the lapels or belt buckles so that if someone misses a step, we can grab them at any time. The others will pull the person up. Then, Lu Zhe looked at Xunbing again. Sister Bing, your position is very important. Xunbing made an okay gesture. Don't worry, I will always keep an eye on the ropes behind me. Tang Xiaohua was puzzled. Why do you need to leave a rope behind you? Ning Shu rushed to say, see if it is straight, so as to determine whether there are any bends in the jungle. Lin Qian was surprised. Squad leader knows this? Huh, Mr. Bear taught me that. Okay, everyone is tight. Now, let's go into the jungle. Lu Zhe used a stone knife to cut down the thorns in front of him and walked inside. The jungle on the island is deep and vast. The chirping of insects and birds is heard everywhere, but because the jungle is so dense, it is difficult to spot them. But it's not that there are no discoveries at all. Lu Zhe found a pheasant feather in the jungle, which made him very happy. If it is possible to capture a few, you can raise and domesticate them, and then you will have free eggs and chicken to eat. By noon, they had entered the depths of the jungle, but unfortunately, still could not find fresh water. Lu Zhe climbed up a tree, observed the terrain, and then jumped down. There's a very high cliff ahead, roughly estimated to be about 300 meters above sea level. If we want to know the whole picture of the island, we must climb that cliff. After saying that, he found that several girls were sweating and breathing heavily. Then he realized that everyone was very tired. Lu Zhe looked around. Although the forest was dense, a little sunlight came in, so it was a good place to rest. He checked his watch and said, it's noon now. Let's set up camp here and rest for 2 hours before setting off again. Very good. I'm so tired, let's take a rest. Get a hammock. I need to go to the bathroom. Xunbing reminded. Be careful. Remember? Ning Shu continued. Don't leave this place. Lin Qian said. It takes 2 people to go to the toilet together. Jiang Yao said. Even if you go to the toilet, you can't be more than 10 meters away from the camp. Tang Xiaohua said. Also be careful of snakes and insects in the grass. Don't worry, Sister Bing and Lu Zhe have both warned you several times. Lu Zhe nodded with confidence. Then you guys go ahead, I'll go tie up the hammock. At this moment, something jumped out of the bushes and several girls screamed. Lu Zhe quickly made a silence gesture. He crept over quietly, pounced hard, and grabbed a snake with a black background and white rings. Ah, snake. Luckily, I didn't step on it. Lu Zhe grabbed the snake's neck and let its tail wrap around his forearm. Don't worry, this is a white ring snake. It's not poisonous. Our lunch today will be rich again. Chapter 90. Strange Things in the Treetops. Chapter 90. Strange Things in the Treetops. After eating the coral snake for the first time and the Burmese python for the second time, the girls seemed to be less afraid of snakes. It turns out to be a non-venomous little snake. Can I touch it? Tang Xiaohua looked over curiously. Of course you can. Lu Zhe straightened the snake's body. Everyone can touch it. Tang Xiaohua stretched out his fingers and poked the snake's belly. Every time he poked it, the snake twisted uncomfortably. I have a very strange feeling. Ning Shu also came over and held the snake's body with her hand. Wow, it's quite thick, and it's still moving. It feels quite strong. Very exciting. Lin Qianjin shook her head. I still don't dare. Jiang Yao smiled and said, why should I be afraid of that? Just look at me. After saying that, she put Xiaoyang's hand into Lu Zhe's clothes. Nice abs. Lu Zhe said helplessly. Yao Yao, take your hands away. I'll let you touch the snake. Jiang Yao shrugged disdainfully. That's not interesting. Xunbing smiled and said, I don't need to. I was taught how to handle snakes in the police academy. So are you going to handle this or start the fire? Xunbing looked at the snake, trying to twist its body, and couldn't help but shudder. She smiled and said, I'm still better at making fire. Anyway, this thing must be cooked before eating, right? Lu Zhe disagreed. All right, you make the fire and I'll deal with the snake. The rest of you make the hammock. Shen Bing came close to Jiang Yao and said, Hey, honey, didn't you say it's easy to start a fire with a condom? Do you still have it with you? Lend it to me. Jiang Yao took out a condom and said, Here. Shen Bing took it and suddenly found a new problem. To start a fire with this thing, you need to fill it with water. Yes, we used to fill it with seawater. Shen Bing straightened her back and looked around. Tisk, but this is quite far from the beach. Yeah, that's right. So what should we do? How about we use the water we drink? No, there's not much fresh water to begin with. How can we use it here? Then put it back in the bottle after you light the fire. Jiang Yao hugged her package in fear and nodded. Okay, but don't use mine, I'm a bit of a germaphobe. Shen Bing imagined that she should put the water in the condom back into the bottle and drink it, but she always felt something was wrong. What if Lu Zhe had used it with a girl? Wouldn't I be a Spartan? What should we do then? I was the one who took the initiative to ask for a fire. By the time Lu Zhe has dealt with the snake, it would be too embarrassing if I don't even have a spark. At least she's a policewoman. We can't bring shame to the people's defenders. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of a solution. Well, some survival shows use it. Hey, Yao Yao, do you still want to go to the bathroom? Jiang Yao shook her head. I just went to the toilet. Wait, Sister Bing, you are not. Hush. He lowered his voice again. There is no other way. Then he gestured to the girls next to him. Where are they? They've been there, too. Shen Bing was startled. Could it be? Can I only use my own? Oh, forget it. For survival, this is nothing. Seeing that no one noticed her, she turned around the tree and untied her belt. It is much more difficult for girls to do this than for boys, but Shen Bing has a stronger determination and a more tenacious will. Soon, a slightly yellowish water ball was brought out. Jiang Yao was surprised. Sister Bing, you are exaggerating. Don't tell anyone else. Okay, but you'll keep this thing from now on. Okay. Shen Bing found a place where the sun shone through and started to make a fire. Although the light transmittance was a bit poor, the tinder was still lit. This shows that urine plus a round bag can also be used to start a fire in the wild. The fire was lit, and Lu Zhe had processed the snake. This time, Lu Zhe cut bamboo sticks, threaded the snake into pieces, put them on the fire to roast, and sprinkled them with salt and chopped chili peppers. This divine way of eating won unanimous praise from all the girls. Several girls sat on the hammocks, drying their feet, eating spicy snake meat skewers and chatting, feeling extremely happy. After eating and drinking, we rested for a while, packed our bags, and continued on our journey. Lu Zhe continued to move forward along the route he had initially determined, but there were more and more thorns and vines. It took them 4 or 5 hours to walk a distance of 2 or 3 kilometers. We didn't reach the foot of the mountain until 12 p.m. Because the mountain was too steep, we walked around for a long time, but still couldn't find a suitable climbing spot. Lu Zhe calculated that the important supplies indicated by the system should be very close, but he still couldn't find where they were. Seeing that it was getting dark, Lu Zhe suggested setting up camp on the spot, lighting a campfire before the sun sets, and then looking for a climbing spot tomorrow. Listening to the howling of unknown creatures in the jungle gives people goosebumps. Needless to say, this night was extremely dangerous and someone had to keep watch. And not alone. In the end, everyone reached a consensus. From 8 to 11 p.m., Ning Shu and Tang Xiao kept watch. From 11 a.m. to 2 a.m., Shen Bing and Jiang Yao kept watch. From 2 a.m. to early morning, Lu Zhe and Lin Qianqian were on guard. As a result, something terrible happened in the middle of the night. At 1 a.m., Shen Bing and Jiang Yao were chatting by the fire, but at this moment, they saw something unusual. Sister Bing, look over there. The bright moonlight shines through the dense branches and leaves and falls on the treetops. In the dim shadows, a person seems to be hiding among the shadows of the trees. Not to mention Jiang Yao. Even Shen Bing was scared to death. What? The others were woken up, and Lu Zhe asked, What's going on? Yes, someone. How could there be someone in this deep forest? You're not seeing things, are you? Where? Jiang Yao and Shen Bing pointed at the air at the same time, and everyone looked there at the same time. On a tree, a figure was clinging to the trunk. When the breeze blew, his arms swayed gently, like a ghost, which made people's scalp tingle. Ghost! Several girls screamed in fright and kept leaning towards Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe also felt strange, but he is a materialist and doesn't believe that supernatural things really happen in the middle of the night. What the hell is this? It can't be a dead person. Shen Bing pondered. It looks like a puppet. Look at the way it's blown by the wind. Lu Zhe looked carefully, and the night didn't seem so dark anymore. Perception not only improves his ability to see far, but also improves his ability to see at night. Just as Shun Bing said, that thing really looked like a puppet. Its body was not very heavy, and its arms swayed from side to side when the breeze blew. But he looked up again and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Lu Zhe gathered his emotions and said calmly, "Maybe this is really a dead person." No. Several girls were terrified. "Should we get out of here quickly?" "Yeah, if I look at it for one more second, I feel sick all over." "It's over. I have a psychological trauma. I don't dare to sleep. I must be having nightmares." Lu Zhe thought of the system prompt. Could it be this thing? If it was really a dead person, how could it be considered an important material? "Not yet. We have something important to do." Shin Bing said, What are you going to do?" "Take it down. First, let's see what it is, and then see if there are any usable supplies on it." The 5 young ladies were all stunned. "Lu Zhe, I advise you to calm down." "Yes, now we have everything we need, and we have no shortage of daily necessities. Is there no need to kill anyone?" Chapter 91, A Dead Person. Chapter 91, A Dead Person. "There's nothing I can do." Lu Zhe looked at the figure hiding in the tree above his head and said solemnly, "What if it has important supplies on it? Besides, I won't be able to sleep well if I don't figure out what's going on with it." Tang Xiaobo said timidly, "Just thinking about it makes the hairs on my body stand up." Lu Zhe was also a little scared, but he still said, "Some things are like this. When you don't know the cause and effect, you will feel great fear. When everything is clear, you will feel at ease. Don't worry, I will handle it." The girls looked at each other, feeling a little worried, but also thinking that what Lu Zhe said made some sense. Yes, the less you know what it is, the easier it is to have terrifying associations. Once you know what it is, you may not be so scared anymore. Jiang Yao asked worriedly, "It's that high? We don't need to climb up, do we?" "Just climb up, but don't worry, this tree is very strong." He pulled out a fire stick from the firewood pile, estimating that it could burn for a minute or two. Even if it went out, the hidden flame could still remain for a while. He walked under the tree and took in his mouth. He grabbed it with force, and his fingers gripped the tree trunk firmly with great strength. He jumped up again, and with the movements of an experienced free rock climber, he easily climbed up the tree. Shin Bing exclaimed, "That's amazing." Ning Shu asked, "Yao Yao, does he have this specialty?" Jiang Yao shook her head. "To be honest, I was also surprised." Shin Bing suddenly thought of something. "Oh, girls, let's pull open a hammock so that we can catch it if it falls." "Okay. Hold the hammock with your hands, and never pick at the mesh with your fingers, or you'll tear your fingers off." "Clear." As for Lu Zhe, he climbed to a height of about 15 meters and finally saw the thing. Even though I was mentally prepared, I still couldn't help but feel like vomiting. This guy is really dead. A real dead person. The dark skin had been plasticized and adhered tightly to the bones, with white teeth exposed, looking extremely hideous and terrifying under the flickering light of the fire. Lu Zhe let out a long sigh and tried to calm himself down. What kind of people would show up in a place like this? Why did he die? This must be understood. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease. Lu Zhe calmed himself down and began to observe carefully. It's more like a half-dried skeleton than a dead person. Most of the flesh on the skeleton has dried up or been eaten by insects and birds, revealing large areas of white bones. Then, Lu Zhe noticed a small hole on his forehead. Shooting? This was most likely the cause of his death. It was wearing a tattered uniform and carrying a tattered package, and its original color could no longer be seen. Many parts of the body are covered with resin, which prevents some parts from being weathered or corroded. I can't tell which country they are from, but as long as they are not our compatriots, it doesn't matter. Looking at him again, he was carrying a rusty spear and a marching bag on his back. The package was covered in sticky resin. Maybe something can be preserved under the protection of resin, but it is not convenient to check it from above, so it is best to get on the ground. Lu Zhe shouted to the people below, "Move aside, I want to get it down." "What is it?" "It's a mummy." "What?" "Lu Zhe, are you kidding me?" "Don't take it down. Stop talking nonsense. Get out of the way, or I'll hit you." Shin Bing and the 4 girls ran away quickly. Lu Zhe grabbed the tree trunk with his hands, kicked the corpse with his feet, and kicked it hard. Crash! The mummy fell down along with its package and half a piece of bark. The girls below screamed, "Ah, it's a ghost." "Don't talk nonsense, I'm coming." Lu Zhe climbed down the tree trunk. "Lu Zhe, don't scare us." "What the hell is this thing?" Jiang Yao said in a tearful voice. "I told you it's a mummy." Several girls screamed again. Shin Bing was braver. She shone the torch around and said, Oh my God, there really is a dead person. Sister Bing, can you tell who it is? She looked carefully again and said, I really can't tell where he is from based on his attire. Lu Zhe pointed to a small hole on its forehead and said, this is a bullet hole. It means that he was shot dead before he fell. He was hung on the tree by a parachute. The parachute ropes are all rotten. Shenbing looked at it carefully and said, that's right. Look at what's on it. Lu Zhe picked up the spear. The barrel was rusted and the buttstock was severely rotten, with only half left. Ning Shu said, hey, it looks a bit like the legendary Type 38 rifle. Shenbing took the gun and pulled the bolt, but it didn't move as it was completely rusted. This is not a Type 38 rifle. It's a foldable paratrooper rifle. She sighed. It should have been 70 years ago. It's a pity that it's too old and corroded to be usable. Otherwise, it would be of great use to us. Look, what else is there? Lu Zhe checked his body and found a pistol and a 20 centimeters paratrooper knife on his waist. Likewise, due to lack of necessary maintenance, the pistol became severely corroded and rusted, making it completely unusable. But the paratrooper knife is very useful. Although the plastic handle is wrapped in resin and is sticky, it is not damaged. The blade is protected by a sheath and has only a few rust marks. It is obviously made of high-quality stainless steel and is extremely sharp even without polishing. Then, a Type 30 bayonet was found at its lower back. The Type 30 bayonet is completely different from the current three-edged military bayonet. It is a military bayonet when attached to a gunshot wound, but it becomes a useful long knife when taken off alone. It is about 50 centimeters long in total. The blade is about 37 centimeters long. The handle is about 12 to 13 centimeters long, and there is also a guard, a clip, and a protective cover. Although it has some rust, it can be fully used after some polishing. Lu Zhe wielded the knife and found it very handy. The system was not deceiving me. This was simply the best survival equipment. In addition, it also had an ammunition box in which the bullets had become ineffective due to moisture. I guess the 2 melon seed grenades are useless. Lu Zhe carefully placed it aside to avoid it exploding accidentally. Next, check the package behind you. Each paratrooper will carry a complete set of marching equipment, and this is what Lu Zhe is looking for. The first thing you see is a Type 18 steel helmet hanging on the package. It is very thick and has no ventilation holes to maintain its strength and functionality. Maybe it was because of the climate. This guy only wore a military cap and no helmet when he was parachuting. Now it was covered with resin, but it protected the helmet from corrosion. Lu Zhe was very happy. Friends, now we are rich. Because of the sensitivity, I was locked up in a small dark room and deleted the information about the Japanese army and the war, as well as the subsequent whipping corpse plot. I hope everyone will understand. So, everyone should know what this is. Chapter 92, The Girl Who Whipped the Corpse. Chapter 92, The Girl Who Whipped the Corpse. This helmet is really good. Although it is rusty, it is thick enough and can be used as a pot after washing. It's just that it's covered with dirty resin and it's not easy to clean. You need hot water and a blade to scrape it little by little and then rub it over and over again with palm fibers. Once it is cleaned, it will be very useful. Roughly estimated, this helmet can boil at least 3-4L of water, which is enough to make fish soup. In fact, many soldiers often use steel helmets to cook. Later, because this type of helmet was too stuffy, it was replaced with a Type 90 helmet with ventilation holes on the top, which lost this function. But this is not the end yet. Lu Zhe immediately found another top-notch one. Engineer shovel. To put it simply, this is a smaller shovel, but it is not a multifunctional one. But in Lu Zhe's opinion, the simpler the structure, the less likely it is to break and the more practical it is. If it were replaced with a modern engineer shovel, its various functions would have been destroyed after decades of wind and sun. The short handle of the steel shovel had long since rotted and broken off, but there was nothing wrong with the shovel itself. Find a handy stick to plug it in and fix it, and you can use it again. After searching again, I found some good stuff. A Type 92 lunchbox, made of aluminum, with a maximum capacity of 2.5L, and an inner box that can be used to hold vegetables or soup. And it has a handle so you can hang it directly over the fire to cook food. This one doesn't have much resin on it, so it can be used after washing. Keep it. Finally, there were 2 1L military water bottles. One had been pierced by a bullet and was broken, but the other was still intact. When you unscrewed it, there was actually water inside. But Lu Zhe didn't have the courage to drink this fresh water that had been stored for more than 70 years. Pour it out and clean the inside thoroughly before use. In addition, there were rotten bedding, gas masks, spare leather shoes, lighters, flashlights, parachute ropes, toiletries, and rusty bullets. But these things were so old and severely decayed that their appearance could only be vaguely identified, let alone used. Some of them could not even be picked up. Can you imagine that just one soldier has so much individual equipment? The equipment was left behind, and the corpse was thrown away. Lu Zhe packed all the useful equipment together. This is a huge gain. If I could get these equipment at the beginning, the difficulty of survival would be reduced by 90%. Look at the time, it's 11:30 at night. Crush the mummy into pieces and bury it. It's still early in the morning, go back to sleep. Just now, because of the adrenaline rush, the girls forgot their fear. But when they calmed down, they became a little scared again. Jiang Yao said worriedly, "Do you think the skeleton will turn into a ghost and come looking for us?" Yao Yao, you're scaring me again. Lu Zhe imagined the scene of a few girls shoveling corpses and couldn't help laughing. Are you sure it dares to come again? Shenbing also joked, haha, if he really comes, I'll beat him to death. Ning Shu praised. Well said. But having said that, at 10 o'clock in the middle of the night, a few girls crowded together again, sat by the fire, and chatted about everything from Bright Sword to 800, and then to my regiment. The more they talked, the more energetic they became, and they couldn't fall asleep at all. As a result, the four girls sat there from dusk till dawn. Fortunately, Lu Zhe and Shunbing both fell asleep. In the morning, Lu Zhe woke up from the hammock and looked at the watch. It was 6:50. It is now June 26th, Wednesday, the 17th day of being stranded on the desert island. Lu Zhe successfully found the system prompt. Although it is not a water source, it is enough to excite people. Today, we will continue to search for fresh water and climb to the top of the mountain. But the situation now is not very optimistic because the packages are heavier, everyone did not sleep well, and their progress is slower. After walking along the foot of the mountain for a whole morning, I still couldn't find a way up the mountain. The fresh water was almost gone, and everyone's strength was running out. Lu Zhe decided to change his strategy. Chapter 93, New Temporary Camp. Chapter 93, New Temporary Camp. He observed the earth veins and found a relatively flat place for everyone to rest for a while. As a result, when they heard about taking a break, several girls wanted to lie down on the grass. Seeing how tired the little girls were, Lu Zhe knew that it was not cost-effective to carry so many heavy objects to find a place. He looked around and said, let's set up camp here and build a shelter. Let's catch up on some sleep and have a good rest. Shenbing asked doubtfully, aren't you going to find a way up the mountain? Lu Zhe found a stone and tried to sharpen the paratrooper knife and bayonet. We must look for it, but it is not cost-effective to look for it aimlessly. It is better to use this place as a camp. Leave the supplies where they are. 2 or 3 people will take light equipment to find the way up the mountain. The rest can rest in the camp or dig. This place meets the characteristics of the freshwater lens. I want to see if we can dig up groundwater. After hearing Lu Zhe say that they were going to camp here, Tang Xiaoguo was still a little scared. But if we sleep here, what if we encounter a ghost in the middle of the night? I'm so scared. Lu Zhe nodded. That would be the best. We can also see if there are any useful survival supplies on the ghost, or if it can be used for something. Ning Shu said, what can we use it for? Grinding the mill? We don't have any money. Don't tell me yet. Shenbing thought for a moment and said, I heard from my colleagues that in the early years, there were some villages that made a living by robbing tombs. After stealing the treasures in the tombs, they would carry the mummies back. Guess what they did it for? Jiang Yao thought for a moment and said, sell it to the archaeological team for research. How can they have such awareness? Tang Xiaoguo asked, what are you doing? Shenbing lowered his voice and said, poke it into the ground and use it as a scarecrow to scare away birds. It said that the effect is surprisingly good. Several girls opened their eyes wide in horror. Lu Zhe slapped his thigh, feeling quite regretful. So, we wasted an important survival material last night. Stop talking. Yeah, I got goosebumps all over my body. But then again, Shenbing also looked around carefully. There are a lot of banana trees here. Maybe there's really underground water. The other girls looked at each other and nodded. After reaching a consensus, Shenbing asked, then Lu Zhe, where do we start digging the well? Lu Zhe thought for a while and said, everyone, don't rush to dig a well. Let's take a short break first, and then solve the problem at hand. I suggest that we split into 2 groups. One group will stay here, weed, pull hammocks, build a camp, and prepare to make a fire. Another group is searching the surrounding area to see if there is any fresh water that can be used directly. After discussing for a while, the few people decided that the task at the camp was heavier. So Shenbing, Jiang Yao, Lin Xianxian and Tang Xiao would stay here as a group to set up the camp, while Lu Zhe and Ning Shu would search for fresh water and a way to go up the mountain nearby. After taking off the heavy packages, Lu Zhe and Ning Shu both felt a lot more relaxed. The two searched around the campsite and only found some wild vegetables. Then they went to the bamboo forest to search for fresh water. The two spent 2 hours searching a large bamboo forest before they collected 3 bottles of bamboo water. Ning Shu complained, "I didn't expect fresh water in the mountains to be so hard to find. Do I have to go back to the beach to crack coconuts? That's too much trouble. There are ways to get fresh water." Lu Zhe walked to a banana tree, pulled out his relatively sharp paratrooper knife, and cut the root of the banana tree. He held the knife downward at a 45-degree angle and cut in a circle. Soon the entire banana tree was cut through. "It's a good tree. Why did you cut it down?" "Look here." Lu Zhe pointed to the broken part of the rhizome, which formed a bowl-shaped depression, and said, "Banana leaves need a lot of water, so the roots will draw water from the ground to replenish the stems and leaves." Ning Shu Wang snapped his fingers and said, "I understand. The rhizome doesn't know that there is nothing above it, and it's still foolishly sending water upwards. Will fresh water condense here in a while?" I don't know how to evaluate it, but it's actually the same principle." Ning Shu sighed. "It's really a waste to destroy a whole banana plant just for a bowl of fresh water." Lu Zhe patted her shoulder and said, "It will grow longer. Right now, our lives are the most important." Lu Zhe cut down a dozen more banana trees. "We can come and get water in the evening." Suddenly, Lu Zhe frowned. "This is weird." "What's wrong?" Lu Zhe checked the cut banana leaf end and asked, "Where are all the fruits on the banana tree? It can't be that it hasn't grown at all. Look here, the pedicle has obvious signs of being plucked." Ning Shu looked around and asked, "Could there be monkeys in this forest?" "I don't know. It could be some kind of bear or monkey. We have to be careful." Ning Shu noted solemnly. After walking for a while, they found other plants. Lemon. A 3-meter-high wild lemon tree grows out from the edge of a low cliff. The trees were loaded with dozens of wild yellow lemons. Maybe it was too sour and not taken care of by many animals, so some of it fell to the ground and rotted. But for Lu Zhe, these are free vitamins, and it's a good idea to collect some. Ning Shu opened one and took a bite impatiently, but immediately closed his eyes because of the sourness. Seeing her embarrassed look, Lu Zhe couldn't help but sigh. She doesn't look very smart. I'm also learning from Shinong to taste hundreds of herbs and sacrifice myself for others. Oh, so sour. This thing can be soaked in honey and water to supplement vitamin C. The leaf can also be brewed into tea, which has a unique flavor. Unfortunately, there is not enough fresh water now. It is also good with fish. Take some back. I think the fire has been lit. Ning Shu picked up all the lemons scattered on the ground and filled a plastic bag. In her words, it would rot here anyway, so maybe it could be used when she goes back. This time, the trip can be considered a fruitful one. When they returned to the camp, the 3 girls had almost cleared all the weeds. But he found Xin Bing was using a simple bow drill to drill wood to make fire. Lu Zhe was very puzzled. "Sister Bing, what's going on? Don't we have a simpler method?" Xin Bing gave a bitter smile with an apologetic tone. "That one is broken." "Broken? How did it break?" Xin Bing handed over a condom with a big hole on it. Then he sighed helplessly. "I was very careful, but it still broke. It's my fault." Lu Zhe gently pulled the TT and found that the rubber was no longer as elastic as when it was first opened. The material had also become much more brittle and should have broken long ago. He smiled indifferently. "I can't really blame you. This is not something that can be recycled. Every time it is used, its elasticity and toughness will weaken a little. It's normal for it to break." Then I felt something was wrong. "Hey, what's that smell?" "Nothing." Shinbing blushed and grabbed it awkwardly, then throw it away. "How about I make a fire?" "No need. I'll take care of the fire. I'll definitely make one at night." Lu Zhe thought that since the other party said so, he should just do it. Since they are a team, they should trust each other, right? Besides, she felt a lot more relaxed now that she could generate fire. Jiang Yao asked, "Have you found any fresh water?" "I found a little." Lu Zhe put down his backpack and took out 3 bottles of water, a bunch of wild vegetables, and a large bag of lemons. "What are you doing with all these lemons?" Ning Shu shook his head. "I don't know, but what if it's useful?" Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, "We still have a lot of food reserves. Let's fill our stomachs first. I'll go chop some bamboo, and we'll build a shelter after dinner." Chapter 94, Killing the Uninvited Guests. Chapter 94, Killing the Uninvited Guests. Jiang Yao said, "Okay, Qian Guo, let's go collect palm leaves." Lin Qian and Guo responded happily. "Okay." After finishing their meal, a few friends worked together and quickly built a small thatched hut as a shelter. The girls made up for another 2 hours of sleep. But by the evening, Shun Bing still couldn't get out of the fire. The young lady took off her clothes except for one piece of clothing. She gritted her teeth and pulled the bow drill with all her strength. The drill bit was spinning rapidly, which had a bit of wild charm. But no smoke comes out. Lu Zhe looked at it for a while and said, "Say, do you want to think of another way?" Shun Bing gritted his teeth and said as he pulled and pulled, "Although it seems very laborious to do this, this is the best way to make a fire at this stage." Really? Lu Zhe suddenly became curious and wanted to see how the girls misunderstood him at that time. Walking a little further, he looked at Shun Bing from behind for a while and frowned. "It's obviously not a craft. You get hurt if you use so much force." At this moment, several girls came back with a banana core water and they looked at Lu Zhe. In an instant, the faces of the girls all changed and they dropped their things at the same time. "Lu Zhe, it's dangerous." "Lu Zhe, run quickly." Lu Zhe had actually already felt the heavy breathing, but he still didn't run away. Instead, he raised his hand, slowly placed it to his mouth, and made a silence gesture. At the same time, his body slowly bent down, pushed his right foot sideways on the ground, raised his arms slightly, lowered his head, and looked back from his armpit. Suddenly, a figure pounced towards Lu Zhe, and Lu Zhe instantly jumped to the side. The guy missed. Shun Bing also noticed the danger, quickly threw away the bow drill in his hand, turned over, and pulled out a Type 30 bayonet from the package. "Big bear." The four girls screamed together. Yes. A huge black bear weighing nearly 200 or 300 kilograms suddenly appeared in the camp and attacked Lu Zhe. "It looks like a sun bear, but is much bigger than my sun bear. What the hell is this?" He dodged the first attack, and Big Bear immediately realized that this guy in front of him was not easy to deal with. I turned around and noticed a few screaming girls. They looked easier to bully. Lu Zhe secretly said in his heart, "This is not good." It leaned down, growled, and rushed towards the girls. Shun Bing, holding a bayonet in her hand, quickly stood in front of the girls. But his arms were sore and tense from drilling wood for fire for a long time, and the tip of the knife was shaking constantly. However, just as the thing was about to pounce on her, the big bear let out a sharp howl and quickly turned around. Shun Bing clearly saw that there was something stuck in Big Bear's anus. It was the paratrooper knife. Blood was dripping down, and the big bear was searching for the culprit in great anger. I saw Lu Zhe on the opposite side, sneering with a provocative look in his eyes. The intense pain and ruthless humiliation made the big bear completely angry, and he pounced on and bit. Lu Zhe nimbly moved to the side, and the big bear bit the tree. At this moment, Shun Bing's mind moved, and he decisively threw out the Type 30 bayonet. "Go ahead." Lu Zhe lunged to the left, caught the knife handle with ease and accuracy. However, at this critical moment, the big bear immediately turned around, pounced on Lu Zhe, pressed him under him, and bit his neck. "Lu Zhe!" All five girls screamed. Shun Bing was the first to rush over. The responsibilities and missions she shouldered made it impossible for her to accept any innocent person dying in front of her. Moreover, this is the first man in her life. The other girls no longer cared about their fear and rushed over with the weapons in their hands, hitting the big bear hard, trying to attract its attention and save their companions. However, it did not. After a few seconds of violent struggle and twitching, the big bear gradually lost all its energy and did not move no matter how the girls hit it. Then, Ning Shu discovered that a thick stream of blood was flowing out, and in a few seconds it formed a large pool. "Lu Zhe!" Ning Shu screamed heartbreakingly. "What?" Lu Zhe's muffled voice came from below Big Bear. This sound made everyone cry with joy. The next second, Lu Zhe kicked the bear over and stood up covered in blood. He looked at the bear's heart and saw that the nearly 30-centimeter long bayonet blade had been completely stabbed into it. Ning Shu didn't care about getting her body dirty and threw herself on Lu Zhe, who was covered in blood, and burst into tears. Lu Zhe took the opportunity to kiss Ning Shu lightly on the forehead. Complete the sign-in again. Lin Qian, Jiang Yao, and Tang Xiao also rushed over and hugged Lu Zhe and burst into tears. Shun Bing let out a long sigh and slumped down on the ground. It was too dangerous just now. Lu Zhe accurately stabbed the bayonet into the big bear's heart in a split second. If he had been a second slower, the consequences would have been disastrous. This kid is amazing. At this time, Shun Bing discovered with heartache that there was a scratch on Lu Zhe's arm. Chapter 95 Hardcore Suture Wound. Chapter 95 Hardcore Suturing Wounds. Obviously, Lu Zhe also found that he was injured. Find that lighter and see if he can dig out the flint and then use it to rub the rusty part of the blade. I need to burn some palm leaf sheath ash. In the wild, palm ash is a good hemostatic agent, not only to stop external bleeding, but also internal bleeding. In the jungle late at night, without a fire, you might be attacked by wild beasts. It's hard to deal with Big Bear alone, and now there's Little Bear. I dare not think about it. But the flint, it's been so long, is it still usable? Shun Bing quickly rummaged through the suitcase and found the lighter. This is a kerosene lighter similar to Zippo, which was equipped by both the US and Japanese troops during World War II. Because it is so old, its exterior has become rusty and completely unusable. Shun Bing smashed it open with a stone and found something like a flint. But this thing is so old that it turned into hard crumbs when I held it in my hand. There's a way. She carefully placed the slag and ashes on the edge of the stone and put the hay fluff that she had prepared in advance on the ground. Press the paratrooper knife on the debris and then step on the paratrooper knife firmly with your foot. She gathered her strength and suddenly pulled out the knife with force. Squeak! The pulled-out blade rubbed against the flint and rocks, producing a lot of sparks that fell on the dry leaf fluff below. Shun Bing quickly picked up the tinder and blew it, and the flame suddenly caught fire. Shun Bing smiled bitterly. She had been busy with a bow drill for the entire afternoon, but had failed to start fire. Lu Zhe just gave her a hint, and it was done easily. It's so frustrating. Without time to think too much, she quickly lit the fire, added firewood, and started burning palm. Fortunately, Lu Zhe's wound was not deep. After cleaning, there wasn't much bleeding. At this point, the palm ash is not so hot anymore. Lu Zhe sprinkled some palm ash on the seams, and then found something to bandage it. Without him saying anything, several girls had already prepared sanitary napkins and cloth strips. That was the last sanitary napkin that Jiang Yao and Tang Xiaohua were reluctant to use. At this stage, this is the cleanest material. Jiang Yao covered the wound with the absorbent side of the sanitary napkin, and then Lin Xianxian tied it up with a dry cloth strip that had been dried in the sun. The wound was treated. Lu Zhe waved his arms, seemingly without affecting the activities. Jiang Yao scolded distressfully. Don't move. You need to take good care of your injuries. Lu Zhe sighed. I'm afraid not. Why? Lu Zhe pointed at the big bear lying on the ground and said, Can you handle it? At this time, everyone realized that there was a dead bear lying in the camp. Yeah, what should we do with this thing? Do you want to change campsites? You're changing the place you just cleaned up? A day's work is wasted. It's too late now. Then we'll just have to get rid of it. I don't want to sleep in the same camp with a dead body. It's so heavy. How can we carry it away? By the way, what kind of bear is this? Look, its tongue is hanging out. Damn, it's so long. What is it for? Lu Zhe touched the big bear with his left hand, and information came to his mind. New species, systematic name, broad-bodied sword-shaped bear, a subspecies of the Malayan bear. It has the personality of a Malayan bear and the physique of a black bear. It is fierce, violent, has a strong desire to attack, and has a strong sense of territory. It likes to eat bananas, bamboo shoots, tubers, wild fruits, and grasses, and sometimes catches fish and monkeys. Lu Zhe pondered. It looks like a Malayan bear, but Malayan bears are small bears. The largest Malayan bear in the world weighs only about 150 kilograms. It weighs 200 to 300 kilograms and is built like a black bear. Ning Shu thought about it and came up with a strange idea. Hiss. What do you think? Was it the black bear who cheated or the sun bear who cheated? Tang Xiaohua sighed. As expected of an old, dirty woman, she is still driving at this time. But Lu Zhe said, actually, what the squad leader said makes sense. This thing might really be a hybrid of a Malayan bear and a black bear. Shun Bing was curious. Can different bear species socialize with each other? Most bear species have no reproductive isolation and can produce cubs despite large size differences. Just like dogs, Lu Zhe explained. Tang Xiaohua imagined a Tibetan Mastiff riding a Bichon Frise, and the Bichon Frise was pregnant with 5 or 6 Tibetan Mastiff babies. He couldn't help but shuddered. That's too scary. Jiang Yao thought for a moment and said, I guess the Malayan sun bear must be the father because it is also called the sun bear. Tang Xiaohua was helpless. Yao, why are you driving the car after we just talked about the squad leader? Really? Jiang Yao shrugged. But it is indeed called the sun bear. Lin Xianxian nodded. The risk for little bear dad and big bear mom to give birth to a baby will be much lower. Ning Shu pondered. Then the father bear will be more dangerous. Hey, you said that the size difference between the two is so big. Will the mother bear eat her husband like a praying mantis? Jiang Yao frowned. It's not something cheap like a cucumber. It would be a waste to eat it after using it up. Lu Zhe's face was full of black lines. Hey ladies, can we talk about business instead of going on and on about this kind of issue? Chapter 96. Autopsy of a Bear Corpse. Chapter 96. Bear Carcass Autopsy. After hearing what Lu Zhe said, several girls felt a little embarrassed. Yes, the most important issue at the moment is how to deal with this dead bear. How come we ended up driving onto the highway while chatting? Ning Shu sighed. So what do you say we should do with this bear? Lu Zhe examined the bear and said, there are many treasures on the bear. The fur can be used to make blankets, the sternum can be used to make tools, and the gall can be used as medicine. Jiang Yao thought of something. Oh, I heard that bear paw is one of the 8 delicacies, and it's delicious. Don't hold your hopes too high. Bear paws are delicious, but they are said to be cooked in a specific way. If you roast them directly, they may taste like pig's trotters. Ning Shu said, that's right, pig's trotters are super delicious. Lin Qianqian asked, where's the bear meat? We don't have time today. We could try tomorrow, but you have to be prepared. Bear meat has a strong stench. Jiang Yao pinched her nose. No need to tell me. I can smell it now. Tang Xiao sighed. Forget it. Let's just eat spicy little snakes and banana wild vegetables. Shen Bing thought for a moment and said, Lu Zhe, you're not going to leave the whole bear behind, are you? Lu Zhe shook his head. To be honest, I want to keep everything from the top to the bottom of this bear. But the problem is that we can't keep all the meat, and the taste is not good. In the case of no shortage of protein, we can only make some trade-offs, keep the most important things, and throw away most of the things. It has to be thrown away. Shen Bing was a little worried. But the key is how to throw it away? Do you want to dismember it? Well, it sounds a bit scary, but it's actually true. This is the easiest place to store fresh water nearby. It's inconvenient for us to move, so we can only divide it and throw it away in batches. Otherwise, the stench and mosquitoes will turn this place into hell in less than a day. Shen Bing's eyes twitched. I never thought that one day I would have to deal with corpses. We have to hurry. It's best to deal with it at night when the temperature is low. It will probably stink tomorrow. Shen Bing nodded. Yeah. Ning Shu asked weakly. What can we do to help? Lu Zhe shook his head. You didn't sleep well yesterday. Eat something and go to sleep. We will need you tomorrow. Oh. The 4 girls were indeed very tired and did not want to witness the process of dissecting a mammal. They ate something quickly and went into the shelter, holding each other's hands and falling asleep. Outside the shelter, the moon was dark and the wind was strong. The flickering flames made the person's face look somewhat hideous. Shen Bing looked at Lu Zhe nervously. Hey, why do I feel like we're like murderers dealing with a corpse? Lu Zhe deliberately lowered his voice. It's still not too late for you to call the police now. Shen Bing laughed. Don't joke. I'm telling you, I've dissected frogs before, but this is my first time dissecting a bear. Lu Zhe nodded. You are not at a disadvantage. It's my first time too. Shen Bing recalled a scene between the two of them and blushed. Don't be funny. How do I do it? Let's get the bear bile first. Lu Zhe said as he held the handle of the Type 30 bayonet and slashed it downwards. This made the cut a little bigger, and then he pulled out the bayonet. More blood flowed. I'll reach in and take out the gallbladder, but I might have to connect the muscle tissues. My right hand is not very convenient, so I'll need your help. Why does this sound a bit weird? Do you know which one is bear gall? You'll know after you take it out and have a look. Be careful. Lu Zhe reached his left hand into the bear's body through the wound, and a jlulu sound of the bear's internal organs was heard. What does it feel like? It's still quite warm when it's just dead. No wonder people can hide inside animals to keep warm when it's freezing cold. As he spoke, information flashed through Lu Zhe's mind. Bear heart, bear lungs, bear liver, bear pancreas, bear gallbladder. That's it. Lu Zhe took out a black bag-like object with bloody blood vessels and tissues connected underneath. You really found it. Shen Bing quickly used the paratrooper knife to cut off the tissue. This thing can't be used directly, right? Well, it has to be sterilized, dried, and then ground into powder. It can be used externally or internally. It's a top-grade Chinese patent medicine. It's very expensive, I tell you. Hey, you have a wide range of knowledge. Are you going to work on bear skins next? Lu just shook his head. I want to see what it eats. It will help us understand the existing vegetation and resources. You want to check its stomach? That's right. Then Lu Zhe cut open the wound and pulled out a big bag. When it was cut open, a foul smell came out from inside. Banana. He knew that the banana leaves that had been picked off earlier were caused by it. And minced booby meat. God knows how it caught it. There are also a lot of bamboo shoots and grass roots. Lu Zhe frowned slightly. Judging from the large number of plant roots and rhizomes, this big bear was also taking great pains to get water. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many uneaten banana fruits left to look for rhizomes. Lu Zhe guessed that the roots and rhizomes should contain more water. It seems that some creatures on this small island are also suffering from water shortage. Next up is bear skin. Speaking of bear skins, Shun Bing recalled, we have seized bear skins before. They were all whole skins with heads and claws attached. They were quite scary. Lu Zhe thought about it and said, actually, I don't think the head and claws are that useful. They may have done it to prove that it is a real bear skin, or the person who bought it may have done it to show off his or her morbid personality. We're doing this for practical purposes, so there is no need to keep the bear head. As he spoke, Lu Zhe used a stone axe and bayonet to cut off the bear's head and paws, then used a paratrooper knife to cut along the bear's belly, and then separated the tissue and fat bit by bit. It took the two men 3 hours to cut off an entire bear skin. Now, not only was Lu Zhe covered in blood, but Shun Bing also looked like a murderer. This smells terrible, so don't expect bear meat to be very tasty. But we can boil some bear oil. The bear oil won't have a strong smell and can be used in cooking. I'll do this. In this way, the two people worked all night and completed the dissection of the entire bear. Then, Lu Zhe threw the bear head, the dismembered bear skeleton, and a large amount of bear meat far away into the forest. It would probably not take long before they would be eaten up by wild animals. Lu Zhe left behind the bear skin, bear gall, tibia, leg bones, some bear meat, some bear oil, and 4 bear paws. The big bear's bones were so hard that Lu Zhe's stone axe was broken in the attempt to cut them apart. Only, throw away. It's almost morning and I'm a little hungry. Lu Zhe and Shun Bing grilled a few skewers of bear meat. After taking a few bites, they found that no matter how much chili they added, the stinky smell could not be covered up. The meat was hard and woody. But bear meat can provide the human body with a large amount of protein and amino acids. Lu Zhe chewed it for a long time, but couldn't chew it thoroughly, so he swallowed it directly. Shun Bing retched for a long time, but couldn't eat anything, so he could only drink some banana water and eat some dried python meat and fish fillets. Since we didn't sleep well yesterday, we both felt a little sleepy and fell asleep leaning against each other in front of the fire. Chapter 97 Discovering the Bear Cave. Chapter 97 Discovering the Bear Cave. June 27th, the 18th day of being stranded on a desert island. When Lu Zhe woke up, he found Shun Bing leaning on him. With long eyelashes and a dirty face that was incredibly beautiful, Lu Zhe completed the sign-in. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have completed the sign-in, and your physical strength is +1. You have signed in for 18 consecutive days. Strength, 15. Physical fitness, 13. Physical strength, 13. Agility, 14. Perception, 13. But this woke Shun Bing up. Hey, brat, what did you do to me? Do you believe me if I say I want to be stronger? What? Shun Bing felt that she would be very angry if she was offended. But at this moment, not only was she not angry, she was even a little complacent. I forgive you this time, but don't be so abrupt next time, okay? Preaching like a teacher. But Lu Zhe had never seen such a gentle teacher. Clean up. Let's make breakfast for the kids. Children. Lu Zhe scratched his head, feeling as if his identity had changed. Early in the morning, the 4 greedy little girls were choked by the strange smell of meat and felt dizzy and staggered. Oh my God, how can there be such disgusting meat in the world? It tastes so bad. You haven't been soaked in urine, have you? No. Gross urine smell is much more acceptable than this. Chanchian, could you please not mention this? Feel sorry. Lu Zhe, what's going on? Lu Zhe stretched lazily. This is the original taste of bear meat. Ignoring the taste factor, it is actually quite nutritious. I still can't accept it. I can't accept it because your food has been pretty good recently. If you go hungry for 3 to 5 days, you'll feel good eating it again. Ning Shu looked around and said, Did you really dismember the big bear? Only a piece of skin and 4 claws are left. Jiang Yao added, and some bone sticks. Well, it took some effort, but I finally got it done. Stop nagging me. I need to get some sleep. Well, go to sleep. But what are we going to do today? Get more firewood and dig a well as deep as possible. Where to dig? Where Guer is sitting now is fine. Oh, be careful of bears and other wild animals. Ning Shu waved a half-broken engineer's shovel and said, I understand the rest. You guys should go to bed now. Lu Zhe and Shun Bing both got on the hammock, covered their eyes with tattered clothes, and continued to catch up on their sleep. He slept until noon, and then Lu Zhe got up to see how his concubines were doing. The little girls were covered in dirt and almost became barbarians, but they achieved remarkable results and really dug a deep pit. How deep is it? Tang Xiaohua stood up straight, revealing just half of his forehead. Lu Zhe immediately knew that the pit seemed to be about 1.5 meters deep. It's quite unexpected that they dug so deep. We took turns digging. Ning Shu rubbed his shoulders. I'm so tired. Why is there no water coming out of this little hole? Hee hee. Now you understand how difficult it is to be a man. Lu Zhe pinched Ning Shu's shoulder. I'll go down and take a look. Lu Zhe pulled Tang Xiaohua up and jumped down himself. A careful examination of the wall structure reveals that it contains both volcanic and coral components, which theoretically allows the formation of a freshwater lens. I squatted down again to check the soil below, pinched a small piece of soil at the bottom of the pit, flattened it, and my fingers actually felt a little wet. He was overjoyed. His judgment was correct. My beloved concubines, you have done a good job. As long as we keep digging, we will definitely find water. Jiang Yao wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, Okay, Xiaozhe, come up. Your hand is injured. Leave the rest to us. Shin Bing said, You guys take a break. I'll dig for a while. Lu Zhe nodded and said, Then I'll leave this glorious and arduous mission of digging a well to you. I'm going to take a walk around and find a way to the top of the mountain. Lin Qianqian pondered, If we can dig up fresh water here, is it necessary to climb to the top of the mountain? Of course it is necessary. Even if fresh water can be dug out here, it may not be stable enough. It may turn into salt water after long-term use. It is also too close to the mountain, and once it rains heavily, it will be very dangerous. So even if there is water, it is not a perfect campsite. Several girls nodded. Shin Bing was still worried about Lu Zhe. You are injured, so you can't act alone. It's best to ask 2 people to go with you, so that you can take care of each other. The work at the camp. We can dig the well slowly, and we have a campfire to ward off wild beasts, so don't worry. She looked around and said, Xiaoning's period has come, and Gui'er is exhausted after just digging. Qianqian, Yao Yao, you 2 should follow Lu Zhe. Don't worry, Sister Bing. The camp is left to you. Okay. Lu Zhe was not bored with the 2 girls accompanying him, and they might be able to help at certain times. The 3 men applied mosquito-repellent herbs, carried stone knives, hemp ropes, paratrooper knives, and several water bottles, and entered the jungle again, continuing to search along the mountain. After 20 minutes of walking through the jungle, they unexpectedly discovered a cave. The entrance of the cave is more than 5 meters above the ground. There are rocks nearby that you can climb up. From the smell coming from the cave, Lu Zhe could tell that this might be a bear cave. Sun bears are bears that do not hibernate. Black bears originated from the north, and even if they move to the south and no longer hibernate, they still retain the habit of sleeping in caves. I don't know if this cave is the lair of the bear I killed. Lu Zhe wanted to go and take a look. If he had been in his previous physical condition, he would never have dared to take the risk of exploring the bear cave. But now, with the support of the system, he has the confidence to deal with emergencies. You guys wait down there. I'll go up and take a look. Lu Zhe, this is too dangerous. What if this is another bear's cave? Don't worry. I have my own way to deal with it. You 2 will support me here. Then you must be careful. Lu Zhe bit the paratrooper knife in his mouth, climbed up from the rock next to him, and carefully stuck his head out. The hole was empty, and there were some weeds on the ground, but the smell was a bit strong, a bit like the smell of a zoo. Perhaps it was a naturally formed hole that a bear occupied and enlarged and made its home there. Jump inside and take a look. Lu Zhe discovered that the entrance of the cave was a vertical oval, about 1.5 meters high and less than 1 meter wide. It was just enough for the bear to bend over and enter. The cave was very shallow, only about 3 meters deep. The smell inside was not as strong as he had imagined, and he found a lot of black hair in the weeds, which was very similar to the hair of the bear he had killed. This is most likely its nest. There is still some smell now, but if it is left vacant for some time, the smell will slowly disappear. It can be used as a temporary shelter at certain times. There's nothing new. Lu Zhe jumped out of the cave and came in front of the 2 girls. How about it? Lu Zhe shook his head. It is very likely the hometown of the bear we killed. Jiang Yao nodded. It seems that Xiong Air is not at home. The animations are all lies. Bears are not social animals. It is impossible for two adult male bears to live together. Lin Xianxian tilted her head and asked curiously, "Where are the two female bears?" Lu Zhe sighed. "Be normal, Xianxian. A male bear and a female bear will not be together. So how do they give birth to babies? You could say that during the breeding season, they will meet once and then live their own lives. Only when the cubs are underage will the mother bear live with them." Jiang Yao nodded. "More strange knowledge has been gained. Let's go, we found the bear's den. Maybe we can find water nearby." The three people continued to move forward along the mountain, and after less than 10 minutes, they really found information about the water source. Chapter 98. The Beauty Stuck in the Crack of the Stone. Chapter 98. The Beauty Stuck in the Rock. This is the north side of the mountain. Even on the north side, there is sunlight, but it is slightly weaker than the south mountain. This is because it is closer to the equator and the sun is almost vertical to the Earth's surface. But in comparison, the temperature of the surface rocks is lower. Lu Zhe's heart moved. Because of the lag of the increase in rock temperature, water droplets in the air may condense, or mountain water may flow down the cracks in the rocks. Therefore, as long as you walk along the mountain, you are very likely to find fresh water. Come here." Lu Zhe walked while listening to the sound. Lu Zhe's powerful perception makes his hearing exceptionally good. Normally, this ability is in dormant mode, but it can be awakened by a little meditation, allowing him to hear sounds that others cannot hear. Lin Xianxian and Jiang Yao also followed curiously. Lu Zhe walked forward along the mountain while listening. After a few steps, he suddenly stopped. He said solemnly, "It's right here." "What? Why didn't I hear anything?" "Me too." The two girls couldn't hear it, but Lu Zhe was sure he heard it. The faint ticking sound is nearby. He carefully searched towards the direction of the sound and found a stone cave about 30 centimeters in size. There's a small stone pit deep in the cave. Water from the mountain drips down and falls into the pit, forming a pool of clear water. "Hey, there's clean water there. Is it fresh water?" Lu Zhe put his hand in, and a drop of water dripped onto his finger, and the news of Dan Shui immediately came to his mind. He pretended to taste it and said, "It's fresh water. It's probably where the big bear drinks." "How can you be sure?" "Look here." Lu Zhe squatted down and picked up a piece of dry grass. "If I'm not mistaken, it will sit here when drinking water and press the grass into this shape." The two girls then noticed that the grass nearby did show signs of being pressed. "That's not right. The hole is so small. How can it stick its head in to drink water?" "With your tongue." Lu Zhe pondered. "That bear has genes from two bears, and the Malayan bear's tongue can be up to 30 centimeters long. I saw yesterday that the big bear's tongue was nearly half a meter long." Jiang Yao frowned. Confusing direction of organ evolution. The sun bear's long tongue was originally used to lick honey and termites, but here it is used to drink water. Jiang Yao frowned in disdain. "Then the water in this pit has been contaminated by its tongue?" "In theory, yes." "Aren't we going to drink the water here?" Lu Zhe shook his head. "Bear saliva contains pathogens. Unless you are dying of thirst or you want to boil the water, I don't recommend drinking the water in the pit." "What should we do then?" "The water in the pit is polluted, but don't worry, the water dripping directly for the cracks in the rocks is clean." As he spoke, Lu Zhe unscrewed a bottle cap, reached into the hole, and after a while the bottle cap was full. He drank a sip carefully. "Well, it's fresh water." Lin Xianxian took it and drank the remaining half bottle cap. "It's quite refreshing and thirst-quenching." Jiang Yao wanted to put the empty bottle in to collect water, but the cave was a bit narrow and the bottle couldn't stand up. "What should I do? I can't just keep using bottle caps to catch the fire." In fact, Lu Zhe could cut the bottle to collect water, but now he is on the island and cannot get new bottles. Every time a bottle he brought is used, one less bottle will be used, so he has to be frugal. However, to do so would require someone to be there all the time to fetch and pour water, which is rather troublesome. "Which is the biggest bottle you brought?" "I have a 1L beverage bottle here." "Very good. Wait for me here." He chose to make a simple diversion device to automatically direct the dripping water into the beverage bottle. The first thing to do is to find something suitable to serve as a catheter, which is easy. There were quite a few bamboos in the jungle, and in less than 5 minutes Lu Zhe found a thin, straight bamboo. And just at this moment, he heard Jiang Yao scream. "Is something wrong? Why didn't Xianxian make any sound?" I ran back quickly, only to see an embarrassing scene. "Yao Yao, can you tell me? I was out for less than 5 minutes. How did you end up like this?" Lin Xianxian spread her hands helplessly. Yao Yao insisted on drinking the water by herself. Jiang Yao's muffled voice came from the small cave. Think of a way. Get me out quickly. Yes, that was the situation. Jiang Yao's upper body was stuck in the stone cave, but her lower body was outside, with her toes on the ground. It turned out that she was a little thirsty, and found that there was an angle where she could crawl in and directly reach the water dripping from the cave entrance. So she wanted to take the risk and try it herself. As a result, she went in, but when she came out, half of her body was stuck inside, and she couldn't get out no matter what. Take a look. Without even considering your own physical condition, you could just come and go as you please. What shall we do? Lu Zhe observed for a while. It's not a big problem. It's stuck in some special place. Qian, we can only hold one side with one hand each, and then hold her waist with the other hand and push outwards together, and then we can pull Yao Yao out. After hearing what Lu Zhe said, Qian immediately became happy. I'm looking forward to this method of saving Yao Yao. Jiang Yao yelled, Don't let Qian touch me. Why? She's more lecherous than you. Did you bully Yao Yao just now? I didn't. Lu Zhe looked at Qian, who blushed and whispered, I just kissed Yao Yao to encourage her. Looking at Yao Yao's attitude, are you sure you are not taking advantage of someone's misfortune? Lu Zhe held his forehead helplessly. Okay, stop making trouble. Saving people is the most important thing now. All right. Yao Yao, please bear with it. The two of them held one side each and continued to recite the memorial to the emperor on leaving the capital, and then pulled together, finally pulling Jiang Yao out. Jiang Yao immediately hid behind Lu Zhe and looked at Qian as if she was looking at an LSP. Yao Yao, I won't do it again next time. Can you forgive me? Jiang Yao wanted to get angry, but after looking at the back of Qian's hand that was rubbed red by the rock in order to protect her chest, she nodded. Okay. Lin Qian smiled gently. Her smile was as beautiful as a fairy descending from earth. Lu Zhe thought to himself, she is my wife. If someone else touches my wife like this, he will fight to the death. Okay, let's get down to business. Lu Zhe took out the bamboo. What's it for? Du diversion. As he spoke, Lu Zhe unscrewed the empty 1L bottle and placed it on the ground. Then, split the thin bamboo into two, leaving one side. Remove all the bamboo partitions with a paratrooper knife, insert one end into the hole, and then connect to the dripping place. The other end is facing the mouth of the beverage bottle. Sure enough, water drops fell on the thin bamboo, and the water flowed down the thin bamboo and dripped into the beverage bottle. Just fix it and wait. Let's go ahead and search a little further, then come back and bring back the water. Chapter 99 Shun Bing. Could it be that I have it? Chapter 99 Shun Bing. Could it be that I am pregnant? As a result, the three searched for another 2 hours, but still could not find a way up the mountain or new freshwater resources, so they had to return the same way. When he returned to the water cave, Lu Zhe found that the bottle had received about 800 milliliters of fresh water, and the water drops had stopped dripping. It turned out that the sun had already set at this time, and the temperature difference between the rocks and the air was not very large, so naturally new water droplets could not condense. It seems I have to come earlier tomorrow and prepare a larger container. But this is not bad. If we use it sparingly, we can solve the problem of drinking water for tonight. Pack up your things and go back to camp. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon when we arrived at the camp. Shen Bing, Ning Shu, and Tang Xiao were so tired that they lay on the hammocks in a daze. How's it going? Shen Bing said, We've dug another half-meter down, but there was still no water. Tang Xiao was said weakly. Should we change places? Ning Su said lasidi. After digging for so long with no water, I finally understand how hard it is to be a man. Already 2 meters? Lu Zhe was a little puzzled. He walked to the mouth of the well, looked down, and was stunned. The well was like a mirror, reflecting his dirty face. Lu Zhe was confused. I said, Isn't this just water? What? Lu Zhe, don't joke with me, we dug. Ning Shu turned over and got off the hammock, walked over and looked down into the well, and immediately screamed, wow. Then there was a burst of ecstasy. What's going on? Shen Bing and Tang Xiao also came over. What's wrong? As a result, the two of them stayed in a daze together. After a while, Tang Xiao came up with a strange idea. Or is it that this little hole is not serious, and it will only release water when a boy appears? Lu Zhe nodded. You really have the talent of masterda. Praise us for our strong ability to survive. No, they always say dirty words when the wind is favorable, and speak sensibly when the wind is unfavorable. Hey, don't twist me. Lu Zhe analyzed the water discharge situation. The characteristic of freshwater lenses is that you may not find water when you dig to a certain depth, but But after a period of time, groundwater will seep in through the dense pores of the coral reef's unique geological structure. I see, huh? Marvelous. The joy of success made everyone smile at each other. Well, a day's hard work has finally paid off, and anyone would be so happy that they forget everything else. But is this necessarily fresh water? Not necessarily. If the drought lasts too long, it is possible that the underground fresh water will be exhausted and seawater will be sucked in. He jumped down, supported himself with his feet on both sides, and scooped up a pool of water with a Type 92 lunchbox. The moment my fingers touched the water, I got a prompt in my mind. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained turbid fresh water. Lu Zhe finally felt relieved. It was indeed tam sui. He climbed up. Great, it's fresh water. Really? Can I drink it? I'm dying of thirst. Ning Shu took the aluminum box and was about to drink it when he was stunned. I say, this thing, can I drink it? It turns out that the groundwater is contaminated with a lot of silt, and there's a large amount of suspended mud and sand in the water, making the water look very dirty. Tang Xiao also frowned. Yeah, it's so dirty. Lu Zhe disagreed. It is a bit dirty, but it is indeed fresh water. It is indeed not drinkable directly if it is so dirty, but it will be fine if you filter it and boil it. Shinbing nodded. I understand this, girls. Let's dismantle the plastic bottles to make filters. You can only take down one at most. Lu Zhe gave his own advice. We can't find bottles in the mountains, so we must use them sparingly and use bamboo tubes for the rest. Shinbing nodded. How make a bamboo tube? Lu Zhe began to direct. Squad leader, prepare the bamboo charcoal. Qian, find some fine sand. Guer, find some gravel. Yao, get some cloth and a sponge. The four girls worked together, and soon everything was ready. Lu Zhe cut a piece of bamboo, pierced a small hole in the cap of a mineral water bottle with a nail, removed the bottom of the bottle and hung it upside down, and put cloth, gravel, bamboo charcoal, fine sand, and sponge in it as the first layer of filtration. The bamboo tube is pierced with holes to create a bamboo partition, with a sponge placed inside and more cloth used as a second layer of filtration. Use bamboo as a support, tie the filter on it, let the muddy water settle for a while, and then pour into the filter. Sure enough, after a while, clear water flowed out from under the bamboo. But even if it looks clear, we cannot guarantee whether there are bacteria and microorganisms in it. Pour the filtered water into the Type 92 lunchbox and cook it on the fire. Tang Xiao will ask curiously, is boiled water completely drinkable? Lu Zhe nodded. Of course, if you don't mind it being too hot. Ning susai depresedli. Then we have to wait a long time for it to cool down. Have you run out of water in the camp? Shinbing nodded. Well, when doing this kind of work, you have to drink a bottle every now and then. It's too wasteful of water. Lu Zhe understood how much fresh water was needed for heavy physical labor, and the reserved water in the camp was indeed not enough for them. Oh, we got a bottle of fresh water. Let's share it with everyone. When the water boils, we can drink it with honey and lemon. Lin Qian asked expectantly, can we, who are stranded on a deserted island, also get some drinks? Lu Zhe nodded. That's right. Sure enough, an hour later, the sun set. Two bear paws were roasting on the fire. Everyone was holding a bamboo cup, sitting in front of the fire, sipping lemon-flavored tea, feeling extremely happy. It's delicious. It reminds me of the days when I would get up in the middle of the night in my dorm to make scented tea. Ning Shu thought about it and suddenly said, I think something might be wrong, but now I kind of like life on the island. Jiang Yao smiled slightly. Actually, I am also, Lin Qian said happily. I always have because I am with my favorite friends. Tang Xiaowa doesn't think so. She still fantasizes about having a grand wedding with Lu Zhe. How can we attend without relatives and friends? Only Shinbing had a frown on her face, feeling extremely worried. Years of constant exercise have kept her body very healthy. For the past 10 years, her period has always been on time, not a day late in the 28 days. But counting the days, it is already 3 days late, and there is still no sign of it coming. Was it because of the sudden decline in physical condition after being stranded on the deserted island that caused irregular menstruation, or was there something else going on? Then she looked at Lu Zhe and thought of a worrying result. She rubbed her forehead lightly and prayed helplessly in her heart. Oh my God, please don't let anything really happen. She tried to calm down and began to think, what if the worst result really happened? Give birth? No way. I haven't gotten married yet, and Lu Zhe hasn't made any preparations either. How to deal with having a child at this time? Besides, with the medical conditions here, it would be easy for both mother and daughter to be infected and die together. What about aborting it? What do you use to fight? If you use the wrong medicine, it is still very dangerous to yourself. What to do? What should I do? I'm so worried. At this time, Ning Shu asked, Sister Bing, do you like this place too? Shin Bing was stunned. Frankly speaking, the days she spent surviving here with 5 college students were the happiest times of her life. But she lowered her head to glance at her belly. If she was pregnant, the only way to safely deal with this naughty little thing would be to go back. She shook her head. No, I think we should go back. Then she put down the bamboo cup, stood up, and smiled. You guys continue chatting. I'm a little tired. I'm going to sleep first. After saying that, he turned back to his hammock and lay down without saying a word. Chapter 100 Preparations for the Pottery Age. Chapter 100 Preparations for the Pottery Age. Sister Bing, what happened? He's very worried. Jiang Yao looked at Shun Bing's bamboo cup and said, I didn't even drink a few sips of the lemonade. Ning Shu thought for a moment and said, maybe Sister Bing is thinking about her family and friends again. Tang Xiao sighed sadly. I miss my parents a little bit too. When it comes to family, the girls become a little sentimental. Lu Zhe also thought of his parents. He knew that he was raised not by his biological parents, but by his adoptive parents. But the relationship is no worse than that between biological children. His adoptive father was a comrade in arms of his biological father, and it was said that he and his father had a life-and-death friendship. When he was 5 years old, his father died in an accident. The funeral was held in a grand manner, and many leaders with big stars on their shoulders attended. A few days later, his mother handed him over to his adoptive parents and said something to him that made no sense. Xiaozhe, Mom is going to look for Dad. And then there was no news from him since then, as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. Many people say that his mother is dead too. Lu Zhe was initially taken care of by his adoptive mother. 10 years later, his adoptive father transferred to the local government and became a middle-level cadre in the National Development and Reform Commission. His family lives a relatively good life, and his adoptive parents treat him as their own son and raise him with great care. He also studied hard, hoping to repay this kindness one day. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen at a university event? But it's okay. He also has a younger brother who is 5 years younger than him, and he is the biological child of his adoptive parents. He takes good care of his younger brother, just like his own brother. It is also because of this younger brother that he hopes that his death will not cause too much psychological trauma to his adoptive parents. Sometimes, Lu Zhe would think that when he's not around, his younger brother would be able to understand more things, become successful early, and be filial to him on his behalf. Thinking of their families, everyone was sad for a while, but we always have to look forward. Lu Zhe, what are your plans next? Ning Shu asked, wiping away her tears. Lu Zhe also came back to his senses, pondered for a moment, and began to analyze the current situation. Today we have 2 new sources of fresh water, but both have certain limitations. It takes a certain amount of time to drain the fresh water from the cracks in the rocks to fill the bottles. Because the distance is far, we can only bring back 1 bottle of water per trip. Groundwater needs to be filtered and boiled before drinking, which not only requires 1 person to do it repeatedly, but the filtering speed is also a bit slow. Lin Qianqian asked, is there any way to solve it? Let's start with groundwater. I'll come up with a way to filter it automatically. Ow! Like this. As he spoke, Lu Zhe stood up, took out a torn piece of clothing from the package, and then cut it into 1 centimeter long strips with a steak knife. Then braid the 3 strips of cloth into a loose rope. Jiang Yao picked up a hemp rope and asked, can I use this? Lu Zhe shook his head. For filtering, cloth ropes are better at absorbing water than hemp ropes. And he tied a few knots in the middle of the rope. Then fill a 2L bottle with dirty water and place a smaller empty bottle at a slightly lower level. Place 1 end of the cloth rope in the dirty water and the other end in the empty bottle. Cloth absorbs water, but not dirt. Each knot is like a filtering point. When the whole rope is soaked, clean water will drip into the empty bottle below. Lin Qianqian exclaimed, what a smart move. Ning Shu snapped his fingers and said, this way we can make 8 or 10 of these diversion filters. We will have plenty of filtered water early tomorrow morning, and we can boil it and drink it. Lu Zhe nodded. That's right. Sisters, what are you waiting for? Get started. Lu Zhe reminded. It doesn't have to be 1-to-1. A large bottle can drain 3 to 5 small bottles, which is more efficient. I understand. This device is easy to make. In less than 15 minutes, for girls made more than 20 filter ropes. This way, we don't need anyone to watch over us, and we will have fresh water that we can boil directly tomorrow. Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, the water in the cracks can also be improved. How can we improve it? Just get a bigger container. Larger containers? But the largest bottles are used for automatic filtering devices. Lu Zhe shook his head. That's not big enough. Tang Xiao said, how many times should I take it? No, that won't work. The distance is not very close, and it will consume too much energy along the way. It's not very cost-effective to do this. Lin Xianqian said, how about 2 people guarding there? It still won't work. Since it's a water source, it's likely to be visited by other animals. If there aren't enough people, it will be troublesome if we encounter bears or wild boars. Ningshu thought for a moment and said, oh, right, can we use that helmet to collect water? The helmet was bigger, but it had too much resin on it, and it wasn't big enough. Ningshu asked, what should I use? Lu Zhe pinched the soil next to him, which was the soil dug out by the girls when they dug for groundwater. Use this. Soil. Lu Zhe nodded. This soil is below the surface layer and above the coral layer. It is full of volcanic ash, kaolin, and quartz, and has strong viscosity and plasticity. Lin Xianqian said, it can't be pottery making. That's right. Lu Zhe smiled gently. We can use this soil to make some pottery. For example, larger pottery pots and basins can hold a lot of water at a time and improve the quality of life. But pottery can seep through water, right? We can glaze it. Jiang Yao thought for a moment and asked, what can I use to make the glaze? Lu Zhe picked up the helmet and knocked it. Just use this. Tang Xiao blinked. You want to melt the helmet and glaze it? Of course not. It's the resin on it. Lu Zhe explained. Of course, it's not real glaze, but damer resin that is unique to Southeast Asia. It has a softening point of about 120 degrees. You can clean it with fire and apply it on the surface of pottery to make it waterproof. If you don't have enough, you can go to the forest to get it. There's plenty here. Is this thing non-toxic? Of course it's not poisonous. It can be used as a food additive and also as chewing gum. After scalding it and applying it on the surface of pottery, it will block the pores of the pottery. However, its softening point is very low. It can be used to hold water, but cannot be used as a pot. Ningshu nodded. You know so much. These are also taught by 10,000 wise. Shall we start now? Lu Zhe looked at his watch and said, the steps of making pottery are a little complicated, so we can't do it today. But everyone can get up early tomorrow. From tomorrow on, we will officially enter the pottery era. After the discussion, several people divided the bear paw. This thing is rich in collagen, and the taste is not so pungent after removing the skin. In comparison, it is really the most delicious part of the bear. After dinner and saying goodnight, several friends got on the hammocks and gradually fell asleep. In fact, Shen Bing hadn't fallen asleep yet. She lay on her side, looking at Lu Zhe, who was sleeping in the hammock next to her, her mind full of thoughts. Chapter 101. Completion of Pottery Production. Chapter 101. Complete Pottery. You are so handsome and outstanding. Your children will surely be very smart and cute. You saved my life, so no matter what, I am willing to bear this consequence for you. Even if there is danger, even if I can't go back, even if I can only give birth to the baby on the island, I am willing to take the risk for you. I don't want you to be responsible. I just want this child. Even if you marry one of them, I will bless you. Some things don't need to be forced, just have them. She reached out her hand and gently touched Lu Zhe's face opposite her. A sweet smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Thinking of this, Shen Bing quietly kissed Lu Zhe on the face. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have completed the sign-in, and your physical strength is +1. You have signed in for 19 consecutive days. Strength, 15. Physical fitness, 13. Physical strength, 14. Agility, 14. Perception, 13. Another morning. It is now June 28th, the 19th day on the desert island. Lu Zhe began to prepare for entering the pottery age. 20 automatic filters filtered out a full 4L of fresh water. Qianqian, Zhang Yao, and Guo began to boil water, burn helmets, and clean resin. Lu Zhe and Ning Shu brought a 2L bottle to the crevice to divert the water. The pottery hasn't been made yet, so we'll have to make do with the largest bottles we can find. Soon, the deflector was in place, and all that was left was to wait for the water to fill the bottle. On the way back, Ning Shu asked, where do we start from? Burn the charcoal, and then make a furnace to burn the pottery. Ning Shu thought for a moment and said, I remember that it seems that using firewood directly will work. The wood ash will become gray glaze when it falls. You also know about gray glaze? Lu Zhe smiled approvingly and said, however, the formation of gray glaze requires very high temperatures, and high temperatures require blowing equipment. It's not that I can't make a blower, but it's time-consuming to do it now, and it's obviously too cost-effective just to form gray glaze. Compared with wood, using charcoal in the furnace can achieve a higher temperature, and the pottery will be more solid. Ningshu nodded. Then how do you make charcoal? Go back to the camp, and I'll teach you. Back at the camp, Shunbing came over and said with a smile, I heard that you're going to make pottery today, so take me with you. Lu Zhe, you teach me, and Xiaoning. Hey, Sister Bing, you're okay. I was doing fine. Shunbing tilted her head with a smile. I also feel that life here is good now. Then he smiled and said, Lu Zhe, Xiaoning, and I will follow whatever you do. This way, it will be more efficient. Lu Zhe nodded. That's fine. You guys wait for me here for a while. He went into the jungle to chop wood with a Type 30 bayonet, but in less than 20 minutes he came back dragging a dry sapling. You're quite efficient. It's easy to find dead trees in this jungle. We can just chop them down. Dead wood has less water in it, so it's a good material for making charcoal. You don't have to pick up branches. We'll just use these. Okay, what do we do next? Watch. Lu Zhe cut off a thick wooden stick and stuck it into the ground, then chopped off branches and stacked them densely on the thick stick in circles, forming a neat pile of firewood. Then, pick a few large banana leaves, surround the firewood pile, and tie it with hemp rope to prevent the leaves from scattering. Finally, get some muddy water from the well, mix it with mud, and apply the mud around the banana leaves. This forms a large semicircular object on the ground, which is the charcoal kiln. Less than 2 meters away, Ningshu and Shunbing also made one, and it turned out really similar. Tang Xiaowu looked over to the distance and said, Hey, what do you think they're doing? Jiang Yao deliberately teased. It's bigger than yours and smaller than mine. Who are they modeling after? Lin Xianxian looked up and immediately blushed. You're going too far? Guo shouted. Hey, what are you doing? Lu Zhe replied. It's a kiln. Tang Xiaowu shrugged. See, I knew it was not serious, the kind of thing men love to shop for. Jiang Yao looked at him with disdain. Guo, I don't mind you complaining about me, but please don't use puns. After the charcoal kiln was built, Lu Zhe dug a hole at the top and bottom, then took out a burning firewood and inserted it into the charcoal kiln. We then used dry banana leaves to fan the air inside. After a while, the branches inside began to burn fiercely. Now, seal all the entrances to the cave. Lu Zhe and Shunbing together pasted large pieces of mud on the vents. Done. Now we can wait for the kiln to go out so we can get the charcoal. While we're waiting, we can make pottery. Shunbing thought for a moment and said, Oh, right. Don't we need something that spins? Lu Zhe shook his head. It's okay without it. It's too troublesome to make it now. Let's just use the mud strip coil method. Ningshu said, Is there such a method? Of course, I'm not kidding. Well, I know where you learned it from. Tell me more about it. Lu Zhe explained while operating. The specific method is to first use clay to press the bottom, then get some clay to roll into long strips, and then stack them one by one, and finally wipe out the gaps and knead the pottery to make the thickness consistent. Ningshu snapped his fingers. I understand. Ningshu and Shunbing discussed making a ceramic basin, which has a large water storage capacity and can also be used to wash vegetables and wash faces. Lu Zhe decided to make a clay pot, mainly used to collect water. This thing feels simple, but it is very troublesome to make. It took Ningshu and Shunbing 2 hours to complete their pottery. On Lu Zhe's side, he not only made pottery jars, but also made some pottery cups and bowls. In comparison, the ceramic basin was still a bit clumsy, but after Lu Zhe's corrections, it finally got a little better. Shunbing smiled bitterly. You haven't even learned pottery. Lu Zhe smiled and said, I understand a little bit. At this time, the charcoal was also burned. When the charcoal kiln was opened, it was full of black charcoal, roughly estimated to be about 40 to 50 kilograms. Ningshu shouted happily, Haha, there's so much charcoal. I can use charcoal to barbecue in the future. I will use it to roast boobies and bamboo rats, and the meat will definitely taste better. In the future, we can use charcoal for grilling, and it is completely natural. We could dry the pottery basin and then fire it. During this period, Lu Zhe stacked another kiln. After the pottery dried, he carefully placed the pottery basin in the middle and then filled the kiln with charcoal. Ignition. Not only does this kiln not need to be sealed, it also needs to be constantly fanned with dry banana leaves to ensure there is enough oxygen inside. After a few hours, all the charcoal in the pottery kiln was burned out. The charcoal stove was opened and the fired pottery was picked out with branches. After it has cooled, knock on it and it will make a crisp and pleasant sound. Lu Zhe knew that this pottery firing was very successful. Just apply resin to seal the fine pores of the pottery, and you're done. Jiang Yao, Xiaoguo, and Qian Qian, the three girls, not only took care of 3 meals a day, but also cleaned up the helmets and some supplies, and collected half a pound of dammer resin. Lu Zhe placed the dammer resin on a stone to melt it, then found a branch and smashed it to pieces. Use the smashed end as a brush, and carefully dip the resin into the paint to apply it to the surface of the pottery. By nightfall, they had finally finished making their first batch of pottery. Chapter 102 An Unexpected Heavy Rain. Chapter 102 An Unexpected Heavy Rain. A ceramic basin can hold water, but remember not to use it to carry water, because the ceramic body is fragile and cannot bear too much weight. What kind of clay basin can hold water? We need to find higher quality clay and build a pottery furnace that can produce the highest temperature. Can we make a casserole? We don't have the conditions yet. Once we find a stable camp, I'll teach you how to make casserole. I'm looking forward to it. I can eat hot pot with a clay pot. Shabu shabu bear meat. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Brother Xiaozhe, look at this little bunny I made. Isn't it cute? Stop it. Do you think I know Godzilla? Bite you. The development of pottery opened up a new world for the girls. In the past few days, girls have joined in, and in addition to making pots and bowls, they have also made a lot of strange things. Mouse, barbell, flying saucer, Snow White. Ningshu was very serious about making a masturbation cup for Lu Zhe using a clay pot and bear meat to commend Lu Zhe for his gentlemanly behavior of making sanitary napkins for girls. I don't know what's going on in her mind all day long. But Lu Zhe understood that this was just to satisfy everyone's curiosity and add a bit of fun to the boring island life. In fact, most pottery artworks are useless and cannot be taken away. Recently, he felt that the water seeping from the ground began to taste a bit salty, and relying solely on the water from the cracks in the rocks was no longer enough to meet daily needs. We have to find a new campsite as soon as possible. Once we move, everyone needs to trek through the jungle and cannot carry too much stuff. So many unimportant things have to be left here. 2 days later, it was June 30th, Sunday, the 21st day of being stranded on the desert island. On this day, Lu Zhe signed in continuously, completed his third weekly sign-in, and also received the third important reminder, the road to the summit. Yes, after failing to find the way up the mountain for several days in a row, the system finally couldn't stand it anymore and gave Lu Zhe instructions. At the same time, another unexpected news came that Lu Zhe completed the June sign-in and obtained a random primary proficiency ability. Lu Zhe didn't expect that although June was not complete, he could still get the monthly sign-in reward on the last day. Don't be so lucky. As the virtual dial turned, the pointer finally pointed to surgery. In an instant, countless knowledge about surgery flooded his mind. Technically, he is not as good as a chief physician, but his skills are equivalent to those of an excellent resident physician. It should be very useful, but the problem is, without the right tools, what good is it even if you have the skills? At least theoretical knowledge and protective capabilities will still play a significant role. On the other hand, Lu Zhe found the way up the mountain through the system's prompts. It was a crack in the mountain. The crack is 3 or 4 meters wide at its widest point and less than half a meter wide at its narrowest point. Its depth ranges from 4 or 5 meters to more than 10 meters, extending from the bottom of the cliff to the top of the cliff. Lu Zhe judged that this should have been caused by an earthquake a long time ago, because now the cracks in the mountains are full of vegetation. Some trees have grown out of the cracks and have grown lush branches and leaves and even bird nests. There are not only vegetation in the gaps, but also protruding rocks and tiny cracks, which can be used as footholds for climbing up. Climbing in the gaps. Good. If you get tired of climbing, you can sit on a tree and rest for a while. Even if your hand slips and falls, it will be held up by the tree below. This is simply the best spot to climb when there is no normal way up the mountain. Just be careful of poisonous insects, as snakes, insects, rats, and ants are more likely to hide there. But do you want to climb today? Lu Zhe looked at his watch, and it was getting late. It's too high, so you need to be well prepared. He decided to rest for a few days and come back with the girl to climb to the top of the mountain from this place. The best candidate is, of course, Shunbing. According to her, she was also a rock climbing enthusiast. Although her level was average, she was at least much better than the 4 college students. After a few more days of rest, July 4th, Friday, was the 26th day of being stranded on the desert island. The temperature is not high today, so it should be a good day for hiking. Lu Zhe brought Shunbing to the crevice of the cliff with light luggage. We will climb up from here to the top of the mountain and then observe the entire island from the top of the mountain draw a map of the island, and mark it so that we can find a better campsite. I thought Shinbing would agree nonchalantly, but unexpectedly she hesitated. Lu Zhe, there is something I need to tell you. What's up? Lu Zhe, I may not be able to climb this anymore. My period is coming. Shinbing pursed her lips and shook her head. Lu Zhe, I might be pregnant. Lu Zhe opened his mouth wide. Pregnant? A child? Who's? Lu Zhe asked in surprise. Shinbing glanced at her dimly and sighed. What do you think? At this moment, Lu Zhe's mind went blank. But immediately, he calmed himself down, threw down the things and grabbed Shinbing's shoulders. Are you sure? About 80%. My period has been late for almost a week, and it hasn't come yet. This has never happened before. Also, I can feel changes in my body. What are you going to do? I don't know. I want to hear your opinion. Lu Zhe had no intention of climbing the mountain anymore. Instead, he found a rock to sit down on and began to think about the consequences and countermeasures of this incident. There was no information in the survival manual on how to deal with this kind of problem. Whether Shinbing gave birth to the baby or aborted it, she would be in great danger. But his strong sense of responsibility made him unable to stay out of it. He simulated many possible situations in his mind, and at this moment, something even more unexpected happened. A raindrop as big as a bean fell on his arm. Zan, it's actually rain? He looked up and was shocked to find that the sun had disappeared into the clouds at some point, and a shadow was swallowing up the bright area at a speed of 20 meters per second. The sunny morning seemed to have suddenly turned into evening. This sudden weather change was beyond anyone's expectations. Good thing or bad thing? It is impossible to judge at this time. Lu Zhe quickly put on his bag and said, let's go back to the camp first. However, before we reached the camp, the raindrops became heavier and finally became a continuous torrential rain. The rain that I've been looking forward to since I was stranded on a desert island finally came unexpectedly. Are you glad? For Lu Zhe, yes. It's like surviving a disaster. Think about it. If he and Shinbing climbed halfway up the mountain today, unable to go up or down, and it started raining heavily, what kind of situation would they face? Unexpectedly, the news of Shinbing's pregnancy made Lu Zhe lose interest in climbing the mountain and actually save them once. In the camp, four girls hurriedly started packing their things. The tools are packed and the ceramic containers are laid out, ready to receive water. I have packed up the food here too. Pack up the bear's skin immediately. Oh no, the fire has been put out and the rain is getting heavier. Wait, Ningshu suddenly thought of a terrible question. Lu Zhe and Sister Bing. Jiang Yao was horrified. Yes, they should still be halfway up the mountain. How can they get down? Lin Qianqian covered her mouth in fear. Tang Xiao would drop the things in his hands and said, I want to save Brother Xiaozhe. When he turned around, he bumped into Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe was somewhat touched. Girl, as long as you have this heart, I will be satisfied. When Tang Xiao saw that it was Lu Zhe, she hugged him and burst into tears. Several other girls also came over, and each of them was soaked like a drowned rat. Seeing Lu Zhe and Shinbing return safely, Ningshu heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone, hurry into the shelter. Lu Zhe looked around and said, why go to shelter? Let's run away. Shinbing agreed. Lu Zhe is right. This is at the foot of the mountain. We are forced to camp here because of the groundwater. Once it rains, this is a very dangerous place. Ningshu panted. Then, where should we run? Jiang Yao's eyes were filled with worry. No matter where you run, you can't escape this jungle. Lu Zhe nodded. Jiang Yao was right. The jungle was too big. No matter which direction they ran, they couldn't get out. This rain will not be light. The jungle is extremely dangerous in heavy rain. Landslides, swamps, cold, and fast-flowing water. Any one of them could be fatal. Now, that is the only safest place. Bear Cave. Let's go to the Bear Cave. Chapter 103, Occupy the Bear Cave. Chapter 103, Occupation of the Bear Cave. Pottery and stone tools are thrown into the well. They will sink to the bottom of the well and cannot be washed away by water. All other tools are taken with you. Take as much food and clothes as possible to keep warm. And the tools, the bear skin, never mind the shelter. Lu Zhe discovered that most of the things had already been packed by several girls. No one brought any of that weird pottery. It seems that these days of living in the wild have made them realize what is more important to them. After everything was packed, Lu Zhe grabbed the 3 heaviest packages with one hand and held Shinbing with the other. The 4 girls were a little confused. Why not pull 4 cute little beauties of the same age, but instead pull one older sister? The taste is wrong. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Oh, okay. The four people knew that the situation was urgent and there was no time to be angry, so they quickly followed behind, holding hands. The rain is getting heavier. Just now it was just soaking wet, but now it is almost soaked through. It is now a downpour. Everyone's clothes were stuck to their bodies, their hair was stuck to their scalps, and they stumbled with every step, looking so miserable that it was unbearable to look at. As the rain got heavier, everything around became white and visibility became lower and lower. If someone walks slowly and falls behind, they might never be found again. Lu Zhe quickly stopped, gathered everyone together, then put down the package and tied a knot in the middle of the 3 ropes, leaving 6 rope ends. Lu Zhe picked up a rope and shouted, "Everyone, take a rope, tie your arms." Even though they were only a few feet away, Lu Zhe had a gesture and shout at the top of his voice to make everyone understand what he meant. If you just talk, your voice will be immediately drowned out by the sound of heavy rain. Fortunately, the 5 girls, 1 big and 4 small, understood what he meant. They nodded and each tied their arms with one end of the rope. In this way, even if someone falls, he will be pulled up immediately by his companions. The rain was too heavy, and those who were wearing slippers lost their shoes and had to walk barefoot. It doesn't matter, just walk barefoot. The clothes were all transparent, revealing scenes that could not be seen on a normal day. But it didn't matter, as Lu Zhe didn't have time to appreciate these unique scenery. He needed to rely on his own impressions to determine the direction in the white rainy world. If we rotate a little longer, even if everyone does not suffer from hypothermia, we may all be washed away by the flash floods caused by the heavy rain. And looking at the girls shivering from the cold, it is obvious that they are not far from hypothermia. Fortunately, after half an hour of traveling in the heavy rain, Lu Zhe finally found the bear cave. At this time, heavy rain rushed down from the mountain, and a water curtain cave had been formed at the entrance of the cave. Now we must break through the water curtain and enter the cave. As for whether the bear smell in the cave has dissipated, this is secondary. Just don't get any bears hiding there. Lu Zhe brought a few girls to the water curtain cave. Because the entrance of the cave is 4 or 5 meters above the ground, there is no need to worry about being flooded even if it rains heavily. It just takes a bit of effort to enter the hole. You have to go against the current, climb up the rocks next to you, and then be pushed in by your companions outside. Lu Zhe first threw a few packages up from the side. I didn't find anything being pushed out. Gore, you go first. Who is Gore? The faces of several girls were more or less covered by their hair. At this time, ordinary people might judge their companions by their clothes, but Lu Zhe had a more advanced method. The one who is the shortest and has the smallest breasts should be picked out for sure. Lu Zhe pulled her to the rock next to him, picked her up, lifted her high, then put his head on her, but then grabbed her ankles with both hands to lift her up. Finally, she reached it, and she climbed up with great effort. She shouted happily, "I'm coming up." Once the first one goes up, it will be easy for the others. Lu Zhe pushed upwards and Guer pulled from above, and the two of them worked together, and soon they successfully got the remaining girls into the hole. Lu Zhe was the only one left. He concentrated his mind and strength, and using the changes in his physical fitness over the past few days, he jumped upwards against the current, holding onto the edge of the cave. He was about to push hard and make a graceful leap, but the girls didn't give him a chance. They grabbed his clothes, arms, and hair, and pulled him up with all their might. The attempt to show off failed, which made me feel a little embarrassed, but my heart was still warm. It would be a real failure if no one wants to pull you back at this time. There's no shortage of people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, no missing, etc. 7. Why one more? Everyone looked into the cave together. Then I saw someone sitting at the innermost part of the cave. Ah, ghost. Several girls hugged each other. Lu Zhe looked at it carefully and asked, "Is it true?" After taking a closer look, he breathed a sigh of relief. What the hell? Is this just a monkey taking shelter from the rain? Ning Shu yelled. Why is that thing growing on the face? Yeah. Lu Zhe walked over and took a closer look. The monkey had a long, fleshy nose on its face, which could easily lead to strange associations at first glance. At this moment, the monkey was blinking, looking at the group of people who had rashly broken in with confusion. Ning Shu pointed at the monkey's nose and yelled, "Ah, that thing is hard." Lu Zhe was very calm. Don't worry, this is a proboscis monkey. That's its nose. When people invade its territory, it will get angry, and its nose will stand up and make a low growl. In fact, this kind of monkey is a little more docile than the macaque. Then why doesn't it roar? I think that maybe because there are more of us, its fear is greater than its anger. What should we do with this guy? Lu Zhe believes that he doesn't mind eating almost all edible animals in the world. The only ones he minds eating are primates. He would not be willing to dissect and eat the monkey unless he was on the verge of death. There's no time to reason with it. Lu Zhe grabbed its 4 legs and lifted it up. The monkey struggled desperately, but it was no match for Lu Zhe. He walked to the entrance of the cave and said, "Go." With a whoosh, the poor proboscis monkey was thrown far away into the pouring rain. No longer seen. Well, now this hole belongs completely to us humans. Although we successfully entered the cave, the situation was not optimistic. The wet clothes and continued low temperature made the girl shiver. Lu Zhe was particularly worried about Shun Bing, who was pregnant, and Ning Shu, who was menstruating. But there is no fire now, and it is not easy to make a fire, so we must keep them warm. And now, there's only one way to keep them warm. Lu Zhe said in a serious tone. Although it is a little hard to accept, you must take off your wet clothes and stay close together. Remember to apply some herbs. There may be fleas and lice here. Several girls said together. They all looked at Lin Qianqian at the same time. Lin Qianqian understood everyone's concerns and said with a red face, "I will control myself." The others thought about it and decided that it was time to stop being so pretentious. They all took off their outer clothes, leaving only the innermost layer. Although it's still uncomfortable being wet, it's much better now, and there's no way I can take it off again. At this time, Lu Zhe discovered that the bear's skin was still there. Because this bear has the genes of the Malayan bear, the bear's skin will be stacked up like a Shar-Pei. For a bear of about 1.8 meters, the fur will be almost 1.8 meters square when torn apart, almost as big as a quilt. In the past few days, the bear's blood and subcutaneous fat have been cleaned by several girls. Because the bear's fur is soft, thick, and rich in oil, even after being rained on for such a long time, it does not feel wet at all. Lu Zhe opened the big bear skin and actually wrapped up the 5 girls who were hugging each other. Although several girls were still shivering, the hypothermia condition was immediately relieved. Chapter 104 New Survival Plan. Chapter 104 New Survival Plan. Lu Zhe, we're all warm now, what about you? Shen Bing asked worriedly. Lu Zhe turned his head slightly, raindrops dripping on his face, and his handsome face looked a little indifferent. Suddenly, he smiled refreshingly. "I'm sorry, my beloved concubines. I can't accompany you for the time being. I need to do something else. You just stay here quietly and wait for me to come back." After saying that, he drew out his bayonet, leaped out of the cave again, and dived into the pouring rain. "Hey, Lu Zhe, where are you going? I'm worried to death. Come back soon." Shen Bing knew that worrying would not solve any problems, and the only option now was trust. "Everyone, don't worry. Lu Zhe knows what's going on. He'll be fine." Ning Shu also said, "Yes, that's right. He is a man who has seen 100,000 wise." After Lu Zhe left, the only sound in the bear cave was the sound of heavy rain. 5 girls, 1 big and 4 small, were huddled in a small space, shivering, covering themselves with bear skins, and trying to keep each other warm. Everyone stared at the cave entrance, waiting to see when Lu Zhe would come back. "What do you think he did? Hey, you didn't even tell me, and made me worry. You're not going to beat that monkey, are you? Why did Lu Zhe beat up the monkey?" The monkey looked quite stupid. Being ugly is a sin, and having something indecent on your face is an even greater sin. Ning Shu sighed. Please be serious. Lu Zhe is not as boring as you." At this time, Shun Bing thought that Lu Zhe might also suffer from hypothermia, so she wanted to let Lu Zhe huddle together with everyone. But after all, there are differences between men and women, and they have to accept it. She thought about it and came up with an idea. "Hey, do you usually watch wilderness survival shows?" Ning Shu nodded. "I watch it occasionally. I know Uncle Da and Uncle Bay, and I also know Sister Sparrow. She's the pride of us girls in the survival world." Jiang Yao smiled leisurely. "I have only read Robinson Crusoe, and I have only heard of the others." Lin Qianqian said shyly, "I have watched the cartoon. Are you in trouble?" "But I didn't pay much attention to the survival methods in it. But they are very united and loving, just like us." Tang Xiao complained. "You've noticed the lesbian plot in it." Lin Qianqian softly defended herself. "How can that be considered a Yuri anime?" "Where's Guer?" Tang Xiao said very frankly. "I don't pay any attention to it. I just listen to your discussion." Shen Bing nodded. "Actually, I also like watching survival shows, and I know there is a survival show abroad that requires a man and a woman to participate in the challenge. Each person who succeeds in the challenge will receive a bonus of $100,000. Jiang Yao exclaimed. 21 days? $100,000. Then she thought for a moment and said, "Isn't this just making money? I want to participate with Lu Zhe." Tang Xiao nodded. "Yes, we have been here for 26 days. As long as we are partnered with Lu Zhe, it will definitely be easy." Ning Shu thought for a moment and said, "That show is full of men and women who don't know each other." Shen Bing nodded. "Not only do they not know each other, but they're not even allowed to wear underwear when they meet. It's completely back to the basics. They can only bring one tool at most. There are special cameramen to film them." Jiang Yao stuck out her tongue. "Foreigners are the best at playing. I really can't accept this." Lin Qianqian frowned. "I always feel that it's not for survival." Tang Xiao pondered. "The video taken by the photographer. Is it sure that this is a survival show, not a primitive courtship show?" Shen Bing sighed. "It's a very professional survival program, and the people who participate are all very experienced in survival." Tang Xiao couldn't believe it. "Really? I want to say that when survival experts face the plight of nature, partners must work together and put aside all distractions. When facing hypothermia at night, even if they're honest with each other, they must hug each other and keep each other warm." Lin Qianqian nodded and hugged Shen Bing. "Is that so?" Shen Bing sighed. That's not what I meant." "What is that?" "I mean, when Lu Zhe comes back, I hope everyone will not hesitate to invite him to stay warm with us." The four girls blinked and looked at Shen Bing in disbelief. "Sister Bing, what do you think? We will dislike Lu Zhe and not letting him in? Not all fairies can box." Shen Bing was stunned, and she suddenly felt as if she had done something very stupid. Ning Shu thought about it and slapped his forehead. Yes, we were very worried before, but after Sister Bing's persuasion. Hey, you talk about it, and I figured it out all of a sudden." Jiang Yao also nodded suddenly. As expected of a policewoman, she has taught us the true meaning of survival. There really shouldn't be any grudges between boys and girls. Lin Qianqian said, "Then shouldn't there be any grudges between girls?" Tang Xiaowo was bored. "When will little Lu Zhe come back to warm my feet?" Shen Bing had a headache. "Why do these girls put all the blame on me?" As for Lu Zhe, he returned to the jungle with a bayonet. In order to make the camp comfortable, he cut a large bundle of bamboo, a piece of palm wood, and a dozen large banana leaves. He was worried about Sister Bing, wondering if she was really pregnant, and he was also worried about the four girls. After spending many days together, they treated Lu Zhe as their family, and Lu Zhe also treated them as his family. The kind of family that cares about you all the time. I went back to the cave entrance and pulled these things up, and the space suddenly seemed even more tense. Ning Shu said happily, "Lu Zhe, Sister Bing said that you are also prone to hypothermia, so you should stay with us to keep warm." Jiang Yao said, "After listening to Sister Bing's words, I am deeply touched. Xiaozhe, I have reserved a place for you." Tang Xiao will wave her hand. "You can sit in my seat. I'm small, so I can sit in your arms reluctantly." After all, Sister Bing said that in such extreme weather, boys and girls should rely on each other for warmth. Lin Qianqian looked at these things. "Lu Zhe, you have filled all our little holes." Shen Bing held his forehead and sighed. "Am I saying all that so that you can pick up guys under my name?" However, facing the enthusiastic invitation, Lu Zhe seemed very calm. "Take off all the damp clothes on your body and use the banana leaves to dry his clothes." "I don't need to tell you how to do it." Jiang Yao asked, "I know about banana leaves, but what are you going to do with these bamboos and wood?" Lu Zhe began to process the bamboo and said, "First, it's raining too hard outside, and it will probably rain for a long time. Not only is there a lot of moisture coming in, but there's also a lot of noise. I need to make a door to completely block the moisture and noise outside." The girls looked at each other and nodded. "I didn't pay attention when I first came in, but now I think about it carefully. It was raining heavily outside. In the absence of a cave entrance, the moisture in the cave was too heavy, and my ears were filled with the noise of the rushing rain. I didn't feel anything for a while, but after a long time, my head started to hurt. If there was a door, it would indeed greatly improve the environment in the cave. Secondly, I need to check the rock structure in the cave and dig as much as possible while keeping the structure of the bear cave solid. I want to expand the internal space of the bear cave so that everyone has enough room to move around. Now several girls are squeezed into a small space. It would be the happiest thing if they could expand the space for activities. Third, we have to find a way to make a fire in the cave to provide us with light, warmth, and hot soup. But this is the most difficult. We must ensure that the fire does not produce smoke, otherwise we will either freeze to death or be choked to death by the smoke. Chapter 105. Making a Fire in the Cave. Chapter 105. Making a Fire in the Cave. After Lu Zhe finished speaking, The girls were both impressed and moved. In such extreme weather, it's good enough to be alive, and you actually have such a clear idea of survival. My man is truly amazing. But in comparison, I can only think about some random things. Come to think of it, it's really shameful. Shin Bing and several other girls looked at each other and felt that they couldn't just sit there and wait for something ready-made. Get moving. Several girls took off their wet pantyhose under the bare skin and used dried banana leaves to make simple underwear skirts and tied them around their bodies. When your body is dry, you'll feel much better. The clothes are done, and next I have to share something with Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe, what can we do? Yeah, we can't let you do all the work by yourself. We have to share some of the burden with you. Yes, we are a team. We should help each other and fight together. Brother Xiaozhe, can we help you weave a cave door? Lu Zhe tightened the two pieces of bamboo and thought for a while. This must be tied very tightly. I have to do it myself. If you really want to help me, just do these things. What do you need us to do, Lu Zhe? Several girls seemed impatient. Tang Xiaogui said, since you've performed so well, you can ask for anything that's a little bit unreasonable. Lu Zhe nodded and said, first, we need to take inventory of the existing supplies so that we can analyze what we will do with them next. Second, check how much mosquito-repellent herb is left. The bear cave is likely to be infested with fleas and lice. Apply a little more on everyone to temporarily relieve the bites of mosquitoes. We will thoroughly treat the bear cave later. Do these two things first, and then we can discuss the next step. These were all very simple yet important tasks, and several girls nodded. Understood. Everyone in the cave was busy. Lu Zhe split the bamboo strips in half, staggered them, and tied them together with ropes to form a bamboo board. He then tied palm leaves on top to make a door. Then he stuck the door in a crevice in the stone, half a meter away from the cave entrance, and found some rags to stuff the gap tightly. In an instant, the sound of wind and rain outside weakened by more than half, and no cold wind blew in. The temperature loss in the cave finally improved. At the same time, there are also some negative factors, that is, the light in the cave has become darker. But after getting used to it for a while, I could still barely see what was going on inside the cave. Lu Zhe started working on the next task, the fire-making device. He picked up a branch, wiped it dry with a wrung-out cloth, and then cut it into thin pieces with a paratrooper knife. This is a dead, dry branch, as thick as a thumb and straight. After the surface is soaked in rainwater, peel off the surface and you will find the wood part that has not been soaked by the rainwater. You need to continue sharpening it. The pointed end can be used to drill wood to make fire, and then sharpen some dry ends to start fire. Then, Lu Zhe chopped off 3 more bamboo strips, 1 long and 2 short, each about 4 centimeters wide. Use a paratrooper knife to drill holes in the middle of the 3 bamboo strips. 2 short pieces are passed under the dry branches, crossed, and fixed with hemp rope at the bottom third of the drill bit to provide balance and inertia. A long one, passing through the dry branches. Find a hemp rope that is twice as long as the long bamboo stick, fix the middle of the hemp rope to the top of the dry branch, and tie the 2 ends of the hemp rope to the 2 ends of the long bamboo stick respectively. It took 2 hours, and a legendary Iroquois fire-making machine was ready. Find another wooden stick as thick as a girl's wrist, split it in half, and use the dry part in the middle. Lu Zhe stepped on both ends of a half-thick wooden stick, twisted the dry branch a few times, and aimed the drill bit at the dry part in the middle of the thick wooden stick. Holding the 2 ends of the long bamboo stick, lifting and pulling, the dry branch will rotate very quickly. It saves so much effort than rubbing it by hand. Girls can operate it easily. Ning Shu was very curious. This thing is so magical. The principle is very simple. Would you like to try it? Ning Shu began to imitate Lu Zhe's method of drilling wood to make fire. Look, isn't this method much more elegant than shooting a plane to make fire? Squad leader, be a human being. That's all the bow drill. That's not important. Your arm is injured. Leave this to me. Okay, that's great. I'll be the fuel. We have charcoal and wood. What else do we need? Both charcoal and wood will produce smoke, and wet ones will produce more smoke. It doesn't matter if you're outside, but using them as fuel in a cave is like seeking death. Then what should I use? Bear grease and cotton thread. See how much bear grease is left. At this time, several girls have already finished taking inventory of the existing supplies. Jiang Yao estimated. As for the food, there are only 2 slices of fish left, half a pound of python meat, and 1 smoked bear paw. There's a lot of smoked bear meat left, about 20 to 30 pounds. In addition, there's a piece of dried bear gall and 3 bottles of bear oil. Lu Zhe nodded. Very good. Tang Xiaohui said, I have half a block of honey, a bottle of salt, a bag of chili peppers, a bunch of bananas, a bag of wild vegetables, and a bag of lemons. Not bad, Shin Bing said. As for tools, the bayonet, paratrooper knife, and steak knife are all here, but I don't know where the small round knife went. The steel helmet, lunchbox, water bottle, engineer's shovel, etc. are all here. As for stone tools, only the stone mortar was brought, and the other stone tools were thrown into the well. There's also a can of coconut meat, which is not spoiled, but it should be of no use. Lu Zhe nodded. Now that we have better tools, we can just throw away the small round knife. As long as the important tools are all there, it's fine. Lin Xianxian said, most of the things that were stranded on the deserted island at the beginning are still here. Backpacks, pencil cases, hand creams, etc. They are all here. There are 15 bottles in Sister Bing's trolley bag, as well as some clothes, cans, tins, and other household garbage. Lu Zhe nodded. She found that the girls were really nice and had packed the most important things. With these things, he was confident that he could live well in this cave for a while. He took a bottle of bear oil and prepared to use it to make a bear oil lamp. It can not only bring light to the dark cave, but also retain a little fire source. Now, the bear oil in the bottle has solidified into a milky white color. Cut the bottle open and you'll get a solid bear oil ointment shaped into a bottle. Then use a piece of pure cotton cloth to rub a wick, cut off some bear oil, and rub the bear oil back and forth on the wick until the wick is covered with a thick layer of bear oil. Then the wick can be used. Cut a long and thin bamboo stick, sharpen one end, and tie a wick to the other end. Insert the bamboo stick into the bottled bear oil paste from the top and poke it out at the bottom, leaving a head. The wick will remain in the middle of the bear oil, like a large candle. Finally, remove the bamboo stick and stuff the bottled paste into a can with the top removed. At this point, a complete bear oil lamp is made. And at this moment, everyone smelled a faint smell of smoke. Ning Shu shouted happily, "Ha! There's fire. Hurry up and chip the ashes." He used the drill ash to ignite the wood chips, and then used it to light a bear oil lamp. At first, a little black smoke came out, but after a dozen seconds, the flames stabilized and the smoke could no longer be smelled. Just this tiny flame illuminated everyone's face and made the entire cave brighter. Chapter 106, Small but Cozy Cave. Chapter 106, Small but Cozy Hole. Now, there's a fire in the cave. Although it cannot provide much heat, people can clearly see their companions in the dark cave, which brings warmth and comfort to everyone's hearts. Jiang Yao said happily, "It feels so warm with everyone crowded here." Tang Xiaohui nodded. "Yeah, I'm not scared at all when I hear the thunder and rain outside." Lin Xianxian said, "In fact, when I was a child, I always imagined that there was a violent storm outside, and I and my closest people were hiding in a warm and safe little cave. Just like now." Ningshu nodded. "Actually, I have fantasized about this before, but I always feel that what we think about is similar, yet different." Shen Bing asked with concern, "Lu Zhe, do you want to take a break as well?" Lu Zhe shook his head. "Not yet." He took a bear oil lamp, walked to the innermost part of the cave, illuminated the cave wall with the lamp, and began to carefully observe the geological structure in the cave. Shen Bing knew that Lu Zhe wanted to expand the cave, but she wanted Lu Zhe to rest for a while. So she said, "Actually, it is not necessary to expand the cave. Isn't it good for us to do it this way?" Ningshu also said, "Yes, maybe the rain will stop soon." Lu Zhe shook his head. "I just checked the thickness of the clouds. This rain will not last long. I'll be thankful if it stops in 2 or 3 days." Jiang Yao complained, "What's going on? If you want to rain, don't rain at all. But if you want to rain, why rain for so long? It's okay for everyone to stay in this small place for a few hours, but if they really stay there for 3 or 5 days, people will really go crazy." Lin Xianxian said, "If you want to dig a hole, we will dig with you." Lu Zhe nodded. "Well, I do need help in moving soil, processing soil, and lighting. Everyone assign them, and we will start expanding the hole once I determine the location." Jiang Yao said happily, "It feels like robbing a tomb. So exciting." Ning Shu shuddered. "What if we really dig out a zongzi?" Tang Xiaohui said, "Just eat it. The salty rice dumplings are always the best." Qin Xian said, "The zongzi the monitor is talking about is a zombie that can move." Tang Xiaohui said, "Then I don't know how to use it." Jiang Yao said, "Let it help us dig." Lu Zhe was in no mood to chat with them. He carefully observed the cave and found that it was formed by the stacking and squeezing of huge rocks. The small cave they were in was a small gap between several huge rocks stacked together. It is a small gap, but it is enough for them to move around in it. Because it is so old, the huge rocks on the top have been connected together and the structure is extremely solid. As long as you dig along the soil layer without damaging the rocks, the cave will not collapse. Lu Zhe was convinced that this cave had certain development value. Expand where you can first. We have two huge rocks on the top, forming a solid roof structure. Now we can shovel the soil down and increase the height a little bit. Jiang Yao nodded. Well, at least Guerrer can stand up straight. Tang Xiaowu looked at Jiang Yao and said, believe it or not, I will bite you. The top layer of soil is very thin, so you don't have to worry about hurting people, but it will still make your body dirty. It's best to put the bear skin in a suitcase, first to avoid getting it dirty and difficult to clean. Understand. Lu Zhe waved the engineer's shovel, and in less than 20 minutes, he shoveled off the top layer of soil, gradually revealing the rocky cave ceiling, which became higher as he went deeper. In fact, the ground could also be dug downwards, but in order to ensure the flatness of the ground, Lu Zhe gave up. Just cleaned up the hay and the surface layer of loose soil. Jiang Yao held a bare oil lamp to illuminate him. Lin Xianxian and Shun Bing were responsible for piling up the fallen soil. Ning Shu and Guer were responsible for pouring the soil out of the cave. After expanding the top of the cave, the next step is to expand the space inside the cave. Now Lu Zhe is very strong and has great physical strength. His efficiency can catch up with that of two experienced migrant workers. If the tool wasn't a little smaller, the efficiency would be even higher. Jiang Yao was amazed. I think, when we return to the city, we can discuss teaming up to rob tombs. The way you swing the shovel looks a bit like Third Uncle. Shun Bing said, Yao Yao, you should watch less supernatural movies. Tomb robbing is illegal. If you are caught, it will be a felony. Jiang Yao thought about it and said, that's right. Several partners worked together, and after 5 or 6 hours of digging, the space in the cave was expanded by 2/3. Although it was hard work and we got dirty, we were very happy to have more space. Ning Shu said, after we push the last pile of dirt out, we can use our helmets to collect some water to wash ourselves thoroughly, and then we can eat something. Wait a minute. Don't throw away this last pile of dirt. It may have other uses. Get some water to wash your face and hands. I'm starving. I need to eat something first. Learn. Ning Shu and Tang Xiaowu opened the bamboo door again. The wind messed up their hair, and the two girls were stunned. Half an hour ago, when I was delivering the soil, it was raining heavily outside, and everything around was white. In less than half an hour, it was as dark as night outside. If you don't know, you might think the entrance to the cave is sealed. Is it evening yet? Tang Xiaowu looked at his watch. No, it's only 2:30 in the afternoon. Suddenly, the sky and the ground turned white, and what came into view was still the heavy rain covering the mountains and fields. However, this scene lasted less than a second before it became pitch black again. 2 or 3 seconds later, crack! There was a loud bang, which made several girls scream. Ning Shu and Tang Xiaowu were so scared that they ran to the innermost part of the cave. It's late. Lu Zhe looked outside and said, but don't be afraid, it should be the direction of the top of the mountain. We're in the cave now, which is the safest place. The trees on the top of the mountain are our lightning rods. There is no problem using the helmet and aluminum box in the cave. Just don't take them outside to catch rainwater. But why did the sky turn dark? It was a large amount of dark clouds that blocked the sunlight over the entire sea area. So we can't get water? It would be fine to use a plastic bottle, but now I have to make a simple drainage system. Ning Shu was puzzled. Why do you want to do this? We will have to wash and brush our teeth in the cave. To keep the cave dry, we need to drain all the wastewater out. With this drainage system, we can get rid of the water without opening the bamboo door. Also, if anyone has to pee, they don't have to go outside to pee. The 5 girls all blinked, not knowing how to comment. But it seems that they're all closely related to survival, so support is enough. Lu Zhe cut out a handy bamboo stick and used it as a shovel to dig a long and narrow tunnel on one side of the cave, leading directly to the outside of the cave. The deeper you dig, the more slope you will form. Then remove the bamboo partitions from half a piece of thick bamboo and plug it into the tunnel, and a simple drainage ditch will be made. In this way, you can use half a plastic bottle to collect rainwater and fill all the bottles with water. Several friends washed their hands and faces with the water they had fetched, ate something to restore their strength, and prepare to have a good rest. But new problems arise. Due to the lack of sunlight, the temperature began to drop continuously, and even in the cave, everyone felt the chill. Chapter 107 Let's work together to make a small clay stove. Chapter 107 Let's work together to make a small clay stove. It feels even colder than that night on Eggshell Island. Hurry up, bearskin. I need a bearskin coat. Stay here for a while to keep warm. Or let's light a fire in the cave. No, the smoke is too thick and it will choke people to death. Well, between freezing to death and choking death, I would rather freeze to death on principle. By the way, Lu Zhe, do you want to make 2 more bare oil lamps? Lu Zhe pondered for a while and said, It's useless. This fire can't solve the fundamental problem. The temperature will continue to drop. Even if you hold on now, you will get sick from the cold at night. I will feel bad for any of my concubines who gets frozen. Ning Shu sighed. Listen, such a scumbag, but I actually feel warm. It's over. Do you think I have Stockholm Syndrome? Not really. Shin Bing held her belly and shook her head. Stockholm Syndrome is when the victim develops a sense of dependence and admiration for the perpetrator. Lu Zhe loves you so much. How could he be the perpetrator? After saying this, Ning Shu's face turned red. Who said that? He loves Qianqian the most. Lin Qianqian also blushed. How could that be? Jiang Yao said, I think it's Guo. Tang Xiao was said, Yao Yao, can I assume that this is a strategic retreat? Jiang Yao sighed. Let's think about how to keep warm. It's too cold today. While a few girls were chatting, Lu Zhe suddenly had an idea. He squeezed the soil and small stones dug out from a cave, and a solution that would have the best of both worlds came to his mind. It can provide temperature to the cave without filling it with black smoke and carbon monoxide. Are there still the weeds left on the ground? Most of it was thrown away, and the rest was mixed in with this pile of soil. I was going to throw it away together, but you said that this soil might have other uses, so I didn't throw it away. Very good. Using weeds as fuel? No, Lu Zhe said in a serious tone. Pick out all the stones in the soil later. Remember to pick out only the stones, not the weeds. Don't throw away the stones you picked out. I will use them all. Although everyone doesn't know what Lu Zhe is going to do. But at this time, do you have any reason not to believe Lu Zhe? Time is running out, and there is no time to explain. Do whatever you are asked to do immediately, and ask questions after you're done. Several girls began to divide the soil and pick up stones. Lu Zhe chopped another bamboo and used the Type 30 bayonet to cut it into thin bamboo strips. Then he drew a 50-centimeter square, half a meter away from the bamboo door, and began to insert bamboo sticks in the ground along the edge of the square. The distance between the 2 bamboo strips is about 50 centimeters, and about 40 centimeters is exposed above the ground. Then, use hemp rope to tie the 3rd bamboo, stick on top of the 2 bamboo sticks. This counts as a set of bamboo frames. Lu Zhe placed a set about every 5 centimeters, with one less set in the middle, covering the entire frame. Get 10 more bamboo strips and place them horizontally on the bamboo frames, with one strip missing in the middle. During this period of time, several girls picked out almost all the stones. A pile of stones and a pile of soil. Lu Zhe picked a pile of soil, poured water on it, and started making mud. The soil here is very sticky to begin with, and the addition of rotten grass leaves makes it even tougher. After mixing the mud, they started to lay the stones along the bamboo frame. Several girls stretched their necks to look curiously. Ning Shu looked at it for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. What is this for? Tang Xiao seemed to understand and said, It's a miniature shelter for raising rabbits. Jiang Yao said, We live in caves, but rabbits live in mud brick houses. Isn't that a bit wrong? Lin Qianqian sighed. I don't understand. Lu Zhe, what exactly does he do? Shen Bing thought for a moment. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a stove. See, Sister Bing is still smart. Lu Zhe rubbed the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. Friends, if you have time, can you stop talking nonsense and help me cover this clay stove? Okay, here I come. I like playing in the mud the most. Maybe if you exercise, you won't feel so cold anymore. The girls, shivering with cold, gathered around. If the ratio of soil and water is controlled well, the viscosity of the soil will become very high, like plasticine. With the joint efforts of 6 people, the pile of bamboo frames soon turned into a mud box placed on the ground. Ning Shu pointed at the hole that couldn't be sealed at last. This big hole is not easy to deal with. What should we do? This one doesn't need to be sealed. It could be used as a firewood delivery hole. We need to add 2 more. As he spoke, Lu Zhe used the paratrooper knife to dig a smoke hole on the upper back of the clay box, and finally dug a water-boiling hole on the top. Lin Qianqian nodded. I understand. Anyway, there's one less line, so let's just use it for the hole on top. That's right. Lu Zhe nodded. Guo, do you still say it looks like a rabbit nest? Tang Xiao thought for a moment and said, A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. It just so happens that it has 3 holes. Lu Zhe shook his head. I was defeated by you. Shen Bing thought more. But this thing needs to exhaust smoke. You can use a bamboo tube without the bamboo partitions to make a flue, but it will burn easily. Bamboo will definitely rot if it comes into direct contact with fire. Well, we can make a transition device. Do you know how to do this? No. Lu Zhe chopped some more thin bamboo strips. Bend the thin bamboo strips into circles, tie the joints, and make 8 circles. Then use 4 bamboo sticks and abacá rope to connect these circles from large to small to form a cylindrical object. Keep going up the mud. Paste the mud according to the shape, and it will form a mud tube. Using this transition tube to connect the stove and the bamboo tube will prevent it from being burned. Shen Bing took it and looked at it. You are really worthy of it. You have such a creative idea. Then make the chimney. Wouldn't bamboo be fine? We have to remove the bamboo partition. Lu Zhe chose a thick bamboo that was 2 meters long and about 10 centimeters in diameter. Then take a thinner bamboo and poke it hard. For some reason, the 4 girls trembled at the same time. The bamboo partition was broken, and the material fell out with a loud noise, and the bamboo was penetrated. The smoke outlet of the stove is aligned with the transition tube, and the transition tube is aligned with the bamboo. Lu Zhe raised the middle of the bamboo slightly, and when he got outside the cave, it fell slightly due to the bamboo's own gravity. We also need to renovate the bamboo door and leave a bamboo flue. This way, rainwater will not flow back into the bamboo, and the mountain water falling outside the bamboo will create negative pressure, drawing the smoke out of the bamboo, thus forming a perfect smoke duct. Lin Chanqian nodded. It sounds good. At this time, the temperature dropped further. Jiang Yao hugged her shoulders and asked tremblingly, Can I use it now? I'm freezing to death. Not yet. Go make a mud cake with a diameter of 20 centimeters and a mud cube the size of a brick. The sooner the better. Clear. Several girls didn't even bother to rub their frozen hands and hurried to do it. Lu Zhe took a torn cotton garment, wrung out as much water as possible, then squeezed half a bottle of bear oil onto the garment, rubbed it, and rolled it into a ball. Then he carefully stuffed it into the stove and carefully placed a large number of branches and sticks on the clothes. The stove was almost full, and Lu Zhe used an oil lamp to light the clothes inside. It was a little difficult to light, but once lit it was not easy to extinguish. When the clothes started to burn, he quickly covered the water boiler with mud cakes and fanned air into the firewood port to create circulation, which helped the combustion and allowed smoke to pour out from the flue. After a while, the fire in the stove started burning, and then mud bricks were used to block half of the firewood feeding opening. As the temperature inside the furnace increases, the furnace walls and transition mud tubes of the mud furnace become increasingly solid. So comforting, the little hole finally began to heat up. Chapter 108. Stormy outside the cave, warm as spring inside. Chapter 108. Stormy outside the cave, warm as spring inside. The stove made a crackling sound. This sound seems to have some kind of magical power that can instantly calm a lost and frightened heart. Fire not only brings warmth, but also happiness and hope. It took a full 4 hours from the beginning of making the stove to the completion of it. But for them, it's worth it. It's really worth it. With a clay stove, the rest is easy. Put the bamboo charcoal and wood next to the stove to bake. When the moisture is dried, put them into the stove. It will not produce thick black smoke. Now you can open the stove cover and do other things. The small bear cave gradually became lively. Lu Zhe, is this remaining soil still useful? If it's useless, I'll throw it away. It's useless, throw it away. Gwr, let's pull up the hemp rope and hang up everyone's wet clothes to dry. Okay, but where should I tie it? Tie it to a bamboo strip and see if it can be stuck in the crack of the rock. Let me try. I'll go get some water and boil it. By the way, are we going to use the steel helmet or the 92 lunchbox to boil water? You still have to put a rack to hang the lunchbox. Just use the helmet first and sit on it. Remember to fill it with 3/4 of water. If you put more, it will overflow. Learn. I'm a little hungry. Tell me what you want to eat later. I'll grill it. Are there any rabbits? There are no rabbits. Does anyone want to eat fruit? No, I want to eat Hunziyo. Who is a scoundrel? How can you be called a scoundrel if you have punishment? I can understand killing, but why bring punishment? Hang on your own jungler, and you can even grab the red buff if nothing goes wrong. Seize the bamboo shoots, Yao Yao. By the way, don't we still have a smoke bear's foot? We need to eat that quickly, or it will go bad if we leave it out for too long. Hey, what are you doing? Are there any rabbits? There are no rabbits. Does anyone want to eat fruit? No, I want to eat Hunziyo. Is this a scoundrel? How can you be called a scoundrel if you have punishment? I can understand killing, but why bring punishment? Hang on your own jungler, and you can even grab the red buff if nothing goes wrong. Seize the bamboo shoots, Yao Yao. By the way, don't we still have a smoke bear's foot? We need to eat that quickly, or it will go bad if we leave it out for too long. Hey, Let's make bear paw soup later, okay? Good idea, but it needs to be handled cleanly, otherwise it will feel weird. Now that there's no shortage of water, I can definitely clean it up thoroughly. Add some salt, chili peppers, and wild vegetables, and the nutrition will be complete. What will you drink later? I'll prepare some for you. Lemon tea is good. Lemon tea. Me too. Let's have lemon tea. Looking at the 5 girls, 1 big and 4 small, busying themselves happily in the cave, Lu Zhe also felt the warmth of home. Seeing that the wood and bamboo obtained in the first round were almost used up, Lu Zhe decided to take another risk and go out to get some more reserve wood. In order not to make them worry, Lu Zhe said, "You guys keep busy, I'm going to go to the bathroom." "Be careful, Lu Zhe. It's windy outside, don't get blown away." "Well, thank you." At this time, the wind and rain outside were getting stronger and stronger, with lightning and thunder constantly. The wind speed is definitely over level 7. If it weren't for the system's support, he might have been blown away. Forget it. Let's get someone back quickly. Lu Zhe was just about to draw his sword when, with a click, the crown of a small tree was blown off by the wind and flew towards him. Lu Zhe dodged it with a graceful step back. That was a close call. At the same time, deep worries arose in my heart. Want to grow strawberries and watermelons in this kind of survival environment? Unless you find a place that can withstand storms and not be shielded from the abundant sunlight on weekdays, the conditions are too harsh. Forget it. I won't think about it too much for now. The tree crown isn't that big, and it still has a trunk. Just carry it back, and you can get 1 or 2 potential points. Lu Zhe picked up the palm tree crown and carried it back to the cave. A few girls came back with Lu Zhe picking up a tree crown, and they were all scared. "Lu Zhe, it's too big. It won't fit in the small hole. These things can all be used. Just wait, I'll take care of it." Lu Zhe broke off all the leaves from the small palm tree and put them into the cave. He made several large piles of them, leaving only a bare trunk 3 meters long and as thick as a thigh, with 2 large clusters of palm fruits hanging on it. "See, it's easy to get in this time." After saying that, Lu Zhe brought the palm trunk in and quickly closed the bamboo door. Shenbing quickly took an old piece of clothing that had just been dried and used it as a towel to wipe the rain off his body. "Hurry up and warm yourself by the fire. Don't freeze yourself." Ningshu looked at the palm tree and said, "Lu Zhe, why did you put something like this in our little cave?" Tang Xiaohua frowned. "Yes, the size is too exaggerated." Lu Zhe explained, "Palm leaves can be laid on the ground to make floors, and the bear skins can be laid on top to prevent them from getting dirty. Later, everyone can use the bear skins as blankets and sleep on them." Tang Xiaohua filled half of the bamboo tube with bear paw soup and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. "We eat its meat, drink its soup, live in its house, sleep on a blanket made of its fur, and most importantly, throw away its monkey. Please tell me how much psychological trauma Xiong Xiong is feeling right now." Jiang Yao said, "It's probably about that big." As Jiang Yao looked over there, she saw a cute little bear hanging on the clothesline. There was blood stains on the little bear's body that could not be washed off, and it looked miserable and embarrassed. When Lu Zhe saw the little bear, he couldn't help but tremble. Last time, it fell from the sky and almost gave me a nosebleed. Ning Shu blushed, veins popping out on his forehead. "That's enough. Is that a kind of bear?" Shen Bing pointed to a thick tree trunk that Lu Zhe had brought back earlier and said, "Isn't there still a piece of tree trunk that's not being used?" Lu Zhe glanced at Shen Bing, smiled, and said, "The more the better." After dinner, Lu Zhe began to split the palm trees. The bottom trunk of the oil palm is relatively hard and dense, so it can be used to make boards and furniture. The top trunk is relatively soft and has a low density, so a sharp 30 bayonet and Lu Zhe's own powerful strength can easily handle it. While they were chopping wood, Ning Shu and Guaer wove palm leaves to make the floor, covering the entire cave. Lin Xian and Jiang Yao boiled pot after pot of water, some of which they made into thermos bottles and some of which they used to wash their bodies. They're all girls who love cleanliness. Even in the most difficult environment, they try their best to show their best side. Finally, everyone took out the bear's skin and spread it on the palm leaves. Clean it thoroughly with a wrung-out rag, and the bear fur, which is not easy to get dirty, will immediately become as clean as new. The 8 Snow White, cute little feet looked even whiter when they stepped on the soft and smooth bear fur. Lu Zhe couldn't help but take a few more glances. "Come on, Lu Zhe, try it." Turning around, Shun Bing handed a pair of freshly dried shorts to Lu Zhe. She was wearing a dress made of banana leaves, and her chest was almost bursting with the leaves. Lu Zhe felt a little dizzy and quickly avoided his gaze. That's what happened that night. This is the price to pay for not exercising enough restraint. Shinbing suddenly realized the impact she had on Lu Zhe. Her face turned red, and she quickly lifted the leaf up. I didn't mean it. No, it's okay. Wipe yourself clean and put on your shorts to avoid catching a cold. It's inconvenient. It's okay. I'll get you a piece of clothing to cover it. Lu Zhe thought that he should not squeeze with a few girls today and control himself. If we make the same mistake again, it would be really troublesome for us to survive with 2 pregnant women. Chapter 109, Everyone Finally Knows This. Chapter 109, Everyone Finally Knows This. Outside the cave, the wind was raging and the rain was pouring. The cave is quiet, peaceful, and warm like spring. All 4 girls fell asleep huddled together on the bearskin blanket, breathing softly and sweetly. They all curled up their legs and deliberately left the space. It can also sleep one person. Lu Zhe handed a bottle of hot water to Shinbing. Go to sleep for a while. I'll keep watch. Shinbing took the thermos, put it on her belly, and said softly, You are exhausted. You should go. You need to get enough rest. But I'm not sleepy. Lu Zhe looked at Shinbing's belly. You're not sleepy. Isn't he sleepy? Shinbing tilted her head and smiled. What's wrong? Are you heartbroken? Lu Zhe sighed and said nothing. Shinbing didn't say anything else. She understood what this meant to a responsible boy. Lu Zhe only thought about how to take good care of Shinbing so that she could get through this crisis safely. Lu Zhe brought over the coconut tree. Shinbing said, There's enough fuel now. No need to chop wood anymore. This is not firewood, it's food. As he spoke, Lu Zhe pried the tree trunk apart with his hands, and his tremendous strength broke it open, revealing the snow-white trunk fibers. Hey, the core of this tree is so white. This is a sago palm, but the edible part of this tree is not the coconut, but the trunk. We have enough food. We don't have to chew trees. Lu Zhe smiled and said, According to our current living standards, this is considered refined food. Shinbing was a little surprised. Is this fine grain? You don't believe it? Shinbing became interested. I really want to see how to eat it. Lu Zhe took the stone pestle, broke the snow-white tree trunk material into several pieces, added some water, and then began to pound it. The tree trunk was quickly crushed, and then a piece of clean cloth was placed on top of the helmet. The contents were poured onto the cloth, wrapped up, and squeezed hard. The milky white liquid dripped into the helmet until it could no longer be squeezed out. Then, Lu Zhe threw the dry fibers of the cloth that had lost their moisture into the stove as fuel. Repeat this process several times to obtain the white juice of a half-steel helmet. After standing for a while, the white substance settled at the bottom of the helmet. Lu Zhe poured out the water on top and put the rest on the stove to cook. Stirring with a bamboo stick while cooking, gradually the milky white non-Newtonian fluid turns into a transparent paste-like substance. It emits hot steam and a faint glutinous fragrance of rice paste. It looks like it's really edible. Not only is it edible, but it is also safe and nutritious. Babies can use it as complementary food after 6 months. Lu Zhe was startled. He was just following a system manual to popularize the knowledge, but it seemed that he said something he shouldn't have said. Shinbing's face turned red again. Lu Zhe took down his helmet, scooped out some rice paste with a bamboo stick, blew it cool, and then handed it to Shinbing. Try it. Shinbing took a small bite and nodded in surprise. It's delicious, and the taste is a bit like sago porridge. Great. This is the raw material of tapioca pearls. If it is dried in the sun, it will become tapioca pearls. It can also be processed into tapioca pearls. It's just that we don't have professional equipment, so we can't make tapioca pearls like those sold in supermarkets. But the nutritional value is definitely higher than those sold in supermarkets. Shinbing sighed. I can't believe that sago can be obtained from tree trunks. How does it feel? After eating, my stomach feels warm and comfortable. But you can't eat too much of it. Like sweet potatoes, it has a high starch content. When conditions permit, you can eat it with coconut meat, coconut milk, fish paste, and shrimp powder. When you catch shrimp, you can also use it to make shrimp dumplings. Shrimp dumplings. Shinbing's face suddenly showed a look of surprise. I love shrimp dumplings the most. Really? Well, I used to have to go there once a week. Yeah. Lu Zhe nodded. Add some water to the rest tomorrow morning and make porridge for everyone. When I first landed on a desert island, I really didn't know there were so many things to eat on this island. No wonder I ate psilocybin mushrooms. Hey, you know what? I don't recognize other things, but I really recognize this one. Why? Because it's a toxic hallucinogen. Don't forget what I do. Then why do you still want to eat it? Lu Zhe was stunned and suddenly understood why Shen Bing ate it. At that time, I really couldn't live any longer, so I wanted to find a more comfortable way to die. So I picked some. Lu Zhe nodded. Yes, being stranded on a desert island with no one to talk to and no one to communicate with feels like being in a claustrophobic space. Sometimes you even think that everything around you is an illusion. The key is that you still can't see any hope. That kind of fear is really not something that ordinary people can bear. But because of this, Lu Zhe seemed to have thought of something. In addition to causing hallucinations, do poisonous mushrooms have any other effects? You know what, Lu Zhe? Shen Bing hugged her calves and sat like a young girl. Until now, I still have a feeling that meeting you is an illusion before I die. Lu Zhe looked at Shen Bing quietly. Why? The little light from the stove shone on Shen Bing's face, peaceful and beautiful. Because I feel so happy being with you guys. Speaking of this, Shen Bing was a little moved. It's like a dream. I suddenly went from hell to heaven. Not only do I have you, I also have. She stroked her belly. So, I've been thinking these days, is all my luck brought by him? Because before he showed up, I was so miserable. And after he showed up, I became so lucky. Lu Zhe didn't say anything. He had already made up his mind that if Shen Bing was pregnant, he should take responsibility. Do everything you can to take good care of them. Chapter 1:10. The misunderstanding turned out to be another situation. Chapter 1:10. The misunderstanding turned out to be another situation. In fact, Lu Zhe also had doubts. What if I'm not pregnant? What if the physical discomfort is simply caused by a sudden change in living conditions and my period is an excuse? But Lu Zhe thought about it and decided that instead of expressing his doubts, it would be better to treat it as an established fact and make every effort to improve the existing living environment. If one day I'm sure that I am pregnant, I will admit the fact frankly. If it is really a sweet misunderstanding, it will also bring everyone a better quality of life. Of course, these are all secondary. The real problem we need to face is how to ensure the birth of a baby smoothly while trying to survive. For this mother and child, they face severe life and death tests from care to childbirth. What should I do? In the wilderness, you need to supplement her nutrition, make sure she doesn't get sick, and also ensure nutrition, hygiene, and infection prevention. I heard there was morning sickness for a while. Finally, she has to deliver the baby. In the wild, there is no need to consider a cesarean section. Only natural birth is an option. But now, let alone professional doctors, there's not even anyone who has experience in giving birth. He felt very sorry. It would be great if he could get the skills of an obstetrician and gynecologist for free if he signed in every month. It can save you a lot of trouble. Now, every little problem that was previously insignificant is a big problem here. The girls did not have the same distress as Lu Zhe. The biggest problem they face now is boredom. Everyone chatted idly, and most of the content was meaningless. However, there is nothing we can do about it. Chatting can ease the despair caused by being in a claustrophobic space. Helps to stick with it. What Lu Zhe never expected was that these seemingly boring and meaningless chats actually brought him unexpected messages. Oh, it would be great if there was an outlet here, so I could play with my phone. I miss playing mobile games so much. Ning Shu sighed helplessly. This is the only intact mobile phone Ning Shu owns among the 6 survivors. But the battery is exhausted and it can no longer be turned on. Ah, Tang Xiao shook his head. I have a cell phone, but no network and no signal. What can I do? Read novels. I have a lot of pirated novels stored in my phone, hundreds of them. You watch pirated copies? Don't force me to despise you. Jiang Yao made a pistol shape with her hands and gave a contemptuous expression. Qian Qian also said, yes, monitor, if everyone is like you, the author won't be able to make money. You can't blame me for this. The website has locked me up. I had no choice but to watch the pirated version. Shen Bing smiled leisurely. Why are you locked up in the small dark room? Don't you know what's going on? Tang Xiao grinned. It must be an indecent novel. Ning Shu said seriously. The author has made serious changes, but it was still blocked. What can I do? Jiang Yao was helpless, then read other books. Don't read pirated copies. You're not the author, so you don't understand how much damage piracy can do to the author. Ning Shu nodded solemnly. To be honest, I wanted to be an author. I was also working on a book before, and I have already written 200,000 words. Jiang Yao smiled and said, Oh, I didn't realize that the monitor can write a book himself. Ning Shu said disdainfully. She was also a talented girl in high school. Jiang Yao asked, Tell me, what type? Ning Shu hesitated for a moment and said, "The beautiful midwife of the Tang Dynasty female official is a story about a female doctor of obstetrics and gynecology who traveled through time to the Tang Dynasty palace to work as a midwife." Haha, Tang Xiaowu laughed. "You also know this? I don't understand, but I can look up information, right?" Ning Shu said seriously. "In order to write this novel well, I have saved a lot of information on this subject in my phone. That's quite an effort." That's right. You may not know that readers are very good nowadays. If your writing is a little unprofessional, they will find it and call you autistic. So, I asked a senior from the medical school to help me find some authoritative books and papers on this subject. I saved them on my phone and can check them at any time. They are all related to having children. Lu Zhe's expression gradually froze. Then a feeling of ecstasy surged into Lu Zhe's heart, and the way he looked at Ning Shu changed. "Squad leader, are you sure your phone is not pregnant?" "No, I've been sealing it with a plastic bag, but there's no power." At this moment, Lu Zhe wanted to hug Ning Shu's face and give her a big kiss. Chapter 111 Fruit Power Generation. Chapter 111 Fruit Power Generation. Lu Zhe suddenly became excited and rummaged in Ning Shu's backpack, and indeed found the phone. It was packed in a plastic bag together with the charger. The bag was tied tightly, and not a drop of water leaked in after being bumpy for so long. There was another one, which contained several broken mobile phones. And this is Ning Shu's only cell phone that is still intact. I opened it and checked it carefully. I found that this phone was very new, a certain new model, with a cute bunny ear protective cover and a frosted film. Girls like these fancy things, but they also protect the phone from any damage. "Squad leader, when did you buy this phone?" "Last week." "Don't be ridiculous. We were already making pottery last week." No, it was last week before the plane crash. It's still a new machine." Ning relaxed and came over. "What are you going to do?" Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, "I want to charge your phone so that everyone won't be bored, right?" When they heard that they needed to charge their phones, several girls came over curiously. Only Xin Bing was stunned. She understood Lu Zhe's intention. "I just felt my eyes sparkling and my heart warm." Lin Qianqian said, "What can we use to charge? We don't even have a socket." Tang Xiao's eyes lit up. "I understand." It was rare that Guo'er understood, so Jiang Yao quickly asked, "What's the solution?" "Lightning," Tang Xiao said excitedly. "Use lightning." "Lu Zhe, why don't you use a bamboo pole, plug in the positive and negative poles, and then extend it out of the hole with the other side connected to the mobile phone?" Lu Zhe nodded. "I'm very busy now. Who of you has time to help me tie up this crazy girl and prevent her from committing suicide?" "Ah." Jiang Yao and Qianqian burst into laughter, and they worked together to grab Tang Xiaohua. Tang Xiaohua blushed. "I just made a random guess. I don't dare to really do it. We still have a lot of lemons." Lin Qianqian brought it over. "It's all here." Ning Shu was stunned and asked, "Is it the legendary fruit battery?" Jiang Yao said, "Lu Zhe, I think this lemon power generation is feasible in theory, but it is not easy to use in practice. Many anchors on Douyin have done similar experiments. Some succeeded and some failed." Lu Zhe actually didn't know whether he could succeed, but at least give it a try, just in case it succeeds. By crushing the lemons as finely as possible with a mortar and then squeezing the juice out into the cans with a rag. Don't you use a whole lemon? This experiment requires electrons to be able to flow between the positive and negative electrodes. The prerequisite for the flow of electrons is that there is no resistance between the solutions. Many decryption hosts overlook this point. A lemon is inserted in different places, and the lemon segments form internal resistance, so the electrons cannot flow, so it fails. Some hosts happen to insert it on a lemon segment, or perhaps squeeze it to let the juice pass through the lemon segment, and then they succeed. But the amount of electricity provided in this way will also be very weak. Are you sure you are a liberal arts student? Junior high school knowledge, right? Hey, I gave all of mine back to the teacher. Next is to find a metal wire. Copper and zinc. Lu Zhe rummaged through Xin Bing's suitcase and found a small bundle of colorful wires. At the beach, scrap electrical wires are one of the materials that can occasionally be picked up. I have picked up a few of them before, but because they were of no use, I just tied them together. Lu Zhe checked around and found that it was basically all copper wire. But copper wire alone is not enough. Zinc is also needed. Metal zinc is hard to find, so aluminum products are used instead. Cans. Grind off the outer oxide layer, cut it into thin strips with a knife, twist it into aluminum rope, and tie it to the two ends of the charger together with the copper wire. On the other side, the copper wire is rolled into a mosquito coil-like piece. Aluminum wire is a large piece of aluminum sheet that makes up the body of can. Battery fixed. After the solution is ready, insert them into the solution together. But failed. There was no response from the phone. Several girls were a little disappointed. It seems that's the only thing to do. Lu Zhe decided to give it a try. He removed the electrodes and then cut the charging wires with his paratrooper knife. Why is it broken? The charger has a battery protection function to prevent excessive voltage from directly damaging the battery and excessive voltage from shortening the battery life. By the way, the voltage in Australia is similar to ours, so we have to use a converter. So we can only take a risk and bypass the charger and charge directly with low voltage. When we find a more suitable charging method in the future, we will connect it back. Lu Zhe used a flame to burn the broken rubber, then pulled it off, revealing the metal wires, which he connected to the copper wire and aluminum wire respectively. Try again. Just then, a miracle happened. There was a 0% image of purple water droplets on Ning's shoe screen, and purple water droplets were flowing up from the bottom of the screen and merging with the water droplets above. 5 cartoon characters appeared on the top of the screen. Charging. Wow! At this moment, several girls screamed and were so happy that they almost danced hand in hand. Can I use it to play Glory in the future? What are you doing if you can't connect to the internet? Isn't there a standalone version? I saw the squad leader play it, and Lu Bon is such a jerk. Can I borrow the monitor's phone to read novels? I guess he has quite a few stored on it. Do you have any porn movies or something saved? We can watch them together. Nowadays, everyone is a member of the website. Who has movies stored on their phone? Unless, Lu Zhe said solemnly, I'm telling you, after the phone is charged, no one is allowed to play with it. I have an important use for this phone. What's the use of it? I'll tell you later. After hearing what Lu Zhe said, several girls nodded sensibly. It took 2 hours to charge, and I used up most of the bag of lemons, but it was only charged at 10%. But it was enough to boot. With a solemn mood, Lu Zhe long pressed the power button. The screen lit up, and then the boot screen appeared. This scene is so joyful that it makes people cry. After picking up the phone, the first thing Lu Zhe did was to adjust the brightness of the phone to the dimmest and close all background functions to save as much power as possible. Squad leader, where is your novel? Ning Shu flipped through it and handed it over. Here? Why are you interested in being my reader? This is a female version. The stunning Wen Yang, a female official of the Tang dynasty. Quickware, the cannon fodder female supporting characters counterattack. Lu Zhe quickly found the information he wanted through Ning Shu's novel. Practical obstetrics and gynecology, the history of human reproduction, prenatal yoga, pelvic surgery and episiotomy techniques, obstetrics and gynecology ward rounds record, reproductive endocrinology, prenatal nutrition, maternity and infant care. If you scroll down further, there are 6 or 7 pages of related documents. Lu Zhe sighed. After reading all these books on the deserted island, we can change our majors and take exams when we go back, and then open a hospital together. Chapter 1, 12 Possible Accidents. Chapter 1, 12 Possible Accidents. Open a book and take a look. It starts introducing human reproduction from ancient times. It is boring, but very academic. If it weren't for Shun Bing, Lu Zhe was sure that he would not have the patience to finish reading it. After looking around for a long time, Lu Zhe summarized a few points. In order to give birth to a healthy baby, in addition to paying attention to diet and mood, you also need to exercise properly. In ancient times, it was often easier for women who often worked on the farm to give birth. Some women even continued to work while giving birth and would rest for a few days after giving birth before continuing to work. In order to support their families, they would not even observe confinement after giving birth. However, ladies from wealthy families who never leave their rooms all day have a very high probability of having a difficult childbirth. In terms of nutrition, both carbohydrates and protein are needed, as well as folic acid, fish oil, DHA, and other nutrients. It sounds very high-end, but it is not difficult to get these things on the island. For example, common bonito, salmon, mackerel, yellow croaker, and most deep-sea fish contain large amounts of fish oil and DHA. Folic acid is even easier to get. It can be found in animal liver, bamboo shoots, and a variety of fruits. Moreover, even if there are no pregnant women, these things will greatly improve people's physical fitness and quality of life. Then Lu Zhe noticed this. Central inhibitors and hormone drugs can cause women to become extremely sexually excited, and the brain is in a state of high excitement and tension for a long time, which seriously affects the secretion of female hormones and causes menstruation to be delayed. In addition, Malnutrition can also cause delayed menstruation. Lu Zhe immediately thought of psilocybin mushrooms and dictyophragma japonica, which are highly stimulating hallucinogenic drugs. In other words, Shenbing meets the necessary conditions for delayed menstruation. What about the physical changes she mentioned? Retching? It may take 1 or 2 months before you start to experience dry retching. In this case, the pungent smell of bare meat may also cause dry heaving. I always vomit when I eat something cold. Sleepiness? With so much work to do every day, who wouldn't want to sleep a little longer? Look, if you have nothing to do in the cave, wouldn't you want to sleep? Could it be that you made a mistake, Sister Bing? At this time, Lu Zhe was not sure. But now, there is no way to accurately detect pregnancy due to the lack of conditions to test the level of human chorionic gonadotropin. The only sure way is to wait until the next menstrual period. Take care of your health and observe for a while. After Lu Zhe checked, he found that his phone only had 6% battery left. Lu Zhe, is there anything else you want to check? Not for now, Jiang Yao suggested. Let's take a look at the photo album, okay? Lu Zhe felt that after being stranded on a deserted island for so long, being able to see the old scenes would be a comfort to everyone. Let's take a look. Shenbing asked expectantly, can I take a look too? Kulme, kulme, kulme. Everyone leaned over and looked over. Ning Shu tapped the screen and opened the photo album full of memories. In the album, thousands of photos unfold slowly like a series of gorgeous paintings. There are both fresh images recently taken and precious moments carefully saved in the cloud of old mobile phones. All of them are brilliant moments of college life. Look, this is a photo of the inter-school football league. The guy wearing the number 7 jersey and looking so heroic on the field is Lu Zhe. He is the only male student from the School of Economics and Management representing the school in the competition. Lu Zhe, you are so awesome. Lu Zhe smiled proudly. The starting core is not bad. Ning Shu continued to introduce. Look at this picture again. This elegant lady in a gorgeous white gauze dress and holding a guide sign is our etiquette princess Lin Qianqian. Shenbing looked at Qianqian carefully and exclaimed sincerely, wow, Qianqian, you are so beautiful. You simply stunned the whole audience. Qianqian's cheeks flushed instantly, and she said shyly, how can it be so exaggerated, as Sister Bing said? Thinking back then, I wonder how many boys secretly had a crush on Qianqian. And here, look, we were lucky enough to be selected for the cheerleading team together. As they flipped through the photos, the friends' eyes were filled with nostalgia and attachment to the past, as if through the light and shadows, they had returned to that period of school life, and some of them shed tears unknowingly. If nothing goes wrong this time, we should be back to school now. I don't know if our teachers and classmates will miss us. After looking at it for a while, there was only 4% of the battery left. Ning Shu decided to turn off the phone to avoid draining the battery every time, which would cause too much damage to the battery. After looking at those old photos, hope and emotion were revealed in each and every friend's eyes. Now that we can all see the photos, I believe our future will be better and better. At this moment, the sound of rain outside seemed to have become much quieter and less noisy. Jiang Yao said, have a good sleep and have sweet dreams. I'll keep watch from now on. Thank you for your hard work, Yao Yao. Lu Zhe lay sideways on the bear's fur, full of thoughts, and fell asleep very late. When I woke up again, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. Today is July 5th, Saturday, the 27th day of being stranded on a desert island. Yao Yao, who was on night duty, has been replaced by the squad leader and Qianqian. Shenbing has also gotten up. The three of them are using the last bit of python meat and wild vegetables to make soup. Drink some, it will warm your stomach. Lu Zhe nodded and heard that the sound of rain outside was not very loud. Is the rain getting lighter again? No way. It was raining even harder when Yao Yao and I took over then at the beginning. It's been raining like crazy for several hours now, and it just started to get smaller. Lu Zhe nodded. Fortunately, the bear cave was several meters above the ground. Otherwise, it would have been flooded. I opened a bamboo door and looked outside, but it was still pitch black. Lu Zhe was startled and looked at his watch again. Am I seeing this right? Shouldn't it be 10 o'clock in the morning now? Ning Shu nodded. Yes. When she looked outside, she doubted. I'm not sure now. It's not 10 o'clock in the evening. It should be during the day. Looking at Guer and Lu Zhe's watches, the time was the same, 10 o'clock. Shenbing asked worriedly, is it that the day and night are reversed, or is it that the clouds are always blocking the sunlight? The first one is too fantastic. The second one is more likely. Lu Zhe continued. If it's clouds, the rain might really last a long time. Ning Susait, I thought it was about to stop. It's like a ball game with a tug of war. And unfortunately, we don't know how long the game will last or how many tug of war moments there will be. Lin Xianqian said, fortunately, we feel very warm here and don't have to worry about being blown by the wind or drenched by the rain. Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, I have to go out while the rain is still light. Shen Bing was stunned. What? Looking at the thickness of the clouds, the rain may continue for a long time. We don't know when it will drizzle. We need to get some more food reserves and wood and store them. We don't have much food left, so we must stock up. Shen Bing objected. It's too dangerous to go out at this time. Lu Zhe understood that Shen Bing was right. Exploring the jungle in the rain was extremely dangerous, but what could he do? If we don't go out now, when the supplies run out, we will either starve or have to go out in the heavy rain to find food. Chapter 113 Xianqian catches a snake with bare hands. Chapter 113 Xianqian catches a snake with bare hands. It's too dark. How about we wait until daytime? It's daytime now. Shenbing also knew that what Lu Zhe said made sense, but she was really worried about Lu Zhe going out alone. If you want to go, I'll go with you. Ning Shu said, how can that be possible? Your leg is still injured. Don't let it get soaked. I'll go if you want to go. Xianqian said, the monitor's aunt hasn't left yet, so Lu Zhe and I should go. We can get some more things. Lu Zhe understood that they would never feel safe going out without someone. That's good. We can take care of each other. You can also complete the sign-in. Okay, then let's go. But it's very cold outside, so put on 2 more layers of clothes. Then we can make a raincoat. Xianqian put on a waistcoat and then put on Ning Shu's coat. Lu Zhe made 2 simple raincoats with banana leaves and got out of the cave with Ning Shu's backpack carrying a hemp rope, a paratrooper knife, and a Type 30 bayonet. Sure enough, the rain outside was much lighter. According to the standards of the Meteorological Bureau, it can only be considered as moderate rain. The water is deep in some places and shallow in others, but the shallowest water is not even above the ankles. Where are we going? I want to get some lemons as battery reserves, then find some bananas and banana hearts as the main food, and finally cut some bamboo. Later we can make some tables, chairs, and hammocks. Yeah. Lin Xianqian nodded and looked around. I can't tell which way to go. I remember the general direction. Let's go this way. Remember to step on the places I stepped on as much as possible. Lin Xianqian blushed. Will I get pregnant? There's this kind. Today I looked at the history of human reproduction on the monitor's phone, and there really was a woman who got pregnant after stepping on a man's footprint. That's a myth, the parents of Fuxi and Yuhua. I see. Lin Xianqian pursed her lips and followed carefully along the path Lu Zhe had walked before. Half an hour later, we arrived at the lemon tree. The terrain here is a bit low, and a lot of rainwater has accumulated. It's not deep, but not shallow either. Lu Zhe roughly estimated that it should almost reach his chest. In the darkness, you can vaguely see a large number of lemons floating. After this storm, there are not many wild lemons left on the trees. Lu Zhe said happily, luckily, we came at this time. If it had been soaked for 2 days, it would have been rotten. Should we swim across? Can you? I can do that too. May I? You'll be soaked. There is absolutely nothing wrong with my physical condition. Xianqian will probably get hypothermia very quickly. Come on, Xianqian, ride on my neck. Lu Zhe said, hanging the backpack on Lin Xianqian's chest. You can pick it up in a while. Before Lin Xianqian could figure out what was going on, Lu Zhe lifted her up, and the next second she sat on Lu Zhe's shoulder, just like the time when he held her. That way you won't get wet. Lin Xianqian bit her lip shyly. I think I will, but at least it's going to be a lot better. Lin Xianqian thought for a moment and asked again, are there snakes in the water? Maybe, but they usually won't attack us because they're busy trying to escape. As he spoke, Lu Zhe took Lin Xianqian into the water. Oh, Lin Xianqian felt relieved and started picking lemons in her bag one by one. Suddenly, she picked up a heavy one. At first, the little girl was very happy, thinking that it might be connected to a branch. But when she picked it up, she saw that it was a long thread coming out of the water. Then, the thing wrapped around Lin Xianqian's arm, and she felt a tingling, twisting sensation in the palm of her hand. Snake! It turned out to be a real snake. Ah! Lin Xianqian screamed. Then Lu Zhe felt a warm feeling on his back. That moment actually felt somewhat comfortable. But he didn't care about that. He quickly supported Xianqian and grabbed the snake. Don't worry, this is a rat snake. It's not poisonous. But can you explain to me why my back feels a little hot? I'm sorry. Lin Xianxian kept apologizing, and Lu Zhe could even imagine her blushing face. I'll wash it for you when we get back. Lu Zhe sighed. It was really rare for him to encounter such a thing. But then he thought that Xianxian was the cutest girl in the school, so it didn't seem so difficult to accept it. Lu Zhe twisted the snake and said, but you are also very impressive. You actually caught a rat snake with your bare hands. You can brag about it to them for a long time later. It was purely an accident. Lu Zhe twisted it into a disc, put in a plastic bag, and tightened the bag. Great. We'll eat it when we get back. Pack it up. Lin Xianxian carefully held the plastic bag and put it into her backpack. The two picked up some more lemons and filled their backpacks halfway. Let's go find something else. Soon they came to the banana grove. There was no need to pick the bananas, as many of them floated on the water after the heavy rain. Finally, they went to the bamboo forest. Just chop some more bamboo, and you're done. As soon as we arrived at the bamboo forest, we heard a cracking sound. Pig squeal. It turned out to be the sound of a pig, and it sounded like there was more than one cry. Wild boar. It turned out to be a wild boar. Lu Zhe understood that it was very dangerous to encounter a wild boar in the wild. Even an old hunter said that the ranking of danger was pig first, bear second, and tiger third. Sometimes encountering a pig can be more dangerous than encountering a tiger. Why? Because tigers are relatively timid and will not take the risk of hunting food outside their diet. If you fire a shot, the tiger will be frightened and disappear in the next second. Of course, tigers that have eaten human flesh are an exception. After tasting the tender and salty meat, tigers will fall in love with the taste and may risk attacking. Wild boars are different. They attack humans not because they want to eat us, but because of their natural territorial awareness and combativeness. They just want to kill you. Shooting? They have thick skin and tough flesh, and an old hunter's gun may not be able to penetrate them. But you can't run. If you run, your hunting instinct will be aroused, and you'll be chased to death. The key is that wild boars run very fast, and you can't get rid of them at all. Therefore, from ancient times to the present, more hunters have died at the mouths of wild boars than at the mouths of tigers. But everything has to be looked at from two perspectives. There are also different types of wild boars. Some are big, some are small. In some places, there are small wild boars living in woodlands on the edge of cities. When they grow up, they only weigh 30 to 40 kilograms and are the size of a small water tank. These small wild boars can be caught and brought back to improve the diet. What about this situation now? The most ferocious wild boars usually act alone, while wild boars living in groups are usually very timid. There is a high probability of a young wild boar. Concentrate. In the darkness, his vision in front of him gradually became clear, but his nose could not smell the scent of wild boar. The heavy rain took away the smell of the wild boars, but at the same time, it also took away their smell. Lu Zhe decided to give it a try and see if he could get one back. Just when Lu Zhe and Qianqian were spying on the wild boar in the dark, something also happened in the cave. Shenbing's lower abdomen suddenly began to hurt, and she was sweating all over. The three little girls became anxious, so they poured her some hot water and applied some compresses on her stomach. But it still doesn't relieve the pain. Suddenly, a stream of blood flowed out. Chapter 114. Understanding Wang Ningxu's Inference. Chapter 114. Understanding Wang Ningxu's Inference. As the dirty blood flowed out, Shenbing's abdominal pain suddenly eased. There was a familiar and relieved feeling in her body, which made her realize that pregnancy was just an illusory dream. It's actually my aunt. Ningxu came over and was surprised. Isn't it normal for girls to have their periods? Shenbing smiled perfunctorily. Yes, it's normal. Ningxu didn't notice the subtle change in Shenbing's mood and turned to Jiang Yao and said, "Quick, Yao Yao, give me some sanitary pads." You still have sanitary napkins? Jiang Yao found the sanitary pads that Lu Zhe made with children's clothes, sponge, and bamboo charcoal. Lu Zhe made several copies at that time. Oh, they're all soaked. You can still use it after washing, disinfecting, and drying. Sister Bing, just make do with it for now. You can use it as a cushion after it dries. You guys did it? Tang Xiaowu chuckled. You never thought this was done by Brother Xiaozhe. Shenbing nodded. What a talent. After all, I should be happy knowing that I'm not pregnant. But for some reason, Shenbing felt inexplicably lost. It felt like the emotional bond that I had established with Lu Zhe with great difficulty was suddenly broken. Hey, I told Lu Zhe everything. How will I think of myself when I look back? Unconsciously, Lu Zhe's image appeared in my mind again. What a nice boy. After knowing this, he did not shirk his responsibility and tried every possible way to make amends. He was trying his best to protect himself. Why did I speak so fast at that time? Looking at the faint glow of fire coming out of the furnace, a trace of melancholy emerged on Shun Bing's tranquil face. In the bamboo forest, a group of half-meter-long wild boars were eating bamboo shoots on the muddy, wet ground. There are 8 in this group, some big and some small. The largest one is over 1 meter long and weighs more than 100 kilograms, while the smallest is only 40 or 50 centimeters. The piglets also have beautiful brown stripes on their bodies. It should be a family coming out to look for food when the rain is light. What's ahead? Qian couldn't see clearly, so she had to lean over and ask in his ear. Sure, it's Peggy. Oh, little pig. Lin Qian understood. There must be a method to communicate with girls. If you say wild boar, you might get scared, but if you say Peggy, you look much calmer. Then Lu Zhe hid behind a tree, broke off a bunch of bananas, and threw them over one by one. Sure enough, a few of them were attracted and started eating with a smacking noise. Then Lu Zhe tied a bunch of banana fruits with a hemp rope and threw the whole bunch towards the pigs along the water flow. He didn't dare throw it too close to the pigs, but threw it to the edge. After a while, it was discovered by a half-grown pig. Probably it didn't expect to eat bananas here, so it sniffed happily and came over. Lu Zhe backed away while pulling the rope. Lin Qian was scared, so she grabbed Lu Zhe's clothes tightly. The bananas slowly drifted away from the pig herd, and the pigs also slowly drifted away from the herd. Seeing that the time was almost ripe, Lu Zhe pounced over and pressed its head into the water. The little wild boar struggled desperately, but could not cause any trouble to Lu Zhe, who was blessed by the system. Lu Zhe held it down and pressed his knee against its neck, making it impossible to move. It wanted to make a sound, but its head was pressed in the water, so it could only make a series of gurgle sounds. Even if it made some pig squeals, they were not very loud, and it could only squeal twice and then stop. Lu Zhe sat on the pig and pressed for 5 minutes. The pig's head was held in the water for 5 minutes. Finally, it stopped moving. Lu Zhe made an okay gesture to Lin Qian. Lin Qian opened her eyes wide. It was the first time she knew there was such an outrageous way of killing pigs in the world. Seeing that Lin Qian was afraid, Lu Zhe explained. Killing it with a knife is too cruel. It will make it scream and bleed, and it will easily attract the pig father and mother. So I chose a gentler method, which will leave no wounds on its body and will not cause it so much pain. Are you sure it's not painful? Lu Zhe checked it out. Look how happy it is. Lin Qian took a look and saw that although the pig was dead, its mouth was open with the corners of its mouth raised, as if it was laughing. There is indeed no visible pain. Lu Zhe tied the 4 legs with the banana hemp rope and carried it on his shoulders. Let's go back and give our friends a snack. Chapter 115. The Gentlest Way to Kill a Pig. Chapter 115. The Gentlest Way to Kill a Pig. Lu Zhe carried the piglet. Qian carried a few bunches of bananas and cut some bamboos. Then go back to the front of the cave. However, Ning Shu and Jiang Yao were anxious because they had not returned for a long time and were waiting for them at the entrance of the cave. Where have you been? Why did you just come back? If you don't come back, we will go find you. Hey, squad leader Yao Yao, look what we caught. Wow, so many things. Jiang Yao was surprised and confused. Huh? What is this hero? Capybara. Qian corrected seriously. This is a Peppa Pig. Wild boar. Ning Shu was also shocked. My dear, how did you catch him? Using banana leaves as bait and then pressing them into the water is not the traditional way to catch pigs. Don't try to learn from me. Qian nodded. There's no way we can learn his method. Lu Zhe was thinking about Shun Bing and asked while sorting out the supplies. By the way, how is Sister Bing? Ning Shu shrugged heartlessly. It's fine, it's just that I have my period. Grr is sleeping. Aunt. Lu Zhe was a little surprised. Ning Shu deliberately teased. It's normal. Women will come. Don't you know about this? Squad leader, Yao Yao, help me organize the supplies. I'll go in and take a look. As he said that, Lu Zhe put down what he was doing and went into the cave. Shun Bing knew that Lu Zhe was back, so she sat by the stove and looked at him. She seemed to be trying hard to smile and act as if she didn't care, but she accidentally sobbed and tears flowed out. No, it's okay, it's just my period is a few days late. Sure. Lu Zhe nodded. In fact, he had also thought about Wulong. Excessive fatigue and excessive psychological pressure can cause menstrual irregularities. But when I heard the news, I still felt a little disappointed. But imagine calmly, this is a good thing. At least there is no need to worry about serious consequences, such as dystocia or heavy bleeding caused by giving birth in the wild. He shook Shin Bing's hand and said gently, "The yellow-skirted bamboo fungus and the psilocybe mushroom caused endocrine disorders. Your physical condition should have declined significantly compared to before. You just need to take good care of yourself for a while." Shin Bing pursed her lips. "Thank you, Lu Zhe. It's okay. I'm here and I won't let you suffer." This one sentence touched the most sensitive nerve in Shin Bing's heart. She also held Lu Zhe's hand tightly. "Yeah." At this time, Tang Xiao yawned and sat up. "I dreamed that my dad came to visit us. Here we are. I really want to eat braised pork." Lu Zhe and Shin Bing quickly let go of their hands. Tang Xiao will rub his eyes. "Hey, we're the squad leaders. They're organizing supplies at the door. You should cheer up and come over to help. We're eating pork today. Is this true or false? You lied to me. You were a puppy. Then I have to go out and take a look." "I'm going too." 6 people got everyone in through the door. Shin Bing was shocked and asked, "How did this happen?" "The key is the wild boar. How could it be so beautiful?" This is an Indonesian wild boar, also known as the Sulawesi wild boar. Juvenile and subadult wild boars have stripes on their bodies, but the stripes disappear when they grow up. Wow, that's enough to last for several days. Lu Zhe closed the cave door tightly and wiped the rain off his body with a dry cloth. This heavy rain lasted too long, causing many animals to venture out to look for food. It's lucky to catch it. When things stabilize in the future, we can catch more of these pigs and train them into domestic pigs so that we will always have pork to eat. Taming wild boars, that's a good idea. Jiang Yao nodded. But who can raise pigs? A college student who doesn't know how to raise pigs is not a qualified college student. I can teach you later. Lu Zhe, do you understand all this? If you can't raise it well, how can it be bad? If you see something wrong, just kill it and eat it. Tang Xiao said worriedly. But will you feel guilty about eating the pigs you raised with so much effort? Lu Zhe shook his head. You're almost drooling when you tell me this? Continuing to search, they found a rat snake in the plastic bag, and the girl screamed in fright again. But after all, she had seen it before, so she screamed and then came over to poke. Is it poisonous? Rat snake, not poisonous. Lu Zhe, you are amazing. You caught another one. It really wasn't me who caught it. Qian caught it. What? Several girls were surprised and looked at Qian with admiration. Jiang Yao sighed. If it were me, I would probably pee my pants out of fear. Qian, you are amazing. Qian lowered her head, blushing. Lu Zhe, let me wash yours for you. It's all clean, there's no need. Hurry up and dry yourself, or you'll catch a cold. At this time, there was another rumbling thunder outside. It seemed that a new round of heavy rain was about to hit before the previous heavy rain was over. Chapter 116, Making a Warm Water Shower Device. Chapter 116, Making a Warm Water Shower Device. Just as Lu Zhe expected, the rain did not stop so easily. But now everyone can hide in the warm little cave and are no longer afraid of such heavy rain. Ning Shu nodded. Lu Zhe, what should we do next? Lu Zhe thought about it seriously and said, food, fresh water, campfire, and shelter are all ready. We may have to live here for a while, and during this time, we should strive for the best quality of life. I will deal with the pigs and snakes later. During this period, I allow you to make some unreasonable requests, and then we can brainstorm and see if we can do it. An excessive request? Tang Xiao smiled evilly. Is it really possible? It should only be things that improve the quality of life. No weird requests, and no wasting of precious survival supplies, like marshmallows. I see. Tang Xiao thought for a moment and said, I want to take a shower in the hot water. Is that okay? Lu Zhe thought about it and said, it's something I can really consider. Jiang Yao thought for a moment. Although I washed after the rain, I still feel like I'm missing my soul without the soap and shower gel, and my body isn't clean. Shin Bing thought for a moment and said, for a hot bath, you can use a helmet to boil water and then add some cold water. Soap is a little more difficult. Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, rain and soap may not be a bad idea. Let's think of a solution later. I need to deal with Peggy first. Who can deal with the snake? When it came to dealing with snakes, the girls looked at each other and finally looked at Shin Bing. Forget it. What is coming will come sooner or later. Shin Bing sighed, plucked up the courage to grab the snake's head, then pressed it on the stone and began to hit the snake's head. Lu Zhe carried Peggy out of the cave and began the dissection at the entrance. Although pig skin is thick, it is easier to handle than bear skin. It'll be done soon. When I squeezed my lungs, they were full of water. Wash the heart, liver, spleen, stomach, lungs, and intestines clean and hang them at the entrance of the cave. This can not only release more blood and eliminate meat acid, but also allow the low temperature outside the cave to keep the food as fresh as possible and save it for later consumption. Then Lu Zhe found something suitable for making soap. But this thing is only for emergency use. Lu Zhe feels that if he wants to truly improve the quality of life, he has to make real soap. Put it aside for now. Next, start thinking about hot water showers. Lu Zhe used a thin bamboo to measure some positions and distances between the stove and the bamboo door. Ningshu was surprised. Lu Zhe, you don't really want to take a shower, do you? Since Guer has brought it up, let's give it a try. When we have sufficient supplies, we should try to improve the quality of life as much as possible. This is the ultimate goal of survivors. This is not excessive at all. Do we need to keep adding boiling water? No. That's too complicated. Let's make a one-time device. How to solve the heating problem? If you use bamboo as a water pipe, put an iron pipe in the middle, let the iron pipe pass through the middle of the stove, and burn it for half a minute. When the cold water passes through the iron pipe, it will be heated, and when it flows out from the other end, it will be warm water. This is a simple water heater. Ningshu was a little confused. But do we have iron pipes? Lu Zhe smiled and said, of course. As he said that, he rummaged through the treasure chest and really found an iron pipe. To be more precise, it was the barrel of a Type 38 rifle, about 60 centimeters long, which could just pass through the stove. Ningshu was surprised. What a good idea. You can even think of this? Wait, will it flow out before the water is heated? The barrel of the Type 38 rifle is over 60 centimeters, and the caliber is only 6.5 millimeters, so the water output is very small. My dad said that when he was a child, he didn't start using water heaters. At that time, he let cold water pass through the iron pipe on the gas hood, and the cold water would become warm water. So it should be feasible. Great, how do I start? Do the plumbing first. Find some thin bamboos and knock off the bamboo partitions. Lu Zhe measured it and determined several sections. Then start bending and lengthening. The method of bending is to cut a notch in the bamboo with a paratrooper knife, then put it on the fire to roast it, and then you can bend it. Then smear the melted plastic on it to block the gap, and then tie it tightly with rags. It's not very sturdy, but it works. It is easier to extend the bamboo. Just thin one end of the thin bamboo and insert it into the thick bamboo. The key is the connection with the barrel, because one side has a front sight and the other end is irregular and the barrel is too thin, so the bamboo cannot be inserted directly. But this doesn't pose a problem for Lu Zhe. Find a bamboo with a similar caliber to the barrel of your gun. Use a knife to cut off 2 pieces of aluminum sheets on the side of the can. Roll them into thin rolls with a diameter of about 6 millimeters. Insert half into the gun barrel and the other half into the bamboo tube. Then drip some plastic to seal the gap and wrap it up. The bamboo leads to the outside of the house, and a bamboo tube is hung on a hemp rope with a half-broken 2L beverage bottle attached. If you extend the bamboo pole outward, it can just catch the rainwater. If you pull it back, you can avoid the rainwater. Last step, install a smallest bottle on the water outlet pipe in the hole and poke more than 30 small holes on it to make a shower head. In this way, a complete set of simple shower equipment is ready. Chapter 117, How to Make Soap. Chapter 117, Method of Making Soap. Wow, Lu Zhe, you actually made a shower. Try it first and see if it works. It'll make our little holes wet. Put a few banana leaves underneath and it won't happen. Lace a banana leaves on the surface and create a slight slope so that water can flow directly out of the cave. Give it a try. Success or failure depends on it. Several girls opened their eyes wide, and the moment to witness this miracle had arrived. Lu Zhe pushed the bamboo pole forward to let the rainwater fall into the bottle. As a result, the rainwater came in, but the water did not fall out. It doesn't seem to be very useful. Don't worry, Lu Zhe. Try to move that head. Lu Zhe checked it carefully and felt that the shower head was made according to his height and was a little too high, so he cut off a section and shortened the water pipe to try again. After waiting for a while, water really began to flow out of the bamboo tube. The water flow is too small and does not sprinkle down, but all gathers at the bottom of the shower head and flows down together. It seems that the shower head was a bit of a failure, but this is not bad. I tried the water temperature, and it was actually a little hot at first. That was because the water in the barrel took a little too long to heat up. After a while, the temperature dropped and stabilized at around 36 degrees, which is similar to body temperature. The length of the water flow through the stove is a little short. If it were a disc, the water would all pass through the center of the stove, and it is estimated that it could reach more than 40 degrees, which is the most comfortable temperature. What else to say? This is good enough. Who would have thought that we, stranded on a desert island, could actually use a water heater? This is just the beginning. When we find better supplies in the future, many daily necessities can be further replaced and upgraded. By the way, Lu Zhe, what are these baked lumps of food that are so delicious? You want to take a bath with soap? This is the soap. Oh my god, you actually made soap? Jiang Yao picked up one, which had already been dried. She rinsed her hands with water and said, "It's really foamy." I smelled it, and it smelled like lemon and a slightly fishy smell. What did you make it with? Sago, lemon, and bamboo charcoal. Shin Bing also picked one up and looked at it, exclaiming, "This is the first time I've heard that these things can be used to make soap." Lu Zhe smiled. So the question is this thing really made of these three things? Lu Zhe did not lie and did add these three things. But their roles are all auxiliary. Sago is used to solidify the shape, lemon is used to cover up the smell, and bamboo charcoal is used to replace edible alkali. What really makes it foam and clean is the pig's pancreas and some lard. In the era when soap was not yet popular, the older generation would use pig's pancreas to make soap, which they called pancreas. This thing has very good cleaning ability, but if you tell them directly that it is made from pig offal, no one will dare to use it. Then, tell them after they finish washing, "Now I can take a good bath." Is there anything wrong with washing your hair with it? No problem. Just think about it. I haven't washed my hair thoroughly for more than 20 days. What a disaster. It's set up. At this time, the girls all realized the problem. It is good to be able to take a bath, but this place is just inside the bamboo door, which is the place with the widest view in the entire cave. If anyone takes a bath, their companions can see it clearly. Could it be that Lu Zhe has other intentions in doing this? I understand, you're a normal boy too, but make a shelf to cover it a little. After all, girls need to be more reserved. You can't block it all. This is also the best opportunity to show off your figure. Several girls worked together to make a simple bamboo rack with two poles, upper and lower. They just hung the clothes on it, and it was done. Lin Xianxian said, "Do you want to wash in groups?" Ning Shu said angrily, "Why divide into groups? Of course everyone washes by themselves. Also, Qianqian, can you please not look expectant like Lu Zhe?" Lu Zhe said innocently, "Did I?" Shin Bing pursed her lips and smiled. Okay, just be careful." As he said this, he rolled up a piece of clothing and threw it on Lu Zhe's shorts to cover the embarrassing part. Lu Zhe looked at Shin Bing and said, "In fact, not showing any expression is the greatest disrespect to them." 2 hours later, after we had all taken a bath, it was a completely different experience to get back on the bare skin. So refreshing. It's only with soap that you can wash so clean. It just tastes a bit weird. There's not much soap here, and it won't last for a few days. Hey Lu Zhe, do you want to make some more? I can't do it. Why? Because there aren't enough pig pancreases. In one sentence, the four girls were stunned. Shin Bing, who was knowledgeable and experienced, looked a little unnatural. What did you say? Pancreas? Where is the pancreas? I don't know. I've only heard of a horror anime about the pancreas. That's the healing system. Yes, it's depressing. It's just an organ of a pig, which means we mash up a pig's organs and smear them on our bodies to take a bath. Huh? When Jiang Yao said this, everyone immediately imagined a girl with blood-red organs and tissues all over her body, emerging from the blood with a hideous smile on her face. Then, is it still us? Don't wow. However, Lu Zhe had already thought of this result. He blocked his ears and waited for them to finish shouting. Then he said calmly, "It's nothing strange. Our grandparents all used this stuff to wash their faces and clothes. Let me tell you, it's much better for your skin than those facial cleansers full of chemical elements." Shin Bing thought for a moment and said, "I remember now. My grandma seems to have used this thing. She called it pancreas." Right, Lu Zhe said seriously. Although it is the internal organs of an animal, it has a strong ability to remove dirt. It can even be used to wash away the menstrual blood on the squad leader bear. Ning Shu was startled and felt something was wrong all over. Although a few girls were a little reluctant, they gradually tried to accept it when they heard that their grandparents used it to wash their hands. By the way, are we going to use them to wash from now on? Lu Zhe shook his head. It's good to use it, but a pig can only make a few pieces, and they can't be used many times. If we want to have more soap, we can use some other methods. What can we do? Lin Xianqian said, "Hey, I know a way. You can make soap by boiling pine needles. If you add some flowers, it should be able to make scented soap." Ning Shu sighed. "Aren't you afraid of being pricked like a little hedgehog?" Then he asked Lu Zhe, Is there such a method in 100,000 Whys? Lu Zhe checked the survival manual and found that there's indeed a way to make soap in the wild, but there's also a more scientific and professional way to make soap. Well, Qianqian's method is good, but there don't seem to be pine needles on the island. I have another better way. Seeing that Lu Zhe was about to make another move, Tang Xiaoguo was terrified. She thought for a moment. Brother Xiaozhe, you are not going to use someone's poop to make soap, are you? Chapter 118 Advanced Version, Soap Reserve. Chapter 118 Advanced Version, Soap Reserve. Making soap out of feces, you're so smart that thing can wait. Lu Zhe was surprised. The survival manual stated that there was actually a country that used this thing to make soap. Fuck, it's actually true. No way. 5 girls including Xin Bing exclaimed. Lu Zhe said solemnly. In the southern foothills of the beautiful Himalayas, another ancient civilization adjacent to us not only uses cow dung to make soap, but also uses it to make. Lu Zhe waved his hand. Forget it, that's disgusting. Lu Zhe, is this really okay? My curiosity has been aroused. Even though it's disgusting, be brave and tell me the answer. It's frustrating if you leave it unanswered. Several girls looked at Lu Zhe with fear and curiosity. Lu Zhe sighed. The method of drying cow dung, grinding it into powder, and applying it on teeth to brush your teeth is not hygienic at all, and it is easy to be infected with E. coli. So please don't be curious about it. Okay? Several girls were stunned. Sure enough, when it comes to heavy taste compared to Asan, Beard and Thomas are still little brothers. At least Ajay and Bear Grylls had to do it to survive, but others did it purely out of passion, and they don't need you to accept it if they have something better. Xin Bing sighed and said, Lu Zhe, this isn't really how you want to make soap, is it? Of course not. So what's your solution? Lu Zhe said calmly. Mix vegetable oil and animal oil. Add some emulsifiers, flavor enhancers, pigments, and finally add alkaline substances to allow saponification to occur. Finally, pour it into a mold and let it dry for a month. This is the soap I want. The 5 girls were stunned, and 5 pairs of big eyes blinked. Surprisingly, this method is so normal. It doesn't sound disgusting at all. It's quite high-end. Are you sure this is possible? What he said must be incomplete. So, we can't make this kind of soap at all, right? Lu Zhe thought about it and said, actually, that may not be the case. We can take inventory of the supplies, see what is missing, and look for replacement items. Ning Shu thought for a moment and said, animal oil is not difficult to get. You can use bear oil or pig fat. Lu Zhe nodded. That's right. Lin Qianqian said, where's the vegetable oil? Lu Zhe picked up a coconut and said, the coconut meat itself can be used to make oil. Jiang Yao thought, where can I get the emulsifier? Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, there is still some dammer resin left. It is a natural emulsifier. Moreover, it is a plant of the Dipterocarpaceae family and is also a natural fragrance agent. Tang Xiaoguo asked, where's the paint? Lu Zhe replied, the palm fruit is pink and can be made into a dye, but it doesn't matter if it's available or not. Merchants make it in various colors for the sake of beauty, but we don't really need to. Tang Xiaoguo waved his index finger. No, it's not necessary. Lin Qianqian pursed her lips and smiled. You don't understand the hearts of us girls. Shenbing thought for a moment and said, so, the only raw material we're missing is sodium hydroxide. Lu Zhe took out the bottle of salt with his left hand and picked up a lemon with his right hand. We have table salt and batteries. How can we not have alkaline substances? Shenbing was stunned. Electrolyzed salt water? Will this work? It doesn't cost any money, so why not give it a try? If it doesn't work, you can always use wood ash. But where's the mold? This is easier. Lu Zhe took out a piece of bamboo that was originally going to be used as firewood. Look, the hollow groove of the bamboo core is the best mold. Shenbing suddenly opened her eyes wide, and she suddenly realized a problem. Before I knew it, I had gathered all the ingredients for making soap. So we can make truly natural soap. Several girls looked at each other, and Ning Shu said excitedly, in other words, from now on, we can use soap to wash clothes and faces. Lu Zhe nodded. In the future, you can use the prepared soap to boil warm water and then add the juice of hair care and skincare plants to make shampoo and facial cleanser. Make soap. We're going to make soap. Maybe when we go back, we can open a soap factory together. Where to start, Lu Zhe? Take out the fresh coconut meat, then put it into a blender or grinder. Add 1 to 2 times the amount of water and grind the coconut meat into fine coconut milk. Pour the coconut milk into a pot and heat it slowly over low heat. Stir constantly during the heating process to prevent the coconut milk from burning. As the temperature rises, the coconut oil will gradually separate from the coconut milk and float to the surface. At this time, use a spoon to collect the coconut oil floating on the surface. Understood. Lin Xianxian took note of it in a small notebook and immediately got busy with her friends. Lu Zhe began to produce sodium hydroxide by electrolyzing salt water. The method was similar to that in the laboratory, but Lu Zhe set the operation location at the bamboo gate. Because hydrogen and chlorine are generated during the electrolysis process, hydrogen is flammable, and chlorine is not only toxic, but can also react with the prepared sodium hydroxide to generate sodium hypochlorite. Fortunately, the amount generated is not much, so it can be used as a disinfectant. Lu Zhe opened the bamboo door slightly to allow the flowing air to quickly carry away the generated gas. Although the final product is not pure sodium hydroxide, it is enough to complete the saponification reaction. After 1 hour, the electrolyzed solution was ready. The next thing is easy. Put vegetable oil and animal oil into the helmet and stir while boiling. Damar resin is added in sequence for emulsification and fragrance enhancement. And finally, sodium hydroxide solution is added to initiate saponification reaction. Gradually, the oil turned into a pink and white paste-like substance and exuded a pleasant fragrance. This is liquid soap. Lu Zhe split a piece of bamboo vertically into 2 pieces, placed it on the ground, used a groove in the middle of the bamboo as a mold, and poured the soap liquid into the mold. After waiting for more than 10 hours, the soap will solidify, but it cannot be used at this time because the saponification reaction is very long and the sodium hydroxide has not reacted completely. Non-industrial production methods require about a month, and industrial production methods require even longer. Jiang Yao said, "Don't worry, we can use soap now. When the soap runs out, we can use soap as a seamless substitute." It took them most of the day to make the soap. After working for most of the day, it was already evening. Jiang Yao smelled the crushed palm fruits and felt a wonderful fragrance. I licked my fingers and found them very sweet. "Lu Zhe, this thing tastes sweet." Lu Zhe nodded. "This is sugar palm, an important source of sweeteners in Southeast Asia." Tang Xiaowei said excitedly. "Then can we also make sugar?" "Lu Zhe, you will definitely be able to do it, right?" Shen Bing smiled and said, "Even if it's Xiaozhe, he wouldn't know everything." According to the description in the survival manual, Lu Zhe explained, the male spikes of sugar palm trees are rich in sugar juice. Collect them when the male spikes are not fully open, cut them off, and then collect the juice that flows out. These juices have a high sugar content. After collection, they're simply filtered to remove impurities and then heated and boiled to evaporate the water, so that the sugar juice is concentrated and finally forms brown sugar. This boiling process is somewhat similar to making maple syrup, but the flavor of brown sugar is different from that of cane sugar. But we can't get too much now. If we settle down in the future, we can refine sugar. You really know this? Where did you learn it? Don't you guys watch 100,000 Whys? By the way, Sister Bing, how are things going over there? The snake skin was peeled off and the snake meat was placed on the banana leaves. Very good. At this time, the wind outside the cave was stronger and the bamboo door was crackling. Lu Zhe hurriedly brought all the pork in and pushed the bamboo door shut with stones. For dinner, Lu Zhe cleaned the pig offal, cooked it with the snake meat, added salt and pepper, and had a meal of braised pig and snake. Then make tea with sugar palm and lemon. After eating and drinking, go back to sleep. In this way, they safely spent the 27th day on the deserted island. Chapter 119, Simple and Boring Cave Life. Chapter 119, Simple and Boring Cave Life. July 6th, Sunday, the 28th day of being stranded on the desert island, and the 3rd day of heavy rain. The sky remained dark during the day. Lu Zhe once again took advantage of the light rain and waited for Ning Shu to go look for food. After searching for most of the day, he didn't find any sugar cane. He only cut some bamboo and picked some bananas. Lu Zhe once again used Ning Shu to complete the sign-in. The only difference is that before, Lu Zhe was very cautious and completed the sign-in at a specific time and in a specific state. Now Ning Shu and I don't need it anymore. Ever since our first kiss on Eggshell Island, our relationship has completely surpassed friendship. Squad leader that. Ning Shu took the initiative to move his face closer. But after it was over, Ning Shu felt like he had suffered a loss. It's not the first time for us. Your face turned red like an apple after a kiss. It made me feel guilty. I'll be more domineering next time. Okay. Lu Zhe seemed to be quite humble and asked, "Then how can you make me look more domineering? Don't need to teach you this." Ning Shu cleared his throat, imitated Lu Zhe's expression, and hooked his finger. Squad leader, come here. When Lu Zhe was stunned, Ning Shu leaned forward, hooked her hands around Lu Zhe's neck, and gave him a hard slap. You must have read too many domineering novels. You drooled all over my face. Ning Shu glared. Do you dislike me? I don't dare. Humph. Ning Shu smiled smugly. I don't think you dare. I tell you, if you dare to dislike me, I'll put it in your mouth next time. When no one was around, the two of them joked around. But it was just a joke, and no one suggested taking it any further. As for whether Lu Zhe has a close relationship with other girls, Ning Shu doesn't care much. The main focus is on being free and easy. After this time, Lu Zhe gained some strength again and completed his 28th sign-in. View your system information. Strength, 20. Physical fitness, 15. Physical strength, 14. Agility, 16. Perception, 15. 20 strength is twice his original strength. For example, Lu Zhe's original bench press was about 60 kilograms, but now it can reach 120 kilograms. Has reached the threshold level of professional weightlifters. Along with the increase in strength, jumping ability, explosive power, and grasping ability have all been significantly improved. More importantly, the strength of bones and muscles has doubled, and the skin is more flexible. In addition, because he completed the weekly sign-in for the 4th time, Lu Zhe received an important reminder. The prompt reads, the heavy rain will end in 4 days. 4 days later, it meant that the rain lasted for a whole week. But no matter what, at least there is hope. After the heavy rain, there will be a long period of time when we don't have to worry about fresh water, and life will enter a relatively stable period. Lu Zhe was considering whether to make this a permanent camp. He spent the rest of the time digging holes, expanding their living space from the inside as much as possible without affecting the structure. The 3 meals a day still consisted of eating bananas, making tapioca porridge, and eating roasted pork offal. They have to eat the most perishable parts as quickly as possible, and the rest can be smoked. July 7th, Monday, was the 29th day on the deserted island and the 4th day of heavy rain. Continued to dark days. At this time, boredom and depression filled the partners' emotions. Lu Zhe led everyone to continue expanding the internal area of the small hole to relieve everyone's depressed mood. In his spare time, Shen Bing got 4 cruciate vertebrae, 2 of which were very large, and the other 2 were even bigger. He spent another 2 hours sewing a cloth sandbag using guayos earrings, and taught a few girls a strange game they played when they were young. He also invited Lu Zhe to play with them. Lu Zhe also had an impression, but he remembered that when he was a child, girls used sheep bones. It was the first time he saw people playing with wild boar and wild bear bones. Lu Zhe was not interested in it, but he was very popular in the eyes of several girls, and they played for 2 hours and still felt unsatisfied. Who would have thought that such a boring game could bring so much comfort and joy to everyone? On this day, Lu Zhe and everyone had expanded the hole to twice its original size, reaching about 8 square meters. Digging further might affect the stable structure of the cave, so this much space is enough. July 8th, Tuesday, was the 30th day on the deserted island and the 5th day of heavy rain. The rain is still heavy and the sky is still dark. On this day, they finally ate wild boar meat. At the same time, I also understand one thing. Wild boar meat is not as delicious as domestic pig meat, but it is much better than wild bear meat. After the girls cleaned the small hole, Lu Zhe began to further improve his quality of life. Use bamboo to build tables and chairs. The survival manual contains complete instructions for making it, but it is not that easy to do it yourself. It took Lu Zhe a whole day to make a small square table out of bamboo. Finally, food doesn't have to be placed on the ground. Several girls also made some bamboo products. For example, Ning Shu made a bunch of bamboo chopsticks, Shen Bing made 6 bamboo spoons, Qian Qian made a bamboo tube cup, Jiang Yao cut bamboo sticks, and Tang Xiao made a bamboo dragonfly. Although the items made by the girls were simple, 80% of them were more or less helpful in improving the quality of life, and Lu Zhe gave full affirmation. On this day, they completed the fruit battery experiment for the 2nd time, and this time, he charged the phone to 25%. They looked through the photo album twice and called the rescue team 7 times, only to receive a response once. The answer was lightning. With a loud bang, it hit a tree 20 meters above the cave entrance, turning the tree into a work of art. From then on, everyone decided to give up the useless act of making phone calls. July 9th, Wednesday, the 31st day on the deserted island, and the 6th day of heavy rain. On this day, the rain continued to pour down, but the wind stopped and the sky finally brightened. Although we still can't see the sun, the extended vision brings spiritual comfort to everyone. Lin Qianqian sighed. Finally, I can see far away. Tang Xiaohui said. When will the heavy rain stop? Ning Shu said calmly. When it's time to stop, it will stop. Jiang Yao agreed. Just like us, when we are hungry, we will definitely be hungry. Shen Bing asked Lu Zhe, Lu Zhe, do you know when it will stop? Lu Zhe counted with his fingers. Tomorrow. Lu Zhe, do you understand this too? Lu Zhe nodded. I understand a little bit. Where cold and warm currents flow alternately, the weather is ever-changing and no one can predict it. But who can help him have a system? 5 girls crowded at the entrance of the cave and watched for a long time. Shen Bing asked again, Lu Zhe, if the rain stops, what are your plans next? Lu Zhe thought for a while and said, I can stay here for a while and then find a way to climb to the top of the mountain. Jiang Yao asked, now that there is no shortage of fresh water here, why do we still need to climb a mountain? Observe. With what we have now, we know more than 1/10 of this island. If we want to thoroughly understand the place where we live, we must observe from different angles and think from different dimensions. Tang Xiaohui asked, then, will we still move? Lu Zhe recalled the system prompt and analyzed that although the current fresh water can last for a considerable period of time, theoretically, there is still no fresh water that can be used continuously, so he gave an ambiguous answer. Maybe, maybe not. Why? I think it's pretty good here. There are caves that protect us, there's groundwater, there are bananas to eat, and we can occasionally pick sugarcane and chili peppers. The quality of life is not too bad. Lin Qianqian said, I think so too. Shen Bing shook her head calmly and added, that's right. But living here, we also lose something. For example, the gift of the ocean. That's right. It's okay if we can't eat seafood, but soon our salt will run out, and it's much harder to get salt in the jungle than at the seaside. Ning Shu also recalled, what Lu Zhe said is right. I have seen some survival experts who entered the jungle with bare hands. They dared not bring anything else except salt. But there is still a way. Wood ash can be used to obtain potassium salt and a small amount of sodium chloride, which can be used to make dry toilets. Feces can also help produce nitrate salts on stone walls, but eating them frequently will have a negative impact on the body. In terms of edibility alone, it is not as good as licking the sweat of yourself or your companions, or extracting salt directly from urine. What a novel method. Qianqian, this isn't novel, this is scary. In addition, there are bottles, plastic bags, torn clothes, slippers, cans, and other daily necessities that cannot be found here. The girls looked at each other and nodded. What Lu Zhe said made a lot of sense. Now they had very few bottles left, and many of the rags and plastic bags they had collected had been basically used up. Apart from finding a Japanese devil, they could not find any usable daily necessities at all. Oh, it would be great if we could catch one more devil. So next time, will we still live by the sea? Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, it would be best to find a place that can accommodate both, such as digging a cave or building a decent shelter on a ridge not far from the sea. But don't be too anxious. Everything can be done slowly. Shen Bing was a little surprised. Since we were going to leave sooner or later, why do we have to spend so much effort to expand the cave and build a table? Lu Zhe smiled and said, who says we can only have one property? Even if we move, this place is still there. We can still use it as our supply station and backup shelter. We can store some supplies and seal the cave entrance. Next time we come here to collect supplies, we can move in directly. Ning Shu nodded. Go the landlord route in the future? Not bad. Shen Bing also agreed. I think this method is feasible. Tang Xiaohui waved his little fist. It's really exciting. Today, let's make a few bamboo baskets that can be carried on the back, and then just wait here for the rain to stop. Chapter 1:20 The heavy rain finally stopped. Chapter 1:20 The heavy rain finally stopped. July 10th, Thursday, the 32nd day on the desert island. Stranded on a desert island for 1 month and 1 day. Several people worked together to weave 2 ugly bamboo baskets, and a heavy rain that lasted for a whole week finally stopped. The air is still filled with moisture, cool and transparent, and the soul seems to have been cleansed. After a week's vacation, the sun finally came out and drew a beautiful rainbow in the sky above the island, which was magnificent. The discount made several girls very excited. Wow, what a round rainbow. I swear, this is the first time I've seen such a beautiful rainbow in my life. Crack. Ning Shu took a picture of this beautiful scene with her mobile phone. Come on, The cave entrance has expanded. Let's take some pictures together at the cave entrance. My phone has 512 GB memory, so it's definitely enough. If we are rescued, these will be our most precious memories. You can take pictures, but can you turn off the sound effects? This will save some battery. Ningshu made an okay gesture and fiddled with his phone. Done. Come on, Lu Zhe, take a photo with me. Jiang Yao pursed her lips, pulled Lu Zhe to the entrance of the cave, held his shoulders, smiled slightly, and leaned back suddenly. Lu Zhe subconsciously hugged her. The two have been partners in the dance club for some time, and they can perform these moves with ease and in a very graceful manner. Ningshu made a bitter face and took a photo, changed people. Jiang Yao pouted. Take a few more pictures. Oh, there's not much electricity left. Let's switch people. Tang Xiaoguo ran over in small steps and lifted her hair from her forehead with both hands. Come on, Xiaozhe. Lift it up high. Why? What why? Jerk me off. Oh no, that's not right. Jerk me off. As she said this, she put her arm around Lu Zhe's arm and jumped up. Lu Zhe was afraid that she would fall to the ground, so he had to lift her up with his hand. Tang Xiaoguo is 1.55 meters tall and light, so with the help of Lu Zhe, she sat on Lu Zhe's right shoulder as she wished. She blinked her eyes and made a beautiful yet gesture. Take another photo. Ningshu put her hands on her hips and looked helpless. Hey, can you take pictures? Normally we are at the entrance of the cave, several meters high. It would be very dangerous if he fell down. You don't feel sorry for Lu Zhe, but I do. Next one. Lin Xianxian ran over and said, Let me do it, Lu Zhe. Let's take a survival-themed photo, okay? Lu Zhe finally realized that while others were taking pictures, he was just a prop. However, Xianxian's idea deserves recognition. Look at Xianxian. She is worthy of being a student council member. She always thinks about things from the perspective of survival. Come on, Xianxian, let's recreate that survival scene. Lin Xianxian tilted her head and thought for a while, then stretched out a finger, handed it to Lu Zhe, and then took one of Lu Zhe's hands. What are you going to do? Suck the salt from each other's fingers. I thought he was the most normal one, but turned out to be the most abnormal. But looking at Lin Xianxian's white and tender little hand reaching out to me, it would be a sin to refuse such a girl. Just do it reluctantly. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in. Physical strength, +1. Sister Bing, take 1 too. Well, Lu Zhe, have you seen the level 7 civil servant? I've seen the movie version. Here's a still. Hey, you know what? Sister Bing's temperament and appearance are similar to Kim Ha-na. Nonsense. Sister Bing is much prettier than Kim Ha-na. Lu Zhe, don't lose to Sister Bing in temperament. Finally, Ning Shu was the only one left. She handed the phone to Shun Bing. Sister Bing, please. But when he walked in front of Lu Zhe, he felt a little confused again. How should I take a photo of myself? Seeing her hesitation, Lu Zhe took 2 steps back and said, How about you take one yourself? No, come back to me. Ning Shu grabbed Lu Zhe's arm and pulled him back. After thinking for a while, he said, You have hugged her before. That one is carrying. I've also hugged Xianxian and Yao Yao. It's to save them. And Sister Bing. You have hugged Sister Bing too. Shen Bing was stunned. How did Xiao Ning know? Lin Xianxian was reminded by Shan Bing. Lu Zhe carried you out of the jungle, and you were like a child. Come to think of it, you've never hugged me. Lu Zhe pondered, doesn't a hug count as a hug? Then, hold me and take a picture. How do you hold me? A princess hug, of course. As she said that, Ning Shu jumped towards Lu Zhe. But it seems that she doesn't quite understand how to dance so that the boy can hug her comfortably. As a result, she subconsciously used the vaulting horse skills she learned from the sports school. This time she jumped too high, almost as if she would jump over Lu Zhe's head. Lu Zhe was afraid that she would jump out directly, so he quickly held her waist. Her skirt fluttered. This scene looked a little familiar. Oh no, is it that location? Will I see the little bear again? No, no bears. There was no little bear this time. The bear should have been guarding the cave entrance. It turned out that after Ning Shu's period was over, she washed her underwear twice with soap. Prepare to wash it thoroughly and dry it before wearing it. During this time, you can only wear a skirt to cover it. It's a bit strange, but there's nothing we can do about it. The conditions are harsh, and we can't use fabrics of unknown origin, so we have to be careful. So there's nothing we can do about this. At this moment, even Lu Zhe was panicked. If I dodge the squad leader, I will fall down. If I don't dodge, Fortunately, Lu Zhe chose safety at the most critical moment, and the next second, Ning Shu's face turned pale and then suddenly turned red to the neck. Get her off my face now. I can feel my lips moving more clearly. Jiang Yao and Lin Xianqian quickly helped Ning Shu up, and Lu Zhe rubbed his nose and sat up. My head is dizzy, and I feel like my nose is going to bleed. Yes, I'm sorry. Ning Shu raised her head and saw Tang Xiao's angry face when she saw Jiang Yao. Sure enough, the class monitor is the one who knows how to have fun the most. Who could have thought of using this method? It's so scheming. Squad leader, you old dirty woman. You are the one who can easily hurt Lu Zhe. Ning Shu hurriedly explained. It was an accident. It was purely an accident. Then she saw Shun Bing put down her phone. Sister Bing, you didn't take pictures of everything, did you? Shun Bing sighed and returned the phone to her. After flipping through it, Ning Shu was stunned and screamed in despair. It's still continuous shooting? She wanted to delete the photos, but hesitated. No, it was just stored in a place that others can't easily find. She sniffed and said apologetically, Are you okay, Lu Zhe? How can I be okay? I was almost crushed to death by you. I'm sorry, I was too excited just now. You made my nose dirty. Ning Shu hurried over to wipe Lu Zhe's nose. The squad leader is indeed the most hidden expert in flirting with men. Our rank is too shallow. Stop talking. I'm almost dying of embarrassment. After wiping Lu Zhe's nose, she quickly went back to the cave and put the teddy bear on to avoid any embarrassing incidents from happening again. A few people took a few more photos, and then the screen locked and went black, wanting to jump off and take a look around. But the ground was either flooded or muddy, and everywhere were broken banana leaves and palm leaves after the heavy rain. Lu Zhe pinched the soil on the ground with his hands. Information about the soil came to my mind, and it could be used to make pottery. Should we make more pottery to store fresh water? Instead of this, why not dig a small reservoir? Chapter 121. Ants build a pool. Chapter 121. Ant nest building a pool. Although Lu Zhe planned to find a new camp, it was not possible in the near future. Although the rain has stopped, it will take a few days for the mountain water and surface water to be digested. During this period, the mountain was slippery and the road was muddy. It was very dangerous to walk in the jungle after rain. It was impossible to climb the cracks in the rocks and reach the highest point. But if you don't climb to the highest point, how can you observe where there is a more suitable campsite? Therefore, it is better to build a reservoir to store fresh water while there is still abundant surface water to be prepared. But it is not easy to build a reservoir. The biggest problem is waterproofing. The surface soil is very permeable. Reservoirs built with this material can neither retain water nor be strong enough. Better materials must be chosen. What to use? Lu Zhe decided to search around the jungle to see if he could find suitable materials. Carrying a bamboo basket and a shovel, he waded through the mud and water toward the edge of the ridge and jungle. Hey, where are you going? Shin Bing was worried and quickly followed him. It's okay just walking around. I'll go with you, so we can both take care of each other. Okay, you bring a bamboo basket too. The jungle after rain is different from usual and is very dangerous. The geology is loose, landslides occur, and mountain water changes its course from time to time. If you're not careful, you may slide down and hit thorns or broken trees and die immediately. The poisonous insects, snakes, and ants that had been silent for many days came out to look for food, and Shin Bing was a little worried. Hey, what are you looking for? Ant nest. What are you looking for? Shin Bing looked around and said, It must have been washed away in such a heavy rain. I'm looking for the kind that hasn't been washed away. Isn't he trying to catch the queen ant and eat it? I heard that it's really delicious. You can catch one and try it. Do you know how dangerous tropical anthills are? Lu Zhe disagreed. Is it dangerous? Shin Bing pondered. I remember during World War II, a German troop entered a tropical jungle and encountered army ants. All 1,800 soldiers were eaten by the army ants, leaving only 1,800 skeletons. Lu Zhe nodded. I've seen this before in the story club. You don't believe it. Lu Zhe shook his head. Army ants are very aggressive, and some are poisonous, but they are small and move very slowly. When a person runs, they have no ability to catch him. The millions of army ants in a large anthill only weigh about 20 to 30 kilograms, so there's no need to worry about that situation. You mean they're not that dangerous? They are dangerous, but not because they eat people, but because they can sneak into your clothes when you're not paying attention, bite your skin, and cause infection. Because it is difficult to find effective treatment, the skin will swell and ulcerate, which is life-threatening. Shin Bing shuddered unconsciously. But don't worry. The army ants on this island are not that aggressive and have a kind heart. They selflessly sacrifice their lives to sew up the wound on your leg. I heard about this from At this moment, Lu Zhe found what he wanted. There. What? Shin Bing squatted down and saw a tall mound of earth 20 meters ahead. It was in the middle of a pile of grass, about 1 meter high and 2 meters in diameter. A graveyard? No, this is really an anthill. Shin Bing is actually a little afraid of this kind of thing. It's amazing, right? After such a heavy rain, this thing is still intact. It's a miracle of life. I was surprised, but not because of whether it was damaged or not, but because it was so close to our camp. That's normal. How can it be normal to crawl into our camp? Shin Bing felt uncomfortable at the thought of this thing crawling into her clothes. However, these are not army ants, but termites. Termites? They'll chew up the furniture, right? Don't worry, there's plenty of food here, and people generally don't go out of their way to chew wood at other people's homes. What are you going to do? Lu Zhe walked to the anthill and said approvingly. These engineers use their own saliva to mix with soil to form ant nests that are as strong and beautiful as cement. Even in a 7-day storm, they are still intact. It is a miracle in the history of insect architecture, and it is admirable. As he said this, he picked up the shovel and dug up the anthill. Countless homeless termites were washed away by the water flowing nearby, and were about to start a new journey of their lives. Lu Zhe shook off the pieces of the nest and threw them into the bamboo basket. What are you picking this up for? This ant nest is a very good building material with excellent waterproof performance. I plan to use it to build a small reservoir. I see. Shin Bing finally understood Lu Zhe's intention of looking for the ant nest. At the same time, she also understood the importance of a reservoir to them. But the termites won't be very happy. Who cares? Also pick up the fragments of the ant nest. The two men picked up the items twice, and on the third trip, Lu Zhe finally found the boss. The upper body of this thing is shaped like an ordinary ant, but the lower body is shaped like a 10 centimeters large insect. The insect body is white, tender, elastic, and plump, and it wriggles in waves. This is the queen ant. It looks so disgusting. Do we really want to eat it? Of course. This thing is rich in protein and can be eaten raw or grilled over charcoal. Add salt and chili peppers, and it's simply the best. Then Lu Zhe took their mother away. Lu Zhe cleared out a waterless area outside the cave, made a circle with stones, piled wood and hay underneath, and placed the ant nest fragments on top. It's a pity that I couldn't find the chicken mushroom. Ignition. The remaining termites in the anthill were lucky enough to experience cremation. Then, Lu Zhe crushed the ant nest fragments in a powder, mixed it with wood ash, and added water to make it into mud. Next, Lu Zhe calculated the amount of cement, drew a circular pit 8 meters away from the right side of the cave entrance, and started digging. The pit is 1.2 meters in diameter and about 1.5 meters deep. Then, apply ant-hole cement around the pit. It is relatively easy to apply the paint all around, but it is a bit more difficult to apply the paint on the bottom. You need a thick stick to place on the pit, tie a rope in the middle, and then hang it down. Lu Zhe was wondering where to find such a thick stick when Tang Xiaowu came over. Lu Zhe, we are making a barbecue grill. Come over and join us. Hey, what is this? Guess. Tang Xiaowu thought for a while and nodded. Not only did you make a shower and soap for us, you also made such a beautiful bathtub for us. It seems that you also took great pains to watch us take a bath. Lu Zhe was helpless. If the bathtub is made this deep, wouldn't it be too unfriendly to you? What do you mean? You have to jump to breathe, right? You'll drown if it fills up with water. Seeing Tang Xiaowu's angry look, Lu Zhe thought of a simple solution. Guer, help me apply cement on the bottom. No help. Hey, what are you doing? Be good. Lu Zhe had already picked her up, grabbed her ankles, and held her upside down, causing her little skirt to fall down. What are you going to do? Shin Bing covered her mouth and smiled. I'll bring you cement. Tang Xiaowu yelled. I am a fairy. How can a fairy do the job of applying cement? And you saw me like this. Although she said this, she was secretly annoyed in her heart. It would have been better if she didn't wear panties. It seemed that compared with the squad leader, she was indeed far behind in scheming. Chapter 122. Charcoal Grilled Queen Ant. Chapter 122. Grilled Ant Queen. Listen, this is a reservoir, a place to store more fresh water for us. Well, okay, but you're not allowed to stare at me, and you're not allowed to think weird things about me. Lu Zhe shook his head. No. Even if I don't have an impressive cleavage, I should still have at least some respect for you. Tang Xiaowu was at a loss for words all of a sudden, so he could only blush and say, just watch, it's up to you. But even though Tang Xiaowu made a fuss, he was very decisive when it came to doing things. Although his face looked like a little cat, he still managed to complete the task successfully. Heat some dry grass charcoal, light it, put it in, dry the cement, and speed up the solidification. In the afternoon, Lu Zhe found some dammer resin. Melt it and brush it on the walls and bottom of the cave. After it dries completely, you can store water. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the resin on the well wall was no longer sticky and could basically be put into use. With the thick cement walls of the anthill, it has a diameter of 1 meter and is about 1.3 meters deep. In fact, theoretically, at this depth, Tang Xiaoguo would not need to jump and would not drown. The pool can hold a full ton of water. Start pouring water in, but that's not enough. To block out dust and insects, the surrounding area needs to be raised up and a cover needs to be woven with palm leaves. After finishing all these, Lu Zhe returned to the original camp to get supplies such as pottery jars and basins and began to pour mountain stream water into the reservoir. When several girls saw that Lu Zhe had built such a great water reservoir, they all came over to help. By the time it was almost dark, the pool was finally filled with water. Xin Bing said with emotion, "It is said that a 1,000-mile dam can be breached by an ant hole. I didn't expect that the ant hole itself is so effective in waterproofing." Tang Xiaoguo's eyes lit up, and he came up with a strange idea. "Then why don't all the dams in our country use anthills?" Lu Zhe nodded seriously. "That's a good idea. When we return to China, we will set up a construction team to build a dam using ant nests." Tang Xiaoguo was overjoyed and put his arm around Lu Zhe's. "Sure, my dad used to be a contractor, and later he opened a restaurant. I'll recommend you to him when the time comes." Lu Zhe praised, "Great! From now on, our engineering team will be called the Ant Hill Dam Engineering Team. This name will definitely be famous all over the world." Tang Xiaoguo waved his fist excitedly. "Let's do it." The two of them high-fived, and the girls burst into laughter. Ning Shu looked at the pool and suddenly remembered something. "Hey, I saw some guys in Southeast Asia doing this online. They usually dig by themselves or with 2 people, and soon they dig out a very artistic pit and then decorate it with flowers and lights to make a beautiful swimming pool. Oh, I have some saved in my phone." Ning Shu opened his phone and flipped through it, and sure enough, he saw some pictures of some Southeast Asian guys exploring the art world. Lin Qianqian said, "Wow, it's so beautiful. When can we make one?" Jiang Yao was also looking forward to it. "So, we can play in the water?" Xin Bing sighed. "But what you think on the internet is not always true, just like a story." Lu Zhe held up a finger and said, "That's right. Most of them are operated by a team. They only need to make a few gestures at specific times, and the rest are dubbed by machines or multiple people. It may also be a pre-prepared pit, but to be honest, some of their creativity and methods are really awesome." "How do you know?" Lu Zhe smiled and said, "You didn't know it before, but you still don't know it now." Xin Bing further explained, "When we dig the well, there are roots of various plants, gravel, rock layers, different soil qualities, and dormant insects in the soil. If you really dig deep, you may not find anything strange in the soil." Ning Shu thought back and said, "That's right. In those videos, although they were digging in the jungle like us, they only dug up brick red soil with excellent solidity. I never saw them digging up any plant roots or stones." Lin Qianqian thought about it and said, "That's really the case." Jiang Yao thought for a moment and said, "Besides, this thing looks very beautiful at first, but it won't take long before it gets dusty and dirty. It's troublesome to change the water and clean up, so don't consider it. To have this kind of awareness shows that you have grown up." Lu Zhe was very pleased. "At this stage, we don't have to worry about the 4 elements of survival anymore. We should indeed consider improving the quality of life. But improving the quality of life is not just about pursuing delicious food and fun, but also about the convenience of survival. Don't think about getting yourself into trouble for no reason." Ning Shu nodded and put away the phone with a little regret. "Okay, we have set up the stove. Let's have roast pork tonight." Jiang Yao took out the skewers that had been skewered with pork, grilled pork skewers. "Great. I wouldn't dare eat like this in the cave. As night falls, we can finally have dinner outside the cave. Just to save salt, salt should not be sprinkled on the pork." Each person was given a small bottle cap of salt, and they could eat a little and dip it in the pork. At this moment, Lu Zhe suddenly remembered that he had also caught a fat protein. "Wait a minute, I have something good." He rummaged in the pocket of his shorts and carefully took out the queen ant. The girls had never seen this before and were all shocked. "Oh my God, Lu Zhe took something out of his shorts?" Ning Shu deliberately smiled evilly. "Hey, you are too generous. What are you thinking about? This is the queen ant." Ning Shu's face became innocent again. I'm talking about the future. Tang Xiao said, what is that? It's fleshy and still moving. Jiang Yao sighed. Big bug. Xiaozhe must call it the queen ant. Aren't ants supposed to be slim? Why is it so thick? Hey, something came out, White. What is this? Ning Shu smiled evilly again. Tadpoles? Lu Zhe was helpless. Please don't guess blindly. This is its larvae. Shen Bing was also a little surprised. Look, it's in this situation, and it's still giving birth? How brave it must be. Lu Zhe explained. In order for the population to continue, it will produce a final wave of young ants when facing danger, and each of these young ants may become the future queen ant. As he spoke, he scraped off the last egg larvae laid by the queen ant with his fingers and handed it to Shen Bing beside him. High protein. Would you like to try it? Shen Bing thought the style of painting was a bit strange and said, in rejection. Lu Zhe sucked his fingers without hesitation and ate them. It's really good. Ning Shu was surprised and said, he really ate it. Even though there is food, we still need to pursue nutritional diversity as much as possible. But you don't have to learn from me. I will roast it and give it to everyone to eat. As he spoke, Lu Zhe took 2 bamboo sticks, pulled off the queen ant's body, skewered her belly, and roasted it over the fire. After a while, the meat stopped moving. After a while, Lu Zhe estimated that it was almost cooked, so he cut it into 6 pieces with a table knife, dipped it in salt and chili powder, and handed it to everyone. The charcoal-grilled queen ant indicates that our future life will be prosperous. Chapter 123, How to Mix Mud. Chapter 123, How to Mix Mud. Faced with such a white, fleshy thing, the girls looked at each other, all a little hesitant. Let me tell you, this is a top-quality food. The protein and amino acid content is 5 times that of beef. Lu Zhe picked it up and threw it into his mouth to chew. It tastes like roasted cocoon pupa, and it tastes much better than cocoon pupa. Really, whoever doesn't want to eat it, please express your opinion immediately. They are all mine. I'll have one. Shen Bing quickly picked up a piece with bamboo chopsticks, put it in his mouth, chewed it, and tasted it. Very good. Ning Shu also picked up a piece and chewed it. It's almost the same as roasted bamboo worms. The appetite of several girls was also aroused. We are real women who have even eaten pythons. Why would we be afraid of a fat worm that we took out of our shorts? Real woman? What a strange word. Come on, sisters, it's time to eat. Let's eat bugs together. The 3 girls picked up the last piece and put it in their mouths. Very soft and sticky. Wow, there seems to be a lot of crunchy things in it, like sesame seeds, very fragrant. Huh, why does it taste different? Lu Zhe explained. That's because the places you eat are different. The front part is soft and sticky because it's full of internal organs and fat. The back part has something crunchy like sesame seeds because eggs and worms have hatched there. I see, a bug can taste different, but the end result is the same, and each part tastes much better than wild boar. Then, several girls rated the food available on the island. Among the meats nowadays, the most delicious are snakes, shellfish, and grouper, followed by snails, bamboo worms, and queen ants, followed closely by bamboo rats, and then boobies, flounder, and mouse meat. Although the wild boar is a bit fishy and woody, after adding chili and salt, the flavor is quite unique, and the jerky is quite chewy. Wild bear meat is a disaster. No matter what was added, it couldn't cover up the deadly stench. So there are still 19 kilograms of the 20 kilograms of smoked wild bear meat left. You want to ask where that pound went? The answer is that every time a few girls play a game with crutches and sandbags, the loser has to eat a small piece of wild bear meat as punishment. After dinner, the night was getting dark, and the friends went back to the cave to sleep, chatting and laughing, and spend another peaceful night. July 11th, Friday, the 33rd day of being stranded on the desert island. On this day, Lu Zhe prepared to get up early. He planned to go to the stone peak to see to what extent the water in the mountain had been drained and whether the conditions there were suitable for rock climbing. However, as soon as he came out of the cave, he discovered the problem. Something had visited the camp. The pork bones and banana fruits left over from yesterday were all picked up, the soup in the helmet was gone, and the helmet was thrown aside. Ning Shu was shocked. Is someone coming? Lu Zhe shook his head. There won't be anyone else in this kind of place except us. Jiang Yao thought for a moment and said, could it be that someone is sleepwalking? Tang Xiao quickly jumped down the cave and found 4 bones beside the fire. The bones and sandbags are still here. Several people jumped down and checked it carefully. Soon, Shen Bing found a clue. There were a series of small scratch marks on some of the banana leaves. What is it? Could it be a mountain elf? Lu Zhe looked at the footprints and said, it's more likely to be monkeys. It seems that our campsite was most likely visited by monkeys last night. Ah, could it be the monkey we lost? That's a proboscis monkey. This kind of monkey has even smaller footprints. Tang Xiaowu pondered. Could it be a young proboscis monkey? It's hard to say. Lu Zhe picked up the helmet and said, let's check it carefully again. Is there anything missing? Everyone checked again and found that nothing was missing. It seems that last night was just a test. Maybe you'll come back today. That's so annoying. Yeah, even if you don't take anything, it's annoying enough for you to come and hang out in our camp for no reason. I've been to Mount Amei, and the creatures I hate the most are monkeys. Golden monkeys are pretty cute. How can we prevent them from coming? Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, exploration and theft are the nature of monkeys. They're also the ability they rely on for survival. If we want to prevent them from invading, we have to start with their nature. Nature, Ning Shu suddenly realized. Should I catch a chicken and kill it? Killing the chicken to scare the monkeys. Some monkeys will be afraid, but some monkeys will learn to kill chickens. Lu Zhe took a piece of bear's cranium bone, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. Yes. What is the solution? Lu Zhe took out the piece of bear meat and said, no one likes to eat it anyway, so it's just right to use it. Lu Zhe chopped up 2 pounds of bear meat and mixed it with ashes and dirt. Everyone, step aside. What are you going to do? Lu Zhe poured his urine on it and then mixed it into a mud ball. Lu Zhe, how old are you? Why are you still playing with pee and mud? You don't understand. The urine of boys plus the unique stench of bear meat will bring a very pleasant experience to monkeys. Let's try it today. I'm going to knead these things into balls and spread them around the camp. Does this method work? I don't know, but we can leave some places unplaced and see where the monkeys will come in. Come and help me. Several girls blinked. Ning Shu was full of black lines on his head. You mean let us pee in mud with you? While mixing the mud, Lu Zhe said, No. The smell of female urine can barely scare off some small rodents, but it won't work to scare off primates, and it might even irritate males. I mean, you guys come and help me pack. Once more strange knowledge has been gained. What you're watching is definitely the adult version of 100,000 Whys. What should we do, squad leader? Never done anything like this before. Forget it. Think about it. If it was Lu Zhe, would he despise us? In order to survive, he would even drink Guerre's pulse. I feel uncomfortable when I think about it. Why should we be so hypocritical? Besides, he is our mutual boyfriend on duty. I didn't call him my beloved concubine for nothing. At most, I'll wash my hands later. Come on, sisters. The 4 girls gave each other affirmative expressions, gathered around, and began to rub the maroon soil with Lu Zhe's body temperature with their snow-white, slender fingers. Then, using the method of wrapping rice dumplings, the blood mud is wrapped into small packages using palm leaves. About 20 or so. Lu Zhe hung these small packages on the trees around the camp, reserved a direction, and then spread banana leaves around the camp. Then, continue with your plans for the day. Lu Zhe and Ning Shu came to the stone peak of the cliff again to see if they could climb it. As a result, a steady stream of water flowed down from the crevice. The flow was not large, but it made the stone peaks extremely slippery, making it too dangerous to climb at this time. It will probably take 3 to 5 days to dry up completely. During this time, we have to live in the bear cave obediently. Chapter 1, 24 Strange Method of Making Salt. Chapter 1, 24 A Strange Method of Making Salt. Although the heavy rain stopped and brought enough fresh water, it also brought some troubles. The moist crevice walls hindered the survival process, and Lu Zhe could only choose to retreat for a while. Ning Shu comforted him. Lu Zhe, I don't think you need to worry. It's good for us to live here for now. It's better to have fewer things. We can still make a lot of bamboo products. Can you teach me how to weave bamboo baskets later? Of course, this is no problem. I'm worried about our future salt intake source. Electrolysis uses too much salt, which exceeds the budget. We don't have much salt left now. It's okay in the short term, but it's not a long-term solution. Ning Shu nodded and said, the ancients rarely had access to salt, but it is not the same as it has been since ancient times. In ancient times, the rich could eat salt, but the poor would extract potassium salt from wood ash and get nitrate from the stones next to feces, but none of them were healthy salts, so lifespan would not be very long. Ning Shu quickly waved her hands. No, the taste is too strong. Lu Zhe sighed. However, if our salt is really used up, we will have to eat those 2 kinds of salt. Is there any other way? There is a way. Let's go back and discuss it. Don't use your phone if you can. Put it in super power saving mode to reduce power consumption as much as possible. Clear. When he returned to the camp, Lu Zhe found that there was only a thin layer of salt left at the bottom of the bottle, enough to make 2 home-cooked dishes. Jiang Yao said, "Can I eat without salt? I prefer light taste." Lu Zhe said, "It's okay for 1 or 2 days occasionally, but over time, you won't have the energy to do anything, which will greatly affect your survival efficiency. If it goes on for a long time, it will cause various diseases." Shenbing thought for a moment and said, "How about going to the beach again?" Lu Zhe nodded and said, "I've thought about this too. The others will stay here, and I and a companion will find a road that's closer to the beach, get a dozen bottles of salt, and come back. It'll last for a year. But now we face 2 problems. First, it takes several days for the forest to digest the excess rainwater after a heavy rain, and it is too dangerous to enter the jungle during this period. Second, it is easier to find a road to the seaside, but it is difficult to find your way back. The inland area of the island is too large, with many similar terrains, and it is easy to get lost in the woods. Another point is that the brine is diluted by rainwater and is no longer edible salt." Shenbing nodded. "What else can we do?" "The best way to get salt in the woods is to find salt mines." "How do I find it?" "You can track wild goats and stuff like that. They lick the salt mines regularly." "Are there wild goats on this island?" "I don't know. At least I haven't seen it yet." "Can you find out by licking the rocks yourself?" "The probability is too low." "By the way, aren't there monkeys?" "How do monkeys get salt?" "Monkeys get small amounts of salt from fruits and plants, and then recycle the salt they excrete." "I know this. They will pick up salt grains from their companions and eat them." "That's right." Lu Zhe nodded. "One more thing. Monkeys will drink their own and their companions' urine when they are seriously lacking in salt." "Oh my God. Why do you want me to know this strange knowledge?" "It's too brutal." "Lu Zhe, we shouldn't do this." Lu Zhe agreed. "It's disgusting. I can't stand it either." "Hee hee, judging from your expression, you can obviously bear it." It was a matter of life and death. Shenbing was stunned. "It seems like I discovered something incredible. By the way, have Bear Grylls and democracy ever talked about this knowledge point? They don't stay alive for long at a time, unlike us who need to stay here for a long time. They mostly eat meat with a small amount of salt." Ning Shu suddenly remembered something. "I remember one episode where Bear Grylls discovered salt in a volcanic crater." "Don't we have a volcanic crater too?" Jiang Yao sighed. "We are farther from the volcano than the seaside. By the way, Dai also had an episode where he survived on a desert island for 3 months." Shenbing thought for a moment and said, "He was at the seaside that time. Conches, shrimps, and crabs all have salt. He would occasionally lick the skin on his arms, shoulders, and chest to get the salt." "Gueva Stund, chest? How did he do that?" Jiang Yao shrugged. "It's not that difficult." Ning Shu said helplessly, "I just use my hands, okay?" Lin Qianqian said, "We are in a better condition. We can lick the salt off our companions. I don't mind whether they are boys or girls." Ning Shu sighed. "Qianqian don't have any other purpose when discussing survival." Lu Zhe said, "What Qianqian said makes sense. We should try our best to reduce the loss of salt." Jiang Yao asked worriedly, "You're not going to make us pick up salt grains or drink that stuff like monkeys, are you?" "Of course not. We are human beings, and humans must use human methods." Tang Xiao had a look of seeing through everything. "I understand. Catch a monkey and pick up the salt grains on its body." Ning Shu said helplessly, "Gur, you'd better stop giving me advice. It's too bad." "Lu Zhe, tell me your idea." "From now on, fill the pottery jar with half a pot of water, put the cloth we use to wipe sweat into the jar and rub it, then distill the water in the jar to get a small amount of salt." Ning Shu stuck out her tongue. "It's only a little better than picking up salt grains from monkeys. Also, everyone's urine needs to be collected in ceramic basins these days." Tang Xiao yelled, "Ah, is it really going to come to this?" Jiang Yao frowned and shook her head. "Don't worry, I would rather turn into a white-haired girl than drink." Lu Zhe shook his head. "Of course not drinking." "What is that?" Lu Zhe's tone was serious and solemn. "Human urine is about 96% water, 1.5% inorganic salts, 2% urea, and trace amounts of uric acid, protease, and glucose. Drinking a little when you're extremely thirsty can save your life, but drinking too much will cause a serious burden on your kidneys, and it tastes too weird, so I strongly recommend that you don't drink it directly." Several girls shouted. "We didn't plan to drink anyway. Also, why are your data so accurate? Even if you like chemistry, you wouldn't understand it to this extent. Why did you choose liberal arts in the first place?" Shenbing was more rational. "So what are you going to do? When urine is placed in the sun, water and biological enzymes will decompose the urea into carbon dioxide and ammonia. Ammonia is the source of the foul smell we smell. When the unpleasant smell disappears, the urea is almost gone. The yellow crystals formed are mainly salt. Add water and filter out the urea with cloth, and finally you can get table salt. This salt is mainly composed of sodium chloride, which is much safer than potassium salt and nitrate. In addition, girls of your age will not have much uric acid, which can be basically ignored. After Lu Zhe finished speaking, the 5 girls were all stunned. It was the first time they knew that there was such a ridiculous way to obtain salt. The taste is too strong. I can't accept it for some reason. Me too. Lu Zhe disagreed. Why don't you think about it from another angle? In the ocean, countless fish excrete at any time and anywhere. Even the salt we get from the ocean may be obtained from the urine of fish. Chapter 125, Alleviating the Salt Crisis. Chapter 125, Alleviating the Salt Crisis. It's over. Now I have psychological trauma about Haiyan. But if you think about it carefully, it makes sense. Fish, such as sharks and rays, excrete urine through their skin, so their bodies are rich in ammonia, smell and taste fishy. The ultimate metabolite of uric acid is purine, which is the substance that causes gout. Many seafoods are hypurine foods, including shark and ray meat. So, in theory, there's not much difference between eating shark and ray meat and drinking urine. Of course, shark fins have become a delicacy because they emit less ammonia and are rich in protein, cartilage, and sugar, so their taste is very different from shark meat. For hundreds of millions of years, the water from the 4 oceans has been filtered countless times through the bodies of countless marine organisms, so it is not an exaggeration to say that the ocean is a giant urinal. Stop talking. Can't we just save it? But Lu Zhe, do you want us to all pee in the same basin? Lu Zhe shook his head. I'm afraid I can't do it. As the only boy in the team, I have to use my urine to scare off invaders, so I'm afraid you'll be disappointed if you want to use my urine to make salt. Jiang Yao said, My dear, you really think too much. We are not disappointed at all. This way we can hold out for a while. If we don't find a new camp by then, we can get some potash and nitrate first. I'll go to the beach and get more salt. Ning Shu looked at the ceramic basin that he had worked so hard to make inside. It turns out that after all this work, what we made is actually a urine pot. Tang Xiaowu was a little worried. Is this enough? Put it where the sun shines directly on it, and it will evaporate very quickly. All right. The salt issue can only be discussed to this extent, and we cannot sit idle afterwards. Lu Zhe wants to make some modifications to the cave entrance. The entrance of the cave is slightly higher than other places, so not much rainwater accumulates, and it is relatively dry. Perhaps due to geological reasons, there are relatively few tall trees, and sunlight still shines down in some places. There are a lot of wild grasses more than half a meter high growing near the camp, which provide excellent shelter for a large number of insects. Lu Zhe plans to weed the ground, expand the space at the entrance of the cave, check the geological and farming conditions, and build a firewood shed. The cut weeds can be dried and woven into straw mats, which are very practical for sitting or lying on. The firewood shed is also very simple. For bamboos are used as the base and raised to make a base 30 centimeters above the ground. A roof is built on top and covered with palm leaves. It can prevent moderate rain and water accumulation. It's the shade down there that might attract snakes. Although snakes can provide protein, Lu Zhe would still feel bad if he suddenly scared the girl to tears. Therefore, it is necessary to stuff the ground with snake-proof weeds. Jiang Yao stepped on Lu Zhe's shoulders to build the palm leaves and said happily, This woodshed is better than the shelter we built before. It was almost impossible to build a firewood shed like this in the early days of survival, but now with the right tools, it is easier to do. At this time, Guerre was the first to complete the epic task. She lifted up her skirt and said happily, I didn't notice it before. It's not flirty at all. It smells good. It really is a goddess physique. Lu Zhe explained, Normal urine has a slight aromatic smell because of the presence of lipid components and volatile acidic substances in urine. After a period of time, the ammonia evaporates and the smell is no longer there. Sure enough, after a few minutes, the smell changed. Fortunately, the smell is not strong and does not affect the normal life in the camp. The 3 meals a day consisted of tapioca porridge, palm fruit, and smoked pork, and each person got less and less salt. Lu Zhe brought the dried urine basin over and poured the undried urine directly into the helmet to steam it. This surprised several girls. Would you like to stop using this to cook food in the future? You're already eating salt. Why do you still care about this? It'll be fine if you wash it clean. It's just that I feel a little uncomfortable. Think about it. This is a hat that has been worn by dead people and has been used. It's no big deal to put salt in it for us little fairies. That's true if you think about it. After the ammonia smell evaporated, there was not much irritating smell. Lu Zhe obtained some yellow crystals. He scraped them off with a bamboo stick and collected them. He actually got about 25 g of yellow salt grains. Take a small bamboo cup, add warm water, then slowly dissolve the salt grains with warm water and finally filter with a cloth strip. Gradually, the uroflavin will remain on the cloth strip. If the clear water below is boiled again, about 20 g of white crystals will be obtained, which look no different from table salt from the outside. This should be the salt that the human body should excrete. According to this amount, nearly 50% of the salt eaten is retained. Is this edible? Who wants to give it a try? I can't do it. I don't have the courage. Lu Zhe sighed and said, then I have to come first. He stretched out his fingers, tapped a few grains of salt, and put them in his mouth. It is only slightly more astringent than regular table salt because the glucose has not been separated and it has a slightly sweet taste. If you don't taste it carefully, you can't tell any difference from ordinary table salt. Not bad, but several girls were all abnormal. Finally, under the guidance of Shun Bing, everyone tasted a little bit. It's not as disgusting as I thought. Goddess, we are goddesses. Would you like to open a salt factory in the future? Forget about this. Your production is too low. The salt crisis was finally temporarily alleviated. The temperature on this day was significantly higher than the day before, which may indicate that another long dry season is coming. Before this, each container must be full. On this day, Lu Zhe and his partners cleared the grass at the entrance of the camp, cleared out more than 100 square meters of activity space, built a firewood shed, and weaved a few mats. About 20 g of edible salt was also produced. July 12th, Saturday, the 34th day on the deserted island, sunny. In his early morning dream, Lu Zhe dreamed that someone was choking him, making it extremely difficult for him to breathe, and he was sweating profusely. When he opened his eyes, he saw someone's feet on his neck. To murder my husband. Oh, sorry, I fainted from sleep. Ning Shu also woke up. It's only what time now? Why is it so hot in the cave? Tang Xiao glanced at his watch and said lazily, 6:10. Shen Bing said, it's too hot and stuffy in the cave. How about leaving the door open tomorrow? Jiang Yao shook her head. No. What if the monkey comes in? I'd rather keep it warm. Everyone get up, wipe the sweat off your face, and collect the salt. Okay. I need to go to the bathroom. Who will accompany me? Although it was a bit strange to wipe the sweat off so early in the morning, it made the body feel cool and refreshed. Lu Zhe and Shen Bing jumped down the cave and checked the supplies. The bamboo dragonfly that Guerra made was taken away, but the sandbag is still there. 2 bananas, one is missing. 2 pieces of bacon were taken away, but 1 piece of bear meat remained. Lu Zhe and Shen Bing smiled at each other. Everything turned out just as they expected. The monkey was indeed afraid of something. Chapter 126, Climbing the Cliff. Chapter 126, Climbing the Cliff. Anything close to these smells was not taken away, but anything far away from these smells was taken away. Looking at the banana leaves arranged around, it was found that there were only muddy scratches on the road where the meat paste was not placed, but not anywhere else. It seems that they are not just afraid of this smell, but it is their strong curiosity that makes them dare to take the risk. The conclusion is, the combined smell of bear meat and boy's urine can repel monkeys in some places. Shen Bing found it interesting. The bear is so clumsy and the monkey is so agile. How could the monkey be afraid of the bear? Lu Zhe explained according to the survival manual. Because sun bears are the natural enemies of monkeys, they are good at climbing and camouflage, and will catch monkeys and eat them when they're sleeping. So monkeys are very sensitive to their smell. This is a fear in their genes, and it is difficult to overcome. Shen Bing patted Lu Zhe on the shoulder and smiled. It seems that if you want our lives not to be disturbed, you have to keep up the good work. Okay, use all this meat and set it up in a 100-meter radius. This way we won't be disturbed by monkeys. Marvelous. Let's go to the crevice and see if it's suitable for climbing. When I came to the crevice again, the environment changed a little. 2 days of strong sunshine has greatly reduced the humidity in the gap. Lu Zhe estimates that he will be able to climb tomorrow. Lu Zhe was very happy. We can go back and prepare the supplies for climbing. With luck, we can climb up this afternoon. This afternoon? Shen Bing was a little embarrassed. What's wrong? Can you wait 2 more days? What's going on? My period hasn't completely gone away yet. It turned out that Shun Bing's period came later this time and lasted longer. It had been 7 or 8 days, and it hadn't completely ended. During this period, she often had dysmenorrhea, which made her a little distressed. She wanted to wait until she was done before climbing the high cliff with Lu Zhe and drawing a topographical map of the island. Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, "But if we wait too long, our salt will run out and we may not have enough strength. Besides, the weather will get hotter every day after the heavy rain. If we want to climb again, we will face other problems." Shinbing also nodded. "How about this? Let's wait until tomorrow. If my period is over tomorrow, we will go together. If she is still there, you could take Xiao Ning or someone else. I have observed that there are many trees and rocks protruding from this crack. It is not difficult to climb after the rock wall is dry. The biggest problem is that there are snakes and poisonous insects hiding in this crack. Be careful." Lu Zhe nodded. "I understand. Let's go back and cut some more bamboo. I want to make a fence for the camp with the girls this afternoon." "Build a small yard?" "Well, I have an idea. We can do it." After returning, Shun Bing started making a fence with several girls. Lu Zhe began to prepare the supplies needed for mountain climbing. There is no shortage of food and fresh water. The ropes are consumed too quickly, so a new batch needs to be made. They have to be very strong and able to withstand a weight of around 200 kilograms. We couldn't pick up ropes like we could on the beach, so we had to rely on tree bark and charred hemp in the jungle. Make a safety buckle at regular intervals on the prepared rope. A large number of mosquito-repellent herbs should also be produced to prevent both mosquitoes and snakes. There are also green wild persimmons as an antidote. However, as of July 13th, Shinbing's period showed no signs of going away. Lu Zhe decided that he couldn't wait any longer. "Today, I'm going to challenge myself to find the highest point. I need someone to cooperate with me, but Sister Bing is not very convenient. Who can go with me? I've been suffocating. Let me go. I'm an expert at rock climbing." Seeing that the girls were very enthusiastic, Lu Zhe nodded approvingly. "But I have to make one thing clear. When climbing in the cracks of the rocks, you may encounter snakes." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao and Lin Qianqian both backed off. Tang Xiaohua, however, said nonchalantly, "What's there to be afraid of snakes? I used to kick a cobra. Brother Xiaozhe, you never take me out to play, so just take me this time." Ning Shu said, "Lu Zhe and I will go, and you stay at home to take care of Sister Bing. Actually, I don't need too many people to take care of me. And Lu Zhe, it's safer if 3 people go." Lu Zhe also nodded. "Connect the ropes to each other. 2 people use the ropes to fix the fulcrum, and 1 person climbs. Then they move forward alternately, try to maintain a triangle as much as possible, and control the length of the rope by the distance between companions. Even if someone falls, the fulcrums of the other 2 people can hold her back." "Okay, let's do it. I brought my notebook to take notes. How much battery is left on my phone? I haven't used it on standby for a day, and I still have 10 bars of power left." "Well, give me your phone so we can take some panoramic photos when we get to the top of the mountain." Then, Lu Zhe gave the 2 of them some simple training, teaching them some simple rock climbing techniques and how to tie sailor knots. The 3 of them came to the rock wall with their equipment, and each of them applied a thick layer of mosquito repellent on their body, making them smell strange. But this can ensure that mosquitoes, ants, and other insects stay away from you. Remember, every time you reach a point, first make sure it is safe, then find a reliable foothold. Trees or rocks will do. Then tie it tightly with a sailor's knot. After making sure it is safe, notify your companions at the bottom, untie the sailor's knot, and climb up. The 2 girls nodded together. Understood. If you feel tired during this period, you can rest, but be careful of snakes. You can drink water and eat some bananas. In a short period of time, carbohydrates can give you strength more easily than meat. Understand. The 3 of them began to climb up alternately, and sure enough, not long after, Lu Zhe encountered a spotted snake. It was originally a very good source of protein, but now is not the time to catch snakes, so Lu Zhe grabbed the snake's head and threw it. The snake flew out with a whoosh like a snake-shaped glider, swinging its body into the vast forest. Tang Xiaohua was surprised. "Wow, a flying snake." Ning Shu didn't notice. "Where?" Tang Xiaohua pointed. "That's it." Ning Shu indeed saw a snake flying down. Ning Shu was filled with emotion. "It's true, there is such a flying skill." Lu Zhe reminded, "Don't be curious. Pay attention to your surroundings. If you encounter a snake, don't be surprised and don't move. It usually won't hurt you. Wait for me to deal with it." Okay. The three people took turns climbing, and although it was a bit slow, because there were many fulcrums and the cracks in the rocks were not completely vertical, the difficulty was not as great as they had imagined. 2 hours later, the three of them had climbed 4/5 of the cliff and were getting closer and closer to the top. Both girls were a little tired, so Lu Zhe decided to let everyone take a break. It was a crooked tree. Upon inspection, it was very solid and there were no snakes. You two should rest on the tree for a while and replenish your energy. There are many trees below, so it's safe here. Try to stay inside the cracks and don't look outside or you'll get dizzy. It's so exciting. I'm thirsty. Give me a bottle of water. Hey, Lu Zhe, what do you say if you want to go to the bathroom now? Lu Zhe ate a banana and said, don't think too much, just come. At this moment, a snake crawled towards this side from not far away. What is that guy going to do? Coming towards us. Lu Zhe took a look and said disapprovingly, it's okay, it's a rag snake. It's still crawling over here. It's so annoying. Look, I'm going to kill it. Lu Zhe, lend me your bayonet. It's not convenient for me. It's pinned to my pants. Take it yourself. Tang Xiao fumbled for the bayonet and suddenly touched something. He looked panicked. Lu Zhe, there's a snake in there too. Chapter 127. You can't always bully the cutest ones. Chapter 127. You can't always bully the cutest one. Lu Zhe looked at Tang Xiao with a dark face for 3 seconds. Tang Xiao, let go of my hand. I don't dare, it's moving. Veins popped out on Lu Zhe's forehead. Get out of the way, that is not a snake. Tang Xiao looked back and his face turned red. Ah, that's wrong. He pulled his hand back as if it was hot. Ning Shu sighed helplessly. You are so wrong. How embarrassing. But Tang Xiao doesn't care. You're a boy. You won't lose anything by touching him. Lu Zhe's face turned red. How come it's no big deal? Boys get shy too, you know. Hey, don't be angry, Lu Zhe. Isn't it enough for me to apologize to you? Just apologize. So what do you want to do? How about I let you kiss me? This time, Lu Zhe was at a loss. Come on, Ning Shu is here. If I don't kiss her, I'll always feel like I'm at a disadvantage. There is no other way for signing in. Ning Shu held his forehead and sighed. I seriously suspect that you did it on purpose, Squad leader. You are not ashamed to say that to me. Why can't I tell you? Look at how proud you are of yourself. I just touched her accidentally, unlike you, squad leader, who wanted a hug and just wrote on her face. As soon as Tang Xiao mentioned this, Ning Shu immediately lost her temper. Girl, you have as many dark histories as I do. Let's not talk about it, okay? Just then, the elephant snake crawled over. Show everybody, don't move. It's okay. I saw it crawling slowly in front of everyone and then disappearing into the grass. Lu Zhe sighed. Ah, such a good piece of protein just crawled away like that. Ning Shu nodded. So there really is a passerby snake. Tang Xiao said. I wanted to kill a snake myself, but this time I got a good deal. Ning Shu nodded. Me too. Killing snakes like Sister Bing does. That's super cool. You'll have the opportunity to kill snakes in the future, but be careful now. Look carefully when you grab something and don't disturb them. Generally, if you don't disturb them, they won't attack you. The two girls nodded. Ning Shu asked again. Are we going to reach the highest point soon? Lu Zhe looked up and shook his head. No. Didn't you say that we can reach the top of the mountain through this crack? Yes, this crack is the only way to the top of the mountain, but after passing through this crack, it is hard to say how far we have to go. Lu Zhe observed carefully. This crack is about 50 meters long, and the altitude of this island may be about 300 meters, so the top of the cliff is not necessarily the highest point. We can only know everything when we get there. Now we can only pray that the road ahead will be easier to walk on. Both girls nodded. After replenishing our energy, we will continue to climb up. The last section of the road is not easy to climb, so everyone must be careful. The three people continued to climb up alternately, but when they were the last few meters away from the top of the cliff, they really found a poisonous snake. Lu Zhe knew this snake. The nominate BM Bungarus species identified as a new species by the system. It was also the poisonous snake that bit Tang Xiao. The situation was that they had to climb the last slope to the top of the cliff. Ning Shu is at the top, Lu Zhe is at her lower left, and Tang Xiao is at her lower right. The snake coiled around a tree, with its head flattened, staring at Ning Shu, who was closest to it, with a fierce look. That is the only way for them. Ning Shu's forehead was covered with sweat, and he couldn't help but curse. Fuck you, you immortal boss. What you fear is bound to come true. Tang Xiao trembled and said, Lu Zhe said, if you don't provoke it, it will go away on its own. Yes, this should have been the case, But this time, Lu Zhe's expression was extremely solemn. He saw a small hole with a dozen long eggs in it. No, this one is different. We have to kill it. Ning Shu said. We have to climb up from there, right? It's no longer a matter of whether to climb or not. Lu Zhe whispered, Squad leader, there's a snake nest here, and it is guarding the nest. From now on, we can't make any big movements. Turn your head gently and don't look at it. Good. As he spoke, Lu Zhe pulled out the Type 30 bayonet and slowly handed it to Ning Shu. Don't you want to kill the snake? Now's your chance. Ning Shu's face turned completely pale. Are you kidding? Why did Lu Zhe give me the knife at this time? I want to kill a snake, but I don't want to kill a poisonous snake right away. Which game allows you to kill the boss, right after leaving the novice village? She was shaking a little as she held the knife. Squad leader, don't be afraid. When it comes to bite me, you can cut off its neck. Gwr, fix the rope well. If the squad leader lets go, we must hold her tight. Ning Shu was a little confused. It's close to me, why would it bite you? Then, Ning Shu was stunned. At this moment, she understood Lu Zhe's intention. Lu Zhe reached his hand into the hidden stone cave. The attention of the coral snake was indeed attracted by Lu Zhe's behavior. It turned its head and began to slowly crawl down. Just like playing tennis, go for it with all your might, understand? I understand. Ning Shu swallowed and nodded vigorously. Then, Lu Zhe took out a long egg from the hole. The snake's attention was all attracted to Lu Zhe. It spit out its venom, ignored Ning Shu, and crawled towards Lu Zhe. Now, Ning Shu chopped down with his knife, accurately hitting the snake's head. But what happened was a little unexpected. The snake's head wasn't completely broken off, with only a little bit of skin attached to it. It retracted a bit before it broke off completely. As the snake's head shrank, it fell from Ning Shu's sight, only a few millimeters away from her chest. Ning Shu knew that the snake head was still very dangerous, and she was so frightened that her hand slipped and her body slid down. Lu Zhe and Tang Xiaowu quickly grabbed the rope. And at this moment, an unforeseen accident happened. The snake's head did not bite Ning Shu, but fell on a tree trunk at her feet, broke off, and bounced straight towards Tang Xiaowu. Tang Xiaowu was so scared that he screamed. But it's useless? At this moment, she was holding a tree trunk with one hand and Ning Shu's safety rope with the other. There was no way she could stop the snake head from flying toward her. The snake's head actually bit Tang Xiaowu directly on the chest. Tang Xiaowu was terrified and said in a daze, Why is it me again? But immediately she got angry. Asshole, you can't always bully the cutest ones. He became so angry that he pulled the snake's head off his chest and threw it hard against the stone wall. Then, her body softened and she was about to slide down. Lu Zhe didn't have time to think about it. He stepped forward with his feet and held onto the crevice, holding the weight of 2 people by himself. Ning Shu, tie the rope tight. Ning Shu reacted quickly, grabbed a protruding rock, bit the Type 30 bayonet with his teeth, and began to tie the rope to the tree. Lu Zhe untied his rope, moved to Tang Xiaowu's side, and tied himself and Tang Xiaowu together with the rope. Brother Xiaozhe, Tang Xiaowu looked at Lu Zhe, a glimmer of despair in his eyes. This time, I'm really hopeless. Shut up. As long as I'm here, you'll just live well. Chapter 128. There are herbs within 10 steps. Chapter 128. There are herbs within 10 steps. Lu Zhe understood that they were now facing an unprecedented crisis. Every second of delay would put Guo'er in greater danger. But now he must first take Guo'er to the top of the cliff for treatment. Fortunately, they were now only a few steps away from the top of the cliff. Lu Zhe tied Tang Xiaowu to himself and climbed up. Soon after, Ning Shu also climbed up. After climbing up, Lu Zhe didn't bother to observe the surrounding situation and immediately took off Tang Xiaowu's clothes. The delicate little body was shining with holy light, but in Lu Zhe's eyes he could only see the 2 black blood spots. At that moment, Ning Shu shed tears sadly, and Lu Zhe was also extremely worried. I'm going to die. Lu Zhe didn't bother to answer her. He used the tip of the knife to cut across on the wound and squeezed out the blood. He then stuffed a handful of wild persimmons into his mouth, bent down, and sucked out the poisonous blood from the wound mouthful by mouthful. Hey, you will be poisoned too. Tang Xiaowu could only let himself be manipulated. Lu Zhe understood that this bite was different from the last one. Not only was it closer to the heart, but it also could not block blood circulation. He could only suck the blood out of her wound over and over again. Finally, all I could do was suck out the blood. Guo'er, how do you feel? Tang Xiaowu pursed his lips weakly and smiled faintly. It's quite comfortable. Lu Zhe said with a sad heart. You know I'm not asking this. I feel a little sleepy, my chest feels a little stuffy, and I have no strength in my body. Typical symptoms of poisoning. Ning Shu was very anxious. Lu Zhe, what should I do? Lu Zhe understood that being sad or heartbroken now would not solve any problems. He had to calm himself down. Close your eyes and meditate. Survival manual. Got it. Squad leader, you take good care, Gore. I'll find a way. Where are you going? No time to explain. Lu Zhe left a few words and went down through the crack in the cliff again. Ning Shu noticed that this time Lu Zhe didn't even tie a safety rope. Lu Zhe, squad leader. Gore, how are you? If I die, you must help me take good care of brothers. Gore, you won't die. Really not. Lu Zhe loves you so much, he will definitely be able to save you. Tang Xiao grabbed Ning Shu's hand. Who said that? He is always mean to me. Brother Zhe loves you the most. I don't ask for much. Squad leader, if you marry him, I just hope that every Thursday in his life, he can say good morning to my photo. I hope you won't be angry. After saying this, tears flowed from the corners of Tang Xiao's eyes, but Ning Shu had already burst into tears. She hugged Gui'er and said, Gui'er, don't say anything. You'll be fine. You will survive. We can't live without Gui'er. Where is Lu Zhe? I really want him to stay with me again. He's gonna find a way to save you. Don't worry, he'll be back soon. 10 minutes later, Lu Zhe climbed out from the crevice again. Ning Shu's worried heart finally settled down. She didn't dare to think about how she would face it if she got the news that Lu Zhe fell off the cliff at this time. Lu Zhe put a few clumps of weeds on the ground. What kind of grass is this? 9-death resurrection herb. Lu Zhe said solemnly. The ancients said, there must be an antidote within 10 steps of a poison. I think there is some truth to it. This herb has a certain effect in curing snake venom. Although I don't know how effective it is, I can only count on it. Ning Shu was a little confused. In her eyes, Lu Zhe's survival approach has always been scientific, rigorous, and reliable. Everything he said was highly scientific. But what was going on with the herbs that had a strong martial arts flavor this time? Is it reliable? But now, I'm afraid I can only rely on this herb. Lu Zhe placed his hand on Ning Shu's shoulder and said solemnly, Squad leader, we must stay here overnight. I need to take care of Gui'er. I can only rely on you for many things. Ning Shu was stunned, and then she understood. How heavy will the burden be on her shoulders today? I used to rely on Lu Zhe, but today, I have to become a real survivor. She wiped away her tears and nodded. Okay, you take good care of Gui'er and leave the rest to me. The two gave each other an affirmative look and then started to get busy. The first thing Lu Zhe had to do was to chew the herbs into powder and carefully apply them to the wound on Gui'er's chest. At the same time, Ning Shu took a .30 caliber bayonet and began looking for branches and sticks. Because they set out in the afternoon today, night would soon fall and she had to light the fire before night fell. Brother Zhe, I'm a little cold. Can you hug me? Gui'er said pitifully. Lu Zhe understood that Tang Xiao was not being pretentious on purpose this time. Her body was undergoing a tremendous test. In addition to detoxification, she must always maintain a positive survival mentality, which will help her get through the difficult times. He picked up Tang Xiao and held her in his arms. Gui'er, don't be afraid, Brother Zhe is always with you. Tang Xiao pursed her lips. Brother, you were so good to me today. It's worth it even if I die. Lu Zhe said, don't talk nonsense, you can't die, and Gui'er can't be absent from my concubine. Really? Well, don't talk or move. I'll go help the monitor. Lu Zhe, you just take care of Gui'er. I can handle it myself. Ning Shu, who was standing next to him, held a bayonet and wiped the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand, saying firmly. Lu Zhe nodded. Well, please. At this time, the wind on the top of the cliff was getting stronger and stronger. Tang Xiao was shivering in the wind. Lu Zhe had no choice but to carry her behind a tree in the windward area and try his best to keep her warm with his body. Then he felt something cool entering into his clothes. Is it a snake again? No, it's just Tang Xiao's little hand. Although the request was a bit unreasonable, Lu Zhe still did not refuse. He understood that humans are not honey badgers. They cannot just sleep away from snake venom. They need to be awake to mobilize their strong desire to survive. Once they fall asleep, they may really fall asleep. Okay, but don't use too much force. It will hurt you too. Tang Xiao smiled and said, don't you always say that I am your beloved concubine? Then, can you kiss me? Lu Zhe leaned down and gently kissed Tang Xiao on the forehead and lips. Tang Xiao smiled sweetly. Sure enough, the feeling is different from being touched passively. Lu Zhe also smiled. Yeah, actually I kissed you secretly several times. Tang Xiaowu cried happily. I have secretly kissed you several times. Both of them smiled with tears in their eyes. Then, tell me the truth, is this your first kiss? When this question was mentioned, Lu Zhe was stunned for a moment. He thought of the day when he and Ning Shu were on the Egg Yolk Island Highlands. Tang Xiaowu immediately saw that there was something wrong. No. Then who took away Brother Zhe's first kiss? Chapter 129, Snake Venom Serum. Chapter 129, Snake Venom Serum. Okay, it's the monitor, Ning Shu said softly, with a hint of helplessness and relief in her eyes. I thought Tang Xiaowu would be furious when he heard this, but Tang Xiaowu just pursed his lips slightly, then sighed softly, as if he had seen through everything. That's normal. The monitor is the most skilled one among us, and he is an expert in that area. No, it's not an exaggeration to say that he is a professor. Ning Shu, who was standing by, couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook her head. She knew in her heart that it was probably just the situation that caused some misunderstandings. She felt that her heart was pure, but this was not the time to worry about these things at this critical moment. Ning Shu understood that Lu Zhe was Guo'er's current spiritual pillar, so she had to take on the responsibility of survival. The first thing she had to do was to make a fire, and she had to light the fire as soon as possible. They did not bring any Iroquois fire starters on this trip, and cell phone batteries are important supplies that they cannot be used up just to start fire. Ning Shu took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, as if to encourage herself. She had already made up her mind, and now she could only rely on that method, bow drilling. This was the method of making fire that Lu Zhe and Sister Bing had used when they were trying to survive before. It was also the reason why she had misunderstood Lu Zhe as having a bad habit. Ning Shu acted quickly. She squatted down, untied her shoelaces, then carefully selected a few branches of appropriate thickness and tied their upper and lower ends tightly with shoelaces. After a while, a simple bow was made. Then, she found a pile of wooden sticks around, carefully compared them, picked out the most suitable one, and then carefully sharpened a sharp tip with a 30-type bayonet. After the preparations were ready, she placed a thick wooden stick on the ground, then placed the sharpened wooden stick on it, and found a flat stone to firmly press the top of the wooden stick. After everything was ready, she began to pull the bow drill in her hand. At first, Ning Shu thought it was not a difficult task, but when he actually tried it, he realized how difficult it was. After only pulling for a short while, her shoulders began to ache, as if countless tiny needles were piercing through her muscles. After a while, blisters began to appear on her hands, and every time she pulled them, she felt excruciating pain. At this moment, Ning Shu's mind involuntarily emerged the scenes in which she had misunderstood Lu Zhe. Her heart was full of regret and self-blame. How could she have misunderstood Lu Zhe so easily at that time? On the other hand, Lu Zhe was well aware of the heavy responsibility he was shouldering at the moment. He understood that after Tang Xiaowu was bitten by a snake, the most dangerous period of time for the venom was 6 to 12 hours. During this period, he had to do everything he could to keep Tang Xiaowu awake and never let her fall asleep. After all, the last time Tang Xiaowu had the malaria-like condition in the middle of the night was really too dangerous. So, Lu Zhe racked his brains and talked about everything he thought could cheer Tang Xiaowu up, from childhood fun to past dreams, from school memories to aspirations for the future. He racked his brains and tried hard to keep Tang Xiaowu conscious. Time passed quietly, and it was about to get dark. Ning Shu had been pulling for 2 hours straight. She felt as if her arms were about to break. The pain and fatigue almost overwhelmed her. But she gritted her teeth and persisted. She knew that her condition today was much better than Lu Zhe's on the first day of being stranded on the desert island. After all, the branches in the forest were more suitable for drilling wood to make fire than those on the seashore. Finally, after drilling wood for 2 hours and 15 minutes, Ning Shu was exhausted. But at that moment, a flame slowly rose, and she successfully started the fire. The jumping flames appeared particularly bright in the darkening sky, as if they were the dawn of hope, dispelling the haze that shrouded everyone's hearts. Chapter 130 Overnight in the Jungle. Chapter 130 Overnight in the Jungle. Come on, there's fire. Ning Shu moved the fire in front of Lu Zhe and Tang Xiaowu and began to add firewood. Lu Zhe praised, Sure, monitor. Ning Shu smiled proudly. She was so tired that she could hardly lift her arms. Isn't that great? Drink some water first. Ning Shu wiped the sweat off his face, picked up a bottle of water, and gulped down half of it. It was also at this time that Lu Zhe noticed some blood stains on the water bottle. It should be because Ning Shu's palms were rubbed raw from countless pulling and pulling. Lu Zhe couldn't help but feel distressed. Ning Shu rested for a while, took a breath, and picked up the Type 30 bayonet. Wait for me. I have to chop some more firewood, otherwise there won't be enough fire tonight. Lu Zhe knew how much physical energy was consumed by making fire with a bow and drill. The first time he did it, his arms were almost broken. Although the wood in the forest was better, Ning Shu's physical energy was almost exhausted. Guo is feeling a little better now. Take a break, squad leader. Leave the rest to me. Tang Xiaohua also saw the price Ning Shu paid for making fire, and said, Squad leader, please accompany me. Ning Shu really had no strength left, so he nodded. Okay, Lu Zhe, be careful. Remember, don't move, but stay awake. If anything happens, just call me. I won't be too far away from you. Ning Shu made an okay gesture. Understood. Lu Zhe walked around the area with a 30-gauge bayonet. There were many trees in the jungle, and he broke and chopped them. Soon he collected a large pile of firewood. It was also at this time that he briefly observed the top of the cliff. He found that the terrain here was completely different from that at the foot of the mountain. The ground here is covered with rocks that have fallen from the mountains, fallen leaves, ferns, and weeds, and there are strangely shaped trees and thorny bushes everywhere. If the mountain below is like a tropical rainforest, this place is more like a subtropical mountain forest. As night falls, the sea breeze enters the woods, making ghostly wails. Suddenly, a wow roar of an animal was heard in the distance, making everyone's heart hang in the air. Lu Zhe quickly returned to the two girls with a bundle of branches. Ning Shu said, Lu Zhe, did you hear that? What was that sound just now? Tang Xiaohua said with certainty. Is it a goblin? Of course not. Lu Zhe put down the dry wood and said, it should be some kind of cat. But don't worry, cats in the island forests are not very big. Plus, we have fire, so it won't risk attacking us. At this point, Lu Zhe smiled and said, even if they come, they will only provide us with an extra source of protein. Lu Zhe's confidence made both girls feel at ease. How could a man who could kill a giant bear be afraid of a small cat like this? Then, Lu Zhe put a bunch of 9 Lives Resurrection grass in the fire to roast. Your hands must be rubbed raw. Ning Shu pursed her lips. This is just a small matter. This grass can be burned into ashes to treat external injuries. I'll apply some on you later. Is it really called the 9-Death Resurrection Grass? That's the common name. Its scientific name is Selaginella, and it's a plant that grows on cliffs. It's usually found in temperate zones, but it can also be found in tropical areas like the Philippines. It has some medicinal value and can heal wounds and stop bleeding. So that's how it is. After a while, Lu Zhe took out the medicine ash, let it cool down, and then pulled Ning Shu's hand over. Sure enough, Ning Shu had several bruises on the palms of his hands, which made him feel a little distressed. Rinse it with water and sprinkle some medicine ash on it. Since there was no extra cloth, Lu Zhe tore some cloth from his vest and wrapped it around her. What should we do next? The wind is strong near the cliff, and the forest is very dangerous. We must have a shelter. If we can survive tonight, tomorrow will be easy. Ning Shu said, I checked around when I was making the bow drill just now. The branches here are too weak. They are either too thin or too short or not hard enough. They can barely be used as firewood, but I'm afraid they can't support the shelter. Lu Zhe nodded. He knew that what Ning Shu said was right. The trees here grew too strangely, and it was difficult to find branches suitable for building a shelter. Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, then we don't need branches. There are a lot of stones here. We could just use stones and leaves. Then he looked at the sky and said, before it gets completely dark, I'll go get some rocks and we'll build a semi-enclosed wall here to block the sea breeze. Okay, be careful. Lu Zhe collected stones nearby, and Ning Shu built it bit by bit. After half an hour, most of the nearby stones had been picked up, and the two of them built a semicircular stone wall more than 1 meter high, which was just enough for 3 people to huddle inside. It's still leaking, it's okay. I cut some more branches and leaves and piled them on the back of the stone wall, and the wind was indeed much weaker. After finishing the work, another half an hour passed, and it was completely dark. The jungle grew darker and more eerie. Finally settled down. Guo, how are you? It's okay, but my chest feels a little tight, and I feel a little tired. Don't sleep, I tell you. Then you have to do something to refresh yourself. No, you can't move. I can neither sleep nor move. Yes. Then we can only play snake. Wait a moment. Let's check if any of the supplies we brought are lost, and then discuss the next plan. That's fine. The squad leader's backpack is here. The only knives we brought were bayonets. The paratrooper knife and other tools were left to Sister Bing and the others. Considering that we might be staying out overnight, I also brought an aluminum lunchbox with me. The lunchbox contains some pork jerky, banana jerky, and some bamboo shoots. I don't have to worry about food. Do you want to eat something first? Tang Xiao shook his head. I can't eat it. Ning Shu sighed. I can't eat it either. Lu Zhe said, let's cook some broth. Drinking it at night will give you strength. Okay, leave it to me. Ning Shu began to cook pork soup in a lunchbox. The situation is better than the day we were stranded on the desert island. But what should we do tomorrow? Lu Zhe thought carefully for a while and said, given Guo'er's condition, I don't think she will be able to go down the mountain tomorrow. Let's use this place as our camp tomorrow and explore the jungle. When Guo'er has fully recovered, we'll go up to find the highest point on the mountaintop. Ning Shu said, if we don't go back for a few days, will Sister Bing and the others be worried? Won't. Lu Zhe raised his head, looked at Ning Shu, and then looked at Tang Xiao. Put yourself in my shoes. If you were Bing Jie, Qianqi, and Yao Yao, what would you do if I climbed the cliff and didn't come back on time? The two girls thought about it, and Ning Shu thought about it. I will be very anxious and wait for you at the cliff and call you loudly. It's also possible to blow the whistle. That's right. When we hear their shouts and whistles, we know they're coming. We can then tell them about our situation and next plan and tell them not to worry. Chapter 131, Obtaining Salt from Your Own Skin. Chapter 131, Obtaining Salt from Your Own Skin. After finalizing the next plan, the three people felt much calmer. At this time, Ning Shu seemed to have discovered something. Look, what is that over there? Lu Zhe and Tang Xiao looked over there together. Tang Xiao also saw two spots of light. It really is a goblin. Lu Zhe's eyes clearly saw the lurker on the opposite side. It was less than 1 meter tall, with beautiful spots all over its body. It was lying on a tree, staring at them. Lu Zhe figured it out. This is a clouded leopard, a jungle cat found in tropical and subtropical areas, and also in the Himalayas. Although it is very ferocious and can hunt prey much larger than itself, it is very timid. Its staple food is civet cats, boobies, and monkeys. It will not attack humans easily, especially since there's a fire in the camp. Even if it is watching you, the safety factor is actually very high. Lu Zhe judged that it was probably the smell of cooked meat in the lunchbox that attracted this greedy cat. He wanted to comfort the two female classmates and tell them not to be afraid. But think about it again, it's easy to feel sleepy when there's no danger at all, so it might be a good thing to feel a little nervous occasionally. What the hell? Lu Zhe's expression became serious. It's a clouded leopard. Leopard. A clouded leopard is a clouded leopard. It is not a leopard, nor is it a cat. Does it eat people? Lu Zhe lied solemnly. It likes to eat humans the most. Huh? It's looking at us. Is it going to eat us? But in order to make this lie more realistic, Lu Zhe added, it is looking for an opportunity. It hides during the day and comes out at night, waiting for us to fall asleep so that it can attack us. The two girls were immediately frightened. What shall we do then? It's staring at us, and we're staring at it to see who will give up first. Ugh. With this thing to refresh himself, Lu Zhe felt relieved. But now, the temperature continues to drop, and we have to consider further transformation of the camp. Tang Xiao said, tell me, is it because it's staring at us? Why do we feel colder and colder? Ning Shu sighed. No way, is it because of the high altitude and different air pressure? There is no such thing as a pressure difference at an altitude of several dozen meters. Lu Zhe thought for a while and said, I guess it's because the sea surface has been exposed to the sun for a day and has a certain temperature. It can also emit some heat at night. The vegetation on the island is relatively dense and can block some of the sea breeze, so it won't quickly take away the temperature. Therefore, places with low altitudes are warmer. What should we do then? Have you read the text from your childhood? The Master of the Great Forest. Both girls nodded. You two help me keep an eye on that clouded leopard, and we'll use the old hunter's method to stay warm. The specific method is very simple. Lu Zhe found a relatively straight one among all the crooked tree sticks and started to cut it with a few clicks, cutting off the branches and then flattening one end. A simple shovel is made. I weigh it in my hand, and it feels pretty good. Using the Southeast Asian guy's unique skill of digging a pit, Lu Zhe prepared to dig a pit next to the fire and then burn a fire in the pit. After burning for a while, the soil on the pit wall can be dried up and the insects in the soil can be killed. Then he piled dry leaves on it, and a simple Kong was ready. But Lu Zhe miscalculated the hardness of the surface soil. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough to dig the hole, but that his tools were too weak. After half an hour, he had worn out 3 sticks and broken 2, before he finally dug out a small hole. Lu Zhe felt a little worried when looking at this small earth pit. It's not possible to sleep a person in it, but it's okay to let a cat or a dog sleep there. What to do? Hey, got it. If it can't be used as a firebed, it can be used as a foot basin. According to the plan, branches and leaves were put into the pit and burned. After the pile of leaves was burned out, the sparks were stomped out and a pile of dry leaves were thrown into the pit. Put your feet in there. When your feet are warm, your body will be warm too. Ning Shu nodded, took off her shoes and socks, and put her feet into the leaf pit. Tang Xiaowa shook her head. I want Brother Xiaozhe to warm my feet. Lu Zhe smiled and held the 2 small and cute little feet in his hands. Chapter 132 Stop Flirting. Chapter 132 were Stop Flirting. Wow, it's so warm. Lu Zhe held Tang Xiaowa's cold little feet in his hands, and under the leaves, Ning Shu put her foot on the back of Lu Zhe's feet. I remember the hunters in the forest seemed to have built a firebed. What is this? The situation is different. The geology is different. Don't ask for too much. Brother Xiaozhe, I'm a little sleepy. Don't be sleepy. I'll tell you a ghost story. The 3 of them sat here and talked about horror movies for half a night. At midnight, Ning Shu couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep on his side. Lu Zhe gently kissed Tang Xiao on the forehead. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have completed the sign-in. Perception +1. You have signed in for 35 consecutive days. Strength, 24. Physical fitness, 15. Physical strength, 14. Agility, 16. Perception, 16. Completed weekly sign-in. Got important reminder. When attacked by neurotoxic snakes, people will produce certain antibodies, and if they can hold on for 12 hours, they are out of danger. Lu Zhe looked at his watch. It had been 10 hours since the snake bit him. Gwr, you must hold on. Hold on for another 2 hours. Tang Xiaowa's eyelids were also fighting. Brother Xiaozhe, do you have to hold on that long? I don't think my condition is that serious. By the way, why doesn't that goblin leave? That's a clouded leopard. It wants to eat us. Brother Zhe, I want to... Is that so? Lu Zhe wanted to wake up Ning Shu to accompany Gwr to the toilet, but seeing how soundly Ning Shu was sleeping, he really couldn't bear to wake her up. Tang Xiao will put her little mouth close to Lu Zhe's ear and whispered softly, Brother Zhe, accompany me. Will you accompany me? That's great. I need to go to the bathroom too. Lu Zhe helped Tang Xiao up, walked to the tree next to them, then turned around and untied his belt. Brother Xiaozhe, don't turn around. I'm scared if you don't look at me. This is not good. Tang Xiao smiled and said, What's wrong with that? It's so dark and you can't see clearly. Can't Lu Zhe see clearly? Under normal circumstances, you really can't see anything clearly, but it's a different story when you concentrate your mind and energy to mobilize the perception ability granted by the system. Both farsightedness and night vision abilities will be greatly enhanced. Shall we play a game? What to play? See who can pee farther. Damn it, Tang Xiaowa. I beg you. After all, you are one of my favorite concubines. Can you please do something a goddess should do? Tang Xiaowa tilted his head. Then you say you admit defeat. No way. Then let's compete. Fuck, I'm afraid of you. Half a minute later, Lu Zhe realized that he had made a mistake. It's good enough that you can pee in this state. And with this angle, it can be higher, but not far at all. What on earth is wrong with me to agree to compete with this crazy girl Tang Xiaowa? Even if you win, it's not glorious. What's more, actually, lost. Hee hee, Brother Zhe lost to me. The little girl was so happy that her nose was about to bubble. You're stuck with a bug. I'm not in a normal state at all. Tang Xiaowa tilted her head and said happily, Me neither. I was bitten by a poisonous snake not long ago, and my body is very weak and frail. Lu Zhe snapped his fingers and said, Humph, Tang Xiaowa. If you continue like this, I will be rude to you. Tang Xiaowa quickly pretended to be quiet. You can bully me if you want, but you have to keep your voice down, or Ning Shu will find out. Lu Zhe was speechless. He really couldn't bear it if he was teased any further. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't care. But now is really not the time. He tried hard to calm himself down and let Tang Xiaowa hold on for the last hour or so. Guoya. He held Tang Xiaowa's shoulders. Listen to me. Brother Zhe is so sleepy now, so the glorious and arduous mission of keeping watch is now handed over to you. At 4 o'clock in the morning, you wake me up. Because Tang Xiao's watch was left in the camp, Lu Zhe put his own watch on Tang Xiao's hand. Then, he lay down next to Ning Shu and fell asleep. Hey, why are you letting a patient keep watch? Tang Xiao sighed in disappointment and angrily kicked Lu Zhe's butt with her little feet. Seeing that Lu Zhe didn't move, he hesitated for a moment, then helped Lu Zhe take off his shoes and put his feet into the leaf pit again. Tang Xiao looked at the two shining spots of light in the distance. She shivered and hugged her shoulders. She checked herself and found that the wound on her chest had regained its color. Although her body temperature was a little high, she felt that her body was gradually recovering. July 14th, the 35th day on the desert island. After Tang Xiao was poisoned by snake venom for the second time, he finally managed to survive for 12 hours. At 4 o'clock in the morning, she woke Lu Zhe up. It's time. Lu Zhe quickly turned over and stood up. Grr, that's great. You made it. Ning Shu also rubbed his eyes and sat up. Are you okay? Lu Zhe nodded. We should have survived. We must be careful in the future and handle poisonous snakes properly if we encounter any. Grr, drink some water. Tang Xiao nodded confusedly and fell asleep in Lu Zhe's arms. Chapter 133. Lack of protein. Eat some snake eggs to supplement. Chapter 133. Lack of protein. Eat some snake eggs to supplement. At this time, the sky was already turning pale. The clouded leopards have also disappeared. Ning Shu handed the lunchbox to Lu Zhe. Drink some wild vegetable and meat soup first to warm your stomach. I'll arrange for her first. He heated the ground, then used dry leaves to make a soft surface for Tang Xiao, and then packed some leaves on his shoulders to use as a pillow for her. Then he carefully put Tang Xiao on it. Ning Shu gently touched Tang Xiao's forehead. Look how tired the child is. She's the same age as us. Yes, but the youngest birthday is our little sister. Lu Zhe, can we still go down today? Lu Zhe looked at the time. It was already 6 o'clock in the morning, and the sun was about to come out. Although Guerrer has passed the critical period, she is not suitable for high-intensity exercise recently. Climbing a mountain is definitely not suitable for her. We can't just go down and leave her here. She will definitely cry. Don't talk about her. I'm going to cry. My heart is chilled. Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, while she's sleeping, let's wait here. I guess Sister Bing and the others will come to the bottom of the cliff to find us in the morning. We can tell them about our current situation and ask them not to worry. Once Guerrer recovers a little, we'll set out again to continue looking for the commanding heights. We can't come here in vain, right? Okay, let's do it. There's not much food left. Just you wait. Lu Zhe stretched his arms and legs, then tied the rope to a tree and climbed down the cliff. Hey, what are you doing? Get some protein. I consumed a lot yesterday. I need to replenish my nutrition. After a while, Lu Zhe climbed up and took out 11 eggs from his pocket. This egg is smaller and longer than a chicken egg and is snow white, representing another potential. Snake eggs. That's right, but unfortunately the headless snake has disappeared. Can snake eggs be eaten? Of course you can eat it. It's no different from an egg. I heard that newborn snakes can be poisonous to death. Snake eggs can't be poisonous, right? Don't worry about that. Snake venom is also a kind of protein. High temperature will destroy its toxicity. Even if it is poisonous, the toxicity will be gone after boiling it. This is the first time I've heard of this. After a snake bite, can scalding the wound also remove the poison? That's true, but just burning it randomly won't work. It's best to put a match head into the wound, light it, and then it will remove most of the toxins from the wound. Ning Shu shuddered. It's too brutal. It hurts just thinking about it. We didn't have the conditions at the time. If we had, I would have given it to Guerrer. This kind of pain is only temporary, but it can help people survive. Ning Su noted it. Then, Lu Zhe carefully checked the eggs. They should have been laid not long ago. They haven't formed a snake shape yet. We can roast them and eat them, but we need to control the heat well. Lu Zhe watched over the baked eggs carefully. 2 of them were burnt, but most of them were cooked just right. He peeled it open, threw the snake egg into his mouth, and chewed it. It's quite delicious. Lu Zhe ate 4 pills. Ning Shu ate 3, and prepared the rest for Tang Xiao to eat when he woke up. Then Ning Shu lay down next to Tang Xiao and prepared to take a nap. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Ning Shu and Tang Xiao both woke up. Lu Zhe speculated that Shun Bing should come to see them at this time, but it didn't. There were no shouting or whistles coming from the bottom of the mountain. Tang Xiao said aggrievedly, "Have they forgotten about us?" Lu Zhe shook his head. Maybe there are also urgent problems in the camp that need to be solved. Maybe they will arrive later. Did something happen at the camp? Lu Zhe shook his head. No, the cave is very safe. There are a lot of wood and campfires. There are also fences and bear meat in the safe area. Sister Bing and the others should be able to handle it. Ning Shu asked, "Do we have to wait any longer?" Lu Zhe shook his head. "We can't go down now, and there's no point in waiting any longer. Leave them a signal, everyone eats something, and we have to continue to the top of the mountain." Chapter 134 Continue to move towards the top of the mountain. Chapter 134 Continue to head to the top of the mountain. Tang Xiao asked, "What's delicious?" Lu Zhe handed her the snake eggs. "Here are some eggs. This egg looks so disgusting. These are snake eggs." "Snake eggs?" "It's similar to an egg." Lu Zhe carefully peeled one and handed it to Tang Xiao's mouth. From the outside, it looks like an egg. Tang Xiao bit into an egg and ate it, feeling pretty good. "Brother Xiaozhe, how are we going to leave a signal for them later? We need to throw something down there, right?" Ning Shu thought for a moment, then worriedly asked, "What if they can't find it?" Lu Zhe thought for a while and said, "I just thought about it, and there are a few key points to pay attention to when sending signals to our companions below the cliff. First, can't be blown away by the wind. Second, be as conspicuous as possible so that they can notice you as soon as they come. Third, make it as clear as possible where we are going and give them exact directions so that they don't have to look for us again and end up going the wrong way." Ning Shu nodded. "What should I do?" "Just find a rock, a rope, and a long branch, and tear off a piece of diary paper and write a letter. Tell them we are all safe, and ask them to stay in the camp as much as possible. It may take a few days for them to come back. If they have to leave, they can leave some signals for us, and we will have a certain purpose when we look for them again." Tang Xiao was stuffed another egg in his mouth and said, "I understand. The monitor's hand is injured. Let me write it. There are rocks and branches all over the place, so just use the ropes you bring." Lu Zhe tied a long branch tightly to the stone. "We will throw it off the cliff later. Due to air resistance, the small but heavy stone will fall to the ground first, while the branch will stand on the ground and will be more conspicuous in the haystack." Ning Shu nodded and said, "But it's still easy to miss. If we tie something we usually use to the top, it will be fine. Without the cloth strips, what can attract their attention when it is not very useful to us at this stage?" Lu Zhe read the letter twice, tied it in the middle of the branch, tied a red plastic bag to the top of the branch, then walked to the edge of the cliff holding the signal sign, checked that there was no one below, and after making sure that it would not hit the girl, he threw the stone down. Swoosh, boom. As expected, the stone fell into the grass below, a branch stood in the middle of the grass, and the red plastic bag fluttered in the wind among the weeds, being extremely conspicuous. "Anyone who comes here will definitely see it." Lu Zhe patted the dust off his palms and said, "It's done. They shouldn't worry anymore after seeing this. Well, shall we go now?" "Or how are you?" "Still a little tired, but okay. Let's continue to go to the top of the mountain, but we can slow down a bit and search for supplies along the way. For example, fresh water, nuts, and mushrooms, but I have to determine whether they are poisonous or not." Tang Xiao nodded. "Understood, let's go." Etc. Lu Zhe took out some rags and wrapped them around the calves of Ning Shu and Tang Xiao. The two girls smiled at each other, thinking, "I'm afraid the weeds will accidentally scratch our delicate calves now." The three continued walking up the mountain. The slope is 45 degrees, and if it is too steep, we can only go around and climb up from another place, so the progress is very slow. All around there were the sounds of unknown animals and birds, making strange noises. From time to time, there was a rustling sound in the trees, and I didn't know what had disturbed some animal. Here, they are like uninvited guests who have barged in, causing the local indigenous people to be vigilant and curious. At noon, they climbed halfway up the mountain and were only a short distance away from the top of the mountain. Tang Xiao was so tired that he could not walk any further. At this point, all the fresh water has been drunk. Going further will accelerate the loss of body fluids, which will cause dehydration and heat stroke. Fortunately, they did not use fresh water to cook the snake eggs. If they had lost that half bottle of water, the situation they would be facing would be much more dangerous than it is now. Anyway, take a break for a while. Chapter 135, Resource-Rich Forests. Chapter 135, Resource-Rich Forests. I have been walking in the mountains and forests for so long, but I haven't encountered any valleys, streams, or pools. Ning Shu said worriedly. "It would be great if we encountered a mud pit. We have almost finished drinking all the water now." Lu Zhe took off his trousers and said, "Don't panic. There are still ways to get fresh water in a jungle like this." Tang Xiao asked weakly, Is the method of obtaining fresh water proper? Is this important? Besides, my survival methods have always been pretty decent. As he spoke, Lu Zhe spread the plastic bag on the ground, then twisted his trouser legs hard and actually wrung out water. After the rain, the air is humid, and the temperature difference between day and night is large, so a lot of dew will remain on the weeds. You can also take off the cloth on your legs and wring it out. Ning Shu and Tang Xiaohua also removed the cloth strips and wrung out the water. There wasn't much water, and it was good for quenching thirst temporarily, but it couldn't sustain them for the entire journey. Lu Zhe asked Ning Shu and Gua Er to rest while he looked for some fresh water nearby. The island woodlands in Southeast Asia are extremely rich in resources. If you know these plants, you never have to worry about the source of carbohydrates. But if you don't know him, you have to be careful. Fortunately, Lu Zhe has the ability to distinguish, and he can obtain information about the plants as long as his fingertips touch them. For example, this forest is a paradise for mushrooms, and it is easy to find traces of mushrooms among the dead leaves. The most numerous kind of mushroom is a bright red one. If you lie down and take a look, you can see that the stem is white with a slight hint of pink. The domineering appearance and the flamboyant color give people the first impression that this thing is highly poisonous. But unable to suppress his strong curiosity, Lu Zhe still touched it. The message from the mushroom immediately came to my mind. Ding! Wild red mushrooms were found. Then here is a detailed introduction to this mushroom. After taking a look, Lu Zhe discovered that this mushroom was not only non-toxic, but also a very delicious and precious mountain delicacy. The most obvious difference from the legendary poisonous mushroom is that its stem is not completely white, but a little pink. The slight difference creates a completely different nature, and only people who live in the mountains can tell the difference. Had to get some. Then, I found a Beauties and a bunch of oyster mushrooms. Without further ado, I put them all away, filled up half of my pocket. Finally, he found some dried oyster mushrooms next to a fallen tree in the rock. He picked them up and rubbed them with his hands, and they broke into powder. It should be that the big tree fell down due to the storm, and these clumps of mushrooms lost their shelter and were exposed to direct sunlight and dried up. It could be stored for a period of time, soaked in water, and then eaten, and could be used as a seasoning if rubbed into powder. In addition to oyster mushrooms, there are also dead-dried pandan leaves. That is a unique flavoring in Southeast Asia. Got 3 kinds of mushrooms and pandan leaves. If we get another pheasant and stew it with mushrooms, that would be truly unforgettable. He began to search the area for signs of pheasants. But no, not even a hare was found. In the end, only 2 water vines were found on a pile of rocks, and there was a lot of water in them. If you cut it with a knife, water will flow out from the cut. Lu Zhe drank his fill and then filled 3.5 bottles until no more water could flow out of the water vine. That's not bad. Take these things and go back to the camp to roast mushrooms. Wow, so many big mushrooms. Tang Xiaohua picked up one and took a look. His face suddenly changed. Lu Zhe, this mushroom must be poisonous. It may look like it, but trust me, it's not poisonous. How can you be so sure? Don't tell me there are another 100,000 whys. I've read it before. It says that all brightly colored poisonous mushrooms cannot be eaten. Can what you see compare to what I see? Don't worry, the stem of the non-toxic red mushroom is not pure white, but has a light pink color. This is a wild delicacy from Yunnan, the red mushroom. But when I'm not around, don't identify it by yourself. Don't pick it if you can. Lu Zhe pointed to its stem and gave a scientific lecture. Ning Shu and Tang Xiaohua looked over and indeed found a faint pink color on the mushroom stem. Are you sure? When have I ever lied to you? So how are you going to eat? Bake. Lu Zhe skewered the mushrooms, then spent an hour using a bow drill to make a fire, then roasted them on the fire. He applied a little Ning Shu salt on them and sprinkled some chopped chili peppers on them, and the aroma filled the air. Forget it. If we have to die, we'll die together. Let's eat. After distributing a few mushrooms, Lu Zhe thought that it would be too time-consuming and laborious to start a new fire after each visit. How about making a fire starter? With a tinderbox, the fire can be kept for 7 or 8 hours without any problem, and there's no need to work hard to make fire by rubbing 2 sticks together every time. The key is that girls can also use it, which greatly saves physical energy. So can the existing materials be used to make fire sticks? Checking the existing supplies, it seems that everything we need is available. Chapter 136, Overlooking the Heart of the Island. Chapter 136, Overlooking the Island. Lu Zhe, you should take a break too. Ning Shu handed Lu Zhe half a bottle of fresh water obtained from the tree. Lu Zhe took it and took a sip, then gave it back to Ning Shu. You guys take a break first. I'll make a fire starter. Tang Xiaowu was surprised. Fire stick? I've seen in martial arts movies. Is there really such a thing? Yes, I've seen Sister Sparrow do it. Ning Shu didn't understand why we had to make fire sticks before. Now I understand. It seems easy to see others making fire by rubbing two sticks together, but it is so difficult to do it yourself. Skills, materials, weather, strength, and physical fitness are all essential. Even Mr. De, a master in the field of survival, has days when he can't make a fire. A tinderbox is the most convenient way to store fire in the wild. Even if you can make a fire, it will help you retain a lot of energy. Lu Zhe, I support you. But the proper fire sticks are made by soaking sweet potatoes or sweet potato vines and grinding them into powder. Do they have it? Not to mention that the conditions were not there. Even if there were, Lu Zhe would never waste a potato vine just to preserve the fire. But now, mud vines can be used instead. Smash it with stones. A sticky juice is secreted from it and put aside. Then pick up a burning stick from the fire, knock off the burnt and carbonized part, and crush it. Then crush the dried mushrooms and dried bay leaves into powder. Mix them with carbon powder, add a few drops of water, and knead them together with the juice from the mud vines. After a while, the pile of stuff was kneaded into a ball like dough. It was dark brown and looked very delicious. Lu Zhe rubbed them into strips as thick as fingers, then strung them on bamboo sticks and placed them next to the fire to dry. Once it is completely dried, light it and it will burn slowly to the end like incense. In order to facilitate carrying and further slow down the burning rate, Lu Zhe decided to make another cover. Use 2 pieces of bamboo, remove one side of the bamboo partition, make a small hole on the other side, thin the outside of one side and the inside of the other side, and then put the 2 sides together to make the cover. Light the tinder and put the condom inside. Oxygen will slowly enter through the small hole, preventing it from burning too quickly and also preventing it from going out. When you need it, take it out and blow it, and a small flame will appear. It was just right. No time was wasted. While everyone was resting, they were roasting the fire sticks. Tang Xiao's body was also recovering during the rest. After resting for more than an hour, the firewood was dried and Tang Xiao was in good spirits. He ate some more pork jerky. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the 3 people continued to climb the mountain. At almost 4 o'clock, the 3 people finally reached the top of the mountain. Although the mountain is not high, it is very steep, with thorns everywhere, and snakes, insects, rats, and ants often appear. The altitude of less than 300 meters is indeed more exhausting than climbing 1,000 meters of stone steps. It was nothing for Lu Zhe. The 2 girls really challenged themselves. As soon as I reached the top of the mountain, I sat down, gasped for breath, and drank water. Lu Zhe, drink some water? Ning Shu handed over the water bottle, but saw Lu Zhe walk to the edge of the cliff, looking towards the north of the cliff with a strange expression. What's wrong? Seeing that Lu Zhe didn't answer, the 2 girls helped each other stand up, walked to Lu Zhe's side, and followed Lu Zhe's gaze. At this moment, the 2 girls covered their mouths in surprise at the same time. Oh my God, is this heaven? This is too beautiful. The island is generally round in shape, with high ridges and jungles on the west, south, and north sides, a large gap on the east side, and a large crescent-shaped sandy bay formed by the seawater and the plain area in the middle. 1 nautical mile across from Shan, there are more than a dozen islands of various sizes and shapes, facing the main island across the sea, enclosing a sapphire blue lagoon. This is not an island, but a small archipelago. Lu Zhe estimated that the area of the main volcanic island should be around 20 to 25 square kilometers. Why it has not been discovered yet is unknown. The volcano was on the opposite ridge and seemed to be a higher altitude than where they were. It was surrounded by clouds. Lu Zhe concentrated and could vaguely see unknown birds circling and flying on the top of the volcano. Apparently, the volcano has been dormant for so long that it has become a paradise for birds. On one side of the volcano, there's a silver mountain stream flowing down, gathering into a mirror-like lake. The lake was estimated to be the size of 2 football fields, and the trees and vegetation around it were much taller and stronger than other places. Lu Zhe's first reaction was that this might be a freshwater lake. Tang Xiao pointed at the lake excitedly. Oh my God, a lake! There's actually a lake there? Ning Shu said. Could it be a freshwater lake? It is highly likely that if seawater flows into the volcano from somewhere, a large amount of it evaporates and then flows down through the cracks in the volcano, there will be continuous fresh water on the volcano. If all this fresh water gathers together and pours in, it will form a freshwater lake. Lu Zhe understood what the appearance of a freshwater lake on such an island meant to them. The system's prompt was correct. There must be fresh water here. But although he was happy in his heart, he also told himself to keep a calm mind so that he could make the most correct judgment. Who knew that the flowing mountain stream was not the water stored in the mountain after the heavy rain 2 days ago? Because of the evaporation of the lake water, the accumulated salt cannot be discharged, and over time the lake may become a saltwater lake. It's worth looking forward to, but I can't be completely sure that it is a freshwater lake until I see it. Look there! Tang Xiaowu didn't listen to what Lu Zhe said at all. She found something interesting again. Looking in the direction Tang Xiaowu pointed, Lu Zhe and Ning Shu saw some mudflats and puddles on the plains, which looked more like accumulated water after the heavy rain in the past few days. There were also a few animals drinking water in groups of 3 or 4 near the puddles. Lu Zhe looked intently, and his pupils suddenly contracted. He saw clearly that it was a goat. Can you believe there are sheep on this island? It is not yet certain which species it is, but it can add a touch of color to the menu of the volcanic island. Bamboo forests, coconut trees, and broadleaf forests, it has everything. At this moment, Ning Shu suddenly thought of something. Oh, cell phone. I quickly took out my cell phone. It had been in superpower saving mode, but there were still 3 bars of battery left. Hurry up. She wanted to take a picture of the scene in front of her. Click, click, click. No matter what it is, just take pictures of everything that can be taken. Ning Shu ran around, looking for angles to take pictures. In just 2 minutes, he took dozens of photos, and his phone ran out of battery again. However, this is also worth being thankful for, because basically everything that needs to be filmed has already been filmed. As long as we find a chance to recharge the battery, Sister Bing, Qian, Yao Yao, and the others will be able to see this beautiful scenery without having to climb the mountain. Ning Shu panted and asked, Lu Zhe, are we still going to move? Lu Zhe nodded and asked, what do you think? The 2 girls looked at each other and nodded seriously. Chapter 137, Accidentally Discovering a Stream. Chapter 137, Accidentally Discovering a Stream. After being stranded on a deserted island for so long, the camp moved from one place to another. That's because Lu Zhe has never found the most suitable camp for them to live in. The previous locations either lacked water or had difficulty obtaining salt. And as for planting sites, don't even think about it. Come to think of it, it's time to find a relatively permanent home for everyone. Lu Zhe, when are we moving? Tang Xiaowu was a little impatient. No hiti. Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, let's first decide where to move. Tell me, where do you want to choose? Ning Shu pointed to the west side of the lake and said, how about right by the lake? It's very close to the lake, so we don't have to worry about fresh water anymore. Tang Xiaowu shook his head. Not good. It's too close to the lake and too close to the volcano. Lu Zhe nodded and said, besides, it's not good to be too close to the lake. Although it's easy to get water, it's also easy to be disturbed by pythons, mosquitoes, and other wild animals. In the wild, it's not necessarily a good thing to camp too close to a water source. Ning Shu thought about it again. That's right. Tang Xiaowu pointed to the junction of the mudflat and the sea surface and said, how about that place? We can build a wooden house on the sea in the shallow sea. When we wake up in the morning and open the door, we will see the crystal clear sea in front of us. Ning Shu thought for a moment and said, it's quite romantic. It's not bad to stay there occasionally for a day or 2. If you stay there for too long, you'll get rheumatism. Lu Zhe nodded. Yes, there are sharks, storms, and daily maintenance, which is very troublesome. The only advantage is that it is convenient for going to the toilet. But I can make one for fun when I have the energy in the future. Then Lu Zhe, where are you talking about? Lu Zhe looked across and saw a relatively flat woodland about 230 meters above sea level, 200 meters east of the lake. It is backed by a mountain ridge, which can block the air currents from the north. About 500 meters ahead is the Bay Beach, and it is not far from lakes and mountain streams. It is the best choice as a campsite. Although it is not far from the volcano, based on the information currently available, it is very likely that this is a dead volcano. There is a lake in the middle. It is basically safe. Here, it's not too far from the water source, with mountains behind and the sea in front. It faces south and is suitable for digging caves or building wooden houses. This piece of land can be reclaimed and used as farmland. Tang Xiaowu nodded. I think it's good. Ning Shu asked, Can we plant strawberry and watermelon seeds? Lu Zhe sighed. After the last storm, I realized that only native plants can survive the ravages of wind and rain. If we want to grow watermelons and strawberries, we have to find better planting methods or come up with better planting methods. Ning Shu said, "Oh," in disappointment. Then Lu Zhe took out his diary and drew a topographic map of the island. He also roughly marked on the topographic map the location where they first drifted here, the location where Sister Bing drifted, the water source in the banana grove, and several other locations, such as the bear cave, bamboo forest, mushroom forest, and cliff cracks. Combined with the photos, you can clearly determine your location. Done. Next, you can go down the mountain. Then I met up with my companions to discuss the move. But now the question arises again, do we still have to go down the mountain by the same route? It's easy to go down a mountain, but it's a bit difficult to climb down the cliff that is dozens of meters high. This is because the gravity of the cliff is downward, while the force acting on it is upward. The two forces are in opposite directions and balanced. Apart from taking some effort, the danger is relatively small. It is different when going down a cliff. The center of gravity is downward, and the force of your own action is also downward. It makes it difficult to maintain balance. If you're not careful, the forward and downward force will be too great and it will be dangerous. After all, we have to go down a mountain and see if there is any other safer place to go. Lu Zhe discovered that the north side of the ridge they were on was much flatter than the south side. You can try to go down there and then go around from the end of the east ridge. The distance required is much longer than the previous journey, but the road is also much easier to walk, and it also passes by the sea, so we can get some salt back. Even if you go back a day or two later, it's definitely worth it. Let's go. If you really can't walk anymore, then just set up camp here. The three men went down the north slope and traveled through the jungle for more than an hour before Lu Zhe suddenly stopped. "What's wrong, Lu Zhe?" "Shoo." Lu Zhe put his fingers to his mouth as if to keep quiet and move his ears. Both girls were a little curious. "Did you hear something?" "Why didn't we hear anything?" "This way." As he spoke, Lu Zhe changed direction and began to move horizontally along the mountain. Ning Shu said worriedly, "Can you take a break? Guor can't stand it anymore. We'll be there soon." 20 seconds later, Lu Zhe stopped and the two panting girls almost bumped into him. Then they saw an ecstatic scene. A clear stream flows slowly down from the mountain. A small pool of shallow water formed in front of them and then flowed down the mountain through a gap in front of them, making a splashing sound. Mountain stream. There's actually a mountain stream here. "Oh my God, there is water here." Lu Zhe smiled, walked forward, and scooped up a handful of stream water. It is clean and clear. Because it is a stream formed by rainwater, the impurities and bacteria are very low. It is mountain stream water that is safer than tap water. He picked it up and took a sip. The cool, sweet, and refreshing feeling made his internal organs feel as if they were cleansed. Ning Shu and Tang Xiao rushed to the water's edge and looked at Lu Zhe expectantly. "Can I drink it?" Lu Zhe nodded. "No problem, but don't be too hasty. It's easy to choke your lungs." "That's great." The two girls cleaned the bottles and then each drank a full bottle of water. "Wow, it's so sweet. I'm sure this is the best water I've ever tasted since I was stranded on a desert island." "Lu Zhe, why don't we move the camp here?" "No." Lu Zhe shook his head. "Look, the waterway of this mountain stream is covered with moss, which means it was dry before the heavy rain. What is flowing here now is just the rainwater absorbed by the mountain a few days ago. It may be gone in a few days." "Oh, so that's it." Lu Zhe looked at his watch. It was already 4:30 in the afternoon. It will be dark in just over an hour. However, we can camp here today, have a good rest, and set off again tomorrow. Isn't it inappropriate to camp near the water? It's okay to spend the night next to a stream like this once in a while. "Oh, that's great. I'm almost dying of exhaustion." "Hey, Lu Zhe, you are awesome. Why don't you seem tired no matter how far you walk?" Lu Zhe smiled and said, "I have good physical strength. I can defeat 5 people by myself." Tang Xiao will wipe the sweat off his head and smiled. "Tisk, bragging. You've lost every game we've played. I've already told you that you're the one who's stuck with my bug." Ning Shu was curious. "What were you two competing for?" Lu Zhe waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about those boring things. You two can get some firewood nearby and start a fire. I'll go get some food." Chapter 138, Going Down the Mountain and Arriving at the Heart of the Island. Chapter 138, Going Down the Mountain and Arriving at the Heart of the Island. Lu Zhe believed that since they relied on stream water, it should be easy to encounter some animals that drank water. He searched down the mountain along the stream, listening and observing attentively, and soon he smelled a foul odor. Following the smell, he found a few peanut-sized animal feces under a clump of trees. Because the stench is very light, mixed with a faint scent of vanilla, Lu Zhe speculated that it should be some kind of small herbivore. Picking one up, information about mouse deer came to mind. He was very happy. I twisted it open, and it was actually fresh. This means the little thing is not far from here. It looks like tonight's dinner is settled. Then he pulled out a slingshot from behind. He lowered his body and moved forward carefully, fearing to disturb these lovely proteins in the jungle. Pushing aside a bunch of leaves, I saw two fawns as big as rabbits playing by the stream. They moved lightly and nimbly, looking around from time to time, appearing to be very sensitive and cautious. Lu Zhe didn't dare to get too close. While one of them was drinking water, he took out a stone and aimed at it. I hope I don't flip over this time and can hit the target with one shot. Whoosh! The stone still deviated slightly from its direction, and the two deer were startled. One jumped backwards, and the other jumped forwards. This is a characteristic of herbivorous mammals. When danger comes, they will subconsciously run in different directions to distract the predators. The one that jumped backwards quickly dived into the jungle and disappeared in a flash. The one that leaped forward actually jumped straight into the stream and dived into the water. When Lu Zhe walked over, he saw the little deer raising its head and looking at him like a seal. Lu Zhe understood that diving was a means of escape for mouse deer, but the cost was too high. Once they got wet, they would not be able to move freely for a long time. Lu Zhe sighed. You might have avoided it if you encountered other predators, but don't try to play this with humans in your next life. Then, Lu Zhe took it out and beat it to death. I weighed it, and it was only a little over 3 pounds. Can you believe this is the size of a full-grown deer? At this time, the sun had just set. Lu Zhe completed his mission and strolled back to the camp with the deer. At this time, the two girls had already chopped a lot of firewood. With a campfire lighter, making a fire has become easy. I am using the remaining ropes to weave a hammock, and it's almost finished. Ning Shu saw Lu Zhe coming back and said, Boss, you're finally back. I was so worried about you. I'm the true emperor. How can those ordinary people in the jungle pose a threat to me? Tang Xiao said, Can you two stop playing ancient Chinese? Brother Xiaozhe, what did you catch? Deer. Yao Yao, where are you? Lu Zhe threw the deer to the ground. Both girls opened their mouths wide. Is this a deer? Tang Xiao took a look and said, Lu Zhe, you didn't kidnap the newborn baby deer, did you? Ning Shu smiled and said, Are you sure this isn't a squirrel? Although it is not much bigger than a squirrel, it is indeed a deer. If you don't believe me, look at its hooves. And I tell you, this is an adult deer. The two girls checked the hooves and said, Oh my God, it really is. Isn't it a new species? No, this is a mouse deer, also known as a chevrotain. It is the smallest deer in the world. It was once thought to be extinct, but it has been rediscovered in recent years. There's not much meat on it. We still have some mushrooms left, so let's do some mushrooms for dinner. Okay, let's deal with this together, shall we? After removing the head, skin, and internal organs, and squeezing out the blood, the 3-pound fawn was reduced to only 1.5 pounds. Wash with clean water, chop into pieces, and cook with mushrooms. Remove the foam, add some chili, pandan, and finally some Mingshu salt. The fragrance wafted out after a while. Take out a piece, blow on it, put it in your mouth, and your mouth will be filled with the aroma of meat. Lu Zhe believed that if venison was divided into different grades, then this kind of venison must be the highest grade. No wonder this creature is on the verge of extinction. It is hard to say whether it is related to human hunting. I don't know if this little thing can be kept in captivity. At this moment, Ning Shu discovered something again. She suddenly became nervous. Lu Zhe, look over there. Lu Zhe turned his head and saw a pair of glowing eyes staring at them quietly from a tree 50 meters behind him. It's that clouded leopard again. Tang Xiao felt the hairs on his back stand up. Oh my God, why is that thing here again? They are targeting us. Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, I guess it was the smell of the meat that attracted it. Cooking the meat can make the aroma stronger, but it is not actually suitable for them to eat. Ning Shu said, but it does make me feel uncomfortable to be stared at by it all the time. Can we drive it away? Easy, just watch me. Lu Zhe picked up a stone, stood up, and threw it at it. The stone hit the tree trunk with a bang, scaring the clouded leopard. It nimbly jumped onto another tree and turned around to run away. Don't worry, this thing is very fierce, but it is very timid. Didn't you say it was a man-eating leopard? Lu Zhe smiled calmly. I was just trying to scare you, so that you wouldn't fall asleep at night. But since we just arrived at this place, someone has to be on duty tonight. Ning Shu nodded. That's right. The remaining ropes are only enough to make a hammock, which can barely accommodate 2 people. Why don't you 2 sleep today, and I'll be on duty? People who lack rest may affect the overall speed of travel, so it is better to divide the shifts into time periods. Lu Zhe looked at his watch. It's 7:30 p.m. now. We go to bed at 8 p.m. The first period is from 8 a.m. to 11:30 a.m., and the squad leader will be on duty. The second period is from 11:30 a.m. to 3 a.m., and Guerrer will be on duty from 3 a.m. to 6:30 a.m. tomorrow. When one person is on duty, the other 2 can sleep peacefully. Is that okay? Then, Lu Zhe and Tang Xiao was squeezed into a hammock. After more than a month of survival, the initial taboos between boys and girls were no longer there. Tang Xiao would naturally lay on Lu Zhe's arms and fell asleep peacefully. The night passed peacefully. July 15th, Tuesday, the 37th day on the desert island. The 3 of them ate some of the broth left over from yesterday, filled various containers with fresh water, and continued on their way. Lu Zhe led the 2 through the jungle for a day, and finally went down the mountain and reached the heart of the island. Originally, if we continued walking in this direction, we would reach the destination where we wanted to build our new home. But now, they have to race against time, go back from the east beach to the back of the ridge, find their companions in the bear cave, and move their home there together. At night, they finally arrived at the long-lost beach, and at this moment, thunder sounded. It started raining again. Sure enough, the southwest monsoon arrived in Southeast Asia in July, and the rainy season really arrived. Chapter 139, This is our well-considered decision. Chapter 139, This is our well-considered decision. The rainfall was neither heavy nor light, but it caught all 3 of them off guard. It either doesn't rain for months, or it comes suddenly. God is taking the wrong medicine. Affected by the southwest monsoon, July is the rainiest month in Southeast Asia. We have to find a place to shelter from the rain. Tang Xiaoguo said, Do you want to go into the woods and find some big trees to hide under? Crazy, Lu Zhe said loudly. Not to mention that it is easy to be struck by thunder. The jungle is also very dangerous during and after the rain. We can only make do with the low banana trees at the edge of the forest for now. Then we can build a shelter. What the hell? Grr, take care of the cell phone and the tinder. Squad leader, get some palm leaves and banana leaves. I'll go cut some sticks nearby. Be careful. Lu Zhe had already left with a Type 30 bayonet. After a while, he cut down a few long branches and brought them back. Lu Zhe cut off the crowns of 2 small trees 2 meters apart and tied a bamboo pole to their trunks at a height of about 2 meters from the ground. He then tied 2 more bamboo poles to the bushes about 1 meter to the left and right of the bamboo pole, forming a roof-shaped bamboo frame, and then piled fallen leaves on it. A simple rain shelter is ready, and the potential point is increased by 1. But by this time, everyone was soaked. Night falls, and a fire needs to be made. The tinder was still burning slowly, but there was no dry tinder around. It is impossible to ignite a branch with a wet surface without a large flame. Lu Zhe thought of something, and he left the bayonet to the 2 girls. You 2 stay here for a while. I'll go find some dry tinder and make sure to light a fire tonight. Ning Shu said worriedly, Lu Zhe, don't waste your energy. It's raining now. Where can you find anything dry? You should take a break too. Of course there are. Humans don't want to be drenched by rain, and neither do animals. They understand this forest better than we do, and there's nothing wrong with humbly learning from them. I'll go ask the old masters in the jungle for advice. You 2 make a taller fire here, and we'll light it when you come back. Okay, be careful. Lu Zhe nodded and turned into the jungle. The 2 girls started looking for stones nearby to build a fire. Lu Zhe used his hearing, vision, and smell to search for his senior in the darkness. Soon, he found one. In a clump of 2-meter-high bushes, there is a bird's nest as big as a rice bowl. Inside it is a little bird with a red head and green body. At this moment, it is curled up in the warm nest, feeling very comfortable. He is indeed a master. You see, the location of the bird's nest is very cleverly built, and the structure is very delicate. Even in such a heavy rain, the bird's nest was not wet at all. Only some water vapor was on the surface. Just as Lu Zhe reached out to catch the bird, the little bird keenly sensed the danger and flapped its wings and flew into the heavy rain. The protein flew away, leaving behind a bird's nest. Lu Zhe was still moved and thanked, and calmly accepted this gift for nature. See if there are any bird eggs left? Unfortunately, no. Take out the plastic bag, carefully pack up the bird's nest, and tie it up. When we returned to the camp, the two girls had already piled up the stones and prepared the branches, and were just waiting to light them. How did you find a senior? Lu Zhe nodded. Look, this is what the senior gave me. Is this a bird's nest? Well, look, it's just a little bit of moisture on the outside, but it's very dry inside. Lu Zhe turned the bird's nest upside down in the middle of the stone, placed branches around it, then tore off a piece of diary paper and rolled it into a ball. He took out a fire starter and blew on the paper ball. Soon, flames appeared on the paper ball. Lu Zhe placed a ball of paper under the bird's nest and blew gently. When the ball of paper was almost burned out, thick smoke finally came out of the bird's nest. Keep blowing, and flames will appear from the bird's nest, burning the branches. After a while, the branches also begin to emit gray smoke. There is no way. Wet branches are not easy to burn. Even if they burn, the smoke produced is much greater than that of dry firewood. The three people were choked by the thick gray smoke and started coughing. But I was still very happy. Because of the fire, it meant they wouldn't have too bad a time tonight. After a while, the fire burned completely, making crackling sounds, and Lu Zhe began to add thicker wood. I'll boil some water and cook all the food I found today. Then I'll dry my clothes, and my body won't be so cold anymore. The rain tonight is completely different from the previous rainstorm. When it first started, there were two muffled thunders and a gust of wind. Then the thunder stopped, the wind stopped, and only light rain was left. This is normal during the rainy season on the island. Ning Shu set up the 92-style lunchbox and cooked some kelp, mussels, and the last bit of mushrooms. The banana cores are roasted over a fire as a staple food, providing them with enough protein and carbohydrates for the day. The warm seafood soup flows into the stomach, making people feel extremely comfortable. It's finally not so cold anymore, so I put my clothes out to dry, leaning against the two scantily clad girls to keep each other warm. Lu Zhe could only recite the memorial to the emperor on leaving the capital silently over and over again to divert his attention. Chapter 140, Obtaining a New Source of Edible Salt. Chapter 140, Obtaining a New Source of Edible Salt. The rainy season brings new problems. The cracks in the rocks on the beach are originally an excellent storage place for natural brine. After a saturated solution is formed, sodium chloride crystals that can be eaten directly will precipitate every once in a while. Now, the brine in the rock pits has been diluted by rainwater, turning it back into ordinary seawater. It is even lighter than ordinary seawater, and it is impossible to precipitate salt crystals. Lu Zhe tried to look around to see if there were any obstructed areas where there might be any residual salt crystals. If all else fails, the only option is to boil seawater. However, the purity and taste of the sodium chloride crystals precipitated by this method are far lower than those made from natural brine. He searched for hours but couldn't find it. July 16th, Wednesday, the 38th day of being stranded on the deserted island. For Lu Zhe, current strength is a more practical trait than perception, so he tries to use Ning Shu to complete the sign-in as much as possible. Lu Zhe asked Ning Shu and Tang Xiao to boil sea water while he went into the jungle to look for food. After all, the method of boiling salt that Tang Xiao will learn from a certain audio video can still last for a while. Wait until it has a chance to stabilize, and use jars to extract salt from the brine. The result was unexpected. Lu Zhe originally went to the forest to find food, but he found salt in it. Rus chinensis, Anacardiaceae, deciduous tree. There are white crystals attached to the fruits inside the crown. Lu Zhe tasted it, and it was salty with a slight sour taste. This salt tasted much better than the cooked ones. It was a pity that it was a resin and could not provide sodium. Not bad. You can get some to adjust the taste, and you can also soak it in water as vinegar. This thing is amazing. It is a famous Chinese medicine that has the effects of stopping diarrhea, stopping bleeding, and reducing fire. But it is not the fruit of the Rus chinensis, but a gall formed by aphids that have rigidified and transformed into cocoons on young branches, which easily reminds people of some uncomfortable scenes in the Yunnan insect valley. Take it back and keep it. When we returned to the camp and prepared to try our luck at the beach again, we saw Ning Shu with a proud look on her face. After asking her, we learned that she had picked up a large turtle weighing more than 20 kilograms on the beach. Lu Zhe looked at the turtle and nodded approvingly. Not bad, not bad. We have protein for today. Lu Zhe, do you want to eat it? What else? Hey, the turtle is so docile and cute. It didn't resist at all when I turned it over. It's just like a good friend of humans. How can you just eat it like that? Lu Zhe asked back. Then what do you say we should do? Let him go. Not to the point of being put down. Ning Shu said seriously. Let's at least discuss the charges. Lu Zhe almost vomited blood. Will this make you feel at ease? Yes. I can't think of any. That's right. I cut my hand when I was holding it. Lu Zhe nodded. This is enough of a charge. The salt for guerre is also cooked. The white salt crystals look just like table salt. Taste it. It's slightly bitter, and it's mixed with a small amount of magnesium chloride and potassium chloride. You can't eat it all the time, but it's okay to use it occasionally to replenish the salt in your body. In the evening, we used turtle shells as pots, placed them on the campfire, sprinkled them with chili and salt, and had a delicious turtle feast. After eating, we continued on our way. At night, we were still on duty camping. After walking and stopping for a while, another 2 days passed. July 19th, noon, Saturday, the 41st day of being stranded on the desert island. Lu Zhe brought the two girls to the bear cave and finally reunited with his companions. Xin Bing and the two girls were extremely anxious. If she hadn't seen the signal left by Lu Zhe at the foot of the cliff, Xin Bing really wanted to take Jiang Yao Qianqian with her to climb the cliff to find him. 7 days seemed like a month, and the reunion made us feel emotional. Wait until everyone calms down. Lu Zhe told everyone what he saw and heard during this mountain climbing trip. He used a lemon to charge his cell phone battery to 15% and showed his companions the photos he had taken at the top of the mountain. It was as if a new world had opened up to each of them. Jiang Yao sighed. I never thought that this island would be so beautiful. We took all the beautiful photos. There are so many valuable places that we didn't capture. Xin Bing asked, so, you have decided to move? Lu Zhe nodded. This move should be our last move on the volcanic island. There's fresh water, goats, and arable land there. It is also close to the sea. I think it is the most ideal place to live on this island. Tang Xiaohua added, I don't want to make trouble either, but living in the forest these days makes me feel depressed. You don't know, when we first arrived at the beach, Gur and I were really excited. Ning Shu nodded. There are no daily necessities to pick up in the jungle, and it feels like being out of touch with modern life. The place Lu Zhe chose is very close to the beach and not far from the lake, so it is an ideal place to live. Jiang Yao was also moved by what he said. I'm a little bored staying here. We have to move to another place. Lin Qianqian said, when do we set off? We can start preparing today, and we can set off tomorrow with food and necessary tools. Chapter 141 New Moving Plan. Chapter 141 New Moving Plan. Once you decide to set off, in addition to preparing supplies, you also have to choose the most suitable route. In the evening, after taking a shower, having dinner, and packing up most of the supplies, we sat together to discuss moving. Xin Bing first raised the route issue to Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe did not answer directly, but looked at everyone. I want to hear everyone's opinions. As he spoke, he took out his notebook and turned to the page with the hand-drawn map. We now know of 2 ways to get there. One is the way we went there, which is to climb up from the crevice of the cliff, reach the top of the cliff, then go down the north slope directly and pass through the large area of tidal flat wetlands in the middle to reach the destination. But this road is relatively dangerous. Not only is it difficult to climb, but it is also easy to encounter snakes along the way. Guer was bitten badly this time. Tang Xiaohua nodded. It was terrible. I got bit on the chest, and it was Lu Zhe who helped me suck it out. Jiang Yao frowned at Tang Xiaohua and said, You didn't mean it. Of course I almost died. Ning Shu also nodded. It is indeed dangerous. There are too many snakes on the cliff, and there are clouded leopards that stay up all night and stare at you. Clouded leopard? Xin Bing frowned. It's very fierce, right? It's okay. I scared them away by throwing a stone at them. Lin Qianqian asked, There will be fewer poisonous snakes on the other road, right? Lu Zhe nodded and pointed at the map. The other way is our way back. Go east from here, go around the east ridge, and then go north along the beach to reach the destination. This route has relatively fewer poisonous insects, but it is a long way off and requires crossing a large area of mangroves. If we carry a lot of things, it would be quite inconvenient. Xin Bing nodded. Yes, it has rained a lot these days. Even if we don't take anything, it is very inconvenient to walk through the jungle. She paused and said, however, when stranded on a deserted island, in addition to observing the highest point of the island, it is also necessary to walk around the island while ensuring that there is enough food, fresh water, and sufficient physical strength. On the one hand, it can help to search for supplies stranded on the beach, and on the other hand, it can allow the survivors to have a more systematic understanding of the situation on the island. Let's see if there is a way to have the best of both worlds. Lu Zhe had planned to travel around the island before, But at that time, he didn't know how big the island was and didn't dare to challenge it rashly. Now, it is basically certain that the area of the island is about 25 to 30 square kilometers, slightly larger than Nauru. Taking into account the winding coastline in some places, the circumference of the entire island should be about 30 kilometers, and the longest will not exceed 40 kilometers. I once ran 40 kilometers in 4 hours. It's definitely not that easy to walk on a deserted island, but I can probably finish the whole journey in 4 days. Shinbing also nodded. I remember that during the late Han Dynasty and the Three Kingdoms period, the people of Xinye Fansheng followed Lu Bei to flee, also with their families, wrapped up in bundles, and they also traveled more than 10 kilometers a day. Our conditions are much better than theirs, so it should be no problem. I made up my mind to go back to the cave and have a good sleep. Lu Zhening and Xu Guo'er had been busy for more than a week and hadn't slept in a comfortable place for a long time. Lying on the soft and shiny bear skin, with a lightly woven hay pillow as my pillow, and Jiang Yao considerately fanning me with a large palm leaf fan, I had such a comfortable sleep. Lu Zhe and Ning Shugguo'er slept from the afternoon until 10 o'clock the next morning. When I woke up, I found myself lying on Jiang Yao's legs. Lu Zhe signed in carefully. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have completed the sign-in. Agility +1. You have signed in for 42 consecutive days. Complete the weekly check-in again and get an important reminder. And at this moment, the third way to reach the destination appeared in Lu Zhe's mind. He immediately perked up. Yao Yao, give me the map. Okay. Jiang Yao took out the hand-drawn map from her diary. He carefully examined the hand-drawn map he had drawn himself. The route given by the system emerged in my mind. This map has towering ridges on the north, south, and southwest sides, forming a huge letter C. They're located at the lower left corner of the letter C, so it can not only complete the achievement of traveling around the island, but also take everyone to the destination calmly. The best of both worlds. Having made up his mind, Lu Zhe called everyone to hold another small meeting and expressed his thoughts. Friends, I suddenly realized that we have a third way to choose. Shin Bing stroked his chin and looked at the map for a while. Where are we going? Lu Zhe pointed to the lower left corner of the C-shaped ridge and said, This is where we are now. It's far from the east coast, but very close to the west coast. We can go through the jungle from here and reach the west coast first. Ning Shu was a little confused. Where are we going there for? Isn't it going in the wrong direction and further away from the destination? Jiang Yao shrugged. Magellan proved that if you keep walking firmly in the opposite direction, you can still reach your destination. Lu Zhe nodded. That's right. Jiang Yao was surprised. Don't take it seriously, I was just kidding. The principle is actually the same, except that instead of circling the Earth, we're circling the island 3/4 of the way. Shin Bing suddenly realized. I understand. Let's go from south to north along this coastline. Although the distance is a little farther, most of the way is on the edge of the jungle and the beach, which is much easier to walk. Tang Xiaowu said, That's right, and we can pick up a lot of supplies on the beach along the way. Lin Qianqian said, I like scavenging the most. Ning Shu reminded, Don't hold your hopes too high. We have to go a long way, and we won't be able to get much. Lu Zhe shook his head. Not necessarily. We can really get more this time. Lu Zhe pointed to the west coast and said, Since the sea is relatively calm now, we can make a bamboo raft here, put all the supplies on it, and then pull it through the shallow waters. We can tie anything we pick up to the raft, and anyone who is tired can rest on it. Jiang Yao said, Xiaozhe, I am a boat tracker on the Volga River. Do you want to be a boat tracker on the Pacific Ocean? Ning Shu objected. No, it's too hard. You are wrong. The boatmen on the Volga River pull big boats. We're just pulling a small bamboo raft. How much effort does it take? You can all pull it. Shin Bing smiled sweetly. Lu Zhe is right. If the water is only above the calf and the bamboo raft can float on the sea, it doesn't take much effort. Everyone can take turns pulling. The girls looked at each other and all thought this method was feasible. Ning Shu said, It's settled then. Go to bed early today and set off tomorrow. Today is July 21st, Monday, the 43rd day of being stranded on the desert island. Lu Zhe was going to take the 5 girls through the jungle to the southwest coast, where they would rest for a day. They built a bamboo raft, tied up the supplies they had collected over the past few days, went around the narrow mountain ridges in the west and north of the island, and arrived at the bay in the northeast of the island, where they established a home where they could live permanently. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Lu Zhe sealed the entrance of the cave with rocks and bamboo to prevent other animals from making their homes there. There are also bamboo tables, porcelain basins, porcelain jars, a small amount of soap waiting to be saponified, and some other supplies that are inconvenient to carry. Everything was done, and the 6 people entered the jungle again with their packages on their backs. With the experience of entering the jungle last time, we didn't encounter any trouble this time and arrived at the beach at noon. Lu Zhe was sure that without the help of a map, it would never be so easy to find a way to the beach. Seeing the clear blue sea again, the little girls were extremely happy. He put down the things in his hands and ran to the beach to pick up sea treasures without even having time to pee. Only Xin Bing and Lu Zhe were left. Oh, it's great to be young. You should go pick up things with him too. Forget it. I'm too old to go crazy. She smiled softly. We have to stay here tonight. Let's build a simple shelter first and then make a bamboo raft together. Lu Zhe nodded. Okay. Chapter 142, Picking Up a Bicycle. Chapter 142, Picking Up a Bicycle. With the right tools and materials readily available, it is easy to build a simple shelter. The two of them worked together to chop branches, make fire, build a rack, and pull the rope in one go. While he was busy, Ning Shu came running back, panting. Lu Zhe, Sister Bing, found the treasure? Lu Zhe was a little curious. Roger's treasure? What? It's a means of transportation. Transportation? Lu Zhe's first reaction was to find a stranded boat. If he could repair the boat, he wouldn't have to go through the trouble of making a bamboo raft. I ran over to take a look and felt a little strange and a little disappointed. It turned out to be a bicycle. Yes, there was a bicycle buried in the beach. Most of the car was buried in the sand, with only the rusted front handle and half of the front wheel exposed. Judging from the style of the handlebars, it should be an old-fashioned mountain bike. Judging from the rusty frame, it must be quite old. Tang Xiaohua asked, "Why are there bicycles here?" "I don't know. Let's figure it out first." Lu Zhe found a stick to loosen the surrounding sand, then grabbed the frame and pulled hard, and a mountain bike covered in sand was successfully unearthed. It is quite intact, but the damage is serious, so it is impossible to ride it. The seat was soaked, the chain was broken, and the inner tube fell out like intestines. If you take it to a scrap collection station, they generally won't give you more than 5 yuan. Lin Qianqian noticed that the black and green frame was covered with rust, and she could vaguely see the word polygon. Polygonal? Xin Bing said, "I know this. It's an Indonesian bicycle brand." Ning Shu said, "It's normal for bottles and plastic bags to float over here. But how did this thing float over here?" Lu Zhe looked at the endless sea and said, "I guess it might be a tsunami." The 2004 tsunami affected the entire Southeast Asia and killed hundreds of thousands of people. It's possible that some supplies from other countries were brought here. You mean this bike might have died in that tsunami? It is possible. It could also be some tsunamis in recent years. We are also located in an area where tsunamis frequently occur. At this point, several girls became worried. Good fortune and bad fortune are determined by fate. All we can do now is to use the existing resources to survive well. Jiang Yao nodded. Then is this bicycle useful? Lu Zhe checked it again and found that although the frame was rusty, it was well preserved and the 2 wheels were not deformed. The rear wheel was rusted, but the front wheel could still turn. Look at the brake wire again. Although the rubber is rotten, stubborn rust has grown on the surface of the brake wire. I pulled it and it was still very strong. It's a pity that we can't ride it anymore. Otherwise, we could install it on the bamboo raft and use it as a pedal propeller. At present, this brake line is of great use to us. As he spoke, Lu Zhe pulled off a wire and said, "We can use it to make a wire saw to speed up our bamboo felling. As for the rest, they're all useful, but we don't have the tools to disassemble them now. We'll make arrangements with them when we make the bamboo raft and bring them to the new camp." Several girls nodded. "What else did you find?" Lin Qianqian said, "There are a few small conches, clams, a slimy sea cucumber, and a few barnacles, that's it." Tang Xiaoguo complained, "There are far fewer seafood here than on the beach where I found Sister Bing. It's not time to retire now, so it's normal to not be able to find anything. We still have enough food now. Let's see if we can catch another booby tonight. By the way, what other supplies do you have?" "Just some bottles, plastic bags, and yogurt plastic shells." "Oh, and we also picked up a lot of foam." Ning Shu pointed to the side. Lu Zhe saw several large pieces of white foam piled up on the edge of the beach and woodland. It's the kind of EPS polystyrene foam used to package large household appliances. Lu Zhe nodded. "Not bad. It can increase the buoyancy of the bamboo raft, and when we get to the new home, we can cut and assemble it into boxes to keep it warm and fresh." "I like the idea." Xin Bing said, "Okay, let's find these first and eat something. You guys can make more ropes in the afternoon. Then we can make a bamboo raft together later." "That's it. After dinner, Lu Zhe started making a wire saw. Very simple. Find a very strong bent branch, drill a hole on the top and bottom with a nail, insert the gate line, tie one end first, then bend the branch to the limit and tie the other end. Finally, I let go, and the branch pulled the brake line straight. The firm rust on the gate wire looks like sharp saw teeth. It took Lu Zhe less than 3 minutes to saw off a bamboo with a diameter of about 10 centimeters. Moreover, the saw cut is neat and smooth, just like it was cut with a saw. With the new tools and a large amount of ropes that have been stockpiled from survival activities, work efficiency has been greatly improved. He and Shun Bing, one using a 30-meter bayonet and the other using a wire saw, spent an entire afternoon cutting down more than 30 bamboos that were 4 meters long and as thick as calves. Because of the existence of bamboo partitions, the buoyancy of these closed hollow bamboos is far greater than that of wood of the same mass. Tie them together with ropes and tie some foam and empty bottles around them to increase buoyancy. A bamboo raft capable of carrying 300 to 400 kilograms was ready. Finally, find a discarded cable to use as a tow rope, and the preparations are complete. Ning Shu looked at the bamboo raft and couldn't help but sigh. When we first came to find Sister Bing, it took us 5 or 6 days to make a raft, but now it only takes 1 afternoon to make a bamboo raft. Lu Zhe nodded. Compared to that time, our tools have been upgraded. The raft material is also much better than before. Also, everyone's work efficiency has been significantly improved compared to before. In fact, this is a microcosm of social development. Several girls nodded and agreed with it. Okay, you guys prepare some materials. I'm going to go hunt a booby. When the booby was mentioned, Shun Bing was stunned for a moment, as if she remembered something. Night came again, and several girls fell asleep in the shelter one after another. Lu Zhe was about to lie down, and Shun Bing said, Lu Zhe, I have something to ask you. After saying that, he walked towards the beach and sat down. Lu Zhe stood up and walked over to her and sat down. I heard that when you came to see me, you dived to the bottom of the sea and saw our crashed plane. It's not very deep under the water, only about 30 meters, but all the passengers on the plane died. When talking about this, Lu Zhe looked a little solemn. Shun Bing also sighed helplessly. This also means that his 3 colleagues are confirmed dead. How did you get down there? Lu Zhe laughed. I'm a good swimmer. That was already the limit of his diving, but now, the great strength has affected other aspects of his body, and his lung capacity and endurance have become stronger. Lu Zhe nodded. That's right. The table knife and the plastic tube were taken at that time. You didn't take anything else? I could only enter the first-class cabin, and most of the things in the first-class cabin had been thrown out. I couldn't open the doors of other cabins. Shun Bing thought for a moment and said, actually, if we find the right method, the door on the plane can still be opened. Chapter 143. There is no road ahead. Chapter 143. The road ahead is no longer there. In the distance, 4 girls were playing in the water happily. Lu Zhe and Shun Bing walked side by side on the beach. Before this mission, I did a day of flight attendant training and got some understanding of civil aviation aircraft. Bus drivers can control the opening and closing of doors, but airplanes are different. To open and close the cabin door of an airplane, you can only rely on manpower. Therefore, no matter from the outside or the inside, you can open it if you know the method. Lu Zhe nodded. I seem to have heard of it, but time was tight at the time. I had been submerged in the water for too long and was anxious to get out. I also considered that after opening the door, I would be facing a corpse that had been submerged in the water for too long. Lu Zhe pointed to his eyes and said, I didn't have goggles at the time, and I opened the hatch rashly, worried that the corpse fluid would flow into my eyes. Yes, opening the hatch is not a good option in that situation. By the way, did water enter other cabins after you dived? The cockpit, business class, and economy cabins were all flooded with water, and several people who didn't wear their seat belts were floating. I think if it weren't for the water, the plane wouldn't have sunk to the bottom. I guess the checked baggage hold and cargo hold are also unlikely to be spared. Shun Bing thought for a moment. Hey, have you ever thought about searching the plane for supplies again? Lu Zhe nodded. I did think that any insignificant item in the plane could be of great use to us. But after careful consideration, I found that the difficulty was too great. For example, if the signal lights on the plane are out, how to break through the shark's territory and accurately find the crash site of the plane. How to deal with the rotting bodies of compatriots filling the cabin and bring the supplies back safely are all problems. Shun Bing nodded. You are right. This is easy to say, but it is too difficult to do. Just talking about the 30-meter diving depth without equipment I dare not even think about it. It was only today, when you mentioned the booby, that I thought of my mission and the airplane. I was just talking. Lu Zhe nodded and said, "We can't do this for now, but we can't give up completely. We can make it one of the plans to improve our home after the new house is built. We can make a bigger bamboo raft by then. I still remember the general direction. Maybe we can do it. I just don't know how many things on the plane will not be soaked by the sea water by then." Shin Bing had a satisfied and happy look on her face, and she gently held his hand. "You don't have to worry too much. Even without those things, aren't we living well on the island now?" Lu Zhe nodded. "That's true." Shin Bing yawned and leaned on Lu Zhe's shoulder. "I'm a little sleepy, don't mind, do you?" "What do you mind? You're also one of my beloved concubines. If you want to lean on me, my right shoulder will be your pillow from now on. You're flirting with my sister, too. Don't talk nonsense anymore. I'm not your concubine." Shin Bing thought about it, then pursed her lips and hummed softly. "Sister, no matter how you look at it, you have to be the mother of the country." Just then, it started to rain lightly again. The two of them didn't care about romance anymore. They quickly collected some fresh water and then went into the shelter to share space with the four girls. Fortunately, the rain was not heavy and stopped after a while. The next morning, the sun came out as usual, warm and gentle. Lu Zhe looked around the coastline and said, "I guess there won't be much wind or waves today, which is perfect for towing the boat. Let's eat something and get going." At this time, Jiang Yao, who was in charge of cooking, shook the bamboo spoon in her hand and said, "Yao's version of baked banana hearts and clams and kelp soup is ready. Come and try it. The seafood soup is nutritious and warms the stomach. The banana heart is roasted and soft and stringy. Although it is slightly bitter, it can give everyone a full feeling of satiety. In a moment, we will pack up all the heavy things on our body and put them on the bamboo raft. I will pull the tow rope. In addition, we need someone on the bamboo raft to control the direction with a bamboo pole." Ning Shu said, "It's simple. I'll hold the raft, and you guys can help me later." "Okay, let's take turns pulling the oars and rowing the boat." July 22nd, Monday, the 44th day on the desert island. After 44 days of signing in, Lu Zhe's physical data is as follows. Strength, 25. Physical fitness, 17. Physical strength, 17. Agility, 17. Perception, 18. Lu Zhe's strength reached 25 points, which was 2.5 times his original strength, and his bench press was close to 180. Shin Bing said, "Lu Zhe, I will help you pull the tow rope." Tang Xiaoguo said, "I'll sing the boatman's love to encourage you." "Unnecessary," Lu Zhe said helplessly. "Also, Tang Xiaoguo, if you dare to sing, I will throw you into the sea. Then I'll go pick up the sea treasure. Pack your bags and get on the boat." It's true that it doesn't take much effort to pull a bamboo raft in the water. At least it's much less labor-intensive than walking a husky. Several people wearing picked-up Crocs waded through the water and took turns pulling the tow rope. The journey is slow, but sweet. We also picked up a lot of useful supplies along the way. Are flower rain boots useful? Is it leaking or not? It won't leak. It can be used as a container to store water. Can you drink the water in your shoes? It's good for planting flowers. Here's a children's version of a swimming ring. It doesn't seem to leak air. I found a cylindrical water gun. It can shoot really far. Take out your gun. Let's see who can shoot farther. After I beat Xiaozhe, I decided to retire. I will keep my 100% winning rate, and I can brag about it for the rest of my life. I will no longer do such childish things. The next second, Tang Xiaoguo found a Timo hat and started cosplaying with a mushroom and a bamboo tube. The girls picked up a lot of strange things, and all kinds of daily necessities filled half of the bamboo raft, and the journey was filled with laughter. By noon, they were due west of the island. But when they got here, they couldn't leave. There were more and more rocks on the beach, and finally, it was blocked by a huge cliff. Many cliffs rise vertically out of the water, 20 to 30 meters high, with green vegetation growing on them. Lu Zhe jumped into the water and swam along the stone wall. He found that this section of rocky coast was 100 meters long, and there was a sandy beach further ahead after going around it. But the water here is surprisingly deep. Can you believe it? The offshore area is about 20 meters deep. Lu Zhe frowned slightly and swam back to the shore. "How about it? There's a rocky area about 100 meters away. We can just go around it. We have two options now. One is to carry these supplies up the mountain and walk to the other side." Ning Shu looked at the cliff and frowned. "That's too much work. I may not be able to get through it without anything in my hands." Shin Bing thought for a moment and said, "Another way is to go around it on a raft. right? Lu Zhe nodded. That's right. Tang Xiao was said, this method is still reliable. Lu Zhe pondered and said, our raft doesn't have much load capacity. Without any supplies, it can barely hold 3 people. The water here is deep and the bamboo poles can't reach the bottom. If we want to ensure safety, it's best to only have 2 people on it. What do you think of the 2 routes? Jiang Yao thought for a moment and said, then I also think the bamboo raft is more reliable. Several other girls also expressed their opinions. Bamboo raft. Lu Zhe also felt that although there were some risks, it was still worth a try. He made a simple wooden paddle and said, you guys eat something and take a rest here. I'll go first and unload the supplies on the bamboo raft to the other side. I'll come back and pick you up one by one. Chapter 144 Crisis on the Sea. Chapter 144 Crisis on the Sea. Seeing Lu Zhe alone, Shun Bing couldn't help but feel a little worried about him, without even thinking about whether Lu Zhe would abandon them and run away with the supplies. You carry so many supplies by yourself. If anything goes wrong, no one will help you. Lu Zhe thought about it and realized it was a problem. He pondered for a while. How about this? I'll make another paddle, and then we'll divide the supplies into 5 equal parts. I'll take 1 person and 1/5 of the supplies over each time. We'll deliver the supplies 5 times, and eventually all of them will arrive. Lin Xianxian said, but in this way you need to go back and forth 5 times. Lu Zhe smiled and said, I see the same scenery 5 times, but with different people accompanying me. I won't get tired of it. Tang Xiao was said, what's the matter with being sick or not? I'm just worried about your physical strength. You 5 won't exhaust my strength. That sounds weird. Okay, let's eat something and then decide on an order. Didn't we pick up a swimming ring? We can blow it up and use it as a life jacket. A few girls ate something, then divided the supplies on the bamboo raft into 5 parts, leaving 1/5 behind and moving the rest down first. We discussed the order again. In the end, it was decided that Ning Shu would be the first, Qian would be the second, Jiang Yao would be the third, Gur would be the 4th, and Shen Bing would be the last. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Zhe transported his companions. He took Ning Shu with him, paddled the bamboo raft, and carefully controlled the balance. The raft slowly entered the deep water. He put down the pole and switched to hand paddles. With the splashing sound of the oars, the bamboo raft turned around the stone mountain in front of it, revealing the rugged rocks behind it. These huge rocks stand perpendicular to the water surface and seem to have grown out of the water. This is a typical karst landform. Ning Shu looked at the steep mountain and said with emotion, fortunately, we took the water route. Climbing the mountain would have either killed me or left me with a lot of skin. There is a stone pillar in the water in front, and the top is connected to the rocks on the shore, forming an arch of moderate size. Hey, Lu Zhe, it feels a bit like the elephant trunk hill of Lijiang River. Lu Zhe nodded. The landform features are somewhat similar. Is your phone still charged? Take a picture. Okay. The 2 men steered the bamboo raft and carefully paddled through the archway. Hey, Lu Zhe, do you have a feeling that it seems a little different from here? It's like passing through this archway into another world. It's true. Lu Zhe felt it more obviously than her. He felt the temperature difference, although it was so subtle that it was difficult to distinguish. But this is not another world. I guess it's 2 ocean currents of different temperatures that converge here. Just like the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans at the dividing line, the 2 different colors of water do not mix with each other, forming a dividing line that stretches for hundreds of miles at Cape Horn. We're also entering another environment from one environment, so naturally we will have a different feeling. We have to be careful. After paddling forward for more than 10 meters, suddenly, a current came from nowhere, which shook the bamboo raft and pulled it away from the rocks. What's going on? It should be an undercurrent. Don't panic. Just paddle in the original direction. The 2 of them quickly increased their paddling efforts and gradually got rid of the traction of the current. Look, there's a small tree on the crack of the cliff over there. Ning Shu raised his head and saw a towering rock not far away, like a giant with half of his body in the water, standing upright facing the ocean. And the small tree that grew in the indescribable place of the giant. The location of this little tree is a bit weird. If you want to row a boat, you should take it seriously. Why drive a car? Hee. I just like when you're shy. You said you look like a goddess, but why don't you look serious? Isn't this because I don't treat you as an outsider? If it were someone else, I wouldn't bother to talk to him about this. The 2 of them paddled hard towards that direction, and soon the bamboo raft approached the small tree. Lu Zhe tied the tow rope to the small tree. It's safe. Keep paddling. After paddling for more than 30 meters, the tow rope was straightened and we could just reach the diving area here. Lu Zhe removed the tow rope from the bamboo raft and tied it to the rock wall. When I go there again, I can take it down and use it as a safety rope to tie it over there. Well, that's foolproof. Everything was easy once they reached the beach area. Lu Zhe and Ning Shu jumped into the water, pulled the bamboo raft onto the beach, and then piled all the supplies under the rocks on the beach. It was a success without any major problems. Lu Zhe looked at his watch. This trip took 15 minutes. Well, wait here for a while. I'll bring Qian to accompany you in half an hour. As he spoke, Lu Zhe pushed the empty bamboo raft into the water again. Wait a moment. Ning Shu grabbed Lu Zhe's arm, and when Lu Zhe was stunned, she moved forward and gave him a deep kiss on the mouth. This made Lu Zhe feel warm in his heart again. I haven't been this gentle in a long time. Ning Shu said with a straight face. Lu Zhe, you must be careful. Do you hear me? Lu Zhe could understand Ning Shu's concern. He patted Ning Shu's face twice and nodded seriously. The second time I went back, I first rowed to the tow rope, then pulled the tow rope to the other side, and then tied this end of the tow rope to the stone on the other side, and it was very easy to row back. Jiang Yao asked worriedly, How is Lu Zhe? Lu Zhe nodded. It was safe. There was a rapid in the middle, but it's not a big problem. I have tied a safety rope. Lin Qian was very anxious. Then let's hurry up. The squad leader will be too lonely over there. Okay, put your calves in the swimming ring when paddling the bamboo raft. If anything happens, put it on immediately. Lin Qian smiled sweetly. Understood. Along the way, Lin Qian couldn't help asking questions here and there, and Lu Zhe tried his best to answer her questions. There was no danger at all, and Lin Qian and 1/5 of the supplies were safely delivered to Ning Shu. Ning Shu was finally relieved when she saw that Lu Zhe had sent Lin Qian back. The third time, send Jiang Yao. There was no problem at first, but when Jiang Yao just passed through the arch, her body shook suddenly. Lu Zhe, do you feel it? I feel it. Lu Zhe clearly felt that the temperature change was becoming more obvious, and he was secretly surprised. Hurry up and row forward with all your strength. Keep rowing. The two people paddled hard, but the raft didn't move. The paddle was too small and the current was too strong, and there was no way to get out of it as easily as before. In just a short while, the torrent became several times stronger. What's going on? Lu Zhe quickly put down the oar and grabbed the tow rope. Without Lu Zhe's resistance, Jiang Yao had no way to resist the powerful rapids, and the bamboo raft was immediately pulled away from the island. Bang! The tow rope was tightened, the bamboo raft stopped, and Jiang Yao was blown away by the powerful inertia. In a flash, Lu Zhe grabbed her ankle and prevented her from falling into the water. Are you okay, Yao Yao? Fine. Let's pull the raft back together. Jiang Yao climbed up and grabbed the rope with Lu Zhe and started pulling it back. Lu Zhe was glad that the safety rope was tied correctly. As long as he pulled it back, he would be able to stick to the stone wall and reach Ning Shu. But immediately, he discovered the problem. It can hold on by itself, and the tow rope can hold on too, but the small tree is about to collapse. Lu Zhe turned back. It was discovered that something unusual seemed to have appeared on the sea surface a few dozen meters away. It is not big, but the flow of the surrounding sea water seems to be affected by it. What is that? Lu Zhe was sweating coldly. Fuck, it's a whirlpool. Then Lu Zhe began to pull the rope hard. We have to go back immediately, otherwise we will be doomed if we get sucked in. Jiang Yao nodded in fear and quickly followed Lu Zhe to pull. But at this moment, with a crash, the small tree was uprooted, and Lu Zhe and Jiang Yao's raft floated into the sea. Chapter 145. Go the other way and escape the vortex. Chapter 145. Going the other way and getting out of the vortex. At that moment, Lu Zhe's mind went blank. If you say you can still remain calm at this time, it only means that you have no idea how terrifying this vortex is. Once you are captured by its force and you don't have reliable countertraction, do you have a chance to escape? It's too difficult. In the next 2 minutes, there may only be 1 minute. You'll be spinning in big circles. At this time, if your ship is a speedboat or a fishing boat, you can use full power and break out toward the tangent of the vortex, or you may be able to get rid of it. What should you do when you only have a small bamboo raft and 2 crude hand oars are not enough to provide sufficient power for the raft? If you fail to escape, your spinning speed will become faster and faster, and you will be closer and closer to the center of the vortex. In the end, you can only watch yourself and your boat being sucked into the whirlpool, playing a circle of love magic, flying like a top, spinning and being taken to the bottom of the water and sucked to an unknown place. Perhaps he could rely on his strong physique and swimming skills to survive, but Yao Yao would surely die in this disaster. Lu Zhe tried his best to calm himself down. He pointed his finger forward. Keep rowing there. The direction of Lu Zhe's finger was exactly the tangent direction of the rotating circle. Jiang Yao understood that Lu Zhe wanted to use centrifugal force to escape the whirlpool. Lu Zhe gathered all his strength and continued paddling hard, but soon the most worrying thing happened. Lu Zhe was too strong and the quality of the paddle was too poor, so it broke. There was no other way. The hastily made, simple hand paddle was simply not strong enough to withstand such a heavy load, and Jiang Yao's hand paddle was also badly damaged. Jiang Yao knew that Lu Zhe was much stronger than the other one, so she quickly handed her paddle to Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe took the paddle, but did not continue rowing. Instead, he sat down. Are you going to give up? No. He looked a little embarrassed, but his eyes were unusually calm. At this moment, his brain was spinning rapidly, thinking about the last chance of escape. He understood that simply paddling was futile and that he had to think of other ways to survive. Think about it. There are several reasons for the vortex. First, there is a powerful force in the water that is rotating rapidly, causing the surrounding sea water to rotate along with it. It's like you're stirring water in a bowl with a spoon. However, where does such power exist in nature? Wrong. Second type. This situation will occur if there is a hole underneath the low-lying water flow caused by the difference in gravity. Just like a pool full of water, when you pull out the plug, the water will flow down in a vortex. No, that is not the case either. We are now in the tropics, not far from the equator, and the Coriolis force is very small. So even if a vortex is formed, it should be very small. The one in front of me is probably several times bigger than Naruto's whirlpool. The third type. The two streams of water meet and interact with each other. Like a rotating Tai Chi diagram, a vortex is formed at the intersection. The sudden change in temperature when passing through the arch is the result of two ocean currents of different temperatures. Lu Zhe suddenly realized. I see. Xiao Zhe, we're going to die, Jiang Yao said in a crying voice. The bamboo raft was getting closer and closer to the center point, only 20 or 30 meters away, and the speed of the boat was getting faster and faster. Yao Yao, throw away the swimming ring. Why? She asked why, but she had already done what Lu Zhe said. Lu Zhe didn't answer her, but quickly put the backpack on his back and tied it tightly with a rope. Hug Jiang Yao again. When I say jump, we'll jump and dive as deep as we can. Before you go in, get all the air out of your lungs as much as you can. Jiang Yao didn't understand why Lu Zhe did this, so she just nodded. Suddenly, she was no longer afraid. It is a very romantic thing to die while holding the one you love. Wait until you get closer. The bamboo raft was getting closer and closer to the whirlpool. The last 5 meters. Lu Zhe shouted jump. The two hugged each other and jumped into the water together. Under tremendous pressure, Jiang Yao felt like she was about to faint. The uncomfortable feeling was indescribable. At this moment, she would even be willing to exchange 20 years of her life for a breath of fresh air. At this moment, Lu Zhe's mouth came over and he blew a breath into her mouth like a deep kiss. This immediately made her feel much more relieved. She subconsciously hugged Lu Zhe tightly. Do you want to float up? By the way, Lu Zhe said he wanted to continue diving. Just when he was about to be sucked into the center of the whirlpool, suddenly, a strong current of water hit him. The current pushed them both far away. Jiang hadn't dared to open her eyes or look up. The two of them were underwater, exchanging the only breath in their mouths. 2 months of dance coordination have developed an indescribable tacit understanding. A dozen seconds later, they poked their heads out of the water and were surprisingly found to be far away from the whirlpool. After a coughing fit, Jiang Yao asked, what happened? This kind of whirlpool has no bottom. It sucks the water from the surface and then flows out from the bottom of the whirlpool. So as long as we dive to a certain depth, we will be pushed out. Let's keep swimming out and get rid of it completely. Are you okay? Jiang Yao nodded. The influence of the whirlpool here was already very small, and the two began to swim hard out. Jiang Yao's swimming skills were also good, and with the help of the ocean currents, they soon escaped the whirlpool. At this time, new problems arise. They were getting farther and farther away from the whirlpool, and also farther and farther away from the volcanic island. Jiang Yao swam twice more exhausted, I can't swim back. The ocean currents meet at the whirlpool, then merge and flow in other directions after blending. And now we are where the ocean currents flow out after they merge. What should I do? Lu Zhe looked around and said, I remember there's a small island nearby. Let's land there first. Jiang Yao also looked around, but where was it? Apart from the volcanic island that is getting farther and farther away, the other three directions are all vast ocean. We're going to die. Don't be discouraged. Relax your body, maintain your strength, and pay attention to your surroundings. If an island appears, we will have the strength to swim over. Yeah, Jiang Yao responded. But as she looked at the volcanic island getting farther and farther away, she felt a surge of despair in her heart. Lu Zhe thought of something. We're only above the water with our heads out of sight. How about this? You step on me and try to use your buoyancy to jump upwards. I've never trained in this position before. It's a new thing we developed, like synchronized swimming. Okay, I'll try. The first time, Jiang Yao lost her balance and fell back into the water. The second time, I slipped and failed. Don't worry, Yao Yao. Just treat it as a new challenge. Our group has always been the best. Jiang Yao nodded. The third time, she stepped on Lu Zhe's shoulder and jumped up with all her strength. Then she saw that there was actually a small island just 400 or 500 meters ahead of them. Jiang Yao shouted excitedly. There. Chapter 146, All Small Problems. Chapter 146, All Small Problems. Quick, swim over there. At this moment, a hammerhead shark swam over from a distance and smelled a hint of blood. Jiang Yao was a little panicked. So Lu Zhe quickly hugged her and whispered in her ear, Don't be afraid. Tread water slowly and swim forward little by little. Don't provoke it. It won't attack you easily. Jiang Yao nodded and followed Lu Zhe's instructions, slowly treading water and swimming forward. Sure enough, the hammerhead shark swam past them and did not attack Jiang Yao and Lu Zhe. When the hammerhead shark swam away, Lu Zhe said, Swim towards the island. I am exhausted. Let's do this, you hold my waist. Lu Zhe used the backstroke method, using the buoyancy of the backpack on his back to lend himself support, pushing the water with his feet and paddling downwards with his hands. Jiang Yao lay on his chest, hugged his waist, and swung her legs slowly. This posture looked a bit strange, but it saved a lot of energy, and the swimming speed is also quite fast. The two swam towards the island for half an hour and finally reached the shore. Part of the island was sandy and part was rocky. When Lu Zhe hooked his feet into the sand, he was overjoyed. I can walk now. I can't leave. What's going on? Pain. Without saying a word, Lu Zhe picked up Jiang Yao, brought her to the shore, and placed her on a rock. Injured? Jiang Yao nodded. Injured? When did you get hurt? Well, that time you pulled it. I pulled you? The time I pulled your ankle. Jiang Yao nodded. Lu Zhe suddenly remembered that the bamboo raft was about to be carried away by the undercurrent. He grabbed the tow rope with one hand and Jiang Yao's ankle with the other hand, so she didn't fall. No wonder she bled a little. Frankly speaking, that pull was quite harsh. It was lucky that I didn't cry. It's a minor problem. It should be fine after a rest. Let's take a look at the current situation first. We need to find a chance to go back and reunite with Sister Bing and the others. When this matter was mentioned, Jiang Yao's expression became serious. Lu Zhe looked up and saw that the volcanic island in the distance was about 0.5 nautical miles, about 0.9 kilometers away from them. Looking intently over there, I could only vaguely see the rocks, but no one at all. Lu Zhe was secretly worried. At this moment, what he was most worried about was not the survival ability of the girls. With some tools and food reserves, as well as knowledge of the plants on the volcanic island, and more than a month of experience in surviving on a deserted island, it will be no problem for these girls to survive for 3 to 5 days or even half a month. What Lu Zhe is most worried about is that after something happens to him and Jiang Yao, they will do something out of line. For example, risking one's life to enter a whirlpool to save someone or crying until one faints due to despair. It would be really dangerous if something like this happened. But immediately, Lu Zhe made another assumption. If the girls really thought that Yao Yao and he fell into the sea, would they jump into the water regardless of the consequences? It's possible, but more likely not. Ning Shu believes in herself, and Sister Bing also believes in herself. More importantly, when the distance between them is more than 100 meters and the wind and waves are very small, they can communicate through shouting and whistling. This way you can ask each other about the situation and convey some rational emotions. They may be sad, but after being sad, they will also think about various possible outcomes. For example, Maybe Lu Zhe is not dead and is trying his best to save himself. And they rashly jumped into the water to challenge the whirlpool without any vehicles, which resulted in nothing but seeking death and causing trouble for others. If they could think of this, they would probably calm down in their grief and seek more rational ways of rescue. Hey, I can't see them at all. Jiang Yao stood on a rock, put her hands together, and stood on tiptoe to look over there. Lu Zhe said, "The distance is nearly 1 kilometer. Even if they are within your field of vision, you may not be able to see them, unless you can clearly see a 1 millimeter bug on the wall 5 meters away." Okay, I give up. After hearing what Lu Zhe said, Jiang Yao sighed softly and sat down. What should we do now? They must be very worried. Yeah, they must be very anxious. Lu Zhe thought for a moment. So, the most important thing we should do now is to send a signal to our companions to let them know that we are still alive. How do you send a signal? Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, "Start a fire." The thick black smoke produced by the fire during the day might be visible to them. Even if they can't see the black smoke, they can still see the fire at night. Jiang Yao pondered. If we can't see the black smoke, can we see the firelight? Lu Zhe nodded and said confidently, "The light of fire can penetrate a very long distance in the dark." Kevin Krishunas and Don Corona, professors of astronomy in the United States, have done tests. The naked human eye cannot see a person of the same height about 1 kilometer away during the day, but can see a candle 2.6 kilometers away in the dark of night. We are even closer. If we light a fire, the light will definitely be much brighter than a candle. Sister Bing is a police officer and has good eyesight. All they have to do is look out at the dark sea at night, and they will see our fires. Wow, that's great. Wait. Jiang Yao immediately became worried again. What's wrong? The fire starter is with the squad leader, and the E-something Kuei fire-making device is among the supplies with Sister Bing. If we want to start a fire, it seems like we don't have any suitable tools. Hearing this, Lu Zhe should have been very depressed, but instead of being depressed, a little light flashed in his eyes. Hey, so, these two groups can easily start a fire. Yeah, you don't have to worry about your 4 concubines. Then what about you, Yao Yao? Jiang Yao tilted her head and blinked. Generate electricity with love? Lu Zhe smiled faintly. Don't make a fuss. The situation may be better than you think. Let's see what we have first. Chapter 147, Obtaining Fish Blood. Chapter 147, Obtaining Fish Blood. They both opened the package. It was a package made of a piece of rag wrapped in a fishing net hammock they had woven, containing 1/5 of their supplies. Wire saw. Lu Zhe waited and said, "Not bad." Slingshot. There are no bullets, but it doesn't matter. There are stones everywhere. Steak knife. Small but sharp. 2 300 milliliters water bottles, one filled with a few nails and the other filled with half a bottle of lard. 6 empty water bottles and a large glass canning jar. Food. 10 wild lemons and 12 dried chilies. In addition, there are several pairs of chopsticks and a bundle of bamboo sticks. That's all. Lu Zhe nodded. Yao Yao, do you remember what the other 4 were filled with? Jiang Yao thought for a moment. Although I distributed most of the things, I only remember some of the main supplies. Tell me. The backpack is with the squad leader. It contains important supplies such as diary, hand cream, seeds, and the big bear skin, tinder, cell phone, etc. Lu Zhe nodded. Very good, continue. In Shanxian's bag, a Type 30 bayonet, a Type 92 lunchbox, a squirt gun, some bananas, dried meat, and a dozen coconuts I picked up along the way today. I can't remember what else was in there. So, not only can the squad leader and Shanxian easily start a fire, they also have fresh water, sabers to chop wood, and lunchboxes to cook food. Yeah. Jiang Yao nodded and continued. Sister Bing supplies include a suitcase with some strange things in it, as well as a paratrooper knife, an engineer's shovel, a harpoon, a kettle, and fresh water. Where's Guo? Guo'er's package contained a steel helmet, some old clothes and torn slippers, and an E-style fire starter. Oh, and Guo'er's supplies also included the bicycle. Lu Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Sister Bing and Guo'er's supplies can also meet daily needs. We can rest assured. Jiang Yao nodded. Yeah, it seems they're all better than us. You still have me. Jiang Yao nodded. That's right, think about it this way. I am the luckiest. Look, the pattern is emerging. Then Lu Zhe stood up and said, "Stop talking nonsense. We should also search this island, get some firewood, some plastic, and then make a fire." Jiang Yao felt a little embarrassed when it came to searching for the island. Lu Zhe understood that Jiang Yao was torn, and the little sister was injured, and it was painful for her to walk. Looking at this small island, it doesn't seem very big. You just stay here and look after the supplies. I will search the island myself. Then, be careful. Don't worry, this island is not big. If you have any problems, just shout loudly. I can hear you. Understood. Jiang Yao made an okay gesture. Lu Zhe searched the island and first strolled along the coastline of the island, picking up some garbage, including broken bottles, rotten clothes, broken beach toys, and other things. It took less than 10 minutes. Not a lot was picked up, just over 2 kilograms in total. Lu Zhe didn't quite believe that these things would cause black smoke that was visible to the other party. Then we climbed to the highest point of the mountain without much effort, and found that the island was only 20 meters above sea level and a little over 2 hectares. To put it simply, it is not much different from 3 football fields. The area is small, the resources are few, and survival is a little difficult. Mr. Fire. You can rub it by hand or make a bow drill, but now there are faster tools at hand. Wire saw. He removed the brake cable from the jigsaw. After observing it, I found that a lot of rust has been worn off compared to when it was first made, and the sharpness in the middle has decreased. I wonder how long it can be used. However, the 2 ends are still easy to scratch your hands. He wanted to tear off 2 pieces of cloth to pad his hands, but he was a little worried that the cloth was too small to wrap the supplies. Jiang Yao handed it forward in sync. Here, use this. It was her pair of little cotton socks. Lu Zhe took it and smiled. I'm really reluctant to use it. What if it gets scratched? It's okay. It's better than scratching your hand. Besides, it's not impossible for me to go barefoot. As he spoke, he pulled Lu Zhe's hand and wrapped his socks around Lu Zhe's palm. Lu Zhe looked at her bare feet, and her pair of snow-white little feet were surprisingly pretty. Okay, not bad. Lu Zhe nodded. He found a dry stick as thick as his arm, placed it between 2 stones, put some dry leaves underneath, and stepped on it with his feet. Jiang Yao moved a stone, sat opposite, and put her feet on the instep of Lu Zhe's foot. Let me lend you some strength. Lu Zhe smiled bitterly. How much strength can this lend? However, since Yao Yao is determined, we can't discourage her enthusiasm, right? Lu Zhe nodded. Thank you. He wrapped the brake line around the dry tree stick twice, held both ends with both hands, and began to pull it quickly. He had incredible strength, and a large amount of wood was sawed off. At first it was the color of the original wood, and then it turned black. Black smoke came out of the sawing place, and the brake line also changed color slightly. Almost there. Lu Zhe quickly poured all the ashes onto dry leaves, scooped them up, and blew them slowly. The wood ash flickered, then suddenly flames appeared. Jiang Yao was overjoyed. Wow, it really worked. Lu Zhe nodded slightly proudly. Of course, I'm a great survival expert. Lu Zhe placed the flame in the middle of the stone. Jiang Yao placed thin branches on the flame, and when the fire started, added new wood. Plastic? Well, stay away to avoid choking. Okay. Jiang Yao took small steps and squatted 5 meters away. Lu Zhe threw the plastic toy into the fire. After a while, black smoke with a pungent smell came out. However, due to the wind, the smoke did not go straight up. As luck would have it, it blew directly towards Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao was choked by the cigarette and kept coughing. This cigarette is not decent. Cough, cough. Maybe there's a stereotype against girls with big breasts. Lu Zhe ran over, picked her up, and put her in another direction. I added some plastic and rubber garbage, and the result was a strong smell, but not much smoke. Although the sea breeze is not strong, it has no fixed direction. Sometimes it goes south, and sometimes it goes north. The smoke is blown so hard that it is difficult to gather together and form an obvious signal. Lu Zhe was also choking and felt very uncomfortable. He understood that trying again would only torture himself and waste supplies, which would be useless, so he had to give up. Put out the plastic fire and start a proper fire again. Lu Zhe sighed. It seems that it is unrealistic to transmit signals during the day. He looked towards the other side again, concentrating his mind and calming his breath, and vaguely saw 2 moving figures. That's where Qian and Ningshu are. Lu Zhe was relieved. They did not go into the water. As for Sister Bing and Guer, although no one was seen, Lu Zhe believed that Sister Bing would not allow Guer to do anything impulsive. Should we build a house next? How are you now? It still hurts a little, but I can walk now. You should recover first. We don't have any fresh water among these supplies, and fresh water is more important than shelter. So I'm going to get some water next. Then I'll come back to build shelter, finish all this before dark, and send a signal to my companions after nightfall. Okay, but if men go out to work, women can't just sit there and do nothing, right? What should I do? Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, I think I can do something. Can you fish? How do you say it? Jiang Yao thought about it and said with certainty, I am a natural fishing expert in my genes. Lu Zhe nodded. That's great. This is where the cold current and warm current meet. It's also a naturally formed large fishing ground. You can fish here. Fishing? What do you use to fish? Use this. Lu Zhe pointed to a pile of ropes on the ground. He used this bundle of ropes to tie the package tightly to himself on the bamboo raft so that these important things were not lost. It's a bit rough. Just separate a few strands and then connect them together. You can probably make a rope that's more than 30 meters long. This island is very close to a natural fishing ground, so it's enough for fishing. And the hook, with nails. As he spoke, Lu Zhe poured out a 5 cm long nail, sharpened the nail head, and bent it into a shape with the help of a stone. A simple fishhook was made. Get some bait. No, we can use lures. What is a lure? Jiang Yao was a little confused. It's liya. Do you understand what I mean? I am familiar with this word, but I don't know what it is. Aren't you a good fisherman in your genes? How come you don't understand this? I've never fished. Jiang Yao thought for a moment and then said, but my father is the 3-time champion of the Magic City Huashing Cup Fishing Championship. He is known as the Magic City Fishing God. There is nothing wrong with me saying this. Lu Zhe was stunned for 3 seconds. Indeed, the logic is very rigorous. So your father has always wanted a son to inherit his legacy as a fishing god. I want to say this is bullshit, but it's true. Then this glorious and arduous mission is now handed over to you. Take apart the rope first, and I'll make you a fishing rod and bait. I just have to make do without the pulley. Learn. The materials for the fishing rod are easy to find. Lu Zhe found a thin bamboo pole with good toughness and just cut the head and tail. Then make the lure. In the wild, when there is a problem with the bait, many experienced anglers use beer bottle caps. Because of their colorful and reflective patterns, they could be easily mistaken for small fish by big fish. Lu Zhe picked out the most beautiful green soda bottle cap from the garbage dump, stuffed a few small stones into it as a pendant, cut a small strip of red plastic bag to make a tail, stuffed it in the back, then pinched the bottle cap up and down to form a dumpling shape to clamp the fish hook and the plastic tail. A set of pin CC version of lure fishing hooks is made. Lu Zhe didn't know whether it was useful or not. Jiang Yao's rope had been almost completely untied, and now it was connected front and back to form a long rope of about 20 to 30 meters. Lu Zhe tried it and found it was quite sturdy and could easily catch a 10-pound fish. You can fish here while I go find some fresh water. Lu Zhe thought it would be easy to find fresh water, but in fact it was much more difficult. It took Lu Zhe 3 hours to collect 200 milliliters of rainwater left on the leaves. The drain made under the bark will only drop 1 drop every few minutes, which is not as good as distilled water, and you can't rely on it all. It seems that it is not so easy to survive here for a while. Chapter 148. The Fishing Master in the Genes. Chapter 148. The Fishing Master in Genes. Frankly speaking, Lu Zhe didn't expect to catch anything. He just got a fishing rod to kill time. Of course, it would be great if she could catch it, but if she doesn't, just treat it as a pastime for her. Because if they do nothing, girls will easily have wild thoughts, which will bring a lot of negative emotions to their hearts. Then, Lu Zhe put all his energy into building a shelter and preparing to spend the night safely. He found 2 trees that were as thick as thighs and 2 meters apart, tied the horizontal pole 2 meters above the ground. Then saw 2 thin tree trunks about 4 meters long, place them diagonally on the horizontal bar, and tie them tightly. Tie a thin bamboo horizontally between 2 long tree trunks every 40 to 50 centimeters, and finally put palm leaves on the horizontal bamboo, and spread some more palm leaves on the ground, and a rainproof shelter is ready. Since I was doing it alone, it took quite some time. Looking at the watch, it was already 5 p.m. and it was getting closer to dark. Time to get some food. He decided to bring Jiang Yao back, let her rest for a while, and then go fishing for dinner. But when he arrived at the reef, Lu Zhe was surprised to find that Jiang Yao was actually unhooking a fish. Caught it? Yes, I really caught it. The fish is not small. It's just that her way of removing the hook was a little special. She didn't dare to touch it with her hands. Instead, she held the fishing line with one hand and used the bamboo pole to poke the hook in the fish's mouth with the other. As a result, the fish jumped around wildly, and water and sand on its body flew everywhere. She hid behind a rock very experiencedly. When the fish is tired of jumping, grab the the bamboo pole, and repeat the previous action until the fishhook is poked out. Look at that eye-catching hook-removing action, just like a novice who burned down the kitchen during his first cooking. But seeing more than 20 fish of all sizes lying in disorder on the beach behind her, Lu Zhe fell into deep confusion again. That's enough, Yao Yao. We can't eat it all. The fish here are too greedy. Throw the fishhook in. As she spoke, Jiang Yao threw the fishhook into the water again. In less than 10 seconds, the fish tank was tightened again. Another sea base was immediately pulled up. Lu Zhe hurried over and helped her take the fish off. Jiang Yao said happily, "He is not a scoundrel." Lu Zhe was a little puzzled. Is it really talent and bloodline? Wait a minute, let me try. Lu Zhe took the fishing hook and threw it into the water. The fishing rod shook slightly. 3 minutes later, the fishing rod suddenly tightened. He pulled it up, and a base flew out of the water. That's a lot. Lu Zhe nodded and said, "This is a natural fishing ground formed by the confluence of cold and warm currents. No human has ever set foot here before, so the fish density is high and their appetite is high, so it's easy to fish. But you're really great. Your fishing efficiency is higher than mine." Being praised by Lu Zhe, Jiang Yao smiled and said, "By the way, did you find some water? I'm dying of thirst." Lu Zhe handed her the bottle of water. Jiang Yao was very thirsty and drank several sips, but when she thought that Lu Zhe hadn't drunk yet, she refused to drink the rest. "Lu Zhe, would you like to drink some too? There's not a lot of fresh water, so I guess you can't handle it, but I can eat this." As he spoke, Lu Zhe grabbed a fish, beat it to death, rinsed off the mud and sand and sea water, and then dug out a bloody fish eye with a dinner knife. Fish eyes are rich in water, DHA, and some minerals. If people are really short of water on a deserted island, they can dig up the eyes of marine fish to quench their thirst. Jiang Yao opened her eyes wide. I saw Lu Zhe really threw the fish eye into his mouth and started chewing it, but it seemed that the smell was not very good. Lu Zhe frowned and swallowed it in the end. "Yeah, it tastes a bit fishy, but it's fine if you swallow it." Jiang Yao tried her luck. "I can eat this too." As he spoke, Lu Zhe dug out another fish eye and handed it to Jiang Yao. "Want to try it? Just give it a try." Jiang Yao looked at the blood ball in front of her that was as big as a glass ball. She closed her mouth in fear and hesitated for 3 seconds. "No, it's all blood. What about this?" Lu Zhe threw the fish eye into his mouth. Jiang Yao thought Lu Zhe was going to help her wipe the blood off the fish's eyes, but at this moment, Lu Zhe suddenly kissed her. This sudden kiss was so romantic that the adolescent girl couldn't refuse it at all, and she felt Lu Zhe spit the eyeball into her mouth. At that moment, Jiang Yao collapsed. Other people's kisses have strawberry flavor, vanilla flavor, mint flavor. Only her kiss smells like eyeballs. But at this moment, Lu Zhe pushed her against the tree, leaving her with nowhere to retreat. Looking at Lu Zhe's determined pupils seemed to give her endless strength. At this moment, Jiang Yao realized. She closed her eyes and finally made up her mind to bite open the fish's eye. Bang! A stream of mucus with a faint fishy and salty smell burst out in the mouth, filling the mouth with an overwhelming taste. Jiang Yao gritted her teeth, swallowed the juice with a gulp, and spat the fish back into Lu Zhe's mouth. Lu Zhe ate it indifferently. "It's not that hard to accept." Jiang Yao coughed for a while and said helplessly, "Master Lu, can you kiss the girl before eating her eyeball? At least when she recalls it, she won't think of the bloody eyeball in her mouth. Don't think too much when you're trying to survive." Lu Zhe said, picking up another fish, digging out a fish eye, and handing it to Jiang Yao. "Continue." Jiang Yao stared at the fish eye for a long time with trembling eyes and said, "Okay, I can only accept you feeding me." Lu Zhe thought about it. If you're sick and need to drink a bottle of Huaxiang Jingqi water, you will definitely feel very tortured. But if a beautiful girl holds it in her mouth and spits it out to you, that's a different story. Yao Yao is willing to do this, which is also a benefit to herself. Why not? But after eating 4 fish eyes, Jiang Yao still felt like vomiting. The two of them shared the remaining water. The fresh water washed away the fishy taste in her mouth, and she finally felt much better. All the fresh water is gone. Lu Zhe smiled and said, "It's okay, you can still eat the fish eyes." As he said this, he threw another fish eye into his mouth and chewed it with a smile, feeling like he was eating a piece of delicious chocolate. This made Jiang Yao extremely admire him. But after he ate 10 raw fish eyes, he finally couldn't hold it anymore and started vomiting. "Damn, I really can't eat too much of this stuff. I'm sorry, Xiaozhe. I should have left more for you. Don't panic, we still have another way. Use fish blood." Although the blood of marine fish is somewhat salty, the salt content in their flesh is not high. It is a very good substitute for fresh water when there is a lack of fresh water on a desert island. How do you bleed then? Lu Zhe thought of a solution. Prepare a broadleaf, a glass jar, and your own top. Spread the shirt on the stone, wash a fish, and put on the clothes, then wrap it up layer by layer. Tighten it. Let Jiang Yao grab one end. Lu Zhe grabs the other end with one hand and starts hitting the fish hard with a stick in the other hand. Chapter 149 Fish, I Taste First Kiss. Chapter 149 Fish, I First Kiss. Lu Zhe, killing it is understandable, but torturing it is inhumane. It's already dead. Why torture it? Dead. Look, it didn't even cry after being beaten like that. It must be dead. Jiang Yao took a look and said, well, it looks like he is indeed dead. Compared to a certain country's sushi restaurant, they would take the fish out of the fish tank, cut off the meat, and then put it back into the fish tank. While eating the fish meat, they would enjoy the painful swimming posture of the fish whose meat was cut off. Ours is considered merciful. Kindness. Lu Zhe said casually, yes, only kind people would eat fish. Haven't you seen the monks in the temple hitting fish with sticks for fun? It was a serious matter, but Jiang Yao couldn't help laughing. That's ridiculous. That's a wooden fish. It's totally different from what you're doing. Lu Zhe nodded, almost. Do you know where the wooden fish came from? Jiang Yao thought for a moment and said, I heard that it was invented by an old Taoist priest. Then the monks stole it and used it. That's just one way of saying it. There's another. What do you mean? Legend has it that when Tang Monk returned from his journey to the west, he once stayed at a family's home. The family insisted on eating fish, so the male owner had no choice but to go to the market and buy a big fish. He was going to kill the fish and stew it for Tang Monk. But after killing it, he cut open the fish's belly and found child. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be his own baby. Don't bully me because I haven't read Journey to the West. There's no such part. This isn't recorded in Journey to the West. Where is that recorded? 100,000 Whys. This is a folk legend called The Belly of the Fish, which originated from Indian Buddhism. The protagonist is Bakalu, a disciple of Sakyamuni. When it came to us, it became Tang Sanzang. Anyway, saving a child is equivalent to doing good deeds. From then on, when it was time for dinner, the monks would knock on the wooden fish to commemorate the big fish with imperfect digestive function. It is said that this can accumulate merits. This is the origin of the Buddhist version of the wooden fish in the mainland. Hey, this is a little strange. Jiang Yao tilted her head and thought, as if she had discovered an obvious loophole in the story. Are you asking why Tang Sing eats fish? No, I want to ask. The man's child was found in the fish's stomach. So the question is, what did he do to the fish? Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, maybe he hit the fish with a stick. Jiang Yao's eyes lit up. Are you sure it was a knock? Not something else. What else? As he spoke, he hit her with a few more sticks, and her clothes were stained red with fish blood. Now, hold on. Lu Zhe began to twist it in one direction, and gradually, fish blood flowed out of his clothes. It's bleeding. Well, its blood is what we want. As Lu Zhe twisted the thread, he said, although the blood of sea fish is a bit salty, the salt content is not high. It also contains other mineral elements. In the wild, it is a better substitute for fresh water than urine. Wrapping it with a few layers of clothes and twisting it can not only extract blood, but the fine cotton thread can also filter out a large number of parasites. Once more strange knowledge has been gained. The two men minced all the fish and obtained half a can of fish blood. We can make grilled fish fillets out of the remaining fish meat and drink the fish blood directly. As he spoke, Lu Zhe drank a big mouthful of fish blood, and his lips turned red, like a vampire. What's that smell? Lu Zhe smacked his lips. It's fishy, a little salty, not very tasty, but if you don't consider its appearance, it's easier to accept than urine. Of course, if it's from my concubines, that's another matter. You're just a jerk. Feel it. Jiang Yao drank a little bit and immediately became exhausted. She started to dry heave nonstop. This tastes so weird. It seems that she can't accept the taste yet. Derek and Bear Grylls will get the fish blood into the intestines and use the intestinal wall to absorb it, so they can avoid the disgusting fishy smell. Do you want to try it? No way. Come to think of it, Qian, squad leader, and Sister Bing are the happiest ones. They can get clean, fresh water resources in many places on a volcanic island and don't have to eat eyes or drink blood. But they eventually replenished their body's water and their physical condition returned to normal. Lu Zhe looked at the time and said, "During this time, we will grill some fish to fill our stomachs. When it is completely dark, we can send them a signal." Jiang Yao looked gloomy. "I can't eat." Lu Zhe didn't think much of it. He found a stone and put it in the fire. He smeared some lard on the surface of the stone and roasted the fish on the stone. Soon the fragrance came out. The beaten fish meat was soft and tender, and Lu Zhe threw it into his mouth and chewed it. Seeing Lu Zhe eating so happily, Jiang Yao pursed her lips and said, "How about you give me some too?" "That's right. It tastes much better than fish eyes." Jiang Yao took the fish and tasted it. Sure enough, it tastes better when cooked. "Lu Zhe, I really don't know how to live without you." Lu Zhe smiled and said, "Without you, I don't know how desperate I would be now. Really. In fact, the most difficult thing to face in survival is not the lack of food and fresh water, but loneliness and despair. Many people have the opportunity to survive, but ultimately choose to understand themselves. I think if there's a lovely girl like you by his side, no man can survive." Jiang Yao chuckled. "Why didn't I realize you were so good at coaxing people before?" The two chatted and ate fish, which made them feel fuller and warmer. It wasn't completely dark yet. During this time, Jiang Yao washed both of their clothes with clear seawater. Lu Zhe made 2 grass skirts and went shirtless while Jiang Yao wrapped her chest with broad leaves. Then put all the clothes on the fire to dry. The sun set and the light dimmed, but Lu Zhe's eyes never left the opposite side. The two chatted until 8:15. Finally, a prominent bright spot appeared on the other side of the sea. "Fire, it's fire." Lu Zhe saw it. Jiang Yao saw it too, rubbed their eyes, and pointed happily at the opposite side. "Yes, that's where the squad leader and Qian are. They started a fire. Have they discovered us, too? I don't know. The fact that they made a fire only means that they did not do anything irrational and started to work toward survival. It doesn't prove that they have discovered us. After all, if we were not fixed on the opposite side, it would be difficult for us to find that bright spot." Jiang Yao thought for a moment and said, "But logically speaking, since they knew we were in trouble, they should have spent a lot of time observing the sea, right?" Lu Zhe nodded. "That's right. What about Sister Bing and Guo? Why didn't they make a fire? It shouldn't be too difficult for them to make a fire." Lu Zhe pondered for a while and said, "I guess there are 3 possibilities. One is that Sister Bing and Guo may have already passed through the stone forest and reunited with squad leader Qian and the others. Second, they tried to reunite with the squad leader Qian, but they spent too much energy and failed, which slowed down their survival progress. Third, the fire starter malfunctioned, and trying to start a fire by other means wasted time." Jiang Yao nodded. As long as there is no danger. Lu Zhe didn't say anything. In fact, he was not sure whether Sister Bing and Guo's situation fell into these 3 categories. It would be terrible if something else happened. For example, he rebuilt the bamboo raft and ventured through the stone forest through the water, but ended up being washed away by the current, just like them. We have to find a way for them to find us. Jiang Yao thought for a moment and said, "Right, let's make torches and shake them with our arms crossed." "Well, that's a good idea." Jiang Yao was praised and pursed her lips in satisfaction. "Then let's make torches together." Making torches isn't too difficult, especially if you have bamboo, a saw, a knife, rope, and lard. Soon, Lu Zhe made 2 torches and lit them. Torches dipped in lard are more burn-resistant and produce brighter flames than ordinary torches. Lu Zhe stood on a rock, waving 2 torches vigorously, but still didn't receive any response. Lu Zhe shook his head. "The distance is too far. No matter how you shake, it will only look like a dot of light to the other side. And even if they knew, they wouldn't know how to convey the information to us." Lu Zhe pondered for a while and suddenly thought of a solution. At this moment, the girls on the other side of the island were all in deep despair. Chapter 150. The Other Side of the Girls. Chapter 150. The Girls on the Other Side. On the north side of the stone forest, 2 girls sat opposite each other in front of fire, not saying a word. They cried for a long time and had no more tears left. It was windy at night, and Sister Bing's voice could no longer be heard from the south side. In the dead of night, endless loneliness and despair loomed in my heart. "Qian, do you think Lu Zhe and Yao Yao will never come back?" Qian shook her head dully. "I don't know. He promised me. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have said those words when he left." As he said this, he sniffed twice. Qian grabbed Ning Shu's hand and said, "Don't blame yourself, squad leader. When I was crying before, didn't you tell me to be brave and that Lu Zhe and Yao Yao would come back?" Ning Su hit. It was easy to persuade others, but when it came to himself, Who could let go of the feelings in just a few words? I felt hopeless before, but now I think calmly. Maybe they are still alive. Otherwise, let's make lotus lanterns. What is that? It's also called a water lantern, a kind of lantern that will float away when placed in water. Why do you make that thing? It's like paying tribute to your relatives. Ning Shu wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, he sat up straight. Yes, this light can be placed in the water to observe the direction of the water flow and expand the signal range. Sister Bing can also see us. Qian nodded. Yes. Ning Shu's eyes lit up. Since we don't know what to do now, let's do this. Maybe this will really help Lu Zhe get him back. Will you do it? Lin Qian thought for a moment and said, we need a main body that can serve as buoyancy, a candle that can continue to burn for a while, and a curtain that can block the wind and prevent the flame from being blown out. Ning Shu thought for a moment. There are many things that can be used to create buoyancy, such as wood, bamboo, bottles, and foam. There are also things that can burn continuously, such as resin and bear oil candles. As for the curtain, where can I get this? Qian took out 2 pairs of stockings from her arms. Use Guo'er stockings. That's a good idea. Wait, why are Guo'er stockings here with you? Well, I can't wear it anymore, and she doesn't want it anymore. I think it's a shame to throw it away, so I just keep it with me. Ning Shu nodded. So, we can really make lotus lanterns. The other side of the stone forest. Tang Xiaoguo was tied to a tree, humming sadly. My sorrow turns into a river. At this time, a 50-centimeter long iguana crawled over and lay on a rock not far away, as if listening to her humming. Under normal circumstances, she would have screamed in fear, but today, she just looked at the guy with despair. Do you understand my sadness? No, no one can understand the pain of losing a loved one. Besides, you're not a human, you're Godzilla. The lizard tilted its head, as if it actually understood what she said. The little brother I loved left. I don't know if he's dead or alive. I wanted to follow him, but another woman who loved him tied me up. Little Godzilla, tell me, am I the most pitiful woman in the world? The lizard actually nodded. Tang Xiao felt a little comforted. I didn't expect that there's a lizard in this world who understands me. Okay, help me bite the rope open, so I could go find Brother Xiaozhe. The lizard didn't move. Then another lizard appeared, climbed onto the back of the first lizard, and the 2 lizards began to perform some unusual movements. Tang Xiao's nose was about to smoke with anger. Ah, if you want to show off your affection, go show it somewhere else. I don't want to live anymore, and you still come to provoke me. At this time, Xinbing came back. She swung the engineer's shovel with both hands and hit the one on top with it. The one below was knocked unconscious. Seeing that the situation was not good, the one below quickly escaped into the diamond crack. Tang Xiao glared and shouted, Sister Bing, well done. Xinbing threw down the shovel, cut off the lizard's head with a paratrooper knife, and hung the body on a small tree as a protein reserve. She had a blank expression on her face, and her movements were sharp and efficient. It was completely different from the first time I handled a snake. I found a way, but it's too long. Rest here for one night. I'll take you to meet up with Xiao Ning and Qian tomorrow. You can only take those supplies and leave the rest here. As she spoke, she began to pack her things. What about Lu Zhe? Xinbing was stunned, her lips trembling slightly. After a while, tears welled up from her eyes, but she wiped them away before they fell. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she only uttered 3 words. Let's not talk about it. After a while, she walked up to Tang Xiaohua and said, I'm going to untie the rope that's tied around you now. Please don't jump into the sea, okay? Tang Xiaohua sniffed twice. Jumping into the sea is useless. I get washed back every time. You can't hit the rocks on the cliff. That hurts a lot. I think hanging myself is fine. Sister Bing, don't you like Lu Zhe too? Let's hang ourselves together. Xinbing sighed and held Tang Xiaohua's shoulders with both hands. Guo'er, Lu Zhe loves you the most. He definitely doesn't want to see anything happen to you. If he comes back alive and finds that you're not here, just imagine how sad he will be. Tang Xiaohua pursed her lips and said, Sister Bing, what do you think is the possibility that Lu Zhe is still alive? I don't know. As he said that, he untied Tang Xiaohua's rope. Tang Xiaohua looked at the seashore, his sadness evident in his words. What do you think? Will Xiaozhe and Yao Yao drift to a nearby island, build a fire, and watch us from the other side of the sea, just like those eyes? Xinbing shook her head. She thought Tang Xiaohua was talking nonsense. She carried a pile of wood from the jungle and threw it on the sand, then took out an Ikaluo-style fire-making device and prepared to drill the wood to make fire. Hey, Sister Bing, how can there be eyes in the sea? Is it a monster? Don't talk nonsense. How can there be eyes in the sea? It's right over there. Shinbing raised his head suspiciously and vaguely saw two bright spots on the sea. It's true. Shinbing immediately put down what she was holding and rushed to the beach. A pair of glowing eyes actually appeared on the sea surface. Chapter 151, Sending a Light Signal to Companions. Chapter 151, Sending a Light Signal to Companions. This pair of eyes immediately made Shinbing alert. Wrong. Looking more closely, the two spots of light slowly separated, then gathered together again after half a minute, and then the two spots of light slowly separated again. Not the eyes. The eyes do not follow such a trajectory. She suddenly thought of something. What did you just say? I said it's right over there. Previous sentence. Is that a monster? No, one more sentence. Tang Xiaohua thought about it vaguely. Will Brother Xiaozhe and Yao Yao drift to a nearby island, then build a fire and watch us from the other side of the sea, just like those eyes? Shinbing's breathing became rapid. Yes, that's it. You might be right. Did you notice that the distance between the two bright spots over there keeps changing? If it's some animal, the distance between its eyes won't change. Tang Xiao will rub his eyes. Really? Lu Zhe and Yao Yao may have really been stranded on a small island over there. They are running back and forth with a torch each, trying to signal us. In an instant, Tang Xiao was shouted excitedly. Really? Sister Bing, you didn't lie to me. Shin Bing looked at the lights in the distance, her face showing uncontrollable joy. Silly child, think about it with your little brain. Really, it's really Brother Zhe and Yao Yao. Yeah. She cried with joy and threw herself into Shun Bing's arms. Gwr, don't get excited. Since Lu Zhe has sent us a signal, we have to do something. Yes, what? Shun Bing suppressed her excitement and thought hard for a moment. Yes, light the fire first, and then find a way to tell Ning Shuqian and the others that Lu Zhe is still alive. Maybe they didn't see him. Sister Bing, light the fire. I'll go tell them. Well, can you? Tang Xiaohua clenched his fist and said, from childhood to adulthood, I've always been the cultural and arts committee member in the class. She thought for a moment, waded to the edge of the stone forest, and sang the boat tracker's favorite song at the top of her voice. Little sister, I'm watching from the shore, brother. You're walking on the other side. Oh. Our love, our affection is swinging on the tow rope. You know what? The soft melody of the female voice becomes clear and pleasant, melodious and lingering in Tang Xiaohua's mouth, with great penetrating power. Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian, who were making lotus lanterns, heard it. Ning Shu's first reaction was, why is Guo singing? Is she crazy? That doesn't make sense. Lin Qianqian paused and thought for a moment, hey, could she be conveying a message to us? Ning Shu's eyes lit up. He took out a whistle and started blowing hard. Guo obviously heard it and sang even harder. At this time, Qianqian looked at the sea and saw two moving small bright spots. Squad leader, there's something going on over there. At this moment, on the opposite coast, Jiang Yao and Lu Zhe each took a torch and ran back and forth along the coastline for more than a dozen times. Jiang Yao was exhausted. Xiaozhe, do you think they can see us? I don't know. If you're really tired, just take a break. Hey, look, the lights are on over there too, Sister Bing. Lu Zhe looked up. Sure enough, the long-awaited light on Sister Bing's side came on. However, this is not the end. There are more surprises. Two bright spots appeared on Ning Shu and Qianqian's side and began to move apart and together. Then, the same bright spots appeared on Shun Bing and Tang Xiaohua's side, moving back and forth along a similar trajectory. I saw it. They saw us. They're responding to us. Yeah. Jiang Yao was so excited that she shed tears. When I was most desperate, I received a response from my companions. The feeling I felt was simply indescribable. Tang Xiaohua held the torch and cried with joy. That's great. Everyone is here. Shinbing was also so excited that she wanted to shout, but then she remembered that the distance was too far and the other party wouldn't be able to hear her. But it doesn't matter. Knowing that no one is hurt is better than anything else. Tang Xiaohua said, I just don't know what their situation is. Shinbing thought for a moment and said, we can try that method. What is the solution? Light language. Well, I think I heard my dad say that dodging once means thanking, dodging twice means being too slow, and turning around means pulling over. No, I'm talking about Morse code, which uses short and long sounds or images to convey information. I've heard of this too. Would Lu Zhe understand that? This kid has a wide range of knowledge. Maybe he can do it. Even if he doesn't know, he will give us a response. How do we do that? Put down your torch first and look at mine. Shinbing came to a big rock and let the rock block his torch. After a little thought, he began to hand out the torch and then quickly took it back, then repeated the operation. Sometimes it is taken back immediately after being handed over, and sometimes it takes 2 seconds before being taken back. At the same time, Jiang Yao saw the fire over there flickering. Lu Zhe, what happened to Sister Bing? Lu Zhe stared at the opposite side. Yao Yao, help me get a branch from the fire. I need to remember something. Jiang Yao quickly took one and handed it over. Lu Zhe rode on the stone with the carbonized side, and 2 minutes later, that side stopped. Yao Yao, help me keep an eye on that place. Tell me immediately if anything happens. What's going on? This is Morse code. The other side is sending us a message. You understand this? I understand it a little, but I'm not familiar with it. As he said this, he began to write down the letters under the code. Jiang Yao looked across at the other side and asked curiously, did you also learn this from 100,000 Whys? That's not the case. My dad taught me that. What does our father do? Pilot. That's amazing. No wonder my little Zhe has been trained so well. How can we tell the difference? Look at the length of the flames. The short ones represent dots, and the long ones represent short dashes. Different arrangements and combinations of dots and dashes will form different letters and numbers. For example, a dot and a dash represent the letter A dash and a dot represent B, and a dash and a dot represent C. It sounds complicated, but it's actually very simple. I can teach you later. Here, Lu Zhe has already translated all the letters. Who are you? Haha, you're asking who we are. Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, let's save some trouble and use our initials to spell it out. First, turn the letters into a code, and then use the frequency of the flames to convey it to them. Half a minute later, Shenbing on the other side received Lu Zhe's message and wrote LZJY on the sand. The host experienced hiss. Tang Xiaowu fell into Conan-like contemplation. What does he want to express? Silly child, it's Lu Zhe and Jiang Yao, the initials of their names. It really is them. Great, great. Please send our initials as well. Shenbing asked angrily, do you want to send SBTXG or TXGSB? Tang Xiaowu was stunned. Silly boy, sending your name's initials is so cold and disrespectful. Let's send you nicknames. Lu Zhe will definitely understand. GBJ. Chapter 152 in the Dark Night. I received a signal from my companions. Chapter 152 in the Dark Night. I received a signal from my companions. Then, Shenbing and Lu Zhe began to communicate using simple phrases. They actually achieved communication under such circumstances, and both groups were so excited that they couldn't sleep. After a while, Ningshu noticed that the lights on Lu Zhe's side were flashing. What are they doing? I don't know. Lin Qianqian thought for a moment, but it's a bit like Morse code. So amazing. Do you understand this? Lin Qianqian shook her head. Ningshu thought for a moment and said, although we don't understand, we can be sure that Lu Zhe and Sister Bing are communicating. We can also use our own way. As he spoke, he shook the lantern in his hand. A lotus lantern floated on the water in the north, emitting a faint flame and slowly drifting towards the center of the ocean. Lu Zhe saw it, and Tang Xiaowu saw it too. Look, lanterns. Yeah, Shenbing nodded. It seems that they're also responding positively. I'm bored, so I made a lantern. Okay, if you want to do it. At this point, Shenbing seemed to have thought of something. You jump into the sea and were washed back. Can your lantern float into the sea? That's weird. Why can the squad leader shallowly enter the water, but I can't? Does this depend on luck? Didn't Lu Zhe say that there are cold and warm currents meeting here? I guess it might be the result of different ocean current directions. At this point, Shenbing's eyes lit up. By the way, we can't release lotus lanterns, but you can make Kongming lanterns. Maybe it can help Lu Zhe determine the wind direction. Gore, can you do this? Tang Xiaowu thought for a moment and said, resin can be used to make candles, bamboo strips can be used to make the support, and plastic bags can be used to make the support cloth. There's absolutely no problem. Half an hour later, Lu Zhe saw the lantern start to spin and accelerate when it was 400 or 500 meters away from him, and finally sank into the sea. The Kongming lantern in the south flew up, but slowly flew towards the northeast. Lu Zhe did not continue sending Morse code, but fell into deep thought. What's wrong, Lu Zhe? Did you notice? The place where the lantern was sucked into the vortex, just now. Jiang Yao nodded. It seems to be several hundred meters closer to us than before. Lu Zhe nodded. That's right. Jiang Yao said in horror. It won't follow people. Lu Zhe thought for a while, When I sent the squad leader and Qian to the other side of the stone forest, although there was an undercurrent, I didn't feel such a strong suction. When I took you there, the suction was very strong. What does this mean? Jiang Yao thought for a moment and said, Does it look good to me? Lu Zhe shook his head. This shows that the vortex is indeed moving. But it is not realistic to say that it follows people. Or maybe this is not a vortex. How many more? Lu Zhe thought about it and put forward his own hypothesis. It may be countless. Huh? That's too exaggerated. It's not scary, and it's not exaggerated. Where two ocean currents meet, small whirlpools are easily formed. They are very weak at first, but as they move along the intersection of the two ocean currents, they absorb more and more energy and become larger and larger until the whirlpool encounters a volcanic island and disappears. Therefore, the whirlpool that threatened us at that time and the whirlpool that's sucked in the lanterns now are most likely not the same whirlpool. No wonder there's no beach there. It must have been washed away by the swirling currents. That's right. Jiang Yao thought for a moment and asked, Why move this way instead of the other way? Lu Zhe looked at the Kongming lantern that was about to disappear in the night sky. I guess it's the same as the monsoon. Affected by the Coriolis force, the vortex in July moves from southwest to northeast. The vortex in January is just the opposite, moving from northeast to southwest. It's not clear where it'll stop. Then, is this piece of knowledge useful to us? Of course it's very useful. Knowing the movement patterns of the vortex, we can find a safe resting point, build a raft, and then go to the volcanic island to meet up with our companions. At 11:30 p.m., Shun Bing received the last string of characters from Lu Zhe. Wait for us. She understood that Lu Zhe must be trying to find a way to reunite with them, and all they had to do was to survive here and wait for Lu Zhe to come back. Chapter 153, Making the Return Ship. Chapter 153, Making the Ship Back Home. On the opposite side of the island, Lu Zhe and Jiang Yao were sitting in the shelter. Yao, we have to go to sleep. We have to ensure we have enough energy to face tomorrow's challenges. Jiang Yao stroked her hair and said, Is it finally time for the two of us to sleep together? Yao, this statement is a bit strange. Yeah, I think so too, but Jiang Yao blinked her big watery eyes at him and said seriously, I am sensitive to cold, so I need a relatively warm embrace. Of course, if you don't want to, I won't force you. Even if you catch a cold or get sick, I won't blame you. Lu Zhe sighed. Every time you asked me to buy you water or snacks, you always said the same thing. Jiang Yao immediately leaned on him. Since you agree, you can hug me. Of course, it's limited to hugging, because my first time taken away by you, it still hurts a little now. If you want to do something more extreme, wait until I recover. How could I agree? Besides, I haven't even thought about it. He felt helpless. Sometimes, his conversations with Jiang Yao were completely on different channels. However, the night is getting colder, so the best thing to do is for two people to lean against each other and keep each other warm. Yao, it's true that we should stay together, but Qian and I can't stand you being like this. In that case, she took Lu Zhe's hand and placed it on her chest. This is the maximum extent I can accept at this stage. Lu Zhe knew that if he continued chatting with Jiang Yao, he didn't know what would happen. Okay, little ancestor, let's go to bed. Although I'm a little impatient, I understand how you feel at the moment. Please shut up. Learn. July 23rd, Tuesday, the 45th day on the desert island. Early in the morning, Lu Zhe woke up from a pleasant dream and successfully got to sign in for the day. Yao. I didn't expect you to bring insect-repellent herbs. If you had taken this out earlier, I wouldn't have been bitten by 3 mosquitoes. Herbs? Are there any mosquito-repellent herbs in this package? Suddenly, Lu Zhe thought of something. What did you use it for? I put it on my face and body. Okay, Lu Zhe sighed. Fortunately, you didn't eat it directly like Tang Xiaogua. What do we do next? Lu Zhe looked at the other side of the river, took off his watch, and handed it to Jiang Yao. We have to work separately. Every 5 minutes, throw some broken wood and foam into the water as buoys, and calculate the time, position, and trajectory of it being sucked into the water. I'll go cut bamboo and make a bamboo raft. Learn. Lu Zhe first checked the freshwater equipment set up yesterday and obtained a small bottle of fresh water. Then, take a saw and search the forest for suitable bamboo. Lu Zhe discovered that although there were bamboos here, the quantity was too small. There were only 2 or 3 decent bamboos, not enough to make a bamboo raft. But luckily, I found another bamboo that stored fresh water and saved up a whole bottle. And there was something wrong with the wire saw. Because the rust has been worn off, the sharpness and durability have been greatly reduced. As expected, the reliability of tools made of non-professional materials is too low. If you use it to cut wood again, it will probably break down soon. We have to think of another way. Think about it. Is there anything else that can increase buoyancy? Bottle bubbles. Anyway, you don't need to put the extra water in it. So, just use it all. But there is no way to make a bamboo raft shape. Lu Zhe thought for a while and came up with a perfect idea. He tied the bamboo and wood sections together with ropes to form a round bamboo bundle that was 2 meters long and 0.6 meters in diameter. Jiang Yao frowned. This bamboo raft is so thick. Let's ride on this simple bamboo raft and test its buoyancy. But I'm not good at riding, but I can give it a try for you. There's a first time for everything. As he spoke, Lu Zhe pushed the cylindrical bamboo raft into the shallow water, carried Jiang Yao on it, and then sat behind Jiang Yao. The raft held them aloft, with only their knees submerged in water. It looks not bad. Then an accident happened. The raft started to spin, and both people tilted to the right at the same time. With a splash, they all fell into the water. Lu Zhe wiped the water off his face and said, "The buoyancy is okay, but the biggest problem with this thing is that it will roll around in the water." Jiang Yao poured the water out of her ears. "I don't think it's proper. Just a little bit of renovation will do." Lu Zhe tied 2 pieces of wood horizontally to make 2 wings like wings, and then tied a large amount of foam on the 2 wings to increase stability. Tried again, no flip. The other bottles were all tied underneath the bundle to increase buoyancy. I tried again. This time, only my ankles were in the water. I lifted my feet slightly, and they were out of the sea. In this way, an airplane-shaped bamboo raft was made. Chapter 154. Set off towards reunion. Chapter 154. Heading towards reunion. As expected of a pilot's son, he can make a bamboo raft that looks like an airplane. Hey, do you think Shark thinks Mate Wan is delivering food by plane now? When it comes to survival, the basic tools need to be simple and practical, and the shape is not a consideration at all. As for sharks, as long as you don't want to go to the bathroom halfway, they won't think there is food on the plane. I also need to make 2 sturdier oars. By the way, did you write down what I asked you to remember? Jiang Yao used a carbon rod to write on the stone. You are right. The vortex is indeed moving. At 7:30, the first buoy was sucked into the vortex. At 9:40, the second buoy was sucked into the vortex. During this period, the other buoys were not sucked into the vortex. Then, Jiang Yao pointed out to Lu Zhe the location where the buoy sank. Lu Zhe nodded approvingly. Well done. It's 9:45 now. Let's see if the third whirlpool arrives around 11:50. If so, we will set off after the whirlpool passes. As long as we can reach the other side within 2 hours, we will be done. It sounds simple. In terms of distance, paddling 1,000 meters in 2 hours is not difficult. But the most worrying thing is that something might go wrong in the middle. Before we go, we need to eat something to replenish our energy and empty our stomachs, especially you, with so much fish blood in your intestines. A pint of wine in the middle of the ocean, plus takeout, will be given a 5-star rating by the sharks. But what if there's no paper? The seawater is so clear, why not just wash yourself at the beach? All right. More than 2 hours later, at around 11:50, all the buoys thrown previously were sucked into the vortex. And sure enough, the third vortex was passing by. The 2 men put their packages on their backs, clapped their hands in tacit understanding, and said in unison, "Okay, let's go to the volcanic island, our home." After making all the necessary preparations, the 2 men rowed on the raft and paddled towards the volcanic island. I thought I would run into some trouble along the way, but I didn't. You can also enjoy the scenery that is usually hard to see. Schools of sea bass, free-swimming snappers of various colors, manta rays flying under our feet, and large green dolphins more than half a meter long follow the aircraft raft all the way. Jiang Yao disliked the ugly look of the dolphin, so she mischievously stepped on its big forehead with her little feet. The nasty fish did not run away, but instead enjoyed it. Lu Zhe paddled the boat and finally knocked it away. There are sharks too. Occasionally 1 or 2 fish would swim past from the airplane raft, but they were enjoying the banquet and had no time to pay attention to the takeout on the airplane raft. We also encountered a whale shark halfway through the journey. It created a wave when it swam past and almost overturned the aircraft raft. For both Jiang Yao and Lu Zhe, it was an unforgettable and pleasant experience. Go home. After a few close calls, we successfully arrived at the volcanic island at 1:30 p.m. But because Lu Zhe deliberately stayed away from the area where the vortex was active, the landing position was slightly different from that of Sister Bing Tang Xiaohua. But it's not a problem. Once you get ashore, everything is under your control. Jiang Yao looked at the aircraft raft and said, "This simple aircraft raft has completed its mission. Do you want to take it with you? What are you taking it for? Can't we use the original bamboo raft to carry the goods?" Lu Zhe thought about it and shook his head. "I would rather take the trouble to build a bamboo raft on the other side of the stone forest than take the risk of walking on that stretch of water again." Jiang Yao tilted her head and smiled wickedly. "That's right. You pulled out all the trees of the giant stone man. It will definitely not let you go." Lu Zhe snorted and laughed. "What if I appoint him as the chief eunuch?" The two men chatted and laughed as they unloaded the intact bottle from the bamboo raft. They tied the raft to a coconut tree at the original location, like a cross stuck on a beach. Jiang Yao opened her arms and couldn't help but sigh. "From now on, you say goodbye to the plane, and I say goodbye to my youth. Why not use it to commemorate our youthful college days? My dear lady, let's stop sighing and go back quickly. Don't let Sister Bing and the others wait anxiously." Having said that, Lu Zhe walked back. "Hey, go slower, it hurts me." Chapter 155 The Six Companions Finally Reunited. Chapter 155 The Six Companions Finally Reunited. On the other side, Shun Bing was using a paratrooper knife to carve bamboo, trying to carve out a long bamboo sword that would be handy. The stone axes and stone knives made before have long been eliminated, and the 30 bayonet is in Ning Shuqian's hands. If she wants to get through the jungle, she must get something else that can cut through the thorns. Tang Xiaohua was stewing lizard soup. Since she knew that Xiaozhou was still alive, she was full of confidence in life again. "Sister Bing, do you think Yao Yao and Lu Zhe will do anything tonight? What are you thinking about in your little head?" Lu Zhe must have put all his energy into surviving on the opposite island. Why would he use his energy for something like that? "I'm relieved about Lu Zhe, but I'm worried about Yao Yao. You don't know, she's very scheming." Shun Bing smiled gently. Is this the natural jealousy of little girls? Knowing that Lu Zhe was still alive, Shun Bing felt happy. Gua Er tried to explain, but after thinking about it, she sighed. "Okay, I'm just jealous. Don't worry, Yao Yao is just like you. Not very reliable at ordinary times, but she is very sensible at critical moments. I believe she will not hold Lu Zhe back, and will even give him a lot of help at critical moments." Tang Xiaohua nodded. "That's hard to say. Hey, Sister Bing, last time you said you could observe whether boys and girls had that kind of thing. Is that reliable?" "Why?" Shun Bing sighed slowly. "Didn't you misunderstand Qian last time? But most of the time, they're still very reliable. Hey, look over there, are they them?" Tang Xiaohua stood up and looked at the beach in the distance. They didn't walk fast, just like a couple walking on the beach, except that the girl's walking posture was a little abnormal. The boys waved at them from a distance. "Sister Bingwa." Tang Xiaohua's eyes were filled with tears. "It's them. It's really them." Tang Xiaohua put down the work in his hands and ran towards them like crazy. She threw herself into Lu Zhe's arms and started to cry. "Brother Xiaozhe, I thought you would never come back." "It's okay, I'm fine, right?" Jiang Yao shrugged at the side. "You totally ignored me." Shun Bing also came over. "Now that you're back, stop crying." Then she looked at Jiang Yao. "Yao Yao, are you okay?" Jiang Yao smoothed the hair on her forehead and said, "Very good." After Tang Xiaohua was happy, he said, "People have been so anxious these past 2 days." Jiang Yao asked, "How urgent is it?" Shun Bing sighed. "I jumped into the sea 3 times, but was washed back by the ocean currents each time. I hit a cliff once, but it hurt so much that I hit a tree, and I tied him up." Jiang Yao said, "Don't be so impulsive next time. Although you have the smallest breasts, Xiaozhe will still be sad if something happens." Tang Xiaohua was stunned and said, "Yes, Yao Yao, you didn't cause any trouble to Brother Zhe along the way, did you? Look, this is my fake bestie. Why did you just think of me? I miss you too, okay? Thinking about my best male friend and my best girlfriend disappearing together. This kind of despair is simply indescribable." Jiang Yao sighed quietly. "Lu Zhe did this to me, and it still hurts a little bit." Tang Xiaohua opened her mouth wide. "Sister Bing, look, what did I say? I pulled Yao Yao at that time." Shun Bing pulled Lu Zhe aside. "What's going on?" Lu Zhe had no choice but to tell him what happened at that time. "So, the waves were very big at the time. Yao Yao almost fell into the water. You pulled her ankle, and then she lost her virginity?" Tang Xiaohua collapsed and said, "That's too perfunctory. At least make up an excuse I can't accept." Lu Zhe was helpless. There was nothing he could do about it. because even he felt that it was made up. Gwr, stop messing around. Shouldn't we think about reuniting with our companions? Tang Xiaowu whispered harshly in Lu Zhe's ear. Then you can't favor Yao Yao. Okay, I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat? Can we boil the lizard? The four of them ate, packed up their bags, and then Lu Zhe shouted towards the cape. We're back. Ning Shu's whistle in response sounded from the other side. Wait for us. 3 more whistles blew. Shen Bing asked, do we still need to take the water route? Lu Zhe shook his head. Although I have figured out the rules of the vortex, there is no guarantee that other situations will not occur. If you can go around it, it is best to go around it. Shen Bing said, oh, I found a way to get through the stone forest, but the problem is that the remaining things are a bit difficult to get. Jiang Yao nodded. Supplies are easy to deal with, but this bicycle is a bit difficult to carry. Tang Xiaowu said, how about just leaving it here? Lu Zhe looked at the bicycle and shook his head. Don't underestimate it. It can be used in many places. We will need it when we settle down. Is that road easy to drive on? Shen Bing nodded. It's not too difficult to get there, just a little roundabout. Okay, I'll take the bicycles and suitcases, and you guys can take care of the rest and share the burden. Lu Zhe, this is too heavy. These two things together weigh about 60 to 70 kilograms. Can you handle it? Ignoring the size factor, weight is not an issue at all. Lu Zhe tied up the bicycle and suitcase with a rope and carried them on his back. Jiang Yao opened her lips slightly and sighed quietly. He may look like a fresh-faced boy, but he actually has the attributes of a macho man. Gwr, it's not an easy task to feed Xiaozhe. After hearing this, Tang Xiaowu's face was full of grievance, and he muttered softly, I'm not worse than you. She thought for a moment and then asked, Hey, have you really had it? The corners of Jiang Yao's mouth slightly lifted up, revealing a meaningful smile, while at the same time giving Tang Xiaowu an expression that was difficult to describe and could only be understood but not expressed in words. Shen Bing also quietly told Lu Zhe, you are the only boy here. I understand some things, but be careful not to have child. Sister Bing, we really don't have it. How about you check it later? Sister Bing chuckled and raised her eyebrows proudly. Hey, you are right. I will check in a while. Don't run away when the time comes. Lu Zhe suddenly felt that in front of Sister Bing, he was like a green little lamb. Although the partners bickered, they were in a very happy mood when they reunited. Shen Bing, Tang Xiaowu, and Jiang Yao also gathered their packages together, put them on their backs, and then entered the jungle. The road Shen Bing was looking for was indeed long and winding, like entering a canyon. Countless vines hang down from the cliff, and unknown monkeys and birds fly and jump among the vines. Lu Zhe wondered if this place would lead directly to the center of the island. But in fact, it doesn't. The road is indeed a bit roundabout, but not as far as imagined. Because they were carrying so much stuff, they walked and stopped many times, and it took them more than 4 hours to finally get through the other side of the valley and meet up with Ningshu Qian. Chapter 156 finally arrived at the destination. Chapter 156 finally arrived at the destination. After experiencing the separation of life and death, it is a different feeling for the 6 friends to meet again. Everyone hugged each other and cried with joy. Take out the last bit of lemon and make tea to celebrate. Lu Zhe looked at the time. It was already past 5 in the afternoon, and it started raining again. He decisively suggested, it's unrealistic to continue moving forward. Let's quickly save the fire, collect fresh water, and spend the night first. Before night fell, another shelter had been set up. 6 people sat in the 2 shelters, gathered around the fire in the middle, cooked their stored food in their helmets, and talked until late. July 24th, Wednesday, the 46th day on the deserted island. Lu Zhe got up at 5 o'clock in the morning. The rain had stopped and the sky was clear, and it was another refreshing day. He and Shen Bing spent 4 hours making another bamboo raft, continuing to carry the heavy objects and then move forward. That day, 6 people walked nearly 10 kilometers and reached the top of the sea ridge, which is the foot of the volcano. The temperature here is lower, and there are a lot of bamboo forests, deciduous trees, and even coniferous vegetation. Lu Zhe checked the environment. A branch of the Thousand Islands cold current flows through here, bringing cold air. I guess other bears on the island are here. Ning Shu was a little worried. Will we encounter black bears again? Shen Bing smiled confidently. Last time we were attacked by a bear because we failed to light a fire in time. This time we are not afraid now that we have a fire. Tang Xiaowu nodded. I believe that Xiong doesn't want the raging fire to turn into a burning fire. That's right. Lu Zhe calculated the time and thought that if they set up camp for another day, they would be able to bypass the Northeast Cape and reach the heart of the volcanic island tomorrow morning. Let's camp here today. Before it gets dark, I'll go explore the area and find something to eat. What should I do if I encounter a bear? Just bring a torch. Lu Zhe nodded. Wild animals are afraid of fire, and they will retreat when they see the flames. 4 of us will stay in the camp to get some seafood. Who will go with me? Tang Xiaowu was the first to raise his hand actively. I want to go, I want to go. Seeing Gui being so enthusiastic, others didn't know what to say. Qian felt aggrieved. Today is Wednesday. Shen Bing had no choice but to say, okay, be careful. The 2 men entered the jungle with their weapons. If the ridge across the cliff is a tropical forest, this place is more like a temperate jungle. The trees are tall and dense. Lu Zhe believes that the tree trunks here are more suitable for making houses and boats. When the 2 people passed by a bamboo forest, they indeed found the figure of a bear. At that moment, it was looking for something in the bamboo forest. The bear was not big, about as tall as a person, and was fiddling with something in the bamboo forest. Lu Zhe judged that it should be a subspecies of black bear. He lit the torch, and the bear immediately spotted Lu Zhe and Tang Xiaowu. It stood up and looked, then saw the dazzling flames. It immediately put down what was in its arms and ran away. Tang Xiaowu nodded. Ha! Xiong'er was scared away. Lu Zhe explained. In fact, wild bears are much more timid than we think. They are mainly vegetarians, and the largest proportion of their meat diet is insects, followed by fish, shrimp, birds, and rodents. They will not risk attacking humans unless they are extremely hungry. I heard that if you encounter a bear, you can avoid it by pretending to be dead. Bears also eat carrion, so pretending to be dead can easily turn into real death. I watched the news, and it seemed like someone had survived by faking their own death. Why don't you think about where those who failed in pretending to be dead went? Tang Xiaowu was still thinking when Lu Zhe pulled her ponytail. Let's go and see what it did just now. The 2 men walked over carefully and saw a pile of bamboo shoots on the ground, roughly estimated to be more than 30. Quite fresh and tender. Lu Zhe picked up a bamboo shoot and couldn't help but sigh. Look, bears know how to work hard to store food. What reason do we have to be lazy and slack off? As he spoke, he put all the bamboo shoots into his backpack and stuffed the ones that couldn't fit into a plastic bag. It took a lot of effort to finally put all 30 bamboo shoots in. The backpack was packed to the brim, and there were 4 full plastic bags to take away. Tang Xiaowu said, Brother Xiaozhe, can we eat so much? Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, in a ventilated and cool place, bamboo shoots can be kept for exactly 1 month. We eat one a day, and we can finish them in just 1 month. So don't worry. Tang Xiaowu frowned. Xiong is back. Will he be sad to see that there is no food left? So what do you think we should do? Tang Xiaowu thought about it and said, got it. I saw her writing a line of words on the ground with a branch. Xiong, I'm sorry for taking your bamboo shoots. I hope you can be happy every day. And she drew a big smiley face behind it. Finally, he dropped the branch with a clear conscience and nodded. Well, that'll do. Lu Zhe nodded. If the bear reads this, he will definitely be grateful and may even give us a few more. Yeah. I don't know whether the bear shed tears of gratitude that night, but the whole night was filled with the sad cries of a bear, as if it had lost its cub. After enduring this night, it was July 25th, the 47th day of being stranded on the desert island. A few people set out at 6 in the morning and arrived at the Northeast Cape at 10 in the morning. The coastline here is a large reef area and a good place for fishing. But now they had no time to fish, and they climbed the rocks with difficulty. At 10 o'clock in the morning, they finally crossed the reef area of the Cape and stepped onto the beach again. When I got here, a warm feeling came over me, and the view in front of me suddenly became clear. I rubbed my eyes and saw a beautiful scenery that looked like a poem or a painting. The sky is blue and white clouds, and the sky is clear. The long and narrow beach coastline bends into a graceful crescent. The snow-white beach, the crystal waves, and the colorful fish swimming freely in the shallows. These fish were not afraid of people at all and would rub against people's calves and ankles from time to time, scaring Yao Yao, Qian, and Gui so much that they ran to the beach. Lu Zhe made a rough estimate that this sandy bay was nearly 5 kilometers long and 200 to 300 meters wide. Behind the beach was a large area of grassland and wetlands, where low weeds and shrubs grew, and some rodents could be seen drinking water in puddles. At the end of the beach is a dense mangrove forest. Standing on a high place and looking into the distance, you can see the dense primeval jungle. Behind the primitive jungle is the insurmountable semicircular ridge. Lu Zhe climbed to the high ground and then climbed up a tree on the hillside. In front, near the highlands, there are a lot of coconut trees and bananas, which provide enough carbohydrates for them to eat for half a year. Looking back, behind me is a ridge that blocks the cold current from the north. The volcano was behind them on the right, about 500 meters away from their current location. A clear spring flows down from the mountain and pours into a mirror-like lake. The lake then overflows with a stream of water, which flows all the way to the wetland, forming shallows one after another. Lu Zhe's heart was pounding with excitement. Freshwater lake. It is definitely a freshwater lake. Animals will only drink water from freshwater lakes without hesitation. More importantly, although this sandy bay is beautiful, a large amount of domestic garbage is stranded in some sea nests. If it can be utilized, it will greatly improve their living standards. Lu Zhe understood that from now on, they really didn't have to worry about survival anymore, and they could finally pursue quality of life with peace of mind. Chapter 157, The Most Ideal Campsite. Chapter 157, The Ideal Camp. Girls have no resistance to such sea views. The four little girls immediately ran to the beach and went crazy. Everyone came back lazily after being exhausted from all the fun. This place is just too good. It's a paradise for us girls. Don't forget, there is also Lu Zhe. So, this is a paradise for us girls. Is there a problem? Shin Bing squatted down, grabbed a handful of white sand, and let the soft, fine sand flow down from her fingertips. I've been to a lot of places, but nothing like this. Ning Shu nodded. Looking at the photos is one feeling, being in it is another. Our hard work here was not in vain. Oh, it's not easy, but we can finally settle down. Tang Xiaowu pointed to a high ground on the hillside. Is that where you want to set up camp? Lu Zhe nodded. Well, 100 meters to the north is a rocky mountain. We can find a suitable place to dig a cave to store supplies and use it as an alternative shelter camp. Qian said, can't we just dig a cave and make a camp? Lu Zhe said, if you encounter a storm or tsunami, hiding in a cave is a very good choice, but don't you think it's depressing to live in a cave normally? Jiang Yao nodded. Yeah, the key is that it's quite hot and stuffy. It's easy to get prickly heat. Everyone agreed with this. When I was in the bear cave, I felt very happy curled up in the cave when it rained, but after living there for a long time, I felt a little uncomfortable. Whenever I could stay outside, I would never want to go into the bear cave. Lin Xianxian said happily. You can also overlook the Crescent Bay coastline 300 meters to the south. You can pick up seafood and supplies if you walk a short distance outside. Tang Xiaowu added. We can also build an amusement park in the future. Jiang Yao said, why not build a kindergarten? Ning Shu was stunned. That's too advanced. Jiang Yao smiled and said, what's so special about being ahead of the times? Isn't Guo a toddler? Ning sunotet superficial. 400 meters to the east are volcanoes, lakes, and mountain streams, which can provide us with sufficient fresh water. We can also bring fresh water along the mountain. 100 meters to the west is the East Cape Reef area, where there are a lot of oyster barnacles and you can go fishing. Jiang Yao nodded. That sounds good. Ning Shu said, what kind of shelter are you going to build this time? How about making a cabin? That sounds exciting. Shall we start now? It sounds simple, but it's still very complicated to do. At the beginning, it must be an ordinary shelter to maintain the nightly accommodation for the first few days, and then cut down wood on the north shore of the lake, collect wood and bamboo, and reclaim a piece of land to plant plants. In addition, before building a cabin, I have to explore the volcano to see its nature. If the volcano is active frequently, it is not suitable to camp here. Lin Xianxian said. Then, where should we build our first shelter? Let's go and take a look together. Several people searched for a long time on the high ground. Ning Shu and Jiang Yao decided to go to the foot of the mountain, which felt safer. Guo and Qianxian chose the edge of the high ground because they felt it was close to the beach and would be convenient for picking up seafood. Shin Bing found a banyan forest, and she wanted to build a new camp under the banyan trees. Lu Zhe walked over. He discovered that this was not a banyan forest, but a big banyan tree. The main trunk is 2 meters thick, and the crown is like a giant umbrella with a diameter of nearly 30 meters. There are countless thick aerial roots hanging down, supporting the entire crown. Being in it is like entering a small banyan forest. It sounds a bit exaggerated, but in reality, it's not that big. The largest banyan tree in the world has a crown diameter of more than 10,000 square meters and an area larger than a football field. It is truly a one-tree forest. Lu Zhe nodded. I think Sister Bing has good taste. Jiang Yao thought for a moment and said, but I remember the ancients said that banyan trees are inhospitable, and the ancients did not plant banyan trees in their yards. Lu Zhe nodded. Yes, it is not a good idea to plant a banyan tree in the yard, because the banyan tree has a well-developed root system and aerial roots, which will damage the foundation and even enter the wall, causing the house to collapse and kill people. Over time, the ancients kept a distance from this kind of tree. We are not building it in the yard. By the way, can we build a home in a tree? Isn't that a tree house? Lu Zhe, consider it. That sounds great, but there's a problem. A thunderstorm isn't very dangerous. Trees might get hit, right? Lu Zhe nodded. Well said, this tree is at least nearly 100 years old. Did you find any signs of being struck by lightning? The girls then looked around, but found no signs of being struck by lightning. Not far away, there are towering ridges and tall trees. Although the treetops are large, they are not very high. As long as we don't deliberately make phone calls during thunderstorms, lightning will basically not be attracted. The minerals at the top of the volcano are our natural lightning rods. It's true. Then we can build a tree house here. Lu Zhe nodded. We can first build a small house relying on its aerial roots as the skeleton, and then gradually build upwards. Finally, build a small tree house. Shall we start now? You can start now, but I'll leave this to you. I'm going to go to the forest to find some insect-repellent herbs to make mosquito coils to repel mosquitoes and snakes. Xin Bing nodded. Yes, with such a large canopy, it would be uncomfortable for people to crawl out of it in the middle of the night. Jiang Yao volunteered. I'll go with you, and by the way, I'll learn from you what kind of herb can be used to make mosquito coils. Lu Zhe brought some fresh water and put the paratrooper knife on his waist. Well, our target this time is wild heather, leaf ginger, wormwood, vanilla, neem, purple stem eupatorium, and other plants with pungent smells. Jiang Yao frowned. So many plants? I haven't even told you everything. We definitely can't find them all. But there's no need to find them all. If we can find 2 or 3, we can make mosquito coils. Where to find it? Over there. There are a lot of mosquito-repellent herbs not far from the water. The two said goodbye to their companions and began to search eastward. After passing through a forest, there were dense bushes ahead. Because the 30th saber had to be left for Xin Bing to cut wood, Lu Zhe only had the paratrooper knife, and his progress was a bit slow. After searching for more than half an hour, I found a chinaberry tree. Lu Zhe picked some neem fruits, took a bite, and immediately spit it out. Although it's bitter and smelly, it's a good thing to repel insects. This thing is poisonous. Yes, it is poisonous, but in moderation it can also repel roundworms and pinworms. Put away. After walking for a while, they were almost at the lake when Lu Zhe seemed to hear the sound of mooing. It sounds a bit miserable, like he's going to be slaughtered soon. Are there cows on this kind of island? Or some other animal? This way, Lu Zhe took Jiang Yao's hand and ran towards the voice. Chapter 158. Discovering a Surprising Species. Chapter 158. Discovering a Surprising Species. Lu Zhe pulled Jiang Yao up, and the two of them walked around a patch of grass and followed the sound, only to see a thrilling scene. A large orange bull was struggling with its hind half immersed in a muddy swamp. A large Burmese python was wrapped around the bull's right front leg and neck. A rough estimate showed that it was about the same size as the python he had encountered the first time. After a long struggle, the cow was exhausted and could only make weak cries. Lu Zhe was stunned. Damn, it's really awesome. Jiang Yao was surprised and said, a cow and a python can do such a thing. The offspring must be a cow python. No, it's a gangster. Yao Yao, that's not what they do. What are you doing? Lu Zhe was also puzzled. He didn't know what was going on and how two animals that had nothing to do with each other got entangled together. Although this python is big, it cannot swallow the cow. There is no need to take the risk of attacking such a big cow. Putting all this aside for now, the presence of cows on this island makes all other species secondary. The paratrooper knife stabbed directly into the gap between the scales on the abdomen, causing the snake's blood to flow out. Throw it aside. It probably won't survive long. Use it as reserve food. Jiang Yao sighed. This cow is so beautiful. What breed is it? Then Lu Zhe put his hands on the bull's horns. Congratulations, host, for discovering the East Island bison subspecies. Lu Zhe felt strange at first, but after thinking about it, he realized that this should be a similar species to the bison on the East Island of Shisha in my country. He had heard from his adoptive father that as early as 2003, when my country's first scientific expedition team entered Dongdao Island, They discovered that there were more than 400 orange bison of unknown species living on this small island with an area of only 1.7 square kilometers, far away from the inland. Everyone calls them Dongdao bison. At first, no one knew why such a large population of bison appeared on such a small island. Later, after comparing the fecal fossils, a conclusion was drawn. It is possible that someone brought cattle to the island during the late Ming and early Qing dynasties and allowed them to reproduce for more than 300 years. It's not clear whether this is exactly the case. But in ancient times, sailing ships often left livestock on the islands for various reasons, allowing them to reproduce. After hundreds of years of reproduction, independent characteristics gradually formed. Even on Orleo Island, where the Yi survived for 60 days, there are 7 island sheep. The island where Lu Zhe is located is 17 times larger than Dong Island and nearly 100 times larger than Orleo Island. It is not surprising that creatures like cows appear. When Lu Zhe saw this cow, he concluded that there was a herd of at least 30 cows on the island, maybe even more. In this way, there will be no need to worry about beef, milk, and cowhide products in the future. At this moment, the cow in front of him was mooing weakly and looking at Lu Zhe with pleading eyes. Lu Zhe clearly saw that there were tears in the cow's eyes. Lu Zhe patted its head and said, "It seems that you would rather be our food than be eaten by the python. However, you may be disappointed. I may not eat you, but use you to plow the land." Lu Zhe, it looked a bit pitiful. Lu Zhe nodded. "Let's rescue it first. Yao Yao, you pull its horns and I'll drag its body. Besides, this cow seems to have a calf." "Mother cow, no doubt. What shall I do? We can't just drag it by force. We need to come up with some strategy. I'll get some branches and spread them in the swamp to help it use its hind legs. You give it some water first." "Okay." Jiang Yao took out a bottle of water and poured it into the cow's mouth. The cow stuck out its tongue and quickly drank up the water. "You're so thirsty. Let me feed you some more grass." Jiang Yao broke off a bamboo leaf and handed it to the cow's mouth. The cow hesitated for a moment, then actually opened its mouth and started eating. Lu Zhe broke off a large branch, threw it next to the cow, and then stepped on the branch to pull out the cow's leg. Fortunately, the cow's leg was not stuck very deep, and although it took some effort, it was finally pulled out. Lu Zhe was covered in mud, and Jiang Yao was also covered in dirt. It was easy to deal with the problem once the cow's leg was pulled out. The cow stood up by stepping on the branches and quickly walked out of the swamp. "Moo! Moo!" It did not leave, but called at Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe guessed. "Yao Yao, don't tell me you think of us as your benefactors." Jiang Yao nodded. "It's possible, then let him go with us." "Try." Lu Zhe took out a bundle of ropes from his pocket and tied them to the cow's horns. He pulled one end of the rope and walked forward. As a result, the cow actually followed him. Lu Zhe knew that this was most likely the same as the Dongdao wild buffalo, which are domestic cattle that return to the wild and have reproduced from generation to this day. There's an inexplicable liking for humans in our genes. It's a great harvest to catch such a big one. Let's not go to the lake and go back to the camp directly. Lu Zhe and Jiang Yao led the bison back along the same route and returned to the camp. Several girls were stunned when they saw Lu Zhe bringing back a cow. "Can anyone tell me if there are other residents on this island?" "Of course not. Whose cow did Lu Zhe steal?" "This is bison. How could a bison be so obedient?" Lu Zhe held up a finger. "Maybe I have a unique personality charm." At this moment, the cow's body swayed, and it fell to the ground again, making a weak mooing sound. "What's the matter with it?" Lu Zhe touched the cow's belly, and a message came to his mind. "Ding! The cow is due to give birth. Squad leader, you have work to do." Ning Shu was stunned. "What?" "This cow is about to give birth. You have to deliver the baby." "What?" Ning Shu almost fainted. "How could I do that?" Lu Zhe was just about to take the 2 girls to the creek to fetch some water, but at this time, it started to drizzle again. Chapter 159, Awesome Surgery. Chapter 159, Awesome Surgery. Fortunately, the rain was not heavy, so I could collect the mud and use it to wash off the mud on myself and the cows. Jiang Yao took off her shirt and said, "Xiaozhe, give me your clothes too. I'll help you wash them." "Thank you, but Yao Yao, can you please stop dangling in front of me like that? If I don't look at you, it seems like I'm disrespectful to you. And if I look at you, it seems like I'm a pervert." Jiang Yao pursed her lips beautifully. "I don't mind." There came the painful cries of the cows. It looks like it's not going very smoothly. After a while, the cow stopped mooing. After a while, Shun Bing came over dejectedly. "Tell me the result. Are the mother and child safe, or are there 2 dead?" Neither. Shen Bing shook her head. This cow has consumed too much energy before, and since this is her first calf, she doesn't have enough strength to give birth to a calf, so she's exhausted. We need to discuss this. Tang Xiaowen nodded. I think charcoal grilling is better. Tang Lin shook his head lightly. Let's make soup. Add pandan and hautuinia cordata to make the taste richer. Jiang Yao said. After all, I fed it with my own hands, so I can't bear to eat its meat. Just leave some soup for me, and don't make it spicy. Shen Bing frowned. 3 ladies, I didn't ask you to discuss this. Come here, including you, Lu Zhe. 6 people squatted beside the unconscious cow, and 2 calf legs stretched out from the cows, but spasming from time to time. Shen Bing said solemnly. Now the most likely situation in a family ethics drama is before us. That is, should we save the adult or the child? Lin Qianqian asked worriedly. Has it come to this? Shen Bing nodded. The cow doesn't have enough strength to give birth to the calf, and I can't pull it out. Ning Shu said. Lu Zhe is strong enough. Why not let him try? Lu Zhe grabbed the cow's leg and pulled it for a bit before giving up. I can't pull it out. Tang Xiaowu was surprised. You obviously didn't use any strength. Shen Bing sighed and said, Lu Zhe did the right thing. What I meant by pulling it out is not to use brute force. The calf is stuck inside now. If the legs or spine are broken, the calf will be dead. But this way, the calf can be decomposed in the mother cow's stomach and the mother cow can be saved. How pitiful. Just now, the girls were chatting and discussing various ways of eating it in a calm manner. But when they squatted in front of the cow and saw it dying, they all felt pity. If the baby is gone, it will definitely be very sad. Shen Bing nodded. Another way is to destroy the cow's body and pull the calf out intact, but this can easily cause heavy bleeding in the cow. Lu Zhe pondered. We can raise calves from a young age, and cows can also provide milk. Is there really no other way? Shen Bing shrugged. At least I can't do anything about it now. Lu Zhe nodded and looked at Ning Shu. Then let's hear the opinions of theoretical experts. Me? Ning Shu thought for a moment. How would I know? I didn't charge my phone these days for fear of damaging the battery. How much do you remember? If it's a human, it can be done by cesarean section or episiotomy. Cesarean section means cutting through the belly, while episiotomy means... Ning Shu really didn't know how to describe it, so he used a branch to draw a line on the cows, but in order to prevent the birth canal from tearing, cut it here. Several girls shuddered at the same time and unconsciously clamped their legs together. Lu Zhe nodded. To put it bluntly, it just enlarges the hole. That's about the idea. Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, in the current situation, a cesarean section is impossible. In this case, cutting open the cow's belly is basically the same as killing it. We can consider using an episiotomy to help the cow give birth smoothly. Who will do it? All the girls, including Shen Bing, shook their heads like rattles. Lu Zhe suddenly remembered that the monthly sign-in on June 30th gave him the skills of a surgeon. Although it's only at the level of a resident doctor, it shouldn't be a problem to get a cow. Thinking of this, Lu Zhe nodded and said sternly, if none of you can do it, I will be the only one to do it. It's just right to take advantage of it fainting, so I don't have to look for anesthetics. Lu Zhe, do you know what to do? I have no idea, but that doesn't stop me from playing the role of an awesome doctor. I'll just go with my gut. Awesome, doctor. But some things are easier said than done, and you must be aware of them. Lu Zhe began to arrange the surgery. First of all, the scalpel must be thin and sharp. A well-honed steak knife will do the job. Second, to prevent heavy bleeding, hemostatic drugs are needed. Burn the dry palm bark into charcoal and grind it into powder. This is palm charcoal, which is a very good medicine for stabilizing pregnancy and stopping bleeding. Third, stitches are needed. Guar's earrings can barely penetrate human skin, but cowhide is so thick, don't even think about it. You can't use anti for sutures because the strength is too low. Lu Zhe planned to use thinner nails and abaca ropes instead. The specific method was to insert a nail with the rope and then use another nail to pick it out from the other end. There was no need to let the entire nail pass through the cowhide, and the suturing could still be completed. This requires an extremely sharp nail, and the person doing the stitching has to have extremely high skills. It is not difficult to sharpen the nails. Lu Zhe also has professional suturing skills because his arm was injured by a bear. Start working while the cow is fainting. Lu Zhe disinfected the tools, and with the help of Ning Shu, made a 5-centimeter side incision on the cows. But the cow mooed in pain, but it had no strength to struggle and could only let the blood flow out. The two looked at each other. Lu Zhe asked, is it because there is too much blood in the cow? Or Did you cut something that shouldn't be cut? Ning Shu shook his head in confusion. I don't know. But we can't think about stopping the bleeding now. We have to pull the calf out quickly. Lu Zhe held the cow's leg tightly, applied force slowly, and finally pulled a wet calf out of the cow's butt. Qian takes care of the calf. I see. Wait, how do I take care of her? Lu Zhe had no time to pay attention and quickly cut the placenta. Then he quickly pressed the cloth wrapped in palm charcoal on the bleeding hole, but a lot of blood still flowed out from between his fingers. People and cows seem to be different. It's definitely different, but the Mavericks should be saved. Looking back, it wasn't that easy. The calf lay on the ground, twitching constantly, with its mouth open and making gurgling sounds. Qian and Guo stood there in bewilderment, completely at a loss of what to do. Shinbing quickly took out the tube-type water gun, put the tube against the calf's nose, pulled hard, and a stream of mucus was sucked out. Then he aimed it at the other nostril and sucked out another large amount of mucus. After repeating this several times, the calf's breathing finally became regular. After a while, it struggled to move its 4 hooves and stood up tremblingly. Chapter 160. The Operation of Replacing Plasma. Chapter 160. The Operation of Replacing Plasma. Lu Zhe knew that since the calf was able to stand up on its own, it would basically have no problem surviving. Etc. I saw the calf walking towards the cow tremblingly and lowering its head to find the cow's nipple. Only then did Lu Zhe think of a problem. This thing needs milk. Okay, we have to rescue the cow. Hey, someone tie up the calf and stop it from causing any trouble. Look at the cow. Blood is still flowing all over the ground, but the blood flow is not as violent as at the beginning. I don't know if the blood has clotted or is about to flow out. You also need to use earrings and hair. Suture the blood vessels first. Then use a sterilized nail to pierce the cowhide. Insert the hemp thread and sew the 2 cut sides together. His technique was extremely skillful, like that of a professional veterinary surgeon. Ning Shu sighed. Lu Zhe, if this is also taught by 100,000 wise, then it's too ridiculous. Lu Zhe casually replied, my second uncle's third uncle's old neighbor is a veterinarian. I saw them, so when I was a child. Shin Bing sighed. This child has a very strong learning ability. It took Lu Zhe half an hour to suture the wound perfectly. Although they lack some antibacterial means, wild animals' own antibacterial and anti-infection capabilities are much stronger than humans. Add some palm charcoal and bear bile powder done. The wound shouldn't have much of an impact on it, but why is it still dying, as if it will die at any moment? Lu Zhe put his hand on its neck, and another message came to his mind. Ding. The cow has lost too much blood. Excessive blood loss? Blood tonic? What do you want me to do with this? Catch another cow? Not to mention whether we can catch one. Even if we really catch one, we don't know if the cow has blood type problems. Or, why not slaughter the calf and replenish the cow's blood? That's not a solution either. The calf may not have the same blood type as its mother. There's really no way to deal with this. Let it be. Lu Zhe, it can't wake up? Lu Zhe sighed. Too much blood loss. I think it's serious. At this time, the cow opened her eyes weakly, looked at the tied calf, then looked at Lu Zhe, and a tear actually flowed from her eyes, as if praying for something. Tang Xiaohui said, look, it's sad. Lin Qianqian said sadly, how pitiful. Jiang Yao said, I heard from my grandfather that cows are very human-like animals. His family used to raise an old yellow cow that could harness the plowshare and plow the fields by itself. It was like an old friend of my grandfather, and they lived together for more than 20 years. Later, the old yellow cow died and was slaughtered. My grandfather was very sad for a long time and didn't eat a single bite of meat. Lu Zhe asked, have you eaten yet? Jiang Yao nodded. It's delicious. Shin Bing said with emotion. In those days, livestock were like family members, and the relationship was special. Ning Shu looked at Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe, can this be saved? Lu Zhe said seriously and solemnly, since I came to this island, I have been committed to the harmonious coexistence of humans and animals. While trying to survive, I try my best to avoid harming their bodies and minds, but at this point, Lu Zhe seemed to have thought of something. Is there a way I can do it? Shinbing asked, what method? Use coconut. The 4 girls asked in unison, coconut. Lu Zhe nodded. Yes, everyone, find some coconuts. We can use the water in the coconuts instead of plasma to replenish the blood of the cows. Ning Shu was stunned. Brother, coconut water can replace blood plasma? Did I hear it right? Lin Qianqian said, yeah, it sounds so hasty. Tang Xiaohui said, Then is the cow's milk coconut milk? Jiang Yao added. The meat also tastes like coconut? But Shen Bing's expression was stern, and he said, this is not a joke. I have heard of this. Coconut water is sterile water containing fructose, glucose, sucrose, and plant protein, which is very similar to the concentration composition of blood plasma. In case of blood shortage, coconut water can be injected for emergency treatment. There have been successful cases. Really? So fantastic. Strange knowledge +1. Lu Zhe said solemnly. Okay, now let's work in groups. Class monitor, go get some coconuts, Yao Yao. Use a clean bra to filter out the debris inside. Qian, get 2 clean plastic bottles. Go find the plastic hose I brought from the bottom of the sea. Shen Bing asked, what about me? Sister Bing, find a way to prepare the skin. The location is in the lower third of the cow's neck, where you can feel the veins. Understood. Several girls acted separately. Lu Zhe opened Ning Shu's pencil case and took out a ballpoint pen that was almost empty. Take out the refill, cut off the nib, get a small piece of rag, wet it, and stick a bamboo stick in it to clean up as much remaining ink as possible. Then cut it diagonally in the middle, and then cut it into 2 sharp needle points. At this time, Tang Xiao had already found the hose. Lu Zhe picked out one, put half of the pen refill on each of the 2 ends, with the tip facing outwards, and tied it up with hemp rope. After a while, Jiang Yao and Qian brought a bottle of filtered coconut water. Use a hot nail to poke a small hole in the bottle cap. Insert the pen refill, seal it with melted plastic, press it firmly, screw it on the bottle, and turn it upside down. At this time, Shen Bing had already used pig pancreas and a steak knife to shave off a small piece of hair from the cow's neck. Lu Zhe easily found its vein. He pierced the cowhide with a thin nail and then inserted the pen needle into the vein directly. Is it okay? Not yet. Lu Zhe used a nail to poke a small hole in the top of the bottle to allow air to enter, so that the coconut water could flow smoothly into the cow's blood vessels. The cow seemed to really understand. No matter what Lu Zhe did to it, it endured the pain and cooperated without moving. Although you can't directly see the liquid dripping like an intravenous syringe, after a while, you can still find that the water level of the coconut water is slowly decreasing. This shows that this extremely simple intravenous syringe is already working. Lu Zhe was sure that if it were a human, using such a sloppy thing would definitely cause various infections. But the bison's resistance should be much stronger than that of humans, and it is possible that they can survive this difficulty. We need more coconut water. We need at least 5 L. During the 3-hour injection, 8 L of coconut water was injected into the cow's body. At this time, everyone was surprised to find that its spirits were getting better and better. When Lu Zhe pulled out the needle, it had actually stood up. Looks right. Coconut water can indeed replace plasma in certain situations. Feed something and see if it eats. Bamboo shoots. The skin is too hard. Feed it the bamboo shoot core. Ning Shu picked up a bamboo shoot and handed the core to the cow. It hesitated for a moment, then really started chewing and eating the core. Hey, it's eating, Lu Zhe said with emotion. Wild animals have a much stronger ability to recover than us pampered humans. I think it has almost made it through. Chapter 161 Spicy Stir-Fried Beef Placenta. Girl cries agreed. Chapter 161 Spicy Fried Beef Placenta. Girl crying. After a while, the cow walked to the calf, let it drink a few sips of milk, and then lay down. It's so weak that it will take a week or 2 to recover. The calf also lay in the cow's arms and fell asleep peacefully. Looking at this slightly heartwarming scene, Lu Zhe could not help but nod. Live well. I won't eat you for now. However, in addition to the original plan, we also have to build a cowshed and prepare fodder, so there's a lot more to do. A few girls were busy building the treehouse, and Lu Zhe started to pound neem fruit and bamboo charcoal ash to make mosquito coils. Sister Bing came over and sat next to him. How is it? Have you reached the lake? Lu Zhe shook his head. Hey, I was almost at the lake and I met this guy. He was out for a walk with a big belly, and he was molested by a python. I was brave enough to save him. At this point, Lu Zhe was suddenly startled. By the way, the python is still in the forest. I have to bring it back as food. As he was about to stand up, Shen Bing held him back. Hey, take a break. Let's talk about everything after the rain stops. Lu Zhe thought that it would not go bad in a short time, so he said, okay, and continued to make mosquito coils. Shen Bing asked curiously, hey, I'm very curious. How big a python will want to eat such a big cow? Not even as big as the python that wants to eat you. Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, I was also confused at first, but now I think about it. Maybe the python was not running after the cow, but the calf that was about to be born. They have a very sensitive sense of smell, and they may be able to detect some odors secreted by the cow before giving birth. They originally planned to eat the calf after the cow gave birth. That's possible. Shinbing nodded. I didn't expect that there are so many species on this island. It is very abundant. At present, we know that there are 4 types of creatures at the top of the food chain: clouded leopards, bears, pythons, and wild boars. Below are creatures such as cows, sheep, and monkeys. Carnivorous omnivores control the number of herbivorous animal populations and maintain the ecological balance of the island. Do you think our arrival will disrupt this balance? We will definitely have some impact on the island's ecology, but it won't be too big. For example, we will eliminate some carnivores, but at the same time, we will also hunt some herbivores instead of them. But as long as we don't hunt without restraint, we will eventually reach a balance. As Lu Zhe spoke, he added some dammer resin to the mosquito coil soil and kneaded it. This not only increased the stickiness, but also covered up the pungent smell of neem without weakening the effect on snakes and insects. Finally, rub it into long strips as thick as fingers, coil it up like mosquito coils, and place it on a stone next to the fire to bake. Wait a while until it's dry, and then you can use it in the evening. This is just the basic version, and you can make an improved version later. At this time, the 4 girls had already built the main structure of the shelter. In fact, it is just to use bamboo to tie 2 side-by-side, V-shaped structures at a distance of half a meter from the ground with several aerial roots. Ning Shu said, "We will weave ropes in the middle of the wooden frame to form 6 rope beds, and then put large banana leaves on the banyan branches to prevent rain. Our simple shelter will be ready. It will probably be finished before sunset." Lu Zhe took a look and found that the 4 girls' hands-on ability had been greatly improved after surviving on the deserted island for many days. The quality of the bed frame they had built was no less than that made by ordinary boys. Lu Zhe also praised. "Not bad." Lin Xianxian said, "Sister Bing designed it. Let's do it." Shin Bing smiled faintly. "The advantage is that it is easier to do, but the disadvantage is that it can't see the sun. As an initial shelter, it's pretty good. Once we're through the transition period, we can make a better tree house and trim the tree canopy to let in some sunlight." "Hey," Tang Xiaowo rubbed his arm. "My arm is so sore just from doing this. Brother Xiaozhe, can you rub it for me?" Jiang Yao reminded Guer in her ear. "Give up. It won't get bigger no matter how much you rub it." Tang Xiaowo said angrily. They were talking about the arm. Jiang Yao nodded. "Arms. Let me massage them for you." Then he began to rub Guer's arm unscrupulously, making Guer feel uncomfortable all over. Ning Shu reminded them, "Stop making trouble, sisters. It's already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. If you don't finish it before dark, you 2 will sleep standing up." Tang Xiaohua and Jiang Yao hurriedly continued to tie the ropes, and Shin Bing also went over to help. "Speaking of which, we have been busy for most of the day and haven't had lunch yet." Lu Zhe nodded. "My beloved concubines, please get busy first. I will cook today, and we will have a good meal." In this regard, all 5 girls expressed their great anticipation. What to do? Lu Zhe had already made a plan. He picked up a bloody thing from the ground. It was the placenta of a cow, also known as the afterbirth. Wash with clean water, marinate with salt for a while, then cook with steel helmet, take out, cut into strips, and set aside. Then peel a few bamboo shoots and cut a few small hot peppers and set them aside. Then use palm leaves to make a simple steamer and put a few peeled banana fruits in it. Ripe bananas are no longer sour and taste better, so they can be used as a staple food. Use a 92-style lunchbox under the steamer to put some kelp and shellfish meat and cook them. This will not only steam the bananas, but also make a box of seafood soup. Finally, pour palm oil into the helmet and stir-fry the beef placenta chili and bamboo shoots in batches. After a while, the fragrance wafted into your nose. A few little gluttons couldn't stand it anymore, so they dropped their work and ran over to eat. "Wow, beefy, crispy, so delicious it makes me cry." "Wait, beef smell, what did you do to the calf?" A few girls looked and saw the calf sleeping in the cow's arms. Lu Zhe told them, "This is a cow's placenta." "Placenta?" The girls looked at each other. "I don't think everyone can accept this kind of thing. Should we express our opinion?" "How should I express it? Scream? Wow, this is actually a placenta. How horrible, how horrible. How can fairies like us eat this kind of thing?" Ning Shu said as she rushed to put it in her mouth. "Who will go first?" "Hey, squad leader, don't eat it all. Don't choke." The squad leader is the most cunning one. The helmets are too small to be fried all at once. There's still a lot left, enough for you to eat. As Lu Zhe spoke, he finished frying another pot and brought it over, pouring the food onto the banana leaves. Shin Bing smiled and said, "Hey, it would be nice if we had a big pot." Jiang Yao said, "By the way, Lu Zhe, aren't you going to ask us to make a casserole? When can we start?" Qian Qian said, "There's also planting." Lu Zhe also sat down. "It won't work in the next few days. We just got here, and we have to do things in a clear order. First, we have to solve the problem of food, clothing, and shelter. Then I have to explore the surrounding environment, the lake, the jungle, the wetland, the volcano, and see what resources can be used. Then the campsite was improved, such as installing fences, building cattle sheds, wood sheds, warehouses, reservoirs, etc. After doing this, you can consider making casseroles, planting, etc. Chapter 162 is exciting. It is indeed a freshwater lake. Chapter 162. Exciting. It is indeed a freshwater lake. When you first arrive in a new place, you want to do everything right away, but without a clear idea, it's easy to mess things up. The girls ate till they were full and decided to take a break before continuing to build their nest. Lu Zhe saw that it was still early, so he prepared to go to the lake to check it out and bring back the python as a reserve of dry food for the next few days. Shin Bing needed to build a nest with everyone, but she was worried about Lu Zhe going out alone, so she asked Ning Shu and Lu Zhe to go together. This time the two entered the jungle from another direction, continuing to search for mosquito-repellent herbs and other cash crops along the way. Along the way, I encountered a lot of good things. For example, Ning Shu discovered a birch peach tree. The bark of the tree trunk peeled off layer by layer like paper. Ning Shu said happily, "I have seen Sister Sparrow's video. She uses this branch to drill wood to make fire. She uses the peeled bark to make tinder and the inside to make toilet paper. It is a better choice than bamboo leaves." Lu Zhe took a look and said, "It's really good, but it's a little hard. What if it cuts my butt? If I were to be gentle, I wouldn't feel this." As he spoke, Lu Zhe handed Ning Shu a spindle-shaped leaf that was about 8 centimeters wide and 15 centimeters long. Ning Shu rubbed it and said, "This leaf is quite soft. What is it used for?" "This is the leaf of Buttelja. The leaves in different regions have different sizes and shapes. Its papery leaves have fine hairs. Unlike other hairs, it is not easy to fall off. It is very soft and non-irritating. Using it to wipe but can perfectly remove the remaining feces on the chrysanthemum without hurting the girl's tender skin." Ning Shu blushed. "Your 100,000 Ys are too specific." At this time, she discovered something new. "Look over there, the tree is full of red and white flowers. It's quite beautiful." "Really? Let's go take a look." When they walked over, they found that the red flowers were flowers, but the white ones were not. The clusters of flowers that bloomed from the shells looked more like cotton. Lu Zhe walked over, put his hand on the bark, and information came to his mind. Ding! An important crop has been discovered. Kapok. The information about kapok appears in my mind. Also known as manhwa, it is distributed in my country and most countries in Southeast Asia. The flowers are red, and the papaya-like fruits contain a lot of cotton wool, which can carry seeds and fly to distant places to reproduce. Ning Shu said with emotion, "I just realized that cotton grows on trees." Lu Zhe said happily, "This is kapok. Although it is different from ordinary cotton, it can replace cotton. With this thing, it means that the era of using sponges as sanitary napkins is completely over. In the future, it can also be used to make cotton cloth and quilts. Wait, I'll pick some and bring them back." As he spoke, Lu Zhe climbed up the tree and began to pick the flowers one by one. The backpack was filled up in a short while. Standing on the tree trunk and looking up, I saw that there were 6 kapok trees in the jungle. Even if you want to be a little more extravagant, you could just use kapok instead of toilet paper. Lu Zhe jumped down and continued moving forward. Along the way, we discovered plants such as Houtuinia cordata, Glynia littoralis, snake retreat, Thai pepper, Houtuinia cordata, pandan leaves, and a second lemon tree. Unfortunately, no high-value plants such as cassava, sugarcane, bananas, and wild mangoes were found. Not bad. Walking further, I heard the sound of frogs. Ning Shu was pleasantly surprised. If there are frogs, it must be fresh water. Not necessarily. Maybe it's a sea frog. There are such creatures. Yes, in Indonesia, not far away, is one of its places of origin. 5 minutes later, the two arrived at the lake. The lakeshore was covered with deciduous trees and a large number of bushes more than 1 meter tall. It took Lu Zhe more than 10 minutes to cut a gap and get in. The long-awaited lake is right in front of us. He held onto a small tree with one hand and touched the lake with the other, and suddenly a message came to his mind. Ding! Fresh water. Only then did Lu Zhe breathe a sigh of relief. Over the past month, he has obtained multiple sources of fresh water through different channels, but none of them made him so excited. A full 5 hectares. The lake, which is equivalent to the size of 2 stadiums, is actually a freshwater lake. This also means that regardless of the dry season or the rainy season, their fresh water problem on the volcanic island will be completely solved. How's it going? Lu Zhe, fresh water. How do you know it's fresh water when you haven't even tasted it? Lu Zhe licked it with his tongue. Really, do you want to try it? Ningshu also licked it and hugged Lu Zhe excitedly. Really? That's great. We have endless fresh water. Lu Zhe nodded. And the value of this lake is far more than that. How many usable resources are there in the lake remains to be investigated. It's a pity that my phone is out of battery. Otherwise, I should take some photos and bring them back. When will I charge my phone again? Don't worry about that. I don't recommend using lemons to charge. We can use the traditional method to make batteries later. Ningshu nodded. Good idea. Lu Zhe looked at his watch and said, It's getting late. Let's go find the python and bring it back to camp. Leave everything else to me. Just take care of the snake. Okay, there's a swamp there. Let's be careful. The two came to the swamp where the cow fell, and Lu Zhe quickly hugged Ningshu and told her not to move. Ningshu was so scared that he dared not make a sound. Is the python alive? No. It was completely dead. Its head was gone. I saw a 3-meter-long crocodile biting the python's body and swallowed a piece of the snake in its mouth. Suddenly, it rolled violently in the swamp, turning 3.5 circles, trying to break the python's neck. But failed. The python had long lost its vitality. When the crocodile twisted, its body twisted with it. When the crocodile twisted a few times, the python's body also twisted a few times. It cannot be broken at all. There was a deep sadness between Lu Zhe's brows. How to digest so much protein becomes a real problem. Chapter 163, Crocodile Tears. Chapter 163, Crocodile Tears. The 5th top predator of the volcanic island has appeared, but at this moment, it was struggling with a dead python. The python was very thick and the crocodile was a little anxious. It seemed that it had eaten some, and now there was less than half of the python left. It needed to turn around and roll over to have a chance to cut the snake body in half. It rested for a while, then tried to bite the snake's body with the side of its mouth and roll over again, which finally had some effect. Ningshu said in horror, Brother, why are we still here looking at this? Wait a little longer. What are you waiting for? Crocodile can't chew, so they eat by rolling and tearing food apart. This is their ultimate move. Although it's scary, it consumes a lot of energy. What are you going to do? Wait until it's full or runs out of energy? Then what? Lu Zhe said in a deep voice. I am worried about such a big predator wandering around our camp. It can eat our python now, but it may attack the camp in the future. We have to make it docile. You don't want to kill it. Nature is about harmonious coexistence. I won't kill animals at will if it's not for protein supplementation. Of course, not being able to find a suitable way to kill them or forcing them to kill them will cause serious wear and tear on the knives is also one of the secondary reasons why I don't want to do this. Ningshu looked at Lu Zhe. I think the latter is the main reason. That's not important, but I want to tell you something. If you encounter a crocodile, run away. Don't be like me. The crocodile rolled several more times, and each time, the rest period became longer, apparently getting more and more tired. Finally, half a meter outside the crocodile's mouth, the python was strangled and the crocodile began to swallow it. It swallowed with great difficulty and took a full 10 minutes to finally swallow the large piece of python meat. Then, it stopped eating, and facing the remaining half of the python, it turned its head away in disgust and lay there motionless. Almost there, Lu Zhe took out the rope and walked over. The crocodile, which was full and exhausted, opened its eyes and looked at Lu Zhe lazily. It seemed that it felt that the creature in front of it would not pose any threat to it, so it closed its eyes and continued to rest. Lu Zhe made a lasso with a rope in front of the crocodile, carefully handed it over with a branch, put it on its mouth, and then Lu Zhe walked to the side of the crocodile. He tightened the rope in his hands and kicked the crocodile's mouth hard. The rope was tightened. The crocodile became angry and wanted to open its mouth to bite the provocative invader to death, but was shocked to find that it could not open its mouth. After shaking it twice, his mouth still couldn't open. He wanted to climb away, but eating the python took too much energy, so he could only let this human ride on his neck and put coils of rope around his mouth. As he was wrapping the crocodile, Lu Zhe said, "The crocodile's bite force is very strong, but the muscles that control its mouth opening are very weak. It is said that a thick rubber band can prevent it from opening its mouth. But to be on the safe side, I plan to use nylon rope. I also picked up this short rope on the beach. I didn't expect it would come in handy here. Is it safe now? Not yet. It will breed more crocodiles, and most of the prey of crocodiles are useful to us. I don't plan to raise this kind of creature, so..." As he spoke, Lu Zhe turned the crocodile over, found the cloaca, inserted the paratrooper knife into it, and gently stirred around. The crocodile seemed to have been injected with adrenaline and immediately revived with full blood, twisting violently again. Lu Zhe quickly drew his sword and jumped away. The crocodile turned over, and this time its eyes were full of innocence and confusion, and tears even flowed out. Ningxu was surprised. "Oh my God, it's crying?" Lu Zhe nodded. "That's one of its ways of excreting salt. Of course, it could also be that it was moved by our compassionate hearts. Okay, I'll let you go. From today on, don't always think about eating. Be positive and love life." After giving the instructions, he patted the crocodile's nose, picked up half of the python meat, and left with Ningxu. Back at the camp, Shunbing was surprised that only half of the python was left. Lu Zhe sighed and said, "It was eaten by a saltwater crocodile." Shunbing said worriedly, "That's the largest crocodile in the world, also called a saltwater crocodile, a man-eating crocodile. It's very dangerous and even eats sharks. Are you guys okay?" I had a heart-to-heart talk with it, and it has expressed its determination to mend its ways and never eat humans again. Of course, its relatives and friends are still in danger. This is also what I'm worried about. When building a camp here, we must consider the intrusion of some creatures. What should we do then? Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, "We need to build a fence. It's too late today. We have to get this done tomorrow if we don't do anything else." Jiang Yao asked worriedly, "What should we do tonight?" Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, "Someone has to be on duty at night. If there is any danger, he can blow the whistle to wake everyone up." Shunbing nodded. "This is the only way." At this time, Qian discovered that something was wrong with Lu Zhe's clothes and couldn't help but asked in surprise, "Lu Zhe, what's wrong with your clothes?" When Lu Zhe took it off, he saw that the back was covered with holes. He thought about it for a while and immediately understood. It's acid. It seems that this python has eaten before, and there is still a lot of strong acid in its stomach. After saying that, Lu Zhe hurried to the side of the python, and sure enough, a sour and rotten smell came from the broken end of the snake. Although it was disgusting, Lu Zhe understood that this thing was useful. The acid can generate electricity and clean rust, but there is not much left, and it is inexplicably disgusting, so Lu Zhe does not want to keep it. He took a rusty bicycle and dripped acid on the dead bearings and rusty chain, then used the Type 30 bayonet to cut up the remaining snake meat and make it into smoked meat for food storage. Everyone had a simple dinner of python meat and sago porridge, lit mosquito coils, and those who needed to sleep slept, and those who needed to keep watch kept watch. The night temperature here feels warmer than in the previous camps, probably because the northern ridge blocks the cold air from the north. The girl's shelter was well made, and it was very comfortable lying on the net bed and hay pillows. In the middle of the night, some other elves came out from the banyan tree. They were smaller than mice, and they squatted on the tree in groups with their big eyes open, looking at these mysterious guests curiously. "What is that?" "A tree spirit, Tang Xiaohua, who is on night duty," asked Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe identified it and said, "This is a tarsia, one of the smallest monkeys in the world. She's so cute." The banyan tree provides them with shelter, and they also help the banyan tree clean up the insects on the tree. They live in a symbiotic relationship with the banyan tree. We should not think of eating them. After all, there is not much protein in them, and we may have to be neighbors for a long time in the future. The night passed peacefully. July 26th, Friday, the 48th day on the deserted island. On this day, Lu Zhe decided to make a bamboo fence to prevent the invasion of pythons and crocodiles. If he still had energy, he wanted to go around to the other side of the lake and explore the condition of the volcano. Chapter 164, Discovering a Mountain Hot Spring. Chapter 164, Discovering a Mountain Hot Spring. While making the fence, Lu Zhe discovered new problems. The first thing is to plan the camp area, which is their small courtyard. Lu Zhe planned to enclose the 1,000 square meters from the banyan tree to the foot of the mountain into the yard. This requires a lot of wood and bamboo strips to make fences. There are plenty of materials, but the key is that there are no suitable tools. The blade of the Japanese Type 30 bayonet was too thin. It was okay for cutting bamboo sticks as thick as a wrist, but it would damage the blade too much if it was anything thicker. Make another stone axe? If that thing is made blunt, it cannot be used for cutting, and if it is made sharp, the blade will break easily. It needs to be sharpened after using for a period of time. It is okay as an initial transition tool, but it is not realistic to use it as a long-term tool. There is no way to achieve it all at once, so we can only narrow the scope first and then expand it when we have the tools. The initial plan was to build a fence for the campsite of 1,000 square meters. After 2 hours of work, the goal was changed to 500 square meters. After another half an hour, everyone unanimously decided to set a smaller goal, 100 square meters. As a result, at noon, Lu Zhe and the 5 exhausted beauties fell into deep thought as they looked at the wall that was half made of fence and half made of mud, stone, and earth. It turns out that some things are easy to think about, but you will know how difficult they are when you actually do them. This is called a yard. The fence isn't high enough. The area is less than 30 square meters. It's not even as big as my living room. Lu Zhe smiled and said, "It's a little small, but it can indeed prevent the invasion of pythons and crocodiles. With the campfire and mosquito coils, I can basically sleep peacefully at night." Ning Shu pointed at the cow and said, "What about the mother and daughter?" Lu Zhe sighed and said, "Let's put it outside for now. If it gets eaten, there's nothing we can do. As long as my beloved concubine and the others don't get eaten, that's all." After a short break, the girls had to make lunch and cut some grass to feed the cows. Lu Zhe went to check on the bicycle. After a night of soaking, a lot of the rust had been removed. He wrapped a bark rope around the screw and used the chain as a wrench to twist it. His powerful strength and physique actually allowed him to unscrew the screw. Lu Zhe was overjoyed and took down everything that could be taken down. Aluminum alloy tubes, wheels, chain plates, spokes, chains, rusty bearings, and rusty steel balls in the bearings. Although they are all insignificant things, Lu Zhe knows that they will play a vital role in his future life. Put the things away first, and Lu Zhe starts his next plan. In the afternoon, we went to the top of the volcano to explore and continue looking for usable plants and determine the nature of the volcano. It would be great to find some, or if possible. Because he might bring back some supplies, Lu Zhe plans to bring one more person this time. The result of the discussion was that Shun Bing, Qian, and Lu Zhe would go together. Shun Bing is mainly responsible for collaborating with Lu Zhe, while Qian is responsible for recording. The 3 men entered the jungle from the north slope, carrying tools such as 30-meter-high sabers, engineers' shovels, lunchboxes, and water bottles. Half an hour later, when they were approaching the freshwater lake again, Lu Zhe reminded Shun Bing and Qian. There are often water-drinking carnivores near the lake. Be careful not to step on poisonous snakes, and be careful not to touch millipedes when holding on to tree trunks. Swamps and wetlands are also full of dangers. Let's put it this way. If anyone without survival experience steps into this kind of jungle, they should be prepared to die. In order to avoid danger, Lu Zhe chose to walk in front and let Qian walk in the middle. It was really a safe journey. The 3 of them walked up the hillside and came to the stream. This mountain stream is relatively large, more than 3 meters wide, and flows neither fast nor slow, having already carved out a stable waterway. The stream water is so clear that you can see the bottom, and occasionally you can see unknown freshwater fish and shrimp swimming in the pond on the gentle slope. The stream is filled with oval pebbles, all of which indicate that the stream flows all year round and does not dry up even in the dry season. The 3 of them washed their faces and continued walking forward. There is a large swamp ahead, which cannot be avoided, so we can only take the risk and pass through it. As a result, when they were climbing the tree trunk to cross the swamp, the trunk broke and the 3 of them fell into the swamp. But don't panic. Lu Zhe had already anticipated this possibility and tied a safety rope in advance. Then he told Shun Bing and Qian to use the ropes and tree trunks to lie down on the swamp with a large area of their bodies and slowly pull out their fallen legs. This is the method that Bear Grylls taught me. Because the density of the human body is usually lower than the density of a swamp. As long as you don't struggle, you won't sink too deep. Many people who fell into the swamp were not drowned in the swamp, but struggled and then sank to the chest, and the huge pressure caused suffocation and death. If only the legs are stuck in the swamp and it's not very deep, you can still get out of it. Although it took some time and effort, the 3 of them managed to climb back to safety without any danger. The people were safe, but the plan to reach the crater through here was not feasible. Moreover, the three of them were now like three mud monkeys, so dirty that it was unbearable to look at. Okay, let's go back to the creek and wash first. But at this moment, Lu Zhe faintly smelled the smell of rotten eggs. If you don't have a keen sense of smell, you would never be able to smell it. Hydrogen sulfide? Wrong. Not so pungent. Wait, go this way first. What's the matter, Lu Zhe? I might have found something good. Shen Bing and Qian Qian looked at each other and had no choice but to follow Lu Zhe. The three of them turned a corner and found a small cave on the mountain not far away. Unlike the bear cave, this cave is in the shape of a crack, seemingly formed naturally. The entrance is wet, and white mist is faintly pouring out of the crack. Yes, it's here. Qian Qian asked worriedly. What kind of cave is this? Is it dangerous? I'm going to take a look. You guys wait here for me. Wait a minute. Shen Bing took out a rope and tied it around Lu Zhe's waist. If anything happens, just shout and we'll pull you out. Lu Zhe nodded. Okay. Then he walked in holding the sidewall, and after a few steps he found a peach-shaped space of 7 to 8 square meters, with wet walls and a pool of milky white water with a green glow, steaming with a faint vapor. The faint smell of rotten eggs in the steam comes from this pool of water. Is it poisonous? He held his breath, leaned down, and lightly touched the water with his fingers, and information came to his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. We have found an important resource, a sulfur spring. The water temperature is 40 degrees, and it contains 39 kinds of minerals. Lu Zhe was overjoyed. Do you think this smell is poisonous? Yes, there is, but the concentration is so low that it will basically not bring any negative impact to the human body. However, the benefits it brings to the human body are innumerable. Sulfur springs have the effects of softening the skin, dissolving keratin, sterilizing, and killing insects. They can also soothe muscles and treat neurological and metabolic diseases. There's no need to go to the mountain stream to wash. Let's take a hot spring bath here. Is this spring water really safe? Don't worry, it's much safer than a public bath. Shen Bing and Lin Qianqian both nodded. But now the problem comes. All three of them are dirty, but there's only one pool. How can they wash? Chapter 165 Lin Qianqian is missing. Chapter 165 Lin Qianqian is missing. Under such circumstances, when taking a hot spring bath together, Lu Zhe thought that if he had no way to relieve his sexual desire, he would definitely have problems. So he said somewhat reluctantly, Forget it. You two go wash first. I'll wash after you're done. Lin Qianqian said, but that would make us less excited. What sense of anticipation? Lin Qianqian tilted her head and thought for a moment, then said seriously, Well, you're looking forward to experiencing the comfort of a hot spring for the first time. Qianqian, do you know what I rely on to survive until now? What? Half of it depends on the 100,000 whys, and half depends on the teacher's example. A letter of introduction to the emperor. Now I understand why I do live so long. Reciting the memorial to the emperor on leaving the capital, when you have nothing to do, can not only cultivate one's sentiments, but also relax one's muscles and invigorate blood circulation and prolong one's life. Without this memorial, and guarding around you little troublemakers, I guess the first emperor would have ended his glorious life, just like Zhengde and Xianfeng. I recommend that you recite it when you have nothing to do. Qianqian nodded dazedly. I almost forgot it. Shen Bing smiled and couldn't help but speak. Okay, don't embarrass Qianqian. How about this? Qianqian, you go in first. Then Lu Zhe goes in, and I'll be the last one. Qianqian said disappointedly, Wash them separately. Do you all dislike me? Qianqian listened to Sister Bing. Although she was somewhat reluctant, she still went in reluctantly, but immediately, a faint scream was heard from inside. What's wrong? The two of them rushed in together and saw Lin Qianqian looking at her arm with horror on her face. On the dirty little arm, a leech was lying there and sucking blood. Shen Bing said, Use a fire stick to burn it. No need. Lu Zhe held Qianqian's arm and pressed it into the sulfur pool. The leech stiffened, and after a dozen seconds, it floated up and died. Fish it out and throw it away. Sure enough, the sulfur spring has an insecticidal effect. Shen Bing pondered. Maybe he got them when he fell into the swamp. Lu Zhe said solemnly, We may have on other parts of our bodies too. We can't be shy anymore. Everyone take off your clothes and check each other. Qianqian took off her dirty coat and found 6 leeches on her body. Shen Bing took off her coat, and there were even more hanging on her body, 8 in total. Oh my God, this is so scary. Both girls couldn't help but scream. Not to mention Lin Qianqian. Even Shun Bing was scared to death. Lu Zhe, what about you? Lu Zhe took off his shirt, leaving only one lying on his waist. It slowly slid down Lu Zhe's skin, seemingly without biting through it. Lu Zhe flicked it lightly, and the leech flew out of the hole. Lu Zhe knew that his physique had improved and his skin had become stronger, so it was now difficult for mosquitoes and bees to bite through his skin. Lin Qianqian wanted to do the same, but Lu Zhe quickly stopped her. My skin is thick, and it didn't break it. Qianqian, you are delicate and tender. You must not do this. Shun Bing let out a long sigh. In this situation, there is no need to distinguish between the first and the last. Let's all go in and take a shower together. But I don't have it on me. What if it's in some unspeakable place? My scalp tingles just thinking about it. Shun Bing thought about it, came over, and said to Lu Zhe, don't mind this. If you really can't stand it, I'll help you later. You help me? How? Lu Zhe subconsciously looked at Shun Bing's chest. Shun Bing said angrily in a low voice, what are you thinking, little brat? You can use your hands at most. Yes. The three of them threw down their packages, took off their clothes and pants together, and entered the hot spring wearing only underwear. The temperature outside was around 30 degrees, but I didn't feel any discomfort while staying in the hot spring water at over 40 degrees. It will open all the sweat pores and cleanse the skin and mind. At this time, the leeches all floated up one by one, and were all fished out and thrown away. Even if there are still some insects attached to the body, it basically cannot survive. Lin Qianqian agreed. We still have to check each other. Sister Bing, let me rub it for you. No, I can do it myself. Then Lu Zhe, let me rub it for you. As she spoke, Qianqian came over and, with the unique sweet scent of a school beauty, helped Lu Zhe check if there were any remaining bugs on his body. Both boys and girls should be clean. Wash your underwear later. What can Lu Zhe do? I can only recite the teacher's notes again. After a while, I couldn't stand it anymore. I'm going to go out for a while. Shun Bing also said, it's a bit boring. I've finished washing too. Qianqian, hurry up too. Oh. Shun Bing looked at Lu Zhe and tied her hair up with a smile. Shun Bing without makeup is extremely charming. It's getting late. Let's wash some clothes and dry them before it rains. Then we can go back. Lu Zhe nodded. Yeah. Oh, by the way, the presence of hot springs means there is magma, but that doesn't mean it's an active volcano. Lu Zhe nodded. Indeed, many extinct volcanoes and dormant volcanoes that erupt once every few hundred years have magma activity and sulfur springs. This is normal. So do you think this volcano is dangerous? It certainly seems safe now, but I won't feel safe unless I look down from the crater to confirm. Will you come tomorrow? Lu Zhe shook his head. There's still a lot to do at the camp, burning charcoal, building walls, building cattle sheds, storing fodder, and exploring other places around the camp. Come back in a few days. Shun Bing nodded. Okay, then I'll go in and call Qianqian. After saying that, Shun Bing entered the hot spring cave. A few seconds later, Lu Zhe heard her exclaim, Qianqian. Lu Zhe thought Qianqian had fainted and rushed in, but it didn't. The water in the pool was like a mirror, and only Shun Bing was searching around in the pool. Where's Qianqian? I don't know. She disappeared when I came in. How was that possible? Lu Zhe's first reaction was that Qianqian was drowning, so he quickly jumped into the water and looked for her with Shun Bing. But with such a small hot spring pool, where can people go? Not here. Run away. Impossible. There's only one exit. Not necessarily. Lu Zhe thought for a moment, dived into the water, then slowly searched underwater, and finally found a hole at the bottom of the pool near the center of the volcano. He quickly felt his way along the hole. After he felt for about 10 meters, the hot spring became submerged and the rock wall above his head was gone. He carefully emerged from the water, the dark cave, and the increasingly deep rocky beach. There are stalactites of various shapes and unknown mosses growing on the walls, emitting a dim green light. It's like stepping into another world. A sound of water was heard, and Lu Zhe looked in the direction of the sound. He saw the silhouette of a beautiful girl squatting between two stalactites. A crystal-clear water line drew a beautiful curve and fell into the water, making a pleasant sound like a copper bell. Chapter 166. The Bottom of the Volcano, Bird Paradise. Chapter 166. At the bottom of the volcano, Bird Paradise. In this situation, Lu Zhe didn't know whether to say hello or not. Forget it. In order to avoid unnecessary embarrassment between boys and girls, let's be more gentlemanly. Let's not talk. Let's just wait aside and talk after Qianqian is done. But at this moment, Shun Bing emerged from the water with a splash. As soon as she emerged from the water, the eldest sister asked directly, Lu Zhe, have you found Qian? It was too late to cover her mouth. The beautiful sound of flowing water stopped abruptly. Lin Qian was so panicked that her body tilted and she fell off the stalactite and onto another stone. Ouch, that hurts! The two of them hurried to help Lin Qian. Qian endured the pain and hurriedly picked up the fat man. Lu Zhe, you were here a long time ago. Shun Bing shook her head. No, Lu Zhe arrived 30 seconds earlier than me. 30 seconds? You are. Qian, don't get me wrong. I'm just afraid of scaring you. Qian said shyly. You scare me like this. Shun Bing asked. Speaking of which, Qian, what are you doing? I'm... Lu Zhe, you saw everything, right? Shun Bing was stunned. What did you see? I don't see anything. Qian's little face came closer. She smiled leisurely and gave an expression that said, You are lying. She didn't blame Lu Zhe and didn't seem to think there was anything wrong with doing so. By the way, Qian, why are you here? When I was taking a bath in a hot spring, I felt like there was a hole here, so I wanted to grope my way in and take a look. When I was about to suffocate, I wanted to go back, but I found that the dark hole of the hot spring was connected to this place. I thought to myself, since I was here anyway. Having said this, Qian lowered her head embarrassedly. But if it weren't for you, we wouldn't have found this place. So where on earth is this place? Everyone then began to pay attention to the situation around them. Looking forward, the terrain here is getting higher and higher, which also causes the water level to become shallower and shallower. When I first came out of the water was still chest deep. When I walked to the shallow area where I could pee, the water was just above my calves. The water felt hotter here, and the steam still made the walls wet. In addition to the smell of sulfur, there's also a hint of girlishness in the air. Green moss grew on the moist walls and some stones, making the cave not completely dark. What is this? Lu Zhe touched the moss with his hand, and information about it appeared in his mind. Subspecies of light moss. Moss class, subclass. Light moss, a moss family. Light moss genus. The light moss, which was originally distributed in the caves in the forests of Hokkaido and Changbai Mountain, actually has a subspecies here. But that's normal. Many volcanoes have evolved into subspecies over thousands of years due to their unique geographical environment and climatic characteristics. Can I eat it? Have no idea. But now it seems that the only thing that can keep them from being completely in the dark is a relatively friendly species. Where does the front lead to? Lu Zhe looked around and said, It should be the direction of the center of the volcano. Shun Bing pondered. If this passage is open, does it mean that we can possibly reach the interior of the volcano through here? Lu Zhe nodded. There's a certain probability, but it may also lead to other places. My two beloved concubines, it is getting late now. Do you think we should go forward or go back? Lin Qian said, I think since we have come here so easily, we should go and take a look. Shun Bing thought about it and said, I think so too. We can go forward and explore the road. If we can find something, it will be great. If we encounter any problems that cannot be solved, we can return the same way and come back next time. Let's do it. Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, Wait a minute, I'll go get the stuff. Lu Zhe dived into the water again and retrieved his backpack. I haven't had time to wash the dirty clothes yet, and it's not convenient to take them over, so I just leave them there for now. The three people carried their things and walked forward for more than 40 meters, passed through the stalactite forest, and walked forward for more than 200 meters. Finally, light appeared in the distance. What did you pass through? Not sure. The three people excitedly quickened their pace and walked towards the light. A minute later, we arrived at the cave entrance. Another hole. Suddenly see the light. Lu Zhe knew that the heart of the volcano was right in front of him. There are smooth stone walls all around, with occasional stubborn trees taking root and sprouting in the cracks of the rocks. About 10 meters below the cave entrance is the vegetation at the bottom of the volcano, which is a circular rainforest area with a diameter of about 200 meters. From this angle, you can't see the surface at all. You can only see tall and short plants occupying the entire space at the bottom of the volcano, forming a relatively independent ecological world. A dozen beautiful birds were chasing and flying in this small woodland. A beautiful unknown parrot flew onto a branch and made a cackle sound toward its resting companion. Qian couldn't help but sigh. Oh my God, this is not the bottom of a volcano. It's clearly the birdhouse in the Great Forest Zoo. Lu Zhe nodded. What he noticed was that there was a lot of vegetation here, and it should be the bird droppings that provided a lot of nutrients here. Of course, more importantly, if it were an active volcano, such a rich ecological environment would not have formed at the bottom. Chapter 167 Possibility as a Planting Site. Chapter 167 Possibility as a Planting Site. Xinbing looked around and said, Lu Zhe, this should be a dead volcano. The vegetation here is too dense. It would take decades to reach this state. Lu Zhe placed Qianqian on a relatively clean stone. The species and vegetation here are so dense and varied that they are beyond the comprehension of most people. The key point is that the vegetation grows so vigorously at the bottom of the volcano, which is like a chinking. Xinbing raised his head and looked upwards. The crater looks less than 200 meters from the bottom, and we can see from the outside that the volcano is at least 300 meters above sea level. This means that the altitude of the volcano bottom is also quite high, at least much higher than the camp. Lu Zhe smiled and said, That's right. From a side profile, the diameter of the bottom of this volcano is about the same as the height of the sidewall. So when the angle between the sun and the surface is greater than 45 degrees and less than 135 degrees, the vegetation at the bottom of the cave can still enjoy direct sunlight. Lin Xianxian took out a notebook from the plastic bag and did some calculations. Assuming that the height and diameter of the volcano sidewall are equal, the line connecting due east and due west is the diameter, and any point on the diameter is 45 degrees to the line connecting the cave entrance. 45 divided by 180 is just 1/4. We are not far from the equator, so the length of day and night is about the same. Multiply 12 hours by 1/4, which means that the volcano bottom has only 3 hours of sunlight on the same diameter as the sun's path. Other locations have less than 3 hours of direct sunlight. There is no sunlight at all in the corners to the south and north. Lu Zhe nodded. You're right. Just look at the density of the vegetation below. The vegetation along the line from due east to due west is more vigorous than other places. Although the vegetation along the line from due south to due north is also very lush, most of them are shade-loving plants. Seeing Lu Zhe's solemn expression, Xinbing said with a hint of regret, But 3 hours of sunlight is still too little. More than 3 hours. Lu Zhe pondered for a while. Just now, we only consider direct sunlight. Direct sunlight alone cannot make the plants here so lush. In fact, the plants here rely more on indirect sunlight. Xinbing and Qianqian looked at each other. Indirect lighting? Lu Zhe looked up and said, Do you remember the Xiangji Pavilion by Ming Dynasty writer Gue Youguang? There are 4 windows in the front, and the walls surround the courtyard to face the south sun. The shadows of the sun are reflected, and the room becomes bright. Lin Qianqian, remember. Xinbing smiled bitterly. I only have some impression. He opened a window in the north, but could not enjoy the light from the south, so he built a wall in the window, and the light shone on the wall, and the room became bright as well. Xinbing nodded. You're right, it's already past 4 o'clock, and when the sun sets, it's not as dark as I imagined. Lu Zhe pointed to the inner wall of the volcano and said, The inner wall of the volcano is about 90 degrees perpendicular to the surface. This kind of inner wall cannot store bird droppings and cannot form soil attached to the mountain. Even if it is attached, it will be washed away by a large amount of rain and exposed again. The smooth inner wall of the volcanic rock contains a lot of silica and rock crystals, which will allow the inner wall to reflect some light under the sunlight. Although the light is much weaker, it is more suitable for the growth of temperate fruits. Great! Lin Xianqian shouted happily, and then asked, But can this kind of light produce photosynthesis? As long as there is blue, violet, and red light in the light, it can promote photosynthesis in plants, whether it is reflected light, refracted light, or diffracted light. It's all fine. Xinbing said, I know this. The fruits and vegetables grown in the greenhouse in my hometown use LEDs to supplement light when there is insufficient light to increase the yield. Lin Xianqian said happily, That's great. We can plant fruit seeds here. When do we start? Lu Zhe sighed. It's not easy. Even if the soil and light problems are solved, there are still some more difficult problems to solve. What's the problem? First, there is the problem of heavy rain. I don't know if there's a place at the bottom of the pit for rapid drainage. If there is, it's fine. If not, like the heavy rain that lasted for 7 days, this place would basically become a natural swimming pool. Second, if the water is drained too quickly, How are we going to get water in through the sulfur springs during the dry season? It certainly won't work if we just fill it with bottles. Third, there's the issue of land reclamation. The east-west diameter line is the best planting spot, but look at so many tall and short trees. It is impossible to cut down a piece of planting land with current tools. And the fourth is these birds. They provide a lot of fertilizer to the land, but they also like to eat all kinds of fruits. Our strawberries and watermelons will probably be destroyed by them halfway through planting. Shen Bing nodded. She understood that every situation Lu Zhe mentioned was a real problem. If these problems were not solved, no matter how much energy and time were spent, it would be in vain. However, these problems do not seem to be unsolvable. She firmly believes that in the future days of seeking salvation, Lu Zhe will be able to think of a reliable solution. Lu Zhe originally wanted to go down to the bottom of the volcano to take a look, but looking at the time, the sun was about to set. If he didn't go back now, he would probably have to spend the night here. Let's go. If we are late, the squad leader and the others will be anxious. Let's come back later. Yeah, I'm hungry. Lu Zhe picked up Qian again, and the three of them entered the cave and prepared to return to the camp. However, when she returned to the pool, Lin Qian suddenly jumped out. It's so hot. Lu Zhe also discovered that the temperature of the pool water had increased significantly. It was originally around 40 degrees, but at night, it reached 50 degrees. Even though there's only a 10-degree difference, Lu Zhe can barely pass through this water temperature, but Sister Bing and Qian will never be able to swim through that passage. Why is the temperature getting so high? It's too hot even for a foot bath. Could it be that the volcanic activity is intensifying? Lu Zhe pondered for a while and said, two possibilities. One is that volcanic activity has intensified. The other is that cold currents or warm currents and magma at different time periods have caused different results. You see, not only has the temperature increased, but the water level in the pool is also much higher than before. Shen Bing nodded. You mean during the day the cold current flows under the volcanic island, and at night the warm current is driven under the volcano. The seawater of different temperatures meets the magma to produce different amounts of steam. Lu Zhe nodded. That's what I mean, but this is just a guess. If you want to prove it, you can only see during the day whether the water temperature has returned to its original temperature. Otherwise, at this point, Lu Zhe nodded worriedly. It is possible that it is volcanic activity. Qian said worriedly. What should we do now? Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, what else can we do? We can only stay here overnight. We'll try to find a way back tomorrow. In the cave, Lu Zhe weighed the options and said, well, although it's a bit difficult, fortunately it's warm in the cave. Let's wash our feet and rest by the pool. It'll be like taking a sauna. Shen Bing nodded. That's the only way. Chapter 168. Spending the night in the volcano. Chapter 168. Overnight in the volcano. Chapter 168. Overnight in the volcano. Lu Zhe's plan was to stay in the cave for a night, and then go back the next day when the water temperature dropped. And he could make tools and build a house with peace of mind. But it wasn't even midnight yet, and the three men couldn't stand it anymore in the cave. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the water temperature rose to nearly 70 degrees. A large amount of steam was generated in the cave, clinging to the cave and dripping on the head. In this situation, stay for half an hour, come out and relax your whole body, then have a bottle of ice-cold beer after finishing. It is absolutely a heavenly enjoyment. But just leaning there without any purpose would be like being tortured. Lu Zhe wiped the water droplets off his face. Otherwise, let's go down to the bottom of the volcano and take a look. Shen Bing responded immediately. I agree. If we keep going like this, we will all be familiar with each other by tomorrow morning. Look back at Qian. Qian raised her head. Her red little face looked confused, just like a steamed crab. You must have gotten confused after steaming it. Qian. Lu Zhe patted her face. Ah, Brother Xiaozhe, Sister Bing, I think my period is coming. Come on, we can't stay here anymore. We have to get out first. Good. Lu Zhe and Shen Bing both stood up. Qian tried and shook her head. I'm exhausted. You're not exhausted from the steam, are you? Sister Bing, please take the package. I'll hold Qian. Shen Bing carried the package on his back. Okay, be careful. Lu Zhe held Qian in his arms and felt that her thighs were slippery. He thought it was menstrual blood and didn't take it seriously. The three of them crossed the bats' territory again and arrived at the entrance of the volcanic cave. When they reached the cave entrance, they took 2 deep breaths of cool air, and then they were all stunned by the scene before them. By this time, it was completely dark. The bottom of the volcano is not dark, and thousands of glowing fireflies are swimming in the night sky. On the four walls of the volcano, in places similar to the cave entrance where they were, there were bursts of white mist. The mist cooled down and spread around the vegetation at the bottom of the volcano, making it look like a fairyland. And something unknown, hidden in the vegetation under the mist, emitted patches of dim white light. Shinbing rubbed her eyes. She couldn't believe that there was such a quiet and magical place in the world. Oh my God, is this a fairyland? Definitely not. We have to go down. Lu Zhe thought for a while and said, how about this? I'll go down and step on the plate first. If there's any situation, I'll climb up and we'll think of a solution. If there's no danger, I'll send a signal and you tie up Qian and then you come down. There's nothing wrong with the plan, but I'm a policewoman after all. Can you please not use jargon when we communicate? It always feels like we're doing something illegal. Yes, madam. Shinbing smiled bitterly. Okay, go down quickly. Lu Zhe opened the package and took out the rope. He found a raised stone and tied it tightly. Lu Zhe, it must be 3 or 4 stories above the ground. Is the rope long enough? Try it. If it's not long enough, I'll climb up and we'll think of a way out. Then be careful. Lu Zhe gently waved his fingers in front of his eyebrows, rushed down the rope, and was soon submerged in the mist. Shinbing asked worriedly, Hey Lu Zhe, is it long enough? Have you reached the bottom? Lu Zhe was stunned. Why do I feel offended? It's finally over. Tie Qian down. Shinbing was also helpless. It feels like a demon couple kidnapping a little girl. Okay. Shinbing pulled the rope up and tied it around Qian's wrist, then told her, when you go down later, just pull with your hands, and Lu Zhe will catch you from below. Oh, Lin Qian nodded dazedly, obviously not fully recovered yet. Fortunately, one end of the rope was still 1 meter away from the ground. The 3 of them stepped on the ground and felt at ease. Lu Zhe looked around. There was some mist above his head, but most of it was held in the air by the dense vegetation. However, 2 or 3 meters above the ground, there was a cool space. Lu Zhichang breathed a sigh of relief. This was a place for humans to stay. Then he noticed that on the thick dead leaves, under his feet, there were clusters of small white flowers. They had no leaves and not a single bit of green on their bodies, but they emitted a faint white light. The white light in the steam scene from above is emitted by them. Shinbing squatted down and looked carefully. What kind of flower is this? It looks like a ghost. Lu Zhe stretched out his hand, and she quickly stopped him. Don't touch it. What if it's poisonous? Even if it is poisonous, the toxic alkali of the plant is difficult to penetrate the human epidermis, and at most it will cause some itching. He picked one, and the message of the flower came to his mind. Aha, I remember now. This is really called the ghost flower. Its scientific name is crystal orchid, and it's not poisonous. It belongs to the family Poecilopidae and is a perennial herbaceous saprophyte that grows on humus deciduous forest floors. It is snow white without any green leaves. It is the prototype of the crystal orchid in Plants vs. Zombies. It can be found in the mountains and forests of Yunnan and Guizhou in my country. It is also distributed in North America and Southeast Asia. It can glow at night, but it cannot photosynthesize. Shinbing was startled. How come you can remember so much all at once? When I was a kid, I memorized texts like this. I could memorize them well yesterday, but I couldn't remember them the next day. Once the teacher reminded me, I could memorize them all at once. I've seen people reciting texts, but I only know you as someone who recites 100,000 Ys. See how Qian is doing. Qian, are you feeling better? I've always been fine. Shinbing nodded. Okay, the child needs to wait a little longer. What should we do next? Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, although there is light here, it is still too dim. Besides, I always feel uneasy without fire. I should think of a way to light the fire. I can also cook some python meat. The fire stick should have burned out. Let's see first. Lu Zhe took out a fire starter from his bag. As expected, the fire went out. Part of the fire starter was stained with water. It must have been extinguished when the water entered the body while I was passing the hot spring with my backpack. Want to start a fire another way? Sorry, there's a lot of steam around and the wood is damp. Go to the middle? After thinking about it, I gave up. The forest is too dense and there are so many mosquitoes. Although the water vapor, filled with the smell of hydrogen sulfide, smells unpleasant, it can help repel mosquitoes. Anyway, let's just spend the night here and we can talk about it tomorrow. The 3 of them found a relatively flat place, tidied up quickly, and then lay down on the grass and fell asleep. Lu Zhe and Shinbing fell asleep quickly, But Qian couldn't sleep for some reason. She sat up and looked at Lu Zhe and Shun Bing, who were sleeping soundly, her heart pounding with excitement. When she thought of what happened in the hot spring, her face turned red. In fact, Qian secretly saw everything when Sister Bing and Lu Zhe were outside the cave. When she thought of that scene, she felt a strange sense of happiness. She felt that she was very strange, but after thinking about it, she felt relieved. Brother Xiaozhe should be like me, with some unique hobbies. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been peeping at me for so long and always looking for opportunities to hug me. Chapter 169 Qian. I'm really not that kind of person. Chapter 169 Qian. I'm really not that kind of person. Thinking back to what Lu Zhe and Sister Bing had done before, Lin Qian always felt that this was not the state that a normal person should be in. Since everyone is like this, why can't we open up and talk about it? You can do that with Sister Bing. Why do you always hide it from me? For example, if you want to take a look while you are in the cave, you don't have to be sneaky. Even if I am in front of you, it is not impossible. Could it be that? Qian suddenly thought of a possibility. It was as if I was peeping at that time. It would probably be a different feeling to be peeped at that time. She gently touched Lu Zhe's nose with her wet fingers, smiled, and suddenly understood him a little. July 27th, Saturday, the 49th day on the deserted island. It was early in the morning, and the sky was dim. Lu Zhe was still asleep when he heard Qian calling, "Brother Xiaozhe, Brother Xiaozhe." Lu Zhe rubbed his eyes. "What time is it?" "Shoo." Lin Qian put her fingers on her mouth, making a gesture to keep quiet. Then, Qian pulled Lu Zhe up. "Where's Sister Bing?" "Brother Xiaozhe, there's something fun." As she spoke, Qian pulled aside a large broad leaf, pointed ahead, and whispered, "Look there." Lu Zhe looked up. In an instant, my whole body felt numb. I saw Shun Bing squatting not far away, and the sound of gurgling water came out. He understood. Qian actually asked him to peek at Sister Bing together. Lu Zhe lowered his voice and said, "Qian, what are you doing? Sister Bing is solving her own problems, and you want me to watch." Qian said innocently, "Don't you like this very much?" "I like it. Thank you so much. When did I ever like this?" Qian felt a little aggrieved. "I actually knew you were looking at me." "Huh? You didn't call me, but secretly watched from the side for a long time? More than 20 seconds? Only then did Lu Zhe understand that Qian knew everything. "Then why don't you scream? I thought you liked it." Lu Zhe was speechless. This girl was really different from others. It was fine if others misunderstood her, but Qian misunderstood him and still dragged him down the road of no return. "Qian, I'm not what you think." He stopped talking abruptly. Wherever his eyes went, he suddenly found that not far above Sister Bing's head, a thin and long little snake with a red head and a blue body was slowly crawling down. Qian also saw it and almost screamed out loud, so Lu Zhe quickly covered her mouth. He was worried that the scream would startle Sister Bing, causing her to react violently and stimulate the snake to attack prematurely. He quickly took out a slingshot and a small steel ball from the package and aimed at the snake's head. Take action when the snake is crawling towards Sister Bing. With a pop sound, the round steel ball was not deflected by the airflow and hit the snake's head accurately, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Sister Bing was startled by the sound. She was quick to react and didn't even bother to pick up the fat man. She immediately fell to the side. Looking back, I saw a bloody snake leaning to the side. Shun Bing opened her eyes wide. "What's going on?" "Well," a boy and a girl stuck out their tongues in embarrassment. The scene was somewhat awkward. Half a minute later, 3 people were sitting together with a dead snake in the middle. Shun Bing hugged her shoulders and frowned angrily. "First of all, I would like to thank you for your timely and accurate rescue. But can you two explain whose idea it was to spy?" Qian blushed and clenched her little hands, hesitating whether to raise them. Lu Zhe couldn't bear it, so he said directly, "It's my idea." "Huh?" Qian was stunned, her eyes filled with surprise and emotion. Lu Zhe. Shun Bing shook her head helplessly. "Hey kid, you look quite sunny. Why do you have this hobby?" "Sister Bing, you misunderstood." "Where did I misunderstand?" "I did watch it, but not with a voyeuristic mindset. If it's not peeping, then what is it?" "Protect," Lu Zhe said seriously. "I believe you will also encounter such situations when you are performing missions. When your companions are forced to lose their ability to guard, your teammates must be fully alert and support them to protect them. So, we're not peeping, but protective support." Qian was surprised that someone could talk about peeping as if it was a matter of course and resolve the awkwardness with just a light touch. When it comes to this aspect, I am still far behind Lu Zhe. It seems to make sense. Shin Bing looked down. But what's wrong with you? Lu Zhe quickly covered it with leaves. I'm a healthy boy. It's normal to do this every morning. Qian covered her mouth and laughed. Shin Bing nodded. Okay, it's watertight. Either he's innocent or he's a repeat offender. Okay, this won't happen again. I'll go get some water, light a fire, and make some breakfast, and then go back. You, be careful. I know. Lu Zhe looked at Qian, who lowered her head as if she had made a mistake. Thank you, Lu Zhe. No need to thank me. I just want to tell you, Qian, Xiaozhe, I'm not that kind of person. I'm actually very normal. Really? Lu Zhe nodded and held Qian's shoulder seriously. Dear, have you noticed that all the seemingly hentai things I did were actually based on the perspective of survival? Even if I accidentally saw it yesterday, I was considering your self-esteem and was afraid that you would be embarrassed by calling you rashly. It has nothing to do with peeping. Oh, I see. Qian looked a little disappointed. Yes, I thought I'd found like-minded people. I didn't expect that the other person was not what I thought. This feeling of loss is really indescribable. I thought you did that on purpose in the name of survival. Of course not. If there is any better solution, I won't do it this way, and doing it won't bring me any pleasure. At this point, Lu Zhe also felt a little reluctant. Okay, sometimes there will be a little, but that's not important. What's important is survival. How to survive better in a harsh environment, understand? Lin Qian blushed, lowered her head, and nodded. Lu Zhe said earnestly, You are a lovely girl, and many boys in our class have a crush on you. To be honest, I like you very much, but these little hentai problems are not a good thing. You should learn from the good aspects of Brother Zhe and change them. Let's grow up healthily together, okay? Lin Qian felt that she had benefited a lot. She pursed her lips and nodded. Well, I understand, Brother Zhe. At this time, Shen Bing came back with a plastic bag containing something. Ah, look what I caught. Lin Qian took a look and was immediately frightened. This is... Suddenly, Qian seemed to remember something. What kind of devilish red scorpion is this? Sister Bing, be careful. What? Where is the devilish red scorpion? That's the term we use to describe female drug offenders. This is the Malayan red-tailed scorpion. Although it looks scary, it's actually very weak in venom. Many arthropod enthusiasts keep this kind of scorpion as a pet. If you don't believe me, ask Lu Zhe. Qian was stunned for a while, then slowly looked at Lu Zhe. So, even if you get stung, there's no need to suck out the venom with your mouth. Sorry, some of the content was deleted when Qian sat on the scorpion to death. You can use your imagination to fill in the blanks. Chapter 170, Experts Explanation. Chapter 170, Masters Explanation. Finished. Barbie is cute. You can't wash yourself clean even if you jump into the Yellow River. Now, a fatal question is placed before Lu Zhe. How to explain this matter? Tell the truth? I actually have a system, and there's a book in the system which will tell you the most appropriate way to deal with problems at a specific time. Doing so before was the advice in the book. No. How could I possibly tell others about the golden finger? So, let's give up. I am a hentai, and I just like the sour and salty taste there. So what? Who made you so beautiful? What's wrong with me taking advantage of you occasionally? What's wrong? In this way, my image will probably collapse completely, and girls will have to look at me through tinted glasses from now on. Although this scorpion is not very poisonous, it can still make people feel uncomfortable. Do you feel better after I sucked out the venom? Lin Qian nodded seriously. That's right. Shen Bing was surprised. What? You sucked the place where Qian was stung by the scorpion. Sister Bing, didn't you ask me about the scorpion just now? I really don't understand. At that time, I saw that the scorpion looked fierce, and I was afraid that Qian would get hurt. I gritted my teeth and decided to risk my life to save my companion. I stepped forward to help Qian suck out the poison. Qian nodded repeatedly, indicating that what Lu Zhe said was true. Shen Bing tried her luck and asked, Lu Zhe, are you sure you didn't have any other thoughts at that time? No. Lu Zhe shook his head like a rattle. At that time, my companion's life was hanging by a thread. Saving him was more important than anything else. How could I care about anything else? The words were so righteous and eloquent that Lu Zhe almost believed them himself. Don't you know that if it's really poisonous, you can't just suck it with your mouth? I know, but when I think of so many police officers who risk their lives to fight criminals for the people to live and work in peace and contentment, and who are not afraid of any danger, I feel that hesitating for even a second would be a sin. But when I think about it, I am still quite scared. After all, I'm also afraid of death. Frankly speaking, as a probationary party member in a university, my awareness is still quite different from you people who are fighting on the front line. Shenbing was so flattered that she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Shut up. I won't fall for it. He said he didn't want to eat it, but you could see from his expression that he enjoyed it very much. In fact, she also understood that boys had no resistance to a beautiful girl like Qianqian. Although I'm a little jealous, I have experienced life and death, and it would be a bit hypocritical to still worry about these things. Qianqian doesn't think so at all. In her opinion, the scene of Lu Zhe flirting with Sister Bing was very interesting. Lu Zhe changed his tone to a serious one. Maybe, as Sister Bing said, it's not very poisonous. But in the wild, when you encounter unpredictable snakes, insects, rats, and ants, it's definitely not bad to maintain a certain level of vigilance. Take this snake, for example. Lu Zhe picked up the small snake with a red head and a blue body. This is the Javan coral snake, commonly known as the blue gland coral snake. It is one of the most beautiful snakes in the world, but under its beautiful appearance, it hides the largest venom gland among snakes. It is very dangerous. Really, Lin Qianqian said in horror. It's so dangerous. Shenbing was also frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. However, it is usually quite docile and generally does not actively attack humans. Then why are you crawling towards Sister Bing? Lu Zhe said casually, maybe it was attracted by the sound of the water. Shenbing blushed. How is that possible? There is water here. Is there any water? Shenbing brought over the military canteen. There's a stream over there. Look, it's full. Lu Zhe's heart moved. There's a stream at the bottom of this volcano. Is the water drinkable? I think the water is still pretty clear, and there are fish in it. If you're worried about bird droppings, we can boil it and drink it. Lu Zhe understood what it meant to encounter Shitan here. Let's go and take a look. The three of them carefully walked through the dense vegetation and came to the place Sister Bing mentioned. The stream was not far from where they were, in the southeast corner of the bottom of the volcano, hidden among the dense grass. Roughly estimated, the stream pool is about 100 square meters. It is close to the volcanic wall. A big tree covers the top of the stream pool, and many fallen leaves fall into the stream pool. Lu Zhe noticed that the pool was about 2 meters deep and clear, with many small fish swimming in it. He thrust his hand into the pool, and a group of small fish were startled and fled away, but he still accurately caught a 1-inch long tiger barb fish, which was jumping around in his palm. Lin Qianqian was surprised. Hey, I raised this kind of fish when I was a child, but the color seems to be a little different. This one is orange and looks better. Shenbing nodded. The same species will evolve into different forms in different regions. It is normal to have some differences. For tiger fish, there are Thai tigers, northern Thai tigers, Indonesian tigers, and Sumatran tigers. Qianqian asked, water tiger? Shenbing shook her head. No, it's a large ornamental fish with black and yellow stripes like a tiger. Sister Bing is also researching ornamental fish. It's not really research, I just like raising them. Lu Zhe put the fish in his hand back into the pond. I guess the bird droppings provide food for these small fish. It looks like there's a lot of bird and fish droppings in the pond, but to be honest, the water quality is actually pretty good. Then Lu Zhe observed the source of the water. He discovered that there was water flowing down from the stone wall above the pool, continuously pouring into the pool. The water level always remains at a fixed height. This means that there's probably a place connected to this pool outside the volcano. Maybe it was the lake. In this way, even if heavy rain comes, it may flow through here to the lakes outside, and then flow through the lakes to the wetlands and mudflats, and finally into the sea. Let's go and take a look at the middle area. The three continued to walk towards the middle. Lu Zhe discovered that the terrain became higher as one moved towards the middle zone. The terrain was also higher on the east and west sides. This was probably because the plants in these places received more sunlight and grew better, producing more fallen leaves and bird droppings that eventually turned into soil. Over thousands of years, an environmental feature has been formed in which the east, middle, and west sides are relatively high, and the north and south sides are relatively low. At this moment, suddenly the tree shook, and the leaves and red flowers on the tree swayed slightly, as if they were alive. Lin Qianqian was so frightened that she immediately dared not to move. What's going on? Qianqian looked at the tree in horror. I just rubbed the mud off my feet, and it moved. Shenbing immediately became alert. Lu Zhe protected Qianqian and carefully placed his hand on the trunk of the tree. Information about the tree came into his mind. Crepe myrtle tree. It is a plant of the Lathraceae family and genus Ladrostremia. It is widely distributed throughout the world and is also called the startling tree, the 100-day red, the full house red, and the itchy tree. It turns out that Qianlong and Xia Yuha's daughter came from here. Look further down. Because its crown is relatively broad and its trunk is thin and straight, it will tremble all over when scratched, just like a girl having her feet tickled. I see. No big deal. However, Lu Zhe then noticed two other points. First, this kind of tree is afraid of being flooded. Second, this seemingly small crepe myrtle tree is actually more than 600 years old. Chapter 171 Next Plan. Chapter 171 Next Plan. Lu Zhe exclaimed. Originally classified as a shrub and small tree, the crepe myrtle tree has grown into a tall deciduous tree. It's amazing, Qian Qian said excitedly. Could it be hentai? Shin Bing said, silly girl, it means it is very old. Lu Zhe continued. Another thing is that this tree is afraid of storms. It has a large crown but a thin trunk, so is easily broken by strong winds. It is also afraid of flooding, as its roots will rot and die. However, it grows well here, which means that this place can both block storms and avoid flooding. It has the natural climate conditions for growing strawberries and watermelons. Shin Bing added, the stone wall provides light, and the north and south sides can drain water and provide irrigation water. But what about the bird infestation and land reclamation issues you mentioned before? Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, compared to other problems, these two problems can at least be solved, but it will take some time. We can use ropes to weave a protective net to prevent birds, and to clear the land for plants. As long as you give me a big axe and a hoe, everything can be solved. Can't we just burn the mountain? It's simple and crude, and can solve both problems at the same time. Lu Zhe shook his head. I don't want to do this. First, the vegetation here is too lush and the humidity is too high, so it is not easy to burn. Second, this is a volcanic area and there is sulfur in the cave. Large-scale burning of the mountain may cause other geological problems. Third, after all, humans and nature must be in harmony. There is only one Earth, and we must not only consider ourselves, but also future generations. We should try not to destroy the living environment of wild animals if possible. Hey, what is that? As Lu Zhe was talking, he suddenly discovered some creamy yellow artworks in the narrow crevices of the rock wall. They looked like small bowls and were very beautiful. Bird's nest. Definitely bird's nest. Lu Zhe remembered that the exposed crevices in the cliffs of Southeast Asian islands were perfect places for swiftlets to build nests. The three nearby countries of Indonesia, Malaysia, and the Philippines are also major countries producing high-quality birds' nests, so it is very normal to see swiftlets here. Ha! I finally know why there are so many plants in the volcanic cave. Wait for me for a while. Let's have a good meal. As he said this, he ran over, climbed up to a height of 25 or 26 meters by holding on to the crevice in a rock, and took down the lowest bird's nest. Look at this, it's definitely not the sugar water bird's nest sold on TikTok. It's pure natural. That's great. Lin Qianqian thought for a moment and then asked, what if Xiao Yanzi can't find her home when she comes back? July. They should be far away in Siberia now, and they won't fly back until midwinter. Don't worry, they will build a new nest when they come back. Siberia, to Southeast Asia? I didn't know swallows could fly so far. Can they even fly across the ocean hundreds of kilometers away? More than that, Lu Zhe took off the wet part of the tinder and prepared to use it as a fire material. Some scientists installed a locator on a swallow in Beijing. Guess where it flew to spend the winter? Lin Qianqian plucked the hairs out of the bird's nest and shook her head. First, we headed north to Mongolia, then crossed the Asian continent into the Middle East, crossed the Persian Gulf and the Red Sea, and entered Africa from the Arabian Peninsula, and finally crossed a large area of rainforest and desert, all the way south to South Africa. Lin Qianqian nodded. Oh my God, no wonder the ancients told us that swallows fly south. I always thought they flew south, but it turns out they were flying to South Africa. Shin Bing smiled bitterly. Did the word South Africa exist in ancient times? Yes, I have. Qianqian thought for a moment and said, Chen Yui, a poet in the Song dynasty, did not like South Africa. He wrote, Jiangnan is not bad, but the visitors from Chu feel sad. They row the cane to Tianping Ferry, and the trees are welcoming people. Lu Zhe was shocked. Qianqian, if you don't have some culture, you can't say such a high-level thing. Do you think the word Jiang is just for decoration? She smiled shyly. Oh, I was just kidding. So, they will bring a lot of temperate grass seeds and seeds. Let's eat some first, and then look for more later. Maybe we can find fruits and vegetables that we are familiar with. Will the squad leader Guo Yao Yao be anxious? It is easy, but it would be a pity if I didn't check it more carefully since it has come so hard. It's okay to be a little late. Let's do it quickly. Okay, I'll go chop some wood. The three of them started to work. Half an hour later, Shun Bing chopped a bundle of branches and wood. Lu Zhe also used a knife and a stone, combined with kapok, a tinder, and a little sulfur scraped off the wall to start fire. 92 The three of them had a relatively hearty breakfast with boiled bird's nests in the lunchbox, grilled snake skewers on bamboo sticks, and python meat. Then Qian guarded the camp while Lu Zhe and Sister Bing wandered around the bottom of the volcano for a whole morning, exploring almost every place. As a result, I found so many surprising supplies. First up, wild grapes. There are a lot of wild grapes here. Although they're just the small grain mountain grapes, they taste soft, sour, and slightly sweet. They're not as delicious as the grapes in the supermarket, but they're also a very good source of vitamins. There were a lot of birds on the north slope. The birds couldn't finish eating, so they gathered in the potholes and fermented the food, which smelled like wine. Lu Zhe found a relatively clean place and put in a bottle. There's also a jaboticaba tree, several papaya trees laden with fruits, wild loquats, and some tropical wild vegetables. Many fruits were eaten by birds, but there were still many intact ones. Sister Bing couldn't help being moved when she saw the thin and handsome face. Carrying packages of different sizes with Lu Zhe, she felt wonderful and warm, just like an ordinary couple shopping in a supermarket, full of the smell of the daily necessities of life and covering all aspects of life such as food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Raise a lovely baby together. But if they return to the city, the two of them probably won't have any interactions. He will fall in love and marry one of the four girls, and I will probably also go on a blind date and start a family with another man. At this moment, Sister Bing actually had an urge to live on the island with Lu Zhe forever, even if he doesn't completely belong to him. Lu Zhe seemed to notice the change in Sister Bing's mood. He looked at Shun Bing and said, "Sister Bing, what's wrong with you?" "Nothing." "Then, let me kiss you." Shun Bing blushed. Qian peeked again. "I don't care." As he said that, Lu Zhe leaned forward and gave Sister Bing a light kiss on the face. It was also at this time that Lu Zhe completed his 49th sign-in. At this moment, his physical fitness is strength, 25. Physical fitness, 18. Physical strength, 20. Agility, 18. Perception, 18. The strength of bones and skin also doubled. It was also at this time that Lu Zhe completed his weekly sign-in again. Congratulations, host. You have completed the weekly sign-in and received an important tip. The volcano is a dead volcano, and there is a secret passage connecting the north and south. Lu Zhe was excited. It was indeed a dead volcano. The existence of a secret passage means that it is possible to reach this place without having to dive into the hot spring. But the question is, where is the secret passage? The system didn't give any direction. What if the excavation collapses? Sister Bing asked again. Lu Zhe, I think this place is pretty good too. Do we still need to move the campsite? Lu Zhe shook his head. No. This place is fine as a planned experimental field, but it's not suitable for a campsite. For example, the ventilation is poor, the smoke is hard to dissipate, and the birds are too noisy. This place is not far from the campsite. I calculated it. It's about 800 meters. If we open up a mountain road, we can probably reach it in 10 minutes on foot. Open up the mountain road, that's a bit exaggerated. We still don't know much about this volcano. We will understand more and more slowly. Looking at the time, it's time to go back and reunite with my companions. They returned to the camp and found Qian. The three of them packed their bags and returned to the cave. Sure enough, the water temperature had returned to 40 degrees at this time. This is consistent with Lu Zhe's speculation on ocean current theory. Go back with the package. At this time, the other three girls were standing at the edge of the dangerous swamp. They looked nervous and cautious. He was using a branch to pick out a small leather shoe from the swamp. They recognized this little leather shoe. It was cute and adorable. It's shallow. The three girls looked at each other and then burst into tears. Chapter 172, I Saw My Own Grave. Chapter 172, Seeing My Own Grave. Lu Zhe, Shun Bing, and Qian swam back from the bottom of the hot spring, washed and dried their clothes, which took more than an hour. It was almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon when we came out. Shun Bing said, "They must be very worried." Lu Zhe was also a little worried. "Yeah, we've been missing for almost a whole day. I'm a little worried that they might do something ridiculous." Qian thought for a moment and said, "No way. It's normal to have some problems when going out. I think they will be very happy to see so many delicious foods." "I hope so." The three people walked back along the same route they came from, but they saw something strange not long after they went. Lu Zhe sighed. Shen Bing held her forehead with her hand, and Lin Qian was stunned. There were three small mounds, each with a cross on top. There's a dirty little leather shoe hanging on the right one. "Eh, my shoes." Lin Qian took it off curiously, rinsed off the mud with water in the bottle, drained the water, and put it on her feet. Looking at the words on the other side of the cross, Lin Qian's jaw almost dropped. The tomb of Lin Qian, class of 22, Department of Finance, Shanghai Jiaodong University. Below was a row of small words with the year, month, and day written on it, as well as good friends Ning Shu, Jiang Yao, and Tang Ziguoli. Lin Qian immediately imagined a scene from a horror movie. "Oh, I'm dead." Shen Bing was also puzzled. What are these three girls doing with this plane? What kind of brain circuit can do such a thing? The two of them turned around together. Needless to say, the other two are the tomb of Drug Enforcement Officer Shen Bing, signed by Ning Shu, Jiang Yao, and Tang Ziguoli, good citizens of the Magic City. The other is the tomb of her late husband Lu Zhe, signed by girlfriend Tang Xiaogua, Jiang Yao, and Ning Shuli. There is incense inserted under each cross. No, that's not incense. That was the fire starter that Lu Zhe had made with great effort. Lu Zhe felt extremely distressed and quickly destroyed it. "Oh my God, it's almost burnt." There were 3 leaves underneath, with some bananas, wild vegetables, and dried fish on top. They're tributes? "Lu Zhe, how do you feel?" Shen Bing asked. "My head is buzzing." Qian said weakly. Should we also worship? I can see that you four are traveling together." Lu Zhe walked over, pulled out the 3 crosses, and threw them aside. "Hey, they won't do anything stupid. Go back and check. Don't encourage them to jump into the sea again." At this time in the camp, the 3 girls had cried until their tears ran dry and were discussing what to do next. "I say, stop crying. We need to get some paper. If there are no people left, what's the point of making paper? Even if we go to hell, we still need money to spend. We will die in a few days, and no one will burn paper for us. We will have to ask Lu Zhe for money. If Lu Zhe and Sister Bing Qian are also penniless at this time, what will we do? Oh, that's too tragic. My family will probably cook it for us. Our family members don't know the exact date of our death, nor the location of our death. Even if we burn it, it won't be received. So we really need to do something. By the way, when Lu Zhe and I went to the woods, we found a birch peach tree. It seems that its bark can be used as paper. But paper alone is not enough. We need something to print the big money on and burn it to be useful." The 3 girls thought about it again. "Oh, right, we can use the handlebars of a bicycle. The rubber part has fallen off, and the exposed iron pipe should be able to press out the shape of a coin on the paper. But their coins are round and square. They are big money, and what we make with this is at best a 1 yuan coin. What if it doesn't circulate?" The 3 girls imagined that Lu Zhe and Shen Bing walked to the counter in the underworld and wanted to buy a bottle of Hell Cola, but they took out a bunch of uncirculated coins and were embarrassingly laughed at by a group of little ghosts. They couldn't help but cry sadly again. "We are so useless. My companion died, and I couldn't help." "Ah!" The 3 girls cried so sadly that even the cow and calf couldn't hold back their tears and kept mooing beside them. Finally, they were exhausted from crying, lay side by side on the ground, and gradually lost consciousness. 10 minutes later, Lu Zhe, Shen Bing, and Qian came back. Seeing 3 girls crying like little kittens was both infuriating and funny. Lu Zhe squatted down and patted their faces one by one. "Hey, wake up, we are back." The 3 girls opened their eyes in confusion. 3 familiar silhouettes were reflected in the dazzling sunlight. They also brought a lot of fruits that they had never seen since they came to the island. "Let's die." "Well, apparently they're dead. They didn't leave. They came to pick us up and brought so many delicious foods. It's so nice. The family can finally be together." Lu Zhe was amused. "You don't want to get up, right? Do you want Qian to pee on you to wake you up?" Lin Qian was stunned. "Eh." Ning Shu sat up. "Lu Zhe, is it really you?" "Nonsense, your brain is rusty." "Hey, what are you doing to me again?" "This feeling is Lu Zhe, my God. Didn't you fall in the swamp?" "Who told you I fell into the swamp?" Tang Xiaowa rubbed his eyes. "Qian's shoes. Wow, she is wearing them, and they have become clean. It must be a ghost." Jiang Yao said happily. Haven't you thought of the possibility that the shoe found in the swamp wasn't Qian Qian's? The shoes are mine, for sure. We also fell into the swamp, but Lu Zhe knew it might be dangerous, so he tied a safety rope in advance, so we didn't fall. But your clothes? Ning's Shu suddenly realized. I see. It's right to use the water from the stream to wash, right? But what about the food? Shin Bing sighed. It's a long story. Calm down first, and we will tell you slowly. The three girls ate jaboticaba and nibbled papaya while listening to Lu Zhe and Shin Bing talk about what they had seen and heard along the way. They finally understood the cause and effect of the matter. With the joy of surviving the disaster, we hugged each other and spent some time to comfort our wounded hearts. When we heard that the bottom of the volcano was such a fun place, everyone clamored to go there. Lu Zhe looked at his watch and said, "We've been busy all day. We're definitely not going to be able to do it today. Eat something and have a good rest. I'll take you guys to a hot spring tomorrow." Yeah. Several girls cheered together. Make more charcoal and bamboo charcoal in the next 2 days. Go fishing and prepare some new fire starters. Stock up on some daily necessities. We need to prepare for the next step of survival. Before I knew it, another 4 days had passed. The camp was being arranged more and more in place. Hundreds of beverage bottles were collected and a lot of charcoal was burned. July 31st, Wednesday, the 53rd day on a deserted island. This day is worth celebrating. Because Lu Zhe completed the entire month of July, he acquired a new primary technology, smelting technology. Chapter 173 Truth or Dare. Chapter 173 Truth or Dare. Lu Zhe was very happy because now that food and fresh water were basically solved, the quality of life should be further improved. Improving food structure remains a top priority. If you want to improve the food, you have to farm and grow watermelons, cantaloupes, passion fruit, and dragon fruit. Then scale up existing crops. This requires the reclamation of arable land. They also need to raise animals, keep cattle in captivity, train wild boars, and capture goats, pheasants, and other animals for a better source of protein. But to accomplish all these, you can't just rely on your hands. You need the right tools, such as hoes, axes, and pickaxes. The existing Type 30 bayonets and paratrooper knives are not enough to cut down trees in large quantities. Lu Zhe believes that what they need most now is an axe. So he put forward his idea to his partners. We must upgrade our tools. Only with upgraded tools can we expand the camp and open up new fields more efficiently. Otherwise, the 30 square meter cattle shed will be our limit. Shin Bing weighed the Type 30 bayonet and said, "Yes, relying on this knife alone is too inefficient. But that requires iron smelting." That's right. Lu Zhe nodded. Now we don't have to worry about food and fresh water. Even if there's a shortage, it can be solved quickly. We will start smelting iron when we get back. Ning Shu asked, "Lu Zhe, do you understand this too?" "A little bit. 100,000 Ys. That's right. Then do you know where there's iron ore?" Sister Bing and I went to a volcano and found a stream at the foot of the volcano. It was a stream that the squad leader took a photo of. There must be iron ore in it. In addition, the sand contains a lot of mica, kaolinite, and quartz, which are high-quality materials for making pottery. We can split into 2 groups, one to make pottery and the other to make ironware. Shin Bing nodded, but then asked, "But Lu Zhe, we do have charcoal for iron smelting, but it requires high temperatures, and high temperatures require bellows. Where can we get this thing?" Tang Xiao was suddenly had an idea. "Didn't we pick up a cylindrical water gun? The one that sucked the calf's snot. A cylindrical water gun? It seems ridiculous, but if you think about it carefully, it does make sense. Pushing air out through a tube is at least much more efficient than blowing it with your mouth." In response, Lu Zhe fully affirmed it and then passed the proposal. "My dear, if you want to smelt iron, or the wind power provided by this thing is still too small. What should we do then?" Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, "I'll try to make one using the supplies we have now. What about us? Keep burning charcoal, the more the better." Lu Zhe spent the entire afternoon doing nothing else. He tried many different materials to make a bellows, but all failed. Several girls successfully produced a large amount of charcoal. Counting it up, we have been stranded on the desert island for more than 50 days. So far, there is no sign of the rescue team. In fact, everyone no longer has much hope of returning home. Dinner under the sunset, celebrating the reunion after life and death. The girls prepared a sumptuous dinner and shared a bottle of wine equally among them. Everyone raised their glasses to celebrate, their joy beyond words. As night fell, Jiang Yao sat around the bonfire and suggested, "How about we play something?" Lin Qianqian thought for a moment and said, "Hide and seek." Ning Shu shook his head. "No, based on my understanding of Guerre, she is likely to hide in the jungle and lose her home." Tang Xiao was annoyed. "I'm not that unreliable." Shin Bing took a sip of wine and said, "How about we play truth or dare?" "Hey, this is good." "I agree." "Lu Zhe, what about you?" Lu Zhe also felt that occasionally adding some romance to the boring deserted island life could also help to adjust everyone's tense mood, so he nodded and said, "It's also nice to play with my concubines occasionally." "Okay, wait for me to get ready." Shin Bing fiddled with it for a while and came back. "The rules are very simple. I have 6 bamboo sticks here, 1 long, 1 short, and 4 medium-length ones. Whoever draws the short one has to choose truth or dare. Then the person who draws the long stick gets to ask questions or set up dare questions." Everyone raised their hands in agreement. In the first round of drawing lots, Ning Shu drew a short lot and Qianqian drew a long lot. Ning Shu was afraid that Qianqian would take advantage of her again, so she simply chose, "Tell me the truth. Anyway, I am upright and I have nothing to be afraid of your questions." Qianqian smiled cutely and asked, "What is the most hentai plot in the novel you have read?" Ning Shu's face turned pale. She hesitated for a long time and finally said, "A little girl drank ordinary water and it turned out to be nectar. As a result, she opened a beverage store at the school gate, selling lemon tea, and made a lot of money." Several partners had various breakdowns. Qianqian was startled. "What a fresh and unconventional idea." Shin Bing smiled and said, "Sure enough, this game is really exciting." In the second round, Yao drew a short stick and Guer drew a long stick. The little girl raised her eyebrows excitedly. Yao, let's start." Thinking that Guer might ask her to walk like an orangutan, Jiang Yao decisively chose the answer, truth. Tang Xiaohua cleared his throat. "Well, if you suddenly need to pee while taking a shower in the rain, would you pee while standing?" Qian Qian and Ning Shu said in unison, "Isn't this question too cruel?" Even Lu Zhe felt embarrassed. Jiang Yao bit her lip. "Many girls would do that, but well, only once. No one loves lying, huh?" "Occasionally, yes. It really is occasionally." Tang Xiaohua whispered to Lu Zhe, "See, Yao isn't really a clean person. She's not even afraid of it running down her legs." Jiang Yao said angrily, "Tang Xiaohua, just wait for me." In the third round, as luck would have it, Tang Xiaohua drew a short lot and Jiang Yao drew a long lot. Seeing Jiang Yao's mouth revealing a smile like Xinhuan, Tang Xiaohua quickly expressed his opinion. "Big adventure. I want a big adventure." Jiang Yao stretched out her toes. "Kiss my toes." "Huh?" "Gueva Stund." Qian looked at Jiang Yao's beautiful feet and said, "This is great." Ning Shu was helpless. "Who can compare with you, Qian?" In that case, Tang Xiaohua gritted his teeth, picked up Jiang Yao's feet, and scrubbed them several times with clean water. Jiang Yao felt very comfortable being served, but suddenly, Tang Xiaohua bit her feet. Jiang Yao rubbed her toes in pain and yelled, "Guer, you are cheating." Tang Xiaohua grinned. "The book says that biting is also a kind of kiss for us girls." Then he took a sip of water, gulped it down, and was about to rinse his mouth and spit it out, but Jiang Yao reached out and tickled Guer's waist, and Tang Xiaohua swallowed it all with a gulp, choking and coughing. Yao, I have tolerated you for a long time." "Me too." As they spoke, the two girls stretched out their hands and pinched each other's faces as much as possible to make them look like piglets. Shin Bing said helplessly, "We are all girls. Can you please pay attention to image management?" 3 seconds later, the two girls returned to their ladylike appearance. Lu Zhe sighed. "Forget it. This game is too addictive. I can't accept it. I'm quitting." The 4 girls said in unison, "No." Being forcibly dragged to play the game, Lu Zhe had no choice but to submit. "However, from now on, you're not allowed to ask strange questions or do strange tasks." Shin Bing nodded. "Well, let's do something normal, like singing a song, dancing, asking if there are any regrets, the most embarrassing thing, or something like that." The 4 girls agreed. The group played until midnight and got to know each other better. Ning Shu's parents are both civil servants. Jiang Yao's father works in the Cultural Bureau, and fishing is just a hobby. Tang Xiaohua's family is very wealthy, but Qianqian's family seems to be even richer. The reason why Shin Bing became a drug enforcement police officer was because his father died at the hands of drug dealers and his body was never found. Finally, it was Lu Zhe's turn. Jiang Yao was a little curious. I remember you had a younger brother who came to see you in high school. Yeah, I don't understand. Why do all the good genes go to the older brother, but the younger brother is short and small? You can't judge a person by his appearance. My brother is a good man and very ambitious. He must become a man as good as me. Haha, height is always a problem. Lu Zhe smiled bitterly. Actually, we are not brothers. I am an outsider, but our relationship is the same as that of brothers. Huh? Then which one is our dad the pilot? Both of them. Lu Zhe smiled and said, my biological father was the lead pilot and my adoptive father was the wingman. Lin Qianqian sighed. How amazing. Ning Shu asked. Then why did your father hand you over to your adoptive father? Lu Zhe pondered for a while and said calmly, 13 years ago, my father went on a mission and disappeared. Chapter 174, It's Not That Easy to Smelt Iron. Chapter 174, It's Not That Easy to Smelt Iron. When talking about the past, everyone was filled with emotion. Jiang Yao blinked her big eyes. Hey, then do you think our dad can also survive and be stranded on a deserted island? And then drift here one day? Lu Zhe shook his head. I've thought about it, but the possibility is too low. There's the Philippines in the way. Shen Bing sighed. I was only in 5th grade that year. I heard about this incident. It is said that all the islands have been searched. Oh, let's not talk about it. Lu Zhe let out a long sigh. Living well is the best way to repay our parents. Look, Guer has fallen asleep. Everyone looked over and saw Tang Xiaoguo with his head drooping, seemingly having fallen asleep. What's going on? Don't catch a cold. Hey, Guo. Lu Zhe patted her face. Tang Xiaoguo raised his head in confusion, and a big snot bubble appeared on his little red nose. Ning Shu was surprised. What's going on? Hey, no. It's okay. As he spoke, Tang Xiaoguo stood up shakily and walked towards the beach. However, he fell to the ground with a plop after only 2 steps. He pounded the ground with his little fist twice. This ground is uneven, Shen Bing said worriedly. Is he drunk? That's not a big deal, is it? And we've been drinking for a long time, and we're all fine. Some people have a backlash. Guh. Even children wouldn't get drunk at this level. Lu Zhe quickly helped Tang Xiaoguo up and wiped the sand off her face. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with me? I'm Fina. Come on. Brother Zhe, let's dance. I'll tell you, I have a level 10 dance specialty certificate, which is no worse than Yao Yao. Then he pulled Lu Zhe to the beach and said, Guo, you are drunk. How is that possible? That little bit of wine is no problem for me. If you don't believe me, just look, I can even write. As she spoke, she took off her skirt. What are you doing? Turn around. I'll give you a surprise, hee. As she said that, she was about to take off the fat boy's clothes again. What's going on? Lu Zhe turned around quickly. After a burst of pala water sounds, he heard Tang Xiaoguo yelling angrily. Damn it, it's not enough. Looking back, I saw a big heart painted under Tang Xiaoguo's feet with some crooked letters written in capital letters inside. LZTX. Everyone present was in a state of dismay. Qianqian said, Guer is letting herself go too much. Jiang Yao sighed. I suddenly feel that the embarrassment I experienced before is not so embarrassing at this moment. Ning Shu put down his phone slowly with a serious expression. We have the last bit of battery left. Let's leave a souvenir for Guer. Shen Bing said helplessly. Okay, hurry up and coax her to sleep before she does anything weird again. I don't want to sleep. I just want brothers. Too willful. Lu Zhe had no choice but to help her lift her up and carry her back to the camp. When he threw her on the bamboo bed, she was already soundly asleep. The other girls were also tired, so they said goodnight to each other and climbed onto the bamboo beds to sleep. Well, this ridiculous day is finally over. August 1st, Thursday, the 54th day on the deserted island. It was time to prepare for iron smelting and pottery making. Lu Zhe carried a bamboo basket and took 5 girls to the hot spring cave. The 4 girls went to take a bath and visit the volcano. Lu Zhe went to look for minerals by the mountain stream, and Shen Bing decided to help him. Lu Zhe, we want to find iron, or don't we need to know what kind of, or is iron, or? Congratulations, you found the key to the problem. Then do you know? The ancients used coarse porcelain pieces to scratch the rocks, and then looked at the scratches to identify them. But we don't have anything like that. What should we do then? Lu Zhe took out something and said, there is a ring-shaped magnet in Qianqian's phone. Let's use it. As he spoke, Lu Zhe placed the ring magnet close to pieces of rock. There are 3 metal elements that can be attracted by magnets, namely iron, cobalt, and nickel. Among these 3 elements, iron is the most abundant in nature. Most of them exist in the form of ferroferric oxide and ferric oxide in ores and soil. Some magnetic iron can be easily distinguished with a magnet. As he spoke, Lu Zhe's magnet snapped and was sucked onto an orange stone. Lu Zhe weighed it with satisfaction and put it into the basket. We have found the ore, which means we have the raw materials for iron smelting. Now we need a lot of clay. We don't need to make too much pottery. It's enough to have enough pottery, but we also need to make a lot of bricks to build iron kilns with. Sure enough, iron smelting is not that easy. But fortunately, I have a direction and a method, so I won't rush around like a headless fly. Shenbing used a magnet to search, but Lu Zhe actually didn't need one at all. The system can help him identify what is the best. After a morning of hard work, Lu Zhe found more than 40 kilograms of iron ore, but he gave up because the basket was about to be crushed. Then the two men dug a large amount of clay and transported it to the camp. During the entire transportation process, Lu Zhe carried the items in his hands and on his shoulders. Shenbing suggested that he make a unicycle using bicycle wheels, but he gave up. There are only 2 wheels, and if one is broken, it cannot be used. Cows can't be used either. After all, their bodies are still recovering. Just hold on for now. Ning Shu picked some more jabatakaba. Qian picked up a lot of wild grapes. Jiang Yao took half a bag of papayas, and Tang Xiao caught half a bottle of tropical fish, preparing to take them back to raise. Everything was almost done, and the friends returned to the camp, singing folk songs. Then everyone was dumbfounded. It is estimated that more than 3 tons of clay were piled up next to the camp, like a giant anthill that appeared out of thin air. Lu Zhe did all this. Shenbing smiled bitterly. I want to say this is very mysterious, but in fact, this was almost done by Lu Zhe alone. I carried less than 1/10 of what he carried. Jiang Yao was surprised and said, 1 Lu Zhe is equivalent to 10 Bingjis. I always feel that this is a huge challenge for us. Ning Shu nodded. So Qian, let's face the outside world together and stop wasting time, okay? Lin Qian was stunned. Huh? Okay, stop talking nonsense. Whoever has the best technique, give it to me. The 4 girls all ran over. Ning Shu pinched her head, Qian massaged her back, and Jiang Yao massaged her shoulders. Tang Xiao was said, do you want to step on my back? Forget it. I'm afraid you'll hit my weak spot. After the leisure time, a few people had some food, and Lu Zhe began to work on the next plan, building a pottery kiln. This is very simple. Use clay as cement and bamboo strips as steel bars to make 5 circular stoves with a diameter of half a meter. Fill them with charcoal and burn them dry. Then use the large bamboo strips to cut out 4 wide bamboo strips to make brick molds. The next step is to use molds and fine wire to shape the clay into bricks. Place them under a big tree to dry. When the moisture is almost gone, put the dry ceramic bricks into the furnace and calcine them. After 24 hours, they will be usable bricks. Although its quality cannot be compared with the bricks used to build buildings in cities, it is no problem to use it for iron kilns, walls, etc. Chapter 175. Finally made an iron axe. Chapter 175. Finally made an iron axe. Chapter 175. During this time, Lu Zhe began to prepare other materials needed for iron smelting. Naturally, the more charcoal is burned, the better. This job was left to Ning Shu and Qian. Yao Yao and Guer are responsible for 3 meals a day. Lu Zhe and Shenbing continue to advance the iron-making process. Some other tools are also needed in the iron-making process. For example, hammers, pliers, bellows, modeling sand, etc. There is no river sand on the beach, so we can only use sea sand that has been washed and dried. A hammer is easy to make. Make a stone hammer using a rock and a wooden handle. You will also need a pair of ready-made steel tongs to pick up the red-hot iron. But where can I find steel pliers when the iron has not been refined yet? Lu Zhe and Shenbing thought about it for a long time and decided to break the bicycle handlebar into 2 pieces. Use a stone to bend the fracture, and then use a stone to flatten the area 8 centimeters away from the fracture. Put a nail through and bend it, and a pair of simple pliers that make a clanking sound is ready. Lu Zhe tried it and found it not very suitable for his use, but at least it was usable. Just make do with it for now. The most important thing is the bellows. This is also the most difficult. Lu Zhe has been thinking about the best bellows solution these 2 days and finally decided to use a bicycle. Simply turn the frame of the straight-line bicycle upside down, screw on the rear wheel, chain plate, and pedals again, and then connect the chain and install it. The chain, soaked in acid and lubricated with animal oil, was barely usable. Treat the pedals as cranks and crank them, and the rear will really spin quickly. Then he cut the dry palm leaves into wind blades, tied them carefully to the spokes of the wheel, and turned it, which really brought about a whistling wind. Finally, thick bamboo tubes were used to shape clay to gather the wind together and lead it to the kiln 30 centimeters away. The hand crank bellows were also ready. It seemed like a simple task, but it took me a whole day to complete. Friday, August 2nd, 55 days on a desert island. It rained all day again, but by noon that day, the first batch of bricks and a small amount of pottery had been successfully fired. When two bricks lightly touched each other, they made a crisp and pleasant dang-dang sound. Very successful. Lu Zhe took out a ceramic pot the same size as a flower pot and mixed the dried sand and clay together and put them in it. Silica, kaolin, and sea sand have much higher melting points than iron and can be used to shape the axe. Then, Lu Zhe began to build an iron kiln. The temperature of a kiln built with bricks is higher than that of kiln built directly with mud and bamboo strips, and it can produce higher quality iron. We can start now. Before iron smelting, sintering is required. The purpose is to melt the iron in the ore and then condense it to form iron blocks. In addition, carbon and ferroferric oxide can be reduced to iron and carbon monoxide under high-temperature conditions, and the generated carbon monoxide can also reduce ferroferric oxide and ferric oxide to iron. During this process, I will continue to add oxygen to the furnace, and you will add charcoal and tree oil to it to continuously increase the temperature in the furnace. Shinbing nodded. I understand. Lu Zhe put a large amount of charcoal and ore into the furnace, then light it. After the charcoal in the furnace was burning, Lu Zhe closed the lid and began to shake the bicycle fan. A large amount of wind blew into the furnace, and through the gaps, he could see the charcoal in the furnace was dazzlingly bright. After 2 hours of continuous addition of carbon and oxygen, the temperature continued to rise. On the evening of August 2nd, the first step was finally completed. After dismantling the furnace, we found some metal lumps in a pile of slag. A rough estimate is about 10 kilograms. Lu Zhe was overjoyed. It seemed that this step was very successful. On August 3rd, the second step began. Rebuild the kiln, put all the iron blocks in ceramic pots, add a lot of charcoal, and calcine them. It was another long period of blowing. When I used handlebar pliers to clamp out a large piece of iron, it had already turned red. Place the rocks and use a stone hammer to hit them into shape. After countless hammering, the shape of the axe gradually emerged. Another hour later, an ugly axe head was ready and quenched with water. Although the surface is bumpy, the inside is extremely solid and ugly like a piece of scrap. Even if you don't tell it, you can't tell it's an axe. But it is strong and sturdy and cannot be compared with stone tools. Shinbing weighed it and said, "Oh my God, this thing must weigh more than 10 kilograms." Lu Zhe nodded. "It's okay, I'm strong." Finally, find a sturdy wooden stick, dig a hole, insert the iron axe into the stick, nail wedges to reinforce it, and you're done. Although it took a lot of effort. But from a practical point of view, it's worth it. With it, Lu Zhe's logging efficiency increased several times. With sufficient wood, construction becomes easy. In one afternoon, Lu Zhe extended the fence and expanded the shelter to 100 square meters, almost covering the entire banyan tree. He also built a cowshed and woodshed near the camp. During these few days, in addition to helping out, several girls also picked up a lot of household garbage on the beach of Crescent Bay. It goes without saying that worn-out clothes, bottles, and plastic bags are often encountered. There are also old buoys, worn-out umbrellas, glass bottles, anti-collision tires for fishing boats, nylon ropes, plastic boxes for fruits, fishing nets and lines, and even real fish hooks. These things were carefully washed and placed in the camp by several girls so that they could be used sometime. They also made a swing not far from the camp using the plastic boards they picked up. Needless to say, it was used for something. The next step is to reclaim land and cultivate the land. In order to improve efficiency, we split up into 2 groups. I and a companion went to the bottom of the volcano to open up new land, while the other 4 stayed in the camp to weave the protective net. Remember to make sure the mesh is dense. Otherwise, birds may still get in and eat our harvest. Tang Xiaohua volunteered. Then I'll accompany Brother Zhe this time. Lu Zhe nodded. I'll make it clear in advance. I need to do a lot of work, so if you stay with me, you have to help me light the fire and cook. What about having a baby? No. You also need to give me a massage when I'm tired, not to make me angry, and to ensure that I'm always in a good mood and in a good working state. These are all small matters. When I'm upset, I can still sing for you. While you are working, I will sing for you. We workers are powerful. The more you work, the more energetic you will be. Thank you. Seeing Gor volunteering so much, Lu Zhe didn't want to discourage her enthusiasm. You don't have to sing, just be quiet. Jiang Yao instructed. Be obedient along the way, and don't ask for anything you see. No, Tang Xiao was said helplessly. A feeling of being taken out to play by dad and being given instructions by mom. Because the mountain road is not easy to walk on, we may have to stay at the bottom of the volcano for 2 or 3 days. Don't worry. Xinbing nodded. I won't let them erect a monument for no reason. Ning Shu sighed. Compared to worrying about danger, why do I feel more worried about Go? Jiang Yao nodded. I agree. On this day, Lu Zhe received an important tip, which was information about jungle chicken. Lu Zhe has been trying to catch pheasants on the deserted island, but he didn't expect that there were jungle fowl here. On August 4th, Lu Zhe took Gur and some necessary tools and food and entered the jungle again, heading straight to the bottom of the volcano. Chapter 176, Entering the Garden of Eden with Tang Xiaohua. Chapter 176, Entering the Garden of Eden with Tang Xiaohua. The two of them walked through the hot spring water secret passage together, put on tight-fitting clothes, and entered the cave. Arriving at the cave entrance, Lu Zhe pointed down and said, Gur, we can think of this original volcanic bottom as a globe. There's a pool of water in the north and south, a bit like the north and south poles, with less sunlight and relatively cool. The east-west line is like the equator, which is the place with the most sunlight in the entire cave bottom. Our goal is to open up a piece of land there to grow more delicate crops. Oh, strawberry, watermelon, passion fruit, and that sweet potato. I haven't found a second one on the island until now. It's a very important supply. It's been so long, he won't die. Although it's a little dry, it shouldn't be. You know, the first sweet potato vine that came to our country was brought back from the Philippines, woven into a rope, and it solved a great famine in the Ming Dynasty. Do you want to cut this trip off? Lu just shook his head. There are also many important plants growing in this 200-meter sunshine belt. We have to choose a place with fewer important plants and cut down all the tall plants that block the sunlight nearby to ensure the maximum amount of sunlight every day. After these are settled, we can study other things. How many trees would that require? It would be more tiring than Baldy Chong. Lu Zhe put his arm around Tang Xiaohua's shoulders and said, Haha, Baldy Chong only has 2 troublesome bears, but I have a beautiful girl to accompany me, so my enthusiasm for work is different. Being praised by Lu Zhe, Tang Xiaohua smiled and said, Hey, let me ask you, did you ever like me when we were in school? Not at all. Lu Zhe shook his head frankly. I think feelings need to be cultivated slowly. Only feelings that have gone through the test of life and death are truly sincere. Otherwise, it's just playing house. I should be unhappy with what you said, but I can't get angry. What should I do? No, you have to be angry. Tang Xiaohua is fun to watch when she's angry. As he said that, Lu Zhe stretched out his hand and pinched her little mouth into a pig face. Bad Lu Zhe, I'm going to bite you. Okay, if nothing unexpected happens, we will stay here tonight. I'm about to start my boring life of logging. Everything else will be left to you, my beloved concubine. Okay, what are we going to eat later? By the way, Lu Zhe, whatever do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. Grilled macaroni sirloin steak, preferably an Australian lobster, with 2 heads of garlic. And as for drinks, Mongolian mare's milk will do. Where can I get these things? So, we should do whatever is convenient. We are on a deserted island, and it's good enough if we can replenish our protein and carbohydrates. We should use the remaining energy to build a comfortable, temporary camp. Lu Zhe walked around the bottom of the volcano for most of the time, and finally chose a piece of land 20 meters southeast of the center. Then the felling began. Tang Xiaohua built a temporary shelter 20 meters south of the land. This was Tang Xiaohua's first time building a shelter independently. She didn't want to embarrass herself, so she was inevitably a little nervous. What kind of shelter should I build? The little girl was a little worried. Hammock with a canopy? No, I have to climb a tree to tie the ceiling, but I'm too short and can't climb up. That, lay the leaves directly on the ground? You'll catch a cold. At this moment, there was a crash sound, and a 10-meter-high tree fell down, scaring the parrots away. It was obviously cut off by Lu Zhe. Tang Xiaohua was startled and leaned over to take a look, only to see a bird's nest had fallen out. She walked over, picked up the bird's nest, and examined it carefully, and suddenly her eyes lit up. At this moment, she had a new inspiration to build a shelter. Chapter 177 Tang Xiaohua built a bird's nest. Chapter 177 Tang, Xiao Wu built a bird's nest. Xiao Zhe, can I take the bird's nest? Can. Can I chop some branches? Casual. Listening to music? Something more popular and cheerful. Okay. Tang Xiaohua is like a singer. Her voice is sweet and elegant and really nice to listen to. Like a professional painter, she carefully placed the bird's nest on the tree branch and then began her grand project. On Lu Zhe's side, he actually cleared out a piece of land in the morning, which was 1/3 of the original planned area. He found that, in fact, during the land reclamation process, cutting down trees was not that difficult. There were other problems. There are also a lot of grass seeds in the soil that have been pulled out. It won't be long before new weeds will grow and compete with the delicate plants for limited light sources. Even though paraquat does not contain glyphosate, it is not a problem to use it to treat less than 1/6 of an acre of land. What's even more disgusting is removing the rhizomes. The tree density here is too high, and the roots will seriously affect the growth of crops. It is very difficult to dig out tree roots that have grown for decades or even hundreds of years without a crane. It would probably take half a month to clean up all this stuff just by using an engineer's shovel to dig it out bit by bit. It is better to make a wooden box, place it on the ground, add soil, and plant crops on the wooden box. If an unexpected situation occurs, they could be evacuated quickly. He was busy until the evening. When the sun set, the reflection of the stone wall had obviously decreased, so Lu Zhe decided to stop here for the day. By the way, I wonder how Tang Xiao's shelter is going. Lu Zhe walked over with an axe in his hand, but the axe slipped out of his hand and fell to the ground. He was stunned. I saw an oval bird's nest with a diameter of about 1.5 to 2 meters appearing under a short tree. Lu Zhe's first reaction was, could it be that there are some prehistoric birds living here? Then I thought, I didn't see him last time. Where is Gore? Don't get caught by the big bird. Just when he was wondering, Tang Xiaohua, sweating profusely, came out from behind the tree, chewing a papaya, with a smug look on his face. How about it? What the hell is this? Shelter? Shelter? Lu Zhe walked around the bird's nest and sighed. Are you going to lay eggs? What do you mean by laying eggs? This is the bionic shelter I designed. Who taught you to build a shelter like the main stadium of the 2008 Olympics? You have good vision. This is the most suitable shelter to build here. If you don't believe me, look at those natives. Don't they all build shelters like this? Lu Zhe looked around and saw several bird nests. What if it rains? So we're under the tree. We won't be struck by lightning, right? Probably not. If it doesn't work, we can build a shed on top. Look, there's just enough space for 2 people to lie down on it. As he said that, Tang Xiaohua lay down and immediately jumped up from the prick. It hurts. Lu Zhe sighed. You don't have the soft feathers of birds, so it won't hurt when you lie on the branches. Just press on them for a while, and they won't hurt anymore. No, it hurts too much. Can Lu Zhe make up for it? Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, looks like we can only make do with it. Let's cut some hay and spread it on top. Ugh. But we need to eat something first. What for lunch? Papaya and boiled papaya, some grilled fish, and seafood soup. Why are they all papayas? Why do you always eat this kind of stuff recently? It's delicious. I like it. What's the matter? Nothing. After lunch, the two found some hay and spread it in the bird's nest. It was not so uncomfortable to lie on it. Not only is it not uncomfortable, it is also quite comfortable. Lu Zhe also felt emotional. I've watched a lot of survival videos before and have seen all kinds of shelters, but this is the first time I've seen one built like a bird's nest. Haha, you're talented. Well, that's brilliant. Let's make a rainproof roof and just use it. How can you call it compromise? It's quite a compromise. Frankly speaking, although the bird's nest shelter made by Tang Xiao will look strange, it is really easy to use. It has good drainage, is dry, breathable, and elastic. As long as you have the materials, it is relatively easy to operate. It just requires some patience and a lot of branches. And Lu Zhe happened to provide her with enough branches because of cutting down trees, so this strange yet practical shelter was created. You must be exhausted too. Let me pat your back. Lu Zhe thought that there was nothing wrong in giving it a try. Maybe it would open up a new world. Okay, but be gentle. If you step on me to death, they won't let you go. I know. Tang Xiao was sat on the branch of a low tree and stepped lightly on Lu Zhe's body with her snow-white little feet. Lu Zhe felt it was quite useful. How about it? It's really comfortable. I'm going to stand up. Ugh. Tang Xiao was slowly stood up, holding onto the tree trunk, and danced slowly on Lu Zhe's back. A comfortable feeling came over Lu Zhe, and all the fatigue in his body was swept away. and just at this moment, she discovered something unusual. Tang Xiaohua said angrily. Too naughty, you guys are learning this too? Who will learn from us? He raised his head. Damn, it's true. Not far away, there was a bird's nest with a blood-red parrot lying in the nest, and an emerald-green parrot standing on the red parrot's back, doing rhythmic movements. However, they're different from us. They seem to be making babies, commonly known as stepping on eggs. Hey, the red parrot and the green parrot are having a baby? TSK, TSK. Are they being disrespectful to the red parrot father and the green parrot mother by not doing anything in broad daylight? Tang Xiaohua accused angrily. Lu Zhe explained calmly. This is called an eclectus parrot. It is also the easiest parrot in the world to distinguish between male and female, because the female is red and the male is green. So it is not right to have two red parrots or two green parrots together. Tang Xiaohua nodded. So that's how it is. In the evening, the two roasted parrot meet and discuss the impermanence of life and fate, and couldn't help but feel deeply moved. The day passed without any major incidents. Lu Zhe cut down half of the trees he had planned, and Tang Xiaohua built a bird's nest as a shelter. They were going to continue to open up the planting land tomorrow, but it started raining again in the evening. Chapter 178. Finally reclaimed the first piece of wasteland. Chapter 178. Finally reclaimed the first piece of wasteland. The climate of a volcanic island is unpredictable. She looked like a gentle and smiling girl one second, and turned into a fierce and unscrupulous shrew the next. There is no stable and serious time. The climate changes here are always unexpected. As the heavy rain poured down, thunder rumbled continuously. Two people nestled in the bird's nest. Crack! A thunderclap sounded right above their heads, and Tang Xiaohua was so scared that she crawled into Lu Zhe's arms. Will it hit us and Sister Bing and the others? Lu Zhe shook his head and thought. The top of the volcano is covered with iron ore, and because it is the highest point on the island, it acts like a natural lightning rod, attracting lightning to the top of the volcano, which is why we hear the deafening sound. But you don't have to worry. Just like when lightning strikes the lightning rod on the 33rd floor, although it's deafening, it won't affect the residents on the first floor. But it's still too scary to have so many thunders. Lu Zhe couldn't help but feel a little worried. Although the camp had already had a certain degree of protection before he arrived, the key point was that it was abnormal for several girls to remain calm in the face of such dense lightning. But thinking about it again, he felt that it shouldn't be the case. After all, the lightning was very close to them, but should be far away from the banyan tree, so the sound would be weaker. Have a good sleep today, and we will go back to see them tomorrow. Tang Xiaohua huddled in Lu Zhe's arms and uttered a weak She hugged Lu Zhe's waist, but her body was shaking constantly. Lu Zhe understood that she might be really scared, otherwise it would be impossible for her to not have any strange movements. He kissed her hair lovingly. Go to sleep, it's okay with me here. But no matter how much you say it, no one can fall asleep if they really want to. On a stormy night, the two chatted until midnight. At this time, Ning Shu had a new problem. With the continuous influx of rainwater, the water level inside the volcano is getting higher and higher. Eventually, the bird's nest was flooded. It's over. Are we going to drown here? Lu Zhe shook his head. Definitely not. This place would not be completely submerged. What now? Let's make sure we don't die. Let's move the camp first. After more than an hour, more than 70% of the volcano bottom was submerged in water. Just as Lu Zhe expected, the water level did not continue to rise at this point. At all times, 30% of the land is exposed above water. Lu Zhe guessed that it was probably because of the principle of communicating vessels that the water level reached the highest level in a pool outside. What is even more fortunate is that the wasteland reclaimed by Lu Zhe is located within this 30% of the land. The fire has been put out. Fortunately, the weather is not too cold. The two of them spent the whole night in each other's arms. Another morning, the rain finally stopped. The water level at the bottom of the mountain began to drop slowly, and many small fish in the water were stranded on the land and were fortunately picked up by birds. Tang Xiaohua also picked up a bag of fish. Lu Zhe breathed a sigh of relief and was about to go back to see everyone, but before he even came out of the cave, he saw Shan Bing and 3 girls coming out of the hot spring. Lu Zhe was a little surprised. What's going on? Don't want the camp anymore. Ning Shu sighed. It was thundering and raining yesterday, and we couldn't sleep at all in the camp. We were all very worried about you, and we unanimously decided to come and see you early in the morning. Lu Zhe nodded. Compared to outside, there is almost no wind here, but it's not much better. The thunder is deafening and almost broke the eardrums of Guer and me. Shen Bing said, "We heard it too. It rained all through July. Other things don't matter, but what about the cows?" Shen Bing said, "Put in our camp. There's fodder and water inside. I don't think it will die." Lu Zhe nodded. Apart from his concubines, the two cows were what he cared about most on the deserted island. The farmland at the bottom of the volcano doesn't need them, but they are as useful as tractors for the farmland outside the volcano. Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, "In this case, let's change our strategy. Everyone lives here recently, so let's reclaim this land first. What about the protective net? After all, there are a lot of saboteurs there." The so-called saboteurs are the parrots at the bottom of the volcano. There's no rush. We can slowly edit it after the land is reclaimed. Jiang Yao looked at the woodland that Lu Zhe had cut down. "Huh? Aren't you almost done with the reclamation?" Lu Zhe shook his head. "It's easy to cut down trees, but it's hard to clean up the roots. So I decided not to cultivate the land, but to make wooden boxes here and plant crops in them." Shen Bing said, "So we can't let Lu Zhe do it alone. Let's concentrate all our strength to solve the main contradiction first, and then defeat all the enemies one by one. Let's do it together." Lu Zhe nodded and praised. "Look, she is worthy of being a policewoman. She speaks so consciously and with such level." Ning Shu nodded. "How do we start?" Shen Bing thought for a while and said, "Lu Zhe, I have an idea. We can split bamboo strips and tie them into boxes, but the ropes will rot over time. We can use termite nests or kaolin to make pottery boxes and grow crops in them." Lu Zhe nodded. "Sister Bing is very thoughtful. We can do this." The men stayed at the bottom of the volcano for another 5 days. It rained continuously for 5 days. Finally, on August 10th, the 63rd day of being stranded on the desert island, after the unremitting efforts of the 6 people, they finally reclaimed the 100 square meters of wasteland. During this time, Lu Zhe and Tang Xiao will build a new bird's nest shelter in a dry place, and their companions also evaluated the habitability of the volcano bottom. Turns out, it could be used as a makeshift campsite or storm shelter, but it is not suitable as a permanent residence. The biggest problem is that it's too boring, and living in a volcano crater feels weird. The second problem, bird calls are bearable, but bird droppings are like time bombs, and you never know when they'll land on your head. There were also thunderstorms when it rained, and a faint smell of rotten eggs, which were all problems. It's time to go back to the camp. After weaving the protective net and making some farm tools, we can continue to advance the process of planting crops. Chapter 179 tomorrow is the Chinese Valentine's Day. Chapter 179 tomorrow is the Chinese Valentine's Day. When we returned to the camp, the mother cow and her calf were still there, and there was a lot of cow dung accumulated. Fortunately, the dung of cows that eat pure grass is not as pungent as imagined. It can be shoveled up, dried, and thrown into the fire as fuel. The next focus of survival was still planting. The girls continued to weave protective nets under the shade of the trees. Lu Zhe also fired several ceramic pots, jars, and flower pots, and made a crooked iron hoe. The flower pots were originally intended for growing seedlings. But Qian, Guer, and Yao Yao didn't think so. Before Lu Zhe explained the use of the flower pot, the 3 little girls happily planted the wild flowers they picked in it. They also misunderstood Lu Zhe as a caring and warm-hearted man who knew how to take care of girls' love of flowers. What can Lu Zhe do? It must be a shameless admission. I have loved flowers and taken care of them since I was a child. If you don't believe me, you can test me. I know all kinds of flowers. When I was in kindergarten, I was rated as a little expert in flower care. Most of the flowers in the community flower belt have been watered by me. Jiang Yao ruthlessly exposed. Don't talk nonsense. You were the one who watered our class teacher's succulent plant to death in high school. That was an accident. Did you accidentally pour the instant noodle soup in there? The teacher smelled the braised beef smell all over the succulent and almost cried. Ning Shu yelled, "Haha, I didn't expect that Lu Zhe could be so naughty." I was in my 3rd year of high school with a heavy workload and high pressure, so I sometimes did something out of line. Later, I learned from my mistakes and turned over a new leaf. After graduation, I worked for half a month and bought her a better-looking pot. Shen Bing nodded. He corrects his mistakes as soon as he knows them. He is still a very loving boy. Jiang Yao nodded. Yes, it happened to be given on the Chinese Valentine's Day. Our head teacher's personal conditions are not very good. She finally got a boyfriend, but almost broke up because of this. Ning Shu burst out laughing. Ha, Lu Zhe, are you a devil? I really didn't pay attention to the date at that time. Well, come to think of it, today seems... The girls thought about it for a while and thought of something at the same time. Tomorrow is Chinese Valentine's Day. Counting the days, today is the 6th of July, and tomorrow is indeed the Chinese Valentine's Day. Several girls suddenly became excited. It's the day when the cowherd and the weaver girl meet. Look, these past few days, Lu Zhe has been feeding the cows, and the rest of us have been knitting. We are both fairies, but they weave cloth while we weave a protective web. They are the weavers, and we feel like 5 poor little spiders. It's good enough to have a share of the word weaving. So could it be that we are the reincarnation of the cowherd and the weaver girl? 1 cowherd and 5 weaver girls. What's wrong? Isn't it because the cowherd is called the cowherd that he should have this kind of awareness? Class monitor. Knowing too much unorthodox knowledge is not conducive to the healthy growth of your body and mind. I recommend that you recite the outstanding teacher more often to cleanse your already corrupted mind. Ning Shu counted on his fingers. Choose a way to die, Lu Zhe. I was choked to death by the sweetness and tenderness of my beloved concubines. You wish. However, nonsense aside, we have been busy with farm work these days, which is dirty, hard, and tiring, and everyone is a little bored. It's okay for 1 or 2 days, but in the long run, it will definitely make the girls feel negative and bored, so it's better to take this opportunity to relax. The ancients said, relax and stretch in moderation, and let your heart rise and fall. Only by combining work and rest can you please your body and mind and improve your work efficiency. Lu Zhe looked at the time and said, I suggest that we put the progress of the work aside for now and prepare for it. We can relax during the festival tomorrow and continue to work on the farm the day after tomorrow. Yeah, very good. Simply the best proposal of the year. Xinbing also agreed. Then let's brainstorm and think about how to celebrate this festival. Let me say first, we need to prepare a lot of delicious food. Tang Xiaowa nodded. Well, let's do another beach search and then have a swimsuit party. Ning Shu said, let's have a bonfire party. Jiang Yao said, everyone prepares a performance, or 2 people can do it together. Lin Xianxian said, make some Kongming lanterns, write good wishes on them, and then fly them together. Xinbing nodded. They're all good, but there are a lot of things that need to be prepared. We can split into 2 groups, one to collect supplies, and the other to set up the venue. Lu Zhe nodded. Okay, let's do it. Tang Xiaowa said, how about some wine? The other 5 people said in unison, don't even think about it. It was finally decided that Lu Zhe would take Qianqian and Guer to collect supplies, and Xinbing would take Ning Shu and Jiang Yao to set up the camp. It feels like setting up an inter-school party. Everybody is very concerned. Prepare some ingredients and cook something delicious. I suggest that we search along the coastline first, pick up some seafood supplies, and then go to the woods to hunt a sheep. We can roast the whole sheep tomorrow. Tang Xiaowa was surprised. Is it so wild? Life will get better and better as long as we work hard, right? We can't always eat python meat and bananas and live like savages. Lin Qianqian said, I agree. The 3 of them took their backpacks and searched along the coastline. After a few days, some bottles were washed ashore again, washed and taken back for use. But apart from the bottles, they only caught a few clamshells and some sea grapes. When the 2 girls saw the colorful little fish in the water, they couldn't move anymore. They ran around trying to catch them, but they couldn't catch any. Lu Zhe thought that if he wanted to eat fish, he could just let Jiang Yao go fishing over by the reef. The small fish near the beach had little meat and were very cunning, so there was no need to waste energy on them. However, Lu Zhe did not stop it. If taking a bath in a rainstorm is a boy's sentiment, then catching small fish on the beach is a girl's romance. Go and have fun. I'll find the good stuff myself. Lu Zhe discovered that there were occasionally some mangroves and reefs on the beach, which were the best places for blue crabs to hide. Catch some blue crabs and bring them back to improve the food. However, it didn't. Lu Zhe searched for more than an hour and only found a blue crab. He finally managed to roar out with the stick, but suddenly he felt something strange, and his strong perception made him subconsciously jump back. A big coconut fell right in front of him, and with a bang, it smashed the blue crab he had just caught into crab paste. Looking up, I saw a monkey grinning with malicious intent. Then he picked another one and threw it directly at Lu Zhe, who stepped back to avoid it. There were also several monkeys of different sizes squatting on other trees, watching with great delight. Lu Zhe understood that it was not out of kindness and wanted to give you coconuts to make friends. This thing is just meant to smash you for fun. Judging from its appearance, this is a macaque, and it is also the most naughty of all monkeys. Obviously, it saw that Lu Zhe had no way to deal with them, so it dared to be so unscrupulous and arrogant. Indeed, even if Lu Zhe had 10 times the agility, he might not be able to catch the monkey in the tree. But it doesn't matter. We have other ways. Lu Zhe took out a slingshot, pinched out a steel ball, slowly raised it up, and aimed at the monkey's red crotch. Chapter 180 Goodbye, Monkey. Chapter 180 Goodbye, Monkey. The monkey was still grinning and laughing. Lu Zhe loosened his hand, and with a pop sound, the steel ball hit the monkey's testicles accurately. A little scarlet blood burst out from the coconut tree. The tone of the monkey's voice suddenly reversed 180 degrees, almost seamlessly transitioning from a grin that made people want to hit someone to a scream that aroused pity. Lu Zhe's body also trembled. The other monkeys were frightened and ran away. This one also wanted to run, but when it jumped, its legs were no longer under its control. It couldn't jump far enough and fell to the beach, tumbling with blood. When it saw Lu Zhe, it was so scared that it screamed in panic and tried to escape using all four claws. But Lu Zhe was so fast that he stepped on the monkey's neck. The monkey finally realized that he had one big. He began to scratch and claw around, but his claws could only tear Lu Zhe's trouser legs and could not scratch Lu Zhe's skin at all. Because Lu Zhe has been signing in continuously, his physique is 2 to 3 times that of an ordinary person, and his skin tolerance is also 2 to 3 times that of an ordinary person. It's not something that a monkey's paw can easily scratch. Lu Zhe took out a small rope and tied it up. Information about it came to my mind: crab-eating macaque, also known as long-tail macaque. This monkey species is widely distributed in tropical and subtropical areas. Its range of activities includes primary forests, secondary forests, mangroves, and other forest areas near water. It has a rather violent temper. Are you irritable? There was no trace of anger in Lu Zhe's frightened eyes. Instead, it seemed like he was praying humbly. What are you praying for? Would you like me to take you in as my younger brother? Sorry, no. I'm afraid of your revenge. Unless castrated, hormones can exacerbate violent behavior in monkeys. However, it seems that only young monkeys will become docile if they're castrated, otherwise they will only become more violent and perverted. He held the paratrooper knife to the monkey's neck. But looking at the pitiful appearance of the monkey, Lu Zhe felt a surge of compassion and sympathy. Humans and nature should live in harmony, so why do we always have to kill them all? His heart softened. You have to believe me. I'm a good person. I love this forest and this island just like you. So don't think about throwing coconuts at me for fun. I won't think about killing you either. Isn't it good to live in harmony? I hope you can reform and stop being an enemy of humans. As he spoke, Lu Zhe gently broke its limbs and then untied its ropes. You are free, my friend. The monkey seemed to be reluctant to leave. It shed tears and chirped in moving monkey language. It lay there for a long time and refused to leave. Lu Zhe looked at it and sighed. All good things must come to an end. If we're destined to meet again, we will meet again. Goodbye, my friend. As he spoke, Lu Zhe picked up its tail, swung it around twice, and threw it into the bushes in the distance. As the screams fade away, I believe it won't be long before its companions come back and take it home, and it will tell their companions about this wonderful encounter with humans. It was also at this time that Lu Zhe came up with another idea. He wanted to catch a few monkeys, castrate them when they were young, and then tame them, and let them do some of the dirty work around the camp. In many places in Southeast Asia, pigtail macaques are domesticated to pick coconuts. It is said that they are very efficient. I wonder if crab-eating macaques are easy to domesticate. But it is not the time to tame the monkeys yet. We will have to wait until the land reclamation is completely completed and all areas are stable before we can do it. I guess they had already searched all the nearby shellfish, snails, and crabs, so they couldn't find anything. But it doesn't matter. I believe it won't be long before the seafood here will return to its former prosperity. At this time, Guo and Qianqian came running over. Tang Xiaohua asked curiously, Hey, Lu Zhe, were you singing Vita's dolphin sound just now? No, it's a monkey. Tang Xiaohua looked around. Where is it? It has flown away. Can monkeys fly? I'll give it a helping hand. Lin Qianqian felt a little strange. Why can the monkeys here sing dolphin sounds and fly? Tang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, Maybe there are dolphins nearby. I keep hearing dolphins' calls, so I learned to do it naturally over time. Lu Zhe nodded. Because of the seagulls, it also learned to fly, right? Tang Xiaohua nodded. That's what I mean. Lu Zhe asked, By the way, did you two catch any fish? The two girls looked at each other and said, We only caught 3 small fish. Lu Zhe was surprised. Amazing they actually caught him? Then he saw three 2-inch-long small sea breams in the toy plastic bag and nodded. It's amazing that I got 7 days of food from Master just so easily. Lu Zhe, why doesn't this sound like a sincere compliment? You are so sincere. To be honest, I am not as good as you. I finally caught a crab, but it was smashed to pieces by the monkey brother. How about this? You can give me one when we get back to the camp, and then we can say that the three of us caught one each. That way it won't be too embarrassing. Seeing Lu Zhe talking nonsense seriously, the two girls were so amused that they were shaking with laughter. Oh, let me think about what to do. Yeah, our efficiency in catching fish will make Yao Yao laugh at us to death. Lu Zhe pondered for a while and said, well, if we can't catch any fish, let's go to the beach and catch some fat sheep. Are sheep easy to catch? It's very hard to catch, but you might get lucky and see one that has wrapped its neck around a vine. Will such a thing happen? Maybe, but I have hunting weapons. Lu Zhe shook the slingshot. Oh, right, we don't have much ammunition left. We'll have to use clay to roll some round bullets. If they're hardened, they won't deviate easily. Then let's go now. Okay, I'll cut a stick for each of you to defend yourself. Remember, we shouldn't be too far apart. If you encounter any danger, just run to me and I'll protect you. I really don't need you to teach me this. It's almost instinctive. 3 people enter the wetland. This area consists of large areas of grassland and wetlands, as well as patches of mangroves and coconut groves. The grass here is not tall, but dense and abundant, and there are often puddles that are ankle deep. Although it is fresh water, it contains a large number of microorganisms and E. coli because many animals drink and excrete it. The 3 men walked around the mud flats and headed deeper into the jungle, and sure enough, they saw traces of goats. They walked closer, but the sheep were extremely sensitive and would run away when they saw people from a distance, giving Lu Zhe no chance to hunt them. Even if the 3 of them lay in the bushes and slowly moved closer, they would still be noticed and quickly slip away. That's too thief. Sheep have a stronger sense of smell than sight and taste. They are very sensitive to the smell of unfamiliar creatures, so we have to find a way to mask the smell on our bodies. How to cover it up? Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, to put it simply, there are 2 ways. One is to smear goat feces on your body. The other is to find some wild grass that goats like to eat, chew it up, and smear on your body. Which one do you choose? Chapter 181. The Komodo Dragon Steals Business. Chapter 181. The Komodo Dragon Steals Business. Lin Qianqian blinked her eyes. Is there any choice? We have to choose grass. Tang Xiaowen nodded. That's right, there are weeds everywhere. It's a bit difficult to get sheep manure. Lin Qianqian whispered. That doesn't seem to be the point. Then it's settled. We'll smash the weeds with rocks, smear the weed juice on our bodies, and slowly move forward until we're within the range of the slingshot. Then I'll shoot it. Can you kill him? It's definitely not going to kill it. The pellet is too small to even kill a monkey. But I found that this can limit the prey's mobility. Let's get started. Can we just use the grass on the ground? You can use the ones you usually eat, preferably the ones with stronger smells. Lemongrass, how to any chordata, and common wild grasses. The more diverse the smell, the better. Understood. The 3 men found a bunch of weeds. Lu Zhe took off his shirt, wrapped the weeds in it, and then smashed it with stones. After knocking for a while, he twisted the clothes hard. As a result, a big hole was torn in the clothes with just a little force. It's really not that Lu Zhe used too much strength, but this dress has gone through too much hardship, being soaked in seawater, being caught by fish, being corroded by acid, and doing so much work with Lu Zhe, so the material has long become fragile. Well, my clothes are worn out. One of you two can take off your clothes and let me use them. No way. Although they said no, they still took off their clothes after 3 minutes. Qianqian advised either everyone should not take off their clothes or everyone should take off their clothes. It will feel weird if only one person is left special. I successfully got covered in grass juice and my whole body was green, but fortunately the smell on my body was covered up. This time, I went around to the back of the goats and found that they had not run away. However, when they discovered the sheep, they also discovered another creature. The island's 6th top predator is the monitor lizard. The situation was like this. The 3 of them were lurking in the grass. 50 meters away from them were 3 goats grazing, and 50 meters away from both them and the goats, there were 7 or 8 2-meter-long lizards lying down. This body type, a Komodo dragon? Isn't that thing on Komodo Island? Although it is not very far away, it is impossible for it to cross the ocean to get here. Lin Qianqian was so frightened that she almost screamed, and Lu Zhe quickly covered her mouth with his. Don't shout too loudly. It will scare the sheep away. Mm. Lin Qianqian nodded in horror. Tang Xiaohua, on the other hand, was somewhat calm. After all, he had seen lizards before. They look a bit stupid. They won't come and bite us, right? Compared to our scent, the sheep's scent is stronger and more familiar to them. Apparently, their goal is the same as ours, to hunt those sheep. Tang Xiaohua nodded. No wonder those sheep are so agile. It turns out they're trained over a long period of time. If you don't have certain survival skills in nature, you would have become extinct long ago. By the way, what's your 100-meter score? Lin Qianqian blushed and said a little embarrassedly, 17 seconds. Tang Xiaohua was surprised. Wow, Qianqian, you are so fast. You actually ran under 20 seconds. Gore, you must have taken the wrong medicine. Is running under 20 seconds worthy of your admiration? The key is that Qianqian looks like a very quiet girl. It's hard to imagine her running so fast. Lu Zhe looked at Tang Xiaohua and said, You and Wenjing are not related. What's your 100-meter score? What happened to 21 seconds? Lu Zhe was full of black lines. Sister, are you a snail? You're so annoying. You're bullying people for having short legs. And why are you asking such questions? Lu Zhe said in a deep voice, The fastest running speed of Komodo dragons can reach 20 to 25 kilometers per hour, which is about 14 seconds per 100 meters. I am thinking if they rush towards us, what are the chances of you two escaping? The two girls were stunned. We can't even outrun reptiles? What should I do, Lu Zhe? In fact, there is no need to worry too much. Although they can run quite fast, they usually disdain to use such a wasteful hunting method. Their main attack method is to sneak up quietly, take a bite unexpectedly, and then slowly follow the opponent until the opponent is killed by their venom and saliva containing deadly bacteria, and then they will feast on it. The two girls quickly looked around to see if there were any monitor lizards lying in ambush. Lu Zhe's keen sense of smell determined that there were no monitor lizards moving around them. Lu Zhe aimed again with the slingshot. It needs to be closer. The two girls followed him tremblingly. Lu Zhe felt that the distance was about right. Among the three sheep, there were two rams and one ewe, and he was aiming at one of the white and brown rams. The three sheep's attention was all on the monitor lizard not far away, and they did not notice Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe pinched out a steel ball, aimed at the goat's tail, and when the thin tail was raised, a marble flew over. Ha! The three sheep didn't react. 2 seconds later, the pain came, and one of the sheep stood up, bleeding. The other two sheep didn't know what had happened and ran away. The monitor lizard's attention was also attracted, and it looked over there curiously. The sheep that was hit cried out twice and ran away, but its speed and agility in escape were far inferior to those of its two companions, and its running posture was even more charming than that of the ewe. Let's go and take a look. Lu Zhe came to the place where the three sheep had just been. There were sporadic blood spots on the grass. I pinched it open and smelled it. It had the unique smell of sheep, but fortunately it was not very strong. Apparently the pellet struck the ram in the outer loin. Lu Zhe remembered the smell and smiled. We can't run away. Let's go. He's obviously already run away. We can follow the trace. But we can't even outrun a lizard. So how can we catch up with a sheep? Although it runs fast, it may not know how to allocate its energy. As long as we keep following behind it, it will get tired in no time. When it is resting, we can give it a bullet. When it gets upset and starts to act up, we can attack and eat the little fat sheep. Tang Xiaohua nodded. If Grey Wolf was as cunning as you, why would he have to be hit by the frying pan so many times? Hunters in ancient times all had very strong tracking abilities. As Lu Zhe spoke, he twitched his nose, searching for the smell of sheep blood, and walked into the jungle. However, he soon discovered that they were not the only ones following the scent of sheep blood, but several monitor lizards were also crawling towards him following the scent of sheep blood. They don't seem to pose much threat, but it makes people feel uneasy when they keep following them. It's so annoying. Lu Zhe nodded. Yeah. Lin Qianqian pondered. What smell scares lizards? Lu Zhe checked the survival manual and said, I really don't know about this. The only natural enemy of this thing is the Javan tiger. Tang Xiaohua thought about it and suddenly came up with a fresh and unconventional idea. Maybe curry flavor should be okay. Chapter 182, Let Me Talk to the Giant Lizards. Chapter 182, Let Me Talk to the Giant Lizards. Curry. It's a yellowish paste made from a variety of spice plants with a special smell. Some animals may not like it, but it's not something they can be driven away from. That's true, Tang Xiaohua thought. Sometimes this smell may bring back some scary memories for them. Lin Xianxian shook her head. It feels a bit far-fetched. Otherwise, girl, you could sing a song about a bride getting married, and the groom is not me. See if they will run away. I can't sing that kind of song. Hey, quickly think of a reliable way to get rid of these disgusting creatures. Lu Zhe shook his head. As part of nature, animals have equal rights to survive as we do. We need to find ways to coexist peacefully with them. Lin Qianqian nodded. Lu Zhe is so kind. Tang Xiaohua sighed. Boss is being kind enough? How can we get rid of these people? How about I'll go talk to them? Negotiate with the Komodo dragon? Well, from their neat steps and friendly eyes, I can see that they are longing for peace. Don't worry, I will talk to them properly. Even if the talks fail, they can't catch me. You two should hide first. Then you better be careful. Lu Zhe pulled out his paratrooper knife and walked over. When the lizards saw Lu Zhe, they seemed a little confused, with their heads tilted to one side. It was then that Lu Zhe noticed that the right eyes of all the lizards were a little blurry, as if they had a common physiological defect. So when Lu Zhe walked over, they tilted their heads slightly to one side and looked at Lu Zhe with their other intact eye. They had never seen humans before and seemed not to dare to launch an attack rashly. They just surrounded us, spitting blood with their forked tongues and making a hissing sound from their mouths. Tang Xiaohua and Lin Qianqian hid in the distance and watched, their palms sweating from nervousness. They saw Lu Zhe seem to say something to them and then waved his arms. The monitor lizards became restless, twisting their bodies as if following Lu Zhe's command. After a while, they seemed to really understand what Lu Zhe said and turned around and crawled away. Lu Zhe washed the paratrooper knife carefully and then walked over. He really left? Are they so easy to talk to? Not really. They wanted to eat me at first, but they were attracted by my charisma and didn't dare to ask for it. Then they put down their butcher knives and became Buddhas and became vegetarians from now on. It's not that easy. Even if we get rid of them now, they will follow our scent to our camp, and then we will be in big trouble. I took into account that they have a keen sense of smell, but their keen sense of smell relies on their forked tongues, so I took advantage of the moment when they stuck out their tongues and waved my hands and cut off their tongues. As he spoke, Lu Zhe swung his arm, and with lightning speed, the blade accurately cut a flying insect that he encountered. Its speed and responsiveness are breathtaking. The two girls opened their mouths wide. Before they left, they gave me their tongues as a souvenir. I thought it was useless, so I just left it there. Now we can rest assured that they will never track us again. See, we have escaped their pursuit without harming their lives. This is the greatest respect for nature. Tang Xiaohua was surprised and asked, will their tongues grow back? Qianqian thought for a moment and said, should be able to. Isn't it said that lizards can regenerate their tails if they are broken? Does the Komodo dragon have this ability? Lin Qianqian shook her head. I don't know, Lu Zhe, do you know? Well, by the way, I noticed that these lizards have one thing in common. That is, their right eyes are covered. Special breed? Lu Zhe shook his head. It's more like a physical defect. It's so weird. Why do all monitor lizards have the same physiological defect? I felt it was strange at first, but then I thought about it and came to the conclusion that there might have been only one lizard on the island. One? Lu Zhe nodded and thought, maybe a few hundred years ago, a fleet captured several monitor lizards. On the way, they found that a female monitor lizard had a physical defect, so they threw it on this island. Can a lizard reproduce? Is it hermaphroditic? I've seen the 1998 version of Godzilla. It's a hermaphrodite, and it laid a bunch of eggs with itself. Lu Zhe shook his head. Komodo dragons are not hermaphrodites, but another reproductive mode in the biological world called parthenogenesis. Simply put, when some animals lack males, they choose not to undergo fertilization and form individuals alone. Each individual completely replicates the physiological characteristics of the mother. There's this kind. Lin Qianqian imagined Tang Xiaohua giving birth to a bunch of little Tang Xiaoguos and murmured, how cute. Tang Xiaohua imagined that Lin Qianqian had given birth to a bunch of little Lin Qianqians, crawling all over her. Her face turned pale with fear. What a pervert. We still have to rely on Brother Lu Zhe. Okay, let's stop thinking about the solitary female lizard and let's continue tracking the solitary egg ram. The three continued walking in the jungle. We came across a shallow beach on the road. There were no traces of blood, nor any scent of the sheep. Lu Zhe nodded. Lu Zhe, I can't find him. Don't panic. African hunters don't have sharp hearing and sense of smell. Do you know how they become the most powerful trackers? What? Brain. Lu Zhe pointed his head with his finger. They will observe the surrounding terrain and track prey based on footprints, feces, and broken spider webs. If all this information disappears, they will extend 2 fingers to imitate the 2 horns of a sheep and complete the ancient ritual. What kind of behavior is this? Imagine yourself as a sheep and imagine which direction you would run if you were in that situation. Then why don't you do it? I'm already thinking about it. Lu Zhe observed that the right side was a tidal flat with a wide view, which was not the right place to choose. There is a high ground in front of the left with uneven hills and gravel, which is difficult to walk on. Under normal circumstances, it might have escaped here, but now that its eggs are injured, running and jumping will cause severe pain, so it should not escape here. Only to the right front is a dense woodland. It can conceal one's presence and provide abundant fodder. It's a perfect place to hide and heal. Lu Zhe smiled and said, "Let's go this way." The 3 people walked carefully in the forest. Not far away, they finally heard the bleating of goats. He leaned down and slowly approached the goat. The sheep seemed to be experiencing great pain. It didn't eat or drink and just kept crying out. At this moment, there was no companion beside it. Lu Zhe picked up another marble and aimed at its other testicle. Chapter 183, Capturing a Fat Sheep. Chapter 183, Capturing a Fat Sheep. In the remote African grasslands, there's a magical animal called hyena. They don't have a huge body to exert force, nor do they have long fangs to pierce the carotid artery of their prey, but they can firmly occupy the second place among the top predators in the cruel natural environment. How do they rely on this? 2 points. One is that the majority bullies the minority. Second, don't be bothered by the smell and be brave enough to dig your anus. That place is different from other places. Once you suffer serious trauma, you will completely lose the ability to resist, and there will be almost no possibility of escape. Many antelopes and wildebeest can kick and thrash around even if they are blind, but once their anuses are ripped out, they can only lie there and watch a group of hyenas come around and tear off their flesh and eat it piece by piece. Lu Zhe was inspired by his second brother from Chaoyuan. The firepower on hand right now is too weak to deal fatal damage to the goat, so attacking the vulnerable ones is the best option. Pa! Another bullet hit the target accurately, and the sheep stood up on its legs and imitated the sound of a goose very vividly. It was the first time that Lu Zhe knew that sheep actually had this kind of talent. It's amazing and admirable. Lu Zhe ran over. It was so scared that it turned around and ran away, but with both of its eggs damaged, it couldn't take nimble steps at all, so it could only rely on its front legs to exert force and its hind legs to follow and jump around. In this state, the goat is completely unable to speed up. At this time, Lu Zhe was like an experienced hunter. He was agile and quick. He ran to its side quickly, pounced on it with force, knocked it to the ground, and pinned it down. Then pull out the rope and tie the 4 hooves together. The information about goats came to mind. Their coat color is similar to that of boar goats, but they have the bloodline of black goats. The 2 girls also ran over to help. "I caught it. Is this goat also wild?" Lu Zhe shook his head. They must be a few sheep that were released on the island many years ago, and they have multiplied over the years to form a relatively independent group. Lin Xianxian thought for a moment and said, "Will there be any problems with inbreeding at the beginning?" Of course, in the first few generations, there will be a large number of defective sheep, but at the same time, there will also be normal sheep. Those normal sheep will highlight and amplify the genetic characteristics of the first few sheep. After a period of time, the same genes will continue to recombine, mutate, and recombine again, gradually eliminating the defective sheep, so that the population tends to be stable and form an independent sheep breed. I see. Is there any case? In the Galapagos Islands, which have a climate similar to ours, someone once released 3 goats on the island. Because there were no natural enemies, a few decades later, the number of goats on the island increased to more than 30,000 and later to 250,000. If the government hadn't ordered a cull, the entire island would have been destroyed by the goats. Tang Xiaoguo exclaimed, "So amazing?" Lin Xianxian looked at Lu Zhe, then at Tang Xiaoguo, and came up with a strange idea. "So even if humans perish, as long as we are still here, we can still preserve the flame of humanity, right?" Lu Zhe was helpless. "Couples, can you please think more normally?" Then he picked up the goat. This sheep weighs about 90 kilograms, about the same weight as Lin Xianxian. In fact, we should be grateful to the predators on the island. Without them, the cattle and sheep might really destroy the island. Well, we finally have some good prey. Let's go back to the camp. On the way back, Lin Xianxian asked, "Lu Zhe, should we raise some sheep?" Lu Zhe shook his head. I had this idea originally, but I've given up now. The sheep on this island are too cunning to be kept in captivity. It's better to let them breed freely and kill one when needed. Tang Xiaowei thought of the many predators on the island and couldn't help but worry. Will the mutton be eaten up? Then we won't have any fat lambs to eat. We can kill some carnivores to control their numbers, let the sheep expand, and then kill some sheep to control the sheep numbers. This will create a new balance in the food chain. At this point, Lu Zhe sighed with a hint of compassion. Although it is a bit cruel, there's nothing we can do about it. To achieve all this, slingshots and marbles alone are not enough. Better weapons need to be made. It was already late when the three returned to the camp. Before reaching the camp, Lu Zhe smelled the despairing smell of urine. What are the three of them doing? Cooked urine? It's not like there's no water. Why boil that? I hurried back and found that Shun Bing, Ning Shu, and Jiang Yao had each made a simple mask and were sitting in the camp with confused looks on their faces. The cows not far away were mooing because of the smoke. Lu Zhe walked over and found that the camp had been beautifully decorated. Just as she was about to speak, Shun Bing spoke first. Please believe us. We really didn't boil urine. Why does it smell like this? It seems it's coming from the helmet. The helmet? I remember it has another identity. It's our fault. Huh? Lu Zhe's first reaction was it because a monkey was taking revenge on everyone while they were cooking and urinated into the helmet, while everyone was not taking a break? But when I walked over and took a look, the truth became clear. This is a stingray. What happened to the ray? They excrete water containing a lot of ammonia through their skin. They're all cartilage, but the meat is smelly. In Japan and South Korea, some people specifically order this kind of food. If you don't like it, why do you make this? Jiang Yao was helpless. Who would have thought that the smell would be so strong? Sister Bing and the monitor misunderstood me. You fished for it. Lu Zhe was a little worried. Did you get stabbed? Jiang Yao shook her head. I don't know how to remove the hook, so I poked it down from a distance with a bamboo pole. Sister Bing said its tail is poisonous, so I chopped it off with a knife. Lu Zhe understood that Jiang Yao was going to cook soup after processing the Yao fish, but she forgot that stingrays, like sharks, urinate through their skin. Lu Zhe picked up the stingray bone on the ground and nodded. It's not a problem if it's smelly, as long as you don't get stung by the poisonous sting on its tail. This fish is quite nutritious and can be used as food in extreme cases. Anyway, it's cooked. Do you want to try it? Several girls shook their heads like rattles. Only Lin Xianxian frowned in disdain. I can only accept those of our companions. But it doesn't matter. We have better quality ingredients. As he said this, he kicked the goat at his feet. How did you catch him? Although it's a bit unethical, there's nothing we can do on a deserted island. We can eat the little fat sheep today. That's great. It's Chinese Valentine's Day tomorrow. What should we eat tomorrow after we eat today? Today we can eat its offal, then wrap its body in banana leaves and marinate it with salt, chili, pandan leaves, and dried scallops overnight, and it will be ready to eat tomorrow. Chapter 184, The Uneasy Eve of Qixi Festival. Chapter 184, The Uneasy Eve of Qixi Festival. Slaughter the sheep, clean the liver, intestines, stomach, and lungs, cut them into small pieces and boil them. Then add salt and pepper, and a pot of hot mutton soup is ready. Paired with steamed plantains, the taste is simply amazing. Although many girls in the city are reluctant to try this kind of thing, once they get used to its unique flavor, they will never want to give it up. Even Jiang Yao drank 2 large bamboo tubes of mutton offal soup. But the one who knows how to eat the best is Ning Shu. Take a bite of mutton and eat a small chili directly. It was so spicy that I was sweating, but I still felt it was so delicious. Lu Zhe didn't dare to try it easily. If you can't eat spicy food, then eat some lamb kidneys. Boy, it won't go a wrong way to replenish your body. Ning Shu advised Lu Zhe, and no one knew if she had any other purpose. Then let's roast it. The strange smell will fill the entire camp. Several girls covered their noses. But after a while, a special flavor emerged. At this moment, Jiang Yao discovered something. She stretched out her hand and pointed in a certain direction. Lu Zhe, look over there. Lu Zhe looked in the direction of Jiang Yao's finger and saw 2 monkeys squatting on a tree branch in the distance, looking over here from time to time. What are they looking at? Maybe he's watching us eat, or maybe he's looking for a chance to steal our slingshots. Shin Bing nodded. Now that we have slingshots in our hands, they dare not approach rashly. Once they steal them, they will probably rob our camp. Lu Zhe sighed with emotion. Monkeys are really scary animals. Ning Shu asked, what should we do then? Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, Since we are all stranded on a deserted island, we are all friends. We should be more friendly to them. Tang Xiao curled her lips. What? We have to be friendly with monkeys. That's right. Look, they're hungry too. Lu Zhe placed the roasted lamb kidneys on the clean ground. The lamb kidneys are oozing with oil and exuding a unique aroma. Then Lu Zhe waved. The two monkeys were extremely smart. They approached carefully, staying no more than 3 meters away from the tree, to ensure that they could run to the tree anytime and anywhere. When they approached the food, they found that Lu Zhe was too close, so they stopped moving forward and started to bare their teeth at Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe was helpless. It's really not easy to get along with him. Lin Qianqian sighed. The monkeys in Manhwa, if you give them food, they will steal your bag. My LV was even stolen. Lu Zhe nodded. It seems that if we want to live in peace, we have to show more sincerity. As he said that, Lu Zhe took a few steps back. The two monkeys grabbed a lamb kidney, one in each, and began to devour it with relish, their mouths full of oil. But suddenly, the two monkeys seemed to smell something. Start sticking out your tongue like crazy. Then he began to scream heart-wrenchingly. Ning Shu was puzzled. What happened to them? Lu Zhe nodded. Maybe it's because of the chili. I think it tastes better with more chili. Ning Shu smiled bitterly. Brother, you are really a talent. Perhaps the monkeys had never eaten spicy food before, and the peppers made them extremely painful. It was so spicy that it made him cry, and he used his monkey paw to scratch it, but it got into his eyes. At this point, the two monkeys completely collapsed, squeaking and rolling on the beach because of the spiciness. Lu Zhe took this opportunity to step forward and tie up both crab-eating macaques. Tell me, what are you doing here? The two monkeys didn't speak either, they just called in different tones. You won't say it, right? You have guts. Lu Zhe nodded, took off the slingshot from a monkey's neck, and shot it at its testicles again. I know, you guys are here to steal my slingshot. Shen Bing smiled bitterly. It seems that they can't speak. Jiang Yao added. Even if they can speak, they speak Indonesian or Malay, which we can't understand. That makes sense. Lu Zhe nodded. Shen Bing asked again. Hey, you went out during the day and offended a monkey. Lu Zhe nodded. Although there are some minor conflicts, I remember that we talked it out. Who knew that you would hold such a grudge? Chapter 185, Making a Bow. Chapter 185, Making a Bow. Lu Zhe sighed lightly. I wanted to live in harmony with these animals and influence them with love, but I didn't expect that after doing so much, I still couldn't be understood and accepted by the animals here. The cow mooed at the right time. Lu Zhe nodded. Sorry, accept you. After thinking for a moment, he added, and your son. The cow then lowered her head and continued to sleep. Shen Bing nodded. After all, they are animals. They're stubborn by nature, and it is difficult to change them. Jiang Yao hated monkeys and couldn't help but frown. How about, just beat it to death? By the way, is this a protected animal? Shen Bing nodded. National level 2. Customs has seized this kind of monkey in recent years, and the number of years he was sentenced is not short. But it's not within our country. Theoretically, that's not possible. There are only 3 situations where you won't be punished for killing them. Which 3? First, I was so hungry that I had to eat them to survive. Second, they pose a serious threat to human life, and as humans we can kill them to protect ourselves. Both of the above situations are emergency risk avoidance. What about the third one? Shen Bing shrugged and said quietly, it's just that no one knows you did this. Tang Xiao said, obviously, we meet the second point. Shen Bing was surprised. The second point? Isn't it obvious? Tang Xiao pointed at the screaming monkey. They're still clamoring and hurting our eardrums with their high-frequency, piercing sounds. They're trying to cruelly persecute us and not letting us sleep. Their intentions are too sinister, and killing them is not enough to appease the public anger. Shen Bing was surprised. I really didn't expect this idea. But everyone also understands that if you live in a city, loving animals is a good thing to do. But here, monkeys do pose a lot of potential threats. It is indeed hard to feel at ease if we don't kill them. Lu Zhe sighed compassionately. If you must kill them, I don't recommend killing them cruelly. It's better to use some humane methods to leave them with the last bit of dignity. Several girls nodded. Lin Qianqian asked, what is the humane way? There are usually 2 ways to execute criminals in China, shooting and injection. In comparison, injection is the most humane method, which preserves the complete appearance of the prisoner and does not even leave a bullet hole. Do we have syringes? Lu Zhe nodded and thought. I was also thinking, should I catch a poisonous snake? Several girls were dumbfounded. Suddenly, he thought of something. Then I found the tail of the ray in the garbage. He used the stingray's tail as a syringe and stabbed it into the buttocks of the two monkeys. Everything was done, and Lu Zhe let go of the two monkeys. The two monkeys let out heart-wrenching howls and ran back to the jungle. Why are they screaming so miserably? Well, maybe the stingray venom will burn the wound, causing swelling and severe pain. But don't worry, the dose they injected shouldn't cause them to suffer for too long. Bing thought for a moment and said, "But they will send other monkeys." Lu Zhe nodded. Well, walls and fences can protect against crocodiles and Komodo dragons, but they can't protect against monkeys. They will come back sooner or later, either out of curiosity or revenge. That's so annoying. We will have to plant more in the future, and they will definitely cause damage. Aren't fruits supposed to be grown at the bottom of a volcano? Most of them still have to be planted outside. Yes. Lu Zhe looked at the slingshot in his hand and said, "This is the only thing we can use to drive them away now. It would be better if we had a gun." Bing thought for a while and suddenly said, "There are guns. They are in the plane. Because we are carrying out an important mission, my 4 colleagues have them. 1 Type 92 and 3 Type 64. Each of them is equipped with more than 20 rounds of bullets. It's been soaked for so long that it's rotten." That's not necessarily the case, because it was sealed in a drawer and I was responsible for keeping it. The key is still with me. Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, "So if there's a chance, I can really try it out. Maybe I can even come up with something else." "Well, put it on the agenda." Lu Zhe nodded. "We have to wait until the camp is stable and the first batch of plants are successfully planted. In addition, we need a lot of bamboo to make bamboo rafts. There are a lot of things to prepare. What about the recent intrusion of monkeys?" Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, "The steel balls are almost used up. Let's burn some pellets tomorrow, and then I'll try to make a set of bows and arrows." "No, tomorrow is Chinese Valentine's Day." "Yeah, there's also going to be a swimsuit party, delicious food, and a bonfire." "Don't worry, I'll come find you guys when I'm done." August 11th, Sunday, the 64th day on the desert island. Chinese Valentine's Day. It was a sunny day, and the waves slowly pushed the foam to the shore, leaving behind rows of ripples. Simple and tattered parasols, creaky lounge chairs, and naturally brewed wine at the bottom of the volcano. Several girls lay on the soft sand, chatting and drinking coconut juice, enjoying their long-lost leisure time. Lu Zhe was still busy. He burned some projectiles with clay and tried them with a slingshot. Pull tight and aim. With a pop sound, it hit the coconut hanging 20 meters away with precision. Broken into slag. Because the shape of the projectile is relatively regular, it has accuracy, but it is not hard enough, and once it hits the target, it will easily disintegrate, and it is difficult to cause effective damage. I guess I still can't kill the monkey. I could just barely hit a bird. But Bing admired Lu Zhe's accuracy so much that she felt she might not be able to hit him even with a gun. Then Lu Zhe started making bows and arrows. Check the survival manual. There are several ways to make a bow and arrow. The most durable and powerful longbow has a long life cycle and high material requirements, so it is not realistic to make it at the moment. Lu Zhe chose the most cost-effective bamboo, recurve bow. Simply put, it is to cut out 3 bamboo strips of uniform thickness and different lengths. The width is 5 centimeters. The longest one is 1.4 meters long. Use a hemp rope to determine the center point, and then tie the 3 bamboo pieces together firmly with a rope. Then make marks at 20 centimeters, 35 centimeters, and 55 centimeters on both sides of the center point. Roast it over fire, then slowly bend it. And finally, the whole bow forms a big standard C shape. Now it's time to make the bowstring. The ancients usually used deer tendons because deer are good at jumping and their tendons are extremely tough. But Lu Zhe's conditions were limited, so he could only weave nylon rope and sheep tendon together to replace the bowstring. Finally, wait until the C-shaped bamboo piece is solidified, bend it over, tie the bowstring on it and tighten it, and a simple bow is made. Lu Zhe tried it and found that the force was very strong. It was estimated that it could cause effective damage to carbon-based creatures such as monkeys and rabbits within 40 meters. You could try wild boars, but forget about crocodiles. Throwing stones directly is more effective than bows and arrows. After finishing all this, a morning passed. In the afternoon, I smelted iron, smashed iron sheets, and cut bamboo strips. After a lot of effort, I finally made 3 suitable arrows. Chapter 186 Lu Zhe's Confession. Chapter 186 Lu Zhe's Confession. The bow and arrow are ready, and the next step is to test its range and power. Draw the bow and arrow, aiming at the coconut 30 meters away. Whoosh! An arrow was shot out, and the arrowhead hit the coconut with a bang. I ran over and pulled it out, and coconut water gushed out. This shows that the killing power within 30 meters is quite strong. Move to 40 meters. The arrow can still be nailed into the coconut, but it cannot penetrate the coconut shell. This means that 40 meters still has a certain lethality, but the lethality is obviously insufficient. When moving to 50 meters, the arrows felt noticeably falling and often deviated from target. Even if they hit the target occasionally, only twice they stayed on the coconut and barely penetrated the skin. This distance is just for scaring people. However, although this bow and arrow cannot be compared with the 202-meter ancient military bow, it is still quite suitable for short-distance hunting. At least it is more practical than a slingshot. Lu Zhe walked around the camp, trying to find a monkey brother to solo with, but he couldn't find one for a long time. At this time, Jiang Yao came again. Lu Zhe, stop playing by yourself. The cowherd and the weaver girl will meet at the Qixi festival party. It's not too much to invite a little brother to dance with you. Shall we perform? Well, didn't we agree that each person would perform one show? How about Liangzhu? This, Tang Xiaohua also came. Come on, brother Xiaozhe. Let's sing a song together. The love of the boat tracker. That's a last resort. Sing something sweet and meow. Okay. Lu Zhe shook his head calmly. No, too childish. I have already thought of what show to perform. Then, Lu Zhe performed a poetry recitation, the memorial to the emperor on leaving the capital, under the stunned gaze of the 5 girls. He thought he had fooled him, but it seemed like none of the 5 girls were willing to let him go. In the end, Lu Zhe bowed to reality. He danced with Jiang Yao, sang with girl, performed a crosstalk with Ning Shu, and acted out the roles of Yanghua and Zai Longnu with Qian Qian. Finally, she played the role of a robber, kidnapped Guer, and performed a scene of a female police officer bravely fighting against the criminals with Shenbing. The result was somewhat unexpected. In the end, the hostage successfully killed himself and also implicated the female police officer, causing the mission to fail. Shenbing said angrily, Guer, if all the hostages are like you, there won't be enough people's guards to sacrifice. Tang Xiaohua shrugged. What girl can resist a handsome robber like brother Xiaozhe? Although these programs are crudely made, and one is more ridiculous than the other, they bring relaxation and laughter to everyone. After playing Truth or Dare for a while, we finally had the long-awaited whole roasted lamb. After eating and drinking, several people made wishes around the campfire. It was such a touching moment. Recalling every detail from the time he was stranded on the deserted island until now, Lu Zhe couldn't help but sigh at the fickleness of fate. The friends sat around the campfire chatting, singing and making wishes until very late. Everyone had a great time. The only regret was that the battery of the mobile phones was running low. I used a fruit battery to charge for a whole day, but only charged about 10 bars of power. At night, the flash couldn't be turned on, and I missed some warm scenes. Sure enough, this kind of thing is okay to use occasionally, but most of the time it is not very reliable. I'll wait for a chance to make a soil battery or a saltwater battery. After playing for a while, Lu Zhe and Shun Bing smoked the remaining mutton and kept it as food reserve. When they came back, the 4 little girls were lying on the beach and fell asleep. Hey, I'm tired from playing. Yeah, how are you? I'm not as crazy as them. What should I do? Hold on to the net bed to avoid catching a cold. Shin Bing pursed her lips and smiled. It saves me from feeling bad. Lu Zhe and Shun Bing carried the 4 girls to the net bed. Looking at them sleeping soundly and listening to their sweet breathing, Lu Zhe smiled. Shin Bing sighed softly. Why does it feel like our child? Well, she's a little girl after all. She needs some happy emotions occasionally to spice things up. But to be honest, it's not easy to adapt to this level after being stranded on a desert island. Shin Bing thought back to the week she spent alone on the deserted island, neither human nor ghost. If it weren't for Lu Zhe, she would probably have become a rotten corpse long ago. She relied on this man, and at the same time, fell deeply in love with him. What time is it? Lu Zhe looked at his watch. It's 12:30. After 12 o'clock, Shin Bing smiled and said, Should we change our name? How about you call me your majesty, and I call you my beloved concubine? Shin Bing closed her eyes and shook her head, then opened them again, looked at Lu Zhe affectionately, and said softly, Call me wife. Wife. Yeah. Shin Bing nodded with a smile, stood on tiptoe gracefully, and kissed Lu Zhe lightly on the corner of his mouth. Another sign-in comes unexpectedly. The two were just about asleep on the beach when they heard the cow mooing rapidly. What's going on? Do cows have the habit of mooing in the middle of the night? No. Hearing the cows mooing becoming more and more miserable, Lu Zhe guessed that there might be intruders in the camp. He pulled Shinbing over and saw a horrifying scene. A large crocodile about 4 or 5 meters long appeared in the camp, twisting its body and attacking the calf. Chapter 187, An Uninvited Guest Visits Late at Night. Chapter 187, An uninvited guest visited late at night. The calf thought that some friend had come, so he rushed over to play with it, scaring the cow so much that she mooed continuously. Shinbing said with a trembling voice, "Oh my God, how did this thing get into the camp?" "It's okay, don't be afraid, its mouth is sealed." Only then did Shinbing notice that the crocodile's mouth was entangled with several ropes. So even though it launched a powerful attack on the calf, it was unable to cause any harm to the calf at all. The calf thought the big crocodile was playing with it and jumped around on the crocodile's body, completely ignoring the cow's soaring blood pressure. At this time, the desperate cow saw Lu Zhe and mooed to Lu Zhe for help. Lu Zhe nodded. "Don't be afraid, it's okay." The big crocodile also saw Lu Zhe and rushed towards him with fierce eyes. "Careful, it's okay." Lu Zhe rushed forward, dodging and clamping the crocodile's head with his arms. It kept twisting, but couldn't get rid of Lu Zhe. After a while, it finally got tired and lay there motionless. "It's too dangerous. No big deal." As he spoke, he gently stroked the rope on the crocodile's mouth, just like a father stroking the hair rope he tied for his daughter who was about to get married. "Every rope on its mouth was tied by me, but it still wants to eat you." Lu Zhe shook his head. "We have misunderstandings about nature and wild animals. They're not all born killers. They're just like us. They have no choice but to do so in order to survive. Once they have eaten their fill, they may give back to nature with gratitude like me. So, it came here to repay a favor, not to seek revenge. Actually, it's not wrong to understand it this way. Look, it can't pose a threat to us now, right?" As he spoke, Lu Zhe poked its nose rudely. The crocodile twisted its body in annoyance, its eyes almost bulging with fire. Shinbing was stunned and said, "Even if it can't pose a threat to us, how can you tell that it came here to repay a favor?" Lu Zhe patted the crocodile's head as if he was patting his gay friend of many years. "You'll find out tomorrow." August 13th, Tuesday, the 66th day on the desert island. The girls looked at the crocodile with its belly up and tied up in astonishment, and they didn't know what to say. Finally, Ning Shu mustered up the courage to ask, "Why did you bring it to the camp?" "Generate electricity." The girls had no idea what was going on and had to continue weaving the protective net. Lu Zhe melted all the copper wires, and with the help of Shinbing, he made a rough copper knife. He also melted a large number of cans and made an equally rough aluminum knife. I have said before that acids, under certain circumstances, can cause electrons in metals to transfer, thus forming an electric current. This is true for fruit acids, and it is also true for other types of acids. Lu Zhe patted the crocodile's belly. The saltwater crocodile has a very strong digestive ability and can even digest stones. It relies on the fact that a large amount of acid is produced in the stomach a few days after eating. The acid mixed with food is an organic acid that can conduct electricity, just like oranges and lemons. Although it sounds incredible, in theory, this gastric juice is indeed an excellent raw material for making galvanic batteries. Then, use an axe to cut open the crocodile's belly. Then 2 knives connected to electric wires were inserted into the crocodile's stomach. On the other side, Ning Shu's phone started charging. Ning Shu was shocked. "I thought it was a crocodile, but it turned out to be a battery. How did you come up with such an incredible idea?" Lin Qian hummed. "It seems to be much better than the fruit battery. I think it can be fully charged this time." Jiang Yao said with emotion. "Now, the crocodile can proudly say to the electric eel, 'I can also generate electricity.'" Tang Xiaowen nodded. "The effect is good, but it is a bit tiring for the crocodile." For the first time, Ning Shu's phone was fully charged. But the next question is, what to do with this crocodile? Lu Zhe thought for a long time and finally made a decision. Release animals. Lu Zhe untied the rope and released the crocodile. The crocodile crawled about 6 or 7 meters and then stopped moving. Lu Zhe thought it was tired and needed a rest, so he didn't urge it anymore. After checking again after a while, Lu Zhe's heart suddenly sank. He's dead. Sure enough, in the face of nature, life is extremely fragile. But it is a difficult problem to deal with such a big guy. It would be a shame to bury it, so Lu Zhe used a paratrooper knife to cut along the ventral scales. It took a lot of effort to separate the skin and flesh. Chapter 188, Exploring the Freshwater Lake Again. Chapter 188, Exploring the Freshwater Lake Again. Crocodile skin is a good thing, especially the saltwater crocodile, which is first-class crocodile skin. It can be used to make luxury goods such as leather shoes, bags, belts, etc. But now Lu Zhe doesn't want to do anything. Cutting this thing takes energy, and the knife is a waste. It's not worth it to damage the blade in exchange for a poorly made bag. So no matter how Tang Xiaoguo begged, Lu Zhe's attitude remained unchanged. The only thing I can think of for now is to prop it up on a tree and use it as a shade from the sun and rain. A large crocodile skin is stretched out for meters long and 1.5 meters wide, and the area is almost as large as 2 small beds. It is really nice to put on the top of your head. Next comes the meat. At this time, Lu Zhe discovered that the camp's protein reserves far exceeded the amount they could digest. Before Jiang Yao had finished eating the sheep, a big crocodile appeared. Jiang Yao also went fishing for a few fish. Nowadays, we don't have to worry about protein at all. But at the same time, new problems also arise. Without a refrigerator, the bacon cannot be kept for more than a few days, and a lot of it will definitely be wasted. The remaining fishing nests and what was left had to be buried or thrown away. It sounds like a pity, but on a deserted island, without a certain amount of storage capacity, rashly retaining all the animal carcasses is likely to attract other predators or turn your camp into a paradise for flies and scavengers. Therefore, it is definitely the right choice to keep the food until it is edible to the maximum extent possible without spoiling, and then throw away the remaining meat. Most of the bear meat had to be disposed of before, and now most of the crocodile meat also needs to be disposed of. It took Lu Zhe nearly 2 hours to clean the crocodile meat. After finishing all this, it was already afternoon. Now he wants to go to the woods again. The purpose of this trip was to explore the lake and find some new sources of carbohydrates. After all, the lake is not far from the camp, and a full understanding of the types and populations of creatures in the lake is of great reference value for future survival. This time, Shun Bing accompanied me. Last night, several girls reached a consensus on this issue. Unless there are special circumstances, when Lu Zhe needs a companion on a certain day, from Monday to Friday, his girlfriend on duty will accompany him. Even if more than 2 companions are needed, they must include the girlfriend on duty that day. Lu Zhe was also happy. After all, signing in became easier for him. As for Saturday and Sunday, it depends on the situation. So, Lu Zhe and Xin Bing went out to work, and the other 4 girls could only continue to weave the web. The 2 men entered the jungle again with the necessary equipment and supplies. Since they were relatively familiar with the path, they arrived at the lakeshore soon. The lake is so quiet and deep that it is impossible to judge its depth. Lu Zhe first took a broad leaf, grabbed a handful of mud, and smeared it on the leaf, then put some small pieces of crocodile meat in the middle of the leaf and carefully placed it by the lake. If a wild animal comes to eat it, it will inevitably leave traces. Then he stood up. This time, our goal is to circle the lake, observe the water and the surrounding flora and fauna, and look for some new sources of carbohydrates. Xin Bing nodded. Do we need to go into the water? If you rush into the water without knowing the situation clearly, you could easily get into danger. Not to mention crocodiles and pythons, there are probably other dangerous fish in the water. Water tiger? That one is in the Amazon, but there's no guarantee there might be other similarly dangerous creatures here. Well, it's better to be safe than sorry. Xin Bing nodded in agreement. She thought about it and said, or, let's give this lake a name. This one is not dangerous. Lu Zhe nodded. Well, this is a good idea, but I'm not good at naming, so you need to use some brain cells. Xin Bing thought for a moment and said, to the north of the lake is the crater, where there are crepe myrtle trees, golden swiftlets, and crepe myrtle swallows. How about calling this Daming Lake? When I was in high school, I was always wondering about one thing. During the reign of Emperor Qianlong of the Qing dynasty, literary inquisition was so serious. Why would anyone dare to take a name of Daming Lake? And Emperor Qianlong happily went there to pick up women. Just thinking about it makes it easy to be plotted against, so I changed it. Xin Bing smiled bitterly. It looks quite calm, like a mirror, so it's called Mirror Lake. The 8 scenic spots of Wuhu. The water is the only thing that reflects the scenery. It has a humanistic atmosphere, but it still uses other people's names. It's a bit out of place. Xin Bing was a little helpless. Is it called Xiaojing Lake? Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, well, That's where Duan Zhengchun and Ruan Xingzhu had their affair. It's also where Ba Xiao slapped Ah Zhu to death. It's not auspicious. Lu Zhe, I really don't like chatting with college students like you. Not only are you good at arguing, but you also have a wide range of knowledge. Forget it. You can choose the name from now on. You can choose anything you want. Lu Zhe nodded. Okay, the boy will be named Lu Xiaohan, which represents the ice archer. The girl will be named Lu Xiaoxue, which represents the ice queen. Xin Bing was annoyed. Asked you to name the lake. How did you do it? Hey, don't bully me for not playing League of Legends. Ice archer is also a woman. Is the focus on gender? Xin Bing was stunned, and she suddenly understood. Whether it means ice or snow, it seems to revolve around the word ice. What is this kid thinking about? How come you have already picked names for our two children? Can you think of something useful? If you keep talking nonsense, I won't help you anymore. Due to the unique modesty of girls, Xin Bing appeared unhappy on the surface, but in fact no one knew that her heart was as sweet as honey. The two of them chatted as they made their way around the lake, occasionally seeing a large fish leaping out of the lake, shining with golden light, and extremely beautiful. It can't be a dragon fish. It's possible. Compare with the Amazon silver dragonfish. The Southeast Asian golden dragonfish and red dragonfish are very beautiful, but I don't know how they taste. I haven't eaten it either, but where they're dragonfish, the water quality must be very good. Lu Zhe nodded. Yes, the leeches here are very powerful. It's a pity that I can't raise them, otherwise it would be fun to raise a few. Big sister, for now on the whole lake is yours. Forget about raising a leech. I have no problem, even if you want to raise a shark in it. Xin Bing thought she had heard it wrong. Huh. At this moment, they both heard a squeaking sound in the woods. Following the sound, I saw two beautiful little squirrels sitting on a tree, one sitting there quietly, while the other was jumping happily around opposite it. What are they doing? It should be courtship. Xin Bing wanted to say, you know this too. But then she thought about Lu Zhe's knowledge, and suddenly it didn't seem strange. Wanna hunt? Lu Zhe shook his head. Now that protein reserves are abundant, how could he bear to destroy the young love of such a cute little creature? Lu Zhe said, the male squirrel will dance in front of the female squirrel. If the female squirrel agrees, the male squirrel will take the female squirrel back to his home and show his lover the nuts he has collected. At this time, the female squirrel will choose whether to mate with him based on the number of acorns. Xin Bing found it funny. No wonder little squirrels love to save things. It turns out their views on marriage are so realistic. Well, dating depends on the conditions. Let's not disturb them and give them a quiet environment. Lu Zhe gave a well-intentioned reminder and then left quietly. But not far away, they found a tree hole. The tree hollow was filled with acorns. Chapter 189, Exploring the Lake Bottom. Chapter 189, Exploring the Lake Bottom. There was originally only a small hole. When Lu Zhe opened it, countless acorns fell out of it. It's like a malfunctioning vending machine. Lu Zhe and Xin Bing looked at each other, and they quickly cooperated to catch it with their backpacks. It will take a long time to collect so many nuts. Squirrels are natural collectors. Some squirrels collect tens of thousands of nuts a year. I remember a news report that a little squirrel on the other side of the ocean hid walnuts in the hood of a car. When the owner found it, there were 140 kilograms of walnuts hidden inside. He is a model worker in the rat world. How did the owner of the car do it? What else can I do except accept it with tears in my eyes? But it only needs to hide enough to eat. Why hide so much? For the winter. The winter here is not cold. The two squirrels we just met look like chipmunks. They are found from Tibet and Mongolia in the north to Southeast Asia in the south, from temperate coniferous forests to tropical rainforests. They need to spend the winter in the north, so the habit of hiding fruits is in their genes. Only squirrels native to the tropics will not hide fruits when there is plenty of food. Just like black bears, even if they don't need to hibernate in the tropics, they will subconsciously dig hibernation holes. But Malayan bears in their native habitat will not do that. That's right. While chatting, the two of them packed a full 10 kilograms of acorns. Squirrels are not only masters of collecting, but also masters of storage. The acorns in the hole were dry and clean, and even though there were so many of them piled together, not a single one showed signs of mold or insects. Is this delicious? Acorns contain tannins, so they taste bitter when eaten directly. If you cook or roast them, mash the kernels, make them into bread, and eat them with salt, the taste will be much better. It can also kill bacteria. I remember it was a kind of food. Yes, and it has a longer history than rice and wheat. There are more than 600 subspecies of oak trees, distributed all over the world. The Tang Dynasty poet Pai Rixia wrote, "In late autumn, acorns ripen and scatter on the hazel hills. A stooped old woman with yellow hair picks them up in the morning frost. It takes a while for her to collect them, and the basket is full at the end of the day. After several exposures and steaming, they're used as food for the 3 winter months. This shows that this thing can even be used as a staple food at certain times. It's just that the forest is a bit big, and we couldn't find the acorn tree for a while. In fact, it was all thanks to Brother Squirrel's generous gift." Shenbing imagined the little mouse's obsession with the acorn in the Ice Age, and then looked at the empty hole. "But we took it all away. Isn't that a bit inhumane?" Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, "That's right. Even if we are dividing the land among the local tyrants, we can't give all of it to them. We should leave some space for them so that we can meet again in the future. Let's leave some for them." As he spoke, Lu Zhe took 3 acorns from the package and put them back into the hole. "Done. Goodbye, little ones. Happy wedding to you." Lu Zhe held Xun Bing's hand and continued forward. We encountered various unknown insects and birds along the way. There are also as many as 7 snakes of various sizes. But now, Lu Zhe has a better source of protein, and there is no need to take the risk of catching snakes to eat. Just to make his living environment safer in the future, Lu Zhe killed all the poisonous snakes and buried them properly. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we arrived at the other side of the lake. This is also a dense woodland with thousands of trees and shrubs. There are even high-quality timber trees, such as mahogany, camphorwood, red sandalwood, and red rosewood. Lu Zhe patted a tree trunk and said with emotion, "Hey, wife, from this mediocre red sandalwood, I estimate that at least 100,000 beads can be made. If each bead is sold for 30 to 50 yuan, that's 30 to 50 million. It could buy a bathroom in Thompson First Class. You're making beads from such a nice tree? What else?" Shin Bing smiled and said, "Okay, how are you going to transport it back after we're done?" Lu Zhe smacked his lips. "That's right." Then he patted a slightly larger tree and said, "This teak is the best material for making furniture and ships. Unfortunately, we don't have sophisticated tools, so we can't make it. But we could take our time. Once we make a complete set of woodworking tools, we can build a luxury villa for ourselves." Shinbing also nodded with a hint of anticipation. "Although we don't even have a decent toilet right now, it doesn't hinder our expectations and yearning for a better life. It's just a little difficult to use. The main thing is to cross this lake. Later we can build 2 docks on the east and west sides and use bamboo rafts to transport goods across. Then we can open up a road and use cattle to help us transport them back to the camp." Shinbing nodded. "That's a good idea." Walking back around the lake from the north shore, we encountered a large swamp again. It's not that we can't walk, it's just that it's too difficult to walk. Maybe I won't be able to go back at night. It seems that there's no way to go around the lake, so we can only return along the same route. But before going back, Lu Zhe decided to go into the water and take a look. Shin Bing was a little worried. "It will be very dangerous." Lu Zhe nodded. "But in order to understand it more deeply, you must try it. What if we encounter crocodiles and pythons? Is it not okay for me to release them?" Shin Bing was completely speechless. She felt that there was some mysterious barrier in her communication with Lu Zhe. "Don't worry, dear. I know how to avoid danger. Just wait by the lake and make a fire if you can. Then tie a rope to it. If you are in danger, I can pull you up. Okay, be careful. You should be more careful." Lu Zhe stripped down to his underwear and got into the water. The water is not too cold, about 28 degrees. Slowly sinking into the water, I opened my eyes and saw a gorgeous scene at the bottom of the lake. Various unknown, small freshwater fish swim freely among the water plants, and occasionally frogs and shrimps can be seen. A 40 centimeters black Sudanese carp swam past Lu Zhe, completely ignoring the intruder. Lu Zhe nodded. "This guy looks like he's delicious." He swam into deeper water and saw more fish, shrimps, and crabs. The emerald green water plants swayed with the waves, and various rotten wood and sunken rocks were covered with moss, like a primeval forest submerged underwater. Large numbers of tadpoles were wandering around like dark clouds. Small and medium-sized fish, such as double-line crucian carp, tiger barb, zebra fish, etc., hide in secret rooms among the water plants. Occasionally, you can see some beautiful large fish, a subspecies of dragonfish and a subspecies of Indonesian tiger, similar to the fish in the aquarium, but slightly different. There are also mullet, small shield fish, star-knife fish, catfish. But the largest of these fish is only about 70 to 80 centimeters. It seems that the water in this lake is not suitable for the survival of larger fish. Lu Zhe believes that even if they have nothing left, they can still survive relying solely on the resources in this lake. It's time to go back. Lu Zhe climbed out of the water, and Shun Bing asked, "How is it?" Lu Zhe wiped his face and said, "Actually, when we go back, let's open an aquarium store. I think we can both live well." Chapter 190, Obtaining Information on Junglefowl. Chapter 190, Obtaining Information on Junglefowl. No alligators or pythons found. The water is clear and deep, and there are a lot of fish. I think crocodiles and pythons don't really like lakes like this. They prefer mudflats and puddles. Even if they get close, they usually stay on the shore. Shin Bing nodded. "Come up quickly. I'll check if there are any leeches on you." Lu Zhe climbed up and found a real one on his body, but despite its best efforts, it still couldn't bite through Lu Zhe's skin. Lu Zhe picked the leech off and threw it into the fire. "What fish did you see?" "There are many. There are probably more than 10 species visible to the naked eye, but there are definitely more than that. Most of them are edible. So this lake is really a treasure." Lu Zhe wiped himself with a rag and said, "We'll have a chance to clean up the pythons and crocodiles. This will be our fish pond and reservoir. Do you want to kill them all?" Lu Zhe pondered and said, "I will talk to them. If I can persuade them to leave, that would be the best. If I can't persuade them, I will kill them. Although it is a bit inhumane, there is no other way." Shin Bing nodded. "Hunting them can indeed improve the safety of the camp. Otherwise, if one of them visits from time to time, let alone those little girls, I feel scared just thinking about it. But will doing so destroy the ecological balance of the island?" Lu Zhe shook his head. "Although carnivores can hunt herbivores to maintain the ecological balance of the island, our existence can completely replace them. I'm just worried that herbivores will multiply in large numbers, and it will be very difficult for us to hunt them. So I think it's better to keep some predators that pose a relatively low threat to human safety. Otherwise, our hunting speed may not keep up with their reproduction speed." Lu Zhe nodded. "Well, let's eat something and go back. Don't keep them waiting anxiously." Shin Bing took out a piece of mutton and prepared to roast it and eat it with Lu Zhe. But Lu Zhe's expression turned stern, and he made a gesture to keep quiet. "Did you find anything?" Lu Zhe pointed in a direction. Shin Bing turned around and looked. "Chicken." "Yes." On the slope 30 meters away, there stood a big rooster. The red crown and beautiful feathers, except for the brighter colors, its appearance is no different from that of a domestic rooster. Shin Bing was stunned. If she saw a pheasant in the mountains, she would not be surprised at all, but what would she say if she saw a domestic chicken? "Whose family is this? Have you ever seen such beautiful chickens?" "That is." "Get it first and watch me shoot it." As he spoke, Lu Zhe bent his bow, drew his arrow, and aimed at the big rooster. And just then, he spotted another predator. A figure appeared like lightning and pounced on the chicken nimbly. The chicken was completely defenseless and was immediately pinned onto the body, flapping its wings and screaming cock-a-doodle-doo. Lu Zhe and Shin Bing both saw it clearly. Clouded leopard. It turned out to be a clouded leopard. Although clouded leopards are small in size, they are natural hunters. It didn't give the chicken any chance to resist. Its two sharp fangs instantly pierced into the chicken's body. The chicken looked dead and flapped its wings desperately in its dying struggle. At this time, Lu Zhe suddenly shouted and rushed out, throwing a large piece of crocodile meat in his hand to the clouded leopard. "I didn't hit it, but I gave a scare." Its naturally sensitive and suspicious character, as well as its unique fear of humans, make it timid. It decisively put down the chicken, took a few steps back, turned around, and went into the woods. "Brother Yinbao, don't go. I still have something to say." It would have been fine if he hadn't said this, but after he said it, the clouded leopard walked more decisively. He jumped onto the tree and disappeared in a few seconds. "This is the clouded leopard. Well, little saber-toothed tiger, you are a natural hunter. I heard it can kill Tibetan mastiffs. Not to mention the Tibetan mastiff, even some wolves can't beat it. Its mouth can open to the largest angle of a cat, and its long fangs can easily kill predators much larger than itself. I don't know why it has such a deep fear of humans." Shin Bing thought for a moment and said, "I think its intuition about danger is quite accurate." "What are you talking about? Are we in danger?" "No, of course not. I wanted to trade with it, to exchange the crocodile meat for the chicken, but it left without asking for anything, wasting my kindness." Shin Bing smiled and said, "It may have asked other animals here for advice. There are definitely some misunderstandings here, but I believe that over time, they will truly understand who I am." After saying that, Lu Zhe picked up the dying chicken. The message of this chicken came to my mind. Red jungle fowl. It feeds on the ground but has the ability to fly and roosts in trees at night. Its distribution range includes the Indian subcontinent, the temperate south, the tropical coast, and the islands of Southeast Asia. It is the ancestor of the domestic chicken. Lu Zhe was overjoyed. This is not a domestic chicken, but it is the ancestor of domestic chickens. The chickens raised by our ancestors were domesticated from this jungle fowl. Xinbing nodded. I see. I thought there were people living on the island. We've gotten quite a lot this time. Let's go back and eat this male first. When the camp is stable, we'll catch a few females and raise them in the yard. That way, we'll have chicken and eggs to eat regularly. Can it fly? How do you keep it? It's simple. If you pluck out the long feathers on its wings, it won't be able to fly anymore. It can only hop around and lay eggs for us. Having said that, Lu Zhe put the chicken away. The two returned to camp. It was already dark when we arrived at the camp. The four girls were still waiting in the camp for them to eat. None of them could eat until Lu Zhe and Xinbing came back. This feeling of being cared for by someone is indescribable. Several girls were extremely surprised when they saw the chickens. After Lu Zhe's explanation, they understood why such a species appeared on the island. That night, we roasted acorns and stewed rooster with mushrooms, and the six of us enjoyed the meal. August 14th, Wednesday, the 67th day on the deserted island. With the continuous efforts of the four girls, the protective net was finally woven successfully. At this time, the watermelon seeds in the ceramic pot have already grown into seedlings, and they can be transplanted after more than 20 days. Passion fruit, cantaloupe, and strawberry seeds take longer to grow. It doesn't matter, so as not to delay the planting process. Lu Zhe plans to plant some crops first as the first tenants of the experimental field. That afternoon, Lu Zhe put up a protective net at the bottom of the volcano and planted a loquat, a lemon, 10 wild mints, and more than 20 pepper seedlings in the experimental field. After a period of time, when the mint and pepper start to grow normally and the ripe loquats are not eaten, you can plant important crops such as sweet potatoes. August 15th, Thursday, the 68th day on the desert island. Lu Zhe began to trim the banyan tree, preparing to rebuild the shelter and place the room on top of the banyan tree. Chapter 191 Fairy Tale, Beautiful Tree House. Chapter 191 Fairy Tale, Beautiful Tree House. Building the camp on the banyan tree is a further consideration for camp safety. There are currently 6 known top predators on the island: pythons, wild boars, bears, crocodiles, clouded leopards, and Komodo dragons. In order to survive comfortably on the island, you must increase the safety level of the camp as much as possible. Among these 6 predators, clouded leopards are afraid of humans. Bears and wild boars are afraid of fire. Pythons and Komodo dragons are afraid of pungent smells, and crocodiles are almost not afraid of anything because they have thick skin and a stubborn head and are good at doing things. The most dangerous thing about it is that it is good at sneak attacks. It might sneak in through the gap in the fence in the middle of the night and take away a girl. Then you won't even have anywhere to cry. Building the camp on a tree will make it much safer. It's not that crocodiles can't climb trees, but the larger the crocodile, the lower its ability to climb trees. In other words, the more dangerous the crocodile, the less likely it is to attack someone in the tree house. What's more, there are cows in the camp, and no sane crocodile would abandon the cows on the ground and climb trees to eat girls. Wild boars, which are equally dangerous, cannot climb trees. Then plant plants, such as Elaeagnus truncatula, on the aerial roots of the banyan tree to prevent the invasion of pythons and Komodo dragons. With a roaring campfire, other mammals are unlikely to invade. Lu Zhe can also sleep soundly. Lu Zhe told the girls his ideas and gained everyone's unanimous agreement. Xinbing nodded. Yes, only tree houses built on trees are called tree houses. Ours is at best a shelter under a tree. Ning Shu said, yes, we can build a big tree house. Lin Qianqian blushed. I think it's better to be smaller. It will make us feel safer if we squeeze together. Tang Xiaohui said, you can also ask Lu Zhe to help warm your feet. Jiang Yao stretched out her beautiful feet and looked at them. Xiaozhe has worked so hard. I won't bully him like this. I can help warm his hands. See, the same thing, when said from different angles, will produce different feelings. Lu Zhe was very satisfied with Jiang Yao's statement. This made Tang Xiaohui pout and sulk. In that case, let's start upgrading the camp today. Even though it will be hard work, it will be worth it for our future home. Xinbing also reminded, we should also try not to affect the living environment of the tarsiers. These little creatures will kill the insects on the trees and keep our banyan trees clean. Lu Zhe and Shun Bing discussed the plan. Lin Xianqian designed the structural diagram of the tree house, and the girls can add some details, and I will make some revisions. Finally, Lu Zhe saw something like a castle built on the tree and fell into deep thought. I say, don't you want to build a smaller one for a sense of security? Ning Shu nodded. Yes, our bedroom is small, but the living room, kitchen, cloakroom, entertainment room, and bathroom cannot be small. Lu Zhe nodded while holding the blueprint. If this thing is built, 10 banyan trees will be crushed to death. My beloved wives, this is a tree house. If you want to be safe, the whole thing has to be smaller. Can we come up with something more reliable? Understood. Several girls started discussing again. After working on it for quite some time, I finally came up with something similar. This is a beautiful little house like in a fairy tale, 2.5 meters high, 9 square meters in area, and 3 meters long and wide respectively. There are beautiful arches, round windows, and a small balcony of 9 square meters at the door. You can see the sea view to the east, the bay to the south, the jungle to the west, and you can also vaguely see the small lake in the distance. Below is a spiral staircase that wraps around the trunk of the banyan tree. It was definitely based on the elements in the various videos of the Southeast Asian guy in Ningshu's phone. Although it's a bit bratty, it's still a good idea. At least it's feasible. Then get started. When they first arrived on the island, they couldn't even imagine such a tree house. But now, with the right tools and experience in building shelters, many things have become simpler. Lu Zhe and Shun Bing climbed up the tree, determined the location of the tree house, and then trimmed the banyan tree. Make sure that most of the tree house is hidden among the leaves, but also allow a small part to enjoy the sunlight. Lu Zhe cut down a large number of straight bamboos and arranged them along the main branches on the aerial roots. The bottom needs to bear the weight of 6 people and must be made entirely of thick bamboo. After tying them tightly one by one, the 4 pillars should also be made of thick bamboo, but the walls on the 4 sides can be woven into soft walls with bamboo strips. The temperature difference between day and night in the hinterland of the volcanic island is not as great as outside. The bamboo-woven walls can block the gentle sea breeze and the peeping monkeys, which is basically enough. The roof was originally planned to be made of bamboo tiles, but after a day of work, I didn't have the energy to split so many tiles, so I had to use palm leaves to top it off. By the evening, the outline of the tree house had taken shape. Although doors, windows, balcony, and stairs were not installed, I just made a simple ladder and covered it with straw, bear skin, and sheepskin. Finally, I could rest in it. After a busy whole day, everyone was a little tired physically and mentally. Taking a shower, drying your body, and having a comfortable sleep are more important than anything else. But Lu Zhe was destined not to have a comfortable sleep. While I was sleeping, I felt someone's foot resting on my neck, and I couldn't breathe for a long time. Just as he pushed it aside, someone kicked him directly in the face. These are all trivial matters. The key is that other reasons cause me to be unable to sleep at all. No, it's too challenging to be so close to these girls. I might as well sleep alone. I had no choice but to run under the tree to barely get through the night. But this experience was destined not to be peaceful, and I still had a dream in the middle of the night. Lu Zhe thought, this should be just an ordinary dream. However, it is not. When I opened my eyes early in the morning, I found Jiang Yao sleeping in front of me. He was horrified. Yao Yao you. Jiang Yao closed her eyes, smiled faintly, and said in an almost inaudible voice, Morning. When did you come down? You just came down. I was afraid you would be lonely, and I thought I was on duty today, so I came down to accompany you. Lu Zhe thought it was a bit weird. Why is it that I can keenly sense the appearance of other dangerous animals, but when a girl does something around me, my 5 senses are so dull? So, she opened her eyes, full of tenderness. Anyway, that time you owed me is compensation. Even though it's a little different than what I expected, it's still unforgettable. Lu Zhe smiled bitterly. At least find a time when I'm sober. But I was secretly afraid in my heart. How embarrassing would it be if I accidentally called out Guo'er's name in the middle of the night? Jiang Yao also sat up and tied her hair up with her little socks. Her movements were naturally gentle and graceful, which made Lu Zhe's heart beat faster. I have known her for such a long time, but I never realized that Yao Yao is so beautiful. Is this the nourishment of love? Chapter 192, Start Milking. Chapter 192, Start Milking. Although it feels great for a while, it may lead to other problems. I say, what if there's a baby? Jiang Yao thought for a moment and said, there's no household registration problem here. We could just kill a sheep for the full moon celebration. As for education, 5 college students plus a policewoman can teach them until high school. If they make a mistake, we can call the police. Calling the police for a mistake? That's too much. I believe that in any country where 1/6 of the population is made up of police officers, they would be just as willful. This is not a question of being willful or not. Calling the police for such a young child just because of a small mistake will hurt his young heart. Wait, I think you've led me astray. Jiang Yao smiled proudly. Yao Yao, stop messing around like that. I'm willing to marry you and love you my whole life, but now is not the time to have a baby. When then? Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, wait until we are no longer short of nutrition and the sanitary conditions in the camp are improved. In addition, you must have a strong physique. I don't want you to have an episiotomy. Jiang Yao's body trembled. That's really not okay? It will affect the experience of both parties in the future. But if you think about it carefully, their nutrition is indeed becoming more and more abundant, with chicken, mutton, fish, crocodile meat, bird's nest, shark fin, and wild delicacies, as well as a variety of natural and pollution-free fruits and wild vegetables. When it comes to nutrition, it is many times better than what our parents and grandparents had in 1960s and 1970s. At that time, they couldn't even afford milk powder. Thinking of milk powder, Lu Zhe's eyes suddenly lit up. By the way, there's another important food that's time to unlock. Speaking of which, it is now Friday, August 16th, and it has been the 69th day since we were stranded on the desert island. It has been 17 or 18 days since the cow gave birth to the calf. Look at the cow. She's in good spirits, and the calf is growing healthily. It is almost time for it to be weaned. Looking at the other 4 girls still sleeping in the banyan tree, Lu Zhe said, Yao Yao, come down first. Oh, Lu Zhe got up and pulled up his shorts. Let's make some new delicacies. What is it? Milk. Jiang Yao frowned and puffed out her chest proudly. Do you think our children won't have enough to eat? Yao Yao, think straight. We have to drink too. Oh, that may not be enough. 2 men came to the cow and the calf. Jiang Yao was a little nervous. I'm a little scared. Will it kick me? Lu Zhe nodded. I'm afraid too, but I can talk to its son first. Lu Zhe led the calf aside and said, Listen, young man, you have been in this world for 19 days. It is almost time for you to be weaned. The calf kept mooing and nudging Lu Zhe's hand with its nose, seemingly asking its owner to touch it. Don't be like this. Lu Zhe's tone was a little stern. You're already grown up, so don't always act like a child, okay? The calf let out a wrong moo. As a cow, you must have the awareness of a cow. The weaning time for calves is about 3 weeks. As my cow, it is completely fine to wean 2 days earlier. In these 2 days, I will ask your mother to give you some milk, and I will also get you some fresh grass. From now on, you have to be like a big cow, and don't let me down, okay? The calf mooed, seemingly understanding what he was saying. It makes sense over there. Ask the cow. Lu Zhe cleared his throat. Next, I'm going to clean your nipples. If you don't want to, you can tell me directly, but don't kick me, okay? The cow also mooed, as if it understood. Come on, Yao Yao. Are you sure you understand? The 2 men unscrewed a bottle of water and carefully washed it twice, making sure that the calf's saliva was washed away, and then found an oil barrel. Cut off the top and clean the inside. Place under the cow's belly. Let's get started. Jiang Yao was afraid of hurting the cow, so she squeezed carefully, but only a few drops of milk dripped down. Your technique is wrong. Look at my technique as a pure professional dairy farmer. Is Lu Zhe professional? What is written in the survival manual is professional, but the actual operation is another matter. He pushed down squeak. The milk did spurt out, but he misjudged the angle of the nipple, and it all spurted out onto Jiang Yao's head, making her head and face covered with milk. Jiang Yao screamed, because of the noise. Milk dripped from her bangs, making her clothes wet. Jiang Yao, who smelled like milk, looked unhappy. Lu Zhe, if you want to see me like this, just say so. There's no need to launch a surprise attack. Lu Zhe swallowed nervously. Honey, do you believe me if I say this is an accident? The 2 of them quickly ran to wash, but before the water reached their heads, the other girls came out and stared at the scene in front of them in amazement. Ning Shu was stunned and said, Oh my God, Lu Zhe, what did you do to Yao Yao? Tang Xiao was said angrily. Yao Yao, what did your brother Xiao Zhe do? Different questions seem to have their own reasons. I said this is a misunderstanding. It's milk. Lin Qianqian asked nervously. What did you do to Nyonyo? Shin Bing shrugged and let out a long sigh. I said Lu Zhe wouldn't have so many. What do you mean? We had an accident when we were milking the cows, and we accidentally sprayed them on Yao Yao. Ah, is that so? Is this true or false? Lin Qianqian came down from the tree, sipped some milk from Jiang Yao's face with her fingers, and put it into her mouth. It's really milk. A few girls nodded. Is it time to collect the milk? That's it. Can I make yogurt or sweet milk? Almost. Look, the cow and calf are separated. Then Lu Zhe, does the cow have any resistance? Well, frankly speaking, Lu Zhe was extremely cooperative from the conversation to the milking, so it's no wonder that he got a little naughty. After all, maybe the cow really understood what he said. Or perhaps it was because the cow understood that Lu Zhe saved the lives of her and her child, and she felt grateful and regarded Lu Zhe as her master, so she cooperated like this. Lu Zhe patted the bull's head gently and said, "You really understand me. Look at other species. When they see me, they are full of hostility and vigilance. They don't understand how friendly I am." Chapter 193 Haiyan and Yongqiang. Chapter 193 Haiyan and Yongqiang. It is said that everything will be more efficient if communication is done well. Milking the cows was much smoother than I had imagined, and I squeezed out 1.5 pounds of milk in one go. Tang Xiao sighed. So many. Shen Bing thought for a moment and said, based on a rough estimate, this cow can produce about 4 kilograms of milk a day. Lin Qianqian said with emotion, even if each of us drinks half a caddy, there will still be 1 caddy left. Lu Zhe nodded. Although the milk production is not comparable to that of dairy cows that produce 50 to 60 kilograms of milk every day, it is still a pretty good result among cattle. Ning Shu asked, will this milk always be available? Lu Zhe said, as long as we keep milking, its daily milk production will increase day by day in the next 3 months, reaching its peak in 3 months, and then slowly decrease until the 10th month. The milk production of a cow is more than enough for several of us to drink. Tang Xiaohua asked, what if the baby wants to drink milk again after 10 months? Dairy farmers let cows get pregnant again 2 or 3 months after giving birth, so that they can produce milk while carrying a calf. Although the milk dries up 10 months after giving birth, it can continue to produce milk when a calf is born 2 months later. That sounds a bit inhumane. You only get to meet the bull once a year. Wrong. They have never met the bulls. They are all artificially impregnated. How cruel, Lin Qianqian pondered. If a cow does nothing but has a baby, will it be very confusing? Maybe, but dairy farmers don't consider their opinions. Unlike me, I will seriously consider the animal's perspectives. The cow mooed, seemingly in response. When the time comes, we can catch another pregnant cow and let them take turns to produce milk. When one is producing milk, the other can take a break. This is much more humane, right? Several girls nodded. Can I drink this milk directly? Theoretically, it is possible, but it is not recommended. We have to use a stone mortar to pasteurize it before it is safe to drink. By the way, pasteurization and milk are a perfect match. Then let's get started. We have milk for breakfast today. But be careful. The taste of this fresh milk is stronger than the milk in the supermarket. You may feel uncomfortable at first, but you'll get used to it after 2 days. Ning Shu nodded. What about the calf? Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, both newly weaned calves and milk-producing cows need to eat something good. The grass in the woodlands to the north is very lush and tender, and there are no sheep to destroy it. I'll find time to cut some grass and feed it to them. Look how seriously Lu Zhe takes his cows. Several girls sighed. Sure enough, kind and loving boys are the most charming, Tang Xiaohua said. Otherwise, let's give the 2 cows a name. Ning Shu agreed and said, I think Guo'er's suggestion is a good one. After all, they're the first animals to be kept in captivity, and they provide us with precious resources. We should give them a name. What do you think? The girls looked at each other and gave the same opinion. Lu Zhe also nodded. Okay, I'm not good at naming. You guys pick it, and I'll make the final decision after you're done. Then let me think of one first. The cow is called Nyonyo, and the calf is called Nyonyo. Tang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, Nyonyo wants to eat the willows by the river, and Nyonyo wants to drive the cows away to protect the willows. This is a nursery rhyme from childhood. It's really a drama. Lin Qianqian smiled sweetly. You could be more romantic in ancient style. The cow is named by Su Jin, and the calf is named Su Shilin. Tang Xiaohua shook his head. They were almost eaten as snacks by the python. Are they sure they will like the snake's name? Lin Qianqian sighed. That's right. Jiang Yao thought for a moment and said, I think we can make it more fashionable. Let's name the cow Peppa and the calf George. How about that? Tang Xiaohua said helplessly. Come on, that's a pig. Sister Bing, think about it. Shin Bing thought for a moment and said, if you want to be fashionable, we can change the pattern. The cow is called Rambo, and the calf is called Genie. That's a car. That won't work. What did you say, Guo? Since it is a hard-working cow, it should have some rusticity. Tang Xiaohui thought seriously for a long time and nodded. Well, the cow is called Athena, and the calf is called Saya. Jiang Yao spit out a mouthful of milk. Guo, does this have anything to do with country style? No way. Of course not. Ning Shu sighed. How about Lu Zhe? You think of one. Lu Zhe found it quite funny to hear these girls couldn't think of any random names. It seemed like he really had to take action himself. He thought for a moment and said, in fact, Gore's original idea is correct. The hard-working cow needs a down-to-earth name. He thought for a while, then smiled faintly. Got it. What a name. Lu Zhe stared at the two cows and said calmly. The cow faced life and death calmly. When she gave birth to her calf, her calm eyes were full of determination to resist the world. She was just like a petrel that was not afraid of wind and rain. Let's call it a petrel. Several girls blinked and said, this has nothing to do with the rural atmosphere. What if Xiao Niu's name is Yongqiang? Haiyan, Yongqiang. Suddenly, it felt like a miracle. I think it's okay. More than possible. It is quite possible. Haha, I agree. Let's call them Haiyan and Yongqiang. So if we catch a bull next time, should we call him Guangquan? Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Nyo, you guys have names now. Several girls happily told the two bulls the news. From now on, you are Haiyan. Haiyan, Haiyan. Moo. The cow responded positively. Yongqiang, Yongqiang. Moo. The calf seemed to understand and accepted the name happily. Lu Zhe was also very satisfied with coming up with a name that everyone liked. He drank some milk and ate something. You guys continue to improve the treehouse today. I'll go get some fodder first, and we'll work together later. Jiang Yao said, don't try to get rid of me today. I'm so happy to have a beautiful lady by my side. It's a good opportunity for you to help me get some more grass. It's no big deal. The forest in the north is also around the camp, but it is one of the areas that Lu Zhe has not explored. This place is close to the cold current area, with scattered high hills, lowland plains, and rock communities, and the terrain is particularly complex. Jiang Yao followed Lu Zhe closely, and Lu Zhe found the weeds he wanted without going too far. Sweet elephant grass. This is a wild grass commonly found in tropical and subtropical areas and is an excellent feed for livestock. Compared to other tropical weeds, it is more cold resistant, so it is more competitive here. Soon Lu Zhe chopped 2 large bundles. On the way back along the mountain, Lu Zhe discovered another stream. This stream is much smaller than the stream next to the volcano. It is less than 1 meter wide, winding down from the top of the northeast mountain, making a big circle on the winding hillside, flowing into the grassland and disappearing. Lu Zhe suddenly thought of an important system prompt not long ago. Chapter 194, Encountering a Lone Malayan Bear. Chapter 194, Encountering a Lone Malayan Bear. This discovery was so important that Lu Zhe put down the fodder immediately and said, Honey, we have to go up and take a look. Jiang Yao pointed at the fodder and said, Haiyan and Yongqiang don't seem to have had breakfast yet. When they are hungry, they will naturally eat some wild grass near the camp. Now this discovery is even more important. Is it because it's a new water source? That's right, but it's not that close to the camp. There's not much difference between going there to get water and going to the lake. There's a big difference. That mountain stream almost goes straight down, but this one is different because the slope in the northeast direction is smaller. The path of this stream will be affected by the Coriolis force and the inertia of the water flow, and it will become winding over time. Lu Zhe pointed in a direction and said, See, that place? Although it is covered by vegetation, judging from the other exposed parts, it should be a bend. From this point of view, is it not far from our camp? Jiang Yao stood on tiptoe and took a look. Although it's not far, it still feels inconvenient to run to the valley to fetch water. It's certainly not convenient to fetch water, but we could transfer water from the north to the south and bring the water to the camp so that my beloved concubine can use mountain spring water to wash every day. Jiang Yao smiled and said, That's great. I'm happy just thinking about it. But I'm not sure if this plan is feasible. We have to go up there to make sure. Our goal is to find the point where the stream is closest to our camp. Hurry up, hurry up. The two men began to walk upstream along the stream. The landforms here are extremely complex, with high and low hills and stone forests, as well as hillsides and miniature canyons. Small streams are hidden among the mountains and meander down. If you don't walk along the stream, it would be very difficult to be discovered. With all this grass and stream, why aren't there any sheep? It is very likely that there are some powerful indigenous people living here, and the goats dare not approach. What native people? I don't know, but a bear is more likely. As he spoke, Lu Zhe smelled something. Sure enough, come over here. Lu Zhe held Jiang Yao's hand and continued walking forward, and then heard a snoring sound. Following the sound, I saw a little bear sleeping soundly on a 1.5-meter high tree branch not far from the stream, with a beehive in its arms. Its tongue hangs long and sways gently in the wind like a tie. It looks like he had a sweet dream. It was indeed a clever bear living by the stream. Jiang Yao nodded. This is the baby bear. It seems it is not as tall as... This guy may look small, but he has a very bad temper. He is already an adult and is no less dangerous than other bears. Jiang Yao suddenly realized. I know, this is the Malayan bear, Wu Daolong among bears. She is also the mother of the first bear we saw. Maybe Dad. Lu Zhe stared at the Malayan bear and said solemnly, not only does this guy have a long tongue, but his canine teeth are also the longest and thickest among all bears, and his bite force is not inferior to that of a brown bear. He is a very capable fighter, so we'd better not mess with him. Are we going to sneak away? What are you thinking? I don't want such a big beehive. Didn't you say not to mess with it? I said not to provoke it, but that means I don't want to have a direct conflict with it. I didn't say I won't take the beehive. There are still a lot of bees up there. If possible, we can build a beehive to raise them, so we can always have honey to eat in the future. Jiang Yao nodded, and then asked worriedly, but what if it wakes up? Begin with courtesy, then use force. If it doesn't work, then take action. With a bayonet? Lu Zhe shook his head. Don't use knives to kill a Malayan bear in the wild unless you have to. Your knife may not be able to penetrate its body, but its mouth can bite your arm, and its claws can also scratch your skin. Even if you kill a Malayan bear, you will be guilty of a serious crime, because as far as I know, this thing is not a life threat to adults, and you won't be able to find a good lawyer who will rule that you were in an emergency situation. Is there nothing you can do about it? Lu Zhe sighed. Use fire or a stick. Stick? Yes. It is small and has a short attack range. If you have a big stick, you can use all your strength to hit its nose. It will be hurt and will protect its head and face with its two front paws. Only then will you have a chance of survival. My dear, you are really good at dealing with wild animals. Lu Zhe pointed to the faint scars on his arm and said, this is all experience. Then Lu Zhe broke off a tree stump and used it as a stick. Wait here for me. I'm going to get the beehive. Be careful. Holding the stick, Lu Zhe carefully moved under the tree, where he saw the Malayan bear's tongue from a closer distance. There are 3 big red spots on its long tongue. Needless to say, they were probably caused by being stung by a bee when it was stealing honey. Although its fur is thick, its tongue is a vulnerable spot. Lu Zhe carefully stretched out the stick and poked the beehive. It was not holding on tightly, and Lu Zhe poked the hive down without much effort and caught it with his hand nimbly. He noticed that there were still a lot of bees active in the hive, and he didn't know whether the queen bee inside had been eaten. At this moment, Lu Zhe suddenly felt a pair of unfriendly eyes staring at him. When he looked up, he saw that the sun bear had woken up and was looking angrily at the man who had stolen the honey. Ah! It cried and then fell from the tree. Bang! He fell flat on his face, and the scene was a bit awkward for a while. But it immediately got up and roared at Lu Zhe again without any concern. Lu Zhe, be careful! Jiang Yao's heart became nervous. Lu Zhe stared at the bear, but waved his hand gently. It's okay, I'll talk to it. As he spoke, he gently put down the beehive. Relax, my friend. I'm a good person. Oh! It roared at Lu Zhe again. Perhaps it felt that this upright creature was too unfamiliar, so it did not attack rashly. Instead, it stood up and roared again and again, trying to drive Lu Zhe away from its territory. Sure enough, he was still half a head away from Guer. I see. Lu Zhe felt relieved and hit it on the head with a stick. This time Lu Zhe used a little too much strength and knocked the bear unconscious. He sat down on the ground with a thump, looking a little dazed. Lu Zhe followed with another blow. It cried out in pain and used its claws to protect its head and face. Lu Zhe was worried that it would fight back, so he rained down his sticks on the Malayan bear. The Malayan bear cried out in pain and began to run away in panic. Where's your bad temper? Don't be so unsupportive. Wake up and show me. However, it didn't. Lu Zhe chased the Malayan bear and beat it for a long time. Finally, the Malayan bear couldn't bear it anymore. It roared angrily and escaped into the bushes. Chapter 195, North to South Water Diversion Project. Chapter 195, North to South Water Diversion Project. Lu Zhe looked at the direction the Malayan sun bear ran away and let out a long sigh. Oh my God, that was too dangerous. It wasn't dangerous at all. As a bystander, I can't confirm that you were the one beating it from the beginning to the end. That's because I can't give it any chance to fight back, otherwise I might get hurt. Then Lu Zhe picked up the hive and looked inside through the broken hole, trying to find a larger queen bee, but there was none. It's over. The queen bee might have been eaten. Is there only one queen bee in a hive? Usually there's only one, and almost all the bees in the hive are its offspring. Then will the bees continue to reproduce without a queen bee? It's hard to say. When the queen bee is lost, worker bees usually build queen cells and secrete royal jelly to feed the young bees left behind by the queen bee. These young bees will grow up to become new queen bees, and they can continue to reproduce after mating with drones. Drone, I remember that worker bees are all female bees. Yes, worker bees are all female bees, but some females give birth to babies, and these babies grow up to be drones. Oh my God, doesn't that mean the bee is going to marry Granny? If you insist on saying so, there's nothing I can do about it. Lu Zhe sighed and said with a little concern, but if the queen bee dies and leaves no young bees, the colony may face extinction. I hope these little creatures can create miracles, continue to reproduce, and provide us with a steady supply of honey. But how do I get this? Just wait while I weave a basket. Lu Zhe used a bayonet to cut down a bunch of branches, and then spent 20 minutes weaving them into a simple bamboo basket. He carefully placed a beehive in it, wrapped the bamboo basket with clothes, and carried it on his back. Don't get stung. Bees are different from wasps. They're not very aggressive. They usually won't attack people unless they are disturbed. If you get stung, it's not a big deal. Just pull out the sting and wash it with soap. It will be fine in a few days. Jiang Yao was a little confused. What kind of person would invade bees? Yao, sometimes I really can answer your questions. The two men continued to walk upstream along the stream, and after more than 10 minutes, they encountered the sun bear again. At this moment, it was sitting on a rock, rubbing its face and humming. From time to time, he would slap the rocks, feeling like he was so angry that he couldn't vent it. Why did it get here? Lu Zhe had already thrown away the previous stick, and his first thought was to find another stick. It would be dangerous if this thing came over. However, the sun bear did not give him this opportunity. The first time it saw Lu Zhe, it screamed in fear and ran away in a daze. I'm not here to beat it up. Why are you running away when you see me? Jiang Yao said. Anyone who is tortured for no reason by a strange creature that suddenly appears while sleeping would be terrified. Who said that? I didn't. You? Who tortured you in your sleep? Hee, from last night to this morning. Jiang Yao tilted her head. Well, if that's considered torture, just be happy. Hey, this little flower is pretty. Well, do you want me to put it on for you? Can't you pick one for me? Lu Zhe sighed. What could he do when he met a girl like Jiang Yao? After walking forward for another 10 minutes, as luck would have it, we ran into the Malayan sun bear again. Lu Zhe sighed. It's the third time. Why is it still haunting me? It might be a little hungry and was chewing the bark. Before he could recover from the shock, he saw Lu Zhe appear again. This feeling cannot be calmed down by a few words. The Malayan bear howled, banged its head against the tree 3 times in despair, then changed direction and crawled away again. It doesn't think you went all the way to beat it up, does it? Lu Zhe sighed. I'll have to explain it to it when I get a chance. I just wanted to take some honey and didn't want to disturb its sleep. I wouldn't have done anything if it hadn't yelled at me. Jiang Yao smiled and said, Haha, it must have some psychological trauma. We are all neighbors of the volcanic island, so bumps and bruises are inevitable. But if we maintain a loving and friendly heart, we will eventually gain the understanding and support of the small animals on the volcanic island. The two walked for another half an hour and luckily did not encounter the scary Malay sun bear again. Also arrived at Lu Zhe's destination. Lu Zhe's guess was absolutely correct. Sure enough, we found the turning point on the upper side of the camp, only about 300 meters away from the camp. Along the way, Lu Zhe discovered countless dried-up waterways. These waterways are narrow and usually do not contain water unless there is heavy rain. It can also play a diversion role when heavy rain comes. Lu Zhe carefully observed the direction of these waterways and indeed found one leading to the camp. Lu Zhe removed the beehive. Let's see if we can divert water to the campground through this waterway. What should I do? Well, I'll divert the water from this side, and you move some rocks to block the waterway to the west so that it flows to the camp. Learn. Remember, don't block all the water, just have some water flowing to the campsite. I'm worried that heavy rain will have an impact on the campsite. Although Lu Zhe said this, he was secretly worried about another thing. It rained continuously in July, but there was no rain at all in August. Are we going to experience a long drought again? But don't worry too much. After all, there are two mountain streams, a lake, and two ponds at the bottom of the volcano. Even if it doesn't rain for a few months, no one will die. Jiang Yao rolled up her sleeves and said, "Okay, I'll block it first, and you can come back and see it later, okay?" Lu Zhe observed the direction of the dried-up waterways and determined one. Then he cut a handy wooden stick, dug up the mountain stream, and diverted the water to the waterway. The clear mountain stream gurgled towards the camp. So, will the camp have constant fresh water? It should be okay, but I'm still a little worried if I don't see it with my own eyes. Let's go down the mountain and take a look. The two men happily went down the mountain and returned to the camp with fodder. As soon as we arrived at the camp, we saw Tang Xiaohua excitedly saying, "Brother Xiaozhe, Yao Yao." Then she took their hands and pulled them to the campsite and said mysteriously, "You won't believe me if I tell you this. I sneezed twice in a row today, and I felt that God might have blessed me. Then I made a wish that it would be perfect if there was a spring flowing down. Guess what happened? Then there really was a spring flowing down." Tang Xiaohua said excitedly, "Yes, yes. Guo, I suddenly feel that you are even more powerful than Xiaozhe." "Is that so?" "Xiaozhe took great pains to snatch the flaming honey, but you just took away the fruits of our 2 hours of hard work in transferring water from the north to the south with just a few words." Chapter 196, Building a Beehive. Chapter 196, Building a Beehive. I don't know if Tang Xiaohua's sneeze was related to the discussion about the height of the Malayan sun bear. Anyway, the little girl was very sad because of this. I thought I had some golden finger and could make a huge contribution to the team just by sneezing, but after all the fuss, it turned out that two of my friends changed the water flow halfway up the mountain. At this time, a large pool of water had accumulated 30 meters north of the banyan tree. It gradually spread over the cowshed and was still spreading. Lu Zhe originally wanted to open up a waterway now, but now he has more important things to do. Make a beehive. By the way, ever since I picked up a piece of honey under the rock on Eggshell Island, I haven't found a second piece since I came to Volcano Island. This time, they took a huge risk and managed to get most of the beehive from the ferocious Malayan bear. I believe bees are also a relatively scarce resource on the island. Now most of the bees in the hive have run away, and they say that the remaining bees must not be allowed to escape. So getting a beehive is the most important and urgent thing. So what is the best material for making beehives? Fur and paulownia. Is there? No. And even if there are, without professional saws and planes, cutting boards to make box-type beehives is a huge project. What else? Bamboo tube. But it has to be thick. The bamboo tube of the giant dragon bamboo can be used, and other types of bamboo can only be used as a beehive at the thickest part of the root. The Dai people use bamboo tubes as beehives to attract bees. Is there? There are quite a lot of bamboos, but I have never seen such thick ones on a volcanic island. Give up. What else? For thousands of years, the most suitable materials for making beehives by traditional methods are bamboo strips and cow dung. The specific method is to weave bamboo strips into a basket and coat it with cow dung. It is safe and comfortable, warm in winter and cool in summer, and can also prevent wasps. The effect is awesome. Even the honey produced by cow dung beehives is of higher quality than the honey produced by ordinary beehives. Fortunately, we have both of these things, and they are inexhaustible. The question is, will the girls accept it? Not to mention girls. Even I feel a little disgusted at the thought of taking the honey I'm drinking from a pile of cow dung. Forget it. Let's think of another way. Use adobe and clay. This is the best acceptable and feasible method at this stage. Get started. Lu Zhe cut a lot of bamboo strips and got a lot of clay. Then we took these things to the woods near the camp, where there were many kinds of trees, shrubs, and wildflowers. Find a place to make a base, then use bamboo strips to build a frame, and then apply clay on the surface and smooth it out to form an earthen box. Then I found a torn mosquito net in the treasure box filled with household garbage. Use bamboo strips to make 5 square frames, then prop up the mosquito net on top and tie it tightly with fishing line. Then put it vertically into the beehive to make it easier for the bees to make honeycombs on it. Finally, use bamboo strips and clay to make a lid, covering it with only a small gap for the worker bees to enter and exit. A simple adobe beehive is made. Next, just place the honeycomb 3 meters away from the beehive and wait for the beehive to dry. If worker bees find a better location, they may become swarming and build queen cells and drone nests. After the new queen bee becomes an adult, she may take some bees with her to move to another location to expand the colony. From then on, one hive of bees will become 2 hives. If after a period of time, the queen bee has not moved with her beehives, you need to consider whether there is a problem with the beehive. If there is no problem, you need to consider human intervention. Lu Zhe took a piece of honey and stored it in a can, and placed the rest of the honeycombs next to the beehive to create conditions for them to reproduce. Jiang Yao asked curiously, "How long will it take for the queen bee to emerge?" It takes worker bees 16 days to produce a queen bee after they build the queen cell. After having sex with the drones, they will give birth to baby bees in another 16 days. They can give birth to 500 to 1,000 babies a day, and sometimes the eggs they lay exceed their own body weight. And after 20 days, these babies can fly out to collect honey. So as long as there is a queen bee, the hive will soon be thriving. 500,1,000 babies? Oh my God, does a queen bee have to stay with the drones all day long? Actually, no. They don't have sex very often. There's even a saying that a queen bee only needs to have sex with a drone once to store enough tadpoles for a lifetime of egg laying. Oh my God, how many years can queen bee live? How many eggs can she lay in her lifetime? The lifespan of the eastern bee is 3 to 5 years, and it can produce about 1 million. It should be easy for the drone. In fact, after mating with the queen bee, the male bee will be driven out of the nest and die soon. Because in the eyes of other bees, its mission is completed. It can't collect honey and can't support itself. Jiang Yao nodded. So, its mission in life is to make love once? Lu Zhe was a little helpless. I want to give a negative answer, but in fact it is just as you said. Anyway, we have done what we should do. All that's left is to wait. If they fail to separate the boxes after a few days, we will have to intervene manually. Let's go back to the camp and take a look. All right. The two of them returned to the camp, and things were going well. There was already a large puddle of water near the banyan tree, and Shun Bing and 3 girls were scooping water out. Lu Zhe, the campsite, is all wet. We got wet too. What shall I do? Haha, I was so busy cleaning up the beehives that I almost forgot about this side. But don't worry, you guys drain the water first, and I'll dig a drainage channel for you. Lu Zhe took out a shovel and started digging the drainage ditch. It took him 2 hours to dig a trench about 40 centimeters wide and 30 centimeters deep. It is a full 30 meters from the woods to the edge of the small hill. The water flowed in the ditches, flowed onto the beach, and merged with the seawater. The ditch was completed and water flowed into the camp continuously. But, can I drink it? The spring water coming down from the mountain has turned into gray and dirty water here. Several girls were a little confused when looking at the ditch. Will this work? Filtering should work. I'd rather walk a few more steps and get some water from the lake. Shin Bing said, in fact, after a while, when the silt is washed away, it should be clear. I hope so. Otherwise, I really don't know what use it is. Tang Xiaowu took 2 leaves of Buttlja. You guys study it first, squad leader. Accompany me to the toilet. Etc. Lu Zhe suddenly said something. What are you waiting for? Go to the bathroom. Do you want to go with me? Fine, the squad leader doesn't need you anymore. I'm not going to accompany you, but you just reminded me that this ditch has another excellent use. Shinbing thought about it, and suddenly her eyes lit up. You don't want to use it in the bathroom? That's right. Lu Zhe smiled faintly. I want to try its drainage effect. If you want to go to the toilet, please go here. Chapter 197, Testing the Bathroom. Chapter 197, Testing the Bathroom. Tang Xiaowu was stunned. What? You want me to stay here? This is so embarrassing. Ning Shu said, Lu Zhe, isn't this the canal that provides us with water? How did it become a toilet? It was Gua who gave me the inspiration. Lu Zhe pondered and said, in fact, it can be used as both a water source and a toilet. Lu Zhe walked to the edge of the ditch and pointed upstream. Look, because the waterway flows from top to bottom and the water flow is relatively strong, there's a drop of 5 or 6 meters from where we live to the beach, so there will be no backflow problem. When the water flow is clear, the upstream can be used to fetch water, and the downstream can be used as a toilet. It will be a beautiful little house, private and safe. The alagai will be washed to the beach with the water flow and eventually return to the sea. Several girls were stunned. Although I refused at first, but when I think about it carefully, it may not be impossible. With this, isn't it equivalent to having a natural flush toilet? No more having to dig small holes to bury the shit. Ning Shu pondered for a moment. But there are other problems. No need to worry at all. Lu Zhe said confidently. We can go to the river to dig pond mud and use it as fertilizer, so we don't have to worry about the poop being wasted because it can't be used as fertilizer. Ning Shu shouted helplessly. I'm not worried about this kind of thing at all. Lu Zhe was stunned. Then what are you worried about? I'm worried that even though I'll be washed away by the current, I'll still fall onto the beach after passing the small hill. If I'm not carried away by the waves in time, there won't be a place. This sentence reminded several little fairies again. That makes sense. Imagine, you are picking up treasures on a beach, and suddenly you find a pool of strange things. The scary thing is, you thought it was a yellow jellyfish. Ah, don't say it. I have pictures in my mind. But speaking of it, this is indeed a problem. Lu Zhe was very calm about this. Obviously, you underestimated the ocean's ability to clean itself. But in this area, the excrement of various marine organisms is countless tons every day, and ours is nothing at all. That being said, it's still awkward. Lu Zhe nodded. As city men and women who have enjoyed a refined life, it is normal to feel awkward. I don't want that place to become a cesspool, so I want Guer to try it and see where we'll drift to. Tang Xiaohua shouted. Then why don't you find something else to replace it? For example, Abaka. The similarity is very high. Lu Zhe shook his head. In survival, practice is always better than simulation, because only practice can produce the most accurate data. It would be fine if we didn't have this condition, but now that we have this condition, why bother to fake it? Ning Shu nodded. Think about it. This is the truth. Qian Qian encouraged. Come on, girl. Tang Xiaohua went crazy. I don't want it. Although it may seem a little embarrassing, think about it. Your efforts today will provide a better life for the team. That little bit of embarrassment is not only not embarrassing, but will also highlight your selflessness and greatness. As he spoke, Lu Zhe patted Tang Xiaohua's shoulder solemnly. Girl, this important mission is handed over to you. Jiang Yao held back her laughter. It's a very important life. Tang Xiaohua was really helpless, but when he thought about it, this was indeed a great thing that would benefit the country and the people. Once this is successful, its significance will be much more important than the swing urinal. Okay, someone help me cover it up, otherwise it will be too embarrassing. I've experienced more humiliating things before, so what does this really matter? How about you come, squad leader? Hey, I just finished class not long ago. A few girls chatted and laughed, and still took a few banana leaves to block Tang Xiaohua. The little girl clenched her fist and exerted force. A minute later, with a bang, something fell into the water. Before it reached the bottom of the water, it was quickly washed away by the current. Everyone stared at the thing, which rushed out of the high ground at a speed of 3.5 meters per second and landed on the beach. 2 seconds later, a wave came and carried it into the ocean. Under the tearing of waves and small fish, it evolved into another form. But after a while, it was washed back onto the beach. Stranded. Then 2 little hermit crabs ran out to eat. Everyone ran to check the path, and Tang Xiaohua shouted, What's going on? There's still no way to get into the ocean, but it might be digested by the hermit crab. It reminds me of a certain old rocket. Haha, partially successful. Lu Zhe nodded. Practice will make us grow faster. We can make do with it for now, and then change the direction of the canal in a few days so that it flows out from the slope in the northeast corner so that it can flow directly into the sea. Jiang Yao was annoyed. No, that's where I fish. It could be used as a nest. Huh? Point. Have you forgotten how we got the small fish the first time? Jiang Yao asked in confusion. Rely on what? You really don't know. Let the squad leader tell you later. But you can rest assured as long as you clean out the internal organs and throw them away, and then wash it with clean water, the fish meat will still be clean. Shenbing looked at the time and said, I say, handsome guys and beautiful girls, isn't it time to eat? After discussing this kind of thing, I have no appetite at all. You have no appetite, but I do. Lu Zhe complained. I've been taking it one step at a time. Today I encountered a scary bear, cut so much grass, changed the course of the stream, and built a beehive. It's almost 2 o'clock, and I haven't eaten yet. Jiang Yao felt guilty. The key is that I disturbed your sleep. That's fine, but it does make me a little. Lu Zhe yawned. I'm sleepy. The system can certainly provide him with a strong physique, sufficient physical energy, keen senses, and exaggerated strength, but there are a few things it can never give him. That is, if Lu Zhe sleeps less, he will still feel sleepy. If he eats less, he will still feel hungry. If he works too much, he will still feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, these can be resolved by sleeping, eating, massaging shoulders, hammering legs, and stepping on the back. Eat something. I'll take a nap in the afternoon. You guys can decide what you want to do. Shin Bing said. Okay, you take a rest and leave the rest to us. As he spoke, Lu Zhe got a piece of roasted lamb, took 2 bananas, opened a coconut, inserted a bamboo tube, and prepared to find a cool place to catch up on his sleep. Jiang Yao grabbed the coconut and took 2 sips, then handed it back to Lu Zhe. As your girlfriend today, I have to be responsible for your health. Being responsible means taking my water? Jiang Yao nodded. If you want a back massage, you can ask me for it. Lu Zhe shook his head. Don't ask. Take the initiative if you want. Jiang Yao nodded. Since you asked, I will help you hammer it with reluctance. But don't move, otherwise I will be angry. Chapter 198. The monkey finally came to the camp to cause trouble. Chapter 198. The monkey finally came to the camp to cause trouble. Chapter 198. The monkey finally came to the camp to cause trouble. Although Jiang Yao's technique is not professional, all the boys who have experienced it understand that when a girl presses her soft and delicate fingers on your forehead, it will feel comfortable no matter what she does. It was so relaxing that Lu Zhe fell asleep in a short while. I slept for more than 3 hours. I thought I would have a good dream, but it turned out to be a disturbing dream. I dreamed of monkeys hanging around the camp in groups, grinning maliciously. I felt very depressed and strange in the confusion, and suddenly I heard Jiang Yao call out, Lu Zhe. When I suddenly opened my eyes, I saw Jiang Yao's frightened face and terrified eyes. In his peripheral vision, a monkey threw a stone at him with its teeth bared. Lu Zhe subconsciously stretched out his hand, caught the stone accurately, and jumped up. When the monkey saw Lu Zhe catch the stone, it turned around and soon ran to the middle of the monkey group. Jiang Yao exclaimed, Oh my God, why are there so many monkeys? No wonder I dreamed about monkeys. It turns out they really visited me. Obviously. Lu Zhe looked over and saw many crab-eating macaques of all sizes sitting on the banyan tree, on the ground, and on the fence. The one leading the macaques was holding a trophy in his hand, a slingshot. The other monkeys also held different trophies in their hands. There are acorns, alligator meat, jaboticaba, and plantains. At this moment, the monkey was waving the slingshot and squeaking, with arrogance and pride written all over his face. I understand. It turns out that they got Lu Zhe's secret weapon, which is why they dare to be so arrogant. At this moment, a monkey that was slightly bigger than the others came out from the treehouse, and the monkey with the slingshot quickly handed it over. The big monkey looked at it over and over again and played with it curiously. It seems that it is the Monkey King. They came into our cabin. I guess maybe this treehouse is in line with their pursuit of quality life, so they want to occupy this place as their territory. What about others? Sister Bing and Guier went to collect bamboo materials, and squad leader Qian went to pick up seafood. I slept for a short while, and when I opened my eyes, I saw so many monkeys. I thought I was having a nightmare. It's like a nightmare. What shall I do? Lu Zhe discovered that they took a lot of things, but except for the slingshot, they only took fruits and food, and did not take some important tools. It seems that the crab-eating queens are not keen on using slightly complicated tools, or Lu Zhe's tools are too heavy for them. So, Lu Zhe's bow and arrow are still there. This bow and arrow is more than 1 meter long and weighs more than 10 kilograms. They cannot lift it, even if they are asked to. Lu Zhe bent his bow and aimed his arrow at the Monkey King. The Monkey King also pulled up his slingshot and aimed at Lu Zhe, but the difference was that there was no bullet in his slingshot. The monkey's paw loosened and hit its other paw, causing it to squeak in pain. The monkey next to it couldn't help but laugh twice. The Monkey King got angry and grabbed it and hit it with a slingshot. At this moment, Lu Zhe suddenly realized something. If it could be resolved peacefully, try to resolve it peacefully. It's a cruel weapon, so don't use it unless it's absolutely necessary. Lu Zhe put down the bow and arrow and handed it to Jiang Yao. Yao Yao, stay here and don't move. I'll go talk to them. Be careful, Lu Zhe. They will throw stones at you. Don't worry. Lu Zhe walked to within 3 meters of the Monkey King. The Monkey King looked at him cautiously, baring his teeth and grinning, his eyes full of distrust. Lu Zhe, however, was extremely calm. You should trust me. His tone was calm and gentle, and his voice, as magnetic as that of a broadcaster, was filled with a desire for peace and love. I am your friend. and I'm a friend of all the animals on this island. Lu Zhe's attitude surprised the Monkey King. It seemed as if it felt that the other party was trying to submit to it, which made it a little proud, and it laughed while waving the slingshot. Okay, respected Monkey King. Now give me the slingshot, and I will teach you how to use it. The Monkey King seemed to understand what it said. After hesitating for a moment, he actually handed over the slingshot. Lu Zhe also smiled and stretched out his hand, ready to take the slingshot. However, at this time, the monkey next to him shouted again, as if reminding the Monkey King that this guy could not be trusted. The Monkey King suddenly woke up, hugged the slingshot in his arms again, and grinned at Lu Zhe again. Lu Zhe nodded. It seems that you still don't trust me, but I don't blame you. You will soon understand my sincerity. Lu Zhe took out the water gun that Tang Xiaowu picked up from the package. Then I took some water and poured it in. With the hook of his finger, a thin stream of water spurted out. Lu Zhe spurted at the banyan tree twice, and then spurted at the monkey that had just reminded the Monkey King. The monkey squeaked loudly, and the Monkey King thought it was some new type of weapon and immediately got in a posture ready to attack at any time. But soon, it found that the water gun only sprayed water and did not pose any threat to its monkey cub. Seeing its monkey in such a miserable state, it started to laugh instead. Lu Zhe nodded. Is it fun? Quack. Lu Zhe generously handed over the water gun. How about I give it to you? Monkeys are playful by nature and were obviously tempted by the powerful entertainment function of the water gun. It pointed at its slingshot suspiciously. Lu Zhe shook his head. No, it's not an exchange, it's just a gift for you. As he said that, he handed the water gun forward. Take it. The Monkey King was very proud and immediately reached out to grab it. However, just as it grabbed the water gun, Lu Zhe rushed forward and grabbed its hind legs in a flash. The Monkey King was immediately confused and started squeaking wildly, trying to grab Lu Zhe's hand with his claws. Lu Zhe didn't give a chance to scratch him, so he swung it against the tree and smashed it to the ground. Pa, blood splattered everywhere. Hulk called him an expert. The Monkey King could not endure this beating. His head shattered in an instant and he died instantly. All the monkeys on and under the trees were stunned. The monkeys, who were used to hearing the orders from the Monkey King, were at a loss for a moment. Lu Zhe picked up the slingshot, took out the clay bullets, aimed at the monkey on the banyan tree, and started shooting. Following the screams, the monkeys no longer had the courage to throw stones, and they all ran away. The crisis was resolved. Lu Zhe picked up 5 injured monkeys and tied them up. We can share this land without disturbing each other. Why do we have to invade it? Isn't it better to live peacefully on the island? Several monkeys squeaked and tried to grab Lu Zhe with their claws from time to time. I don't want to kill you, but if I don't kill you, you will come and make trouble. I have no choice. I also want a quiet life. I can only promise you a more comfortable death. I hope you can be as well-behaved and sensible as golden monkeys in your next life. All fell to death. When Lu Zhe thought about the bloody and tragic scene, he still felt a little bit of pity in his heart. It's so inhumane. Is there any humane way? He thought about it and came up with an idea. He tied a stone to each monkey's body and threw them into the sea nest near the reef. As expected, there was not even a scream. Chapter 199 Monkeys' Natural Enemy. Chapter 199 Monkeys' Natural Enemy. Jiang Yao let out a long sigh. I was scared to death just now. Lu Zhe washed his hands and comforted him. It's okay. This should be the crab-eating macaque tribe in this territory. The Monkey King is dead. Next, they will spend some time selecting a new Monkey King and even more time to expand the tribe. Will they come again? It's unlikely in the short term, but we have to be prepared for early warning and defense. If possible, we should take the initiative to hunt some monkeys. Controlling their numbers will reduce their threat. The courage of monkeys is positively correlated with the number of monkeys in the group. Lu Zhe picked up a half-eaten papaya from a monkey and said with some distress, all the resources we worked so hard to accumulate have been destroyed by them. Then, dig out the papaya seeds and feed the rest to Haiyan and Yongxiang. Jiang Yao said, I feel that the most dangerous and annoying animals on this island are monkeys. They are organized and social. Even so, they're still monkeys after all. Their brain capacity is only 1/5 to 1/6 of that of humans. They can't compare with us in terms of intelligence. They can't beat us. Speaking of being scary, Lu Zhe thought of the dangerous Malayan bear again. Lu Zhe's eyes suddenly lit up. Malayan bears must be the natural enemies of monkeys. Monkeys have a deep fear of sun bears. If we tie up the sun bear in the camp, will that keep the monkeys away? But sun bears themselves are dangerous. He murmured, How about talking to it and asking for its opinion? Jiang Yao was stunned. Who should I talk to? Lu Zhe looked at Haiyan and Yongxiang and said casually, Lunong. Lunong. Yes, it's the Malayan sun bear. Lu Zhe thought for a moment, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Hey, you said my random name is good, isn't it? Jiang Yao thought for a moment and said, not bad, mainly because their temperaments are similar. Just now, I made a hypothesis, which is to catch the sun bear, tie it to our camp, and use it to drive away the crab-eating macaques. But after thinking about it, this is also very risky. Sun bears are much more powerful than monkeys. Jiang Yao shrugged. I really don't think so. That Malayan bear doesn't look like the type to cause trouble. It's as stupid as Xiong Air, and you're bullying it. Perhaps it has a cruel heart beneath its honest appearance. I'll go and see if it's still there tomorrow. At this time, the other two groups came back and were shocked to see the mess in the camp. Shenbing asked worriedly, what happened? Lu Zhe said, we were attacked by a group of monkeys. It was very dangerous at the time. Fortunately, I talked to them and the other monkeys left. Only the camp was messed up. Shenbing nodded. It doesn't matter, as long as the person is fine. Lu Zhe checked the wooden house. The straw mat gave off a faint smell of monkey. The girls couldn't smell it, but Lu Zhe had a keen sense of smell and could clearly distinguish it. He estimated that the Monkey King had rolled several times on the grass mat. Take them all out and throw them away. Fortunately, the bear skins were hung outside to dry. Otherwise, they would have been destroyed. But think about it from another perspective. Maybe the bear skin is in the tree house, so they don't dare to enter the house. Our room has been entered by monkeys, so it's best to wait 2 days. During these 2 days, we will continue to improve the tree house platform. Once it is completed, we will clean it several times before moving in. We will still sleep under the tree for the next few days. Ning Shu pointed at the monkey corpse on the ground. What should we do with this? Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, we can hang it on a tree. It will also have a deterrent effect on the monkeys. A few girls imagined it. On a dark and windy night, there was a primate corpse hanging in their camp, and the breeze was blowing, and it was sticking out its tongue and swaying in the wind. A hanged ghost from the monkey world? Sorry, I just can't fall asleep looking at this. Not even in Lu Zhe's arms. Throw it into the sea, out of sight, out of mind. Lu Zhe shook his head. This monkey corpse is also useful. Let me put it somewhere else first, and take it to apologize to the Malayan bear tomorrow. Maybe we can make peace. Ning Shu nodded. Okay, I'll go with you tomorrow. Having said that, Lu Zhe threw it into the woods. The nights on volcanic islands are not very hot, and without experiencing the high temperatures of the day, corpses generally will not stink and rot. August 17th, Saturday, the 70th day on the desert island. Lu Zhe once again received an important clue, which was the direction where the plane crashed. What's the use of this? It is of little use for the time being, so Lu Zhe should focus his main energy on maintaining the camp. In the blink of an eye, it was August 20th, the 73rd day on the deserted island, Tuesday, on duty, Ning Shu. Shenbing's plan was to take Qianqian, Jiang Yao, and Guer to clean up the camp, and then continue to make the platform and stairs of the treehouse. Lu Zhe and Ning Shu will take the Monkey King's body to find the Malayan bear and discuss the matter of guarding the house. Of course, this is not necessary. Lu Zhe just wanted to see how the Malayan sun bears treated the monkeys. This bear is very dangerous when it grows up, so we must be careful. The low tone and solemn tone made Ning Shu nervous. Why don't we bring an axe? Lu Zhe picked up a stick from the firewood pile and said, No, just take this stick, and if you strike first, you should be able to beat it. Ning Shu also took one. Can I play too? Yeah. Lu Zhe reminded again. It is possible that we won't encounter it. Then we can just leave the monkey in the forest and look for other plants and proteins. The two men took their equipment and walked into the forest from the northeast corner. Fortunately, it wasn't long before we encountered the scary sun bear. Although it is called the sun bear, it is an utterly nocturnal animal. It comes out to look for food at night, and the most common thing it does during the day is to lie there and sleep soundly, and it will not wake up even if there's an earthquake. It was still lying on that branch, soundly sleeping. I guess a palm-sized piece of honey was scattered from the beehive yesterday. At this moment, it is held in its arms like a treasure, with its long tongue hanging out, sleeping very soundly and peacefully. Ning Shu looked at the Malayan bear, which was about the same size as a dog, and couldn't help but wonder, hiss, is this thing really dangerous? Well, it's very dangerous, Lu Zhe said solemnly. In a moment, I will hang the monkey up and hand it to it, then wake it up and see how it reacts when it sees the monkey. If it kills the monkey and comes to kill us, you can hit it with a stick. Remember, don't give it a chance to fight back. Ning Shu squeezed the stick and let out a long sigh. I understand. Lu Zhe nodded, then handed the stick tied to the monkey's tail to the Malayan bear. The Malayan sun bear sensed a strange smell and opened its eyes, only to see a dead monkey with a twisted skull and bared teeth appear in front of it. It roared in fear and fell from the tree. Then it saw Lu Zhe, blinked its small black eyes, and ran away. It just so happened that the direction it ran was exactly in the direction of Ning Shu. Ning Shu was also shocked. He raised his stick and subconsciously performed a forehand smash. The stick created a gust of wind and hit the Malayan bear's head directly. Chapter 200 Ning Shu challenges the devil pepper. Chapter 200 Ning Shu challenges the devil pepper. The Malayan bear's head was buzzing, but thanks to its thick skin, it did not suffer any fatal injuries. But being hit on the head was annoying after all, and he yelled at Ning Shu as if accusing him, protecting the last piece of honey with his claws, as if he was afraid that Ning Shu would snatch it away. Ning Shu was afraid that it would fight back, so he hit it a few more times. It was beaten and ran all over the ground. Finally, the Malayan bear couldn't stand it anymore, and with a roar, it pulled Ning Shu's stick away. Lu Zhe rushed over quickly to protect Ning Shu, fearing that the Malayan bear would attack again. But it didn't. The Malayan bear howled in pain at the two men, then sat on the ground in despair, with its two paws placed in an aggrieved pigeon-toed position. Then it protected its head with one paw and handed over the piece of honey with the other paw. Humble, desperate, and with a hint of unwillingness. It makes people feel both sad and funny. In an instant, Lu Zhe understood. Could it be that it thinks we were trying to steal its honey? It wants us to use the honey in exchange for not beating it up. Ning Shu tilted his head and thought for a while. It's just like the helpless look on the face of a first grader who was forced by a senior brother to hand over his favorite candy. Lu Zhe nodded. Yeah, it's a bit similar. You say, were my blows a little too heavy just now? That's no problem. It has thick skin. I kind of regret punching it, even though it was very relaxing. To be honest, me too. The two men murmured quietly, both feeling that the beating of the bear was a bit inhumane. Maybe not all sun bears are so violent. Just like the panda, it is violent, and it is really violent. It can tear antelopes apart with its bare hands and beat up wild boars. It is not afraid of leopards, even when it encounters them. You are right to say that it is docile. It is quite docile most of the time. As long as you don't snatch the bamboo shoots from its mouth, it will not bother you if you kick it a couple of times. Maybe it really was a misunderstanding. Actually, I just wanted to see your reaction when facing the crab-eating macaques, but I didn't expect this result. I really don't want to hurt you. Seeing that the sun bear didn't respond, Lu Zhe said, everything that happened between us before was just a misunderstanding. You can keep this piece of honey. I promise that I will never bully you again. The sun bear didn't understand and just sat there, handing over the honey humbly. Lu Zhe turned around and said to Ning Shu, it seems that the plan of using bears to defend against monkeys is not feasible. Yao Yao and I were paying attention to the direction of the stream yesterday. Let's go around and see if we can find some other species or food. And what about this monkey? Let's find a place to bury it. After saying that, the two men turned and left, leaving the sun bear holding the honey. It nervously glanced at Lu Zhe and Ning Shu from under its palm, but saw the two people walking away, feeling a little confused. After a long while, it let out a long sigh and sat down dejectedly as if it had survived a disaster. Lu Zhe found a cave in the mountains, buried the monkey there, and stuck a branch on it as a tombstone. Then it continued searching in the mountains, and soon it discovered a new plant, and its potential point increased by 1. Red pepper. Unlike the pointed peppers, this one is thumb-length and spiral-shaped, somewhat like a smaller, shorter version of the red screw pepper. Lu Zhe touched it lightly with his hand, and his fingertips keenly sensed a burning sensation. Lu Zhe shook his hands, and the information about the pepper came to his mind. Indian devil pepper subspecies, edible. Spiciness value 1 million SHU. It can be used to make chili sauce, seasonings, and tear gas. Although 1 million SHU is not as good as the 2.48 million SHU of the dragon breath pepper, its spiciness is still beyond the acceptable range for ordinary people. Because of the Thai pepper, Lu Zhe didn't want to use this thing as a seasoning. Suddenly, Lu Zhe thought of a use. Using it to drive away monkeys might be very effective. Ning Shu took a look and asked, is this pepper edible? It's edible, but it's very spicy and not something most people can handle. Really? Ning Shu swallowed and said, "That Lu Zhe, I want to give it a try." "I advise you not to try it. It's very dangerous and can make an elephant cry." "I can handle spicy food. Can't I just try a little bit?" "Of course not. If you try, I will be the one who suffers in the end." "What have you suffered?" Ning Shu suddenly thought of something when she was halfway through her words. Her face turned red with embarrassment, and she glared at Lu Zhe. "You stinky Lu Zhe. You're still driving at this time?" "What did I drive? I mean, you cried because of the heat, and I had to take care of you. Wasn't it me who suffered?" Ning Su noted angrily. "Okay, Lu Zhe, just frame me. You'll be happy when everyone thinks I'm a slut." "Big sister, it sounds like you." "Hey, don't twist me. I'll just try a little bit. If it doesn't work, just drink water. Haven't many people eaten it. If you're not a professional spicy food eater, don't challenge it lightly. Let me tell you, Gan, Hunan, Sichuan, and Guizhou are the professionals. You outsiders don't understand how obsessed we are with spicy food." As she said this, she brought the pepper to her mouth, but hesitated when she was about to bite it. She still chose to take a small bite with her teeth. "It doesn't feel like anything." She was about to take the second bite after chewing it when she suddenly felt a burning sensation. Her face instantly turned red all the way to her neck. "Oh my God, it's really strong." "I'll tell you." Lu Zhe quickly took out the kettle. "Rinse your mouth quickly." Ning Shu wanted to hold it back, but after 3 seconds, she couldn't hold it back any longer. "Wow, it's really spicy." "Then start gargling." Lu Zhe nodded. "The fact that you can still speak is enough to prove that you are awesome." "That's it. This pepper has a very strong aftertaste." The extremely spicy feeling is a bit too much for Ning Shu to bear. He starts to fan his tongue and rinse it with water, but it still feels like it's getting hotter and hotter. She finally gave in. "Lu Zhe, is there anything that can relieve the spiciness?" "Yogurt, ice cream, ice cubes? None of these." "What's that?" "Brine. Is there such a thing?" Come on." Lu Zhe stood up and began to untie his belt. Ning Shu opened his eyes wide and quickly stopped him. Hey, brother, are you kidding me? Under the current circumstances, we only have this one source of salt water. We have to use it if we can't hold on. Of course, if you mind, you can use your own." As he said that, he handed the bottle to Ning Shu. "I can hold on." After another 30 seconds, Ning Shu couldn't hold on any longer. Go, turn around. You are an old married couple, and you are still afraid of this." Lu Zhe shook his head and turned away politely. After a while, Ning Shu gurgled and spat out a mouthful of salt. "How about it? I feel better now, but the smell is a little hard to describe. You still dislike yourself. Nonsense. You deserve it. Let's see if you dare to eat randomly again in the future." "Okay." Ning Shu suddenly grinned, turned around, and leaned over, kissing Lu Zhe on the corner of his mouth, leaving a watery lip mark. Lu Zhe was shocked and quickly wiped it with his hand. "Hey, what are you doing?" "He share it. You won't dislike your concubine Ning, will you?" "Sergeant, you are simply a devil." Lu Zhe took off his clothes and wiped his mouth. The two of them quarreled for a while, and Lu Zhe became serious. "Seriously, what happened?" "It's much better, but I still feel the spiciness in my mouth. It's just barely tolerable." "Well, luckily we didn't eat much." Lu Zhe nodded and said with some regret, "We should just keep the honey from the Malayan bear. Honey is very effective in relieving spiciness." "That's a shame." As luck would have it, while we were talking, the Malayan sun bear appeared again. It seemed to be in a very happy mood, and its steps were much lighter. It held the honey as if it were a rare treasure. It seems that he wants to find a quiet place to enjoy this exquisite delicacy.